Chapter 1. I took the 50,000 yuan. 1998. Zhongqing Donghu Police Station. My family's money was stolen. Officer, my family's 50,000 yuan has been stolen. Lu Jiali rushed into the police station in a panic, her steps unsteady as if she were treading on soft cotton. Before anyone in the station could react, she cried out in despair. Officer Zhao, who had been organizing documents at his desk, dropped the files in his hands with a loud thud upon hearing the cries. 50,000. Damn, that was a huge sum of money back in 1998. A major case. Officers, you must save my family. Lu Jiali was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, crying her heart out. Xiao Jia immediately put down his work and called out to Lu Jiali. Ma'am, don't worry. Please sit down and take your time to explain. I'll take your statement right now. That was 50,000 yuan I had saved to invest in my cousin's business gone. All gone. My husband Tanjai and I scrimped and saved for years, penny by penny, to finally accumulate 30,000 yuan of hard-earned money. To make up the 50,000, we even gritted our teeth and took out a 20,000 yuan loan from the bank. How are we supposed to live from now on? How can our whole family survive like this? Lu Jiali said with deep regret, tears streaming down her face like pear blossoms in the rain, moving everyone present to pity. In these times, what decent family would be willing to take out a loan? No one wants to play the role of Yang Bailao, fearing the bank might be like Huang Shuren, driving people to ruin with compounding interest. Officer Zhang, filled with sympathy, quickly picked up a handkerchief and handed it to Lu Jiali, comforting her. Sister, what's done is done. Don't be too upset. Please tell us in detail about how the money was stolen. We in the public security will do everything we can to catch the thief and recover your money. Officer Jia also tried to calm Lu Jiali's agitation, speaking softly. Sister, we police are here to solve problems for the people. We will definitely help you get your money back. Please have a seat here. I'll file the case for you right away. Ma'am, may I ask when you first noticed the money was missing? Lu Jiali finally sat down on the bench, but overwhelmed by emotion. She could only sob uncontrollably, unable to utter a single word. At that moment, Officer Lao Wang, who had been sitting nearby, also walked over. Frowning, he said, "What kind of heartless thief dares to steal 50,000 yuan? Aren't they afraid of rotting in jail?" He poured a cup of tea and handed it to Lu Jiali. Stop crying. Tears won't solve the problem. If you want to recover the money quickly, cooperate with us in giving your statement. The old policeman's words immediately calmed Lu Jiali a little. All right, I'll cooperate. You must catch that thief. Officer Jia quickly reassured her. Ma'am, don't worry. We'll do our best. First, tell me, when was the last time you saw the money? Where do you usually keep it? Lu Jiali sobbed in reply. The money was always kept in the innermost box of the cabinet at home. I checked it just yesterday, planning to give it to my cousin today. Who knew when I looked this morning? It was gone. Were your doors or windows pried open? Xiao Jia asked. No, the doors and windows in my house are intact, with no signs of being forced open. I only gathered the money yesterday, and my husband and I were extra careful. We even double-checked the doors and windows before going to bed. Lu Jiali cried while carefully recalling the events. Were the doors or windows pried open? Could it have been taken by someone in the family? Officer Zhang asked softly, Ma'am, has anyone outside the family visited recently? Or has anyone in the household been acting unusually? Lu Jiali took the tissue, wiped her tears, and spoke while thinking. There are just the three of us in my family, me, my husband, and our son. No outsiders have visited these past few days except my child has been a bit mischievous lately, always sneaking out mysteriously. He even said my cousin was a fraud and told us not to invest in him. He claimed that instead of investing 50,000 in my cousin, we should invest in our own son, saying he'd definitely make a fortune. His father got so angry he almost gave him a good spanking, but I stopped him. Your son said your cousin is a fraud. Xiao Jia frowned slightly and pressed further. Ma'am, you don't look very old. How old is your son? His name is Tanjai, and he's 8 years old this year. Lu Jiali wiped her nose with a handkerchief. 8 years old. Xiao Jia was stunned, asking with disbelief on his face. He's only 8, and he could tell your cousin was a fraud? At just 8, he knows how to make big money? I don't know what happened either. A few days ago, he fell and hit his head. He was bedridden for a few days to recover, and when he woke up, he started talking all mysteriously. He kept urging us to buy houses, buy land, open supermarkets and internet cafes. Jiali suddenly paused and asked, "Are you suspecting my son stole the money?" No, your son is only 8 years old. Stealing 100 or 2 would already be bold for him. How could an 8-year-old dare to steal 50,000? Old Wang, the policeman, shook his head like a rattle drum and said to Xiao Jia and Xiao Zhang, "Since such a huge sum of money is missing and the person who reported the case is being vague, I don't think we'll get anything useful by questioning now. You two should head to the scene and investigate." Xiao Jia stood up. "All right, let us go check out the crime scene right away. Maybe we'll find some clues." Just as Jiali stood up to follow, a little boy around 8 years old came bouncing into the room. "Mom, you're really here. I've been looking for you everywhere. Uncle Liao downstairs said you might have come here." The little boy's cheeks were flushed, with fine beads of sweat on his forehead. His big eyes made him look every bit the adorable, sweet-voiced child. Jiali was stunned and asked, "How did he know I came to the police station?" "He said you were in a panic, shouting the money's gone, and ran off in such a hurry that he couldn't stop you. So he guessed you'd come here." The little boy pouted, glanced at the room full of police officers, and said nonchalantly, "Mom, you actually called the police?" "What's this?" Officer Jia asked. "This is my son, Tanjai," Jiali quickly introduced. Seeing this, Officer Jia crouched down, wearing a kind smile, and patted Tanjai's little head as he said, "Don't worry, little one. Your mother's money was stolen by a bad person. Uncle is going to your house right now to check things out. We will definitely catch the thief and get the money back for you." Upon hearing this, Tanjai's originally lively big eyes instantly widened in shock. Without hesitation, he blurted out loudly, "The money wasn't stolen. I took it." This single sentence exploded like a bombshell, instantly causing an uproar in the police station. Everyone was stunned by the sudden words, their eyes fixed on the small figure in unison, filled with shock and bewilderment. This, an 8-year-old child, daring to take the family's money? And not just any amount, 50,000 at once. Chapter 2. I used the money to open an internet cafe. You took 50,000 from the family? Old Wang the policeman couldn't help but speak up, his eyes wide as saucers, his face full of disbelief. "You didn't use that 50,000 to buy candy, did you? 50,000 for candy? You think I'm stupid? I could buy the entire convenience store for less than 50,000. Tanjai glanced at Old Wang with disdain. "I haven't liked candy since I was 3. It rots your teeth." This remark made Xiao Jia and Xiao Zhang burst out laughing, leaving Old Wang shaking his head in defeat. This kid really has a sharp tongue. His mother, Jiali, stood frozen in place, taking a long moment to snap out of it. Filled with panic and anger, she rushed forward in a flash, gripping Tanjai's shoulders tightly with both hands and shaking him vigorously. Her voice turned hoarse from fury and agitation. "What nonsense are you spouting, child? You're still so young, how could you take the family's money? Do you have any idea how important this money is to our family? This is the hope of our entire family." Jiali was almost driven to madness, while Tanjai remained calm and composed. He struggled hard to free his hand from his mother's grip, his little face tense, and said earnestly, "Mom, I'm not talking nonsense. Uncle isn't honest. He said doing business was just to cheat money from our family. He's always been a smooth talker, too lazy to lift a finger even if a snake crawled up his ass. This new year, he only gave me a 1 yuan red envelope. Stupid, lazy, and stingy. How could you and Dad believe he could help our family make money? Even if he wants to start a business, he'd definitely take the wrong path. I figured, rather than handing the money over to him to squander until there's nothing left, I might as well take it and start a business myself. So, I took the money and invested it." "Invested?" Jiali's voice instantly rose, becoming sharp and piercing, her face filled with disbelief. "You're just a kid. You don't even know what investing means, and you say you took it to invest?" Xiao Jia was also stunned, his mouth slightly agape, unable to close it for a long time. He scratched his head, looking utterly puzzled as he asked, "Little one, you said you invested it, but what exactly did you invest in? Don't joke around with me, okay?" Tanjai raised his head high, puffing out his chest with pride, and declared, "I bought 5 of the best value for money computers on the market, rented half of Grandpa Zhang's shop at the street corner, and I opened an internet cafe. Opened an internet cafe." This statement once again left everyone stunned and speechless. Xiao Jia's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape as if he could fit an entire egg inside. He stammered. What? You opened an internet cafe? How is this possible? You're only 8 years old. These utterly shocking words drew the attention of other officers in the police station, who gathered around and began chattering excitedly among themselves. This child is only 8 years old, and he's opening an internet cafe? This is simply unbelievable. Yes, this is truly shocking. Are kids these days all this capable? This kid must have been tricked by someone. Little one, is someone threatening you to get money? If there is, don't be afraid to tell the police officer. We'll help you catch that bad guy. Faced with everyone's concern, Tanjai kept shaking his head. No one asked me for money, and no one threatened me. I wanted to open the internet cafe myself. But you're only 8 years old. Hearing this, Tanjai tilted his little head, his big eyes blinking on his pretty face, and said with utmost seriousness, What's wrong with being 8? Li Mi impressed Emperor Xuanzong of Tang at the age of 6, and Gan Luo became a prime minister at 12. Do you look down on children? This remark provoked another round of laughter from the group of police officers. But Lu Jiali only felt the world spinning around her, her legs giving way as she nearly collapsed to the ground again. Her trembling finger pointed at Tanjai as her lips quivered. How could you do such a thing, child? Hurry up and get the money back for me. Our family can't afford this kind of trouble. Yet Tanjai remained perfectly calm and said unhurriedly, Mom, it's too late, the money's already spent. But don't worry, my internet cafe is definitely going to make money. It's 1998 now, and there's a saying for the future. If you want to get rich, open an internet cafe. Now is the perfect time to open an internet cafe. We're bound to make a fortune. Once we make money, not only can we pay off the loan, but we can also live a good life. Nonsense. Wait till your dad gets home. See if he doesn't spank you till your butt's in full bloom. First take me to that so-called internet cafe of yours. Let's see if we can salvage some of the money. Lu Jiali grabbed Tanjai by the collar and lifted him up as easily as one would a kitten. Offering an apologetic smile to the policeman, she turned and headed outside. Mom, put me down. Don't I have any dignity left? Tanjai struggled and muttered loudly, only to receive several sharp slaps on the bottom from Lu Jiali, which provoked another round of uproarious laughter from the group of police officers. This 8-year-old kid. How amusing. Damn it. What kind of decent person gets reborn only to have their own mother spank their butt like crazy? Tanjai happened to experience just that. Strangely enough, isn't Rebirth the kind of plot reserved for those tragic novel characters, the ones whose parents were murdered, who suffered countless betrayals, and who were so consumed by vengeance they'd rather die than live without revenge? Turns out even an ordinary person like me could receive such a luxurious gift package as being reborn back to childhood. Dragged by Lu Jiali by the collar, tiptoeing along the way, and surrounded by the jeering crowd, Tanjai wore a sullen expression as he stewed in his thoughts. At just over 30 years old, his life was uncomplicated, his job was simple. His relationships were fleeting, with a few love stories that never reached a conclusion. He worked jobs that barely paid the bills but never made him rich, lived in a small apartment that didn't require rent but came with a mortgage, and drove a beat-up second-hand electric car that at least kept him dry in the rain and sheltered from the wind. His life has always been one where he's neither at the top nor at the bottom, just comfortably in the middle. An ordinary man drifting through the ups and downs of this mundane world. Aside from his strikingly handsome face, which still had women throwing themselves at him well into his 30s, and his 8-pack abs, he had been utterly ordinary since childhood. After a wild night of drinking with some women, losing all sense of time, he woke up the next day to find himself back in his 8-year-old body. July 3, 1998. How could someone with a background completely unrelated to Rebirth also hit the jackpot? Tanjai couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped trying. Reborn. He was determined to enjoy this world to the fullest once again. Chapter 3. Taking leave, something big happened. Where is your internet cafe? Lu Jiali asked as she dragged Tanjai forward, her tone still laced with disbelief. It's right at the intersection, a prime location. Right on the street corner where everyone passing by can see it. Tanjai lifted his chin, his face brimming with pride, as if he were introducing a business empire. You actually know what a good location is? Lu Jiali raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. That's right. I can tell at a glance which shop is good. Tanjai patted his chest, brimming with confidence. You're quite proud of yourself, aren't you? Wait till your dad comes home, I wonder if he'll tan your hide. Jiali pretended to threaten, though the shock in her eyes was slowly overtaking her anger. Please, even if you're going to hit me, can you wait until after my internet cafe opens? Tanjai looked pitifully at his mother, clasping his hands together in a pleading gesture. You're trying to buy time? Jiali's lips twitched slightly, torn between amusement and exasperation. No, my internet cafe is open for business, and it's definitely going to make money. By then, you won't even want to hit this investment genius. Tanjai puffed out his chest with unwavering confidence. Right now, I'm just opening an internet cafe. Later, I'll open supermarkets, invest in real estate, start a mobile phone factory, a car factory, dabble in cryptocurrency, trade futures, make movies with actresses. In short, I'm going to be the richest person in the world, and this 5-computer internet cafe is just the beginning. Jiali was momentarily speechless, staring at her 8-year-old son who seemed like a completely different person, her heart filled with confusion and shock. As they walked along, chatting, they looked up and saw a shop not far away with a crooked red-lettered sign on its doorframe. Jiali Internet Cafe. This kid, he even knew to name it after his mom. Jiali's gaze froze on the sign, her lips slightly parted, her face filled with shock. She never would have imagined that her 8-year-old son had actually opened an internet cafe, and what's more, had chosen such a prominent location for it. Footsteps hurried toward the shop, and as the door was pushed open, an unfamiliar yet astonishing atmosphere rushed over them. What was unfamiliar were the 6 brand-new, high-tech bulky computers, but what was familiar was that every corner of the place bore traces of their son. On the cashier counter by the entrance, there was even a promotional slogan handwritten by their son. Grand opening, store-wide special 3 yuan per hour. At that time, 5 yuan was already considered a low price for internet cafes, with some charging as much as 10 yuan per hour. Yet their son had even thought of a promotional strategy like a store-wide special. That's pretty impressive. Jiali slowly walked into the shop, her fingers lightly touching the computer screen, her eyes filled with confusion. She suddenly turned around, looking at Tanjai, her voice slightly trembling. You really opened an internet cafe? You're only 8 years old. How did you get a business license? Her gaze was fixed intently on Tanjai, trying to detect even a hint of jest on his face. But all she saw was confidence and determination. Tanjai held Jiali's hand, a faint smile on his face, and spoke in a sweet, childish voice as he cooed, Mom, I got my cousin to help with it. He's my employee now. I pay him 500 yuan a month. He said it so casually, as if he were talking about the most ordinary thing in the world. An 8-year-old child hiring his cousin as an employee? His cousin just graduated from high school and didn't get into college. But he's already 18. Jiali widened her eyes, her face filled with shock. She opened her mouth but couldn't find the words to speak. After a long while, she finally found her voice. You're really generous, huh? Your mom here works herself to the bone and only makes 500 a month. Her tone was no longer filled with anger, but rather with shock and confusion over her son's actions. She instinctively tugged at Tanjai's ear, but the force was much lighter than before, more like a helpless habitual gesture. Come on. Let's call your dad and ask him to come back. With that, she pulled Tanjai to a public phone by the street. Tossing 2 cents to the stall owner, Jiali picked up the receiver with slightly trembling hands and dialed her husband Tan Huigen's number. Huigen, come back quickly. It's urgent. Meet me at the street corner. Honey, what's the matter? I'm still at work. Work? What work? Take leave right now. What on earth happened? Your precious son took our 50,000 yuan and opened an internet cafe. What? What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry over. I'm right outside our son's internet cafe. Jiali kept an eye on the time and quickly hung up the phone just before a minute passed. At that moment, cousin Tan Lunwen appeared, humming a tune and swaggering with a newly bought broom in hand. His head full of dyed yellow hair was particularly glaring under the sunlight, making him stand out in the crowd from afar. As soon as Jiali saw him, her anger flared up again. Tan Lunwen, what on earth are you doing? How could you join your little cousin in this mischief? He's only 8 years old. Faced with Jiali's questioning, Tan Lunwen carelessly set aside the broom and said with a grin, I wasn't fooling around, Auntie. Not fooling around? If you weren't fooling around, Why did you help him hide the fact that he opened an internet cafe from us? Auntie, my cousin is like a celestial being descended from heaven. I truly admire him, and I'll follow him for the rest of my life. As he spoke, Tan Lunwen raised his thumb, his face brimming with admiration. What kind of nonsense is this? Lu Jiali's face was full of confusion, her eyebrows tightly furrowed into a Chan character. Are you out of your mind? Why do you trust him so much? Tan Lunwen scratched his head, a slightly embarrassed smile appearing on his face. He taught me how to pick up girls. I followed his advice and hooked up with a girl in just 2 days. The kid was talking animatedly, his face practically overflowing with smugness. Pick up girls? My 8-year-old son teaching an 18-year-old how to pick up girls? Lu Jiali's eyes widened even more upon hearing this, her expression shifting from shock to a mix of amusement and disbelief. She looked at Tanjai, her heart filled with mixed emotions. What had this son of hers, who seemed so small and naive, gone through to suddenly become so mature and decisive? Tanjai stood to the side, watching the changes in his mother's expression, secretly relieved in his heart. He stepped forward and gently tugged at Lu Jiali's sleeve. Mom, please believe in me. I really want to help our family, and I'm confident I can run the internet cafe well. Anyway, the money's already spent, and I'm ready to take whatever punishment comes my way. But my internet cafe opens tomorrow. You can scold me after that if you still want to. Lu Jiali looked down at her son, the shock in her heart gradually replaced by a mix of complicated emotions. She wasn't sure if this decision was right, but seeing the determination in her son's eyes, she decided to trust him just this once. In no time, Tan Huigan hurried over. He rode his bicycle at full speed, his forehead covered in sweat. Upon seeing the scene in the shop and his wife's shocked expression, he quickly asked, Honey, what's going on here? Lu Jiali took a deep breath and recounted the entire incident to Tan Huigan in detail. Tan Huigan's mouth hung open after hearing this, his face a picture of shock no less intense than Lu Jiali's. He looked at his beloved son as if seeing a stranger. How much did this computer cost you? It took Tan Huigan a long while to finally choke out this question. Chapter 4. Convincing Mom and Dad. Coincidentally, I took my cousin to the computer market, and after some serious bargaining, we didn't spend much money at all. Tanjai waved his small hand, standing before the crowd with his petite frame, yet speaking with grand confidence. For the CPU, I used an Intel 350, 1,700 yuan each. The motherboard also had an Intel chipset, around 1,300 yuan. The monitors are top-of-the-line 17-inch CRTs, 2,000 yuan each. Memory is PC 100. Hard drives are Quantum Fireball 7th Gen, plus cases, graphics cards, and such. Each setup totals 8,000 yuan. This rapid-fire list of technical terms left Tan Huigan and Lu Jiali utterly dumbfounded. I checked the market. This setup would cost nearly 10 grand anywhere else, but thanks to my connections and my cousin's silver tongue, we managed to talk them down. Don't underestimate my cousin just because he's young. His future is limitless. Tan Lunwen chimed in from the side, his eyes filled with admiration for the little guy. Tanjai grew more excited as he spoke, his short legs propelling him onto a chair where he stood, gesturing animatedly. I even boasted to the shop owner, saying I'd open an internet cafe with 100 computers within 3 months, and I'd buy all the machines from him. He was so happy. He gave me 10 sets of mice and keyboards for free. How about that? Isn't your son amazing? Wow, this kid, only 8 years old. He even put on a serious face and negotiated with the computer store owner, shamelessly boasting that he could open an internet cafe with 100 computers in just 3 months. My God, 100 computers at 8,000 each, that's 800,000 yuan. In 1998, the average worker only earned 500 or 600 yuan a month. To save up 800,000, they'd have to work without eating or drinking for a full 133 years. My son, but he's really good at bragging. Lu Jiali looked at Tan Huigan in confusion, only to find that her usually dull and rigid husband now had shining eyes, with an expression that clearly said, My son is amazing class. After some thought, Lu Jiali frowned and said, Son, you make it sound easy, but will people really come to play at this internet cafe? 3 yuan an hour right from the start, that's not cheap. You know? Tanjai responded with full confidence. Mom, you can rest assured. Times have changed. This is the era of internet technology. The games in arcades are always the same few, and their graphics and gameplay are too monotonous. But internet cafes are different. You can play all kinds of games, browse information online, and even chat with people far away. He paused, his little face flushed with excitement, and continued passionately. Many people are already starting to use the internet. Though it's not widespread yet, the trend is clear. In the future, the internet will change the world. I only need one day to prove it all. Tanjai nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with admiration for his son. Jiali still hesitated, frowning as she said, "That may be true, but 50,000 is no small amount, and 20,000 of it is from a bank loan. What if we lose it all?" "Lose it?" Tanjai suddenly spoke earnestly. "So what if we lose it? As a father, I can afford to take the loss for my son." Turning his head, Tanjai gave Tanjai a thumbs up. "Son, impressive. I always knew my son, Tanhuigen's son, wouldn't be destined to be just an ordinary person like us. Since the money's already spent and the shop's up and running, I'll accept this 50,000 loss. At worst, we'll lose everything, but I'll grit my teeth and work hard for a few years. I can pay it back." Tanjai, who usually remained silent on major family matters and indifferent to minor ones, was today stirred by Tanjai's few words. His spirits soared, and he reached out to pull Tanjai into his arms, affectionately pinching the little one's nose. "Husband, but my cousin is coming tonight to collect the money." Jiali tugged at Tanhuigen's sleeve, her eyes filled with worry. Tanhuigen took a deep breath and said firmly, "Tonight, I'll be the one to turn him down. Given the current situation, we have no choice but to refuse." Jiali had no choice but to nod lightly, a complex look flashing in her eyes. After settling the internet cafe matters, Tanjai excitedly sat on the front bar of his father's 28-inch bicycle, his face brimming with unconcealable excitement. Jiali sat on the rear seat, her arms lightly encircling Tanhuigen's waist. The glow of the setting sun bathed them, as if gilding the family in a golden halo. Along the way, the city streets of 1998 were bustling with life. The streets were filled with a torrent of bicycles, their bells ringing incessantly. The roadside snack shops, restaurants, and clothing stores were all bustling with business. The trolleybuses with long braids slowly passed by, and as soon as they stopped, a huge crowd at the bus station squeezed onto the vehicles. Come on, let's meet in 98. Come on, let's meet in 1998. The sound of pop music drifted from the street-side video stores, and the rhythmic click-clack of sewing machines echoed from the tailor shops. The world of 1998 vividly unfolded before his eyes once again. The family, riding their classic 28-inch bicycles, soon arrived at the foot of their apartment building. Tanjai's home was a tube-shaped apartment building constructed in the 1950s with Soviet aid. The 5-story structure looked worn, its peeling paint revealing mottled concrete walls beneath. As soon as they entered the stairwell, a rich aroma of cooked food wafted toward them. Like many old-style tube-shaped apartment buildings in 1998, this one had no private kitchens. Every household cooked in the shared hallway. It was mealtime, and the corridor buzzed with activity. The clatter of pots and pans mingled with lively chatter and laughter. Tanjai bounded up the stairs, cheerfully greeting uncles, aunts, and elderly neighbors as she passed their doorways. Some neighbors were stir-frying over coal stoves, flames licking the wok's bottoms. Others simmered soups on honeycomb briquette stoves, steam rising in fragrant clouds. As soon as I reached my doorstep, I saw a group of children of all sizes holding their rice bowls, laughing and running from one house to another, shouting, "Try my family's braised pork. Come quickly and taste the stir-fried green beans my mom made." The children ate food from every household, their faces beaming with innocent smiles. Tanhuigen and Jiali also smiled and chatted warmly with their neighbors, the atmosphere between them friendly and cordial. Tanjai rushed ahead into the house. It was a small 2-room house, with the living room serving as Tanjai's bedroom, while the inner room belonged to his parents. Both equally cramped spaces were furnished simply, though the television, bought a couple of years ago, still looked quite new. Although life wasn't affluent, the happiest moments were when the whole family gathered joyfully around the table. Just as they were eating, suddenly there was a knock at the door. "Who is it?" Jiali called out. "Sis, it's me, Zhao Dezhu," came a voice from outside that sounded honest and simple. "Sis, brother-in-law, I'm here. Damn, here he comes. That guy, he's finally here." Chapter 5: The Hypocritical Relative. As soon as Tanjai heard the name, the smile on his young face instantly vanished, and anger flared up inside him like a sudden spark. It was this Zhao Dezhu who, taking advantage of his status as a relative, had sweet-talked his parents out of their hard-earned savings, a debt Tanjai had never forgotten. The door soon opened, revealing Zhao Dezhu with a beaming smile that, in Tanjai's eyes, was disgustingly insincere. Carrying a bag of fruit in his left hand and holding his son Zhao Mingxing's hand with his right, he walked in without a hint of hesitation. Zhao Dezhu greeted warmly, "Sis, brother-in-law, I just saw these apples on the street, they looked really sweet, so I bought a bag for Jai to try." "Aya, you didn't have to bring anything when you came," Lu Jiali said politely, deftly placing the fruit on the table. Zhao Mingxing was also 8 years old this year, though a few months younger than Tanjai. Now, he was actually slightly taller than Tanjai. Following behind Zhao Dezhu, his small eyes darted around, curiously examining every corner of the room, not missing a single detail. Every time this kid came over, the house would always end up missing 1 or 2 toys. "Dezhu, come sit down quickly. Wife, go get another glass. I'll have a couple of drinks with Dezhu." Tanhuigan glanced at the awkward Lu Jiali and instructed. Although he was usually timid and slow-witted, when it was his turn to step up, he didn't hesitate. Zhao Dezhu, unaware that his 50,000 yuan already as good as in his pocket had flown away, plopped down into a seat with a beaming smile and said, "All right, I'll have a couple with brother-in-law. Today we must drink to our heart's content." Lu Jiali brought the glass, and Zhao Dezhu snatched it over, pouring himself a drink without ceremony. When he raised his glass to Tanhuigan, his gaze swept over Tanjai and Zhao Mingxing. "These 2 kids must be bored just sitting here. Let them go play in the inner room." Tanjai was quite displeased upon hearing this and couldn't help muttering under his breath, "I don't want to play with this little brat." Lu Jiali immediately turned her head and glared at him sharply, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. "What kind of attitude is that, child? Look at Zhao Mingxing, top grades, always diligent and sensible, even won the 3 Good Student award this year. Can't you learn a thing or 2 from them?" Tanjai was scolded by his mother, feeling utterly wronged. His lips pouting so much you could hang an oil bottle on them, muttering under his breath, "Learn from him? Learn my foot." Though the voice was soft, it was brimming with defiance. Zhao Mingxing and Tanjai walked into the inner room one after the other. As soon as they entered the room, Zhao Mingxing raised his head with a hint of arrogance on his face and said loudly, "I heard what you said. Did you just say, 'Learn my foot'? With your grades never hitting 100, is it really too much to ask you to learn from me?" Tanjai heard this and rolled her eyes in anger, turning her head away without another word to him. This guy, just like his father, is a total show-off, always looking for chances to flaunt himself. In their past life, from childhood on, Zhao Mingxing had frequently stepped on her to shine in front of relatives, causing her to unjustly endure at least a few dozen spankings for no reason. Zhao Mingxing noticed Tanjai's indifference and quickly rolled his small eyes. He hurriedly pulled out a brand new copy of the Dragon Ball manga from his pocket and waved it in front of Tanjai. He said smugly, "Look, this is the hottest Japanese manga right now. It's really good. Look at you showing off. Dragon Ball. Huh? What's so great about that?" Tanjai scoffed. "Think you can impress me with Dragon Ball? Little did you know, I've already watched One Piece and Naruto 8 times each. If you call me Big Brother, I'll let you borrow it." Zhao Mingxing's eyes narrowed into slits, his lips curled high with smugness, his face brimming with pride. His head swayed slightly, exuding the unique arrogance of a child. This kid, just because he was a few months older, he refused to acknowledge him as an elder brother, always stubbornly refusing to say it. Now he was actually using a comic book to bait him into calling him Big Brother? What a pity. You'll always be the little brother in front of me. Tanjai sneered without hesitation and retorted sharply, "You want to be my elder brother? Maybe in your next life. Wait, no, even in your next life you wouldn't be qualified." Zhao Mingxing's face turned red with anger at these words. I have good grades, so I have the right to be the big brother. As the saying goes, those who achieve first are the teachers. I can recite many Tang poems. Can you?" The sunlit censer peak exhales incandescent smoke far off. I watch the waterfall plunge to the long river. Flying waters descend straight 3,000 feet, till I think the Milky Way has tumbled from the 9th height of heaven. This is Li Bai's, gazing at the waterfall of Mount Lu. "Can you do it? Can you?" I can do your damn arm." Tanjai was so annoyed that he was about to give the kid a flick on the forehead when a loud noise suddenly came from the outer room. Bang! First came the sudden slam of a hand on the table, followed immediately by the clatter of teacups and dishes falling onto its surface. Then, Zhao Dezhu's furious roar erupted. Sis, brother-in-law, this is downright unfair. We agreed that this 50,000 yuan was for me. How could you take my money and give it to your 8-year-old son? To open an internet cafe, no less? What a goddamn joke. Tanjai quickly explained. Dezhu, don't get worked up yet. The money's already spent, there's really no way to undo it now. We only made this decision because we saw the boy had this idea and thought there might actually be a real opportunity here. We had to grit our teeth and go for it. Jiali also nodded repeatedly beside him, forcing an apologetic smile as she said, Yes, Dezhu. We're really sorry, truly sorry. But Zhao Dezhu wouldn't hear any of it. His face turned crimson, veins bulging on his neck as he kept cursing, spewing a string of 5 or 6 foul insults in a row. Tanjai was fuming in the inner room and could no longer hold back his anger. His eyes red with rage, he charged out like an angry little lion. Why are you asking my parents for so much money? What kind of business are you planning? Every time my parents asked you before, you always dodged the question. Is your so-called business some kind of state secret that you're afraid of leaking? Zhao Dezhu was momentarily stunned by the furious 8-year-old standing before him, but soon a cold smirk appeared on his face. Humph, what do you know, you little brat? The business I'm planning would scare you all to death if I told you. Tanjai didn't back down at all, stiffening his neck and retorting loudly, Then go ahead and say it. Zhao Dezhu paused, a flash of smugness in his eyes, and raised his voice. All right, since you insist, I'll tell you. I have a connection in Guangdong province. The risk is a bit high, but the profits are huge. As they say, fortune favors the bold. After it's done, you take 70%, I take 30%. Remember, it's 70-30 in your favor. Hey, it's not that I can't do it myself. There's only one reason I'm letting you invest. We're family. Jiali was so startled she couldn't help but shudder, stammering, Dezhu? You rascal? You're not planning to buy weapons, are you? Chapter 6. Wanna bet? Think your son can do it? Upon hearing Jiali's words, Zhao Dezhu's eyes widened instantly, and he retorted loudly, Sis, don't jump to conclusions. No matter what, Zhao Dezhu, would never get involved in that kind of life-risking business. Lowering his voice mysteriously, his eyes gleaming with cunning and excitement, he continued, I know a manager at a pager factory, a real close buddy of mine. He's got a batch of the best Chinese display pagers on the market, full-featured, crystal-clear display, absolutely top-notch quality. As long as we transport this batch of goods back to Jiangqing and find a good channel to resell them, it's a windfall waiting to happen. This opportunity, countless people are scrambling for it. I had to share several rounds of drinks with the manager and give my word before securing this deal. See, my first thought, Zhao Dezhu, was to bring my sister and brother-in-law in on this fortune. After all, we're family. Jiali and Tanjai exchanged a glance, a flicker of temptation flashing in their eyes. Nowadays, pagers are indeed selling like hotcakes. Walking down the street, anyone with a bit of status or means has a pager clipped to their belt. When it rings, it's nothing short of impressive. If we could really get our hands on a batch, the profits would be beyond imagination. Heh! A frog in a well, completely unaware of how the world is changing. Tanjai, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, let out a scornful laugh. He crossed his arms, his youthful face full of disdain. A pager? What era is this? You still think you can make a fortune with that? It's 1998 now, not 1995. Pagers are outdated technology. They'll soon be replaced by increasingly cheaper mobile phones. If we buy a whole batch, whether we can even sell them is still a big question mark. Besides, if it were really such easy money, why would anyone give this opportunity to someone like you? No connections and no capital. I tell you, it's just a trap waiting for you to jump into. Zhao Dezhu flared up instantly upon hearing this. He glared at Tanjai with impatience and roared angrily, What does an 8-year-old kid like you know? You're still wet behind the ears. Who asked for your opinion? Go away. Go play somewhere else. Stop messing around here. Tanjai ignored Zhao Dezhu's anger. He reached out and affectionately patted Tanjai's little head, his face wearing a gentle smile. Son, take your time and speak slowly. Dad is listening. Turning his head, Tanjai then said to Zhao Dezhu, Although my son is young, what he just said was quite logical. My son is a member of our family. Both emotionally and rationally, I should listen to his thoughts. Zhao Mingxing, standing nearby, couldn't help but snort coldly, his face full of mockery. Him? Uncle. Don't let him fool you. He's always at the bottom of the class, sleeping through lessons every day, teasing girls after class, and can't even score 100 on tests. How could he possibly have the same insight as my dad? Tanjai raised his head defiantly, stiffened his neck, and retorted loudly. Even if I sleep every day, I still learn better than you. Don't think you're so great just because your grades are a bit better. Zhao Mingxing sneered repeatedly. You're still talking tough. Just now, I challenged you to a poetry recitation contest, and you didn't even dare. And you claim to learn better than me? You're bragging without even preparing a draft. If you've got what it takes, let's compete. Let's compete right here in front of everyone. Shall we? A confident smile curled at the corners of Tanjai's lips as he met Zhao Mingxing's gaze without hesitation. Crossing his arms and raising his chin, he declared boldly, Bring it on! Who's afraid of who? Fine. Zhao Mingxing had barely uttered the word when Tanjai immediately cut in. Just competing like this is boring. Let's add some stakes to it. What's the bet? Zhao Mingxing pressed. If I lose, I'll sell the internet cafe and give your dad 50,000. If you lose, get the hell out of my house and never come back. No matter what. Tanjai raised her head and declared resolutely. Holy, are you trying to cut family ties? Everyone present was stunned. Zhao Mingxing, after all, was only an 8-year-old child. Hearing this, he was startled and quickly looked at his father. Zhao Dezhu secretly felt pleased. He knew his son's academic performance all too well. His son was famously outstanding at school, consistently ranking at the top in every exam. Even the teachers couldn't stop praising him for being sensible, clever, well-behaved, and knowledgeable. Look at Tanjai again, always at the bottom of the class at school, sleeping during lessons and causing trouble. After how could he possibly be a match for my son? At this thought, a faint sneer appeared on his face. With a grand wave of his hand, he declared, Fine, it's settled. I refuse to believe my son could lose to you. Hearing this, Zhao Mingxing was the first to step forward. He took a deep breath, slightly raised his chin, and with a hint of pride in his eyes, recited clearly and eloquently. Seeing Yuan the second off on a mission to Anqi, by Wang Wei. A morning rain in Weiqing has settled the light dust. The willows by the inn look fresh and green. I urge you to drink one more cup of wine west of the Yang Pass. There'll be no old friends. The boy recited the poem with a crisp and clear voice, each word seemingly brimming with confidence. When he reached the line, I urge you to drink one more cup of wine. He even raised his hand, mimicking the gesture of toasting, as if he were truly in the scene of bidding farewell to a friend. After finishing the recitation in one breath, Zhao Mingxing glanced sideways at Tanjai, his eyes full of provocation. This poem isn't taught until the 4th grade of elementary school. You're only in 2nd grade now, so you definitely don't know it, right? Tanjai looked utterly speechless. If I weren't a reincarnated individual, you, Zhao Mingxing, would have really pulled off that pretentious act. It's just a pity reincarnation is the ultimate cheat code. All those so-called prodigies and young geniuses are merely stepping stones for the reincarnated. Brother Jai, don't lose too embarrassingly. Seeing Tanjai remain silent, Zhao Mingxing thought he was feeling guilty and smugly returned to his father's embrace, wearing a proud expression. Ha ha ha. My son is only in 2nd grade, but can already recite Tang poems from the 4th grade curriculum. Son, you're your father's pride. Zhao Dezhu was even more showy, hugging Zhao Mingxing and planting kisses all over him. Meanwhile, Lu Jiali and Tan Huigan habitually shrank back, deflated. After all, Tanjai had been mischievous since childhood. Utterly disinterested in studying, his eyelids would start drooping after just 10 minutes with a textbook. How could he possibly compare to Zhao Mingxing, who had been class monitor since elementary school? Yet Tanjai remained unruffled, boldly confronting the challenge head-on. Nanchang, the old capital of Yuzhong, now the new prefecture of Hongdu. Under the stars aligned with Yi and Zhen, the land connects Heng and Lu. Girdled by 3 rivers and belted by 5 lakes, it controls the wild Jing and links to Oyue. Treasures of heaven shine here, with dragon light piercing the Ox and Dipper constellations, a land of outstanding people, where Su Ru was honored by Chun Fan's lowered couch. At first, Zhao Mingxing listened with a look of disdain, but as Tanjai continued reciting, his face gradually turned pale, his eyes widened in shock, and the confidence on his face was slowly replaced by fear. Chapter 7. Internet Cafe opens for business. What Tang Dynasty poem is this? The boy desperately searched his memory but couldn't recall ever hearing it before. Treasures of nature, talents among men? Tanjai looked utterly confused, only recognizing these two phrases from the long string of words. Pushing open the carved doors, gazing down at the sculpted eaves. The vast mountains and plains fill the view. The winding rivers and lakes astonish the gaze. Tanjai's clear, childlike voice echoed in the room, and Zhao Dezhu's initially scornful smile froze instantly. His eyes widened in shock, his face a picture of utter disbelief. What kind of talk is this? What on earth is he saying? This 8-year-old kid had rattled off several sentences. Yet he couldn't understand a single one, so many characters he didn't even know how to write. Is this kid really 8 years old? Is this still the same nephew I knew who slept in class, flirted with girls after school, and had terrible grades? What the hell is he reciting? Where is the prince of the pavilion now? Beyond the railings, the Yangtze River flows in vain. I finished reciting the preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tang by Wang Bo of the Tang Dynasty. Tanjai recited the over 600-word preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tang with perfect cadence and rhythm, as if it were effortless. Meanwhile, Zhao Mingxing bit his lower lip tightly, beads of sweat the size of peas rolling down his forehead. His heart flooded with terror. He never imagined that Tanjai, whom he had always regarded as an academic underachiever, could recite such a stunning piece of poetry. Damn, this is way too long. Zhao Dezhu's face turned pale and then flushed, as if lost in thought. Son, you're amazing. How did you memorize such a long poem? Lu Jiali let out a cheer, immediately pulling Tanjai into her arms and showering her with excited kisses. This isn't poetry, it's parallel prose. The preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tang is hailed as the greatest parallel prose through the ages, containing dozens of idiomatic allusions. Son, you're amazing. Mom is so happy. Another kiss, moi moi moi. Zhao Mingxing stared wide-eyed at Tanjai, who was being spoiled beyond measure, his eyes misting over before he suddenly burst into loud sobs. Tears streamed down, and a long string of snot shot out. Dad, I want to go home, I want to go home. Zhao Mingxing threw himself into Zhao Dezhu's arms, tears and snot all over, rubbing them straight onto his father. Damn, this kid. Seeing that he couldn't win the argument, he was about to run away. Humph, the sooner you get lost, the better. Without another word, Tanjai jumped down from Lu Jiali's arms, ran to open the door, and said to Zhao Dezhu, Uncle, please. Zhao Dezhu's lips trembled as he wanted to retort but couldn't find a reason. He was filled with resentment, could only grit his teeth, and glared fiercely at Tanjai, as if to sear this humiliation into his memory. Then, he scooped up Zhao Mingxing and muttered, Let's go, we're going home. Tanjai stood up. Dezhu, this is just kids fooling around. Come visit often in the future. Your son has really made something of himself. As for your family's door, I don't think I'll dare to step through it again. Zhao Dezhu snorted coldly, carrying Zhao Mingxing as he strode away without looking back. And Tanjai watched his retreating figure, finally feeling somewhat at ease. Mom and Dad's 50,000 yuan was safe. The next day, Tanjai woke up at 7 o'clock and sprang out of bed in one swift motion. The internet cafe opens today. The starting point that changes everything is today. How could he possibly sleep? Watching her son wash his face and brush his teeth in frantic haste, Lu Jiali couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. Son, it's only 7 o'clock now. Why don't you sleep a little longer? No more sleep. Today at 10:18 is an auspicious time. We have to set off firecrackers for the grand opening of the internet cafe. As the boss, I absolutely have to be there. Tanjai responded while glancing at his reflection in the mirror. With delicate features and an air of youthful innocence, he was undeniably a handsome young lad. Son, Mom and Dad will go with you. Tanjai was truly uneasy about letting his son go alone and also wanted to see how the internet cafe business was doing. Unable to sleep, he got up and followed along. The family happily finished their morning routine and set off for the internet cafe on their trusty 28-inch bicycle. It was summer vacation and a weekend. As soon as the three of them arrived at the internet cafe's entrance, they were greeted by a noisy crowd. A dozen or so teenagers, about 15 or 16 years old, were packed together, chattering excitedly among themselves. A cap-wearing teenager frowned, constantly looking around anxiously, and said impatiently, We've been waiting so long, why hasn't this new internet cafe opened yet? Wasn't today supposed to be its grand opening? A lanky guy next to him chimed in, Yeah, don't tell me we're getting stood up. If we can't play today, it'll be such a letdown. A chubby teenager nearby licked his lips excitedly and said loudly, "We came way too early, it's only 8:30 now." "Yeah, we're a bit early. How could we not be? Every other internet cafe is packed. I waited 3 hours just to get online yesterday." "Hey, don't even mention it. I finally got a seat but ran out of money after just 2 rounds of red alert. This place just opened and charges only 3 yuan per hour, while others cost 5. Today, I'm definitely going to play to my heart's content." In those early days of the internet's rise, internet cafes were still a novelty to the general public. There were no restrictions on minors like today. They truly welcomed all comers. Coming. Don't rush, everyone. The official opening isn't until 10:18. Tanjai jumped off the 28-inch bicycle and said to the crowd, "Who are you?" A group of teenagers stared in disbelief at this little 8-year-old. "I'm the boss," Tanjai declared proudly, spinning the keys around his fingers. "Holy, you're the boss? Such a young boss? Stop kidding, his dad must be the real boss. At most he's just a little boss." "Never mind that. Boss, hurry up and open the door. I want to get online." Yeah, open up quick." A crowd had no interest in knowing whether Tanjai was the boss. They just clamored for him to open the door. Since customers were already at the door, it was time to open early. Tanjai lit a string of firecrackers, the crackling sounds announcing the official opening of Jiali Internet Cafe. Amid the wild noise of the firecrackers, the group of teenagers, like freed birds, excitedly rushed into the open doors of the internet cafe, their enthusiasm nearly breaking the door. "These kids, is this game really that fun?" Lu Jiali truly couldn't understand. "Boss, do you have Red Alert? Do you have Half-Life? Starcraft is a must-have, right? And what about Quake and Age of Empires? Do you have them here?" The teenagers rushed in, shouting loudly. Tanjai ran behind the counter, wearing a confident smile, and quickly responded, "We have them all. Our place has the most complete collection of games: Starcraft, Half-Life, Red Alert, even Beachhead, Tomb Raider, and Diablo. I guarantee you'll have a blast." "Wow, you even have Diablo. That's awesome. I've been wanting to play it for so long." "Boss, I'll take 5 hours. I want 3 hours. Give me 2 hours." The teenagers waved their banknotes in the air as if they were tickets to a world of joy, eager to power on the computers. Chapter 8. Dad's Business Acumen. Tanjai collected the money while quickly flipping open a notebook. With a small hand gripping a ballpoint pen, he meticulously recorded each person's computer start time. Though the handwriting was somewhat scrawled and noticeably childish, every stroke exuded earnestness. In the blink of an eye, all 6 computers in the internet cafe were occupied. Several kids crowded around each computer, some craning their necks with eyes glued to the screen. Occasionally exclaiming in awe, others waved their arms excitedly, offering advice to their gaming friends. The Red Alert players were fully absorbed in commanding their troops, while onlookers banged the table enthusiastically. "Quick! Send the tanks around for a sneak attack." The player immersed in Half-Life had beads of sweat on their forehead, nervously reacting to the game, while their companion warned from the side, "Watch your back! There's an enemy!" Tanhuagan and Lu Jiali stood by, watching the bustling scene, their hearts filled with astonishment. Their son was right, this internet cafe was truly this popular. Lu Jiali's mind was racing with thoughts, and she couldn't hold back any longer, pulling Tanhuagan aside to start calculating the profits. "Huagan, look. If a computer runs non-stop for 24 hours at 3 yuan per hour, that's 72 yuan a day. Multiply that by 30 days in a month, and it's 2,160 yuan. With 6 computers, that's 12,960. Her eyes widened in amazement as she couldn't help but exclaim, "This is incredibly profitable. It's practically like running a money-printing factory." At the time, Lu Jiali's monthly salary was only 500 yuan. The so-called big-headed brains of these computers in front of her could earn her entire month's wages in just 7 days. How could she not be utterly shocked? Tanhuagan was also stunned by the numbers. A relieved smile spread across his face as he sighed. Our son really has vision. It seems trusting him was the right decision after all. The July weather was unbearably hot, and the internet cafe was not very spacious. With over 20 people crammed inside, the air became stifling and humid. Tanjai sat there, drenched in sweat, his hair soaked and sticking to his forehead. Everyone else was also suffering from the heat. Some kept fanning themselves with their hands, while others simply took off their shirts and went bare-chested. Tanhuagan observed the scene and had an idea. He turned to Lu Jiali and said, It's so hot someone's bound to get heat stroke this afternoon. I'll go buy a big fan to cool everyone down. With that, he hurried out of the internet cafe, hopped onto his 28-inch bicycle, and headed straight for the appliance store. Jiali pulled up a stool and sat contentedly beside Tanjai, her heart brimming with joy. Thank heavens. Her belly had truly done her proud, giving birth to such a little money-making treasure. Boss, I'm logging off. A kid played for an hour and ran out of money, then came up to Tanjai with his 3 friends, still looking eager for more. All right, come back often. By the way, starting tomorrow, the regular rate is back to 5 yuan per hour. After midnight, Arlie Internet Cafe offers a half-price overnight package 20 yuan for 8 hours. Tanjai waved at the kid. The kid's ears perked up when he heard that. Overnight is half price? 20 bucks for 8 hours. Yep, same deal every day from now on. Wow, that's even cheaper than the grand opening special of 3 bucks an hour. Awesome. I'll scrape together 20 bucks tomorrow and play all night. I'll come again tomorrow. A group of kids was buzzing with excitement, chattering away. Remember to help spread the word. Tanjai wouldn't miss any chance to promote, handing each of them a piece of big bubble gum. Big bubble gum. You're so generous. Little boss. You're a real stand-up guy. Boss, I'll definitely spread the word for you. Yeah, we'll all help promote your place. The kids quickly popped the big bubble gums into their mouths and left, blowing bubbles as they went. And their vacated seats were immediately filled by new customers. Boss, turn on the computer. I'll take 2 hours. Got it, machine number 5, go ahead. Jiali looked at Tanjai's confident little face and couldn't help but want to pull him into her arms and smother him with kisses again. You little rascal. You even know tricks like half price for overnight stays? What's the big deal? The internet cafe is packed as soon as it opens, but business always slows down a lot at night. This way, we can make even more money. In the future, I plan to launch membership top-ups with free internet time, gaming tournaments, and even hire attractive female staff. I aim to make our Jiali internet cafe the best in the entire Jiangxing. Wait, son, I don't understand most of what you're saying. But what do you mean by attractive female staff? Well, most of our customers are men and you know opposites attract. Hiring a few pretty girls as cashiers will naturally draw in men who like to look at beautiful women. If you want to see the beauty of our family, you have to come and spend money at our place. Mom, you get it now, right? You little rascal, only 8 years old and already knows about the attraction between the sexes? Ahem, that's what my cousin said. I just remembered it and thought the same way. Beautiful internet cafe manager. My aunt's daughter is very pretty. She just graduated from high school this year and didn't get into college. She's sitting at home with nothing to do. How about I ask her to come over? All right, I'll pay her 500 a month, same as my cousin. She'll take the morning shift, and he'll take the evening shift. Perfect. Okay, I'll go tell my aunt as soon as I get back. Tanjai excitedly hugged his mom, then took 5 yuan from the drawer. Mom, keep an eye on things for me. I'm going to buy some ice cream for us to share. Without waiting for Jiali's reply, the little rascal jumped off the stool and dashed out the door in a hurry. You little glutton, slow down. Jiali watched her son disappear through the front gate, shaking her head with a smile. Soon, Tanhuigan came running back, carrying a large industrial fan. Honey, you bought such a big fan. Jiali quickly stepped forward to help Tanhuigan set the fan in place. If you're going to buy one, get a big one. Bigger is better. Tanhuigan plugged in the cord, flipped the switch, and the large fan whirred to life, sending a refreshing breeze through the room. Wow, so cool. Now we've got a fan, this is awesome. Hey, it was just too hot earlier and my hands were all sweaty. This time, I'm definitely taking down this boss. Under the cool breeze, the boys were having even more fun. Tanhuigan looked excitedly at the crowded room and said to Jiali, Honey, I think although this place has a good location, it's too small. If our son wants to expand the business, this place won't do. It's just opened. And you're already thinking about expanding? Jiali laughed and tapped Tanhuigan's forehead. Tanhuigan was just about to speak when Tanjai ran in holding an ice pop. Dad, have an ice pop. Feeling the cool breeze on his face, Tanjai turned and saw the industrial-grade fan, his eyes widening in surprise. Dad, did you buy this? Yes, your dad thought there were too many people here and it was too hot, so he went out and bought a fan for you, Jiali said cheerfully. This dad actually has a good business sense after all. Chapter 9, The Role of a Beauty. It seems that if Dezhu hadn't swindled the family's 50,000 yuan in his previous life, causing his father to never recover from the blow. Perhaps his father could have carved out a path on his own. Tanjai sighed inwardly as she ate popsicles with her parents. Watching the crowded room and the continuous stream of cash flowing into the drawer, the smile on her little face simply wouldn't fade. The 6 computers were in use from morning till night, with hardly a minute of downtime. As soon as someone gets off the computer, another person immediately takes their place. Moreover, there are plenty of people who, even if they can't play, stand behind others and watch with great interest. It wasn't until after midnight that a few computers slowly became available. Dad, Mom, today we were open for 14 hours, and the 6 computers made a total of 252 yuan. Tanjai counted the money and handed it all over to his mother. 252 yuan. That's half a month's wages in just one day. Even with some mental preparation, Jiali was still incredibly excited. Not a full day, just half a day. This internet cafe is really profitable, and I can see the market is big enough to sustain it. Today, so many people didn't even get a chance to play, they just stood behind others and watched them play all afternoon. Tan Huigan was also deeply amazed. He had always just kept his head down and worked hard, never imagining the world had changed into something beyond his comprehension. Thankfully, heaven had blessed him with such a bright and clever son. Hee, let's discuss it tomorrow, cousin. Tonight's all on you. Tanjai grinned and playfully patted his cousin on the backside. Got it, don't worry. Cousin Tan Lunwen arrived at 8 o'clock for his night shift, which would last until 8 the next morning. Let's go. Time to head home. Holding his parents' hands, Tanjai returned once more to that carefree era. An era of positivity, where every industry was undergoing rapid and dramatic changes, evolving with each passing day. On the 3rd day, Tanjai was still accompanied by his parents, keeping watch in the internet cafe. Business remained booming with even more customers than before. Before noon, the cramped space was already packed with people. Young gamers huddled around the computers, eyes glued to the screens, shouting excitedly. The clatter of keyboards, the clicks of mice, and bursts of laughter intertwined, filling the air with the vibrant energy of youth and the scent of sweat. Around 2 in the afternoon, the door of the internet cafe creaked open with a gentle push, letting in a soft breeze that dispelled some of the stifling heat. A girl appeared in the doorway, instantly drawing everyone's attention. She wore a white floral sundress, its skirt swaying just right, light and lively, perfectly showcasing the sweetness and innocence of a young girl. Her silky black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, with a few playful strands clinging to her fair cheeks, accentuating her delicate and refined features. What caught even more attention were her eyes, clear and bright like a spring, brimming with the shyness and innocence of someone new to society, standing out starkly in the noisy and chaotic internet cafe. Jiali spotted her immediately, her face instantly lighting up with a warm smile as she hurried forward to greet her. Xiaoyun, finally you're here. We've been waiting for your help. Jiali held her hand affectionately before turning to Tanjai and saying, Son, this is your auntie, Yang Xiaoyun. Several young men who had been completely absorbed in watching others play games were drawn by Jiali's words and turned to look. The moment they saw Yang Xiaoyun, their eyes widened like copper bells, mouths slightly agape, and their Adam's apples involuntarily bobbing up and down. Holy, she's absolutely stunning. These 17 or 18-year-old young lads swallowed hard, their whole bodies as if under a freezing spell, standing dumbfounded on the spot, unable to snap out of it for a long while. Auntie? Where would I get such a young and beautiful auntie from? Clearly, she's a sister. Tanjai quickly stepped forward, a bright smile on his face, and warmly called out, Sister, you're here. Come, sit over here. With that, he pulled Yang Xiaoyun to the chair in front of the counter, even thoughtfully adjusting it for her. Thank you. Yang Xiaoyun, feeling quite shy, followed and sat down. Jiali first chatted with her for a while about family matters before saying, I talked to your mom this morning when you happened to be out. I thought since you don't have a job right now, why not come help out at our internet cafe? Tanjai cleared her throat and said earnestly, Sis, from now on, you'll be working here with me. The work at the internet cafe isn't hard. Mainly, you just need to keep track of the player's computer time, ask how long they plan to play, collect the payment in advance, and remind them to log off when their time is up. It's as simple as that. Yang Xiaoyun lowered her head slightly, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks, and whispered softly, I know how to do this. I've been to an internet cafe once before, so I'm somewhat familiar with the process. Her voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, making it exceptionally pleasant to listen to. Tanjai nodded with a smile and continued. That's good, sister. I'll pay you 500 yuan a month. How does that sound? In 1998, for a young person just out of school and entering society, a monthly salary of 500 yuan was indeed quite a decent income. Yang Xiaoyun's eyes instantly lit up, and she nodded eagerly, her face beaming with joy. Yes, of course. The pay is quite good. I'd love to do it. It's just, are there any other things I should pay attention to? She raised her head, surveying the small yet exceptionally bustling internet cafe in front of her. Tanjai scratched his head and said earnestly, from now on, when you sit at the counter, remember to wear some light makeup, maybe some lipstick, and dress up a bit prettier. It can attract more customers. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoyun's face showed a look of surprise, her eyes widening. Huh? I have to wear lipstick too? My mom never lets me wear makeup. She subconsciously bit her rosy lips, looking troubled. Lu Jiali quickly chimed in from the side. You're already this grown up, graduated from high school, and about to step into society. Wearing a little makeup is perfectly normal. Don't worry, I'll talk to your mom about it. It'll definitely be fine. As he spoke, he gently patted Yang Xiaoyun's shoulder to comfort her. Yang Xiaoyun hesitated for a long while but eventually nodded shyly, signaling her agreement. After all, she was eager to dress up beautifully, but was just afraid her mother would scold her. Seeing this, Tanjai immediately pulled out a bottle of cola from under the counter and handed it to Yang Xiaoyun generously. Here, sis. From now on, you can have a free Coke every day. This is your exclusive perk. Yang Xiaoyun took the Coke, her beautiful big eyes sparkling with delight. In 1998, Coke was a premium drink priced at 3 yuan a bottle, something most people couldn't afford to splurge on. With a smile at Tanjai, Yang Xiaoyun said gratefully, Little brother, you're such a generous boss. Easy to say, we're all family. From now on, let's make money together and get rich together. Tanjai was full of confidence. Chapter 10. If we're going to do it, let's go big. 2 weeks later, after observing for a full 15 days, Tan Huygen was finally convinced from the bottom of his heart. During these 2 weeks, the Jiali Internet Cafe was bustling from morning till night, operating non-stop around the clock. While other internet cafes had sparse customers at night with just a handful of people, Tanjai introduced a half-price overnight package, causing a queue to form at Jiali Internet Cafe even before midnight. In just half a month, Tanjai, their treasured son, had earned a whopping 9,000 yuan. It's like having a money printing machine at home, churning out cash non-stop. Just as he was about to discuss it with his son, Tanjai came bouncing over to find him. Dad, the internet cafe made 9,000 yuan in the past 2 weeks. That's way too slow. I need to talk to you about it. Tanjai's face was flushed with excitement, his eyes sparkling, and his words tumbling out like rapid fire. Tan Huygen was sitting on an old chair sipping tea when he heard this, and couldn't help but pause slightly. Raising an eyebrow, he chuckled. You think earning that much is still too slow? What on earth is going through your head, kid? Lu Jiali walked out from the inner room holding a rag. 9,000 isn't enough? That's a year and a half of my wages. Mom and Dad, think about it. Our internet cafe is so hot right now. If we can expand, we'll make a lot more money. I want to add 20 more computers. 20. 8,000 apiece. That's $160,000. When Lu Jiali heard this, her eyes instantly glazed over, and the rag in her hand fell to the ground with a pop. She hurriedly said, 20 computers? How much would this cost? Will it be too risky? In case business is bad in the future, how can we pay back all this money? Tan Huygen also frowned. This is not a small amount, son. I know it's not a small amount. I'm only 8 years old now, but I can't think of a way to do it. I can only rely on you guys. Tanjai walked to his mother's side, gently took her hand and patiently explained, Mom, you don't have to worry. Look at our business in this half month. It has been so hot. Now that people are becoming more and more interested in going online, as long as we expand our scale, there will definitely be more and more guests. Tan Huygen stroked his chin and slowly said after a moment of contemplation, Son, what you said does make sense. But the question is, where will this large sum of money come from? We don't have that much savings in our hands. Tanjai smiled mysteriously, straightened his back and said confidently, Dad, I've long inquired. The interest rate on bank loans is very low now. We can go for a loan. Loan? Lu Jiali's voice steeply raised. Her face revealed a look of panic. Our family still has 20,000 yuan loan has not been paid. No, no, no. If something goes wrong, our family will be completely finished. In 1998, the average person did not want to take out a loan. In the traditional concept, people uphold the debt-free, think the loan is a matter of shame, not to mention a loan of 160,000 so much at once. Tanjai looked at his mother and said firmly, Mom, we'll use our house and our internet cafe to get a loan. You see that our current business at the internet cafe is so good. What's that little bit of interest on the loan? And now the banks are racking their brains to fulfill the loan task. It's very convenient for us to get a loan. Such a good opportunity won't come again. Also, even if the bank doesn't give us that much, we can still look for our cousin's family, Yang Xiaoyun's family. They all know how much money internet cafes make. It's okay to look for them to borrow. Tan Huigan stared at his son, silent for a long time. Suddenly a smile appeared on his face. I believe my son. This half-month I have also seen with my own eyes that the internet cafe is so hot. I also think of expanding the internet cafe. I can try. Lu Jiali looked at her husband and then at her son, and said with a helpless face, Both of you are so insistent, so let's give it a try. Things are going well. Tan Huigan with the house and the internet cafe loaned a full 15 million. The bank staff also Tan Huigan as a grandpa served, greeted more than treating their own father still attentive. In less than 2 days, the 150,000 to Tan Huigan's account. When sending Tan Huigan out, the staff slipped faster than a monkey, fearing that Tan Huigan would change his mind and not lend money. Cousin Tan Lunwen and sister Yang Xiaoyun also saw with their own eyes how much the internet cafe ran fire. At their instigation, the two families also took out a lot of savings, put together 50,000 to Tan Huigan. However, they did not dare to buy the money as shares, but as a loan to Tan Huigan, thinking of earning so much interest. This is the limitations of the times. The average person, even if the way to earn money in front of the eyes, simply do not have the courage to dare to throw themselves to earn big money. With $200,000 in hand, Tanjai is ready to do something big. With his father, Tanjai traveled to Jiangcheng Computer Market. Chapter 11. You say sees less? Yo. Tan little boss is here, huh? It's only been a few days, Today again you are ready to come over to buy a computer? When Tanjai brought Tan Huigan into a computer store, the middle-aged store owner immediately greeted him warmly. The owner was called Qin Yue, and half a month ago Tanjai had come to him to buy goods. Although 6 computers does not seem to be a lot. But this is in the year of 98. How many years has the development of computers in the Dragon Country? This year is also regarded as the computer industry emerging year. A good bit of computer configuration to $8,000, so 99% of the family, in fact, cannot afford to buy a computer. After all, the average worker's monthly salary is only $400 or $500, more than a year and a half of income in order to buy a computer, not the rich and powerful family who will buy so many computers. Tanjai is different, only 8 years old, half a month ago without blinking an eye bought 6 units away. He earned several $1,000s in profit. Therefore, as soon as he saw that it was Tanjai who came, Qin Yue was enthusiastic. Business was coming. Boss Chen. This is my dad. He's coming over to talk to you about big business today. Tanjai used a milky voice but pretended to be a posh adult. He couldn't help but make Qin Yue happy. Big Boss Tan. Well said. You've really given birth to a good son, youthful and promising, with a long-term vision. He has a bright future ahead of him. Qin Yue stretched out his hands to shake Tan Huigan's hands heavily, as if he was praising not someone else's son, but his own son. Tan Huigan's face also glowed. Being able to be praised as a big boss by a businessman was naturally comforting. Come in and sit. I'll make some tea for the two of you. Saying that, Qin Yue brought the two into the store and took a seat. The store is not big, there is a 50 or 60 square meters. In this section of the computer city is already considered a good store. Some computer monitors and accessories were placed on some counters for customers to select and refer to. Tan Huigan is anyway the first time to see, very fresh, also cannot read. Before long, Qin Yue poured 2 cups of hot tea, and the 3 of them entered the tea table. Tanjai jumped on the chair and picked up the teacup and blew the hot air. Then slightly sip, eyes lit up and said, Not bad, Good long jing. Estimated to be $100 a caddy. $100 a caddy? Tan Huigan just picked up the teacup hand, almost shook a tremor. This is the new year. $100 a caddy of tea so extravagant? Knowledgeable. Tan Xiao boss is really knowledgeable. This is the West Lake Dragon well that I entertained my honored guests with. Ordinary guests can't drink it. Qin Yue was so surprised that he complimented. He didn't expect an 8-year-old child to be able to drink out of his own treasured tea. No wonder Tanhuigen was puzzled. He glanced at his son who squinted his eyes. When exactly did his son know so much about tea? Last year during the New Year's Eve, there was not much good tea in the house. This Westlake Longjing Tanhuigen even drank it for the first time. Dad, why are you always looking at me? Talk about business. Tanjai shook his little legs and reminded. Tanhuigen hurriedly put down his teacup. Yes, I almost forgot the main thing. Boss Chen, right? My son and I came here this time. There is a big business to discuss with you. Oh? I wonder what Big Boss Tan wants to discuss. Upon hearing that there is a big business, Qin Yue came to be interested and asked seriously. Tan Huijin drank a mouthful of tea, moistened his throat and said, Qin boss, then I will not say false. Last time my son came to you to buy 6 computers, $8,000 a total of 48,000, right? That's right, that's right. Qin Yue nodded. He remembered very clearly. At that time it was Tanjai who brought a high school student in his teens. The CPU is an Intel 350, the motherboard is also an Intel chipset, the monitor is on the highest grade 17-inch CRT, the RAM PC 100, the hard disk Quintessence Fireball 7, plus the rest, the assembly is 8,000 apiece. Like Tanjai, Qin Yue said a whole lot of specialized terminology that Tanhuigen couldn't understand. Dad, the configuration, he said, is correct. Tanjai added from the side. Seeing this, Tanhuigen nodded, immediately understanding his son's meaning, and continued, That's right then, this machine is indeed not bad. It's just that this price, Boss Chen is also a person who does big business. Can we discuss it again? Hey, this machine really does not make money. Last time if not Tan small boss to buy 6 in one breath. $8,000 cannot buy the same configuration of the computer. I actually cannot earn a few money. This year business is difficult to do. Qin Yue heard that it was to be cheaper, immediately revealed a look of heartache that looked colorful, as if saying the same as the real thing. Tanhuigen doesn't know much about this, but Tanjai does. 98 years computer is expensive. Yes, this is because of the limitations of the era, the cost is expensive. But $8,000 a unit already is not cheap. Qin Yue absolutely have a profit, not to say $1,000 a unit, $800 a unit or have. If 10% of the profit is not, also do a hammer business. Tanhuigen expression some difficult, he thought Qin Yue really do not earn a few dollars. After all, he had previously understood, other computer store better computer to tens of thousands of dollars it. $8,000 is indeed a lot cheaper. A moment did not know how to open. Tanhuigen came to the nature, even if it is the kind of naive counter-offer words were blocked in the throat. At the same time, Tanjai sighed. He did not move to pull his dad's sleeve. This was the code word that the two had agreed upon before coming here. When things are not decided, they will be silent and let Tanjai speak. Thus, Tanhuigen, who felt the movement in his sleeve, immediately stopped speaking, silently picked up his teacup and sipped his tea, watching his eyes and nose, letting his son go and say it. Do not say, this $100 a caddy of tea is indeed good. Tanhuigen a moment did not hold back on a few more mouths. Seeing Tanhuigen drink tea one mouthful at a time, and not say anything, Qin Yue is a bit anxious. No, half of the words why not say. He pressed a lot of goods, in fact also anxious to get out of it. Big Boss Tan, Little Boss Tan, just tell us straight how much you plan to buy. Doing business, it's natural to discuss, isn't it? Qin Yue hurriedly helped the two men fill up their tea and test the waters. Shaking his head, Tanjai said with a serious face, 7,500 a unit. 7,500? No, that's too little, to lose money. This price I really can't accept. Really can't you switch to buy computers elsewhere? I can't afford to lose money on this small business. Qin Yu for a rise like a fried cock, head shaking with a rattle like, profit is too low. One unit only earns $100 or $200. Then he would rather not sell. Seeing Qin Yue began to give the expulsion order, but Tanjai's but did not move a bit of meaning. He stretched out his small hand and tapped a few times on the tea table fussily, looking mature and unhurried as he said, if it's 100 units, can this business boss Qin still do it? The words fell. Qin Yue instantly like 5 thunderbolts exploded again. How many units did you just say? Chapter 12, Business Negotiation. 100 units? Little Boss Tan, don't be joking with me. Qin Yue's mouth opened wide and he almost didn't jump up. He stared at Tanjai with a deadly gaze, as if he wanted to see traces of a joke on Tanjai's face. After all, it was only an 8-year-old child, and it was only natural for him to make random remarks. However, Tanjai's expression was incredibly serious, as if telling him that it was true to buy 100 computers. This was the year of 98. How much did 100 computers cost? It was an amount that many families could not afford even if they lost all their money. The most important thing is that the goods he has stocked this time, no more, no less, exactly 100 units. If he sells them all at once, the money will be recovered instantly, and he can still earn a lot. Uncle Chin, I even dragged my dad here, you look like a joke. Tanjai said with a smile, pulled aside Tan Huagen's arm. The meaning was simple, it was time to speak. That's right, what my son said is what I said. This time I came to buy 100 computers. Jiali Internet Cafe know it, is my son opened. My son said, to open Zhongcheng's largest internet cafe. In the future are looking for Chin Boss you to buy goods. Tan Huagen put down the teacup, a face of complacency, as if to say, how is the son I gave birth to powerful? Awesome. Too awesome. Qin Yue was really taken aback. Where could he stand now? He sat down on his butt. Tanjai had only bought 6 computers in front of him, and the fact that he took it so seriously meant that computers weren't selling well. At least the money wasn't that good. Like this time, he wanted 100 units at once. He is still the first time to encounter. From the time he started dumping computers in 95, to now more than 3 years, he had not encountered such a big business. All of a sudden, Qin Yue's mind was alive. In his heart, he secretly did some calculations. 100 computers, even if the price of 7,500, one he earns a 300, 100 is 30,000. $30,000 less? Quite a few This is the same as all of a sudden earned the average worker's salary for 5 years, but also the backlog of goods all of a sudden to clear out. With the money in hand, you can buy another batch of goods and keep selling. Earn 100,000 a year, simply do not too easy. The computer industry in 98 was just too profitable. Even if Tanjai has compressed the price to the extreme, Qin Yue's earning is still quite a lot. This is the trend, the country is vigorously developing the computer industry. This is just pouring a hand with a profit of 30,000. Qin Yue naturally no longer hesitates, said, okay, 7,500 a unit is no problem. I still have a lot of trust in little Boss Tan. There is stock in the warehouse now, you can pick it up at any time, you only need to pay half of the deposit, and the rest of the final payment will be settled to me after 1 month. Half of the deposit, that would be $375,000. Tan Huagen's face changed. There wasn't enough money in this hand either. Tanjai sensed his father's expression and quickly hinted not to panic, continuing. Uncle Qin, don't be anxious, you've seen which person to buy something at once to take nearly 400,000 out, according to my opinion, so 200,000 today to you. You arrange for people to assemble the computer to send to the Jiali Internet Cafe. The rest of the final payment, within 3 months for you to settle. Don't worry, every month will give you more than 1,800,000 to settle. So $55,000 of the final payment, just 3 months is enough. Uncle Qin, there's no problem, right? Originally, the deposit of 200,000 was already a bit low. Qin Yue was actually a bit reluctant. Hearing that the final payment will be settled in 3 months, he was almost about to open his mouth to refuse. After all, the business did not do so, the vast majority of money in one hand and goods in the other. It is not possible to delay the settlement if it is not a large amount of money. But when Tanjai added can be settled every month 18 million, Qin Yue hesitated again. Every month 180,000, just enough for him to replenish and close the payment, and does not affect his sales of goods, but also a steady profit of $30,000. Thinking about it, Qin Yue is comfortable again. This business can do. Only by Tanjai this kid played a heart, all of a sudden in advance of the computer are supported away. I guess he doesn't have much money in his hand. Great. Tanjai this little doll, unexpectedly, unknowingly grasped the initiative of the negotiation, seized his own psychology. This is really an 8-year-old child? Qin Yue thought of his own family's child who was 2 years older than Tanjai. Yet he couldn't even read a textbook, let alone be so articulate. No longer thinking much, Qin Yue enthusiastically reached out his hands to shake Tan Huagen's hand, shaking it heavily. Just according to Tan little boss said to do, now I will arrange for people to assemble. After paying the deposit, we'll give you guys loaded car sent to the internet cafe. Only then did Tan Huagen react, a little stiffly got up and smiled awkwardly. Not. The deposit is not still short of 75,000. This can be negotiated, Homeboy, what kind of mesmerizing soup did this give Qin Yue? This is also too powerful. $200,000 to buy 100 computers. Say it, who dare to believe? On the contrary, Tanjai this kid, like with a person like nothing, as if just talked about is not a big business, but a small thing is not worth mentioning. At this moment, He was swaying his calves and drinking tea as if nothing had happened. How does Big Boss Tan intend to pay? Cash or go for a bank transfer? Facing Qin You's question, Tan Huigen hurriedly pulled out a check from his pocket. No need. I brought a check. Just deal directly. Well, happy cooperation. Qin Yue became even more enthusiastic, directly arranging for his fellows to start assembling the computer right away. After Tan Huigen filled out the check and the two of them checked it for accuracy, Qin Yue exclaimed with emotion, Big Boss Tan is truly blessed. Your family's kid is really too capable. Simply a prodigy. The future is bright. Haha, I'm sorry, my kid is a ghost idea more. Before I did not realize that he has the talent in this area. Now it seems to be a piece of business material. The two of them were bragging about each other, and Tanjai rolled his eyes. Business blowing each other's brains out was almost enough. Uncle Qin, don't you need to go confirm the check? Also, almost forgot. Qin Yue instantly clasped his fists. Big Boss Tan, wait a moment. I'll be right there. Good to say. Soon after, Qin Yue ran to the nearby bank to check the check, and after confirming that the check could be exchanged, he breathed a sigh of relief. Tanjai and Tan Hui, father and son, on the other hand, pedaled their bicycles back to the internet cafe. That afternoon, the installer who delivered the computers sent the computers over one by one. The internet cafe also closed its doors early today, announcing to the public that it was under renovation and would resume normal business tomorrow. Tan Huigen and Lu Jiali, two people, stood at the gate of the internet cafe to supervise the work. I am afraid that the installation of the master computer knocked and touched. After all, this is a huge gamble that they have put their lives on the line. Chapter 13. This is heaven. The next day, early in the morning, Mr. and Mrs. Tan Huigen dragged their son to the internet cafe. Mom and Dad, even if there are 100 computers in the internet cafe now, you guys don't have to be so excited. Tanjai yawned with a face that was still awake. It was only 5 in the morning. Mom and Dad hadn't slept all night and brought themselves to the internet cafe before dawn. He was only 8 years old, still growing. How sleepy he was. Son, this is $200,000. Who can sleep? Lu Jiali was a bit anxious in nature. To her, $200,000 was astronomical. Tan Huigen was a bit better, pulling out a red plum from his pocket, silently lighting it and taking a deep breath. Dad, why don't you smoke red tashin anymore? How degrading to smoke a $5 red plum. The sharp-eyed Tanjai asked with narrowed eyes. Go. Red Pagoda Mountain $10. This just spent out $200,000. You think I can afford to smoke like? That's nothing, Dad. Don't worry. It won't take more than a few days. Huazi casually smoke. Tanjai patted his chest and assured. This allowed Tan Huigen and Lu Jiali to rest a little. The son was still relatively reliable and exceptionally smart, so maybe it could really work. However, all of this had to be seen with their own eyes before they could say anything. Before, the 6 computers did do a brisk business, but now there were 106 computers. Would there really be that many people running to play the game? In the hearts of Mr. and Mrs. Tan Huigen, they actually didn't have a clue. If 1/3 of the people play, then basically will not lose but also will not earn, the payment may have to be delayed. If 2/3 of the people play, will be able to break even, pay off the monthly payment of $180,000 will not be a problem. After 3 months of pure profit. As for the internet cafe being full, the 2 couples really didn't dare to think about it. Not long after, the 3 came to the door of the internet cafe. As a result, what made Tanjai confused was that someone actually came earlier than them. The white floral dress, youthful and beautiful Yang Xiaoyun stood at the entrance of the internet cafe at this time and was particularly conspicuous. Sister, coming really early? I remember the early shift is at 8 o'clock. Tanjai smiled and greeted. The internet cafe was closed for expansion yesterday, and I also wanted to take an early look at what it's become now. Yang Xiaoyun still had the same youthful look, speaking softly, making people comfortable and adding a touch of coolness to this summer day. Speaking of which, Yang Xiaoyun was also one of the investors of the internet cafe. After all, she and her cousin had borrowed $50,000 from their family, and without this $50,000, it would be impossible to handle the scale of 100 computers so quickly. Tanjai walked over to Yang Xiaoyun's front and took a serious look and said, Today's makeup is drawn well. Sister's foundation is already good. This light makeup but as clear water hibiscus, beautiful as heavenly fairy. Ah, really? Yang Xiaoyun covered her mouth a little. Did she really look this good today? Being complimented by Tanjai, she wanted to find a mirror to take a look. Yes, that must be true it, and so the scale of the internet cafe completely molded. When the time to arrange an ambassador for the sister when, certainly not worse than the effect of the stars, when the internet cafe is certainly overcrowded. Cluck! Little nephew, your mouth is really sweet. Then I will wait for that day. Don't worry, you'll be able to see it soon. The two men chatted idly, directly leaving Tanhuigen's parents to hang out to dry. Look at your son. I don't know who he looks like. He's only 8 years old, and he's this good at chatting with girls? Lu Jiali pinched Tanhuigen's ear and said somewhat unhappily. Tanhuigen grimaced in pain, but was helpless. I wasn't like this when I was little. You can't say this kid is like me. Then who can it be like? Like me. Lu Jiali's face slammed, and the strength of her hand was a few points heavier. Pain, 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 wife. Can you give me some face outside? No one is there now, think beautifully. A burst of grimacing. Suddenly, a voice came out from the corner. Okay. Can you guys stop chatting? I've been waiting for half a day. Hurry up and open the door. As the words fell, the four of them looked sideways at the corner. Good fellow. It wasn't too bright yet, and the crowd surprisingly didn't realize that there was still a person hiding in the corner. Cousin Tan Lunwen stood up with a yawn. This guy was wearing all black, and his skin was also a bit dark, so if he didn't look closely, it was truly invisible. Open the door, open the door. Tanhuigen pulled the key out of his pocket and pulled open the roll-up door, and the appearance of the internet cafe was thoroughly displayed in front of everyone's eyes. Cousin Tan Sa and Yang Xiaoyun directly looked dumbfounded, only to see that the original hall with only 6 computers was full of hundreds of computers at this time. The light blue plastic chassis were neatly arranged, flashing with the cold light of technology under the slightly dim light. It was the popular founder's computer at that time, and the iconic brand logo on the chassis was rustic and heavy. This time, the crowd will not feel that the internet cafe computer-less. Rather, they felt that there were too many. Tanjai nodded his head in satisfaction. It's not bad. It's just that the space is a bit small. It feels a bit cramped. Cousin and sister, when someone comes to surf the internet later, you tell them to pay attention. Don't touch the chassis. No problem. The two nodded. How could they not be clear? This one computer golden. Lights were turned on, cleaned up, and a few people ate breakfast together again. The time was almost close to 7 o'clock. Cousin Tan Lunwen was supposed to be on the night shift, but he didn't work yesterday, so his spirits were also high. Tanjai asked him several times to go back to bed first and come back in the evening. However, he waved his hand, stating that he wanted to see how many people came to play today before saying anything. It was fine to go back later to catch up on his sleep, as he had been working night shifts for the past half-month, and his biological clock hadn't adjusted. That's why Tan Lunwen was the earliest to arrive at the internet cafe, probably before 3 o'clock. Anyway, he couldn't sleep, so he waited at the door. Seeing this, Tanjai didn't force himself. It was normal for people to have no idea in their hearts when the internet cafe expanded to 100 units for the first time. They may think other internet cafes are a few computers, top 10 computers is great. It was still uncertain whether so many people would come to Jiangxing to surf the internet. But Tanjai knew very well that it was only 100 computers, so there was no need to panic at all. Even if a few more branches were opened, the number of people coming to the internet would still be endless. Seeing Tanjai so confident, although the crowd was anxious in their hearts, they could only wait silently. Soon, the time came to 7:30 in the morning, and 3 teenagers appeared at the entrance of the internet cafe. They hooked their shoulders and walked over. As soon as they saw the door of Jiali internet cafe open and lit up, their eyes instantly lit up. It's open, hurry up. The 3 ran in with gusto, and when entering the internet cafe, the 3 collectively froze. What's going on? How many machines are? This is afraid that there are hundreds of them. So many. Finally, I don't have to grab a machine. Wow. Boss, quickly open a card for me. Open $30. For a while, the 3 teenagers were mad with joy. They came to the internet so early because they were afraid of not having a machine. Other internet cafes have to stand for half a day watching others play. But Jiali Internet Cafe is simply heaven. Chapter 14, The Terrible Upload Rate. These 3 people are also often come to the old customers recently Yang Xiaoyun recognize, immediately opened the card for the 3 people. Then smiled and said, if you have a little friend online, remember to help us publicize publicity. Yang Xiaoyun's voice, like a spring breeze, caused the 3 teenagers' hearts to swirl, and they nodded their heads repeatedly. Being able to play games and having beautiful women. Going online at home Lee Internet Cafe was really worth it. Great, you guys play first, I'll go talk to my friends. Turning his head, a teenager ran out. He wanted to inform a few other little friends about this good news. At this time, Yang Xiaoyun's value came out. Ask which internet cafe in Jiangxing currently can have such a beautiful webmaster to accompany you online. The only one is Jiali Internet Cafe. There is no other. Hubby. This beauty publicity is still really useful? Lu Jiali looked at those excited teenagers with a happy face and said, "That's not true, come to the internet are 17 or 18-year-old teenagers. Before the internet cafe only 6 computers. There is no need to publicize. Now our family has 106 computers. The effect of this publicity will immediately be reflected." Tan Huigan smiled as he looked at the 2 teenagers rushing towards the seats and said, "See how beautiful you are. Talking as if you came up with the idea yourself. It's not all a good idea from your son." Lu Jiali glared at Tan Huigan. The other party instantly did not dare to speak. Anyway, how is it that the son is great, and that's the end of it? Tan Huigan said that the next time his wife asked, it was his son's credit, and he had nothing to do with himself. Less than 10 minutes time, before rushing out of the internet cafe, that teenager ran back again. Behind him, there were also 4 or 5 teenagers of the same age, and when a few teenagers rushed into the internet cafe, they also all stared with wide eyes and cried out hooray. In the future, there was no need to go to other small internet cafes to squeeze in. Jiali Internet Cafe has enough places, there is no need to grab a place. Several teenagers had pulled out money to open their cards, and Yang Xiaoyun followed up with an introduction. Now the Internet Cafe is organizing a new activity. You can once again enjoy the opening price of $3 an hour for half a month. This was what Tanjai had signaled her to say. Beauty publicity was one thing, plus discount publicity was even more effective. Once these words came out, several teenagers went completely crazy and let out a roar of excitement. It's too good. Isn't it? $3 an hour for half a month? Yang Xiaoyun still laughed sweetly. That's right, if you pack the night. It's also a discount. $15 will be able to play for 8 hours. Really? That's too good. After the daytime on the night, I still come. Too conscientious. Other internet cafes $5 an hour, the night are 25. The key is still cannot grab the machine. Jiali Internet Cafe. I will only come here to surf the internet. Haha. Quick rush. Today I want to play Diablo. Play online together. I'm going to play through today. For a while, the clamor of the internet cafe was endless. And the time now, it was only less than 8 in the morning. Tan Huigan and Lu Jiali looked at each other, and their hearts were on fire with these teenagers. What my son said could be true. Maybe this 100-computer internet cafe really can be full. If this is calculated, how much money must be earned in a day? I'll go out, you stay here and watch. Tan Huigan slapped his head and hurriedly walked out of the internet cafe. Hey, what are you doing? Lu Jiali quickly followed behind, with a puzzled face. Go buy a few more industrial fans. Now there are so many computers. People will be so many. The weather is so hot. Shall not smother people to death. Right. Husband, I'll go with you. Not enough money, I still have some here. Lu Jiali instantly took out $200 from her pocket and stuffed it to Tan Huigan, following to sit on the 2-8 bar. Now these teenagers, in Lu Jiali's eyes, that one is a small god of wealth, cannot give them a hot bad. Time flies. When Tan Huigan and Lu Jiali hand carry 2 industrial fans back. 2 people are dumbfounded. It was only 9 in the morning. As a result, more than a third of the seats in the internet cafe were occupied. Business was on fire. Killa, I'll blow up your base today. Che, what right do you have to play human to compare mobs with my insects? Look at me, puppy stream forming to overthrow your base. Hee, you 2 fight. I god race slowly. Operation Metal. Wait for my high-level soldiers out. You are all younger brother. Several teenagers playing Starcraft shouted freely while excitedly operating the mouse and keyboard. Bean-sized sweat beads wet their bodies, but they were oblivious to it, thoroughly immersed in the wonderful game world. There was more than one such situation. There were similar sounds emanating from all areas of the internet cafe. When Tan Huigan and Lu Jiali saw this, they couldn't rejoice in time, and hurriedly put the electric fans in their hands in the corners of the internet cafe. After connecting the powerful power of the industrial fan brought a lot of coolness to the soon-to-be heated internet cafe. Wow, much more comfortable. The boss is really nice. I just said that one fan is not enough, right? Now the wind power is good. It's very comfortable. This time to have a popsicle and play the game. It's simply a divine taste. This internet cafe is so cool. I'm not leaving today, dueling until dawn. There is a Tomb Raider here. I'm still worried about not having a place to play it. No go, no go. Whoever comes is no good. Inside the internet cafe, one by one, the voices of shouting were rising and falling. And as time went by, less than noon, the entire internet cafe 106 computers, more than 80 computers on the machine. An 80% uptake rate. Business was simply booming. Yang Xiaoyun even received money to receive soft hands. Panic boot busy. She really did not expect that business would be so good. This is only the first day after the expansion. Many people still don't know that Jiali Internet Cafe has so many computers. After a few more days and time passes, more and more people know about this place. I'm afraid that soon there will be a situation where people will start grabbing computers again. After all, the entire Jiangxing is still very large. 8 or 9,000 a computer cannot afford to buy. But $3 or $5 an hour internet cafes many people can still afford to go on. Not long after, Tan Lunwen went away. He was afraid that if he didn't leave, he wouldn't be able to work the night shift. The business of this internet cafe is so good it is like robbing money, but the people who come to the internet are still endless. He had a feeling that there would be a lot of people at night. After all, he'd been here all morning, and his ears had become calloused. The nightly discount, $15 for 8 hours. Such a low price, Jiangxing Internet Cafe only this no other. During the daytime are 80% on the machine rate. Then wait until the night. Tan Lunwen left the body trembled a little. Do not dare to think down. Chapter 15 The Great Power. Soon, the time came to the next day. Tan Huigan and Lu Jiali came to the Internet Cafe early to take stock with Tan Lunwen, who was on the night shift. Tanjai also came. He also wanted to know what the exact amount of money that came in on the first day of expansion yesterday was. It didn't take long for a few people to quickly double-check and count the money from the cash register. The red and green added up. A whole $7,000 in cash was in front of everyone's eyes. $7,000. Lu Jiali let out a cry of surprise, simply unable to believe her eyes. After repeated counting, pinching a thick stack of bills' hand cannot stop trembling. 1998. An ordinary worker's salary of 2 months a year. As a result, the internet cafe earned it in 1 day. This is still the case of the current discount promotion. After half a month, it reverts to the normal $5 an hour, and the nightly package reverts to $20. That math. A day at least to break 10,000. That means, after deducting the payment for the goods, we can still make a profit of a few tens of thousands of dollars this month. And wait until 3 months later. Each month is 300,000 earnings. As for the expenses, they've already done the math. Rent, electricity, taxes, as well as Tan Lunwen and Yang Xiaoyun's salary. The total sum is only $3,000 per month. As for cleaning and sanitation, Lu Jiali came back to the internet cafe every day after working on her home, so she didn't have to spend any money. This amount of money was not worth mentioning for the current revenue of the internet cafe. Tanjai finally nodded in satisfaction. Nowadays, his family was considered to be in existence with a monthly income of breaking $300,000. In 1998, being able to earn hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. This was simply a dream that no ordinary person would dare to think about. If I had known, I would have let our family put that money into shares. Tan Lunwen's intestines were now green with remorse. The family had borrowed more than $20,000 from his cousin's family, and as a result, he only needed $2,000 in interest. This is too much of a loss. How good to be a shareholder. Now maybe dividends a month can be divided into $10,000. At the same time, Yang Xiaoyun also came over to change the morning shift. When she learned that yesterday's one-day turnover reached $7,000, the cherry mouth instantly opened into a O shape. She also instantly regretted it, just like Tan Lunwen thought. Why didn't she persuade her family to invest in the business? This internet cafe is really a lucrative business. It's a big business. Tan Lunwen and Yang Xiaoyun looked at each other, both somewhat helpless. Fortunately, the two families and Tanjai's family were particularly close and wouldn't fight over this kind of thing. Cousin, sister, don't be in a hurry. Tanjai sat on the chair at the cashier's counter at some point and said in a milky voice, "Do you guys feel that you've lost money by not taking some shares this time?" When these words came out, Tan Lunwen and Yang Xiaoyun instantly became embarrassed. Tan Lunwen laughed and said, "What are you talking about, cousin? Is your cousin this kind of person? When he borrowed your family's money at that time, He said very clearly that he would only take the interest, not counting the shares. All adults, their own choice, we won't say anything. Yang Xiaoyun followed and nodded, with a clear voice also said, yes, my family won't say anything either. Don't worry. Seeing this, Mr. and Mrs. Tanhuigan smiled. This was a relative with a good relationship, unlike Zhao Dezhu and his family. If they knew about this, they would definitely not stop until they achieved their goal. Tanjai, however, shook his head and continued, that's true, but our family isn't the kind of person who is ungrateful. Your two families helped us in a time of crisis, and without your $50,000, the internet cafe actually wouldn't have finished expanding so quickly. I also tell you today, Jiali Internet Cafe won't be the only one. I'll have to open a branch next, but this matter isn't so fast. But once it's going to be opened, then the gap in funds will not be small at that time. Cousin sister, you can think clearly this time. Turn around and I'll look for you to join the stock. If you are willing to do it together to make it bigger and stronger, to create splendor. If you are not willing, just pretend I didn't say these words today. How about it? The words fell. Tan Lunwen and Yang Xiaoyun were both stunned. I didn't expect Tanjai to be able to say these words. This was directly and explicitly giving the opportunity. I don't have a problem with it. When I go back and talk to my family, Mom and Dad will definitely be happy about it. Yang Xiaoyun immediately opened her mouth and answered. Her brain was flexible. Then I have no problem then. Just wait for you to open your mouth, cousin. Tan Lunwen reacted and quickly patted his chest. Good. Then it's time to go to work. Time to get off work. Mom and Dad, let's go eat some breakfast first. I'm starving to death. Saying this, Tanjai jumped down from his chair, patted his butt, pulled his parents' hands and headed outside. Nearby bun shop, Tanhuigan ate his breakfast while smiling at his son. Son, the words you just said were from your heart? Of course I meant it. We're opening this internet cafe, and it didn't take shape so quickly without my cousin and sister. Tanjai said contentedly as he ate a mouthful of buns. Breakfast in '98 was still very conscientious, the ingredients were all sufficient, the skin was thin and the filling was large, very real. In this era, technology wasn't too developed, and what was made was all handmade and ready-made. It is almost the same as the buns made by Mom. Tanjai liked it so much that he could eat 2 big meat buns in one morning. What my son said is right. Xiaoyun and Luan would have helped out a lot, although we also pay them a salary, but that's another story. The two families have such a good relationship, and since we've started on the right track and found a way to make a rich and prosperous camp, it's good to bring them along. Lu Jiali spoke up at this time. It had to be said that although the old mom did not have a high level of culture and had only finished in elementary school, but the aspect of human feelings, then Dad Tanhuigan really want to be a lot stronger. At least Lu Jiali can see the good and bad too, unlike Tanhuigan, too honest, always easy to be some vicious relatives to bully. Taking Zhao Dezhu as an example, in the last life, Lu Jiali at least hesitated and persuaded Tanhuigan not to lend money to him. But Tanhuigan did not think so much, in line with the idea of helping relatives not to help outside. The 50,000 yuan hard-earned money lent to Zhao Dezhu. This is what led to the last life. The family was depressed for a long time, and life was very difficult. Well. It's not like I'm saying my son is doing something wrong, wife. Can you not always look at me with that look? Son, although you're still young now, after this one time, Mom and Dad found out that you're different. In the future, if there's anything, you can just make the decision directly. Mom and Dad actually haven't read much. Their brains might not be as flexible as yours. Tanhuigan touched Tanjai's head with his broad palm, and Lu Jiali nodded with a smile. Tanjai also smiled. This is good. In the future, if you do things, you won't have to tie your hands and let go. This wonderful life Tanjai, have come. Chapter 16. Get a game. One day, half a month later, it happened to be the weekend. The front desk of the Jiali Internet Cafe. Tanjai was sitting on a pair of Yang Xiaoyun's thighs, giggling and shivering a popsicle. That little look and expression that simply made the teeth of envy of those who saw it. The welfare of an 8-year-old child is good. Sitting on Yang Xiaoyun's soft, white legs, those teenagers who came over to open the card to access the internet looked at the eyes are staring straight. In their heads, they all fantasize that the person sitting on their lap is me. However, it's just a fantasy. People who often come to the internet know that Yang Xiaoyun looks especially pure and pretty on the surface, but her nature is very hot. This point, before the beginning of the people, are not clear. Until once, there are 2 small children want to flirt with Yang Xiaoyun. The results of Yang Xiaoyun first sweet smile, followed by expression instantly turn the face. Hands on the waist, cold eyes. like a lion roar like a output. That is really a head and face a scolding. At that time, the internet partners were stunned. After so many days on the net, or the first time to see Yang Xiaoyun so tough look. From that day on, Yang Xiaoyun was known in the family internet cafe. Hidden Sword Woman. The reason for this name, behind that sweet smile, is not hiding a knife. Anyone who dared to molest Yang Xiaoyun would be humiliated and disgraced, and would never be embarrassed to come online again. But there was only one exception, and that was Tanjai. Everyone else was just being cautious, but Tanjai was blatantly flirting. Sister, I'm hungry. Feed me. Sister, I'm thirsty. I want to drink that soda in your mouth. Sister, a little tired. Give me a hug. That's right, this was basically Tanjai's daily routine with Yang Xiaoyun during the day at the internet cafe. Faced with this, Yang Xiaoyun was extremely patient and gentle, answering every request. This can't be envied. Back to the main topic. Today is the first day after the discount activity of the internet cafe ended and the normal price was restored. Internet access is $5 an hour during the day and $20 for 8 hours at night. The price seems to be almost the same as other internet cafes. However, the number of people who came to the home cafe to surf the internet was still endless. The reason is also very simple. Here are more machines, here are good-looking girls, here are other internet cafes' unimaginable bonus services. All in all, with the prices restored to their original prices, the business of the Jiali internet cafe was not affected in the slightest. This also let Tanjai and Lu Jiali completely put down their hearts, no longer worry about the baby son to make decisions. Just a week ago, Tanjai finally quit his job and focused on the business of the internet cafe. Dad, one more popsicle. Okay. In the next second, Tanjai took out a chocolate-flavored popsicle from the second-hand refrigerator and handed it to Tanjai. Son, even though the weather is hot, you can't eat too many popsicles. It will spoil your stomach. Got it, Dad. I'm giving this to my sister. I've already eaten it. Saying this, Tanjai took the popsicle and handed it to Yang Xiaoyun. Brother is so nice, thank you. Yang Xiaoyun wiped the fine sweat on her forehead with her small onion-white and delicate hand and took the chocolate popsicle that Tanjai handed over. These popsicles weren't cheap. They were sold for $1 a pop at the internet cafe. She worked the day shift every day and craved this chocolate popsicle, but she usually ate red bean popsicles and chocolate popsicles were too expensive. This has been considered more expensive kind of, and so on and so forth. There are many common old popsicles, red bean popsicles, milk popsicles, and so on. Tanjai into a lot of, specifically in the internet cafe peddling. Profit also from 30 cents to 50 cents ranging. Each sold a popsicle, on average, can earn 40 cents. It doesn't seem like a lot. But how many people were there in the internet cafe? Hundreds of people. On this hot summer day, those who can come to the internet are all youngsters with money in their pockets. Therefore, almost as soon as the popsicle business hit the scene, business was constant, and almost everyone had a popsicle. Some people can eat 2 or 3 a day. Calculating in this way, the gross profit during the day alone was $30 to $40, plus at night, it was no problem to sell $50 a day just selling popsicles. This is a month down, can be $1,500. It was much faster than working honestly. This can be Tanjai happy. He had been reluctant to give up that $500 a month of work. He came to the internet cafe in the morning and went to work a little later. Tanjai are convinced. After a round of persuasion, Tanjai finally came to his senses. He spent a little money on a second-hand refrigerator, bought a large batch of popsicles, and opened a small business in the internet cafe. This is not, these 2 days the cigarette license also down. Tanjai also dumped a batch of cigarettes. Like what Red Plum, Red Tashin Cloud cigarettes and so on have got a lot. Cigarette profits are not high, but it is real hard currency. Come to the internet young people basically have reached the age of 18, so smoking people are also quite a lot. Selling popsicles plus cigarettes. This day down, casually earned $100, monthly income of $3,000, is 6 times the previous work. Son, this little brain is flexible. Why didn't I think of it before? But also a chicken hair class ah. Tanjai sat on a short stool, smoking a $10 red Tashin. He changed cigarettes back again. Now do not lack of money. Smoking some red Tashin is nothing. I believe it won't be long before I can smoke Huazi. Thinking of more than $40 a pack of Huazi, Tanjai heart happy cannot. In the past, I watched those big bosses, businessmen smoking Huazi. I tasted a New Year's Eve. That taste, simply like a god ah. In the near future, I will also be a big boss businessman. Tanjai is beautiful it. Lu Jiali anxious end of a tray came out. Passing Tanjai's freezer stopped. The original and good face instantly pulled down. Eyes glared. What are you waiting for? Send the fast food to the 33rd machine. Eh? Coming wife. Tanhuigan hurriedly got up, took over the dinner plate, and brought the meal over, and in a short while came back with $5 in his hand, and handed it over to Lu Jiali. Lu Jiali did not care about Tanhuigan, received the money, glared at her husband, and then ran to the back of the kitchen to work. Like Tanhuigan, Mom also does not want to be idle. The front desk computer she cannot operate. Tanjai came up with an idea: you can sell boxed lunches. It was also as a way to kill the boredom. For housewives, fried a box lunch that is simply good at it. A box lunch earns $2 a day to sell dozens of copies, is not lower than Tanhuigan income. This is just less than a month's time. Jiali Internet Cafe has already had the prototype of the latter-day Internet Cafe. And in the entire Jiangxing, currently only Tanjai can do it. Dad and Mom are only doing this temporarily now. After the payment for the goods is settled, the focus will still have to be on expanding the store. Tanjai leaned back on his soft thighs, looking at the bustling internet cafe and thinking, let's do this for now. Selling boxed lunches and selling snacks and drinks and all that, we'll definitely have to hire someone to do that later. When the income from the internet cafe stabilizes, Mom and Dad won't be so bad with this amount of money, so they can free up their hands to set up a few more outlets. Of course, you can't be in a hurry, you have to take your food one bite at a time. Tanjai looked at the teenagers playing single-player games in the internet cafe. He frowned and pondered. Although the internet cafe was profitable, it was only a small amount of money, quick money. How about developing some games on your own, by the way? Chapter 17, Little Brother. I'm here for the interview. Why were internet cafes so profitable? This was something that Tanjai was really clear about. Games. That's right. If there were no games as the core, then an internet cafe would be nothing more than an empty shell. Only when there are a lot of popular games on the market, the business of the internet cafe will be continuous and unceasing. Even the development of the later generation of Internet Cafe Alliance, Gaming Hotel, and so on, all of this cannot be separated from the rapid development of the game industry in the next time and change the generation. From the 70s and 80s of the red and white machine to the current computer. The biggest carrier of this host has to be the game. Tanjai took out a piece of paper, then used a pen to write and draw on it. The clear font was hard to make people think that it was written by an 8-year-old. Wow, brother. Your writing is so nice. It doesn't look like an elementary school student at all. What does this legend mean? Yang Xiaoyun moved his butt and slightly leaned over to look at the content on the paper and said, this subtle action was very common though. Sitting for a long time would be like this. But one must know that Yang Xiaoyun was now hugging Tanjai, that some special touch naturally spoke for itself, and Tanjai felt it. What reaction could an 8-year-old have? Of course not. But this touch made Tanjai's mind flutter, and subconsciously said, so soft and cute. Huh? What did you say, brother? Sister. I'm saying that this legend is a game. Oh, so it's a game. When Yang Xiaoyun heard this, her expression was slightly lost. She was actually not too interested in the game. After coming to work at Jiali Internet Cafe for almost a month, she hadn't played many games. Tanjai glanced at her with an expression that saw through everything. Does sister think that these games are all about fighting and killing, so they don't have much appeal to girls? Yes, brother, you're so smart. You saw it right away. Yang Xiaoyun didn't hide it and nodded seriously. Actually, games are divided into many kinds. What you see them playing now, most of them are action games and strategy games. There are also casual games, music games, social games, shooting games, and so on. Tanjai shook his head, writing on the paper as he spoke. So there are so many more kinds? There are also music games. Yang Xiaoyun revealed a surprised expression. Just because she didn't like playing games didn't mean she didn't like listening to music. She could love listening to music. If there really was that kind of game, it seemed like it would be nice to play it. That's right, of course there are music games. Let me ask you, if there is a game where you can interact with other players in the game, as well as listen to music and dance, and there are also tense and exciting scores, would you still think the game isn't fun? Tanjai asked with a smile. If there really is such a fun game, then I will definitely try it. Hee. Don't worry, sister. There will be one soon. The game that Tanjai was talking about was none other than Power Dance. Like Legend, it was also one of the popular games that would be made in the stick country soon, and this one broke the phenomenon that girls didn't like to play games. We'll think about the other games after we're done with Legend. Tanjai's large black eyes rolled as she was thinking internally. In his last life, he was a programmer for a game company, basically the underlying code of all the major games. He understood it shouldn't be difficult to replicate it. One is only 8 years old, it's not quite appropriate to mess with the code now. One has to find a way to find a few people who understand the code. Making a game similar to Legend was actually not too difficult for someone like Tanjai, who had been working on games for decades. What was difficult was his own current age, which wasn't suitable for this. There are still 4 months to go, and I don't know if I can make it before We Made Corporation. If Tanjai remembered correctly, the earliest version of Legend came out 4 months later. If he wanted to bend the curve, he had to get the game out within 4 months. Actually, as long as someone knows the code, it can be done in half a month. The game code is too simple. Tanjai was full of confidence. This was the bottom line of having worked on games for decades. Just as he was thinking about it, at this time, Tan Essay's voice suddenly came from the entrance of the internet cafe. Uncle Tan, I brought a friend here. Last time I said something about rotating the night shift. Tan Lunwen brought a young girl around 20 years old to the entrance of the internet cafe. Tan Huygen smiled. Come in. Just talk to Jiali about this matter. He'll make the big deal. Delhi. Tan Lunwen wasn't polite, pulling the person towards the front desk. Recently, he had been working too many night shifts. The business of the internet cafe was too hot. He couldn't afford to work night shifts every day. Besides, he also needed to rest, and so did Yang Xiaoyun. So it's better for 2 people to work than 3 to take turns. However, it wouldn't be possible to work a few days, so the salary definitely wouldn't be calculated according to Yang Xiaoyun and the others. Sister, introduce yourself. Tan Lunwen smiled and said to the girl, who only then came back from the shock. It was too lively and outrageous. So many computers, how much money would this cost? My name is Wang Xiaoya. You guys can just call me Xiaoya. Wang Xiaoya wore a pair of black silk glasses, and her face still had quite a few freckles. But her bottom was very good, and she had a kind of indescribable ing chi. Ponytail tied up high, wearing a casual jeans, chewing big bubble gum in her mouth. Not bad looking, you could even say good looking. It was the freckles. I'm afraid it would make people with an intense phobia a bit dizzy when they looked at it. Little brother, you're the owner? You run this internet cafe? I've been listening to Tan Luan when all the way to my ears. I don't believe that an 8-year-old can do so much. I heard that your name is Tanjai. Call Xiaoya sister. Wang Xiaoya was somewhat self-conscious and had a cheerful personality. Looking at Tanjai's cute little face, she even wanted to reach out and pinch it. However, in the end, she didn't pinch it. After all, her arms couldn't stretch that far. Tanjai laughed and didn't explain those questions of hers, but instead asked in a serious manner, Sister, why did you think of coming to an internet cafe to work as a part-time webmaster? Hey, stop it. It's not that I can't afford to buy a computer, and I just ran into Tan Lunwen looking for a part-time webmaster, so I came to give it a try. I studied computer programming in school, but now that I'm on vacation, I don't have a computer to practice on. Speaking of which, internet cafes are too expensive, $5 an hour, I can't afford to. Wang Xiaoya just like unveiling the box crackling to say nonstop. But this is not important. The important thing is Tanjai heard what? This girl is actually learning computer programming. Just now, he was worried about where to find someone who knew how to code. But he ran into one who came to apply for the job. It's really hard to find someone who knows how to code. Chapter 18. Small boss. Don't regret it. How many languages do you know? Do you know C? Do you know basic programming? Tanjai slapped the table and almost stood up from Yang Xiaoyun's lap. Of course I will, C language I happen to have learned. J language also know a little bit it, but not too skillful yet. Even though I'm a junior college student, I'm still very good all right. Little brother, you be careful. Don't fall down. Hearing Wang Xiaoya's words, Tanjai froze. So it's a college student, no wonder he knows so much. If this were to be replaced by an undergraduate, it wouldn't necessarily be as powerful as Wang Xiaoya. This is caused by the factors of the times. The various aspects of the college student's ability is indeed a little stronger than the undergraduate. However, it is now the year 98, even if Wang Xiaoya learns computer programming. But the relevant education in the country was going to lag behind the international quite a bit. It was estimated that with Wang Xiaoya's level, it would be good to get a personal homepage or something like that, and complicated things were not expected to be done. But it doesn't matter what Wang Xiaoya doesn't know, he knows. Just need to point out at the critical moment. Then the game will not be made. Good. Just sister you, work 10 days a month, morning and evening shifts in turn. Salary $200, you can use the computer at the front desk for free, but it must be used under my supervision. Tanjai immediately tapped the board. After all, it was only a part-time job. It wasn't appropriate to give a salary that was too high. $200 for only 10 days of work was actually considered high. After all, both Yang Xiaoyun and Tan Lunwen were only $500 a month. These 10 days of work just squeezed out Tan Lunwen's and Yang Xiaoyun's rest time as well. 2 birds with 1 stone. No, 3 birds with 1 stone. This girl can also write code. Why mustn't we let her practice? In Tanjai's heart, there were now 800 ways to figure out how to replicate the legend game through Wang Xiaoya. As soon as he heard that there were $200 and he could use the computer for free, Wang Xiaoya was instantly delighted. No problem, I can come to work tomorrow. But little brother, call the boss. Little boss, then can you come over to the internet when you're not at work? Is there an employee price? There are only 10 days in a month. Wang Xiaoya feels that it is not enough. The topics in school are quite difficult, and quite a lot of things learned need to be practiced over and over again. His own family condition is not good, cannot afford to buy a computer. Naturally, she wanted to spend more time at the internet cafe to learn good skills. There can be the staff price of $2 an hour. It can't be any lower. The cost can't even be recovered. Tanjai knocked on the table and said, he himself couldn't be too nice. Otherwise, Wang Xiaoya would probably be able to take the internet cafe's computers as his own. $2 an hour. Wang Xiaoya gritted her teeth. Although it was already cheap, she was really poor. That worked out that a salary of $200 could only go on for 100 hours, and in a month, after removing the free 10 days, it would only be 5 hours a day. It didn't seem like quite enough. What about the private night? Can it be cheaper? Wang Xiaoya pursued. She had already made up her mind to learn computer programming as a girl. 99% of the people she competed with were boys. As a girl herself, if she didn't master this skill, she wouldn't be able to compete with the boys in the future. $10 for the night, the lowest price. Tanjai also seemed to see Wang Xiaoya's dilemma and gave a friendly price. $10. Wang Xiaoya's face was joyful. This calculation, removing the 10 days free, $200 salary is just enough for 20 days to get the internet fee. Great. Then I'll come online every night. Little boss, don't regret it. No regrets. Let's start counting from today. Tanjai also revealed his 2 small tiger teeth and nodded seriously. I regret it. Your sister really doesn't have quite enough brains, do you? A part-time salary of $200 a month, and as a result, you still have to come every night to cover the night. Then it's like I didn't spend a penny and recruited a free laborer. What do I have to regret? Of course, Tanjai actually spent money. A computer must be empty. At $5 an hour, it actually lost a few $1,000s a month. However, that was according to the situation of being on the computer 100% every day, and actually lost no money. After all, Wang Xiaoya, this girl, he also want to fool her to help himself to get the legend. In short, there is no who lose who earn a say. Wang Xiaoya learned the technology for free, and Tanjai also happened to find a coder to cover for him. Happy cooperation. Tanjai stretched out his small hand in a good mood. Although Wang Xiaoya didn't know where the cooperation had been, she also revealed a sweet smile and stretched out her slender white hand to shake Tanjai's. Happy cooperation, little boss. After saying that, he excused himself and left. One had to hurry home to catch up on sleep, or else one would definitely be sleepy at night. Looking at Wang Xiaoya's excited departing back, Tanjai also let out a slight sigh of relief. Cousin, sister, in the future, all of your salaries will be raised to 600 a month. At these words, Tan Lunwen and Yang Xiaoyun both showed joyful expressions. It was still Tanjai who knew how to love people. This was another scheduling 5 days of vacation out for them in a month, and another increase of $100 in salary. How could they not be happy? All right, cousin. Looks like I'll have to call you little boss from now on as well. Tan Lunwen joked. Don't say it. The way Tanjai had just interviewed Wang Xiaoya, it really did have that boss flavor to it. Quickly go back to bed. You still have to work the night shift tonight. All right, cousin. No, little boss, farewell. Tan Lunwen yawned and left with satisfaction. On this side, Yang Xiaoyun cupped Tanjai's cute little face and kissed it, her face blushing as she said, Brother, you still know how to feel sorry for your sister. Sister is very happy. TSK. Tanjai touched the left side of his little face and smiled. Sister, if you're really happy, let's have a kiss on the right side too. Okay, one kiss. Soon after, Yang Xiaoyun gave Tanjai another one on the right side of her face. Tanjai was slightly stunned. He was just joking. He didn't realize that Yang Xiaoyun really didn't treat himself as an outsider. That's right, what bad thoughts could an 8-year-old have? Thinking of this, Tanjai jumped down from Yang Xiaoyun's lap and wobbled towards the computer. Brother, what are you going for? Yang Xiaoyun asked in confusion. To watch some cartoons. Then you go. Yang Xiaoyun smiled faintly and nodded. Now this was like an 8-year-old. On weekdays, Tanjai acted too mature, and if he didn't know his roots, Yang Xiaoyun would even think that Tanjai wasn't a child. How can a child be so old-fashioned? Watching cartoons is normal. Other people's children like to watch cartoons. Tanjai, who ran to the far corner, let out a bitter smile. He still had to do it himself. The core code and modeling things still have to be solved by themselves. Chapter 19. Jiali Internet Cafe. Love you. That night, around 12 o'clock, Wang Xiaoya trotted to the internet cafe with a backpack on her back. You're really here? Tan Lunwen yawned and said with an angry nuzzle. Nuaw, the innermost machine in the corner is the one you use. The other computers can't be messed with. This is what the small boss explained. The chartered night ends at 12 to 8 o'clock in the morning. Don't go overtime, the little boss will come too. Okay, no problem. Wang Xiaoya responded with a smile, then pulled out $10 and handed it to Tan Lunwen. Tan Lunwen briefly glanced at it and put it on the counter, continuing. By the way, the little boss said that new employees can drink a bottle of soda for free every day. You can take it yourself from the freezer, and it's also free during the period when you're not at work, saying it's some kind of employee benefit. Really? So good? Wang Xiaoya was stunned. This over to the internet also gives free sodas to drink. $3 for a bottle of Coke soda. When she was in college, she could only afford to buy a bottle a month to taste the flavor. This employee welfare is also too good. Right, Jiali Internet Cafe. Love you. Just for this free Coke every day. I definitely won't be absent for a day. Wang Xiaoya ran towards the machine in the far corner with gusto. Just kidding. $3 a day. A month is not just a whore $90. Little cutie. I won't come. Looking at Wang Xiaoya's happy face, Tan Lunwen had to admire his cousin. Just like Tanjai said, this girl will come every night when she hears about the free Coke. Must have come every night. The place Tanjai picked for her was also the least likely to be disturbed by other customers. From her backpack, she took out the information and small book issued by the school. Turning on the computer, she just wanted to flip through the materials, but was attracted by an eye-catching document. Wang Xiaoya Programming Study Materials. It's Wang Xiaoya. Who made this? The names are all wrong. As if she had OCD, Wang Xiaoya corrected the typos and then clicked in with a wave of curiosity. With this glance, she froze. Tanjai edited C language learning materials. This is what the little boss got. No way, he's only 8 years old. Wang Xiaoya was surprised while continuing to look down. After 5 minutes, Wang Xiaoya suddenly threw away the elementary computer programming issued by the school in her hand, then picked up her own notebook and frantically began to copy and write on it. My mom. This seems to be a game framework. The core code and the various base codes, the logic is all self-consistent. Wang Xiaoya's heart was shocked while copying hundreds of running logic codes. Even many of them she couldn't understand and needed to type them out to try. This was all the study material that Tanjai had specially prepared for her. Inside were almost all the basic codes for game operation, enough for Wang Xiaoya to learn for a long time. Even as long as Wang Xiaoya could read it, would copy and paste it, then combine it and find the bugs, she could even directly make a simple game out of it. Geez, this is much finer than what the teacher taught in class. What kind of person is little boss? A prodigy? Otherwise he's only 8 years old. How could he know so much? No. Can an 8-year-old read ABCD? C language, but it needs English foundation. Wang Xiaoya was completely frantic, a whole bunch of thoughts in her head, but she couldn't resist the temptation of knowledge. She was completely immersed. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Tanjai arrived at the internet cafe after having breakfast. Just after arriving at the internet cafe, he went straight towards the corner. In the corner, Wang Xiaoya's hair was in disarray. Her pupils were covered in blood, and the blue computer fluorescent light reflected on her face, making her look haggard. Only to see her while crackling the keyboard, her mouth also whispered words. No, no, no. This piece of code doesn't run like this. This combination is not right either. Where exactly is the mistake? Ah, so it's a missed line of code. I'm saying it. Tanjai took a look at Wang Xiaoya's appearance, then nodded. This look is what a programmer should look like. He didn't say anything, so he stood beside Wang Xiaoya without making a sound and quietly watched the other party write code. No, perhaps it should be called copying code. After watching for about 5 minutes, Tanjai smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. At least it can already run. Yeah, it can run. Old lady is really a genius, haha. It was only after a while that Wang Xiaoya reacted to the fact that there was someone standing beside her. Little boss, when did you come? Sure. Keep your voice down. Don't affect others playing the game. Oh, okay. Wang Xiaoya froze and looked around for a moment, then somewhat embarrassedly lowered her volume. Little boss, have you just been watching from the side? Can you really read and understand that this study material was written by you? Wang Xiaoya was still the same chatterbox. The questions were one after another. However, this couldn't be blamed on her. It was really because this one all-nighter her entire body was numb. This seemingly simple piece of study material actually contained the entire essence of a game industry. This was much harder than the coursework in school. Of course, this was also because Wang Xiaoya wasn't too proficient in writing games. But the operation was practically similar, and all she lacked was experience. Faced with so many questions, Tanjai didn't know which one to answer, and simply used a once-and-for-all solution. That's right, I'm a prodigy. Recently, I happened to be studying this aspect of programming, and after reading quite a few books, I just casually wrote this. Oh, prodigy, got it. Wang Xiaoya turned her head, and the question was instantly gone. The biggest logic had been given out. Since Tanjai was a prodigy, what was the need for her to think so much? Anyway, it was a prodigy, so it was normal to know some powerful things. As for some other logic, such as Tanjai was only 8 years old, even if he was a prodigy, he couldn't be more powerful than a university teacher, and even the industry elites weren't necessarily that powerful. This type of problem was directly skipped by Wang Xiaoya. A little bit of bug is normal, okay, she learned programming. Naturally speaking, the underlying logic is just fine. The prodigy was simply unsolvable. Tanjai also thought of this layer, which is why he said so. It was impossible to say that she was reborn with decades of elite coding in her head. Saying so was rather illogical. Reborn? How did you get reborn? Why can you be reborn and others can't? In short, not only will it create a whole lot of questions, but it will also be treated as a psychopath, and may even be arrested and sliced up for research. It's 1998. What is the concept of rebirth in this era now? I'm afraid that 99% of the people are not clear at all. Chapter 20, go for it. Ali gives. It needs to be modified here. Don't copy it hard. Why is sister so stupid? Just an auto-routing code, how could you not understand it? Sister, I think you should figure out the coordinates first before. Right here, but it can actually be optimized a bit. It doesn't have to be written so complicated. In the corner, childish voices rang out from time to time, causing some of the teenagers playing the game to occasionally look their eyes over. But it was futile to look, not being able to understand what they were saying. But not being able to understand didn't mean they weren't shocked. An 8-year-old child was actually reprimanding a 20-year-old sister as if she was an elementary school student. And that sister even nodded her head vigorously. It was as if she was really being reprimanded by a teacher. What is this world coming to? No, who on earth was the elementary school student? No one told them these doubts, but soon, they forgot about them. What's the point of thinking so much? The overnight is almost over. Let's brush up on the monsters again. Only when Yang Xiaoyun came to change shifts did Tanjai leave Wang Xiaoya's seat with satisfaction and head towards the front desk. The progress so far was still good. Although Wang Xiaoya wasn't too skilled, her basic skills were quite solid. Together with her own guidance, it was estimated that she should soon be able to make something to show herself. Although it was fine to do it yourself. But there was no need. The core things had already been given out, and it was better to leave these heavy jobs to those youngsters. Otherwise, he was only 8 years old, and it was tiring to do such heavy work. It was only right that he should talk to watch cartoons and chat with Yang Xiaoyun. Currently, there was only one Wang Xiaoya, and this was only temporary. After Legend was made, we would find another opportunity to register a studio and recruit a few college students in Dad's name, and we would basically be okay. Tanjai knows too well how lucrative Legends is. When Shanda was the agent of Legend at the peak of the month, the point card income was tens of millions of dollars. In 2004, Shanda's boss was the richest man in the country, and it only cost $300,000 to buy the agency. But for Tanjai, he could even create this game without spending any money. $1 million deal. There was no need to wait until '01 to grab the agency rights from Shanda. Instead, they should have come to Tanjai to negotiate for the agency rights. As the saying goes, go the way of others, let others have no way to go. Who let the game made by the We Made Game Company in the stick country is so hot after a few years. If you don't copy it, who will you copy? Brother, are you still watching cartoons today? Yang Xiaoyun hugged Tanjai and asked with a smile. Watch it. Why don't you watch it? Can't sister spare me? Tanjai looked like he was enjoying himself, but in his heart he was actually a bit helpless. He didn't want to, but he was the only one who could do it. There was no way. Modeling had to rely on himself, and it was impossible to find a modeler at the moment. This thing to other companies to do and the cost. Now the internet cafe has not yet realized profit. The payment for the goods hadn't been settled yet, so they could only do it themselves. Not at all. I'm afraid you'll hurt your eyes by looking at the computer too much. Yang Xiaoyun pinched Tanjai's fleshy little face, full of concern. In response, Tanjai didn't say anything. That little bit of eye injury compared to billions and billions of dollars, it's not worth mentioning at all. Believe it or not, if you do this out, countless people will come over to hurt their eyes, even if they go blind from looking at computers. Of course, this is a joking idea. Of course, this money has to be earned by oneself. Yang Xiaoyun didn't know this, and Tanjai didn't say much. Not long after, Wang Xiaoya left with a small backpack. She now has a somewhat indecent image, but her mental state is very exuberant. Looking at the computer in the corner was still a bit fond of it. One night's harvest is too big. This was valuable knowledge that could not be learned in how many years of school. Little boss, I'm leaving. I'll complete the task you gave me as soon as possible. Wang Xiaoya patted her chest and promised. Cheer up, Ali give. Tanjai raised her small fist in symbolic encouragement. Okay, Ali give. Although she didn't understand what it meant, Wang Xiaoya always felt as if she was doing something extraordinary. So happy to be encouraged by the little boss, then bumbled away. In fact, she had just wanted to give Tanjai a kiss on her little face. But being hugged by Yang Xiaoyun, she was a bit embarrassed again. Thanks to Wang Xiaoya not doing this, otherwise if Tanjai was really kissed by Wang Xiaoya, Tanjai would have nightmares for days, and then even if he had to write the code himself, he would have to fire Wang Xiaoya. Crazy women can't be kept. How can they covet the body of the little boss? Time passed quietly. Soon half a month passed. At this point in time, the time had already reached half of August, and in another half month it would be the September school season. During this half a month, Tanjai came over every day around 7 o'clock. After instructing Wang Xiaoya for an hour, when Wang Xiaoya left, he began to watch the cartoon. Half a month down the line, all the character models were basically done. 98 was actually still mainly pixelated. The character models were actually particularly rough, there was no need to be so detailed, and the scenes were also rather scarce, flipping over and over just a few diagrams. This is limited by the current hardware equipment. Even if Tanjai has the technology, it is very difficult to perform. About 02 or so, when the computer technology is more mature after the hardware have kept up, it can also be optimized again. So half a month was enough time for Tanjai to draw all the character models and maps. Warrior, Mage, Taoist. That's it, that's enough already. Tanjai shook his legs and saved all the materials, then shook his head and walked towards the front desk. Seeing this, Yang Xiaoyun revealed a smile and touched Tanjai's small head. Brother, you've been quite happy watching cartoons this half month. What cartoons are so good looking? Do you want your sister to watch them with you? In the face of Yang Xiaoyun's concern, Tanjai sighed, his heart somewhat depressed. It would be nice if he was really watching cartoons. He came early in the morning every day and didn't leave until 7 or 8 o'clock, working especially hard. Wasn't it because he wanted to make the game earlier so as not to have a long night? After all, it was still unknown how the progress was on the side of the stick country. If one didn't seize the first opportunity, it would be easy to be subjected to infringement disputes and things like that. No need, sister. I'm already tired of watching it, and it's time to focus on my studies as school will start soon. Tanjai climbed onto Yang Xiaoyun's lap and changed the topic. It's also true, school will start in less than half a month. Brother, although you are very smart, you can't waste your studies. Can't waste it, Tanjai said with an indifferent face. If he couldn't manage to study in the 3rd grade of elementary school, it would really be a wasted life. Chapter 21. Charge 1,000. Get 300. It was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. Today was Wang Xiaoya's day for the evening shift. Good day, little boss. As soon as she entered, Wang Xiaoya respectfully raised a bow towards Tanjai. She really admired Tanjai too much. Prodigy was a prodigy. The learning gains from this half-month were much more than what she had learned in 2 years in school. Not to mention, now that she was practicing programming, she had already begun to become skillful, and it would barely take a day before she was already able to break into a small project. She sent the program she took the time to write to her tutor at school, and even her tutor exclaimed that she, Wang Xiaoya, was a genius. He said that he was going to introduce her to a job as soon as she graduated. So, could Wang Xiaoya not be respectful to Tanjai, who was practically a living parent? Wait, it just so happens that I have something I need you to do. Help me make a system. Tanjai hurriedly called out to Wang Xiaoya. The other party stopped and looked over. Little boss, what is it? Facing Wang Xiaoya's doubt, Tanjai said with a smile. It's like this, you help me write a software that allows guests surfing the internet to directly log in to their accounts to get on and off the computer, and it can also be used to manage the member recharge system. When these words came out, Yang Xiaoyun was first stunned, then said with a smile. This function is good. If we can really make it, we don't need that pen to record one by one, and it's not easy to make mistakes. That's right, it's troublesome to use handwriting to record on the machine, so I hope you can make one out, you can put it aside on the game side, and continue to get the game when you're done with this. Let's name it Internet Cafe Management System. Tanjai nodded and said with a straight face. The Internet Cafe Management System was also an essential software system for internet cafes in the latter days. It had various functions such as logging in, recharging, deducting fees, and calling services. If Wang Xiaoya could make it, it would save a lot of effort. This way of holding notes in hand is possible for a short period of time, very troublesome for a long period of time, and not conducive to reconciliation. Tanjai thought that since he had invested in the internet cafe industry, it was definitely going to be bigger and stronger. Therefore, the internet cafe management system must also be arranged in advance. After listening to Tanjai's request, Wang Xiaoya did a little thinking and replied, Little boss, these functions you mentioned don't sound very complicated. But whether or not I can do it specifically, I still need to test it out. Okay, I'll give you 3 days to test it out. If it's done and if it works, I'll give you a bonus, $200. Okay, little boss. Wang Xiaoya's eyes immediately lit up. There were $200. This is worth a month's salary. Then definitely do it properly, work overtime to get it out. Programming is like this. Overtime is basically the norm. Tanjai's gaze became a little intolerant, and I don't know what Wang Xiaoya will end up becoming when she enters this line of work and loses her hair in a big way over time. She would go bald. Tanjai shivered. Imagining the picture was terrifying. A few days later, Wang Xiaoya rushed to Tanjai with an excited face. She had really gotten the internet cafe management system out. Tanjai found a vacant computer to test out the software Wang Xiaoya had made. Not bad. The interface can actually be a bit more concise. Just get the interface for recharging right. Tanjai looked at Wang Xiaoya with satisfaction. Thinking that this half-month had not been in vain, under his own guidance, Wang Xiaoya's ability had skyrocketed. 3 days had really given it a go, although it was a bit crude, but in this era of 98 years it was completely enough. Thus, Tanjai didn't let Wang Xiaoya modify it too much, and put it into use after a slight adjustment. That night, a few teenagers yawned and came to pack the night. One set out $20 and handed it to Wang Xiaoya at the front desk. Here, 3 people for a private night. Good Lu. Wang Xiaoya accepted the money, and then took out 3 cards from the drawer and said, Nah, this is your account number and password. Don't lose it, and use this to log on to the internet later. After you log in, you can also check your own uptime. After the end of the charter time, if you don't renew the fee, you will be automatically discharged. Listening to Wang Xiaoya's introduction, the 3 of them stared blankly. Really? Jiali Internet Cafe is already so advanced now? So advanced looking. Wow, I'm going to try it. Really, hey. Boarding there, I saw $20 of internet fees inside my wallet, labeled with the overnight time slot, and it will automatically disembark at 8 o'clock in the morning. This is a good feature. It can also remind the time. Several teenagers excitedly logged into their accounts, entered their passwords, and looked at the brand new computer interface also filled with novelty. Wang Xiaoya looked at this scene with a smile, a hint of being able to appear on her face. Hey, this girl is great, isn't she? If you guys knew that I made this system, wouldn't you all be shocked? Low-key. Wang Xiaoya turned back and continued to improve the internet cafe management system. The recharge function was still a little short. It would be updated and improved soon. By the time Tanjai and Yang Xiaoyun came to change shifts the next day, The recharge function was also ready. After confirming that there were no problems, Tanjai asked Yang Xiaoyun to write a sign and place it on the front desk. Jiali Internet Cafe has added a new member recharge and giveaway program, valid for a long time. Top up $100. Give away $10 of internet fee. Charge $200 and get $30. Charge $500. Complimentary $100 network fee. Today happens to also be the weekend. The internet is a lot of people. A few ate breakfast early to come to the Jiali Internet Cafe. Internet addiction young man walked to the front desk. See the signboard on the front desk, could not help but ask. Little boss, is it really true? This recharge will give away the internet fee? These few youngsters had gotten acquainted with Tanjai, basically coming in every day and even often staying out all night. From time to time, they heard Wang Xiaoya call Tanjai little boss, and they followed suit. They all work in the nearby factories. The day shift is relatively easy. The night often come to the internet. Today is probably a break, so they came in a group. Facing their inquiries, Tanjai tilted her small face and smiled. Of course, a few brothers, this is not all written very clearly. How about it, do you guys want to do a membership? As long as $100 can become a member, $500 also give $100 of internet fees. This is almost equal to a 20% discount, close to $4 an hour. In the face of Tanjai's persuasion, the three youngsters were instantly a little excited. They were the ones who stayed in the internet cafe for a long time, so they would save a lot of money and could eat many more meals, and they didn't have to eat instant noodles and those things every night. The three of them got together and discussed in whispers. Then one of them stood out and asked, "Little boss, if we charge 1,000, how much can we give away?" 1,000. Tanjai was slightly stunned. He didn't expect these three to have money. Soon he had calculated everything in his mind and decisively said, "If you charge 1,000, I'll give you 300 internet fees." Chapter 22. In less than a month and a half, you earn $600,000. 300 internet fees. That's really quite a lot. It's almost 60% off. The three youngsters' faces were ecstatic after hearing this. Before, $1,000 was to go on for 200 hours except for overnight. Then now, $1,000 can go on for 260 hours, 60 more hours. That's right, little boss. The same deduction of 20 for a night out? That's right. It's the same deduction for a private night. Tanjai said with a serious face. Like this kind of long-term internet customers, he cannot wait for guests to recharge more to come. After all, an empty computer can't earn a dime. This recharge gift was also the most direct marketing tool. Can in a short period of time can receive a large amount of money, not only can pay off the purchase price, and even for the opening of the branch to do the capital preparation. Moreover, customers who have been surfing the internet for a long time at the internet cafe will be helpful for other small businesses as well. For example, drinks, snacks, cigarettes, and fast food. These are all complementary and can perfectly form an industrial closed loop. Where does earning a penny smell as good as earning multiple pennies? The latter days, so many internet cafes, which one is not attached to a small supermarket or engaged in a counter for secondary marketing of byproducts. Great. Small boss, you wait. Let's go get the money. Upon hearing that Tanjai was going to give away 300 and only 20 deductions for a private night, the three youngsters directly went crazy. This can be counted as half a month's worth of overnight stays, so it can't be crazy. About 10 minutes later, the three young men rushed into the front desk again. One hand dragged a handful of money on the front desk. Small boss. Cannot back out. Business should be honest. Must be honest, sister. You count the money. Confirm it's correct and apply for membership. Tanjai patted Yang Xiaoyun's small hand. Okay. I'll count it now. Yang Xiaoyun was just confused. She had never thought that the business of an internet cafe could be done this way. Collecting money in advance, giving away memberships and internet fees, this customers actually shelled out money one by one. It was still $3,000. Such a large sum of money. Quickly, Yang Xiaoyun reacted and put the money into the cabinet after counting it. Tanjai also did not directly opened a membership card for each person, giving away 300 internet fees, while the use of the new internet cafe management system was also explained. The account password is what you log in with. The password can be changed by yourself. The balance is in the wallet. You can check the deduction situation. Got it. The three youngsters were elated. They didn't even wait for Tanjai to finish. They couldn't wait to take the card and go on the machine. A look at the balance in the wallet, a whole 1,003 internet fees. A scream of excitement. Jiali Internet Cafe. Love you. Too good. This is more favorable than the opening long-term effective. This brother, are you still on for $5 an hour? Hurry up and get a membership. It's free for 100 bucks. It's a blast. After Tanjai launched the membership recharge bonus activity, the number of people applying for membership was like a rocket rising into the sky, rapidly increasing. The rate of increase was even faster than he had imagined. In just one day on Saturday, Jiali Internet Cafe had registered over 100 new members. Although most of them are recharged 100 and 200, but there are also some hands of money, directly as 500 to start charging. The activity of charging 1,000 and getting 300 free Yang Xiaoyun also increased up. According to Tanjai's instructions, what if there were still loyal customers like the 3 youngsters? As a result, after adding them, the number of customers who charged 1,000 was far more than those who charged 500. After all, if a customer could afford $500, would he still be short of $500 to charge 1,000? When Tanjai came over the next day to take stock, the front desk cabinet was already full of money. $50,000. In one day, Tanjai had earned it. Tanhuigan and Lu Jiali both looked at the thick stacks of banknotes and were completely dumbfounded. This own son was really too smart. With just such a membership recharge activity, it was amazing that he had wildly earned $50,000 in a single day. What about a month? Tanhuigan couple direct people numb. This is not robbing money. Son. Xiaoyun, you two watch the counter. Wife, we go to deposit money. Tanhuigan instant decision. Immediately find a burlap bag will be on the table of cash to load up. This is $50,000 or hurry to deposit, the bank is safer. Otherwise, money moves people's hearts. Who can guarantee that these people in the internet cafe who surf the internet will not move a crooked mind? So, the two people rushed out of the internet cafe in a hurry and ran straight to the nearest bank. When Tanhuigan and Lu Jiali came back again, both of them had a layer of red light on their faces. Too good. In the bank, they pulled out $50,000 in one go, and all those people who had saved money looked at them with envy. This was the kind of savings that many people couldn't save for years. Yet they earned it in just one short day. Son, this strategy is good. I don't think it will be long before the final payment for the computer is settled early. Tanhuigan happily picked up his son and gave him a fierce kiss, and was disliked to death by Tanjai. Do you know that your breath stinks? And your beard is particularly stuck on Lu Jiali also rushed over and picked up her son and kissed him fiercely. Tanjai rolled his eyes helplessly and tried to turn to Yang Xiaoyun for help. Yang Xiaoyun, however, lost her smile and shook her head, expressing her love. She was actually very excited as well, although this time it was the Tan family who made the money. But if they opened a branch next, then their family, wouldn't they also be able to make a profit from it? Soon, 10 days passed. And after 10 days had passed, Tanjai had already earned $500,000 in cash by relying on the means of recharging members. That's right, the average day was basically around $50,000. And during these 10 days of work, Mr. and Mrs. Tanhuigan came to the store early in the morning to withdraw and deposit money. That afternoon, Tanhuigan then brought Tanjai to Qin Yue's store once again. Yo, isn't this Boss Tan's father and son here to buy computers again? Qin Yue smiled and welcomed the two into his office and asked. Tanhuigan didn't say anything. Tanjai sat down on the tea table with a big swing and said in a childish but exaggerated tone, Uncle Qin, don't ask so many questions first. Bring out the most expensive tea leaves. Eh? Qin Yue was slightly stunned, originally a bit reluctant, but on the basis of Tanjai having bought so many computers from him, he still ninja meat paintedly pulled out the consistently expensive tea leaves from the cabinet. Precious Biluakun, $200 a caddy. Saying that, Qin Yue made tea for the two of them, his expression still so meaty. By Luo-chun, good stuff. Tanjai smiled at this and nodded at his dad. The next moment, Tanhuigan also bared his teeth and pulled out a check from his pocket, handing it to Qin Yue. Boss Qin, this is the remaining $400,000 of the final payment. Check it. The words fell. Qin Yue stared at the check in his hand with wide eyes. It's only been less than a month and a half of work. You guys earned $600,000? Chapter 23 Opportunity. Finally coming. Tanhuigan also did not say much, but sit down and follow the tea. Rare Biluakun. He never drank such a good tea in his life. But that was before, in the future, this kind of grade of tea he wants to drink. Qin Yue immediately ran to the bank to check. After confirming that the amount is correct, when he came back, he was running a little out of breath. Two bosses, money no problem. Too clear. Saying that, Qin Yue took out the previously signed contract and handed it over to Tanhuigan. Please also take care of me next time. $30,000 was easier to earn than expected. So Qin Yue was naturally beaming with joy. The two fathers and sons looked at each other and smiled, and after drinking tea, they left directly, without being polite, and before leaving, Tanjai also took away the can of precious biluakun. Before leaving, Tanjai also took away the can of precious biluakun. Qin Yue smiled at this and said, I'll give it to you, little boss. When the two left, Qin Yue looked at the back of the Tan family's father and son and revealed a thoughtful expression. Could it be that opening an internet cafe was really so lucrative? Shouldn't he himself also consider thinking about opening an internet cafe? In the next few days, the business of the internet cafe had been very hot, especially the people who filled up their memberships were still endless. Although there weren't as many people as in the beginning, there were about 50 people who applied for membership every day. The reason why there are so many people is that the market for internet cafes in Jiangxing is too small. The cost of opening an internet cafe is too high, resulting in internet cafes have not been many, not to mention the hundreds of computers like Jiali Internet Cafe. The entire Jiangxing city also has and only so one big internet cafe. So, those who cannot find a place to surf the internet, after so many months of fermentation, basically all flock to the homely internet cafe. Now the business, every day full, has once again appeared to grab the computer thing. Wang Xiaoya's computer is now placed at the front desk. Otherwise it will affect other people to go online. This is also something that can't be helped, who let Jiali Internet Cafe's business is too hot. Today was August 31st, the last day of August. Tanjai looked at the hot scene inside the internet cafe and frowned lightly. Dad, how much cash do we have in our hands now? Almost another 100,000 or so. Tanhuigan smiled back. That's fine. The branch store thing is almost ready to start. Tomorrow I'm going to start school. So I'll basically leave it to you guys during the day. Tanjai said somewhat helplessly. He didn't want to go to elementary school, but nay, his mom and dad were stubborn. He couldn't even go without studying. Don't worry, son. While you're away, a few of us are enough. The recruitment information has also been sent out, and I'm talking to the landlord about the address of the store that you've picked out for us in the past few days. Tanhuigan's things became more numerous now, so the job of selling snacks and cigarettes was given to the front desk. Yang Xiaoyun and Tan Lunwen's work became more stressful. However, this was only temporary. According to Tanjai's planning, an internet cafe must be equipped with a store manager, a receptionist, and a waitress for hygiene and deliveries. Adding the night shift and removing the store manager, there must be at least 5 people. And a cook, that's 6 people. Mom and Dad were definitely going to be constantly helping themselves to expand the branch, so they were going to be empty. Tanjai nodded and said to Wang Xiaoya, You work hard today? Help watch the front desk. We'll go out for a meal, and I'll bring you one later. Saying that, Tanjai also sent Wang Xiaoya's $200 bonus to her in advance. As soon as she saw the money, Wang Xiaoya sat down at the front desk to guard the store. Thus, Tanhuigan waved his hand and took everyone else to go down to the restaurant. This is also the first time since the opening of the internet cafe that the people gathered together to eat. Not long, the crowd took a taxi to Jiangxing more expensive restaurant to eat, called Hongyun Grand Hotel. Inside the store, a group of 5 people went into the spacious and bright box. The box was elegantly decorated, with a solid wood round table in the center, surrounded by comfortable chairs. There were several exquisite landscape paintings hanging on the wall, giving people a feeling of tranquility and peace. Tanhuigan sat his butt on the main seat and greeted everyone with a smile. Don't be polite. Feel free to sit. After Yang Xiaoyun and Tan Lunwen took their seats, Tanhuigan pushed the menu to Tanjai. Son, order whatever you want to eat. Our family isn't short on money right now. Nonsense, of course my son can order whatever he wants to eat. Our business is all made by my son. Lu Jiali laughed and cursed. She felt that Tanhuigan was too proud of himself and had to be knocked down. Yes, wife, we've come out for dinner. Can you give me some face? Tanhuigan coughed awkwardly, causing the others to burst into laughter. After ordering, Tanhuigan poured juice for everyone, picked up his cup and stood up. Come on, let's clink glasses together, wishing our internet cafe a prosperous business, getting better and better. Everyone got up and raised their cups, clinking them together with a crisp sound. Not long after, the meals were served, and Tanjai just stood on the chair, eating the food while saying, The next expansion of the internet cafe can't be like the current one. The store must be large, preferably with 2 floors. As the words fell, Tanjai put down his chopsticks and nodded. My son is right. The current internet cafe is a bit small. Not only is it small, the environment isn't good either. When there's time, Jiali Internet Cafe still needs to renovate and expand the store. Tanjai interrupted his father's words and continued. The crowd didn't mind. They all listened attentively, especially Yang Xiaoyun, who even took a notebook to write down all of Tanjai's words. The internet is already a bit radioactive, and it's hard to go online for a long time, so I suggest getting some more greenery to beautify the environment and purify the air. Seeing this, Tanjai quickly interjected. That's a good idea. I'll go to the flower and bird market and buy some more green plants. Tanjai smiled and nodded, then added, the newly renovated internet cafe should be divided into areas, such as the general area, that is, the lobby, whether members can use. Then, to set up a VIP box area, it's best to make it into a triple room, 5 rooms such as a connecting room, so that the little ones who go online together can all go online in one box. However, the VIP box is only available to members for the time being. Everyone's eyes lit up at these words. Wonderful. How on earth did Tanjai's little brain grow? And this idea was too good. Originally, people who surfed the internet came in groups of 3 or 5, so this idea of VIP compartments wouldn't cause those customers who couldn't connect to the rows to squabble. It also potentially cuts down on the security risks of internet cafes. Seeing that everyone was listening attentively, Tanjai took a sip of juice and continued. The last thing is the matter of my sister and cousin joining. I've decided that my sister and cousin will contribute $50,000 a family to account for 20% of the shares of the new store and 1% of the shares of all the stores. As soon as these words came out, Yang Xiaoyun and Tan Lunwen directly stood up and looked at Tanjai with a grateful face. Their chance, finally, was coming. Chapter 24. Is there anyone in charge or not? Tan Lunwen and Yang Xiaoyun were both their own people. Giving some favors was nothing. A family of $50,000 can take up 20% of the shares and still have 1% of all the stores. This is a great thing. More than a month to come. Jiali Internet Cafe less than 800,000. This year down, how to say also have a few million. 20% of the shares, that is not to say, their family may also be $1 million a year. In 1998, a family with $100,000 in savings was already a very wealthy family. For a family to earn $1 million a year, Yang Xiaoyun and Tan Lunwen simply couldn't dare to imagine. Not to mention the 1% stake in all the stores. It didn't seem like much, but the more outlets there were, the more their respective families would earn. The cost was merely not $50,000 of startup capital. It was simply too good a deal. Holy cow. Cousin, I want to call you brother. Brother. Thank you so much. Sister loves you. Yang Xiaoyun and Tan Lunwen were so excited that they even looked like they were rushing over to kiss Tanjai. Yang Xiaoyun naturally had no problem with it. Tan Lunwen should just forget about it. Mom and Dad, do you guys have a problem with this? Tanjai turned his gaze to Tanjai and Lu Jiali. Son, I've already said that you can decide on the big things. Mom and Dad don't have any opinions. The couple nodded repeatedly, naturally not having any opinions. Then, this matter is settled. When the branch is ready, sister and cousin will not stay in the current store. All of them go to the branch as store managers and train their own shopkeepers to go. Being store managers, train shopkeepers? Tan Lunwen and Yang Xiaoyun only felt that happiness had come too suddenly. It had only been a little over a month, and they had gone from being a small front desk cashier, and now seemed to have turned into something extraordinary. And all of this was thanks to the 8-year-old sized Tanjai in front of them. Otherwise, people like them who just finished high school and couldn't do anything, if they didn't go into the factory to work, they wouldn't be able to find any other better careers to pursue. Don't worry, cousin. I promise to complete the task. Tan Lunwen patted his chest and swore with conviction. Yang Xiaoyun also followed suit and nodded his head straight, saying that he would definitely do a good job. Having said that, Tanjai actually had nothing to say, so he continued with his dry meal. Eat and drink, the next thing is to rely on them to struggle. After all, he was only 8 years old. How could he do so much? A meal, eat is the guest of honor, it's happy, everyone is very happy. Especially Tan Lunwen. He is only in his 2nd year of high school. High school did not even graduate to become a store manager. It's a great sense of accomplishment. Tonight, he will go home and tell his family that he will not enroll in school tomorrow. What is still studying which is not as good as being a store manager. So, just walked out from the restaurant. Tan Lunwen said hello, and quickly ran to his home. Mom and Dad, I've decided not to study. I'm going to follow my cousin and do a good job. If it was before this kind of words, Tan Lunwen's parents will definitely take a stick to whip him to death. But now, his parents can't even be happy. Mainly because they were afraid of being poor. His parents were honest laborers with little savings. This may be the only chance for the family to earn big money. On the way out, Yang Xiaoyun hugged Tanjai extremely gently, and then bobbed a little on his little face. Brother, sister has a small request. I don't know if I can say it. Yang Xiaoyun's posture was very low, a tone of consultation. Sister, we're all on our own. Just say something. Tanjai touched her cheeks and smiled. It's like this, my sister was supposed to go to her first year of high school this year. But she can't read, and no matter how much Mom and Dad try to persuade her, it's useless. I as a sister, thinking that even if she doesn't study, she can't go on the path of going to work in a factory. Look at the branch if it opens. Can you let her come and follow me to learn first? Don't worry. The salary doesn't have to be too high. After all, she's not even an adult. Tan Huigan interjected after listening. Xiao Shui. So young to not study. Hey, this child is also really worrying people, son. You cannot learn from Xiao Shui. Lu Jiali glared at Tan Huigan. Our son is so smart. How can he learn from Xiao Shui, that girl? Yes, that's all I'm saying. Tanjai was a bit speechless at her parents, but still nodded to Yang Xiaoyun. Sister, making you the store manager isn't for you to ask me about everything. For small things like this, you can just decide for yourself. Great brother, thank you then. Yang Xiaoyun was so excited that she took another bite on Tanjai's cheeks. This left one bite after another. Tanjai was also helpless. Damn, bullying me for being small. When I'm older, let's see if you still dare to kiss me like this. Sister brother-in-law, then I'm leaving. Yang Xiaoyun left with a joyful smile, just like Tan Lunwen. She had to go home and talk to her family. This was their family's chance to change their fate. Tan Huigan walked behind Tanjai at some point, and without waiting for Tanjai to resist, he directly picked her up and placed her on his shoulders. The broad shoulders were reassuring, and Tanjai smiled, so he didn't refuse. Son, Dad doesn't know how to express this. After all, he hasn't read much. But I still want to say, having you as a son, Dad feels very lucky and happy. Tan Huigan spoke and got stuck. Tanjai lost his smile at the sight. Dad, don't force emotions if you can't incite them. Haha, you're right. Dad is happy anyway. Tan Huigan's cheerful laughter faded away in the wind, and the family of three happily walked towards home. On the other hand, at the front desk of the Jiali internet cafe, Wang Xiaoya touched her stomach and slumped on the table. She glanced at the time on the computer with some weakness. No, what time is it? Where's the promised meal? Inside the internet cafe, a wailing sound like the growling of a vicious wolf rang out. She was really starving. Does anyone care? Chapter 25. Zhao Dezhu, father and son. Eyes red. In the evening, the sky was getting dark, and the dim light passed through the dirty windows of the internet cafe. Wang Xiaoya has been sitting here for a long time. The hunger in the abdomen is unbearable. The stomach like a drum grumbled and grumbled, as if the front of the chest are almost to the back. Her eyes stared straight at the door, full of anxiety. Her mouth kept muttering. What the hell is wrong with Tanjai and the others? Why aren't they back yet? Just when Wang Xiaoya was dizzy with hunger, a burst of laughter suddenly came from outside the door. Immediately afterward, several people from Tanjai walked into the internet cafe, hooking their shoulders and talking and laughing. Brother Yi, you guys are finally back. Wang Xiaoya was like being injected with a shot of cardiac stimulant, instantly coming to life. She braced her weak body, and in a weak and expectant voice, she shouted at Tanjai, "Did you bring me any food? I'm starving to death." Tanjai waved his small hand dashingly and said confidently, "Hey, what are you talking about? If you follow Brother E, how can you still be hungry? Huigan, where's the stuff? Hurry up and bring it out." Tan Huigan grinned, like a magic trick. From behind him at once carried out 5 or 6 fast food boxes, said loudly, "Xiaoya sister." Then, Wang Xiaoya's eyes instantly glowed, hurriedly reaching out to take them, and couldn't wait to open a box. Wow! Wang Xiaoya cried out in surprise. It was actually pot roast, the golden crispy meat, wrapped in sweet and sour tantalizing sauce. In the dim light flashing attractive luster, the aroma of the nose, greedy Wang Xiaoya drooled almost out. She hurriedly opened another box. Yeah, it's fish-scented shredded pork. The aroma instantly filled the air. One must know that in this era of extremely scarce supplies, these were hard dishes that were rare to see. Brother E, these dishes actually haven't been touched. Wang Xiaoya's eyes instantly reddened. Tanjai waved his hand uncaringly and smiled broadly. That's for sure. When we go out to a restaurant, how can we bring you the leftovers from someone else's meal? Wang Xiaoya's heart was flooded with warmth, and the resentment that Tanjai had felt before for coming back late instantly disappeared. Her voice trembled with excitement. Brother E, thank you so much. In all my life, I've never met such a good boss as you. On the other side, Zhao Dezhu was nestled in his house in a leisurely manner. He sat with a swagger, his legs crossed high, a cigarette in his mouth, the sparks on the cigarette bright and bright. Hand turning a worn out-of-shape magazine, paper yellow, not to mention the edge of the roll. There are a lot of holes, but he seems to be watching with great interest. Suddenly, the door came a messy and hurried footsteps. Before Zhao Dezhu could react from that bored state, his fox and dog friend, Wang Mazi, stormed in. Brother Dezhu, Wang Mazi shouted with his broken voice, spittle splattering around uncontrollably as he spoke. You know, that Tanjai kid is really something. It's only been a month since he started the internet cafe, and man, that scale is like blowing up a balloon, expanding more than 20 times at once. He gasped, his eyes widened, and then shouted at the top of his lungs. I heard that, it made several $100,000 in one go. When Zhao Dezhu heard this, his eyes, which were still half squinted, instantly glared round, like copper bells, and the cigarette in his mouth almost fell to the ground. What the hell? Made hundreds of thousands of dollars. His voice unconsciously raised, with full of disbelief and deep jealousy. What makes that kid's life so good? Saying that, he violently raised his hand and ruthlessly pressed the cigarette out in the ashtray. The movement was so big that the ashes splashed out and landed a small ash stain on the desktop. After Zhao Dezhu heard the news, the muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably for a few moments as if he had been electrocuted. Immediately afterward, the corner of his mouth slowly hooked up an arc that was filled with greed, as if a vicious wolf that saw its prey. Damn it! What gives that little brat Tanjai the right? Zhao Dezhu gritted his teeth and squeezed these words out from between his teeth. Each word seemed to carry hatred. He gritted his teeth, his cheeks bulging high from the exertion. Wang Mazi pretended to shake his head at the side, a long sigh escaping his mouth. Alas, Brother Dezhu, why don't we have this eye-popping good fortune? Look at other people's Tanjai, he's earning a lot of money as if he's playing around, and he's eating and drinking a lot of food. And look at us, poor as a ding-dong. Every day can only drink the northwest wind, the days of miserable yo. When Zhao Dezhu heard these words, it was like a powder keg that was ignited, instantly flaming. Sap sound, he slapped on his thighs. The sound is clear and loud. Immediately after, he yelled at the top of his lungs. Luck? Humph. Tanjai, just had 8 lifetimes of luck before he hit this good thing, which is not really skillful. It's purely a blind cat bumping into a dead rat. Thinking about the previous incident, Zhao Dezhu hated his teeth. Last time, he carefully fabricated a project, coaxed Tanhuigan into a daze, and the money was about to be swindled, but the result was that Tanjai intervened, stirring up the good things. Otherwise, the money would have fallen into his pocket, how to spend, which can let Tanjai now this kind of scenery. Zhao Dezhu thought more and more angry, finally could not help, violently kicked the stool next to him. The stool clang sound was kicked far away, rolling on the ground several times before stopping. But the anger in his heart did not decrease at all. Brother Dezhu, calm down, calm down. Wang Mazi's mouth pretended to persuade, but his eyes flashed with an imperceptible hint of schadenfreude. Zhao Dezhu stroked his chin, his eyes darted around, and an unintentional sinister smile surfaced on his face. He violently turned his head and shouted at the top of his voice towards Zhao Mingxing, who was playing marbles at the side. Mingxing, hurry up and get your ass over here. After shouting, he replaced it with a coaxing fake smile and said, Father asks you, do you want to eat delicious food and new toys? When Zhao Xingxing heard this, his eyes instantly lit up. Excitedly jumped to Zhao Dezhu's front. His little hand tightly grasped the corner of his coat and eagerly yelled, I want to, Father. In the end, how to buy, Tell me quickly. Zhao Dezhu mouth corner hooked up. That smile hides countless calculations. Slowly bent down, gently patted Zhao Xingxing's head, said in a conspiratorial manner, Tanjai, that brat, operating an internet cafe, earns a lot of money. Just in time. Let's go find Tan Huigan and ask him to take out the money he promised to lend us last time. When the money is in our hands, we can buy whatever we want and eat and drink all the time. Although Zhao Xingxing was young, once he heard that Tanjai was making a lot of money, his eyes were full of envy, and he nodded his head as vigorously as if he were pounding garlic. Father, let's not dawdle, hurry up. Chapter 26. You have to borrow even if you don't borrow. In the evening, Tanjai's family hummed a little song and stepped lightly into their home. Tan Huigan and Lu Jiali were sitting on the sofa, and in their eyes, there was still an undisguised excitement and trance, as if they were still dreaming. Tan Huigan's face was full of smiles, his large hand heavily landing on Tanjai's shoulder, his voice slightly trembling from excitement. Son, this day today, Dad feels like he's dreaming. In the past, we didn't even dare to think that we could have this much money. But now it's actually all come true. Lu Jiali also nodded vigorously at the side. Her eyes narrowed into a slit with a smile. Thanks to my son. Jiali, you are truly a great credit to our family. Saying this, she pulled Tanjai into her arms and gave him a hard kiss on the cheek. Tanjai smiled and broke free, waving his hands in a mature manner. Mom and Dad, this is all small stuff. In the future, our family's good days are still ahead. Tan Huigan's eyes lit up, impatiently asked, Son, you quickly tell Dad, how do we do next? I'll listen to you. Tanjai straightened up and said in a serious manner, Dad, our internet cafe business is so good. We definitely need to open a branch, and we need to open more and more, to become the biggest internet cafe chain in Jiangcheng. Lu Jiali heard this and was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. Son, this idea of yours is too powerful. Tan Huigan, on the other hand, was filled with pride and gave a thumbs up. Good. Worthy of being my son. Dad believes in you. Whatever you say to do, Dad will follow you. Tanjai held his little head high and crossed his arms. The appearance of a small adult was not to mention how godly it was. Mom and Dad, just put your hearts in your stomachs. With the speed at which our family internet cafe is making money now, it won't be long before we can buy a big house and drive a small car. In the future, we'll be able to eat in restaurants, wear new clothes every day, and live a rich life that everyone envies. Upon hearing this, Tan Huigan's eyes narrowed into slits as he reached out and gently poked Tanjai's little face. Yo-ho, son, your breath is not small, but Dad believes you. But tell me, this big house and small car, when can we get them? Tanjai tilted his head and seriously counted on his fingers. Well, at most half a year. When we open the store, we can buy anything without blinking. Lu Jiali laughed from ear to ear and picked Tanjai up, kissing him on the face again and again. My baby son is too good. Still half a year, Mom doesn't even dare to think that fast. As long as I can live a good life with my son, Mom will be satisfied. Tanjai struggled in Lu Jiali's arms. Mom, just wait to enjoy your happiness. In the future, I'm going to make you the most dignified people in Jiangcheng, making people look up to you wherever you go. Tan Huigan laughed loudly and nodded repeatedly. Good, good. We are looking forward to that day. Suddenly, there was a sharp knock on the door. Lu Jiali suspiciously got up to open the door. As soon as the door opened, she saw Zhao Dezhu and his son standing at the door. She was stunned. Dezhu, why are you guys here? Zhao Dezhu's face was full of smiles. He swaggered into the house. His eyes darted around the room, and he spoke in a conspiratorial manner. Sister-in-law, I heard that Jai opened an internet cafe and made a fortune. Didn't you guys promise to lend me $50,000 for business before? I'm still waiting for money to start this project. When will you give me the money? When Lu Jiali heard this, her face instantly sank, and she said in a bad mood, Dezhu, do you still have the nerve to mention that money? Last time you said that business was unreliable, and now you're still asking for it? Zhao Dezhu, however, didn't care about Lu Jiali's attitude at all. He hemmed and hawed and said cheekily, Sister-in-law, words can't be said like that. Jai is making a lot of money now. Isn't it right to help me as a cousin uncle? Besides, we're relatives, we agreed on this at the beginning. At this time, Zhao Mingxing, who was hiding behind Zhao Dezhu, also poked his head out. Yes, Auntie, I haven't bought any new toys for a long time. So if you lend the money to my dad will be able to buy me lots and lots of toys after he earns some money. Tanhuigen stood forward and looked at Zhao Dezhu with firm eyes. Dezhu, don't yell here either. Jiali opened an internet cafe and made some money. But how can this money be as good as you think? Zhao Dezhu's eyes glared, full of disbelief. You made money and you're still crying poor? Tanhuigen, you don't want to borrow it. Tanhuigen was so angry that his face turned red, raising his voice and saying, How do you say that? Am I that kind of person? Do you know how much effort we went through to open this internet cafe? Most of the money to buy computers are loans, and now we have to pay back a large sum of money every month, as well as the payment for the goods has not been settled. Tanhuigen continued, Moreover, the business of this internet cafe in Jiali is getting better and better, and we also plan to expand the scale and open a branch. This all has to smash money into it. Really can't get a penny out. As soon as Zhao Dezhu heard Tanhuigen's words, he immediately looked like a cat that had its tail stepped on. Tanhuigen, what kind of words are you saying? Zhao Dezhu jumped to his feet, pointing his finger at Tanhuigen's nose and roaring loudly. Who was it that patted his chest and told me that this money would definitely be borrowed, so that I could rest assured that I would go and prepare my business? Now it's good. You turned your face away after making a few stinking dollars. Are you still a man of honor? As he spoke, he was so agitated that it was hard for him to control himself. I treat you as my brother-in-law. I discuss everything with you, thinking of getting rich together. You're good. Now you say you don't have money? You are fooling the ghost. It's only been a few days you went back on your word. Can you afford me? Can you afford this relative relationship? Zhao Dezhu got angrier and angrier, the meat on his neck shaking. Tanjai rushed forward with an arrow step, not fearing Zhao Dezhu's anger at all, pointing at Zhao Dezhu's nose and loudly scolding. Zhao Dezhu, you need to stop acting under the guise of doing business. Aren't you just trying to cheat my family out of money? Zhao Dezhu's face sank and he still wanted to argue. What do you know as a little kid? Don't talk nonsense here. Tanjai snorted coldly and crossed her arms, retorting with a strong bottom. Zhao Dezhu, don't pretend here. I don't know your little mind. It's just a front to cheat money. He puffed out his chest, his tone firm. I'm telling, this money is all earned by me working my ass off. If I don't want to borrow it, it's useless even if the God of heaven comes. You die while you can. Zhao Dezhu was so furious at this snub from Tanjai that he was shaking all over. He glared viciously at Tanjai and suddenly turned around. Clang! A kitchen knife was slapped heavily on the table by him. Humph! Little brat, don't you toast the wine and eat the punishment. Zhao Dezhu gritted his teeth and said, his eyes flashing with a ferocious light. This money, you have to borrow it even if you don't. Chapter 27. If you have anything to say it to the police. Tanhuigen's face turned red with anger, pointing at Zhao Dezhu's nose and cursing. Zhao Dezhu, do you still want to be shameless? The things you said before, now that I think about it, they don't hold water. Why should we still lend you money? Lu Jiali was also on the side, so angry that she wiped her tears. Dezhu, we are all relatives. How can you force us like this? It's not easy for our family either. Zhao Dezhu, however, as if he didn't hear, his eyes glared and said viciously, Don't come with me. When you guys promised, you have to take out the money now. Don't talk to me about those useless things. I only recognize money. Tanhuigen was so angry that he was trembling. His voice changed tone. Don't you go too far. Look at your current appearance. Where is there any trace of a relative? Zhao Dezhu, however, justifiably roared. I'm going overboard? It's only excessive if you guys don't do what you promised. If you don't lend me the money today, I'll stay here. Zhao Dezhu was still there, red in the face and thick in the neck, yelling. Tanhuigen and Lu Jiali were angry and anxious, but they could do nothing about him. No one paid attention to the fact that Tanjai, who had just been there, had quietly disappeared. Tanhuigen reddened his face. In the face of Zhao Dezhu's brutality, his honest nature was instantly bluffed. His lips shivered, half a day before he squeezed out a sentence. You don't go too far. Where have you forced people like this? Lu Jiali also panicked, tears in the eyes straight spinning. What can be done? Where's Jai? Where did Jai go? She was full of thoughts of finding Tanjai to discuss, but he was nowhere to be seen. Tanhuigen and Lu Jiali looked at each other, and a trace of helplessness flashed in both their eyes. Tanhuigen gritted his teeth, forcibly endured the anger in his heart, and took the lead to open his mouth to break the deadlock. Dezhu, don't be in a hurry to get angry. Let's have a good conversation. Dezhu, however, did not let go. Eyes glared. What is there to say? Hurry up and take out the money. Jiali hurriedly compensated with a smile and said in as gentle a tone as possible. Dezhu, look at you. You lost your temper as soon as you came up, scaring us all. It's not like we won't help you, you have to allow us to slow down. Tanjai also hastened to say, yes, although Jiali has made some money by opening an internet cafe. But now he needs money everywhere, he really can't get that much at once. You give us some time, we'll think of something. Dezhu looked at them suspiciously. You guys don't fool me. I'm telling you, I'll take this money. Tanjai took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. Dezhu, don't worry. We definitely won't fool you. Jiali also said that he values kinship, so he definitely won't leave you alone. But it's really a difficult time right now, so consider yourself helping us out and wait a little longer. Okay? Jiali kept nodding her head at the side. Right, Dezhu. Just trust us this time. After this period of time, we definitely won't treat you poorly. Dezhu saw that Tanjai and Jiali's attitudes had softened, and he immediately tilted his head up like a victorious rooster, arrogantly written all over his face. He let out a cold smile and said with a lion's mouth, Humph, you guys finally figured it out. Let me tell you guys, me and that business owner, we've carefully studied it. $50,000 is simply not enough for the startup capital. Now it has to be at least 100,000. Tanjai's eyes widened in disbelief. 100,000? Dezhu, you're not kidding. We just said it too. We really don't have that much money in our hands right now, so don't make it difficult for us. When Dezhu heard this, his eyes glared and he said viciously, 2 days reprieve. I can't wait that long. Don't pretend to be poor with me. Take out as much as you have first. If it's not enough, I'll come back for it in a few days. If you dare to fool me, you'll just wait and see. Just as Dezhu opened his teeth and claws, forcing Tanjai and Jiali into a dilemma. Bang, bang, bang. A sharp knock on the door suddenly sounded. The sound was particularly abrupt in the tense atmosphere. It made the hearts of everyone in the room shake. Jiali was startled and hesitated, but still hurriedly ran to open the door. As soon as the door opened, there were 4 serious-looking civilian police officers standing outside the door. The police officer who led the way had eyes like a torch, scanned a circle of the house, and asked seriously, Excuse me, is this the Tan family? Someone called the police, saying that someone here is threatening others with a knife. Jiali looked like she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Her eyes instantly reddened, pointing at Dezhu, who was still holding the kitchen knife, and said with a sobbing voice, Comrade police officer, it's him. He threatened us with a kitchen knife and had to ask us to lend him money. Dezhu's face instantly turned white. He panicked and hid the kitchen knife behind his back, and his mouth was still sophomoric. Comrade police, you must have misunderstood. I was just in a hurry and didn't want to threaten them. However, the police will not be fooled by these few words of his. 2 civilian police officers took control of Dezhu's arms with precision, one on the left and one on the right. Another police officer was quick to grab the kitchen knife in his hand. Dezhu still wanted to struggle, but he was tightly clamped down by the police, unable to move. Be honest. Come back to the police station with us and make things clear, the leading police officer said sternly. Dezhu was restrained by the police, but he was still struggling desperately there, yelling at the top of his voice. Comrade police, you can't frame me. I just came to borrow some money from my relatives. What law is this offense? At this time, Zhao Mingxing, who was on the side, was scared by the battle in front of her. Her face turned pale. He cried out with a wow sound, crying and shouting, Dad! Dad! I'm scared. Just then, Tanjai walked out of the room. He strides up to the police and shouts, Uncle Police, he's lying. He's not even borrowing money normally. He tried to cheat my parents out of money before, making up some kind of business and talking vaguely about it. Today he came to make trouble again and slapped a kitchen knife on the table to threaten us, saying that he had to borrow even if he borrowed money, and he had to borrow even if he didn't. Upon hearing this, Dezhu's face turned red with anxiety and yelled at Tanjai, Don't talk nonsense, you little brat. Tanjai simply ignored him and continued, Uncle, look at him. He was arrogant as hell just now. But now that he's been caught, he's starting to play tricks. We were really cornered by him before we called the police. Several police officers listened to Tanjai's clear and organized account of what happened. Looking at his young age, his speech was so refined and logical. They couldn't help but TSK in wonder. This kid, just how old is he? He speaks so well, it's not simple. Zhao Dezhu saw that the situation was becoming more and more unfavorable to him. The horizontal meat on his face twitched a few times and instantly changed into a pitiful expression. Turning his head to Lu Jiali and Tan Huigan, pleading with a sobbing voice, "Brother-in-law, sister, I was wrong. This time it's because I was larded up and confused for a moment. You guys just give me a chance. I promise, I will never do this again. Please talk to the police comrades. Let me off this time." Tanjai didn't eat his words. Her eyes glared and she directly interrupted loudly, "Zhao Dezhu, when you just threatened us, how come I didn't see you lowering your voice so much? If you have something to say, you can say it to the police." Chapter 28. Step on the sewing machine inside properly. After Zhao Dezhu was escorted away by the police, the door of the room closed with a bang, and the Tan family instantly quieted down. The atmosphere of the sword just now still remains. Let a person's heart straight fear. Lu Jiali sat on her butt on the sofa, her hand caressing her chest, her heart palpitating. Today was really close. I don't even dare to think. If Jiali didn't call the police, what would we do? This Zhao Dezhu, why didn't I realize before? He's this kind of person. Tan Huigan also had a face of fear, sitting next to him, his brows furrowed. Yeah, I really didn't think that he could do this kind of thing for money. Threatening us with a kitchen knife, it's just too much. Although he went overboard. But after all, he is a relative. Lu Jiali sighed slightly, a trace of regret on her face. I also don't know how it will be handled after being taken away by the police, alas. Upon hearing this, Tan Huigan frowned and retorted, "He did this to himself. We have been kind to him before. It's him who doesn't cherish it. Now that it's like this, who can be blamed?" "I know." Lu Jiali helplessly shook her head. "It's just that I feel a little bad in my heart. After all, we've had a lot of dealings in the past. I really didn't expect it to come to this." Tanjai walked over to his parents. He first gently pulled Lu Jiali to sit down, and then patted Tan Huigan, who was still standing on the side, signaling his father to sit down as well. "Dad, Mom, don't be afraid, things have passed." In Tanjai's eyes, there was a maturity that far exceeded his age. Lu Jiali's eyes were slightly red. "Jia, today really scared Mom. I really didn't expect Zhao Dezhu to turn out like this." Tan Huigan also sighed, his face full of helplessness. "Yes, this relative relationship, how did it come to this?" Tanjai said categorically, "Dad, Mom, this matter is not on us. Zhao Dezhu, he himself has a bad heart. He tried to cheat us out of our money 3 times and even threatened us with a knife. This is what he deserves," he continued. "Now that the police have taken him away, the law will give him a trial, and he will have to pay the price for the bad things he did." Tan Huigan listened and nodded. "Jai is right, it's his own fault for being a jerk. Our Jai is so young. He can see more thoroughly than Dad." Lu Jiali also broke into a smile and touched Tanjai's head. "Right, with my son here, Mom is not afraid. Let's live a good life from now on." Time passed day by day. Tanjai's days were very full. Early in the morning, he got up from his bed with a single bound, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and muttered under his breath, "A new day, starting again." Tan Huigan heard the commotion and walked into the room, smilingly asking, "Jai, getting up so early? Going to the internet cafe again?" Tanjai nodded vigorously. "That's not true, Dad. I have to go see how much money the internet cafe made yesterday, and check if there's anything wrong with the machine." Tan Huigan looked at his son's energetic demeanor, both relieved and somewhat incredulous. "In this little head of yours, all you think about is making money all day long. All right, go. Pay attention to safety." Tanjai rushed to the internet cafe in a flurry. The webmaster saw him from a distance and greeted him with a smile. "Boss Tan, you're here." Tanjai responded in a serious manner. "How's business today? Quickly show me the account book." Receiving the account book, Tanjai's eyes quickly swept through each line of figures, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise when he saw that the income had reached a new high. Not bad. According to this momentum, we'll soon be able to open a branch. After a busy day, nightfall, Tanjai returned home. Lu Jiali was cooking in the kitchen and asked, "Jai, how's the internet cafe business today?" Tanjai washed his hands while answering loudly, Mom, it was good. Made a lot of money again. Right, Mom. I want to watch cartoons. I'll go back to the house after dinner, haha. Lu Jiali smiled and responded, okay. I knew you were thinking about cartoons. In fact, Tanjai wasn't really watching cartoons. As soon as he entered the room, he couldn't wait to open the computer. His eyes were glued to the legendary code on the screen, and his mouth recited the words, "We have to optimize the skill again, and the players will definitely like it more. Only the game is more and more fun. Our internet cafe business can flourish, ah." Fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard. Lines of code bounced on the screen. As the start of the school year approached, Wang Xiaoya's frequency of running to the internet cafe became higher and higher, hating to stick herself in the internet cafe. Xiaoya, you're coming here every day. You're almost treating the internet cafe as your own home. Tanjai laughed and joked. Wang Xiaoya blushed and retorted, "Humph, what do you care? I just like playing here. And with school starting soon, I have to hurry up. By the way, when will your internet cafe open a branch? It would be nice to be closer to my house then." Tanjai raised his eyebrows and said confidently, "Soon. My dad is already looking for a suitable place." On the other side, Tanhuigan was following Tanjai's orders. Straddling that 2-8 bar, he was weaving through the streets and alleys of Jiangqing in a furious manner, not sparing any possible storefronts. And in the internet cafe, Lu Jiali was busy. She stood in front of the cash register, looking at the constantly bouncing revenue figures, and couldn't hide the smile on her face. Her mouth was almost grinning to her ears. There were only a few days left before school started, and Tanjai's heart was so depressed. In his heart, he was calculating the business of the internet cafe. For going back to school, it was 100 times more reluctant. But he also knew Tanhuigan and Lu Jiali will not agree with him to drop out of school. He could only resist waiting for the day of the school year to arrive. The day before the start of school, a knock on the door broke the peace. Tanhuigan opened the door and saw 2 police officers in police uniforms standing at the door. His expression was instantly a little nervous. "May I ask if this is Mr. Tanhuigan's home?" The police officer in the lead asked politely. Tanhuigan hurriedly nodded. "Yes, it's my house, Comrade Police. Is there anything?" The 2 police officers walked into the house, and Lu Jiali also greeted them from the house, her eyes full of doubts. The police officers scanned the room and spoke. "Mr. Tan, Mrs. Tan, today we are here. It's about Zhao Dezhu's case. His case has already been characterized as extortion and racketeering, and is of an egregious nature. The court sentenced him to 7 years in prison." 7 years. Tanhuigan and Lu Jiali exclaimed in unison. Tanhuigan came back to his senses, sighed. "Alas, I did not expect him to go this far, at the beginning if the practical point, but also not so." The police then said, "Considering that you are relatives, we came to ask, do you have any words that you want to explain to Zhao Dezhu? We can help convey them." Tanjai walked out quickly from the room with a wry smile on his face, and said loudly, "Uncle Policeman, you guys help me bring a message to Zhao Dezhu. Just say, tell him to pedal the sewing machine well inside. He'll be out in a few years." As soon as these words came out, Tanhuigan and Lu Jiali were first stunned, and the 2 police officers were stunned, and immediately afterward, they couldn't help but burst out laughing. "This kid, too funny." One of the police officers laughed so hard that tears were coming out of his eyes, and while laughing, he said, "That's what he said, playful and—" He paused, unable to find a more appropriate word. "Can only laugh again." The other civilian police officer also laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten up, nodding his head while giving a thumbs up to Tanhuigan and Lu Jiali. "You guys are really raising an amazing son." Chapter 29. Tanjai, this is a change in nature? The early morning sunlight poured through the window and sprinkled on Tanjai's face, waking him up from his sleep. He opened his eyes in a daze, stretched out a big slouch, and muttered, "A new day!" But the words were not yet finished. His body stiffened violently, as if he had seen a ghost. "Over and out." Tanjai jumped straight up from the bed. "School starts tomorrow." This voice startled Lu Jiali, who was preparing breakfast in the kitchen. She hurriedly put down the spatula in her hand and hurriedly ran to Tanjai's room. "Jai, what's wrong? What happened?" Tanjai was so anxious that he circled around the room, patting his head in remorse as he did so. He had forgotten all about the homework thing. The entire summer vacation was busy making money and working on the internet cafe, but he didn't move a bit of his homework. In the past, Tanjai didn't even blink when faced with the matter of unfinished homework. He's not afraid of being criticized. Anyway, he was used to being criticized. But not anymore, although he is still only 8 years old. But in his body, there is a 30-something middle-aged man's soul wanna face. The thought of being criticized by a teacher whose actual age was still a few years younger than his because he didn't finish his homework. Tanjai felt that his face was on fire. There was no other way, he could only choose to make up for it. As night fell, Tanjai was in the living room, pacing back and forth. In his heart, he was calculating how to deal with the unfinished homework. Dad, Mom, I'm exhausted today. I want to go to bed early, so I'll be refreshed for school tomorrow. Tanjai walked up to his parents who were watching TV and said with a feigned look of exhaustion. Lu Jiali looked at him with concern and said, "Okay, Jai, then you should rest early, and you can do well in school tomorrow." Tanhuigan also nodded. "Go on. Don't stay up all night. Nourish your spirit." Tanjai forcibly held back the small excitement within his heart, answered, and then quickly walked into the bedroom. Bang closed the door with a bang. He quickly drew the curtains and turned on the table lamp to its brightest. Then from his book bag, he rummaged through the blank workbooks. "It's a good thing I prepared for this. I'll have to eliminate you guys tonight." At this moment, a conversation between Tanhuigan and Lu Jiali came from the living room. "This kid, why is he so self-conscious today?" Tanhuigan said with some doubt. Lu Jiali smiled. "Maybe he's grown up and knows that he needs to do well in school." In the bedroom, Tanjai sat at the desk. Looking at the first-grade homework, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of a disdainful smile. "With this difficulty, you still want to make it difficult for me? It's simply a piece of cake." He dribbled his pen as if it was flying, the tip of the pen sliding quickly across the workbook, a line of neat handwriting instantly appearing. When it came to math problems, he was even more calculating. The answer came at his fingertips. Several hours passed. Tanjai finally finished the last question. He stretched out a big lazy waist and threw his workbook onto the bed. Done. Afterward, he turned off the light with satisfaction and burrowed under the covers, preparing for the first day of school. The next day, early in the morning, Tanhuigan pushed the clanging 2-8 bar and shouted at the top of his voice in the yard. "Jiali, move faster. Don't dawdle. You'll be late for school." Tanjai carried his school bag and ran out from the house. Nimbly climbed into the back seat, grabbed the car seat with both hands and shouted, "Let's go!" Tanhuigan stomped on the pedal, and the car sped out in the morning light. Arriving at the school's entrance, Tanjai jumped out of the car and waved at Tanhuigan. "Dad, go about your business as well, and find a good place to open a branch early." Tanhuigan nodded his head and urged, "Be good at school. Don't get into trouble." Tanjai patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, Dad. I'll be good." After saying this, he ran towards the school. Tanhuigan looked at his son's back and smiled. Afterward, he straddled the 2-8 bar, adjusted his direction, and ran towards the streets and alleys of Zhongxing again. Tanjai hummed a little song and walked into the classroom. The classroom was in an uproar. "Yo, isn't this Tanjai?" Tanjai turned around, only to see Zhao Mingxing's face full of anger, glaring at him viciously, as if his eyes could spit fire. "You sent my dad to jail. I'm not done with you," Zhao Mingxing said through gritted teeth. Tanjai glanced at him disdainfully, the corner of his mouth hooked into a mocking smile. "Humph. Your father had it coming. Who's to blame?" After saying that, he no longer paid any attention to Zhao Xingxing and walked straight to his seat, sitting down steadily with his back straight. From time to time, Zhao Xingxing glanced at Tanjai with a resentful gaze, his mouth muttering in a low voice, "You wait for me. See how I'll clean you up." Tanjai acted as if he hadn't heard. He had just sat down when a crisp, light laugh came from beside him. Tanjai turned his head, only to see his classmate Li Lei, the class flower lowly recognized in the class, was blinking her big watery eyes and looking at him with a smile. "Tanjai, why are you sitting so upright today? It couldn't be that you're nervous because your homework isn't finished and you're afraid of being criticized by the teacher, right?" The corners of Li Lei's mouth rose slightly, with a hint of flirtation. Once Tanjai heard Li Lei's words, she felt that she had been seriously provoked. That little violent temper came up at once. His eyes glared and his face was filled with defiance. "Li Lei, don't look through the door and put people down," said he. Clattered a zipper open the school bag. Moving nimbly, he clutched the books of summer vacation homework, raised his arm high, and then fiercely exerted his strength. With a pop, the homework slapped heavily on the desk. Li Lei raised her eyebrows, obviously not believing it, and reached out to flip through Tanjai's homework book. Seriously? I'll have to check it out. Li Lei reached out and flipped through his workbook. As soon as she opened it, she couldn't help but let out an eek, her eyes that were originally filled with skepticism instantly widening. This word, Li Lei muttered, only to see the words on the workbook, one stroke, neat and tidy. It was just like it was printed. Where was there any shadow of Tanjai's past crookedness? Her fingers unconsciously gently scratched across the paper, as if she wanted to make sure that it wasn't true. Then, Li Lei began to check the answers. With each question she looked at, her eyebrows rose 1 point upwards. This answer, it's too outrageous. She couldn't help but marvel out at those questions. Whether they were simple arithmetic or slightly more difficult application questions. Not only were Tanjai's answers clear, but they were all correct. Tanjai, you? Li Lei raised her head and looked at Tanjai with an incredulous expression, her mouth open. You weren't like this with your homework in the past. Her eyes were filled with surprise, as if the Tanjai in front of her was a stranger. What kind of elixir have you taken to change your nature? Chapter 30 Special Praise for a Classmate Kneeling for Golden Tickets. Soon, Teacher Wang checked the homework and checked to Zhao Xingxing. With a gentle smile on her face, Teacher Wang said softly, Zhao Xingxing, bring your summer vacation homework to the teacher. Jiangqing wasn't big. Teacher Wang had also heard about the change in Zhao Xingxing's family, thinking to himself if Zhao Xingxing didn't do too badly on his homework. Just encourage and isolate him to regain his confidence. Zhao Xingxing raised his head slightly, then quickly pulled out his homework book from his book bag and handed it to Teacher Wang with both hands. Teacher Wang flipped open the workbook. The original look of concern was instantly replaced by surprise. I saw that the handwriting on the workbook was neat and strong, and the paper surface was clean, without a trace of alteration. Looking at the questions again, the answers were accurate. Zhao Mingxing, you did a fantastic job with this homework. Teacher Wang couldn't help but blurt out, her voice full of appreciation. She raised her head, her gaze full of relief as she looked at Zhao Xingxing and said, Teacher originally thought that something like that happened in your family would affect your studies. I didn't expect you to be so strong and complete your homework so well. It really surprised Teacher too much. When the surrounding students heard Teacher Wang's praise, they cast surprised and envious gazes and whispered, Zhao Xingxing is actually this good. I didn't even see it before. Yeah, after that kind of thing happened in his family, he can still do his homework so well. Teacher Wang gently touched Zhao Xingxing's head, his eyes full of encouragement. Zhao Xingxing, you have to continue to maintain this attitude towards learning. Teacher believes that no matter what difficulties you encounter, you will be able to overcome them. You're a very good child. Zhao Xingxing's originally somewhat tense body instantly relaxed. He straightened his back, chest high, a pleased smile on his face, and said loudly, Thank you, teacher. Zhao Xingxing's entire body floated after receiving praise from Teacher Wang. He glanced diagonally in Tanjai's direction. The corners of his mouth hooked into a mocking smile. His heart was so pleased. Let's see how Tanjai will make a fool of himself this time. With those crooked words and messy grades, how could he still want to fight with him? No way. Zhao Mingxing was picturing Tanjai being criticized by his teacher. He almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. At this time, his classmate poked him. Zhao Xingxing, what are you laughing at? Zhao Xingxing hastily put away his smile. You'll know later. There's a good show to watch. He was calculating in his heart. When Tanjai made a fool of himself, he would definitely make fun of him. Let Tanjai taste the taste of being humiliated as well. Teacher Wang quickly came to Li Lei and Tanjai's seats. She first cast her eyes on Li Lei and said softly, Li Lei, your summer vacation homework. Li Lei smiled sweetly and answered crisply, taking out her homework book from her book bag. Teacher Wang flipped open the homework book. Li Lei, your homework is simply outstanding. Teacher Wang couldn't help but exclaim out in praise, her voice filled with undisguised appreciation. The handwriting is neat and beautiful, pleasing to the eye, and you got all the answers right too. Teacher is really too satisfied. Teacher Wang said while gently nodding his head, the smile on his face growing more and more intense. The surrounding students heard Teacher Wang's praise and cast envious gazes, and the classroom instantly resounded with a burst of whispers. Li Lei is so great. Her homework is always this good. Yeah, No wonder she's the class flower and her studies are so great. Hearing the teacher's praise, Li Lei's cheeks blushed slightly and the corners of her mouth rose, revealing a shy yet happy smile. Thank you, teacher. Teacher Wang touched Li Lei's head and encouraged, keep it up. After saying that, Teacher Wang's gaze turned to Tanjai. With a bit of a routine mindset, Teacher Wang turned to Tanjai with a hint of gentleness in his tone. Tanjai. In her impression, Tanjai's grades had always been less than ideal. This summer vacation homework, it was expected that there wouldn't be much of a surprise either. Tanjai didn't panic and handed over the workbook. The moment Teacher Wang flipped open the workbook, his eyes widened violently, and the expression on his face instantly changed from bland to shocked. This is what you wrote? Tanjai. Teacher Wang's voice unconsciously rose. The handwriting on the workbook, one stroke strong and forceful, did not look like it came from a first or second grade child at all. She then scrolled down and saw the answers to those math problems. The complex arithmetic process was clear and the answers were accurate. Tanjai, you've surprised teacher too much. The classroom instantly exploded as the students exchanged words and comments. How is Tanjai suddenly so powerful? Teacher Wang stared closely at Tanjai's workbook, her brows slightly furrowed. She raised her head and couldn't help but open her mouth to ask, Tanjai, be honest with teacher. Did you really finish these assignments all by yourself? Teacher Wang's tone carried a hint of skepticism. After all, the degree of completion of this homework in front of him was really far beyond the level of a first grader. Tanjai's eyes firmly met Teacher Wang's gaze and said loudly, Teacher Wang, I finished it by myself. Tanjai spoke with a firmness that could not be doubted, the seriousness on his face. Teacher Wang looked at Tanjai's confident demeanor, and although she still had doubts in her heart, she felt that the child was speaking sincerely, so it was not good to question her directly. She nodded slightly, a hint of an encouraging smile on her face. Good, Tanjai. Teacher believes in you. You've done an excellent job on your homework this time. Teacher is proud of you. Having said that, Teacher Wang still muttered in her heart and decided to observe secretly for a while. She thought to herself, this child has changed so much. If he can really keep it up, that would be something. But still, we have to be careful not to let him get into the habit of faking. So she smiled and said to the class, Class, everyone should learn from Tanjai. As long as you work hard, there's nothing you can't do. A round of applause rang out in the classroom. Zhao Mingxing sat in his seat, his face slightly stinking. How could he not expect that Tanjai, who had always been looked down upon by him, was praised for his homework this time? His own plan of trying to crush him instantly fizzled out. Teacher Wang closed the last workbook and returned to the podium. She gently propped her hands on the podium. Her gaze slowly swept across the class and cleared her throat. Class, today teacher is going to focus on praising one student. At this sentence, the students exchanged words and guessed who it could be. When Zhao Mingxing heard this, his heart burst with joy, almost writing the words, praise me on his face. It must be me. I finished my homework so well this time, and the teacher even praised me before. Who else could it be if not me? The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise as he thought about it. He had even rehearsed in his mind after being praised how to pretend to be modest in front of his classmates, while secretly showing off a bit. At this moment, he was full of anticipation. Teacher Wang's mouth was about to read out his name. Chapter 31 Zhao Xingxing breaks defense? Kneeling for golden tickets. As Mr. Wang's words fell, the entire classroom was instantly as quiet as the dead of night, and even the sound of a pin dropping on the ground could be clearly heard. Everyone was staring at Mr. Wang, their eyes glaring round with anticipation written all over them. They didn't even dare to take a breath. Teacher Wang intentionally sold a secret, pausing for a while before slowly clearing his throat, followed by, Tanjai. What? Did I hear you right? Tanjai? How is this possible? In an instant, the classroom instantly exploded. The students were all so shocked that their jaws almost hit the ground, their faces full of disbelief. We've been in the same class as Tanjai for a year now. Don't we all know what he used to be like? An acute classmate couldn't help but yell at the top of his voice. His writing is as crooked as a chicken's claw, and his homework is always perfunctory, so he's a complete laggard. That's right, it's only been one summer. Has he really been possessed by the soul of the school bully? This change is too outrageous. Teacher Wang, you can't be mistaken, can you? It must be a mistake. How could Tanjai be praised? This is never possible. The questioning sounds were like a tidal wave, wave after wave. Li Lei was even more shocked, staring at Tanjai with her big beautiful eyes, incredulity written all over her face. She stood up directly at once and said, "Teacher Wang, are you looking at it wrong? Tanjai's previous homework wasn't like this. This summer vacation homework, how did it suddenly become excellent?" Tanjai, however, was calm as could be, sitting steadily in his seat, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. He was unhurried, scanning the surprised students around him, his tone slightly teasing. "What? Just happy that you guys are progressing and I can't work hard?" Teacher Wang smiled and waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet, then said loudly, "Classmates, be quiet. Tanjai's summer vacation homework this time. It's done very well. The handwriting is neat. Every question is accurate, all correct. Listen up, everyone. Everyone can make great progress if they're willing to work hard. Tanjai is your living example." After hearing these words from Teacher Wang, although the students all closed their mouths, their eyes were still filled with a strong sense of doubt. It seemed like they still couldn't accept the fact that Tanjai had suddenly transformed. Teacher Wang loudly shouted out, "The student who has done an outstanding job on this summer vacation homework and deserves praise is Tanjai." Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingxing's eyes instantly turned red, teardrops swirling in her eyes, as if they would come out of her eyes in the next second. On what grounds? Zhao Mingxing couldn't hold it in any longer and fiercely stood up, yelling loudly, "I clearly did my homework with all my heart too. Teacher Wang, I did my homework well too. Why wasn't I the one praised?" Teacher Wang frowned slightly, his gaze looking at Zhao Xingxing with a fairly gentle expression. "Zhao Xingxing, teacher knows that you completed your homework well too. But Tanjai's progress this time is just too outstanding, and his performance is more worthy of everyone's learning." Zhao Xingxing's face instantly turned red, and he excitedly still wanted to argue. "But I—" Teacher Wang's face straightened and he waved his hand seriously, directly interrupting him. "Zhao Xingxing, the purpose of studying is not to get praise, but to improve yourself. Don't put your mind on comparing yourself to others." After speaking, Teacher Wang clapped his hands hard and raised his volume. "All right, classmates, don't all freeze. Let's start the lesson. In this lesson, let's teach multiplication facts. All give me a good fight." Mr. Wang swept his gaze across the class, causing everyone to instantly quiet down. The multiplication facts that we're going to teach today, that's the top priority in second grade math, the hardest of the hard. Almost throughout your entire learning career, it is the absolute foundation. No one is allowed to take it lightly, said Mr. Wang, then began to patiently explain, while writing on the board while elaborating. "Look, 1 gets 1, 1 gets 2. This multiplication phrase is like the cornerstone of a house. If you can't learn it well, you won't be able to build a math building in the future." The students, one by one, eyes wide open, listened with full attention. But when it came to practical application, let everyone do the problem the situation was full of. "Ah, what kind of crap question is this?" A student looked at the big red cross on the book, slammed the table, and couldn't help but wail. "Why is it wrong again? I'm really convinced." Teacher Wang took a few steps and walked over, looked down, frowned, raised his volume and said, "Look at this, what's wrong with you? 368 can be written as 371. Multiplication facts are the foundation of math. You must remember them. If you can't remember this, how can you learn math in the future?" The teacher said with hatred. At this moment, another student raised his hand with a swish and said loudly with a crying face, "Teacher, I've memorized the multiplication facts by heart, but when it comes to doing problems, I'm at a loss. I don't know how to use them at all. What can I do?" Teacher Wang walked quickly to his side, patted his shoulder vigorously, and raised his voice to comfort him. "You guys in the second grade, your learning ability is still slowly building up, and it's normal for you to make mistakes. But you can't be discouraged just because you make mistakes." Mr. Wang picked up the book as soon as he could, pointing to the title and said loudly, "Come on, look at this question, let's analyze it together. As long as you practice more what makes perfect, you definitely won't be confused again in the future. Give me some confidence." However, Zhao Mingxing looked at the red crosses on his workbook. His heart was angry and anxious, and he couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, "Humph, it's just multiplication facts. What's so hard about it?" It must be Tanjai using some kind of crooked trick to be praised by the teacher. These words happened to be heard by Tanjai. Tanjai turned his head and glanced at him disdainfully. If you have this free time to complain, why don't you do a few more problems, so that you don't get left behind by me next time? Mr. Wang was lecturing, when his eyes accidentally swept over Tanjai, and a thought popped up in his mind. This Tanjai completed his homework so well. Is he really getting the hang of it? No, we need to test him. Tanjai, stand up. Tanjai stood up calmly. Teacher Wang's eyes burned as he directly asked, Tanjai, how much is 3 sevens? Tanjai didn't think twice. 21. Teacher Wang raised an eyebrow and continued to press. What about 5-9? Without even blinking, Tanjai blurted out, 45. What about 99? The corner of Tanjai's mouth turned up. 81. Teacher Wang asked a few more questions in a row, and Tanjai answered them without the slightest mistake. The whole class was so shocked that their jaws were about to drop to the ground. Zhao Mingxing's eyes were even as wide as bronze bells. This kid, how is it possible? Chapter 32. Don't you know that it's better to be impressed when you're not in the same situation? Teacher Wang threw out a few multiplication trick questions one after another. Tanjai answered them correctly. Teacher Wang's eyes instantly widened, secretly staggering. This is too fluent. She had taught for so many years, what kind of students hadn't she seen before? But like Tanjai in the first class, she was able to memorize the multiplication mnemonic so fluently and effortlessly. It was really the first time I had seen it. Mr. Wang couldn't hide the surprise in his eyes. Tanjai, you're wonderful. In all the years I've been teaching, I've never seen anyone as good as you. How hard did you work to memorize the multiplication facts in your first lesson? Tanjai smiled and said, Teacher, I've been preparing for this since summer vacation, and I know that multiplication facts are very important. Mr. Wang clapped his hands in excitement and exclaimed, Good, good. You are the treasure of our class, a rare and good seedling. Teacher believes that as long as you keep up this energy, you definitely won't be bad at math in the future. Tanjai's brilliant series of answers solved the multiplication problem with ease. The other students watched in awe, an envious look instantly appearing in their eyes. Wow, Tanjai, you're too good. This multiplication facts puzzle. My head's about to explode. How come you're so skillful at it? Yes, Tanjai. Do you have any secrets? Teach us. At this moment, Li Lei's eyes lit up. She directly stood up and said with a big smile, Tanjai, you're so good. Can you come to my house tonight and teach me the multiplication formula? I promise, treat you to a delicious meal. If it was in the past, Tanjai would probably have nodded his head in agreement without saying a word. But now, Tanjai's heart, but secretly spit out. This is also too childish, and also invited to eat delicious food when I am a child. On Tanjai's face, a faint smile appeared. Li Lei, I have other things to do in the evening. I'm afraid I don't have time. If you have questions, just ask me at school during the day. When Li Lei heard this, a trace of disappointment flashed across her face, but she still said undauntedly, Tanjai, just help me. There's more time at night, and it's easier for you to teach. Tanjai shook his head firmly and said, The key to learning multiplication facts is to practice more on your own. Come ask me anytime you don't understand. I'll definitely help you out, but I really don't have the time at night. Tanjai looked at Li Lei with a calm face. I have to go home to watch the store at night. I really don't have the time to go to your house. Why don't we talk about it some other time? When Li Lei heard this, she immediately looked like a deflated ball, loss written all over her face. She bit her lip and said in an aggravated manner, All right? Li Lei nodded her head extremely reluctantly, with a hint of expectation remaining in her eyes. As for Zhao Mingxing on the side, she had already hated Tanjai with a passion. At this moment, seeing Tanjai make a fool of himself in front of the crowd, it was worse than killing him. Zhao Xingxing couldn't help but say in a conspiratorial manner, Tanjai, it's just that he can memorize multiplication facts. What's so great about it? What kind of busybody are you pretending to be? It's just that you don't want to teach Li Lei, you cheap bastard. Tanjai turned her head, glanced disdainfully at Zhao Mingxing, and coldly disliked back, Zhao Mingxing, if you have this kind of free time to talk smack here, why don't you spend more time studying yourself? Don't just know how to be jealous of others all day long. If you have the ability, you can answer the questions as well as I can. Zhao Mingxing was furious and clenched his fists at the sniping from Tanjai. Tanjai, don't be too complacent. We'll see. Zhao Mingxing gritted his teeth and secretly fought to compete with Tanjai in multiplication facts. But multiplication is a difficult task for second graders. He tried so hard that his face turned red. Yet, he couldn't even reach half of the level that Tanjai had just demonstrated. 4-7. For 7 exactly, how much is it? Zhao Mingxing was so anxious that his forehead was sweating coldly, muttering in a low voice. Just when Zhao Xingxing was anxious, the bell rang and the class was about to end. Ms. Wang looked at her watch and saw that there were still a few minutes left. Her eyes couldn't help but fall on Tanjai, and she couldn't help but praise him again. Class, we all saw Tanjai's performance in this class. Tanjai's performance in studies before could only be considered average, but after this summer vacation, he's obviously gotten the hang of it. Teacher Wang was full of relief. Tanjai's spirit of striving to get ahead is worth learning from every student. At this rate, Tanjai will definitely get better and better in the future. When Zhao Mingxing heard this, his heart felt like it was being stabbed by needles. He glared fiercely at Tanjai and cursed in a low voice. Humph, it's just being praised a few times by the teacher. What's there to be proud of? Tanjai, on the other hand, had a frank face. He stood up graciously and responded with a smile. Teacher Wang, I'll accept this praise from you as it is. As I said, it's goodbye for 3 days. It's good to see you again. 3 days apart and you'll be impressed. Ms. Wang's eyes widened instantly. She had taught for so many years. Never before had she seen a second-grade child be able to skillfully say illusions that would only be learned in middle school. Teacher Wang asked in surprise, Tanjai, you actually know this illusion? This isn't something from a second-grade textbook. Tanjai blinked with a playful expression. Teacher Wang, I learned it by chance when I was reading at home during summer vacation. I felt that this sentence in particular suited me now, so I memorized it. Teacher Wang was surprised and delighted. Giving a thumbs up, Tanjai, you've really surprised teacher. You can still take the initiative to learn outside the textbook. Students, you've heard it all. Learning should be like Tanjai. Read more books and accumulate more. Teacher Wang looked at Tanjai and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. This kid hasn't seen him for a summer vacation. Can it be that he's really taken a smart pill? How is the change so overturned? However, she was more than happy that she was able to coach such a talented child as Tanjai. Teacher Wang looked at Tanjai with anticipation in her eyes, and after a pause, she said in a heavier tone, this talent of yours is unique in our class. Then, Teacher Wang encouraged with a long and heartfelt tone. Tanjai, you must work hard and never let down your teacher's expectations of you. If there's anything you don't understand in the future, just come and ask your teacher. Tanjai replied confidently, Teacher Wang, don't worry. I'll definitely work hard and won't let you down. Teacher Wang nodded with satisfaction. Good. That's all for today's class. Class dismissed. Chapter 33. What can he get out of it? Kneeling for golden tickets. After class, Ms. Wang was in a good mood. With a brisk pace and humming a little song, she returned to the office. As soon as she entered the office, she excitedly rushed to her chair, sat down and couldn't wait to start the praise mode. Agu, you guys didn't see it with your own eyes. Today, Tanjai, that performance in my class, it's simply outstanding. Summer vacation homework completed. That's called an outstanding. The key is multiplication facts. Answer the questions fluently, not a bit stuck. This is still the old Tanjai. It's like a new shell. Teacher Zhao, who was at the desk next to him, was burying his head in his hands, correcting his homework. Hearing this, he let out a hum through his nose, without even raising his head. Just Tanjai? You can pull it off, I don't believe it. Saying that, impatiently, she pushed the glasses on the bridge of her nose and continued to crackle and spit. How can I not understand that kid? He's a little smart, but he doesn't even think about making an effort. That handwriting, scribbling like a ghost. Homework is also to cope with. Academic performance has been in the middle and lower reaches of the hovering. Can be you say so, God? I think you're just seeing things. Teacher Zhao said here and paused. His face instantly changed to a gentle expression, his tone full of favoritism. If you want to say that you're saving your heart, it's still that Zhao Mingxing kid. Learning never uses the teacher to worry, conscious and hardworking, and his grades are still exceptionally good. This is the good student who saves people's heart. Hearing this, Teacher Wang just smiled helplessly and didn't answer. She knew in her heart that Tanjai had a strong opinion of Teacher Zhao. She felt that she was too old-fashioned, too dogmatic, and was particularly admonishing. Seeing that Ms. Wang didn't say anything, Ms. Zhao thought that she was right and became even more energized. She raised her volume. Next class is my language class. I'd like to personally meet this Tanjai and see if he's really off his rocker like you said. Teacher Wang took one look at the situation and knew that Teacher Zhao was stubborn as hell, and it was useless to talk to her much. So he shrugged his shoulders and flirted. Fine, you'll know if you go and take a look. I'll put my words down here. When you're done looking at it, it'll definitely shock your jaw off. At that time, don't believe your eyes. Teacher Wang secretly laughed in his heart. Later, you'll be shocked to your core. The bell rang. Hula hula. Tanjai's desk was instantly surrounded by his classmates. Tanjai, quickly tell me, what secret do you have to learn multiplication facts so well? The student's eyes were glazed over with admiration. There was a lot of chattering and noise. Tanjai, I'm going crazy with this multiplication phrase. My head is exploding from thinking about it, and I'm still learning it in a mess. A classmate cried and was close to shedding tears. That's right. Look at you, you memorize it so well and do all the problems correctly. Hurry up and teach us some exclusive secrets, or else tonight, I'll have to stay up late again to chew on books. Tanjai was surrounded in the center, but his face was unhurried, smiling and waving his hand. Don't be anxious, listen to me. He purposely cleared his throat and said loudly, actually, this multiplication trick is not as difficult as you guys think at all. You guys, just think of it as a fun little story. Let's say 2, 5, 10. Think about it. Each of us has 2 hands. Are there 5 fingers on each hand? If we add the fingers of both hands together, it's 10. When you think about it, don't you instantly remember it and find it quite interesting? Wow, you can understand it that way? A student's eyes instantly lit up like light bulbs and jumped up excitedly. Oops, why am I so stupid? Why didn't I think of such a simple way? Another student, chagrined, slapped his head. Seeing this, Tanjai continued, it's not enough to just memorize it. You guys have to do more practice problems. After doing the questions, you have to ponder over where you went wrong and why you went wrong. Get these all figured out, and then in the future when you encounter similar questions, make sure you won't make a mistake. The students listened to Tanjai's explanation. The confusion in their eyes gradually dissipated. Got it, got it. Tanjai, you're simply a genius. Yeah, all those places that I couldn't figure out before, I understand them all at once now. Tanjai, you're too good. The students' admiration for Tanjai was practically overflowing. Looking at him was like looking at a superhero. Tanjai, you're the god of learning in our class. You have to bring us around more in the future, or else we'll rely on you. A classmate pulled Tanjai's arm tightly and said excitedly. Tanjai nodded with a confident smile. Don't worry. Let's work together. We can all learn this level of multiplication facts. Thinking this way, he was instantly energized. Clearing his throat, his voice was raised a few decibels. Continuing to explain to his classmates. It was as if he wanted to pour out all the knowledge he knew to his classmates. Tanjai stood in the center. The model is full, like a professional teacher. He was speaking in a very clear way. Lilei sat beside Tanjai, her eyes glaring round, staring at Tanjai without blinking. The envy in her eyes was practically overflowing. She secretly muttered in her heart. How did Tanjai suddenly become so good at explaining multiplication facts so thoroughly? It would be great if I could be like him. Thinking this, she couldn't help but push her body towards Tanjai's side. She couldn't help but move her body towards Tanjai's side. Her head was so close that she couldn't wait to stick her head on it, and she pricked up her ears, listening with all her attention. Tanjai was speaking with spittle and passion. Coldly, he smelled a faint aroma. He subconsciously turned his head, only to see Lilei's little pink face, close at hand, actually only a few centimeters away from himself, her face full of adoration. This scene instantly made Tanjai's heart burst with satisfaction. The corners of Tanjai's mouth uncontrollably rose upwards, deliberately making a helpless appearance. Half-jokingly said, "Wow, with you leaning so close, I feel like I'm going to be too nervous to speak." Lilei's face turned red with a swish. But not only did she not hide away, instead, she justifiably said, "Tanjai, your speech is really too clear. I just want to listen more carefully. Just keep talking. I promise to be quiet and not disturb you." Saying that, he also made a gesture of zipping up his mouth in a decent manner. Tanjai looked at this lovely appearance of Li Lei and couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion in his heart. Rebirth, it's so good. Chapter 34. Test him to see if it's so. Ding bell. The class bell rang suddenly. As soon as the students heard this sound, they immediately remembered teacher Zhao's usual sternness. And one by one, it was like a switch had been flicked. They instantly straightened their backs and sat upright, not daring to utter a single breath. Teacher Zhao walked into the classroom. She pushed the pair of black framed glasses on the bridge of her nose and swept her sharp gaze across the class. Then, walked straight towards Tanjai's seat. "Tanjai, bring your homework over here." In teacher Zhao's heart, Tanjai was still the same student with scribbled handwriting and perfunctory homework. This homework, she thought, was probably another mess, filled with all sorts of low-level mistakes. But when she turned over Tanjai's workbook, her entire body froze. "This is Tanjai's homework." Teacher Zhao couldn't help but blurt out, her face full of disbelief, only to see that the handwriting on the book was neat and tidy, and every stroke was written extremely carefully. Looking at the questions again, the answers were accurate and far beyond the level of the other students. "Tanjai, is this really the homework you completed by yourself?" Teacher Zhao stared at Tanjai, as if there were two sharp hooks hidden in his eyes, trying to hook out even the slightest hint of panic from his face. "Tanjai, tell me the truth. This homework, is it your own work or not?" Her voice was icy cold and carried a sense of oppression. Tanjai knew teacher Zhao's suspicions well in her heart, but she didn't panic in the slightest. Her expression was calm as she met teacher Zhao's gaze and said frankly, "Teacher Zhao, this is indeed the homework I completed by myself. Every question, I thought about the answer by myself." When teacher Zhao saw how calm Tanjai was, the doubts in her heart not only didn't dissipate, but instead became heavier. She snorted coldly, thinking, "Humph, still talking tough. Let's see how I'm going to dismantle you later." So, she deliberately stretched her voice and said coldly, "Okay, Tanjai, teacher will believe you for now. However, after checking your homework, I'll have to give you a good test to see if you're really this capable. Don't find an adult to write for you." Tanjai secretly laughed in his heart, but his face still maintained a smile. "Teacher Zhao, feel free to take the test. I'll be there anytime." He understood in his heart that this elementary school knowledge was nothing more than a piece of cake for him. There was no fear of teacher Zhao's test at all. After checking his homework, teacher Zhao turned around and walked up to the podium, cleared his throat, and started teaching. "Class, turn over your textbooks." Her voice echoed in the classroom. But for Tanjai, the second-grade language course was as simple as playing a game with cheat codes on. So simple that he couldn't even muster up any interest. Tanjai sat upright on the surface, his back straight, but his mind had long since drifted off into the clouds, pondering the next step in the development of the internet cafe. The branch has to find a conspicuous location, the decoration has to keep up, and then engage in some special activities. He mulled it over in his mind. Ms. Zhao was speaking colorfully on the podium, and her eyes inadvertently swept over to Tanjai. With her years of teaching experience, she could tell at a glance that Tanjai had wandered off. Teacher Zhao frowned, displeased in her heart, thinking, "This Tanjai, his homework looks good. How come he's distracted in class? It seems like he still hasn't put his heart into his studies." "Tanjai!" Teacher Zhao suddenly raised his volume. A stern shout was like a thunderbolt ringing in Tanjai's ears. The originally quiet classroom was instantly broken, and everyone's bodies shook. Then, in unison, they turned their heads and looked at Tanjai. Tanjai was in a beautiful state, planning the internet cafe in his head, figuring out how to open a branch, how to organize activities to attract more customers. Coldly and unexpectedly, he was startled by this shout and almost jumped up. His heart thumped, secretly screamed bad. He slowly stood up from his seat and looked at Mr. Zhao with slight embarrassment. Teacher Zhao pushed up his black framed glasses, and behind the lenses, his gaze scrutinized Tanjai. "Tanjai, where has this heart of yours gone? Since you have so much free time to wander off, fine, you can translate the first few lines of the three-character classic for everyone. In the beginning of man, nature is good. Sex is close, and habits are far apart. If you don't teach, your nature will change. The way of teaching is noble and specialized." The moment these words were uttered, the surrounding students, instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. One must know that the three-character classic was similar to an alien language for this group of brats in the second grade. It was too profound to describe. Usually, Mr. Zhao had repeatedly broken it up and crumbled it up before everyone seemed to understand it. They could barely understand the general meaning. The corners of Mr. Zhao's mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible sneer, secretly pleased in his heart. Humph, I don't believe you can answer it. It's just right to take this opportunity to try to see if the homework is really that great, but also have to give you a good knock so that you understand that you have to pay attention to me in class. At this moment, the classroom was terribly quiet. The students' eyes were all wide open, staring nervously at Tanjai, all muttering in their hearts. What's Tanjai going to do this time? Can he answer? Tanjai slowly got up with a calm demeanor and took a deep breath. Immediately afterward, a clear and loud voice resounded steeply in the classroom. When people are just born, they are all good by nature. This translation was as smooth and natural as flowing water. Every word and phrase was as precise as a standard answer, directly copied and pasted. Not a single fault could be picked out. Mr. Zhao's original, that face with complacency and scrutiny. The moment Tanjai opened his mouth to translate, he instantly froze. It was like being frozen in time. Her mouth subconsciously opened slightly, her face full of disbelief, clearly visible, frozen in place, unable to move. As for the students, they were directly shocked and their jaws almost hit the ground. The classroom boomed, instantly exploded, all kinds of exclamations rose and fell. Oh my God! Tanjai's a freak. He's too fierce. Is this still the Tanjai we know? It's unbelievable. How did he do it? Goodness, he didn't take advantage of the summer vacation to catch up on the new semester's lessons. Did he? This change is too dramatic. It was only after a long while that teacher Zhao managed to come back to her senses. She shook her head vigorously, as if she wanted to shake before her eyes, this unbelievable scene out of her mind, and she couldn't help but mutter in her mouth. How is this? How is this possible? The suspicion that was originally filled with Tanjai in his heart instantly melted away without a trace at this moment. In its place, there was shock and doubt. In her impression, Tanjai had never been the type of student who worked hard to get ahead. But now, this earth-shattering change really puzzled her, and she couldn't help but ask in her heart, this child, why is he suddenly like a different person? Chapter 35. Is it too radical? Ding bell bell. The school bell finally rang cheerfully. Tanjai waited for this moment as if he had waited for a century. He was under the gaze of the little lowly Li Lei, who was full of loss, as if she was going to cry out in the next second. In a puff of smoke, he rushed out of the school. Just arrived at the school entrance. Tanjai's sharp gaze swept. At a glance, he saw Tan Huigen, straddling the iconic 2-8 bar. The car was slightly tilted by his pressure. Tan Huigen saw Tanjai from a long distance away. He immediately grinned, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth, waving his hand vigorously and shouting at the top of his voice. Son, over here! His voice was so loud that he wanted the whole street to hear it. Tanjai excitedly ran over in a few steps. Miso a moment, a sharp butt on the back seat, cannot wait to eagerly ask, Dad, what happened? How did you find the branch site? Quickly tell me. Tan Huigen smugly patted the handlebar hard. Son, you've finally asked the right question. These days, Dad, that is up early in the morning, non-stop hoof, looking for the branch site. There has been great progress. He intentionally sold a closed after a pause, then said, there are 3 or 4 places are quite good. Each place's advantages are particularly obvious. I'm in a dilemma here. I can't decide. Tanjai's whole body and mind, immersed in his dad's narration. In his mind, flying secretly combined the pros and cons of each place. The noises of the street, the clamor of the crowd, were all automatically blocked by him at this moment. The whole world, as if only Dad's voice was left. Not a moment later, father and son came to the internet cafe. Just pushed open the door, the hustle and bustle instantly came to the face. Corner of the simple dining area, Lu Jiali busy feet, hands skillfully packaged boxed lunches. Yang Xiaoyun is in front of the bar, fingers flying to collect money and change. Eyes are between the computer screen and customers, switching back and forth quickly, not stopping for a moment. At this time, it was time to get off work in the evening. Group after group of young people like a tide, a steady stream into the internet cafe. In an instant, the entire internet cafe was filled with the sounds of conversations and keyboard tapping. Tanjai exerted a great deal of effort before pulling out his voice and shouting at the top of his lungs. Sister Xiaoyun, don't get busy first. Come over and eat with us. After shouting, he anxiously pulled over Tan Huigen with one hand. In this noisy environment, Tanjai managed to find a slightly quieter corner and eagerly said, Dad, you quickly tell me in detail. Those places? In the end, what is the situation? Tan Huigen casually copied a chair and sat down with a heavy butt. Clearing his throat, Tan Huigen sat upright with a few moments of contemplation on his face, carefully analyzing it for Tanjai. Son, the first place is next to the technical school. Think about it, technical school students that can be old more than one. It is energetic, love to play and love the age of the internet. Although the consumption power of a single student is not high, but cannot help but crowded, this traffic is absolutely guaranteed. He paused, drank a mouthful of water to moisturize his throat, and then said, Look at the second place in the industrial area. Those workers worked hard all day. After work, they want to find a place to relax and play games. Tanjai listened intently, his eyes fixed on his dad. Tan Huigen continued, There's another place near the university town. College students have a big demand for the internet, and they have an avant-garde consumer mindset and are willing to spend money. If we open a branch there, the business will not be bad. Son, tell me, which one is the right one for us? Tanjai's eyes suddenly lit up, followed by a shocking statement. Dad, why can't we open branches in all three places at the same time? At that moment, Tan Huigen was leisurely picking up his teacup and had just brought the tea to his mouth with a cozy face. The warm tea was already touching his lips. When he suddenly heard Tanjai's words, his hand instantly froze in mid-air, and the tea in his mouth almost went out of control. It almost spewed out uncontrollably. His entire body was frozen in shock. Jiali was neatly packing a boxed lunch when she suddenly heard Tanjai's words. As if struck by a bolt of lightning, her entire body froze violently. Then she turned her head with a shocked expression. The movements in her hands also stopped instantly, the boxed lunch just half raised in midair. Tan Huigen managed to come back to his senses from the shock. His mouth seemed to be uncontrollable, opening and reopening, but he couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. He finally stammered and squeezed out, Son, do you really not know what this means? His voice changed tone because of excitement, as if he was choked by something in his throat. 3 branches. If we go by the size of this store right now, there would have to be over 300 computers anyways. This is no joke. Just the computers alone would cost more than $2 million. Jiali also woke up as if from a dream, speaking very fast, and her voice was full of anxiety. Yes, son. This is just the money for the computer. How much will the rent cost? How much will the rent cost? How much will the renovation cost? And utilities? Equipment maintenance. What kind of expenses don't cost money? Altogether, without $3 million, it won't come down at all. Speaking here, she suddenly paused. She stared at Tanjai tightly, wanting to say something. With such a large sum of money smashed down, the risk is just too great in case. She didn't finish the second half of her sentence, but the worried look was overflowing. Tan Huigen's eyes glared round. Son, have you lost your head? He slammed his thighs and increased his tone. Even if our internet cafe is now making a lot of money, but 3 million, how long will that take to earn? This is 1,998. It's not the same as those negative people who don't care and dare to borrow a lot of money to spend in a few decades. Nowadays, people who can afford to spend $3 million are rarer than pandas. That's rarer than pandas. Jiali was busy shaking her head at the side, urgently discouraging. Jiali, my little ancestor, you can't be so impulsive. Her voice was tinged with tears. Such a big matter is not a child's play. We don't have that kind of money. Opening 3 branches at once is so risky that it could swallow our entire family. If something goes wrong in the middle, our family will be finished. Yang Xiaoyun also looked worried and said softly, Zhao brother, we all know that the internet cafe business is booming right now. But if we open 3 branches at once, the financial pressure is really not small. She sighed slightly and advised in a serious tone. We still have to be steady and cautious, one step at a time slowly. Chapter 36. You've given birth to a good son on kneeling for golden votes. Tanjai looked calm and collected. In his eyes, there was a calm sophistication that was extremely inconsistent with his age. He took a deep breath and said, "Don't all of you panic first. Listen to me give you a good accounting. After listening, you'll know that this matter is feasible." Tanjai stood straight and looked confident. Immediately afterward, he began to speak eloquently with confidence. "We've been friends with Mr. Chen of Computer City for more than a day or two. Before we did business with him, owed him money, when have we ever been ambiguous?" He slightly raised his chin, eyes penetrating the certainty. "People who wouldn't want to work with us after they've tasted the sweetness. This is not human nature. This time, we're talking about a large order of 300 computers. For Mr. Chen, isn't this a huge pie in the sky?" Tanjai increased his tone. "You guys do the math. How much can he earn from this deal? A full $100,000 or so. This is not a small amount to joke around with. Ordinary people who work their asses off and don't have almost 10 years simply can't make this much money. If he's not moved by such a big temptation, then unless his brain is caught in a door, he's in the water." Tanjai clasped his hands on his chest. "Let's consider it for him as well. We can discuss with him to pay off the goods in about 6 installments. In this way, his cash flow will not be affected at all. His funds will be able to turn around, and he will be able to make a large amount of money steadily. Tell me, you guys, how could he, Boss Chen, reject us for such a great thing that is so stable and profitable? Unless he's stupid." As Tanjai said this, his gaze swept over everyone's face in turn. Seeing that everyone was seriously thinking, he struck while the iron was hot and continued, "And look at our own internet cafe. Now the business situation, that hot simply unlike words. Monthly net profit of more than 100,000 yuan. On the basis of our ability to make money, the internet cafe mortgage to the bank cannot be happy to lend money, definitely can loan a large amount of money. All things considered, we have enough cash flow to open 3 branches at the same time. It's not a fantasy at all. We are completely capable of this." As soon as the words fell, Tanjai turned his head violently, gazing at Yang Xiaoyun, asking, "Sister Xiaoyun, don't you want to be the store manager?" Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoyun subconsciously nodded fiercely. But before this excitement passed, the color of worry quickly crept onto her face again. She frowned slightly and said softly, "Jiali brother, of course I want to. I dream of it. But if something goes wrong with this matter, I'm still a little worried." Seeing this, Tanjai smiled and turned to Tanhugen. "Dad, on the weekend, you'll work hard and take me to each of these 3 places for a field trip. As long as the location is okay in all aspects, we'll directly rent them all without saying a word. Weekend." Tanhugen straddled the clanging 2-8 bar, with Tanjai sitting firmly in the back seat. Father and son sped towards the first venue in a flurry of wind. Along the way, the bells of the 2-8 bar rang out clearly. It wasn't long before they arrived at their destination. In front of them, there was a slightly outdated building. This place was originally a club and must have been bustling with activity at one time. It was a pity that the times were unfavorable and it couldn't keep up with the rapid development of the times, so it was closed down long ago. The grounds were left unused. Tanjai jumped out of the car. After only observing for a short while, Tanjai quickly turned his head and said to Tanhugen, "Dad, hurry up and contact the homeowner." Not long after, the homeowner wandered over with a slow pace. Upon seeing a child standing beside Tanhugen, he was first slightly stunned, and then couldn't help but burst out in joy, snickering, "Bringing your son to talk business? This is really the first time I've seen this kind of scene." Tanhugen grinned and responded with a serious look. This day is for my son as a driver, running errands, the rail board to take the idea, but also my son." When the homeowner heard this, he only thought that Tanhugen was joking, and shook his head with an unimpressed smile. However, when the negotiations were formalized, his smile instantly froze on his face, completely dumbfounded, because the one who opened his mouth to speak was actually really Tanjai. Tanjai's small face was tense, and in his eyes, there was a sharp light that was extremely inconsistent with his tender age. "Boss, let's open up and talk." He took a deep breath and opened his mouth to bombard like a series of cannons. "Your house lot, at first glance, is a bit of an advantage, but when you think about it carefully, there are a lot of problems," he said, while pacing quickly to the window, pointing out the window, raised the volume. "You see this orientation, completely back to the shade. How much sunlight can come into the house from morning to night? If a person stays in this gloomy environment for a long time, can they be in a good mood? Immediately afterward, Tanjai turned around, walked a few steps to the homeowner, and continued with a serious face. Also, if you look at the neighborhood, it's 100,000 miles away from the residential area. To buy toothpaste, toothbrushes, rice, oil and salt, all these daily necessities, you have to go a long way. How inconvenient is this? The people who live here have to worry about these trivial things every day. Who can stand it? Tanjai stared at the homeowner and said categorically, based on these real problems, the price you offered at the beginning is really a bit outrageous. You say, isn't that the truth? Tanjai's analysis was well-reasoned, and the logic was so clear that it was irrefutable. Straight away, the homeowner was dumbfounded and his jaw was about to drop in shock. The homeowner was still immersed in the shock of Tanjai's sharp analysis. The whole person was struck by lightning, frozen on the spot. His brain was still trying to digest the mature insights of this 8-year-old. Right at this moment, Tanjai narrowed his eyes slightly, and immediately afterward, decisively threw out a sentence. Boss, in my opinion, nah. This price must be pushed down by at least 30%. Less than that, we can't really talk about this business anymore. The voice was not loud, and the homeowner was completely shocked and at a loss for words at the moment. How could he not expect this? A child of only 8 years old could be so old-fashioned and tough, negotiating with adults. The meticulous thinking and sharp words. Thoughtfulness and sharpness of words. More than many adults who have been in the shopping mall for many years. He froze in place for a while before finally coming back to his senses. With a face full of amazement, he gave a thumbs up to Tan Huigen with heartfelt emotion. Old Tan, you are truly blessed by your ancestors to have given birth to such a powerful son. This kid, his future is absolutely unlimited. In the end, the homeowner was completely convinced by Tanjai's professionalism and sophistication. Convinced, painfully signing the contract with Tan Huigen. Chapter 37. What kind of demon did I give birth to? After signing the contract, Tan Huigen straddled the 2-8 bar. Tanjai sat in the back seat nimbly, father and son toward the direction of home. The wind, whistling, blowing, wantonly poured into the collar. But Tan Huigen didn't care about the wind. His whole body is filled with shock, head, all the picture of the negotiation just now. A few days ago, Tan Huigen had come alone to make contact with this homeowner. That scene had simply given him a headache. This homeowner was practically oil and salt, like an iron rooster, not a hair out of place. Tan Huigen worn out his lips, want to slightly bargain. The results froze a penny did not negotiate down. I've had a nosedive, but today my 8-year-old son to stand there. A small mouth, 3 words. He cut the price by 30%. And the amazing thing is, the landlord was actually convinced in the end. It's a quicker turnaround than turning over a book. Tan Huigen really couldn't hold back the doubts in his heart. While pedaling hard, he yelled at the top of his lungs, turning his head toward Tanjai in the back seat. Son, Dad is completely convinced of you this time. How on earth did you realize that there were so many things wrong with that house? And why did we end up renting it if there were so many things wrong with it? The corner of Tanjai's mouth violently hooked, and a wry smile instantly blossomed. Dad, this is as simple as it gets. He greeted the whistling wind and yelled at the top of his lungs, shouting at Tan Huigen at the top of his lungs. Before I came here this morning, I purposely circled the neighborhood in great detail, and those problems were all discovered by me. It was just like a game. Tan Huigen was still frozen on the spot, not having gotten over his surprise. Tanjai, however, acted like a young adult and couldn't wait to continue. Dad, why did we rent that house even though we knew it had so many problems? The reason is simple. The house is next to the technical school. Tanjai looked excited, as if he had discovered a great secret. I'm familiar with the students at the technical school. I know them like the back of my hand. They're not interested in studying at all, but they're obsessed with playing games on the internet. If we were to open an internet cafe there, even if we put up 100 machines, I don't think it would be enough for them to go crazy. If we do any other business in this place, 9 times out of 10 it'll be yellow, but opening an internet cafe is different. It'll definitely make a lot of money. A wry smile appeared on Tanjai's face. There's another key. The homeowner, from beginning to end, were kept in the dark. Simply cannot feel our details. Do not know what we rent this house in the end to do. He didn't have any key information, so he had to obediently listen to us, and was severely undercut by us. Tanjai said, tilting his head up proudly and shaking his head vigorously. That little look was more than a little bit of a charm. As Tanhuagin listened to Tanjai's organized explanation, the handlebar in his hand was almost unsteady. The car shook violently a few times. This superb observation, this meticulous thinking, and this awesome negotiating ability. Could it really be that God rewarded him and he was born with it? The son, in the end, what kind of prodigy descended to earth? After being shocked. In Tanhuagin's eyes as he looked at Tanjai, apart from deep amazement, more than anything else, he couldn't contain his pride. Immediately afterward, Tanjai and Tanhuagin hoofed it towards the other two venues. Soon they arrived at the second venue. It was an unused building located near an industrial area. The surrounding factories were lined up, and the sounds of roaring machines could be heard faintly. As soon as Tanjai arrived at the place, he quickly began to look around. He looked here and touched there. His eyes did not miss any corner, and his mouth was still chanting. Not long after, the homeowner came. Tanjai didn't even try to beat around the bush with the owner. He took an arrow step forward and directly cut to the chase. Only to see his small face instantly serious, looked at the homeowner, opened his mouth and said, "Boss, let's open the window and speak frankly." As he spoke, he pointed his finger towards the wall. "Take a look at this building. It looks like it's a bit old, and many places on the wall are cracked. If this meets with some natural disaster, the safety hazard can be huge." Tanjai paused, aggravated tone. "Just for these, this opening price really a little high." Homeowner heard. Face swish, slightly changed. Immediately want to defend. "What do you kids know about?" But Tanjai simply do not give him a chance. Then said, "In my opinion, this price has to be lowered. Now the market competition is fierce. We are not easy to do business." Tanjai's face was resolute, not giving the homeowner the slightest chance to catch his breath. "If you don't let go, I'll have to find another home." The homeowner was a little confused by Tanjai's barrage of attacks. After thinking for a moment and weighing the pros and cons, he finally gritted his teeth and agreed to lower the price. Tanjai struck while the iron was hot and quickly finalized the details of the contract. Successfully rented the site. After fixing the second place, father and son ran to the third venue in a flurry of activity. A commercial building near the university town. Tanjai repeated the same trick. After carefully observing the place, he said to the homeowner who came to him, "Boss, the location of your building is good. Next to the university town, there are many students. But you are also clear the student consumption capacity is limited, and there are many similar venues around. The pressure of competition is. So this price has to be adjusted downward." Tanjai, that small mouth, every sentence, are accurate shot to the psychological line of defense of the homeowner. The surrounding environment is also not good, dusty, which is not a small loss of computer equipment. Maintenance costs will have to increase again. The homeowner at first stretched his neck, trying to stick to the original price, said in a good-natured manner, "This house of mine has always been at this price and no one else has said anything." Tanjai, however, was not flustered and continued unhurriedly. "Boss, times have changed. If you are sincere about renting, you have to consider these realities." Seeing that the landlord was a bit shaken, Tanjai struck while the iron was hot and added, "There are many similar venues around the industrial area, and some of them have been newly renovated. If you don't keep up with the rhythm of the market, I'm afraid this house won't be rented out for a while. Idle for a day, you will earn less money for a day." In the end, the landlord really can't argue with Tanjai, can only helplessly agree to reduce the rent. Tanjai again, with his sharp negotiating style, successfully rented the third venue. Tanhuagin looked at his 8-year-old son in front of him. At this moment, he no longer had the strength to express his astonishment. He felt as if he had lived for decades, as if he had lived on a dog. The abilities displayed by his own son had refreshed his cognition time and time again. Tanjai turned his head to Tanhuagin and said with a serious expression, "Dad, let's go back to the internet. There's still a bunch of things waiting for us tomorrow." Tanhuagin nodded mechanically. He subconsciously asked, "Son, what's so urgent?" In Tanjai's eyes, there was a flash of excitement. "The sooner we open, the sooner we make money." Chapter 38. Boss Chen was shocked. "How much do you want?" Tanjai took 3 venues in a row. Tanhuagin walked back with his son, and along the way, his hands couldn't stop trembling slightly. It wasn't because he was tired from riding his bike, but he was shocked by this series of operations by Tanjai. Son, what you've done in the past 2 days, Dad still feels like a dream. Tanhuigan shouted at the top of his voice as he pedaled. The wind blew his words to pieces. How were you able to talk those homeowners into submission? It's no use for Dad to talk to them with his mouth all worn out. Tanjai sat in the back seat with a smug look on his face. Dad, didn't I tell you? You have to find out what's going on before you do anything. And I see those homeowners is to eat soft food, but not hard. I give him a clear reason, and then give a little pressure, they will be compromised. Tanhuigan listened. The heart is proud, but also worried. Proud of their own son, smart and powerful, worried about the next problem. The next step is the most important. How to deal with the Qin boss who sells computers. Before the opening of the internet cafe, computers are bought from him is also considered an old patron. But Tanhuigan is clear, even if the internet cafe mortgaged, at most can get $500,000 or $600,000 in loans. From the minimum of $2 million to buy computers, there is still a big gap. Most importantly, would Boss Chen believe them? Tanhuigan and Tanjai came back from the outside. Along the way, Tanhuigan's heart was in a state of confusion. After all, this time the matter was too big. Open 3 branches at once. Every step cannot afford to miss. Into the internet cafe, it is time to leave work. The internet cafe is as lively as a pot of explosions. Tanjai looked at this hot scene, his heart is full of fulfillment. But Tanhuigan did not have the heart to appreciate, he was still worried about the next thing. Jiali was busy with her feet, and when she saw her father and son return, she hurriedly walked out from the dining area, holding 2 boxed lunches in her hands. Huigan, quickly eat something. Today was too busy. I really didn't have time to cook properly. Tanjai took the boxed lunches and said with a smile, That's fine. The boxed lunches in our internet cafe taste good too, and it also lets customers know that we provide catering services here. 2 birds with 1 stone. With that, he took a big bite. Tanhuigan looked at his son, shook his head helplessly, and also followed to eat. After finishing his meal, Tanjai remembered that tomorrow was Monday and he had to go to school. So he said to Tanhuigan, Dad, I can only rely on you for the loan. I'm sure you'll be able to handle it. Tanhuigan patted his chest. Son, don't worry, I'll take care of it. Although he said so, he was still a little unsure in his heart. Early the next morning, Tanhuigan came to the bank. Because of previous dealings with the bank, this time the mortgage procedures are quite smooth. When the bank staff told him that he could borrow 700,000 yuan, Tanhuigan was so excited that he almost jumped up. Really? $700,000. Great. Tanhuigan's hands trembled slightly as he took the documents. He felt like he was 1 step closer to success. Coming out of the bank, Tanhuigan jogged all the way back to the internet cafe, wanting to tell Tanjai the good news. But Tanjai had already left for school. He could only silently hope in his heart that Tanjai would hurry up with his vacation, so that they could go to Electronic City together, find Boss Chen, and finalize the computer matter. In the past few days at school, Tanjai was like he was on a roll. In class, he was always the first to raise his hand to answer questions, making the teacher unable to resist nodding repeatedly. Those students who used to find learning boring were also attracted to Tanjai when they saw his wonderful performance in class, gathering around him to ask questions. Tanjai, did you secretly go to study over the summer vacation? How did you become so good? Tanjai smiled and waved his hand. No, it's just that I read some books at home during the summer vacation and thought a bit more. The teacher also praised Tanjai in front of the class. Student Tanjai has made great progress this summer vacation. Tanjai was happy to hear the teacher's praise, but he was looking forward to the weekend even more. This week was like a year for Tanjai. Every night, he lay in bed, full of thoughts about talking to Boss Chen about computer purchasing, thinking about the hot scene after the opening of the 3 branches. Finally, the stars and the moon. Early Saturday morning, before dawn, Tanjai crawled out of bed with a grunt. He ran to Tanhuigan's room and vigorously shook the still sleeping Tanhuigan. Dad, get up. Let's go to Electronic City to find Boss Chen today. Tanjai shouted excitedly. Tanhuigan sat up in a daze with sleepy eyes. It's so early, son. Let Dad sleep a little longer. No way. We have to go early. Maybe there's something else at Boss Chen's place. Tanjai didn't care that much, pulling Tanhuigan's clothes over and shoving them into his hands. Tanhuigan couldn't resist his son, so he yawned, quickly washed up, and went out with Tanjai. Along the way, Tanjai talked non-stop, one moment talking about the future plans of the internet cafe, and the other moment to urge Tan Huigen to meet the Qin boss what to say. Tan Huigen was infected by his son's excitement. Originally, he was still a little sleepy, but now he was also energized. Electronic City has just opened its doors. There are still not many customers inside, cold and quiet. Boss Chen was humming a little song as he slowly opened the store door, preparing for a new day of business. At this time, Tanjai and Tan Huigen came in a flurry. As soon as Boss Chen saw them, his face immediately piled up with smiles, and he warmly greeted them. Yo, Boss Tan and little Boss Tan, why are you here so early today? Are you adding a few more computers to the internet cafe? Tanjai didn't say anything and directly stretched out 3 fingers, looking at Boss Chen. Computers, 300. Boss Chen thought he heard wrong. His smile instantly froze on his face, not daring to ask back. What? 300 units? Little Boss Tan, don't joke around. This is not a figure for fun. Tanjai had a serious look on his face and nodded his head once again with certainty. Boss Chen still couldn't believe it and turned his head to Tan Huigen. Old Tan, this is true. Tan Huigen was a bit uncomfortable by Boss Chen's eyes, but still said stiffly, Boss Chen, it's true. My son has planned it all out, and this time he's here to talk to you about it. Boss Chen was completely convinced now, and he couldn't help but stagger. My goodness, 300 units. That's not a small amount. You guys are going big, Boss Chen said while in his mind, quickly calculating the profits from this business. The smile on his face reopened and was even brighter than a moment ago. Chapter 39. Are you really only 8 years old? Kneeling for golden tickets. Boss Chen saw that Tanjai's father and son had a serious face. There was not the slightest hint of a joking face, and his heart immediately set off shock waves. But he was, after all, someone who had been in the business world for many years, and quickly came back to his senses, warmly greeting the father and son while motioning them towards the store. Agu, Boss Tan, little Boss Tan, please come in quickly. He busily took out the treasured top-grade tea leaves from the cabinet and steeped the tea with nimble movements. With that kind of enthusiasm, he was close to treating the Tan family art's father and son as the god of wealth. Come, taste the good tea I just got. Taste it. Boss Chen's face was full of smiles, but his eyes darted around Tanjai and his son from time to time. In his heart, he was curious as hell. As soon as he sat down, Boss Chen couldn't hold back the doubts in his heart and tentatively asked, Little Boss Tan, I'm really curious. You guys want so many computers? What are you planning to do? This is not a small amount. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to spend so much. Tanjai picked up his teacup and gently took a sip. Boss Chen, I won't lie to you. I'm planning to open 3 new internet cafe branches. With these 3 stores opening at the same time, the demand for computers will naturally be high. What? Open 3 branches? When Boss Chen heard this, he almost didn't spray out the tea he just drank into his mouth, his face full of shock almost overflowing. Little Boss Tan, you're not kidding, right? It hasn't been long since you opened your last internet cafe. Why are you thinking of expanding? And still opening 3 at once? This speed is too amazing. This was not the kind of vigor that an ordinary person could have. Boss Chen kept shaking his head as he spoke. It was really hard to imagine where this 8-year-old child could have such great guts and ambition. Boss Chen, as you know, our internet cafe business has always been very good. I saw this opportunity and wanted to capitalize on it. Tanjai explained unhurriedly. Boss Chen looked at Tanjai, secretly marveling in his heart. This child in front of him spoke with clarity. Little Boss Tan, you've really impressed me. Just based on this boldness of yours, I think this business has a chance. Boss Chen gave a thumbs up, praising Tanjai. Although Boss Chen was shocked by Tanjai's decision to open 3 branches at once, but he knew in his heart, this was a big deal. There was no reason not to do business that came to his door. So, he hurriedly packed up his surprised expression and replaced it with a businessman's smile, saying to Tanjai, Little Boss Tan, since you're so sincere, then for this batch of computers, I'll give it to you at the same price as last time. Boss Chen, this can't be done. Upon hearing this, Tanjai shook his head without hesitation and looked at Boss Chen with a firm gaze. I want 300 units this time. For such a large order, the price has to be lowered by 150% per unit on top of last time's. What? Boss Chen's eyes widened, and his face, which was originally piled with smiles, instantly turned red. Little Boss Tan, you're too ruthless. If you lower it by another 150%, what else can I earn? This business can't be done anymore. Boss Chen was so furious that he stood up, looking like he was going to theorize with Tanjai to the end. Boss Chen, take it easy for now. Tanjai, however, was unperturbed. He still had a faint smile on his face. Let's do some careful math. What is the purchase price of this computer of yours? I probably understand it. Adding the transportation costs, after sale costs, and removing these, you'll still be able to make around 150 per computer if you sell them at the price I told you. He held out his hand and began to do the math for Boss Chen. I want 300 units. That's about $45,000. Think about it. A lot of people don't make that much money even after years of hard work. Tanjai said it all, every single figure was precise. Boss Chen listened to Tanjai's analysis, his mouth opening wider and wider, his eyes filled with shock. How could he not expect that a small child could actually calculate the costs and profits so clearly? This arithmetic ability. It was simply better than himself, a person who had been in the shopping mall for many years. Even more powerful. Boss Chen froze in place, half speechless. After a long while, Boss Chen slowed down and sighed helplessly, although he was still somewhat reluctant in his heart. But thinking about the profit of more than $40,000, it is also true that it is not a small amount. Gritting his teeth and hardening his heart, he finally pinched his nose and admitted it. All right, little Boss Tan, count on you. Just do as you say. I'm kind of convinced, Boss Chen said while secretly sighing in his heart. This Tanjai, he would definitely be unbeatable in the future. Doing business with such a person, although it was a bit of a loss, maybe in the future, there would be greater opportunities for cooperation. Boss Chen had just gritted his teeth and agreed to Tanjai's request to lower the price. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Tanjai followed up and threw out another heavy bomb. Tanjai looked at Boss Chen with a calm face and said unhurriedly, Boss Chen, there's something else I need to tell you. As you know, to open 3 branches, there's too much money to invest in the early stages. I really don't have that much money right now, so I can only pay 20% of the purchase price first. The rest, I want to pay in installments, pay it off in 6 installments. What do you think? What? Boss Chen was originally holding fire in his heart because of the price reduction. At this moment, when he heard this request from Tanjai, he immediately jumped out of his skin. Little Boss Tan, you're going too far. Paying 20% upfront? Then I have to advance 80% of the purchase price. This is not a small amount. Aren't you asking for my life? No, absolutely not. The veins on Boss Chen's neck flared up, and he was on the verge of jumping to his feet. Tanjai, however, was not, in the slightest, intimidated by Boss Chen's anger. He smiled faintly, his tone still calm. Boss Chen, don't get angry first. Listen to me finish my sentence. The reason why I'm looking for you this time is because we've, before, worked happily together and trusted each other. Tanjai spoke while observing Boss Chen's expression. This large order of 300 computers, if it were anyone else, I would have had people grabbing for it even if I had all of it on credit. But the first person I thought of was you. Boss Chen let out a long sigh and waved his hand helplessly. All right, Boss Tan, let's do as you say. After talking business, Boss Chen personally sent Tanjai's father and son out the door. Along the way, his eyes didn't move away from Tanjai, the curiosity in his heart growing stronger and stronger. When he reached the entrance of the store, Boss Chen finally couldn't help himself. He bent down, his eyes staring straight at Tanjai, and asked with a face full of shock, Little Boss Tan, I really can't hold it in. Tell me the truth. Are you really only 8 years old? Chapter 40. 3 internet cafes opened at the same time. Zhangcheng sensationalized. Tanjai smiled and nodded towards Boss Chen, then pulled Tan Huigen's hand and left Electronic City. He had just stepped out of the store not too far away. Tanjai was still immersed in the joy of successfully negotiating a business deal, humming a little tune. But Tan Huigen's footsteps became heavier and heavier, and his face turned white. Suddenly, as if he couldn't bear the immense pressure, he came to a violent stop. Tan Huigen clutched his head with both hands and let out a groan of pain. Tanjai sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly turned back. Dad, what's wrong with you? Where are you uncomfortable? Tan Huigen slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with despair, his voice trembling as he said, Son, do you know what the contract we just signed means? That's more than $1 million in arrears. It was a figure he had never dared to think of before, but now it had become a real debt. But the contract had already been signed, so what could be done? In the following days, Tanjai started a busy life. During the workday, he was a good student at school who listened attentively and answered questions positively. As soon as school was over, he rushed non-stop to the 3 internet cafes, the renovation site of the branch. The first time to the renovation site. When those renovation workers saw Tanjai, they couldn't help but reveal a doting smile. Whose kid is this? He's not even as tall as the bar. What's the point of coming here? Tanjai didn't take these words to heart. He walked straight to the center of the venue and said loudly, "Masters, everyone stop for a moment. I'll tell you about this decoration." The workers froze and looked at each other. Tanjai cleared his throat. "This internet cafe of ours, it has to be divided into a smoking area and a non-smoking area. The smoking area has to be well ventilated." Saying this, he pointed to the venue with his finger. "The position by the window over there, make it a smoking area, and the place with good light over here is the non-smoking area." As the workers listened, the contempt on their faces gradually disappeared and was replaced by surprise. "This kid, he's talking quite like that," a worker whispered. Tanjai continued, "Also, we have to put up a partition and make it into a private room. The soundproofing of the private room must be good, so that the sounds don't interfere with each other." Hearing this, an experienced master teacher couldn't help but speak up. "Little friend, this idea of yours, quite novel. This is not a low cost to make a private room. Moreover, there's no internet cafe in Jiangxing that's done this yet." Tanjai smiled confidently. "Master, don't worry about the cost. Just do as I say." While the workers worked feverishly, they were occasionally surprised by Tanjai's novel and practical ideas. During a break, a young worker said to Tanjai with a smile, "Little boss, you have so many good ideas in your head. When this internet cafe of yours opens, a few of us will definitely come to support it. So you'll have to give us some discounts then. Such an interesting internet cafe. We must come and experience it." Tanjai's eyes twinkled and he responded with a smile, "That's a must." Saying this, he took out from his pocket a stack of long-prepared membership cards, handing each worker one. "Masters, this is our internet cafe's membership card, in which I've charged everyone with $100. When the workers heard this, their eyes widened in surprise and they waved their hands. "How can this be a good thing, little boss? You're too polite." Tanjai, however, said with a serious face, "Masters, you can take this card. But this card is a bit special. The money inside can only be used for overnight internet access. You guys usually work so hard, come to the internet cafe at night to relax and play games. Moreover, you guys helped me decorate the internet cafe so well. This is also a little token of my appreciation." After some excuses, the workers still accepted the card with smiles and thanks. "All right, we'll take it. Don't worry. We'll definitely do a beautiful job for you in this internet cafe." With this unexpected joy, the workers worked with even more vigor. Originally needed a few days to complete part of the decoration task. They worked overtime and completed it ahead of schedule. During this time, Tanjai soaked in the renovation site every day, eyes fixed on every construction detail, for fear of making a mistake. Under his strict supervision and the efforts of the workers, the progress of the renovation of the 3 internet cafes advanced rapidly. Finally, in Tanjai's expectation, the 3 internet cafes were almost renovated. All that was left was the final preparation for the opening. Tanjai excitedly flipped through the calendar and searched for a while. His eyes suddenly lit up and he pointed to a day on the calendar. "Dad, this is the day. This is an auspicious day. Let's open all 3 internet cafes at the same time on this day." Tanhuigen looked at his son's excited look and was also infected, nodding his head in agreement. In order to spread the news of the opening of the internet cafes more widely, Tanjai began to think about publicity. With a quick turn of his head, he came up with the idea of sending out flyers. "Dad, we need to print a batch of flyers to publicize the news of the opening of the internet cafe. If we send out these flyers, we'll definitely be able to attract a lot of people," Tanjai said confidently. Tanhuigen was a little hesitant. "Son, will it work to send out flyers?" Tanjai patted his chest and promised, "Dad, don't worry. It's definitely worth the money. Let's design the flyers to be more appealing, and then find some people to distribute them in lively places, to ensure that everyone in Jiangxing knows that we're opening an internet cafe." As soon as he said it, Tanjai immediately contacted the printing house and carefully designed the content of the flyers. Soon, the flyers were printed. Tanjai found a group of part-time students and gave them a detailed explanation of where to send the flyers and the precautions to take. Brothers and sisters, you'll go to the shopping malls, schools, factories, and these crowded places to hand them out. Pass them over when you see people. And make sure to spread the news of us. The opening of the internet cafe. These days, the figure of leaflet distributors could be seen in the streets and alleys of Jiangcheng. A large number of flyers made the entire Jiangcheng known. On a certain morning afterward, 3 internet cafes would open on the same day. On the streets and alleys of Jiangcheng, the topic, without realizing it, turned to Tanjai. Have you guys heard? There's an 8-year-old kid who's going to open 3 internet cafes, opening in just a few days. Really? An 8-year-old can do this? That's right. My kid just knows how to play with toys and watch cartoons every day, and he never lets go of the remote control. So compared to others, it's just like a heaven and a hell. Alas, people can't be compared. This is someone else's child. We're envious. It's useless. The entire Jiangcheng was shocked. Is this someone else's child? Your own child can't even understand addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, and someone else's child is opening an internet cafe? Or is it 3? Chapter 41. The owner is an 8-year-old? Tanjai stood in the newly renovated internet cafe. He was, at the same time, looking at the brand new computer tables and chairs, while calculating in his mind about opening the business. Suddenly, it was like he thought of something. He slammed his head, then hurriedly ran back home. Dad! Tanjai shouted as soon as he entered. I've set the date for the opening of the internet cafe. Just pick the one where the venue is renovated. The first Saturday. Tan Huigen was cooking in the kitchen. Hearing his son's words, he hurried out with a puzzled look on his face. Why did you pick Saturday, son? Tanjai said with a straight face. Dad, I still have to go to school. You don't have time to work on the opening during the week. On Saturdays, everyone is off, so there will be more customers, and I'll be able to find the time. Tan Huigen realized in a flash and nodded. It's still my son who is thoughtful. What about the exact time? Tanjai hemmed and hawed. He said mysteriously. I set the opening times respectively at 8, 9, and 10 o'clock. Why did you set 3 different times? It's so troublesome. Dad, you don't understand. Tanjai explained smugly. I have to attend the opening ceremonies of each branch, so if they're all at the same time, how can I run around? By splitting up the time this way, I'll be able to attend to each place. Then, Tanjai added, Dad, there's one more thing. I'm planning to have my cousin, Yang Xiaoyun, and you each serve as the store manager of 3 internet cafes. Me? When Tan Huigen heard this, he panicked. Can I do it? Son, I've never been a store manager before. Tanjai patted Tan Huigen's shoulder and said like a young adult, Dad, you'll definitely be fine. You've been running around with me every day, so you know more about internet cafes than anyone else. And with me around, if you have any problems, just ask me anytime. Tan Huigen was still a bit hesitant. But Tanjai interrupted him. Don't but. Dad, you can just trust me. Cousin and Yang Xiaoyun are both very reliable as well. We'll work together as a family, and we'll definitely be able to run the internet cafe well. Tan Huigen looked at his son's determined eyes and his heart warmed. Gritting his teeth, he said, Good, son. Dad listens to you. During the days of renovating the internet cafe, Tanjai was busy like a non-stop rotating gyroscope. To the smooth operation of the internet cafe, the waiter is a key link. So he was inspired. In front of the internet cafe and the surrounding high-traffic places posted recruitment ads. The attractive salary on the advertisement, as well as the words work free, attracted a lot of people to apply for the job. Such a high salary but also idle? Where can I find this job? Yes, I have to try. It would be great if I can get the job. There was an endless stream of applicants. Tanjai and Yang Xiaoyun were extremely busy. After some rigorous screening, they finally picked out the right candidate. After that, Yang Xiaoyun began to work furiously, training these new employees. She patiently taught everyone every day how to serve customers, deal with emergencies, but also personally demonstrated the operation process. Attention everyone. When customers enter the door, you must greet them warmly and guide them to their seats. Encounter computer problems. Do not panic. According to the steps, I teach troubleshooting. Under Yang Xiaoyun's careful teaching, it didn't take long for these new employees to be trained more or less, and one by one, they were full of confidence. completely capable of being on their own. In the blink of an eye, it was the big day for the opening of the internet cafe. Before dawn, Tanjai was so excited that he couldn't sleep and climbed out of bed. After washing up, he went straight to the first internet cafe to open. At this time, Yang Xiaoyun has already stood in front of the door of the internet cafe, a sharp professional outfit, face overflowing with smiles. She looked at the crowd that had already formed a long line in front of her. Her heart was full of joy, picked up the megaphone and shouted, "Dear friends, opening today. There is a super favorable policy for membership. Charge 100 to send 100. Charge 200 to send 300. More charge, more send. And after becoming a member, you can also enjoy the privileges of priority boarding and exclusive private room booking." A murmur came from the crowd. Charge 100, get 100. Sounds like a good deal. It's quite tempting, but I don't know how good this internet cafe is. However, even though Yang Xiaoyun shouted until his voice was almost muffled, there weren't many people who directly applied for membership. Tanjai stood beside Yang Xiaoyun, looking at the few people who had applied for memberships, and in his heart, he could very well understand. In this day and age, wages were generally only a few $100s. For someone to take out half a month's salary, or even a month's salary to get an internet cafe membership, that's no small matter. If the conditions of the internet cafe were not satisfactory, the money would be wasted. If it were him, he would have to wait and see. At that moment, someone in the queue shouted at the top of his voice, "Where's the boss? Where did the boss go?" Hearing this, Yang Xiaoyun smiled and pointed to Tanjai, who was standing next to him. "Nua, this is our boss." The crowd followed Yang Xiaoyun and looked in the direction of his finger. Instantly, they all froze in place. Internet cafes were considered rare in this era. Everyone knew in their hearts that opening an internet cafe was not something that ordinary people could do. It was a field that only people with strength could get involved in. Today, these people who had rushed here were full of curiosity in their hearts. They were all wondering which amazing person was actually able to open 3 internet cafes in one breath. What a great skill this must be. So, everyone came early to line up. They were looking forward to seeing who this boss was with their own eyes. But when Yang Xiaoyun pointed at Tanjai and told everyone that this was the owner of the internet cafe, everyone was dumbfounded. How is this possible? An 8-year-old doll is actually the owner of 3 internet cafes. Yeah, I always thought it was some big boss. But it turned out to be a kid, opening an internet cafe. Is that something a child of this age should do? Is this kid a genius? Born so much smarter and better than us. Although everyone was shocked, they also found this matter novel and interesting. They all gathered around to make fun of Tanjai. "Little friend, you're so awesome. When I was your age, I was still playing with mud, and you're already a boss. If this trend continues, you'll definitely become a tycoon in the future. Maybe even the richest man in the country." The corners of Tanjai's mouth rose, and he responded crisply, "I'm borrowing your good advice. In the future, I'll have to rely on you all to take care of this internet cafe and come to support it often. This child knows too much. So young and so capable. The future is unlimited. He's a real favorite." Tanjai accepted everything as it was and greeted everyone as they entered the internet cafe. "Since we're all here, don't stand outside. Everyone quickly go in and take a look at our internet cafe." Chapter 42. This internet cafe is also too bullish. Kneeling for golden tickets. Not long after, the people in line, one after another, poured into the internet cafe. As soon as they stepped into the internet cafe, the crowd was instantly shocked by the sight in front of them. Their mouths were open so wide that they couldn't close them for half a day. "My God!" A young lad wearing glasses couldn't help but let out an exclamation. "The furnishings of this internet cafe are too elaborate," he said while looking here and there, his eyes almost not enough. "You guys, look at these computers." Whoever in the crowd shouted, and everyone's eyes instantly focused on the computers. In this era, computers were a rarity. Many internet cafes, in order to save costs, mostly bought second-hand computers indiscriminately. Playing the game was stuck to death, and the gaming experience was extremely poor. These computers look so new. Shouldn't they be brand new? Definitely new. There are young people who know what they are doing, have already opened a machine with a quick hand, and excitedly shouted, "I have worked in a computer city. I can see it at a glance. This configuration. This is definitely the best on the market at the moment. Wow. This boss is also too willing to put down money. With such a good computer, playing games must be super cool. Yes, before going to other internet cafes, the computer will want to smash after playing for a while. I didn't expect to see such a good configuration here today. They did not expect. This internet cafe actually can be so blood money on computer equipment. The crowd continued to visit the internet cafe, and suddenly someone found an even more surprising place. This internet cafe actually has a smoking area and a non-smoking area. What? There's this design? It's too thoughtful. The crowd gathered around to check it out. Not only that, there are private rooms over there. Another sharp-eyed person spotted the private room, and everyone immediately swarmed to it. The privacy of this private room is too good. Playing games here, there's absolutely no need to worry about being disturbed. A young man excitedly looked left and right in the private room and couldn't help but exclaim, "I've been in Jiangxing for so many years, and I've been to so many internet cafes, but I've never seen such a detailed division. This boss is too good at doing business." That's right. This is absolutely unique in the entire Jiang city. The more the crowd looked, the more satisfied they became. Those who were still hesitant to recharge were completely conquered at this moment. In an instant, the crowd surged towards the bar like a tidal wave. "I want to recharge my membership. Charge me one too." In front of the bar, a long line instantly formed. Yang Xiaoyun was incredibly busy, but on her face, there was a very bright smile. Collecting money, recharging, the action was very skillful. "Okay, you wait a moment. Thank you for coming. Have a good time," she said while handling the business neatly. Watching the red tickets in the drawer build up one after another, getting higher and higher. Tanjai stood on the sidelines, his eyes smiling into slits. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. Where is this an internet cafe? It's simply a money printing machine. It was only after half an hour that the recharge queue finally dissipated. The front of the bar was finally clean again. Looking at the entire internet cafe, it was already full. In front of every computer, there were excited customers sitting. The environment of this internet cafe is also fantastic. This decoration, this computer, it's simply outstanding. Yes, and there is also a smoking area, too thoughtful. In the past, when I went to other internet cafes, it was so smoky that it was hard to play for a while. The service is also thoughtful. Just I casually asked if there were any special offers. The staff patiently introduced me to half a day. Gulp. Suddenly, someone's stomach growled. "Oops, I've been playing too much. I'm hungry." A young guy shouted at the bar, "Boss, do you have instant noodles and drinks?" "Yes, just a moment." Yang Xiaoyun responded while quickly walking towards the place where the food was stored. She carried a few buckets of instant noodles and a few bottles of drinks in her arms as she weaved her way through the crowd. Although she was busy, her face was filled with an unstoppable smile. "Here, your instant noodles and drinks." Yang Xiaoyun handed the things to the customer and said enthusiastically, "If there's anything else you need, feel free to call me." "Okay, thanks. This internet cafe is really good. I'll definitely come often in the future," the customer said with a smile. Looking at the bustling scene in the internet cafe, Yang Xiaoyun was happy in his heart. There are shares of his own in it. Just witnessed the fiery opening scene at the first internet cafe. Tanjai and Tanhuagin were red with excitement, not daring to delay for a moment, rushing to the curb in a flurry of fire, reaching out to stop a cab. "Master, go to the newly opened internet cafe on Daoming Road. Please drive faster." Tanjai sat his butt in the back seat and loudly urged. The cab driver looked at Tanjai sitting in the back through the rearview mirror and couldn't help but joke, "Little friend, you're so young. You can't go to an internet cafe. Nowadays, internet cafes don't even allow minors to enter." The corners of Tanjai's mouth rose slightly. "Master, you've got it wrong. I'm not going to surf the internet. I'm going to open an internet cafe. I'm the owner of the cafe." The driver first froze when he heard Tanjai's words. Immediately afterward, a loud, bright laugh erupted. He laughed while shaking his head. "Little friend, you're really good at joking." He glanced at Tanjai through the rearview mirror again, then said, "Where can you find such a small internet cafe owner? Have you been watching too many cartoons? What else? Go open a business for an internet cafe. Uncle, I don't believe it." Tanjai hadn't had time to speak. Tanhuagin on the side nodded, his tone too serious to be taken seriously. "Master, my son really isn't joking. He is indeed an internet cafe owner. All three of our internet cafes are all run by him, and all three are opening at the same time today. The driver almost thought he had heard wrong, and raised his voice again to ask, What? What did you say? This kid is the owner of an internet cafe. He turned his head sideways incredulously and looked at Tanhuigan, his eyes full of skepticism. Big brother, you're quite the joker too, huh? Tanhuigan smiled helplessly. Master, I really didn't lie to you. Although my son is young, but his brain can be flexible, these internet cafes are all his ideas. From choosing a site, decorating to recruiting people, it is all his single-handed responsibility. Tanhuigan spoke at length, the pride on his face becoming more and more obvious. The driver was completely dumbfounded this time. The hand holding the steering wheel involuntarily shook. He hurriedly stabilized the steering wheel. Once again carefully surveyed Tanjai from the rearview mirror. How is this possible? Incredulity was written all over his face, and in his voice, with a strong sense of shock and doubt, he mumbled, This kid, looking at him, he's not even 10 years old, is actually the owner of an internet cafe? Chapter 43. Listening to him is really right. Tanjai and Tanhuigan rushed to the second internet cafe. There was an equally long line at the door. Yang Xiaoyun was busy at the first internet cafe, and Tanjai's cousin was in charge of the opening here. The cousins saw them coming and immediately greeted them. You guys are finally here. Tanjai smiled and responded, Cousin, it's been hard on you. Let's get ready for the opening. Cousin picked up the megaphone and announced loudly, Everyone, we're opening the internet cafe. We'll give you 100 free for 100, 300 free for 200, and all kinds of exclusive privileges. Like the first internet cafe, not many people directly applied for membership at the beginning. At this time, someone in the crowd shouted, Where's the boss? Let the boss come out and tell us about it. Tanjai stepped forward and shouted, Hello everyone, I'm Tanjai, the owner of this internet cafe. I know you all still have some doubts about internet cafes, but please rest assured that our internet cafe's environment and equipment are absolutely top-notch. The crowd was once again shocked when they saw Tanjai. This boss is really a child. It's unbelievable. To be the boss at the age of 8. In the midst of the crowd's chatter, Tanjai led everyone into the internet cafe for a tour. Once they entered the internet cafe, the guests were instantly attracted by the scene in front of them. Wow! This decoration is too classy. Look at these computers. They are all brand new. The configuration must be super high. There are also private rooms. This privacy is simply perfect. The guests' doubts were swept away, and they flocked to the bar. I want to recharge my membership. Charge me 200. A young man touched his pocket, realized that he didn't have enough money, and anxiously said to his friend next to him, Brother, lend me some money. I must recharge my membership here. This internet cafe is great. My friend did not hesitate to take out his wallet. Okay. I also think this cafe is worth it. We will play together later. Tanhuigan's eyes went straight as he watched the scene of people enthusiastically recharging their accounts. He whispered to Tanjai, Son, this is too hot. Tanjai smiled and said, Dad, this is just the beginning. The recharge frenzy at the second internet cafe lasted for a long time, until the line gradually dispersed, and Tanjai and Tanhuigan hoofed it to the third internet cafe. The situation at the third internet cafe was the same as the first two. The guests were completely overwhelmed as soon as they saw the internet cafe's furnishings, decoration, and computers. This internet cafe is simply the conscience of the industry. From now on, I'll come here to surf the internet, and I won't go anywhere else. The guests frantically recharged, and the scene was bustling with activity. When night fell and Tanjai and Tanhuigan walked out of the third internet cafe, Tanhuigan's hands were still shaking slightly. He stammered to Tanjai, Son, I can't even count the money I collected today. On the first day of business alone, Tanjai received a whopping 250,000 yuan. When walking out of the third internet cafe, Tanhuigan couldn't believe his eyes anymore. He had never thought that money was so good. That night it was dinner time. The lights in the house are warm and bright, but the table is not full of food as usual, but neatly placed 25 stacks of banknotes. Jiali and Tanhuigan stood dumbfounded at the table, eyes staring at the money, mouth wide open. Half a day cannot close. The two of them were as if they had been under a spell, not moving at all. The only thing that proves that their hearts are surging at the moment is their chests that are rising and falling sharply. It was only after a while that Lu Jiali looked like she had, finally, found her voice. Huagin, look, this is really the money our family earned today. Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? This is too unreal. I can't believe my eyes. Tan Huagin swallowed his saliva. His throat was so dry that he managed to squeeze out a sentence. I can't believe it either, Jiali. We used to earn only $500 a month. A year without eating or drinking is only 12,000. This has to be 20 years to save up 250,000 na.
Sonne.
He actually did it in one day. Tanjai hummed that out-of-tune little song and bounced out of the room. Just as soon as he stepped into the living room, he then saw his parents standing straight in front of the dining table. Their eyes were fixed on the banknotes that were neatly stacked on top. Seeing this, Tanjai couldn't help but let out a laugh. Dad, Mom, you too. This expression, don't be so surprised. Lu Jiali was originally still immersed in shock. Hearing her son's words, she instantly came back to her senses, her eyes glowing. With the wind at her feet, she rushed to Tanjai's side in a flash and wrapped him tightly in her arms. The strength was so great that it was as if she wanted to rub Tanjai into her body. Immediately afterward, she placed a flurry of kisses on Tanjai's face. Agu, my good son, you're too competitive. Lu Jiali chanted excitedly as she kissed. I knew that this precious son of mine was different since he was a child. You are the great merit of our family. Tanjai's face turned red from the kiss, struggling a little embarrassed. Mom, don't kiss, I'm so old. Tan Huagin walked over to Tanjai and looked at him. The pride in those eyes was practically overflowing. He bent down slightly and gently touched Tanjai's head. His voice slightly choked. Son, you don't know, in the past, when I thought of that huge debt of $2 million, I couldn't sleep at night when I tossed and turned. He paused, took a deep breath, and a happy smile spread across his face. But now it's different. As far as our internet cafe is concerned, with the speed of this money-making today, I can see that the debt is nothing at all. According to this, it won't be long before we can definitely pay off all our debts. We can still have a good life. Tanjai said confidently, Dad, don't worry, this is just the beginning. In the future, our internet cafe business will get better and better, and we'll definitely earn more than that. Saying this, Tanjai waved his small hand in the air and said seriously, Dad, when we make a lot of money, you won't have to ride that broken 2.8 bar anymore. Every time I see you riding it, your butt bumps up and hurts. It's hard on my heart. When the time comes, I'll buy you a small car. One kick of the gas and you're there. How awesome. He tilted his head, smilingly continued. And Dad, you don't smoke that honkdashin anymore. From now on, I'll let you smoke Huazi. It's enough. What others have, we have, and what others don't have, we must have. Looking at Tanjai's serious face, Tan Huagin couldn't help but sigh a little. Before, he was worried about the risks and didn't dare to lend so much money. Now it seems that listening to Tanjai is the right thing to do. Chapter 44. You two, robbing a bank? A family of 3 sat around the dining table, the heat of the meal rising, but their minds were not on it at all. From time to time, the eyes fell on the side that neatly stacked $25 million on the money. Tan Huagin's face was full of excitement. His eyes flashed with a blazing light, and he waved his big hand. Jiali, son. His voice carried uncontrollable excitement. Look, you guys, these 3 internet cafes open today and business is booming like this. This is a perfect opportunity. I think we need to strike while the iron is hot and open another new internet cafe. At that time, we'll definitely make more money. Maybe we'll soon be able to pay off that $2 million debt and make a big profit. Hearing this, Lu Jiali frowned slightly and gently shook her head. She said seriously, Huagin, I understand your thoughts, but I think we still need to be more stable. Think about it, the bank's loan has been sitting there, charging interest every day. This interest is not a small amount. Let's pay back the loan first. The 2 men argued on their own. No one could convince anyone, arguing red in the face. Suddenly, they seemed to remember something. At the same time, they stopped arguing and turned their eyes to Tanjai, who was sitting on the side, burying his head in his hands and drying his rice. Tan Huagin cleared his throat and said with a smile, Son, tell me, what do you think? You're the one with the most ideas in the family now. If you say what to do, we'll do it. Lu Jiali also said, Yes, son. Think carefully about how this money can be arranged in the most appropriate way. Dad, Mom, you guys stop arguing first. Tanjai raised his head, his mouth still stuffed with a mouthful of rice, and said vaguely, "Let me finish this meal and think about it." With that, he hurriedly picked up a few more mouthfuls of rice and thought in a serious manner. Tanjai slowly drank a mouthful of soup, put down the bowl, and wiped his mouth with his hand before opening his mouth unhurriedly. "I think this money, has to be returned to Boss Chen first." Tanhuigan and Lu Jiali froze for a moment. Before the two had time to speak, Tanjai spoke to himself. "Think about it, we'll definitely have quite a few more opportunities to work with Boss Chen in the future. Now pay back the money in advance, save up a good reputation with him, and if there are any good projects in the future, we will be the first to be thought of." Lu Jiali nodded slightly, thinking, but still a little hesitant. "That's true, but we've just opened our business, and we don't have a lot of money." Tanjai waved her hand in disbelief, then said, "Mom, listen to me finish. The deposit we gave to Mr. Chen earlier was not much, so I think his side is probably in a tight cash flow situation. If we return the money at this time, we'll be doing him a big favor. In the future, if there's really a problem, can he not help us?" Tanhuigan frowned and fell into deep thought, and only said after a while, "Son, you have a point. But we opened 3 internet cafes at once, and after this money is paid back, there will be less money for subsequent development." Tanjai straightened his back, his expression serious. "Dad, this is what I'm going to say, the most important point. We opened 3 internet cafes in one breath, the entire Jiangxing is this big, the market also has to have a process of digestion. Don't be in a hurry to expand now, steady progress is the key. Return the money to Mr. Chen, we don't have the pressure of debt, and we can still focus on operating the existing internet cafes. It's not too late to consider opening a new one when we've maximized the business of these 3 internet cafes." Tanhuigan and Lu Jiali looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. Tanjai's words far exceeded many adults. Where was this like an 8-year-old child? It was simply a veteran who had been in the shopping mall for many years. Tanhuigan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Son, you're too good. Just do as you say. Dad listens to you." The next day it was still light out. Tanhuigan got up early. He skillfully rolled out that somewhat worn-out 2/8 bar. Afterward, he tied a huge canvas bag, securely, to the back seat of the car, and carried another smaller bag on his back. At this time, Tanjai also quickly washed up and ran out. "Dad, let's hurry up and get going." "All right, son, sit tight," Tanhuigan said while letting Tanjai sit on the back seat of the car, and then straddled the bike himself. With one pedal, the 2/8 bar sped off in the direction of Electronic City. Boss Chen's store was in the center of Electronic City, and business was always very hot. Tanhuigan parked his bike and walked towards the store with Tanjai. "Agu, Boss Tan, little Boss Tan, you guys have finally arrived." Boss Chen was sharp-eyed and saw Tanjai's father and son from afar. His face instantly blossomed into a bright smile as he quickly greeted them from the store. "I've been looking forward to you guys here every day." Boss Chen greeted warmly while reaching out to pick up the bag on Tanhuigan's back. Tanhuigan quickly waved his hand. "Boss Chen, no need, we'll just come by ourselves. Come in, come in." Boss Chen's face was full of smiles as he welcomed Tanjai's father and son into the store, then hurriedly ordered the shopkeeper to make tea. "You are my honored guests. In a few months you bought 400 computers from me. This is a lot of money. You won't be able to find many in the whole Electronic City. You're VIPs," Boss Chen said, while handing Tanjai and his son the freshly brewed tea. "Boss Chen, you're welcome," Tanjai said with a smile. "We came here this time, but we have something good to find you," just as he sat down. Boss Chen's face was piled with curiosity as he leaned forward and eagerly asked, "Boss Tan, little Boss Tan, you guys came to me today. Is there another big business you want to take care of? I can tell you, I've just received a new batch of goods here, and their performance is fantastic, guaranteed to satisfy you." The corners of Tanjai's mouth rose slightly, and she waved her small hand dashingly. Tanhuigan understood and hurriedly stood up, removing the huge canvas bag on his back. He grasped the zipper of the bag with both hands tightly, and there was a hissing sound. The zipper was quickly pulled open. Immediately after, Tanhuigan violently raised his hand and shook the canvas bag towards the table. With a clatter, 25 bundles of eye-catching red tickets were piled up on the table like a small mountain, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Boss Chen was originally still gushing about the new goods. Seeing this scene, the entire person instantly froze. His eyes were wide open, and his jaw was about to drop to the ground. His eyes were filled with shock and incredulity. A few days ago, this father and son still owed him more than $1 million for the goods. What was going on? After a while, Boss Chen came back to his senses. He stammered and pointed at the money on the table, half-jokingly asking Tanjai's father and son, "You two, master and son, robbed a bank?" Chapter 45. Is this TM 8 years old? Kneeling for golden tickets. Boss Chen's jaw dropped in shock. It was almost as if he had four big words of disbelief engraved on his face. Tanjai, however, looked calm. "Boss Chen, look at your surprised look. To tell you the truth, my 3 internet cafes opened a few days ago. Business is especially booming, and all of this money is membership fees that have just been collected." Boss Chen's mouth slightly opened before he could speak. Tanhuigan grinned and continued, "You don't know, on the day of the opening, the scene was so crowded that the threshold of the internet cafes was almost broken. Everyone loves that internet cafe, and the people who filled up the membership one after another, the money came in like running water." Saying this, Tanhuigan's eyes shone with light and his face was filled with pride. "I've been working with you for so long, and it's always been especially pleasant. You gave me so many computers before and helped me a lot. Now that I have money, I definitely have to pay back what I owe you first." Tanjai looked at Boss Chen seriously, his tone sincere. "I also pondered that with such a big business on your side, you might be worried about working capital. I can't let you get anxious because of me." Boss Chen's heart was shaken as he listened to Tanjai's words. He had been in the business world for so many years and had seen all kinds of clients. But like the Tan family's father and son, who came to pay back the money as soon as they had it, this was really the first time he had seen this. He couldn't help but stick out his thumbs. "Boss Tan, little Boss Tan, I really admire this character of yours from the bottom of my heart. Just because of your integrity, if there's anything in the future, feel free to come to me. I'll definitely give you my full support." Boss Chen's face was full of smiles, and his attitude towards Tanjai's father and son was nothing short of enthusiastic. He took 3 steps and walked to the inner room. In a short while, he walked out holding an exquisite wooden box and a brand new cigarette. "Boss Tan, little Boss Tan, we have to treat you well today," Boss Chen said as he carefully fiddled with the tea set and skillfully began to brew the tea. "This is a good tea that I've treasured for many years. I wouldn't even dare to take it out for ordinary people." The aroma of tea instantly filled the entire room, intoxicating people with its smell. Immediately afterward, he picked up the cigarette. Splat! Tearing open the package with a snap, he drew out a soft huazi and handed it to Tanhuigan. "Boss Tan, have a taste. This cigarette, it's the best of the best." Tanhuigan was somewhat flattered, and hurriedly took the cigarette. Boss Chen smoothly took out his lighter. The flame jumped up, and helped Tanhuigan light the cigarette. Tanhuigan took a deep breath. The mellow smoke flavor spread in his mouth. He could not help but secretly sigh. "Boy, this soft huazi is much better than Hongdashan. When I used to smoke red Tashan, it was strong and punchy. This soft huazi is much smoother to smoke, and it also carries a light flavor." Remembering that Tanjai had promised himself that he would have enough soft huazi in the future, Tanhuigan's heart was bursting with joy. He looked at Tanjai, his eyes filled with relief and anticipation. "Son, thanks to you, Dad has the chance to smoke such good cigarettes. As this momentum develops, the days ahead will definitely get better and better." Boss Chen, listening from the sidelines, interjected with a smile. "Boss Tan, this son of yours is too prosperous. Just in these few months of work, I've earned more money from you guys than I've earned in the past 1 or 2 years. You are my gods of wealth. If you need anything in the future, be it computers or anything else, just ask. I'll definitely give you the best price and the best service." Tanjai said with a smile. "Boss Chen, you're welcome. We'll definitely have many more opportunities to cooperate in the future." A few people sipped tea and smoked cigarettes while chatting. Boss Chen became more and more curious about Tanjai and couldn't help but ask, "Little Boss Tan, I see that you're quite good at doing business. Tell me, what are your plans for the future?" Tanjai placed the teacup in his hand on the table. "I'm going to promote the internet cafe business to the whole province, and even the whole country. The whole of Xiagua, there has to be my internet cafe. 1 membership card for the whole country." Boss Chen was originally leisurely smoking a cigarette, But when he heard Tanjai's words, the cigarette in his mouth almost didn't hold steady. His eyes widened as he stared at Tanjai, only squeezing out a sentence after half a day. What? To open internet cafes all over the country? You, this is really something an 8-year-old child can come up with. Boss Chen's face was full of incredulity. How could he not expect that an 8-year-old child would have such grand ambitions? Little Boss Tan, don't joke with Uncle. This idea is too crazy, Boss Chen said with a bitter smile. Tanjai, however, said in a serious manner, Boss Chen, I'm not joking. Just wait and see. In the future, my internet cafe will definitely become the hottest internet cafe chain in the country. Boss Chen looked at the Tanjai, who was only a meter tall and less than his own chest. The shock in his heart could not be dispersed. But he was also clear that although this child was young, he had a business acumen that far exceeded that of ordinary people. He didn't dare to underestimate him in the slightest. Boss Chen piled up a smile on his face and said, half jokingly and with a bit of seriousness, Little Boss Tan, after hearing you say that, I'm kind of convinced. If you really intend to, in the future, open up internet cafes all over the country, as long as you're willing, in the future, all the computers in your internet cafes will be wrapped up in me. I guarantee to provide you with the best quality goods. Upon hearing this, Tanjai understood in his heart. Boss Chen was trying to cooperate with himself for a long time and ride on the express train of his own internet cafe's development. Boss Chen, I'll take note of your words. Tanjai smiled. As long as the computers are of superior quality and the price is fair, I am naturally willing to cooperate with Boss Chen. Boss Chen was staggered in his heart when he heard these words from Tanjai. He had been in the shopping mall for so many years and had seen countless shrewd businessmen. But the one who was as young as Tanjai, but could speak so beautifully and pinpoint the conditions of cooperation so precisely. It was really the first time. Boss Chen hurriedly responded, Little Boss Tan, don't worry. I'll take care of the quality and price. I've been doing business for so many years, and what I value most is reputation. I definitely won't screw you over. Let's work well together in the future and make a lot of money together. Tanjai smiled and nodded with a serious face. Good. It's a deal then. Boss Chen, if I have any new needs in the future, you'll be the first one I look to. Tanhuigen watched from the side as his son talked business with Boss Chen, his heart filled with pride, feeling that this son of his could be truly remarkable. Where is this a child, Boss Chen secretly sighed in his heart. The ones I've come into contact with, those most astute old greaseballs, are nothing more than that. Chapter 46, Enhancing Services and Building a Brand. After coming out from Electronic City, Tanjai sat on the back seat of the 2-8 bar and excitedly shouted to Tanhuigen, Dad, let's go to the internet cafe again. I'm kind of wondering how business is today. Tanhuigen smiled and answered, Okay, son, sit tight, said, pedaled hard, the bike will be toward the direction of the internet cafe sped away. Father and son first came to the first internet cafe. Not yet entered the door, I heard a burst of laughter inside, and the sound of the keyboard. Push open the door, only to see the internet cafe full of people. Yang Xiaoyun was busy at the front desk, handling the internet procedures for the guests while answering all kinds of questions. A fine bead of sweat on her forehead, but always with a smile on her face. Lu Jiali, on the other hand, shuttled back and forth in the internet cafe, helping guests solve some small problems from time to time, but also tidied up the desktop and put the internet cafe in good order. Seeing Tanjai and Tanhuigen come in, Lu Jiali's eyes instantly lit up, and she hurriedly greeted them, pulling Tanjai's small hand as she said excitedly, Son, you've finally come. Look at this. There are even more guests coming to the internet today than yesterday. It's been going on from morning to night, and sometimes there's even a line. Tanjai looked at the bustling internet cafe. He smiled and said, Mom, I knew our internet cafe would be popular. This is just the beginning. Business will definitely be better in the future. Saying that, he walked to a computer and chatted with the guests who were surfing the internet. Uncle, what do you think of our internet cafe? The guest gave a thumbs up while playing the game. This internet cafe is fantastic. The computer configuration is high, playing games is not stuck at all, and the environment is clean and tidy. I'll definitely come more often in the future. Tanjai listened and nodded with satisfaction. Afterwards, they went to 2 other internet cafes. The situation was the same as the first one. Both were doing brisk business. Tanjai and Tanhuigen were in each of the internet cafes, circling around. Looking at the room full of guests, their hearts were happy. Yang Xiaoyun hands and feet neatly to the newly arrived guests for internet access procedures, while smiling warmly. The spirit as if there is an inexhaustible force. She was so happy in her heart. She used to work for a tiring job with little money. Now, working in this internet cafe is easy, not to mention that she earns much more than before. More importantly, following Tanjai's work, she felt a sense of hope in her heart. The future is bright. Tanjai made his rounds in the internet cafe and saw that Yang Xiaoyun was so dedicated. He walked over to Yang Xiaoyun and patted her shoulder. "Sister Xiaoyun, it's been hard on you today." Yang Xiaoyun quickly waved her hand and said with a smile, "No hard work. No hard work. Boss Little Tan, I'm so happy working here." Tanjai smiled and raised his voice. "Sister Xiaoyun, Mom, let's have dinner together tonight." At that time, let the waiter keep an eye on the internet cafe first. Let's get together and have a meeting to discuss the future of the internet cafe. When Jiali heard this, her eyes narrowed into a slit with a smile. "Yes, son." Yang Xiaoyun also said excitedly, "All right, Boss Tan, it just so happens that there are some ideas I want to talk to you about." Tanjai nodded. "Good. Then let's have a good chat tonight. I'm sure we'll discuss it together." After saying that, he went around the internet cafe again, checking the equipment for a round before leaving with Tanhuigan. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the private room of the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Tanjai was sitting on the main seat like a young adult, head held high, with a notebook placed in front of him with great care, while Tanhuigan, Lu Jianli, and Yang Xiaoyun sat around him. Tanjai cleared his throat and spoke solemnly. "Mom, Dad, Sister Xiaoyun, I called you all here today because I wanted to talk to you about the matter of our internet cafe. As you all can see, right now our 3 internet cafes are operating exceptionally well, and we're making quite a bit of money every day." Speaking here, his eyes shone brightly. But then, Tanjai put away his smile, his expression becoming serious. "Don't be carried away by the immediate results. We have to be clear, this model of internet cafes can easily be copied by others. If others see that our business is good, they can turn around and open a similar one. This is both our strength and our biggest weakness." Tanhuigan frowned and asked with some concern, "Son, what can we do then? If everyone else imitates us, won't our business be difficult?" Tanjai waved his hand and said, "Dad, don't worry. If we want to gain a foothold in the internet cafe industry in the long run, we have to have something different from everyone else. Let's just say that the machines and environment of this internet cafe, although right now, everyone thinks that ours is good, but this is only the most basic. What's more important is the brand and service." Lu Jiali looked puzzled and couldn't help but ask, "Brand and service?" Tanjai patiently explained, "Mom, the brand is like the signboard of our internet cafe. It has to make everyone feel that it's especially powerful and reliable once they mention our internet cafe. As for the service, it's to make all the guests who come to the internet feel comfortable and satisfied. For example, if a guest wants to drink water, we can hand it over in time, and if a guest has a computer problem, we can solve it in the first place. With these 2 things, no matter how many internet cafes we open in the future, we will be able to open one and make it hot." Yang Xiaoyun and Lu Jiali, hearing these words from Tanjai, the 2 of them looked at each other. "What? There's going to be another internet cafe?" Lu Jiali couldn't help but raise her voice. "Son, you've opened 4 internet cafes in just a few months, and you want to open more? How much money do you need to make?" Her voice was filled with surprise, but more than that, she couldn't contain her excitement. Her own son was so promising, making money faster than a rocket. How could she not be happy? Tanhuigan was also smiling from ear to ear at the side. "Son, Dad believes in you. If you say how to do it, we'll do it." Tanjai looked at the 2 men's excitement and said with a smile, "Haha, so we have to think about how to do a good job with the brand and service. As long as these 2 aspects are done right, opening 100 internet cafes is not a problem." Yang Xiaoyun was equally stunned beyond words. She reacted after a while, and a bright smile immediately bloomed on her face. "Boss Little Tan, you're too awesome." Yang Xiaoyun excitedly slapped the table. "I knew it was right to follow you. Just don't worry and open boldly. I'll definitely fully support you." She had invested in the shares. The better the business of the internet cafe, the more she would earn. One thought, according to the percentage of 1% for all the branches, if Tanjai really opened 100 internet cafes, wouldn't that be equivalent to her opening her own internet cafe? Chapter 47. Boss. I missed you so much. Tanjai looked at the three people's expectant faces and cleared her throat. This brand thing is not simply a name, a signboard. Just like when we go to buy clothes, why do some people love to buy those famous brands? That's because behind these famous brands, there is a story, there is quality assurance. Our internet cafe is the same. We have to make people feel that coming to our place to surf the internet is a kind of enjoyment, a status symbol. Tan Huigan frowned, trying to digest Tanjai's words. Son, you're saying this, it's too esoteric. How can we make an internet cafe a status symbol? Tanjai hemmed and hawed. This involves service. We have to maximize our service. For example, as soon as the guests enter, we'll greet them with a smile and take the initiative to help them find a seat and adjust their computers. If the guests want to drink or eat snacks, we will bring them directly to the front. Moreover, we have to organize some activities on a regular basis, such as game competitions, exclusive benefits for members, and so on. In this way, the guests can have fun in our internet cafe, and they can also feel the different treatment, so they will naturally remember our brand. Son, where did all these ideas come from? Lu Jiali's eyes went straight as she listened. Mom has lived for so many years, but she's never heard of anything so new. Yang Xiaoyun was also in awe. Little Boss Tan, I originally thought that I had seen a lot of the world since I graduated from high school. I didn't realize that compared to you, it's really nothing. What's in this head of yours? How can you come up with so many weird and strange ideas that make sense? Tanjai shook his head in a sophisticated manner. Don't worry about this. Anyway, follow what I say. It's definitely right. We need to make sure that when others mention our internet cafe, they give it a thumbs up and say that it's the best internet cafe. The three of them listened to Tanjai's words, and their hearts were shocked. Originally, they thought that they were adults and experienced. But only now did they realize that this tiny child had ideas in his head. It was simply like opening the door to a new world. Tanjai straightened his back, waved his little hand and said loudly, I have another idea. Let's connect all the membership cards of all the internet cafes and use them as one card. No matter which of our internet cafes we are in, we can all swipe this card. What? One card? Tan Huigan's eyes widened in confusion. Son, will this work? Will this be too much trouble? Tanjai smiled and explained, Dad, it's not troublesome at all and has many benefits. Think about it, if a customer has a card at one of our internet cafes, but can't use it at another, how inconvenient is that? They might not come here to surf the internet. But if they have one card, no matter where they go, they can access the internet in our internet cafes. How convenient, it will definitely attract more customers. Lu Jiali nodded her head slightly, feeling that her son's words had some truth to them. It seems to be the case, but how many people can this attract? Tanjai smiled mysteriously. This is still only the first step. Let's organize another points exchange activity. Every time a guest spends on the internet, they can earn points, which can be exchanged for internet hours, priority boarding privileges, and even some small gifts. Yang Xiaoyun's eyes lit up. Wow, Boss Xiaotan, this is a great idea. If I were a guest, I would definitely come online more often and save more points for these benefits. Tanjai became more and more excited as he spoke. That's right. With these perks, our internet cafe will be different from other internet cafes. If we have what others don't have, guests will naturally want to come here. At that time, our business will definitely be more prosperous, and we'll be able to open more and more internet cafes. After a full meal, in front of the Drunken Immortal Residence Hotel, Tanjai's family and Yang Xiaoyun walked out, talking and laughing. Tanjai tugged at the corner of Tan Huigan's coat and shook it vigorously, his tone full of anticipation. Dad, I'm always thinking about the internet cafe that we opened first. I want to take a look at it before I go home, to see just how hot business is at this moment. Tan Huigan now has no doubt about his son, and whatever he says is reliable. He responded without hesitation. Yes, son, get in the car. Dad will take you there now, said. He walked to the bicycle, skillfully unlocked the chain, launched the 2-8 big bar. Tanjai nimbly sat on the back seat, his hands tightly embracing Tan Huigan's waist. Let's go, Tan Huigan shouted, stomped the pedals hard, and rushed in the direction of the internet cafe. In a short while, father and son arrived at the entrance of the internet cafe. Tanjai had just gotten down from the car and hadn't even stood on his feet yet. Suddenly, a black shadow whoosh rushed over, directly into his arms. Tanjai only felt that his chest was being pressed against something soft. The whole person froze, and his brain instantly went blank. Right at this moment, ringing in his ears, Wang Xiaoya's loud voice that surprised him to the point of breaking his voice. "Boss, you've finally come. I've missed you to death." Tanjai's face instantly reddened, from the roots of his ears all the way to the base of his neck. He coughed twice in a pretense of composure, and said with a stern face, "Ahem, you girl. Can you focus steadily? Such a big person, still fidgety, scared me. I'm not busy with the internet cafe. How can I just say come?" Wang Xiaoya let go of Tanjai and crossed her hands on her waist. Her mouth was so big that she could hang a bottle of oil, and she said with a puff of anger, "Humph, you still say that? You haven't come to see us for a long, long time. I thought you'd forgotten all about me." Tan Lunwen laughed and walked over from the side, bumping Tanjai's shoulder with a promising face, teasing, "I say cousin, you don't know? This Wang Xiaoya has almost become a regular visitor to our internet cafe. She's been here all night for 2 nights in a row, going back to catch up on her sleep during the day, and then coming back at night. She's even more energetic than me." Tanjai raised his eyebrows, his eyes intentionally or unintentionally looking towards Wang Xiaoya, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. Wang Xiaoya was a little embarrassed by the look. She tugged at the corner of her coat in a hasty manner and said in a small voice, "That school is on vacation, and I don't have much to do at home, so I especially miss you, Boss Tan, so I came back to take a look." Saying that, she secretly raised her eyes to look at Tanjai, with a hint of expectation in her eyes. Tanjai had a mirror in his heart. Of course, he knew Wang Xiaoya's small mind. This girl was definitely thinking about learning programming. But he didn't point it out. Even if Wang Xiaoya doesn't come, he still plans to let his cousin help find Wang Xiaoya. After all, the legendary game was still waiting for Wang Xiaoya to develop it. Chapter 48. Legendary game. It's a done deal. Kneeling for golden votes. Tanjai looked at the energetic Wang Xiaoya in front of him and opened his mouth to jest. "Xiaoya, how did you learn in school recently? You didn't sneak around, did you?" When Wang Xiaoya heard this, she instantly straightened her back. "That goes without saying. I've simply improved by leaps and bounds, all the way to the top, thanks to the learning methods you taught me before. Even the teachers are now looking at me differently, as if I'm a genius. Now my classmates are all asking me questions. They worship me." After saying that, she shook her head proudly. And Wang Xiaoya's face smiled more and more brightly, hands on the waist. "I also became a study committee member. Now I'm in charge of guiding my classmates in their studies. That's a great feeling." However, this smile lasted less than 2 seconds. Her expression suddenly lost a bit and she sighed. "There's just one thing that's not good. Since I became a study committee member, there are too many things. I can't come to the internet cafe to practice as often as before, but I've been suffocated. I feel like I have no place to use all my energy." Tanjai listened and couldn't help but cough awkwardly twice. Wang Xiaoya then woke up as if in a dream. The heart screamed bad. He almost. The matter of following Tanjai, learning programming, said the wrong thing. She immediately panicked. Her mind was running fast. Suddenly had a bright idea. Hurriedly said, "Boss, do you want to watch cartoons? I've recently found a lot of great-looking cartoons. I can watch them with you." Upon hearing this, Tanjai busily nodded his head. "Good. Watching cartoons is my favorite." Tan Lunwen watched from the sidelines, helplessly shaking his head, muttering with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Alas, a child is still a child after all. As soon as he mentions watching cartoons, he comes on strong. In the innermost corner of the internet cafe, there was a vacant computer. Wang Xiaoya had long been itching to show off her skills here. She pulled Tanjai and said excitedly, "Boss, come over here. I've recently learned some new code knowledge, and my hands are itching to practice today." Tanjai was dragged to the computer by her before he could react. Wang Xiaoya then directly pressed him into the chair and stood behind him herself. "Boss, you sit here. This way we can both squeeze down, and I can still have you give me direct instructions. How convenient," Wang Xiaoya said while already impatiently sitting down. Her body pressed tightly against Tanjai's back. Tanjai immediately felt a softness behind him. He moved uncomfortably and coughed twice in embarrassment. "Little Xiaoya, you're so." Wang Xiaoya, however, did not notice Tanjai's abnormality in the slightest, his eyes staring tightly at the computer screen. his hands flipping rapidly on the keyboard, crackling and tapping the code, his mouth still reciting words. Boss, look, this code of mine. I'm trying to implement a new function, but it keeps reporting errors when it runs. You quickly help me see where it's going wrong. Tanjai took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, forcing himself to look at the screen. Look here. There seems to be something wrong with the definition of this variable. Try changing it. Saying that, he reached out to point to the code on the screen, but accidentally touched Wang Xiaoya's hand. The two's hands shrunk back like an electric shock. Tanjai's face turned even redder, and Wang Xiaoya was also shy for a rare moment, her face slightly flushed. But soon, she returned her attention to the code. Oh, so this is the place. Why didn't I realize it? Boss, you're too good. Wang Xiaoya marveled as she followed Tanjai's instructions to modify the code. Tanjai slowly relaxed as he watched her concentration, carefully explaining the problems in the code to her. At some point, the people in the internet cafe gradually thinned out. Without realizing it, time slipped into the early hours of the morning. The entire internet cafe was so quiet that only the computer mainframe issued a slight running sound. Wang Xiaoya stared intently at the screen. Her hands were constantly tapping on the keyboard, her eyes flashing with excitement. Suddenly, her hands stopped. An expression of relief appeared on her face, followed by a sigh of relief that erupted. Wow, it's finally done, she said while waving her hands excitedly. Tanjai had been guarding the side, his eyes also filled with anticipation. Wang Xiaoya turned her head and excitedly shouted to Tanjai, "Boss, the legendary game has officially been developed. It's just waiting for the final test." After saying that, she couldn't wait to reach out and was about to click to start testing the game. But right at this moment, Tanjai was quick on his feet and stopped her, saying, "Don't rush to test it first." Wang Xiaoya looked at Tanjai with a puzzled expression, puzzlement written in her eyes. "Why? We're at the final step. Hurry up and finish testing so we can go online. I can't wait to see how the game works." Tanjai looked at the puzzled Wang Xiaoya and patiently explained. "Xiaoya, think about it. If we rely on you alone to test the game, we won't be able to find many hidden problems. We have so many people in the internet cafe. What a waste to not use it." Wang Xiaoya's eyes darted around. She felt that Tanjai's words seemed a bit reasonable, but the eagerness in her heart still didn't go down, muttering, "That's true. But how in the world can we get them to help with the testing?" The corners of Tanjai's mouth rose slightly. "Don't worry about that. I have my own way. You listen to me now. In the code of the legendary game, add a module that counts the length of the game." Although Wang Xiaoya was puzzled, she had unconditional trust in Tanjai and immediately went to work. While operating, she also muttered, "Boss, what kind of drugs are you selling? What's the point of adding this module?" Tanjai patted her shoulder and said confidently, "After adding this module, the subsequent work will be much easier to carry out. You'll know the benefits when the time comes." After Wang Xiaoya added the module and Tanjai checked that it was correct, he finally let out a sigh of relief. At this point, he was exhausted and his eyes were covered in blood. "All right, let's stop here today," Tanjai said as he stretched out a huge waist, feeling as if the bones in his entire body were falling apart. Wang Xiaoya wanted to ask again. Tanjai, however, waved his hand and said breathlessly, "Let's not talk about it for now. I need to go home and have a good sleep. I'm so sleepy that I can barely keep my eyelids open." After saying that, Tanjai dragged his heavy steps, slowly walking out of the internet cafe step by step. Outside, the night was thick, and the streets were cold and empty. After returning home, he didn't even have the strength to take off his clothes, and fell headfirst onto the bed, instantly falling into dreamland. Chapter 49. Playing games and drinking free sodas. The next day, early morning. The sunlight had just sprinkled on the streets, and the entrance to the Jiali internet cafe was gradually bustling with activity. A group of guests who came to surf the internet were about to push the door open. Suddenly, someone's eyes widened, pointing at the internet cafe's front door glass, exclaiming, "Look, there's a notice posted here." The crowd gathered around, only to see that it read, "Play legendary games, reward a bottle of Coke." What? Playing a game will get you a Coke? Really? This is too much. In this era, a bottle of Coke cost $3. In this era where the average salary was only $500, it was a huge amount of money. Many people didn't bother drinking Coke even when they were thirsty, choosing to drink tap water instead. Now, playing the game, you can actually drink Coke for free? This kind of good thing, who wouldn't be confused upon hearing it? This internet cafe owner is too generous. Playing a game can get a bottle of Coke for free. Where can we find this good thing? Let's go. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and try it out. Someone shouted impatiently, and the crowd immediately surged into the internet cafe. Free Coke for playing games? This can't be a dream. A young man stared wide-eyed, pulling Tan Lunwen's arm and asking with a skeptical face. The people around him also gathered around, asking questions in a chorus of voices. That's right, little brother. Don't make fun of us. Is there really such a good thing? Quickly tell us, what's going on? Tan Lunwen was squeezed in the center by the crowd. He smiled and said loudly, "Of course this is true. Just that game icon labeled Legend on the desktop. This is a new game our boss got. As long as you play for an hour, you can receive a free bottle of Coke." The crowd let out a gasp of amazement. Playing a game and earning money to buy Coke. Where could it be so good? There can't be any tricks in this, right? Tan Lunwen quickly waved his hand and explained, "Uncle, don't worry. Our internet cafe has a good reputation in this area. There are absolutely no tricks. Think about it, there are fewer games nowadays, and everyone is worried about having nothing to play. Now we can play new games and drink Coke at the same time. What a great deal." A young girl also said at the side, "Yes, I usually don't play games much, but once I heard that there's a Coke to take, I was moved." The crowd listened and nodded their heads. The thought of being able to play a new game and getting a bottle of Coke for nothing that they usually couldn't afford to buy. Everyone was eager to give it a try. "All right, I'll give it a try then. It's not a loss anyway." The tall, thin youth was the first to rush towards a computer and quickly turned it on. Seeing this, the others were also not willing to be weak and found empty machines to sit down. Not long after, most of the computer screens in the internet cafe were flashing with images of the legendary game. Those girls who usually don't like to play games saw everyone playing feverishly and were also infected by this lively atmosphere. Under the guidance of the people next to them, they curiously tried to play. With the anticipation of free Coke, everyone clicked on the Legend game. As the game interface slowly loaded, the picture gradually became clearer. In the internet cafe, there was an instant burst of exclamations of surprise. "I drop a good boy. This game screen is too realistic." An uncle wearing a sweatshirt next to him couldn't help but marvel. "Are all the games now so powerful? The ones I used to play are just child's play compared to this." When the game's character creation interface appeared and saw the rich and varied division of professions, everyone was even more excited. "Wow, there are so many professions to choose from, such as warrior, mage, and Taoist. It's too cool. This occupation setting is interesting. Each occupation, it feels like it has a different way of playing." A man with glasses sked as he picked his occupation. In the beginning, many people thought that they would play for an hour, get their Coke and leave. But when they really entered the game, stepping onto the magnificent game map and looking at the exquisite modeling, everyone was instantly captivated. The tall and thin young man originally also thought once the time is up to withdraw from the game. At this moment, however, he was completely immersed in the game, and his mouth kept chanting, "This game is too much fun. Can't stop at all," only to see his hands tapping rapidly on the keyboard, his eyes staring tightly at the screen, completely forgetting the time. The girl next to him was also mesmerized by the game, operating her character to fight monsters while saying, "This game is too fun. I want to play some more. Coke and all that doesn't matter anymore." For a while, in the entire internet cafe, only the intense and exciting game sound effects and people's excited shouts remained. It was as if everyone had been enchanted, completely immersed in the world of the Legend game. They had already thrown away the task of getting a Coke. Tan Lunwen shuttled back and forth between the rows of computers. He held a small notebook in his hand, his eyes constantly scanning the computer screens of the players, carefully capturing every word that came out from the players' mouths. "Agu. This skill special effect looks pretty cool, but when you put the skill, how come it's so laggy?" A player frowned and complained with a face full of displeasure. When Tan Lunwen heard this, his spirit was immediately revitalized. The pen in his hand was like a blizzard, rapidly recording down on his notebook, and his mouth was still chanting, "Skill lag, skill lag. I think the difficulty of this monster is a bit low. It's too easy to fight." Another player followed suit and spat. Upon hearing this, Tan Lunwen rushed over in 3 steps and eagerly asked, "Big brother, can you elaborate?" Exactly from what aspect do you think the difficulty is low? The player glanced at him and then said, Look, this monster has low blood and not much attack. Tan Lunwen listened attentively while quickly scribbling in his notebook, his mouth responding. Oh, low blood. Attack is not high. Okay. Thanks for pointing out Big Brother. For some days in a row, every day just after school, Tanjai backpack jogging all the way, rushed straight to the internet cafe. Across into the door of the internet cafe, his eyes instantly locked Tan Lunwen. Feet like the wind ran over. Brother, what's the feedback from the players these days? Quickly tell me. Tan Lunwen smiled as he handed over the notebook in his hand and said, Cousin, take a look. The questions people are asking are really quite old. As soon as Tanjai took the notebook, his eyes quickly scanned over the dense handwriting on it. While looking at it, he mouthed the words, Well, like this skill lag, the probability is that the code algorithm is out of order. Adjust the logic parameters and it should be fixed. Saying that, Tanjai walked to an empty computer, sat down and opened it. Immediately afterward, fingers on the keyboard, skillfully knocked up. The speed was so fast that it dazzled the eyes. Tan Lunwen watched from the sidelines and couldn't help but tisk. Cousin, your skills are simply divine. I'm standing by the side. Looking at you doing this, it's like reading a heavenly book. Tanjai didn't even raise his head and said, Brother, when the game is officially launched, our internet cafe will definitely be a huge hit. At that time, all the players in the country will have to know about our Jiali internet cafe. As time passed day by day, the code that Tanjai modified became more and more, and the game became more and more perfect. He felt that the day when the Legend game officially went live was not far away. Chapter 50. Legends goes live, sensationalizing the nation. In Tanjai's busy schedule of troubleshooting bugs for the legendary game, a week passed in the blink of an eye. A week passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Tanjai woke up early and excitedly shook Tanhuigan, who was still asleep. Dad, wake up. Today's weekend. Let's go to Magic City to do something big. Tanhuigan asked in a daze. What's the big deal? So urgent. Tanjai smiled mysteriously. You'll find out when the time comes. It's guaranteed to be a big surprise. Quickly pack up. Let's catch the early train. Father and son rushed all the way to the train station and boarded the train to Magic City. After a few hours of bumpy ride, they finally arrived in Magic City. Tanjai took Tanhuigan to Yunlian Company. As soon as he entered the company's gate, Tanjai walked straight to the service desk and said loudly, Hello, I want to rent a server. The staff member at the service desk, who was organizing information with his head down, subconsciously raised his head when he heard this. When he saw Tanjai's tender face, his eyes instantly widened. Little friend, what did you say? The staff member thought he had heard wrong and couldn't help but ask again. I said, I want to rent a server. Tanjai frowned and repeated, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. How come this person couldn't understand? The staff member was completely shocked this time. He looked Tanjai up and down, his eyes filled with incredulity. Little brother, do you know what a server is? Renting a server is no joking matter. Tanhuigan was also a bit confused at the side. He pulled on Tanjai's coat and whispered, Son, what are you doing? Tanjai patted Tanhuigan's hand, signaling him not to worry, then looked at the staff and said in a serious manner, Of course I know what a server is. I have a game that's going to be online soon, and it needs server support, so I've come to rent a server. The staff couldn't believe their ears. In this day and age, server rental is out of reach for most ordinary people. Many people had never even heard of it. But this child in front of him, who looked no more than 8 or 9 years old, actually came to ask for a server rental? This was simply too ridiculous. Little child, are you joking with uncle? Don't mess up, the staff said with tears and laughter. The staff member was about to dismiss Tanjai as a mischievous child. Just then, Tanjai slapped a thick pile of banknotes on the table with a pop, eyes firmly looking at the staff. The staff member, who was originally still wearing a perfunctory smile, his face instantly became serious, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He put away his previous, underestimating attitude and cleared his throat, saying, Little friend. No, this little boss, since you are serious, then I will give you a detailed introduction to our company's server rental business. We have different configurations of servers with different prices and performance. But without waiting for the staff to finish, Tanjai reached out and interrupted him. his tone dry and sharp. No need to be so troublesome. I'll take that Cloud Friends server of yours. I've done the math. This one has the best price-performance ratio. And the price I'm giving is... Shock was written all over the staff member's face when he heard the price quoted by Tanjai. He did some silent math in his heart. This price was indeed the bottom line they could accept, and although the profit was there, it really wasn't much. How did this kid know the market so well? The staff member still wanted to fight a bit more, trying to raise the price a bit, and just opened his mouth. This price? Well, it might be a bit. Tanjai immediately saw through his mind. Without waiting for him to finish, he said bluntly, I'm telling you, I'm in the game operation business, and the demand for servers in the future will be huge. If the price can be lower this time, we can have a long-term cooperation in the future. If you don't think it's suitable, I'll go find someone else. Tanjai said while making a gesture to put away the money on the table. Seeing this, the staff member quickly weighed up the situation in his heart. He knew that although this child was young, he was definitely not simple. If he could take this long-term customer, the future earnings could not be underestimated. After hesitating for a moment, he clenched his teeth and said, All right, little boss, just because you're so forthcoming and sincere, this price will be as you say. I hope we will have a happy cooperation in the future. The staff looked at the little kid in front of them, still skeptical in their hearts. This kid, can he really make a game that requires a rented server? But the words had been said, the contract had been drafted, and the money had been collected. He could only bite his tongue and rent the server to Tanjai at a discounted price. Little boss, let's make a deal. If anything goes wrong in the aftermath, you have to deal with it according to the contract. The staff member admonished uneasily. Tanjai looked confident and patted his chest. Just put your heart at ease. There will definitely be no problems. As soon as he returned to Zhongqing, Tanjai was like a clockwork alarm clock, not stopping for a moment. He hurriedly found the internet cafe technicians and commanded them to upload the carefully crafted legendary game to the server he had just rented. Quick! Our game! It's about to meet everyone! Tanjai urged from the side, his eyes glittering with excitement. After finishing uploading the game, Tanjai hoofed it, rushing to the TV station's advertising department. I'm going to advertise on your TV station. Publicize my game. Tanjai stood in front of the advertising department manager and said loudly. The manager looked at the child who had suddenly barged in, his face full of confusion. Little friend, are you in the wrong place? Advertising is no joking matter. Without saying a word, Tanjai pulled out a stack of information from his bag. Inside was a detailed description of the legendary game's gameplay, its features. Take a look. My game definitely has a market. As long as it's publicized on your TV station, it'll definitely be a hit. The manager took the information half-heartedly and casually flipped through it, not taking it seriously at first. But as he watched, the expression on his face gradually became serious. This game looks really interesting. However, the cost of advertising is not low. The manager said. Tanjai had long been prepared. He named a price. This price wasn't high, but it was within the acceptable range of the TV station. I know that this price isn't particularly high, but I guarantee that after the game catches fire, your TV station will be able to benefit from it as well. The manager pondered for a while, looking at Tanjai's determined eyes, and finally nodded. All right, I'll take this advertisement. After fixing the TV station's advertisement, Tanjai dialed the newspaper reporter's phone again. Hello, I'm Tanjai, the owner of Jiali Internet Cafe. I've developed a brand new game and I'd like to invite you to do a publicity report. Tanjai said politely and confidently. When the reporter heard this, he was a bit curious. You're the owner of an internet cafe, or a kid, developed a new game. This is really something new. Tell me more about it. Tanjai told the highlights of the game, the gameplay, and the story behind it in his head. The more the reporter listened, the more interested he became, and immediately decided that he would publicize and report on this matter. Tanjai was so busy that he was dizzy, but his heart was full of anticipation. He believed that the matter of an 8-year-old child opening an internet cafe and making games would soon spread throughout the country. This was the best advertisement for Legend. Unexpectedly, as Tanjai expected, in just a few days the entire country of Xia was shocked by this news. Chapter 51. The entire Xia kingdom was talking about it. Kneeling for golden votes. The name Tanjai was on fire in the area. Not only did it startle the neighboring provinces, even those media in the capital with a keen sense of smell. Also completely unable to sit still. Reporters from all over the place, in order to be able to interview this overnight prodigy, traveled all the way to Jiangqing, each carrying a camera and clutching a recorder in their hands. They headed towards Tanjai's house in a flurry of activity. As soon as they stepped into Tanjai's house, they saw the 8-year-old boy in front of them. Seeing this 8-year-old child in front of them, the reporters were so shocked that their jaws almost fell to the ground, facing the pile of lenses aimed at them. Tanjai, however, was very calm and always had a smile on his face. "Little friend Tanjai, how are you?" The reporter from the capital was the first to break the silence, asking with a face full of curiosity. "We're all especially curious to know, you're only 8 years old. How on earth did you come up with the idea of opening an internet cafe and even tinkering with a game? This is simply too incredible." Tanjai blinked his eyes and organized himself clearly. "Hello, Sister Wang. In fact, when I first wanted to open an internet cafe, I realized that many people around me love to play games, but there aren't many decent internet cafes around. Later, I came into contact with programming and was instantly enamored, so I wondered if I could make a super fun game." At this point, a young reporter from a neighboring province couldn't wait to pick up the conversation. "Wow, that doesn't sound easy. So it must be difficult to make a game, right? What difficulties did you encounter?" Tanjai cocked his head, thinking a little with a serious face. "There are so many difficulties. Take the code, for example. It's always reporting errors. Sister Xiaoya and I got our eyes all blurry trying to find those errors. There's also the various settings in the game. It has to be fun for everyone but not too easy. Otherwise it's not interesting." The reporters listened while frantically taking notes. Every now and then, their eyes widened, revealing expressions of disbelief. How could they not expect this? An 8-year-old brat was actually able to make sense of these complicated matters. The interview continued hotly. Tanjai put together his experience of starting his own business along the way. From the opportunity of opening the first internet cafe to meeting Wang Xiaoya, to the step-by-step process of developing the legendary game, he told it in detail without reservation. It was like opening a talk box and simply could not stop. Finally, the interview was over. Sister Wang couldn't help but give a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Jiali, you're really a genius." Also 8 years old, other children were still playing with mud. He had already opened for internet cafes and made a game. This achievement, it was beyond imagination. Tanjai smiled and scratched his head, humbly saying, "Thank you, Sister Wang, for the compliment. I'm just particularly interested in this, and I found it particularly interesting when I made it." It didn't take long for these interview videos and reports to spread like snowflakes flying in the sky, instantly spreading wildly on all the major media platforms. After the audience saw them, none of them were deeply shocked by Tanjai. This child is simply a once-in-a-century genius. The future is unlimited in the future. Too awesome, so powerful at the age of 8. We adults are ashamed to compare ourselves with others. Tanjai was secretly happy in his heart. This overwhelming news was the best advertisement for the legend. Outwardly childish, inwardly mature. This huge sense of contrast caused many parents to use Tanjai as a role model to educate their children. "Look at others, Tanjai, only 8 years old, he can open an internet cafe and make games. How about you? Every day you just know how to play." Tan Huigan and Lu Jai were also interviewed by many media and reporters and became celebrities. Since Tanjai was on TV and in the newspaper, he could be completely on fire out of the circle at school. On this day, Tanjai walked into the school as usual. Before he could even step onto the steps of the school building, he was surrounded by a group of students. "Tanjai, you've finally come. You're a big celebrity now." "That's right. Quickly tell us, how did you manage to open an internet cafe and make games?" A few naughty boys were coaxing, squeezing Tanjai to the point where he almost couldn't stand still. At this time, the class teacher, Mr. Li, also walked over and said with a smile, "Jiali, the students are also curious, so you should share with everyone." Tanjai looked around, a face full of anticipation, and cleared his throat. "It's actually not that complicated. In the beginning, I just liked playing with computers. Then I realized that there were some games in the internet cafes that weren't particularly fun, so I thought about whether I could make a more fun one." "Ah, that's simple? Then how do you know how to write code for these?" Some of the students opened their mouths wide in surprise. Tanjai smiled. "I read a lot of related books and studied with Sister Xiaoya, so I slowly got the hang of it. When I encountered a problem, I went to look up the information or asked someone else, and I solved it after a few more tries. Wow, it's amazing! The classmate couldn't help but exclaim, I usually don't want to do my homework when I encounter a difficult problem. You actually managed to solve so many difficulties on your own. Teacher Li nodded on the side. Jiali's spirit of not backing down when encountering difficulties and taking the initiative to learn how to solve problems is worthy of everyone's good study. What about opening an internet cafe? It takes a lot of money to open an internet cafe. Right, where did you get the money? Another student asked. Tanjai scratched his head and said, the money to open an internet cafe is what I borrowed from my parents, and part of it is what I earned from helping others solve their computer problems online. The students listened with great interest, their eyes full of admiration. In the classroom, Li Lei looked at Tanjai, who was organizing his book bag, without blinking. Those eyes, as if they were glued to Tanjai, were filled with admiration. She coughed lightly and gathered the courage to say, Tanjai, you've been so awesome lately. My parents are talking about you. How about you come to my house to play on the weekend? By the way, help me with my homework. I don't know how to do so many questions. Li Lei said while gently shaking Tanjai's arm. Her eyes were full of anticipation. Tanjai smiled somewhat helplessly, stopping the movements in his hands and said, I also want to go, but the internet cafe has been too busy lately, so I have to help out, and I really can't find the time. Hearing this, Li Lei's small mouth turned away, revealing an aggrieved look. Luckily, I brought this today. From his pocket, Tanjai fished out a piece of beautifully wrapped chocolate and waved it in front of Li Lei's eyes. Li Lei was originally still immersed in aggression. The moment she saw the chocolate, her eyes instantly lit up, but her mouth was still showing off. It's not because I want to eat chocolate that I'm not angry, but the small hand couldn't help but reach over. Tanjai smiled and handed her the chocolate, saying, I know, our Li Lei isn't a glutton, but this chocolate is magical. Eating it will make your mood better. Try it. Li Lei couldn't wait to tear open the package and put the chocolate into her mouth. A sweet smile appeared on her face and her eyes curved into a crescent moon. Wow, it's really delicious. Tanjai, you're so nice. Chapter 52. A game developed by a small child? Early morning. Old Wang sat in front of the breakfast stand as usual, eating a donut while flipping through the newspaper in his hands. Suddenly, a striking news headline caught his eye. 8-year-old prodigy Tanjai, opening an internet cafe, making games, and creating a legend. Old Wang's eyes instantly widened. He put down the donuts in his hands and couldn't wait to read it. Aya, this kid is amazing. Old Wang couldn't help but marvel out, causing Old Zhang next to him to curiously come over. What surprised you so much? Old Zhang asked. Old Wang handed Old Zhang the newspaper and pointed at the news. Look, this is only an 8-year-old kid. People have opened for internet cafes and even made a game. Old Zhang took the newspaper, quickly skimmed through it, and was also filled with envy. This kid is simply a genius. If my son could be half as good as him, I could wake up laughing in my dreams. At the same time, on the other side of the city, Sister Li was watching TV at home. On the TV, a video interview of Tanjai was playing. Tanjai was calm and collected, talking about his entrepreneurial experience. Sister Li was mesmerized and couldn't help but say to her husband next to her, Look at this kid. He's only 8 years old and he's so mature in his speech and behavior. Her husband smiled helplessly. Yes, this child will definitely have a bright future. If we have such a son, it's really burning incense. For a while, Tanjai's story was spreading throughout the entire Xia country. When parents got together, they always couldn't help but sigh. Why isn't he his own son? How honorable the parents' faces must be to have such a child. On a popular internet forum, netizens were, as usual, discussing various game topics just as enthusiastically. Suddenly, a post titled A Game Made by an 8-year-old? Is it really that godly? The post, which quietly appeared, instantly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone is talking about that 8-year-old Tanjai. What exactly is the game he made? Is it really as powerful as the media blew it up to be? With this question, the comment section instantly became lively. What could be so good about a game developed by an 8-year-old? Is it that CS 1.5 doesn't smell good anymore? Or Red Alert isn't fun anymore, and you have to study a game developed by a child? Maybe it's just like Mao Zifong, it's too simple to be childish. It's just to fool those who haven't seen the world. As these mocking comments grew, The entire post was flooded with negative remarks. It was as if those netizens who were full of doubts about Tanjai were already certain that Tanjai's game was a joke and not worth mentioning at all. In their eyes, a game developed by an 8-year-old was not destined to make it to the Hall of Fame. It was just a momentary gimmick. Tanjai's ability to catch fire isn't due to his young age. Everyone is just trying to be fresh. No one really thinks his game is good. This kind of statement instantly caused the vast majority of people in the forum to resonate. I totally agree. Can a game made by this kid be better than one made by a professional game company? I don't believe it. That's right. There are so many games nowadays, and the development team of any big game is hundreds of people who have spent years on it. How can an 8-year-old kid make anything good? Legend? Listening to the name, it's dirt cheap. I guess the gameplay is also the same old stuff. Maybe I'll get tired of playing it in a few minutes. I bet 50 cents that this game will be cool within a few days of going online. So just wait and see the joke. As many netizens sneered at Tanjai's game, there were a few curious players. Holding the mentality of just watch a joke, they walked into the Jiali internet cafe. How fun can you say that game made by an 8-year-old can be? A youth, while muttering, and his companion walked towards a computer. I'll tell you in advance, if it's not fun, let's get out of here. Okay, we're here anyway. Let's give it a try. Another young man wearing glasses echoed. They turned on their computers, found the icon of the Legend game, and half-heartedly clicked in. As the game interface slowly loaded, the exquisite opening animation, which instantly caught their eyes, made them unable to help but stare in disbelief. Yo, this opening looks kinda like that. The youth raised his eyebrows in surprise. Entering the game, the first thing they saw was the character creation interface. The modeling of each character was exquisite, and the details were handled very well. The spectacled youth couldn't help but marvel. I'll go? This modeling, it's much better than I imagined. Is this really made by an 8-year-old? They maneuvered their characters into the game world, and what appeared in front of them was a grand and fantastical map. The various buildings and monsters were uniquely designed. This picture quality is too refined. This scene is too shocking to look at. In the process of exploring the game, they discovered the game's plot was also set up in a very interesting way, with a loop full of surprises. The spectacled youth was busy fighting monsters while saying, "This plot is also too interesting. I feel like it's not worse than those popular games, either." As they went deeper into the experience, the more they felt the perfection of the game's structure. The skill system, equipment system, and quest system complemented each other, making the game much more playable. The youth was so excited that he tapped his hands rapidly on the keyboard and said loudly, "This game is too good. Those who said this game didn't work before must have never played it." The two were so immersed in the game that they completely forgot about time. When they finally came back to their senses, they looked at each other with shock in their eyes. One of them couldn't wait to say, "No way! I have to hurry back to the forums and post a thread to get all those people to try this game. This is definitely a treasure game." Yeah. Look at them laughing at this game before. Now it's a slap in the face. Those few players who had experienced Legends at the internet cafe had just come out of the cafe as if they had been hit with chicken blood. Jogging all the way home, they didn't even care to change their shoes and rushed straight to their computers. The forum was continuing to troll Tanjai's game when he suddenly saw someone had posted a new thread. The title was, "Family members, I've been punched in the face." Tanjai's Legend was simply divine. He hummed disdainfully, thinking to himself, "Another two. I'd like to see what can be blown out of proportion." But when he clicked on the post and saw the screenshots of the game posted by those players, and the detailed description of the game experience, the heart thumped a bit, a little panic. The poster wrote in the post, "Families, before I was just like you guys, thinking how good can a game made by 8-year-olds be? Today I went to experience it, and holy cow, that picture quality, that modeling, that game plot, it's simply outstanding. After I played it, I realized that we were wrong about Tanjai." There were also several screenshots of the game's beautiful scenes and cool characters. "Really? It can't be fooling us, right?" The poster immediately replied, "If you don't believe me, just go play the game yourself and you'll know. My mind is now filled with screenshots from the game. I can't stop at all." This time, the curiosity of the netizens was completely aroused. Is it really that powerful? I'm going to try it. If it's not fun, see if I don't spray them to death. Thus, a large wave of netizens, although their mouths were still unconvinced, they couldn't help but run to the internet cafe. Chapter 53, you don't say, it's really fun. From that day onwards, the pages that were originally occupied by various popular game discussion posts suddenly had a new overlord, the legend. From the day Tanjai's game exploded in popularity, legendary game-related posts been springing up and sweeping in all directions. Every day, there were players, passionately sharing their gaming experiences. Families, I declare that Legend is the most fun game I've played this year. He also paired it with screenshots of himself obtaining top-notch equipment in the game. The plot is so rich that you can't stop playing. And the feeling of teaming up with other players to fight monsters is so awesome. That's right. I originally also thought that this was a game made by kids, so it must not be great, but once I played it, I was directly slapped in the face. This game's picture quality and gameplay is really great. Completely blows away so many games produced by big factories. These praising posts spread rapidly, becoming more and more numerous, and the heat remained high. The old players who had originally scoffed at Legend, who had been watching and insisting on their own concepts, also began to sit up and take notice. Is it really as good as they say? I don't think it's that simple. This game is probably just hype. How can it be better than those well-known big factory games? It doesn't cost much to experience it, so it's just a waste of time to kill the boredom. If it's really not fun, I'll spit on it again. It's not a loss. So, he immediately got up and went to the nearby internet cafe, preparing to personally meet this one, the game that had been blown out of proportion. I just don't believe how awesome this game can be. Meanwhile, a group of players sat around the internet cafe, playing CS while discussing. But since so many people say it's fun, I'm going to check it out. And if it's not as good as I'd hoped, let's see if I don't spam it to death. Hey, I'm tired of playing CS lately. It's pretty much the same every time. Nothing new. A player sighed helplessly. Another player also complained, yeah, Red Alert 2. It's really boring to play single player for a long time. Even when I play against others online, the network lags like hell. It's not fun to play at all. They also had to admit that the more explosive ones now, like CS games, Red Alert and the like, all are single-player games. It is easy to get tired of playing. Even with the help of some network platforms to realize the interaction between players, there are also shortcomings such as network lag and weak playability. They also hoped that there was a game that could break through these bottlenecks. I heard about that Legend game. It seems to be able to realize free interaction between players, and it is said that there are a lot of ways to play, and you won't get tired of playing it easily. Why don't we go and try it out as well? Alright, it's idle anyway. Go and try it. Anyway, experiencing one doesn't require much money and doesn't take much time. Then it would be better to experience it so as not to lose touch with a fun game, right? A group of players gathered in front of the computer, ready to try the recently rumored Legend. As the game interface slowly popped up, the exquisite opening animation instantly attracted everyone's attention. Gorgeous colors, smooth movements. It was as if they were brought into a whole new world. Holy crap! This picture quality, is it really something that should be available in this era? This is too shocking. It's so much better than those games I've played. A young player next to him was so excited that his hands were trembling slightly. After entering the game, he saw the rich character professions, the complex skill system, and the huge game map. A senior player couldn't help but say, this game system, how many times stronger than CS and Red Alert? This design is also too awesome. The person who made this game is definitely a well-deserved genius. The world's top game maker is just like that, right? At this moment, someone from the side suddenly said, did you guys know? This game was made by an 8-year-old. What, you're saying he's only 8 years old? The crowd was once again too shocked to speak when they heard this news. After a short silence, the player smiled and waved his hand. It doesn't matter. The game is just really fun anyway. Who cares how old he is? I'll play this game. In the internet cafe, a player was playing Legend with full concentration. Fingers tapping frantically on the keyboard, the character on the screen was skillfully fighting monsters under his control. At this moment, his companion ran over with an excited face. I heard that you're addicted to Legend now too? I told you. This game is really too much fun, the companion said with a fluttering brow. The player didn't turn his head back, his eyes staring intently at the screen, and his mouth responded, before. It was me who had eyes but didn't recognize MT Tai and underestimated this game. Now I kind of understand that this game is really fragrant. As he finished speaking, He slammed the table in excitement as he controlled his character to successfully defeat a big boss. "That's right," said his companion while pulling over the chair next to him and sitting down. "I've been playing it for a few hours every day now, and I just can't stop." One of the players who had gone to get a drink next to him also walked over slowly and chuckled. "I thought before that a game made by an 8-year-old could be so good. Now it seems that I was so wrong." This game is also updated quickly, with new content every time, and you don't get tired of playing it at all. Yeah, now that I think about it, all those taunts about this game before were really a slap in the face. The player scratched his head a little embarrassed. His companion waved his hand carelessly. "Who cares? Now everyone is just a big fan of Legend." Time passed by in the players' heated discussions about Legend, and their enjoyment of playing it to their heart's content. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. At an offline gathering of gamers, the topic of everyone's conversation was still Legend. "Did you all play that new copy in Legend recently? It's too hard, yet especially exciting," player said excitedly. "Played it. I teamed up with my friends and played it for a long time before passing it. The rewards are especially generous." Another player responded. "This game is really getting more and more interesting the more I play it. I feel that I can't leave it anymore." No one would have thought that at one time, they were still skeptical of this game. And now it had become an indispensable part of everyone's life. An indispensable part of everyone's life. In the Jiali internet cafe, it was overcrowded, and the clamor was loud and clear. Tanjai, with great difficulty, squeezed into the innermost office of the internet cafe and couldn't wait to turn on the computer, logging into the background of the game. When he saw the number of active players displayed in the background, Tanjai's eyes instantly lit up. The corners of his mouth rose, revealing a satisfied smile. In just half a month, the legendary game's simultaneous online players had already exceeded 100,000 people. Chapter 54. Legendary game, taking the nation by storm, kneeling for golden tickets. Tanjai stared intently at the computer screen, the game's background data. Excitement flickered in his eyes. At this moment, Tan Lunwen walked into the office and saw the smile on Tanjai's face and curiously came over. "Jia, see you're so happy. The data is pretty good, right?" Tan Lunwen asked with a smile. Tanjai pointed at the screen. "Simultaneous online players? It's already over 100,000. But this is still far from the upper limit of the legendary game. In his previous life, this game was on fire beyond imagination. Now, it was waiting for it to completely fire out of the ring and make money hard." "Really?" Tan Lunwen opened his mouth wide in surprise. "Then what are we going to do next?" Tanjai said with confidence. "We don't need to do anything now. Word of mouth is the best publicity. The players will help us promote the game." Just as Tanjai expected. In the various internet cafes across the country, word of mouth about Legend was spreading like crazy. In a large internet cafe in the capital, a group of players were gathered around and were discussing the game intensely. "Hey, have you guys played Legend? This game is so hot lately." "Nope," a newbie player asked doubtfully. "Is this game really that fun?" "It's not. I'm telling you. And you can team up with many players to fight monsters. It's really fun. Go. I'll take you to experience it." In another internet cafe in Jiangcheng, the same scene was happening. "Bro, don't play that old game, try Legend. This game was made by an 8-year-old kid. I didn't believe in it at first, but I got addicted once I played it." A player patted the shoulder of his friend next to him and said, "What? An 8-year-old made it? How fun can it be?" The friend looked skeptical. "Don't be skeptical, just play it and you'll know. If it's not fun, I'll treat you to the internet." Meanwhile, inside various internet cafes across the country, word of mouth had become the best way to publicize it. Almost in every internet cafe, there would be senior players, inviting white people who hadn't experienced it yet. Together, they would experience this game that was on fire out of the ring. On the game forums, the heat of discussion about Legend continued to soar. Every day, there were countless new posts sharing interesting things in the game strategies. Families who understand, I exploded a piece of top equipment in Legend yesterday. That attribute directly took off. This game is really too on top. The comment section at the bottom was instantly flooded with likes and replies. "I'm going to try my luck too." Messages such as, please take me," and so on, filled the screen. At the same time, outside the Jiali internet cafe, a long line formed, so many people that they couldn't see the end of it. The people in the line, while complaining about the long waiting time, were excitedly discussing the game. I heard that Jiali Internet Cafe is the birthplace of legend, so I might have better luck playing here. Yeah, I can't wait to go in and kill it all. Inside the Internet Cafe, the seats were full. Quick, release your skills. The boss is going to zoom in. Don't be afraid. I'll raise your blood. Everyone was immersed in the world of the game, playing feverishly. Tanjai stood at the front desk of the Internet Cafe. Looking at the lively scene, he turned to Tan Lunwen and said, "Brother, so many people like to play Legend. We can start selling point cards." Tan Lunwen was a bit hesitant. "Jiali, will this work? 50 cents per hour, will it be too cheap?" "Brother, don't worry. There are so many people playing games nowadays. Accumulating a small amount of money makes a lot of money. This is a considerable amount of income." Thus, Jiali Internet Cafe began to sell Legend point cards. As soon as the news spread, players snapped them up. "Give me 10-point cards. I want 20. The staff at the front desk was busy. It didn't take long for Tanjai to realize that his daily income was skyrocketing like a rocket. At night, in the office of the Internet Cafe, Tanjai and Tan Lunwen looked at the financial statement and were stunned. The price of 50 cents per hour, although not very high, turned into an objective figure with the accumulation of massive amounts of data. Tanjai's daily income reached a staggering amount of tens of thousands of dollars. Lu Jiali and Tan Huigen came forward. Originally, they were still wearing puzzled expressions. The moment they saw that string of numbers, they instantly solidified. Is this true? Jiali, are you sure you've read it correctly?" Lu Jianli couldn't believe her eyes. Her hands trembled slightly as she pointed at the statement, the income figures of tens of thousands of dollars per day. Tan Huigen was also filled with shock and stammered. "So, this one game of yours, the money you earn is actually more than the income of an internet cafe. And it's also so fast." Tanjai smiled and nodded. "Mom and Dad, this is just the beginning. Right now, Legend is just taking off a bit. And when it really takes the country by storm, the money earned will be even more." Lu Jiali was still a bit in disbelief. She murmured, "I've always known that you like to play with computers and support you, but I didn't expect you to make such an awesome game and earn so much money." They didn't dare to imagine. After this game really took the country by storm, Tanjai's income would explode to what extent? Early morning on the weekend, the sunlight shone through the window, shooting straight at Tan Huigen's face. Tanjai jumped to the side of Tan Huigen's bed in a flash, grabbing Tan Huigen's shoulders with both hands and shaking them vigorously. Dad, wake up. There's something big going on today." Tan Huigen was shaken to the point of dizziness. With great difficulty, he managed to open his eyes a slit, looking sleepily at Tanjai and muttering, "You brat, you're so excited early in the morning. What is it exactly?" Tanjai's eyes shone brightly, the corners of his mouth grinning up to his ears as he mysteriously approached Tan Huigen. "Dad, it's guaranteed to be a great thing that you wouldn't even dare to think about. Hurry up, don't dawdle," said, pulling Tan Huigen toward the bed drag. Tan Huigen had no choice but to get up in a daze and wash up. When father and son rushed to the bank already has a lot of people in the business. Tanjai led Tan Huigen to the counter, and the staff skillfully docked. In a short while, the formalities were completed. At this time, the bank staff smiled, handed out a check, and said, "Hello, this is the check you exchanged. Please keep it." Tan Huigen subconsciously reached out to receive it. His line of sight just landed on the numbers on the check, and his entire body froze in place. Half a day, he couldn't regain his senses. Tanjai patted Tan Huigen's arm. "Dad, take a look. This is the money our Legend made this week. A whole $500,000. Tan Huigen's hand began to tremble uncontrollably, and the check followed suit. His voice carried a tremor. "Jai, this is too much. I've lived most of my life, and I've never seen so much money even after exhausting myself, much less dared to think that I could earn so much. Is this all true?" "Of course it's true." Tanjai nodded his head vigorously, his face full of pride. "Dad, this is just the beginning. We'll make more and more money in the future." After saying that, Tanjai pulled Tan Huigen, who was still in shock, out of the bank. Towards Electronic City. Chapter 55 Goose Factory. Can't sit still. Just as Tanjai and Tan Huigen took the check and headed straight for Electronic City. Deep City, Goose Factory headquarters. The headlights overhead were brightly lit, but it couldn't dispel In the slightest, the dark cloud like haze on Xiao Ma's face. A group of Goose Factory executives sat upright in their chairs, not even daring to utter a single breath. The conference room was so quiet that even a pin falling on the ground could be heard. Bang! Brother Xiao Ma violently slammed his hand, the report that recorded the game business data, onto the conference table with all his might. The loud noise shook the hearts of everyone present, and they all thumped. You all take a good look. Brother Xiao Ma's eyes were covered in blood. He stretched out his fingers and poked hard at the rapidly declining data on the statement, his roaring voice carrying a hint of hoarseness. This is the answer sheet you guys delivered? Our Goose Factory. When did it become such a loser? Xiao Ma became more and more agitated as he spoke, and stood up with a miso. When we relied on instant messaging software, we broke ground, and then the game business, it even made us earn a lot of money. But now, he propped his hands on the conference table and leaned forward, his entire body exuding a sense of oppression that made everyone around him unconsciously shrink back. By an inexplicable, emergent legend, stirring up a mess. A large number of players have been lost, the number of people online has plummeted, and the income has also plummeted. Don't you guys have any idea? This means that Goose Factory is about to fall from the clouds and into the bottomless abyss. Xiao Ma roared, while turning his eyes full of anger, throwing it at the person sitting on the side, the head of the game development department. Beads of sweat instantly appeared on Mr. Chen's forehead when he was stared at by this gaze. He shivered and opened his mouth, his voice filled with uneasiness. Mr. Ma, this legend game is really too evil. Its gameplay is unheard of and particularly unique. Those traditional games of ours really just seem old-fashioned and outdated compared to it, and players are tired of playing it. Seeing the bad situation, Mr. Wong from the marketing department hurriedly followed up and added, Mr. Ma, this game's publicity methods are too powerful. People simply didn't spend a large amount of money on advertising like we did. It just relies on word of mouth between players, and the heat is rising. Before we had time to react, the market had already been taken over by it. Humph, word of mouth. Xiao Ma was so angry that he flung his sleeve fiercely. We spent so much money on marketing and raising so many of you, only to be defeated by someone relying on a few words from a player? What the hell are you all doing? Brother Xiao Ma was so angry that he paced back and forth in the conference room. A small legend can actually force us, Goose Factory, to this point? Brother Xiao Ma suddenly stopped pacing. With eyes like knives, he scanned everyone present. I'm telling you all, don't think about shirking your responsibilities. This matter must be resolved. The Goose Factory's executives were silenced, looking at the angry-faced brother Xiao Ma, not daring to speak, fearing that if they were not careful, Xiao Ma would spread his anger on their heads. Everyone kept their heads down. They didn't dare to look directly into brother Xiao Ma's eyes that seemed to be about to spit fire. Finally, brother Xiao Ma could no longer hold back the anger in his heart. He slapped hard on the conference table. He pointed the spearhead directly at the head of the game development team and roared, Old Zhang, tell me, what's going on with the game you developed? The number of people online has dropped so much during this period of time. Haven't you all realized it? Or is it that you guys don't care about the company at all? On old Zhang's forehead, bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down. He opened his mouth, but was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to answer. Before old Zhang could slow down, brother Xiao Ma turned violently towards the head of the promotion team again, his eyes filled with anger. Don't play dumb there either. The game's promotion process has been thwarted, and players have been lost in large numbers. So tell me, what are you guys doing every day? Are you just taking the company's money to muddle through? Why is it that others can snatch away our players with a single game, and you guys can't even fart? The person in charge of promotion was so scared that his body shivered and hurriedly explained, Mr. Ma, we've really been working hard on promotion, but the word of mouth of this game, Legend, is spreading too fast, and our promotional effects have been severely suppressed. Word of mouth spreading? Humph, that's your excuse. Xiao Ma didn't even give the person in charge a chance to defend himself, continuing to growl. If you guys were really capable, you wouldn't have let this happen. The development team and the promotion team were scolded. Mr. Ma, please calm down first. Old Zhang gritted his teeth and bravely raised his head. We don't want this either. But that legend developed by that Tanjai, it really isn't that we weren't attentive, but it really is better than our product, too much. Xiao Ma snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. A game made by an 8-year-old child. Can it be better than what so many professionals made? It was all just making excuses. Old Zhang was so anxious that veins popped up on his forehead and hurriedly explained, Mr. Ma, I'm really not lying. The playability of Legend is simply ridiculously strong. The quest system inside is rich. Each quest is like an independent short story. Players simply can't stop playing. And the career settings are balanced and interesting. Warriors, mages, and Taoists each have their own specialties and checks and balances on each other. So players can choose according to their own preferences and play a variety of different genres and play styles. The head of the promotion team also said from the sidelines, Yes, Mr. Ma, let's just say that the piece of player interaction, Legend has done an amazing job. It has a convenient grouping system, as well as a trading system to buy and sell equipment, props, and very frequent interactions between players, which greatly increases the game's socialization and fun. It's simply the pinnacle work on the market right now, bar none. Our game, in this regard, is really too far behind. After Xiao Ma heard this, he sat frozen in his chair, his eyes staring straight ahead. He fell into a deep shock. An 8-year-old child? How is this possible? Brother Ma muttered, as if questioning this fact, and as if questioning himself. In order to gain a firm foothold in the fiercely competitive gaming circle of Xia, he led his team to fight day and night, fighting one opponent after another, fighting to the death. I don't know how many all-nighters he had survived and how many failures he had experienced, only finally achieved today's success. But now, the one who challenged him was actually a child as young as 8 years old. He was in deep thought. Chapter 56. You guys, copy me immediately. Brother Xiao Ma grimaced, and the entire space was frighteningly quiet, with only the sound of his heavy breathing. The heads of the game development team and promotion team all hung their heads low, not daring to utter a single breath. Mr. Zhang secretly glanced at Brother Xiao Ma. His lips moved, wanting to speak. After hesitating again and again, he still broke the silence softly. Mr. Ma, I won't hide it from you. We are really now forced into a dead end. Those design concepts of Legend are too far ahead of their time. We really can't think of a way to develop a game that can match it. Saying this, Mr. Zhang shook his head helplessly. Mr. Li followed suit. Yes, Mr. Ma. Take the piece of player interaction. Legend's grouping and trading systems are too exquisitely designed. But our game, in this aspect, is like a half-baked product. It can't be compared at all. Xiao Ma frowned and glared at them fiercely. What's the point of talking about this? Can't you guys think of a solution? A company as big as ours can still be trapped by a game made by a, well, kid? Mr. Zhang gritted his teeth and said stiffly, Mr. Ma, it's really not that we're not trying. Many of the concepts in Legend, its design of the game's economic system, and that random copy setting, all of these we didn't think of before, and it's really hard to catch up for a while. Mr. Li went on to say, and their word-of-mouth spread is too powerful. Our promotional means in front of it doesn't work at all. The players, right now, are spontaneously promoting Legend. Even if we increase our promotional efforts, the effect will be minimal. As Little Ma listened to their words, his fists grew tighter and tighter. Everyone's gazes were focused on Little Ma, filled with anxiety, waiting for Brother Xiao Ma's next instructions. After a long time, Xiao Ma, who had been in deep thought, suddenly raised his head. All listen to me. Brother Xiao Ma yelled angrily at the top of his voice, viciously scanning everyone present. Game Promotion Department, you are all restricted to immediately go and contact Tanjai for me. No matter what means you use, even if you have to dig up the ground, you must do everything you can to talk to him. His tone was strong to the extreme, not allowing anyone to refute it. The aura of a superior was as if it was substantial, causing everyone to unconsciously straighten their bodies. The person in charge of the Game Promotion Department was so frightened by this sudden roar that his body trembled and a trace of panic flashed across his face. After freezing for a moment, he hurriedly responded coyly. Mr. Ma, what do you mean? Cut the crap. Little Ma impatiently interrupted the person in charge directly. Tell you guys to ask him if he's willing to transfer the game Legend. We, Goose Factory, can buy it for a large sum of money. Such generous conditions. That's a lot of sincerity. He's an 8-year-old kid. What has he seen in the world? How has he ever seen so much money? Speaking of this, the corner of Xiao Ma's mouth lifted high. That smile was filled with contempt for Tanjai. Moreover, after the purchase, we can still give him a portion of the revenue generated by legend. I just don't believe that he can't be moved. Xiao Ma clasped his hands on his chest and arrogantly leaned back in his chair. The person in charge, however, muttered in his heart. He hesitated and said stiffly, Mr. Ma, what? If he's not willing? After all, this kid can make such an awesome game. Maybe the idea, it's not the same as the average kid. Not willing. Little Ma looked like he had heard a big joke in the sky. He snorted coldly. What can a kid like him know? We've given such generous conditions. If he refuses, then he's just refusing to do so, purely lacking in vision. But I expect that he will definitely agree. You guys just give me a chance to make this thing look good. If you mess it up, you know the consequences. After saying that, Xiao Ma's eyes flashed as he glared viciously at the person in charge. The threat in his eyes was self-evident. The person in charge was scared by this look and shivered. He quickly nodded his head and said, Don't worry, Mr. Ma. We will do our best. Even if we have to fight for our lives, we will get this done. Not try our best. It must be accomplished. Little Ma aggravated his tone. Don't play those ambiguous words with me. The head of the promotion department's eyes. A trace of, I'm sure it's so certainty flashed through. He knew too well that Xiao Ma's trick of acquiring small companies and turning their products into his own could be considered tried and true. Immediately after, Brother Pony's gaze turned to the head of the development department. Old Wang. Brother Xiao Ma let out a roar. Look at the current situation. It's all because of that legend. As he spoke, he slammed the table hard. Do it immediately. Copy that legend game for me. The faster the better. The head of the development department was busy nodding his head. Don't worry, Mr. Ma. We'll arrange it right away. Little Ma snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain. Mr. Ma is so right. The marketing department hurriedly said from the side. Those previous success stories are the best proof. When our game is made, and then we utilize our strong financial power to promote it, we will definitely be able to snatch the market back. The legal department also nodded and said, Don't worry, Mr. Ma. With our legal department here, even if there are any problems, they can be taken care of properly. Another thing Goose Factory was famous for was their near-perfect copying ability. The good stuff that appeared on the market. It wouldn't take long for Goose Factory to copy everything. After the plagiarism was completed, Goose Factory could also utilize their strong financial power, excellent legal department, and pervasive promotion ability. Make these things their own. They had already had countless successful experiences before. Old Wang hurriedly assured, Mr. Ma, we will definitely complete the new game as soon as possible, and guarantee to make a game that is exactly the same as Legend, or even better. Little Ma stood in front of the conference table and scanned the crowd present. Suddenly, he laughed out loud. Look at this, to actually be messed up by an 8-year-old child. What a joke. What size is our Goose Factory? With the most professional team, the strongest capital, and the most powerful promotion channels. Xiao Ma laughed while shaking his head. He's a little kid. Can he really compare to us? Mr. Ma is right. The head of the development department hastily agreed. That kid is just lucky. We only need to use a little bit of tactics to suppress his game. Xiao Ma sneered. That's right. Have the promotion department contact him as soon as possible to talk about the acquisition. If he doesn't agree, Humph, we'll just copy it. I just don't believe that he can make any big waves. Chapter 57. Opening an internet cafe? You're printing money, aren't you? Kneeling for golden tickets. The Electronic City. Boss Chen was humming a tune and was fully engaged in tinkering with the valuable tea set in front of him. Seeing his skillful technique, hot water was poured over the tea leaves. Instantly, a wisp of rich tea aroma rising up through the indescribable cozy and leisurely. Right at this moment, the corner of Boss Chen's eye was attracted by something, and a familiar figure came into view. I'm going. His heart jolted. The smile on his face instantly blossomed, the folds itching to climb right up to his head. Ouch! If it isn't Boss Tan and Mr. Tan, truly a rare guest among rare guests. Boss Chen shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice so loud that he wanted the entire Electronic City to hear it. Before the words fell, he had already rushed up with an arrow step. Boss Tan, Mr. Tan, my goodness, what wind has blown the two great gods here? Please come in. Please come in. Boss Chen nodded his head while exaggeratingly reaching out his hand in an invitation gesture. Duke Tan, this heat you're experiencing right now, it's simply So hot that it's almost setting the sky on fire. Boss Chen's eyebrows flew up, spittle spewing out. Television, newspapers, all the news of you developing games. I'm telling you, with your fame, even if the game doesn't make a dime, just by relying on this reputation, in the future, if you just move your finger, the money will still be pouring into your pocket like water. You're the god of wealth of our industry. Tanjai and Tanhuigan had just stepped into the store before their asses hit the chairs. Boss Chen's back foot was like a stimulant, and he leapt to the tea table in a flash. His hands were like a wind, and he copied the freshly brewed teapot. With a clatter, he poured all the tea that was still steaming in the pot into the wastewater bucket. The action was so exaggerated that it was as if what was in the pot was not tea, but poison. Aya, this ordinary tea. How is it worthy of entertaining Boss Tan and Mr. Tan? Boss Chen yelled staggeringly while staggeringly yelling. While catatonic, he dove headfirst into the depths of the cabinet. This is a waste. It has to be replaced with my store's crushing treasure. Not long after, he slowly straightened up with his hands holding a tea canister that was too delicate to be true. Immediately afterward, Boss Chen acted as if he was performing a great transformation. With a turn of his body, he reached out and pulled out his hand in the drawer. In the blink of an eye, a pack of luxuriously packaged 9-5 Supreme cigarettes appeared in his hand. Boss Tan, take a look. This is a treasure that I usually hide, and I can't even spare a puff for myself. His face was full of smiles, the smile almost reaching his ears as he handed the cigarettes to Tanhuigan. I'm looking forward to the presence of such distinguished guests as you two. You'll have to try it. But Tanjai didn't have the time to be polite with him. Stretching his arm forward, he spread his palms in the air, straight to the point. Boss Chen, let's get straight to the point. Business is important. Tanhuigan is also a dry person. Upon hearing this from his son, without saying a word, his hand reached into his coat pocket, pulled out a check. With a snap, he slapped it onto the table in front of Boss Chen. Boss Chen's eyes were glued to the check, his entire body frozen in place. His hands trembled uncontrollably as he slowly reached for the check. It was hard to get the check. His mouth opened wide, his throat felt like it was choked by something, and he froze, unable to spit out a single word. This. Boss Chen stuttered, his tongue almost knotted. His brain was completely switched off and went blank. He couldn't figure out how. Only a week ago, Tanjai's father and son had winded up and sent $250,000. It was only 7 days later. Another $500,000 check, like gold from the sky, smashed in front of him. Half a month, $750,000. This money came more violently than a tornado. It was unbelievable. My goodness! Boss Chen snapped back to his senses and yelled at the top of his lungs. What kind of business is this? Money printing machines don't even print money this fast. You father and son. I'm afraid you didn't come straight down from the God of Wealth temple. Saying that, he exaggeratedly patted his hand vigorously on his chest while staring at his eyes. His face was full of disbelief, as if he was dreaming. Tanjai laughed in his heart as he looked at Boss Chen's shocked appearance. The corners of his mouth rose slightly uncontrollably. He neither admitted to Boss Chen's words nor deliberately refuted them, only allowing that smile to blossom uncontrollably on his face. After all, in his previous life, when the legend game exploded across the globe, it was a conservative estimate to say that the speed of money absorption was on par with a money printing machine. And then look at the present. Legend has only just emerged in the domestic market, has already set off such a shocking wave, the scale of profitability in the future. Just thinking about it, Tanjai felt that the figures would be so horrifying that it would be beyond anyone's imagination. Boss Chen's hands were welded to his chest, tightly covering the spot where he carried the check. At this moment, his eyes were flashing with crazy excitement. The heart was in his chest, beating madly as if it was about to break through his chest, venting the uncontrollable excitement within him. Thinking back to the beginning, Tanjai's offer to pay in installments and purchase 300 computers. Boss Chen felt that he was simply favored by Lady Luck. He had made a mistake and gambled on this super cold one. Only half a month had passed, and the check for $750,000 was already firmly in his pocket, warm to the touch. Let him heart solid and satisfied. The previous payment for the goods, looking at almost half back. According to this crazy, almost outrageous trend, it won't take long, the last payment will be able to clear all. in just a few months easily netted several tens of thousands of dollars. Although with Tanjai this money as easy as drinking water monster cannot be compared, but in this era this achievement is also quite wow. On our achievements, those peers know, mustn't be so red that their eyes are bloodshot, crazy? The more Boss Chen thought about it, the more pleased he became, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was as if he had already seen the faces of his peers that were twisted with jealousy, and his heart was more than happy. This luck of mine, it's simply absolute. Tanjai, you are truly my god of fortune. Just as Boss Chen was so prettily immersed in joy that he was floating around, picking up his teacup and preparing to take a sip of tea to suppress that little heart that was still beating wildly. Tanjai opened his mouth unhurriedly, but his voice was clear, as if it was a thunderbolt that instantly broke the peace. Boss Chen's mouthful of tea spewed out directly without warning, and that tea drew a messy arc in the air, splashing everywhere. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Tanjai dead in the face. The expression on his face instantly changed from originally intoxicated to extremely stunned. Chapter 58. Tanjai strikes again. Another 500 units. Boss Chen, this is a deposit for the next batch of computers, not a final payment for you. Tanjai sat steadily in his chair, his body leaning back with a big grin and a careless look. There was also a seemingly light smile on his face. Tanjai opened his mouth, his tone so relaxed and casual that it was like he was chattering about family matters. The talk wasn't about a potentially huge amount of business, but whether or not today's meal was to his liking. What? Boss Chen was still immersed in the extreme excitement of having just received a check for $500,000, and the smile on his face was almost ear to ear. But Tanjai's light sentence directly blew him away. My goodness, it's only been half a month. Why are we buying computers again? In his heart, Boss Chen was hysterically roaring madly, but on the surface, his entire body froze in place. Disbelief was written in capital letters on his face. However, after all, Boss Chen had been in the shopping mall for a number of years. What kind of storms had he not seen before? The brief moment of shock passed in an instant. In an instant, the expression on his face made a 180-degree turn, and the original stunned look was instantly replaced by a smile so bright that it was almost exaggerated. That smile, false yet with full enthusiasm. He, Mr. Tan. Look at what you're saying. You are the great god of wealth in our business, personally delivering business at the door. If I don't take it, wouldn't that be foolish? Boss Chen compensated with a smile while rubbing his hands together quickly. His eyes glittered with greed, as if he could see mountains of banknotes through Tanjai. How many more units are you planning to buy? Quickly tell me about it, so that I can follow suit and dip into your fortune. Tanjai heard this. He slowly tilted his head and broke his fingers in a fussing manner. Boss Chen's heart instantly rose to his throat, his eyes staring intently at Tanjai's hand without blinking, not even daring to utter a breath. Finally, Tanjai raised his hand and wiggled his 5 fingers powerfully in the air. 500 units. Tanjai's voice wasn't loud, but in this quiet, almost eerie atmosphere, every single word slammed heavily into Boss Chen's heart. It echoed continuously in his ears. 500 units? You! Boss Chen's eyes stared like bronze bells, and his entire body bounced straight up from his chair. He stared at Tanjai like a monster, looking up and down. He couldn't wait to see through Tanjai's face, trying to pull out a hint of teasing you from it. Tanjai folded his legs, leaned back, gently nodded his head. The tone was casual, as if he was saying that he would eat a steamed bun today. So simple. That's right, 500 units. Configuration as usual. If there is a problem with the quality, Boss Chen, you know the consequences. My goodness! Boss Chen only felt his head buzzing, and the sky instantly turned around. Together with the previous 300 units in just a few months, Tanjai was making a big move to get thousands of computers. He has been rooted in this electronic city for many years, and has seen all the storms. But so far this year, all the other customers combined have ordered less than a fraction of what Tanjai has. It's crazy. It's unbelievable. Take it. I'll definitely take this business. Boss Chen slammed the table, and the teacups on the table danced with him. The smile on his face instantly blossomed with that exaggerated level of enthusiasm. Mr. Tan, just put 100 hearts. I'll yell at my brothers to assemble it without stopping, and guarantee to deliver it to you ahead of schedule. This time, the same old rules apply. As he spoke, he rubbed his hands together, the light of money flashing in his eyes. Tanjai stood up unhurriedly and waved his hand, his tone calm. Boss Chen, don't move in a hurry yet. These 500 computers, the delivery time I still have to figure out again. Wait for my notice before you start. After saying that, he turned around in a dashing manner and led Tan Huigen towards the door in big strides. Boss Chen froze in place with his mouth open. Only after a while did he come back to his senses. Fine, Mr. Tan. I'll wait for your letter. Looking at the backs of Tanjai's father and son as they walked away, Boss Chen was filled with raging envy. Both are raising sons. How can the gap be so outrageous? Other people's Tanjai is so young, calling the shots and taking his old man to the peak of his life. My family's brat, nestled at home playing games every day. Compared to Tanjai, it's like one heaven and one earth. He sighed heavily, hung his head and turned around to go back to the store. In his mind, he still kept replaying the shocking scene just now, unable to calm down for a long time. Jiali Internet Cafe General Store. Lu Jiali was lazily nestled in the comfortable boss chair, her eyes slightly closed. With the business of the Internet Cafe growing like wildfire, Tanjai thoughtfully hired a cooking ant to completely free her from the tedious kitchen affairs. Lu Jiali is now also open-minded. The son is so promising, earning capacity bar, they really do not need to be exhausted. Ring, ring, ring. A crisp cell phone ringing. Lu Jiali slowly opened her eyes, reached out and picked up the cell phone. At a glance at the caller ID, it was her baby son Tanjai. The corners of her mouth instantly rose as she picked up the phone, her voice full of doting. Hey son, what's up? Mom, come home for dinner tonight. I have something very important to discuss with you. Tanjai's voice came from the receiver. Lu Jiali, heart slightly tight, busy sitting up straight, asked, what is it? So secretive? Can't you say it now? Mom, can't say it clearly on the phone. You'll know when you come back at night. Promise to give you a surprise. Tanjai intentionally sold a secret, with some small smugness in her tone. Then Mom will go back at night. You child. Lu Jiali smiled helplessly. At the same time, the Jiali Internet Cafe branch. Yang Xiaoyun was skillfully handling internet procedures for customers when her cell phone suddenly vibrated wildly in her pocket. She took the time to pull out her cell phone, and seeing that it was Tanjai's incoming call, she immediately pressed the answer button. Hey, Mr. Tan, what's wrong? In the store, everyone was used to honoring Tanjai as Mr. Tan, even if it was a relative of their own. Sister Xiaoyun, I'm going home for dinner tonight. There's something important to discuss. Tell Brother Yun when about it, haha. Tanjai said succinctly. Yang Xiaoyun, like Lu Jianli, was full of doubts. Mr. Tan, what's so urgent? The store is still quite busy. Don't worry. I've arranged everything in the store. Tonight this is about our future development. You must come back. Tanjai was resolute. All right, then we'll go back tonight. Yang Xiaoyun hung up the phone, turned his head towards Tan Yunwan, who was organizing computer equipment on the side, raised his phone and shouted, Yunwan, Mr. Tan asked us to go home for dinner tonight, saying that there's something big to discuss. Tan Yunwan stopped the action in his hands and scratched his head, his face confused. What big deal? Making it so mysterious. I don't know, Mr. Tan didn't say, just said that it's especially important. It's about the future development. Yang Xiaoyun shrugged, his face full of curiosity. The two looked at each other, their hearts silently speculating. Chapter 59. I'm going to open a few more branches. That night, 7 o'clock. The city was shrouded in night. Lu Jiali, Yang Xiaoyun, and Tan Yunwan, stepping on the spot with precision, walked through Tanjai's door. Tanjai had already arranged for Tan Huigen to order a large table of food from the restaurant. The hot air, wrapped in a rich aroma, filled the entire space, making people salivate. Tan Huigen was full of smiles, cheerfully greeting the crowd to be seated. The crowd just sat down. Tanjai cleared his throat. Come on, everyone eat first and chat while eating. He had a smile on his face, but the excitement hidden in that smile was still keenly captured by Lu Jiali. Don't sell yourself short. Where Lu Jiali was impatient, she put down her chopsticks and fixed her gaze on Tanjai. We all know that you must have something big to say when you call everyone back. Quickly stop dawdling. Hurry up and speak. Tanjai straightened his back and sat steadily in his chair. The reason I called everyone here today is to announce a piece of earth-shattering good news. The game we developed has made a lot of money. Moreover, The amount of profit is simply terrifying beyond imagination. Compared to the income of an internet cafe, that cafe has to be inferior. It's completely different. Tanjai said while slamming the table. Right now, this is the perfect time for us to strike while the iron is hot, expand the scale, and open a few more internet cafes. Yang Xiaoyun's eyes instantly widened. The chopsticks in her hand fell to the ground with a snap, but she was oblivious. What the hell? You're telling the truth. Tan Yunwan was also stunned as if she were a wooden chicken. Her hand that was originally reaching for the dish stopped in mid-air, her face filled with incredulity. Jiali, don't fool us. This game has only been online for how long? How is it possible to make so much money? You can't be. Are you kidding us? Tanjai nodded heavily and said firmly, 1,000 times true. When have I ever joked about such a thing? During this period of time, the number of gamers has been growing explosively like crazy, and the recharge water has been soaring all the way. I've done a careful accounting, and the profit figures are quite impressive. Lu Jiali's eyes were filled with surprise and pride, but her brows were slightly wrinkled, worriedly asked, since the game is so profitable, why do you still bother to open an internet cafe? Wouldn't it be better to put all your energy into the game? Tanjai patiently explained, Mom, think about it carefully. Games and internet cafes, they go hand in hand. Opening a few more internet cafes will, on one hand, advertise the game, letting more people know about this masterpiece of ours, so the player base won't go up. Secondly, the income from the internet cafes can also provide sufficient funds for the subsequent development of the game, which is a typical win-win situation. Now this opportunity is in front of us. If we miss it, that's really stupid. After Lu Xiaoli and the three of them heard Tanjai's words, they instantly froze in place, the shock on their faces almost overflowing. They looked at me and I looked at you, their mouths open wide. How could they not believe it? The game that Tanjai had utilized his spare time to tinker with had managed to create such a staggering amount of wealth. Jiali, are you sure this isn't a dream? This game can really make a fortune. Lu Xiaoli was the first to come back to her senses, her eyes filled with disbelief. Yang Xiaoyun was busy nodding her head and said in a hurried voice, Yes, Jai. We've just opened 3 internet cafes this month, and now we're going to continue expanding. Isn't this step too big? Too fast? Although Jiangcheng isn't small, it can't withstand so many internet cafes piling up, right? Tan Yunwen frowned, looking worried. I also think that this span is too big. We have to be careful and careful again. The three of them spoke one word to another, pouring out the doubts in their hearts. Afterwards, their eyes focused on Tanjai, waiting for his response. Tanjai met his family's eyes, which were full of doubts, and the corner of his mouth hooked, and that smile seemed to be able to light up the entire room. This area of Jiangcheng don't look ordinary on the surface, but the population and netizen base, that's real hard currency. Tanjai slammed the table. The teacups on the table danced with him. I've carefully accounted for this volume in Jiangcheng. Supporting more than 30 internet cafes is more than enough, he said while standing up. If you look at those so-called internet cafes on the market now, half of them are too shabby to talk about, with 10 or 8 broken computers, no different from a pile of scrap metal. Yang Xiaoyun originally frowned tightly, now twisted into a dead lump. She could no longer hold back the doubts in her heart and interjected. That's true, but Jiangcheng is only a little bit bigger than the palm of your hand, and there are streets and alleys everywhere. So how can we fit so many internet cafes? Tanjai's tone was full of unquestionable confidence. Sister, you have to think about it. The internet cafe industry is the same as convenience stores. Each has its own radiant circle. Let's think about it. Who would have enough to eat? Put the door of the internet cafe not to use? Have to go all the way to other places to suffer? Nowadays, public transportation is so bad. How much would it cost to take a taxi to go to the internet? Anyone who didn't have a brain in their head wouldn't do that. That's why most people choose the nearest internet cafe. Because of this, how many customers have we lost at Jiali Internet Cafe? Do you know in your heart? Those customers are all silver. So according to you, what should we do? Tan Huigan had been listening in silence, and finally couldn't help himself, speaking in a muffled voice. Can it be that we really buy other people's internet cafes one by one? This is not a small amount of money. When Tanjai heard this, as if he had discovered a new continent, he slammed his thigh. Dad, you really hit the nail on the head. My idea is to first take Jiangxing's internet cafe market and completely unify it. he said word by word with a firm expression on his face. In our hands, we hold the super trump card of gaming. As long as we make the environment of the internet cafes beautiful, and the configurations are stacked high, do we still have to worry about attracting customers? When we're firmly rooted in Jiangxing, we'll take this place as a starting point and kill our way towards the neighboring cities. The signboard of our Jiali internet cafe will be inserted in every corner. Tanjai's idea was to first unify the internet cafes in the entire Jiangxing, and then use Jiangxing as a starting point to expand to the surrounding cities. This argument had just been made. Tanjai saw the three people across from him staring at him with wide eyes, as if they were looking at monsters. Chapter 60 Genius. Really different from ordinary people. Looking at Tanjai in front of him, Lu Jiali was the first to come back to her senses. Jai, this internet cafe thing, although it looks lucrative now, who knows how long it can be hot. It's a novelty. Maybe no one will care about it tomorrow. You're actually going to invest a large amount of money into it. What if it loses money? Yang Xiaoyun also reacted with concern. We've only opened 3 internet cafes this month. This expansion rate is already fast enough. Now you're saying that you want to unify the internet cafe market in Jiangxing, but also to develop to the neighboring cities. This step is too big, and the risk is so high that it's scary. Our hard-earned savings of this family base cannot withstand such a toss. Tan Yunwen had a serious face, with a few anxious moments in his tone. Jai, you can't do things so impulsively. Doing business is all about being steady. We can't make this kind of risky decision with a hot head. This is no joking matter. Once it fails, we all have to drink the northwest wind. Tanjai listened to their concerns. He secretly smiled in his heart, but his face remained calm and collected. After all, it was only 1998, and it was normal for them to have such thoughts. I understand all of your worries. In Tanjai's eyes, there was a twinkle. But you guys have to know that internet cafes are in the ascendancy right now, and it's the most profitable time. You guys think that internet cafes are just a new thing, it won't fire for long. But I'm telling you, in the next 10 years, the market for internet cafes will only get bigger and bigger. Lu Jiali rounded her eyes, full of skepticism. What makes you so sure? You're not a fairy. Can you predict things before they happen? Tanjai hemmed and hawed. Mom, although I'm not an immortal, I have vision. Think about it, nowadays everyone's standard of living is gradually improving, and the demand for entertainment is getting bigger and bigger. Computer games are so much fun, but there are no computers at home, so where do people go to play? Internet cafes, of course. Moreover, as time goes by, the games will become richer and richer, and the number of people playing games will only increase. Yang Xiaoyun was still a bit hesitant. That's true, but by then, in case everyone is playing games at home, who will still come to the internet cafes? Tanjai shook his head and patiently explained, even if home computers become popularized in the future, internet cafes will not disappear. Around 10 years ago, when the price of computer hardware dropped, home computers were going to become more plentiful. But at that time, internet cafes providing high-end services would appear and would still be popular with young people. Tanjai's tone was certain. Right now, we just need to seize the first opportunity, get the scale up, and make our Jiali internet cafe signature. When the market changes in the future, we can also follow the transformation and continue to make money. Tan Yunwen frowned, thought for a while and asked, but even if there's still a market for internet cafes in the future, can it really work if we invest so much money at once now? The competition in Jiangxing's internet cafe market isn't small either. Tanjai's eyes flinched as he said in a firm tone, Brother Yunwen, you don't have to worry about that. Although there are quite a few internet cafes in Jiangxing, most of them are dilapidated and cannot satisfy the needs of the customers at all. We have the game as our trump card, as long as we decorate the environment of the internet cafes well, make the computer configurations high-end, and provide quality service. Are we still afraid of not attracting customers? Let's first unify the market in Jiangxing, accumulate enough funds and experience, and then develop to the neighboring cities. It's a sure-fire deal. The three of them looked at each other after hearing Tanjai's words. The doubts in their hearts gradually dissipated, but there was still some hesitation. You guys think about it. Tanjai looked at them, knowing that he still had to work harder. If we cower now and don't dare to seize this opportunity, in the future, when others have taken over the market, it will be difficult for us to develop again. This is a good opportunity to change our family's fate. If we miss it, it will never happen again. Tanjai's eyes were firm, with an undeniable look on his face as he looked at Lu Jiali's trio. He said in a loud voice, "I've already ordered 500 computers. The matter of opening a new store is now an arrow on a string that has to be sent." "What? 500? Lu Jiali directly jumped up from her chair. Her eyes were wide with disbelief. "Jiali, this is too daring of you. So many computers, how much money must be spent?" Yang Xiaoyun was also stunned. "Jiali, to ask for so many computers at once. Our new store hasn't even materialized yet, and you're laying down such a huge amount of money." Tan Yunwan was also frowning, almost scared out of her wits by Tanjai's big spending. "Don't be impulsive. This isn't a small amount. If something goes wrong, we can't afford it." Tanjai, however, waved his hand unconcernedly and said confidently, "Don't panic. I know what's in my heart. These 500 computers are for the new store. As long as the store is open, these computers will soon be able to make money back." Looking at the three people still looking worried, Tanjai continued, "Next, in your daily work, you guys have to strengthen the training of the existing staff and look for those who can be unique talents. Once the new internet cafe opens, these people will be able to come in handy and fill the various positions. Still need to train employees and find talents." Tan Yunwen's eyes widened, feeling that his own head could barely keep up with Tanjai's thoughts. "Jiali, you're thinking too far ahead here." Yang Xiaoyun was filled with doubt and couldn't help but ask, "It's only 98 years now. How do you know what's going to happen in the future?" Tanjai laughed, a gleam in his eyes. "Why can't I know? You guys don't underestimate this internet cafe business. It has a lot of potential for development. I've long researched this. In the next 10 years or so, the internet cafe industry will see a big development we have to lay out in advance." Lu Jiali looked at Tanjai. Her heart was both shocked and impressed. "Jai, how in the world did you grow this brain? While we're still worrying about whether we'll make money or not, whether we'll lose money or not, you've already mapped out the road behind us." Tan Yunwen also shook his head helplessly. "Yes, Jai. You're truly a genius. You're just different from us ordinary people. While we're still hesitating, you're all set to go big." "Haha, you guys don't hold me up too high." Tanjai laughed and said, "As long as we work together and follow my plan, just wait to count the money." The three listened to Tanjai's words. The worries in their hearts were gradually replaced by confidence. They knew that following Tanjai, as long as they were honest and obedient, they would definitely be able to make money. After the three had all left, Tanjai sat alone on the sofa, once again in deep thought. Chapter 61. Tricked? Xiao Ma's anger. Tanjai was bored alone in his room. He sat at the table, his brows furrowed, the pen in his hand, constantly poking at the paper. The snapping sound was especially clear in the quiet room. "This is really a big trouble." Tanjai threw the pen away in annoyance, held his head in his hands, and sighed heavily. Those 4 internet cafes before. The people in charge were all his own relatives, and although there were glitches, he was quite relieved. But now it's good to open a new store. The scale is all of a sudden big, the trouble is popping up. Internet cafe, this business, and other business is not the same at all. Ordinary business, what goods are missing, a glance can be seen. But what about internet cafes? If there was no way to keep an eye on each computer, there was no telling if the managers would secretly turn on the computers to make extra money. Thinking of this, Tanjai's face instantly fretted. His eyes were filled with worry. Although the ones sent to the new store are carefully selected from the old store and have been inspected for so long, but hearts are not what they used to be. Who can guarantee that when they become managers, they won't be swept away by profit? He's invested money and effort here, and if he ends up doing someone else's graft, then he would really be the wrongdoer. After turning around the room several times, after thinking about it, Tanjai suddenly stopped in his tracks and his eyes lit up. "There. Make a software. As long as there's software that can monitor computers, it won't be so easy for those people to cause mischief." Tanjai's heart raced as his fingers bounced on the phone buttons. The phone had just been connected. He couldn't wait to say, "Xiaoya, it's me. Tanjai. Jai, it's really you." On the other end of the phone, Wang Xiaoya's surprise scream nearly ruptured Tanjai's eardrums. "I've been looking forward to your call every day. You don't even know how lost I've been during this period of time. Every time the phone rings, I think it's you, but it turns out it's not. But I've been looking forward to it. Today, I finally got you here." Wang Xiaoya's tone was excited. Her heart was full of joy, and it surged madly along the phone line. Tanjai didn't have the heart to listen to her. His tone was urgent. Xiaoya, I have something here. It's urgent. The internet cafe is on fire right now. Business is bursting at the seams. Every day, there is a long line of people coming to the internet, almost breaking the threshold of the internet cafe. I'm planning to take advantage of this energy to expand and open several more branches. Tanjai paused while speaking. But who would have thought that this trouble would come right after? Tanjai's voice suddenly lowered, his tone full of helplessness. With the large scale of the internet cafe, management became a big problem. Those employees, I really suspect that some of them are secretly engaging in small actions. If there's no way to monitor every computer, there's no way to know if they've turned on the computer privately. So, I need you to help me make a software. Software? What software? When Wang Xiaoya heard this, her eyes instantly lit up, and she instantly came into full spirit. Tell me quickly, as long as it's something I can do, I'll do whatever I have to do to go through the fire. Tanjai spoke extremely fast. I want a computer internal monitoring software, just 2 core functions. None of them can be missing. First, without my permission, don't even think of turning on the computer casually. Second, without my permission, the system can't be accessed. Just these 2 requirements. Can you handle it? When Wang Xiaoya heard Tanjai's demands, her grip on the phone tightened violently, and the smile on her face froze instantly. A flash of panic flashed through her eyes, and she frantically screamed in her heart. The requirements of this software were too high. This difficulty. It was true that she hadn't done similar software before. Now that Tanjai brought it up, her mind was a mess with absolutely nothing to go on. Jiali, this. Wang Xiaoya was just about to open her mouth to say that this was too difficult, but she swallowed back when the words reached her mouth. Tanjai's anxious appearance appeared in her mind. Wang Xiaoya subconsciously bit her lip and frowned. Xiaoya, you must help me. Tanjai's voice came from the receiver. Wang Xiaoya took a deep breath, as if she had made some sort of determination, and said aloud, well, okay, I'll try. Jia, don't worry, I definitely won't let you down. Even though there was still no bottom in her heart, she decided to put up a fight for Tanjai's sake. You're in such a hurry, I definitely can't drop the ball. Big deal. I won't eat, drink, or sleep for the next few days, and I'll put my life on the line to make this software for you. Tanjai had recently relied on games and internet cafes to make a lot of money, and at the moment he was rich and generous. He didn't hesitate to open his mouth to make a promise. Xiaoya, as long as you can take this software and make it perfectly for me, I'll give you $500 directly. This software is too crucial to the subsequent development of my internet cafe. You must finish it on time. As long as you do it, this money is yours. If you can't do it right, I'll really be in a hurry. $500? Wang Xiaoya was almost so shocked that she jumped up from her chair. This figure was simply an astronomical amount of money for her. Happiness came too suddenly. She felt like her heartbeat was about to stop, and her entire body was about to float to the sky. She was busy saying, Jiali, you put 100 hearts. Don't you know me yet? After your previous training, I'm now making rapid technical progress, and I have a good idea in my heart to do this software. Just put your heart in your stomach. Just wait to use the software I made. Tanjai hummed in satisfaction. I knew you were good. Xiaoya, I'm in such a hurry that I can't wait a second. You hurry up and do it. The faster the better. Once it's done, send it to the internet cafe for me right away. Don't delay a moment. Wang Xiaoya patted her chest and promised with conviction. No problem. I'll start doing it now. I'll get it done as soon as I can without eating, drinking, or sleeping. I promise I won't delay your business. If I can't do it right, I won't even have the face to see you. I'll do what I say. Tanjai laughed and hung up the phone, the corners of his mouth hooked into a smile. Deep City, Goose Factory. Xiao Ma was grim-faced, sitting on the main seat. On the opposite side, the head of the game development department. His forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. He stood there shivering, his eyes filled with trepidation. Ma! Mr. Ma! He managed to squeeze out a few words. Little Ma frowned and impatiently droned. It's a big night. What do you have to say quickly? Don't stammer here. The person in charge clenched his teeth and summoned up the courage to say, Mr. Ma, we're being screwed. What? When Little Ma heard this, he instantly stormed out. Tell me clearly, how exactly did we get pitched? Also, why were you pitted? Chapter 62. The new store begins to lay out, kneeling for golden tickets. The head of the game development department stood in front of brother Xiao Ma. He shivered and opened his mouth. Ma, we followed your instructions to copy the legend game. His voice was as small as a mosquito's cry. The eyes didn't even dare to lift up to look at little Ma. When brother Xiao Ma heard this, his already gloomy face instantly became even darker. His eyes widened in anger as he roared. What did you say? Repeat what you just said. Who told you guys to plagiarize? The person in charge shivered in fear and said with a crying voice, Mr. Ma, didn't you say earlier that the legend game was too hot and asked us to research and find a way to get a similar one out? We thought you meant to plagiarize. Xiao Ma clenched his fists in anger and paced back and forth in the conference room. Bang! He slammed his fist on the table, shaking the papers on the table and scattering them all over the place. He roared, I asked you to research. I didn't ask you to plagiarize. What's the point of talking about this now? Go on, what went wrong? The person in charge hurriedly wiped the sweat from his face and continued with trepidation. At first, everything went exceptionally well, and the code was copied smoothly. But who would have thought that when it runs, it's not that way at all. Those copied codes were like they were possessed by an evil spirit. They kept generating new code on their own, line after line, endlessly and spreading towards other normal code. Speaking of this, a look of horror filled his face. This, if we react any slower, the entire company's code base will be finished. The person in charge almost cried out as he spoke. He was filled with remorse. Had he known that he shouldn't have copied so recklessly? As soon as brother Xiao Ma heard the person in charge's words, a cold smile floated up on his face. The mockery and anger in his eyes were practically overflowing. Humph, you guys are really something. He pulled on his voice, his tone filled with disdain. According to what you guys are doing, do I still have to make a big deal out of it? Get you guys an award and set up a few tables of celebratory drinks? The person in charge of the game development department, choked by these words, his face turned pale, and his lips followed suit and turned blue. His entire body froze in place, unable to move. His mouth was tightly closed, his teeth clenched to death, and he didn't even dare to take a breath. The person in charge lowered his head, wishing to bury his head into the ground, and could only use silence to harden his shoulders against the stormy anger. The conference room was terribly quiet. Quiet too, can clearly hear everyone, heavy breathing. After a long time, Xiao Ma finally spoke again. He clenched his teeth tightly, forcibly holding back the anger that was almost about to erupt, and word by word, he squeezed out words from between his teeth. I don't have the time right now to listen to your useless nonsense, nor do I want to hear any explanations. I'll just ask you, what the hell is going on here? His eyes were fierce, staring straight at the person in charge as if he wanted to eat him alive. The person in charge slowly raised his head, helplessness written in his eyes. He hesitated for a while before he gathered up the courage that was about to be scared out of him and stammered, Mr. Ma, this really isn't us being lazy and not paying attention. That designer of the legendary game is simply a genius among geniuses. As he spoke, he couldn't help but shake his head. In addition to fear in his tone, he surprisingly carried a few moments of genuine admiration. You are the one who didn't see the code he wrote. The code used to build the entire game was short and effective, with every character used in just the right way. We thought at the time that if we copied it over and changed it a little, we could surely make a similar game easily. But who would have thought that it was full of pits? The person in charge gulped nervously as he said this. What's worse, he took the game's defense code and hid it too desperately. Hidden in the middle of the game code, ordinary people can't even discover it. We also only realized it after running it. As long as someone dares to hit this set of code, trying to copy or modify it, those defense codes instantly start to frantically wreak havoc. Mr. Ma, this time, we've really been screwed over too much. When the person in charge finished speaking, his face was filled with a bitter look. He wished that he could turn back time and that he hadn't done this stupid thing. The sneer on Xiao Ma's face grew stronger. He looked angrily at the person in charge of the game development department and said through gritted teeth, I've been in the mall for so many years, playing with eagles all my life, and I was actually pecked out by an eagle. The head of the game development department lowered his head. He knew that any defense at this moment would only make little Ma even angrier. Listen up. Brother Xiao Ma violently stood up and pointed his finger fiercely at the person in charge. No matter what methods you use, you must fix those codes as soon as possible, and make me a game that is even hotter than Legend. The person in charge raised his head warily and looked at little Ma, his eyes full of helplessness. Mr. Ma, this? U.S. Shut up. Xiao Ma roughly interrupted him. I don't want to hear you talk about difficulties. I only look at the results. If you guys can't even handle this, what's the use of me raising you? The person in charge gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Ma, don't worry, we will do our best. Despite having no bottom in his heart, he knew that there was no way back at this moment. Little Ma snorted coldly and turned around to stride towards the door. When he reached the door, he stopped and said without looking back, I'll give you guys a month's time. If by then, you still can't produce something that satisfies me, you'll all wait for your bad luck. After saying that, he slammed the door with force. On Saturday, the sunlight was unstinting, pouring over the campus. But Tanjai was not interested in enjoying this wonderful scenery. As soon as the bell rang, he couldn't wait to pack his bag, ready to escape from this cage. This week, Tanjai was in the limelight at school. In class, he answered all the questions asked by the teacher. He excelled in every subject, and with his outstanding performance, he even became a class officer. Every day, he was surrounded by a group of students, asking for advice on all kinds of learning problems and class affairs. If you were a stranger, you would have been immersed in the feeling of being surrounded by stars. But Tanjai is full of helplessness. In Tanjai's heart, these children's thoughts and behaviors were too childish. He possessed the memories of his previous life, and his heart was loaded with entrepreneurship. So how could he have the heart to surround himself with these small children all day long? It's finally over, Tanjai muttered while muttering. These 2 days can't be wasted. There are still a lot of things waiting for me to take care of at the internet cafe and the game side. While walking quickly out of the classroom, his footsteps were so light that it looked like he was about to fly. He who was finally on vacation. Pulling Tanhuigan, he searched the city for an address that could be used to open a branch. Chapter 63. New location selected. Business training. Soon, Tanjai and Tanhuigan found several suitable locations. The locations were mainly chosen by Tanjai. These places were either neighboring factories or schools. All of them were places where the internet population gathered. The few internet cafes that originally existed in the area were often overcrowded, and were simply unable to satisfy the needs of the internet crowd. Tanjai chose a good location, paid a deposit, and then gathered a few business backbones of Jiali Internet Cafe, preparing for a business training. Jiali Internet Cafe's main store lobby. The brand new large round table, under the light flooded with cold hard light. Tanjai sat at the table with a big horse, his back straight. Tanhuigan and Lu Jiali stood behind him on the left and right, unmistakably two formidable personal bodyguards. Crunch! The door of the training room was pushed open, and several new employees entered. As soon as they raised their eyes and saw this battle, they instantly froze like wooden chickens. Their mouths were wide open. I'm going! A young employee was so shocked that he directly shouted out. His voice was still slightly trembling because he was too shocked. This is our boss? How come it's really a kid? As he spoke, he rubbed his eyes vigorously, as if he was doubting whether he had misread it. The person next to him, too, had incredulity written all over his face. His eyes blinked, and he responded in a small voice muttering, I've heard people say before that the boss is an 8-year-old brat, and I thought they were just making fun of me. Who would have thought it was actually true? But look at this battle. It's too outrageous. Tanjai took in their every move and every expression. The corners of his mouth hooked up slightly, revealing a seeming smile. He purposely cleared his throat heavily, the voice exceptionally loud in the quiet hall. Don't all stand there, hurry up and sit down. Calling you all here today is not for you to laze around here, it's for you to train. Listen carefully with your ears perked up. The young employee's heart of contempt has not yet gone down, and he can't help but whisper to the people next to him again. Just him? An 8-year-old kid? What can he know? What can he teach us? He's not just fooling around here, is he? But he underestimated Tanjai's ear. These words, word for word, traveled into the ears of the three. Tanhuigan's eyes instantly flinched, his eyes shooting straight at the new employee, his tone icy cold. What's your name? What, think that because you're young, you're not qualified to teach you, and don't have the ability to convince you? The young employee shivered at the look. He stood up straight with his hands and feet and stammered, "Boss, I really don't mean that. I just have a quick mouth. You don't take it to heart." Jiali looked at Tanjai from the side, her eyes filled with pride. Although Jai is young, but if he can run the internet cafe so well, he has the ability to teach you how to do this job well. Tanhuigan also had a stern face and said, "All listen to Jai. Don't mutter here." Several new employees looked at Tanjai's eyes and looked at his parents' serious appearance, although the heart is still a bit skeptical, but also did not dare to talk nonsense. They could only sneakily find a seat and wait for Tanjai to start training. Tanjai was surrounded by questioning gazes, but he stood up unhurriedly. "What I'm going to say next. All of you keep your ears open." Tanjai waved his hand. "Our Jiali internet cafe will soon see a major expansion. The scale will get bigger and bigger, and business will get hotter and hotter." He deliberately paused, his eyes sweeping over the faces of all the people one by one, looking at the employees' eyes that were originally questioning, but at the moment were slightly widened due to curiosity, and also vaguely revealed anticipation. "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you all." Tanjai raised his volume. A smile appeared on his face. "As long as you guys perform well in your next job, you'll have the chance to go to the new store as store managers." "What? Be the store manager?" The new employee instantly jumped up from his chair. The eyes that were originally filled with skepticism were instantly filled with excitement. "Boss, you're not kidding, right? You can really make us store managers," he said while rubbing his hands together excitedly. "That's right. It's the store manager." Tanjai nodded heavily, his tone without a hint of hesitation. "However, don't get too happy too soon. If you want to be a good store manager, it's not as simple as just paying lip service. Next, I'll give you guys a good lecture on the do's and don'ts of the job." Tanjai cleared his throat, his expression becoming serious. "When we open an internet cafe, we have to feel out the customers' minds. Nowadays, people don't come to internet cafes just to simply surf the net. What they want is a comfortable home-like environment, fast internet speeds, and attentive service. So, remember, our internet cafe environment must be spotless, computer configuration must be the highest end. Service attitude is to be too good to be true. Also, this capturing the customer psychology is a big question." Tanjai narrowed his eyes slightly. "For example, if a customer is tired of playing games, we have to be quick and take the initiative to send a cup of steaming water. If a customer encounters a problem, no matter if it's a computer malfunction or a puzzle in the game, we have to solve it in the first place. These seemingly insignificant details can often make customers feel better about our internet cafe, and next time they will bring their friends and family along." The employees listened to Tanjai's words. The expressions on their faces gradually changed from initial skepticism to surprise. Mouths opened wider than one another. The new employee couldn't help but slap his thighs and exclaimed, "Boss, what you're saying, I haven't even thought about it before. I've always thought that it's just a matter of managing the network well. I didn't realize there were so many more doors." Tanjai smiled faintly. "This is still just the tip of the iceberg. In terms of internet cafe operations, we have to have even more of our own strategies. For example, introduce a membership system, provide more discounts and privileges to members, like discounts on internet access, exclusive game gift packs, priority boarding rights, etc." After hearing this, the employees only felt that, all of a sudden, the door to a new world had opened. What Tanjai had said was simply beyond what people knew in this day and age. Not only did he have a very good grasp of the customer psychology, he also had unique insights into the operation of an internet cafe. They looked at me and I looked at you. There was excitement and fighting spirit in their eyes. "Boss, you were so right. We were so narrow-minded and rat-faced before. Don't worry, I will definitely do a good job in the future." "Yes, boss. We will definitely do as you said and do a good job at the new store." After hearing this, these employees felt like they were enlightened. They rubbed their fists and prepared to go to the new store to show off their skills. Chapter 64. Screw them over for me. Deep City, Goose Factory headquarters. Xiaoma sat in the main seat with a gloomy face, staring intently at the door of the conference room. There was annoyance and impatience in his eyes. The head of the Research and Development Department walked in with trepidation. He lowered his head, not daring to look directly into Brother Xiaoma's eyes, and said, Ma, I'm really sorry this time. Our RD department has been working day and night for this period of time, and we've used all the methods we can. But those codes are like they've been cursed, and there's no way for us to fully recover. Those defense codes are too powerful, they keep messing up. There's really nothing we can do. Xiao Ma's face instantly became even more unsightly. He gritted his teeth and said word for word, "Is this all you guys can do? So many people, so much time, and you can't even manage a code?" His voice was not loud, but it was filled with a sense of oppression. Making the body of the head of the RD department, he couldn't help but shorten a few more points. At this time, the person from the promotion department also hurriedly walked into the conference room. "Mr. Ma, something big has happened." Before he could stand still, he said eagerly, "We recently inquired that the Legend game is getting hotter and hotter now, and the number of people online is like crazy, constantly breaking through new highs. At this rate, it won't be long before it compares to any of our Goose Factory's games." "What?" Xiao Ma stood up violently. His eyes glared round, burning with rage inside. "They're just a game. Why can they ride on our heads?" Brother Xiao Ma was so furious that he was trembling, and the veins on his forehead flared up. He paced back and forth in the conference room. Suddenly, he stopped. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and said, "No matter what means are used, whether it's finding hackers to attack or spreading negative news, in short, we can't let them be so arrogant." His voice was icy cold, sending shivers down the spines of everyone present. "Screw them over for me." Jiali Internet Cafe General Store. Tanjai, who had just gotten out of school, his book bag swinging on his back, rushed all the way into the internet cafe in a flurry of wind. Excitement sparkled in his eyes, and with the wind at his feet, he ran straight towards the backstage. "Dad!" Tanjai shouted at the top of his voice, and before he even reached the backstage, he couldn't wait to shout away, "Quickly let me see the backstage data of Legend." The words hadn't even fallen out of his mouth. He had already rushed to the computer, his small hands skillfully knocking on the keyboard. That stance was not the least bit inferior to a professional technician. Tanhuigan heard the shouts and walked out quickly from the office next to him with a curious look on his face. Coming, see how anxious you are," he said with a smile while walking behind Tanjai, poking his head to look around. The data on the computer screen loaded out little by little. Tanjai's eyes instantly glared round, with the light of surprise flashing inside, followed by an excited shout. "Dad, look!" Tanhuigan hurriedly came forward, and just as his eyes landed on the numbers displayed on the screen, his entire being froze. "What? The number of people online at the same time? It's actually over 200,000. His voice, because of extreme surprise directly several octaves higher, are a little out of tune. How is this possible? This is too exaggerated. Jiali, you didn't see it wrong, right?" Saying this, Tanhuigan even stretched out his hand and rubbed his eyes, afraid that he was dreaming. "Dad, I knew this game would definitely catch fire. I packed my bags with you before, and now it seems that the results are several times better than I expected," Tanjai said while shaking his head in triumph. "That look, don't mention how divine it was." Tanhuigan's gaze at this time moved back to the column of daily income. Seeing the number, 200,000. His voice all started to tremble, and he couldn't speak well. 200,000. Make $200,000 in one day? Jiali, you can't scare me. This is simply unimaginable. His eyes were filled with shock, as if he was looking at something heavenly. Tanjai smiled and patted Tanhuigan's arm, explaining, "Dad, don't believe me yet. Now that this game, Legend, is on fire, the people who come to the internet cafes to play are almost breaking the threshold. Our income can't be high. Moreover, this is just the beginning. It will definitely be even hotter in the future." He spoke with a flutter of color. Tanhuigan still had a look of disbelief. His mouth kept chanting, "My goodness! $200,000, equivalent to a month's salary for 400 people. And with this game of Tanjai's, it only took one day to earn it. This was 1,998. $200,000 was enough to buy a whole bunch of commercial properties in Jiangcheng. Jiali, you're really something. I never dared to dream before that the game you developed could be so profitable. What the hell is in this head of yours?" Tanhuigan said as he spoke, while using his hand to gently nod Tanjai's head. Tanhuigan, after a long time, got over the shock from earlier and asked, Jai, quickly tell Dad, how can this game be so profitable? I've lived most of my life, and I've never seen a deal that can make $200,000 in one day. The corners of Tanjai's mouth rose slightly as he looked at his father's surprised look. Now that everyone's life is getting better and better, they all want to have some fun. A game like Legend that can be played by multiple people can be too much to everyone's liking. Moreover, there's a lot of fun in our game. Quests, equipment, PK, everyone can't stop playing. As he spoke, he gestured with his hands, his face beaming with confidence. Hearing this, Tan Huigen nodded his head as if he understood, but in his heart, he still felt unbelievable. Before he could open his mouth to ask again, Tanjai continued, Dad, this is just where it's at. What? This isn't much. Tan Huigen's eyes widened. $200,000 a day isn't enough. Could it be more? Tanjai nodded heavily, his tone firm. That's for sure. When there are more players, our daily income of millions will be just a matter of words, he said with a firm voice. Millions? Tan Huigen almost didn't stand still. His body swayed, and if it wasn't for Tanjai's quick eyes and hands holding him up, he probably would have had to sit on his butt on the ground. Jiali, are you telling the truth? This is too much. His face was full of disbelief. Tanjai smiled and patted Tan Huigen's shoulder. Now that our internet cafe's game is on fire, more and more people are coming to surf the internet, and when we expand the scale even further, we'll definitely make more and more money. Tan Huigen stared wide-eyed, secretly sighing in his heart. He really gave birth to a good son. Chapter 65 opening soon. Tanjai's ambition. Soon it was another weekend. Early in the morning, Tanjai rushed into Tan Huigen's room. His small hands tightly tugged at the corner of Tan Huigen's coat, yanking him up from the bed, his mouth still chanting, Dad, get up quickly. It's the weekend. Let's hurry to the bank and take out this week's income. Tan Huigen was still napping, but when he was tossed around by Tanjai, he immediately woke up. He looked at Tanjai's anxious appearance, smiled and said, Okay, son, Dad is ready, just waiting for you. Now Tan Huigen, after this period of experience, to go to the bank to get money, these things, has long been familiar with the way, not at all panic. Father and son rushed to the bank in a flurry. In the bank hall, the staff has already gotten an appointment, quickly put a pile of new stacks of red tickets, neatly arranged on the table. That scene, a red piece, almost the entire desktop are occupied. If placed in the past, Tan Huigen would have been so shocked to see so much money that his jaw would have dropped to the ground. But nowadays, he just lightly swept a glance, without the slightest expression of surprise on his face, and even more so without any ripples in his heart. His own son's ability, but not just this point, in the future this day is still long. Seeing this, Tanjai muttered in his heart. He used his little finger to gently poke Tan Huigen's waist with a surprised face. Dad, what's wrong with you? So much money is here, why don't you react at all? Tan Huigen couldn't help but laugh out loud, reaching out to touch Tanjai's head. Son, your dad, I'm used to it now. During this period of time every day, I've been making money day in and day out. Seeing all this money, it all feels rare, nothing to be surprised about. Haha, that's true. Tanjai heard this and laughed along with him. Dad, just wait and see. In the future we'll make more and more money. After picking up the money, Tanjai didn't delay for a moment, dragging Tan Huigen straight to the newly rented venue. He found an experienced decoration team to renovate the newly rented venues. Not yet arrived at the place. From afar, he saw the masters of the decoration team already waiting there. Masters, hard work. As soon as Tanjai arrived, he greeted them warmly, then hurriedly took out the decoration drawings from his bag and handed them to the person in charge of the decoration team with a serious face. Master, this is the decoration drawings for our internet cafe. The design in here can be important. You guys have to follow the requirements above and install it carefully and properly. The person in charge of the decoration team received the drawings. Having just flipped it over and glanced at it, his eyes instantly glared, shock written all over his face. This design is also too awesome. Little boss, this idea of yours is simply too ahead of its time. I've been doing renovation for so many years. I've never seen such a unique design. Tan Huigen was also curious to look over from the side. After just one look, he was confused by the complicated division of the areas. He scratched his head and looked puzzled. Son, What are you designing here? There are so many zones. I'm getting dizzy just looking at them. Tanjai proudly straightened his little body and began to gabble about it. Dad, look, this side is the smoking area, specially prepared for customers who like to smoke, and that side is the non-smoking area, so customers who don't like the smell of smoke can surf the internet there. There are also these private room areas. This position in the center is the waiting area. If a customer comes in and runs out of machines, they can wait here. We can also put a drink machine here and some magazines. The head of the decoration team listened while nodding his head and giving a thumbs up in praise. Little boss, you don't know, these days, those who open internet cafes are thinking of stuffing the space full, putting in a few more computers and making more money. I'm still the first time I've seen one like you that thinks about providing customers with so many different experience areas. Tanjai, with a confident smile on his face, patted his chest and said, "It's all about being different. We have to let our customers have the best internet experience, so that people will like to come to our internet cafe, and business will get hotter and hotter. Masters, as long as you do a good job of this decoration and make me satisfied, when it's done, I definitely won't treat you poorly. Bonuses are greatly available." The crowd of the decoration team heard, and were instantly energized. "All right, small boss, you just put 100 hearts on it." The renovation work was carried out in an orderly manner. At the renovation site, the sound of chainsaws, smashing and yelling rose and fell. The brand new walls were gradually molded in their hands. The floor was polished to a bright shine, and all kinds of network cables and lines were skillfully laid neatly. Tanjai inspects the site every day. His small figure shuttles from corner to corner, sparing no detail. As long as he found a problem, he immediately pointed out seriously and asked the workers to rectify the problem immediately. That serious look, no less than a professional supervisor. The training for the new store manager was also under the auspices of Tanjai, and the results were remarkable. Tanjai stood on the podium, his voice loud and clear, teaching the know-how of internet cafe operation. Below the stage, the selected store managers were all fully concentrated. Eyes firmly staring at Tanjai, the pen in the hand in the notebook quickly recorded, afraid to miss any word. They knew in their hearts that this was a chance to change their destiny. As long as they mastered this knowledge, when the new store opened, they would be able to be on their own, earn a lot of money, and live the good life they had dreamed of. Therefore, they study extraordinarily seriously. When they encounter problems they don't understand, they can't wait to raise their hands and ask questions. Tanjai also always patiently answer and teach. As time passes day by day, the decoration of the new store is nearing completion. The spacious and bright hall, staggered partitions, comfortable seats, none of them make people's eyes brighten up. Looking at the soon-to-be decorated new store, Tanjai's heart was full of excitement. Nowadays, the legendary game has become the gold standard of the internet cafe, attracting a large number of players to come in every day. The number of people online remains high, and the rolling wealth comes with it. The business of the internet cafe is even more prosperous, a branch such as bamboo shoots like in Jiangxing all over the routes. The fame of Jiali Internet Cafe is getting bigger and bigger. This is only the beginning. In addition to continue to expand the size of the internet cafe, you can also carry out a variety of other businesses. Those games that had exploded in the previous life were like a pile of glittering treasures at the moment, waiting for him to dig them up. He planned to introduce these games into the internet cafes a few years in advance. With their charm, they would surely attract more players and earn him untold wealth. Reborn this time, he must make good money so that his family could live a better and richer life. Chapter 66. TV Interview. Tanjai speaks shockingly. Early Monday morning, Tanjai carried his school bag and walked into school. Just after stepping into the school gates, he felt that the gazes around him were all focused on him. Those gazes were filled with curiosity. "Wow, that's Tanjai." A young student from a lower grade with bright eyes pointed at Tanjai and excitedly said to his partner next to him, "I heard that the game he developed is hot. He can make a lot of money in a day." "Yeah, he's also opened a number of internet cafes." Another classmate chimed in, his tone full of envy. "A lot of students in our school have gone to his family's internet cafe to play." As Tanjai walked along, his ears constantly heard his classmates talking about him. But he had long gotten used to such scenes. Just then, the principal walked up to him. When he saw Tanjai, a cordial smile immediately appeared on his face, and he warmly raised his hand in greeting. "Student Tanjai, good morning. How's business at the internet cafe these days? Tanjai smiled politely. Good morning, principal. Business is not bad. Our family internet cafe is opening a new store. How marvelous! A trace of surprise flashed in the principal's eyes. Not only are you good at school, but you're also able to do business so well. The surrounding students, hearing the principal's words, looked at Tanjai with a little more reverence in their eyes. Even the principal praised him so much. Tanjai is too powerful. A classmate couldn't help but whisper. Tanjai had just walked into the classroom when he was surrounded by his classmates. Tanjai, tell us quickly, is it hard to develop games? Yeah. And the new game at your family's internet cafe, is it particularly fun? Another classmate also came over to ask. Tanjai looked at his classmate's enthusiasm and smiled. Developing games is indeed a bit difficult, but it's not impossible to do. As for the new game, wait for the opening of the new store in the internet cafe. We'll all know when we go and play it. Wow, so much to look forward to. Tanjai, you're our idol. In the future, if we encounter problems with our studies or anything else, can we ask you for help? A classmate asked with anticipation. Tanjai nodded without hesitation. Of course we can. We're all classmates. So if you have any problems, just say so. The classmates cheered happily as they heard this. The admiration for Tanjai grew a few more points. Classroom. The math teacher was standing on the podium, explaining a complicated math problem. Does everyone understand this problem? Who is going to give me the solution? The math teacher's gaze swept around the classroom and finally landed on Tanjai. Tanjai, you try? Tanjai stood up unhurriedly, organized. Teacher, for this question, you can solve it by setting up the unknowns, using the known conditions to list the equation, and then by shifting the terms and simplifying. His voice was clear and loud. The students on the stage listened and nodded frequently. Very good. The math teacher smiled with satisfaction, his eyes full of praise. Tanjai, your thoughts are clear and your answer is completely correct. The classmates, one after another, turned their envious gazes towards Tanjai and whispered, Tanjai is too good too. He has to be busy with the business of the internet cafe again, and he still studies so well. Yeah, I'm exhausted just from doing my homework every day, and he still managed to get high scores on the quizzes. He's practically a genius. Just then, the classroom door was suddenly knocked on. The principal walked in with a full smile on his face. Seeing this, the math teacher hurriedly asked, Principal, what's the matter? It's like this. The principal looked at Tanjai and said to the math teacher with a smile. A reporter from Jiangchang TV station came to the school and named the student Tanjai for an interview. They heard that not only is student Tanjai a little genius, but his business is also doing well, and they want to do a special report about him. The math teacher raised an eyebrow in surprise as he listened. So that's how it is. Tanjai is truly outstanding and deserves to be publicized and advertised. The principal looked at Tanjai again and asked gently, Student Tanjai, are you willing to be interviewed? Tanjai nodded and said, Principal, I'm willing. The principal smiled with satisfaction and said to the students, Students, this is an honor for our school. Everyone should learn from student Tanjai. Tanjai followed the principal out of the classroom amidst the applause. In the principal's office, the TV reporter carrying the camera was so excited that his face was red and his hands kept rubbing together. His eyes were glued to the doorway, and his mouth muttered from time to time, This kid, he's a real legend. I'd like to see just how powerful he is. The camera assistant next to him also had an expectant look on his face, adjusting the camera and preparing to start shooting at any time. Crunch! The door to the principal's office was slowly pushed open. Tanjai walked in wearing a neat school uniform. His eyes were bright, and he didn't have the slightest bit of nervousness or shyness when facing the camera instead. He smiled graciously and politely greeted the TV staff present. Hello, uncle and auntie. Let you wait for a long time. The reporter's eyes lit up. In his heart, he secretly marveled at this child's calmness and composure. He hurriedly greeted him and said enthusiastically, Hello, Mr. Tanjai. I've finally gotten you here. I'm a reporter from Jiangchang Television. Today we want to do an exclusive interview with you. Don't be nervous, haha. Tanjai smiled and waved his hand. Uncle Wang, I'm not nervous, just ask away. The reporter nodded and gave the camera assistant a wink. The camera assistant immediately turned on the camera, and the lens steadily focused on Tanjai. The TV reporter and the camera assistant, at first, really didn't hold much expectation. After all, Tanjai was just a kid, even if he had some achievements, they thought. It was just that, a child's small fight. The reporter pressed the recorder, a professional smile on his face. But in his heart, he was thinking, hurry up and finish asking a few questions to turn in. Tanjai student, you are so young. You have achieved so much. What are your thoughts on the future? But as soon as Tanjai opened his mouth, the era of the future will be the era of the internet. In this era, those who can't keep up with the situation will be mercilessly eliminated. The reporter and camera assistant instantly froze. Their original casual expressions instantly became serious, and the two of them glanced at each other, their eyes full of unbelief. Before they could catch their breath, Tanjai added impassionedly, I don't want to be abandoned by the times. I want to be the trendsetter of the times. Opening an internet cafe and making games is just my first step. In the future, I'm going to develop all sorts of internet projects. I want my business to stand at the top of Xia, so that the whole world will know how powerful Xia's internet is. Chapter 67 Goose Factory's Response. Legendary Game. Goose Factory Headquarters. Xiao Ma was leaning on a valuable leather chair, a smile on his lips, and across from him, the head of the game development department was wearing 2 dark circles under his eyes that were comparable to a national treasure panda, and his face was haggard. But in his eyes, the glow of excitement was so blazing that it was impossible to ignore. Mr. Ma, this time, the legend we brought, that can definitely be a masterpiece that can make the entire gaming world tremble. On the big screen, the demo screen of Legend unfolded. At first, Xiao Ma was watching with interest, but not a moment later, the smile on his face, as if it had been quick frozen, instantly disappeared without a trace. In its place, there was a tightly furrowed brow. In his eyes, he even revealed a full of scrutiny, an undisguised displeasure. All stop! Xiao Ma slammed the table. The loud sound was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, and everyone present was startled. With a miso, Xiao Ma stood up, pointed his finger straight at the screen, and roared, What the hell are you guys up to? Look at you guys. What's the difference between this thing you've come up with and Legend? Think I'm blind? The person in charge was frightened by this stormy questioning, and his face, which had originally reddened from excitement, now turned a little white. Then a flush of embarrassment welled up again, and he could only smile awkwardly. Like an errant schoolboy, he lowered his head and stared dead at the ground with his eyes. The person in charge didn't dare to meet Xiao Ma's eyes at all and stammered, Ma, please calm your anger first. You don't know, the design of that game of Legend, it's simply heaven-defying. Our team researched it night and day. Each one of us is almost tired of puking blood, and our hair is falling out in big handfuls. But it's just, we can't think of a better setting than it. I was really desperate, so I could only slightly refer to a little reference. Xiao Ma was so angry that he laughed angrily. His laughter was full of mockery. You really dare to say that? This is called a reference? This is outright plagiarism. I've dropped so much money and raised you people to let you copy other people's achievements for me? What are you guys doing? Xiao Ma was so furious that he paced back and forth in the conference room with big steps. Each step was heavy and sharp. It was as if what was under his feet was not a high-grade carpet, but the heads of these idiots. The person in charge was completely flustered, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He pointed at the screen with his hands in a frenzy and said eagerly, Mr. Ma, calm down. Look, although the framework of this game is a bit similar to Legend, we really put a lot of effort into the details and added a lot of new elements. Look here, and here. As he said that, he was on the screen gesturing those so-called changes. Changes? Just these minor changes. Xiao Ma's eyes were like sharp blades, shooting at the person in charge. What are we? Goose Factory. We want innovation, we want to lead the entire game industry into the future. Not to engage in this disgraceful high imitation. Do you know how much trouble this will bring to the company once it's exposed? It will make us the laughingstock of the entire industry. The person in charge's face turned red at being spoken to, and his head was lowered to the ground. It was at this time. The head of the promotion department bravely opened his mouth. He straightened his back slightly and said loudly, Mr. Ma, don't get angry first. Although this game is somewhat similar to Legend, we, Goose Factory, have an advantage that no one else can compare to. We have sufficient resources and we have the largest user base in Xia, so as long as we promote the game properly, even if the game is somewhat similar, we can still rely on our strong promotional capabilities. Push Legend into a hit, surpassing Legend, and becoming the absolute top stream in the market. Saying this, he gazed with certainty and confidence. It was as if he had already seen the scene where legends would explode. When Brother Xiaoma heard this, his face, which was already gloomy, became even more stuck in his throat. The anger in his eyes all of a sudden grew a few more points. He violently turned his head, swept his gaze towards the head of the promotion department, and roared, "What are you talking about? What we at Goose Factory want is to make good games based on strength and innovation, not picking up after someone else's ass." He was so angry that his chest rose and fell violently. Walking back and forth for a few steps, then stopping, he gritted his teeth and said, "I spent so much money, digging around to find the top talents in the industry, and forming such an awesome team. And the result? A legend developed by an 8-year-old can beat us to a standstill. Don't you guys feel ashamed? You guys just don't think about it. Why is it that so many of us are still no match for an 8-year-old child?" Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to say anything. Everyone was clear in their hearts. This time, little brother Ma was truly and completely enraged. Little brother Ma was so angry that his face was red. His hands clenched his fists tightly, as if the next second, he was about to smash everything in front of him to smithereens. He glared fiercely at everyone present, his eyes burning with rage, itching to burn right through these indomitable fellows. "You bunch of mealies," Brother Xiaoma roared. "I spent so much effort and so much money, and I got such a piece of trash in return?" After a while, Brother Xiaoma calmed down a little, but his eyes were still as cold as frost. He knew that right now, even if he fired everyone and re-recruited, it wouldn't solve the problem at hand. This mess was still his to clean up. He gritted his teeth. Could it be that he really wanted to take this cottage and push it to the market? His eyes revealed a hint of unwillingness, but with a few moments of helplessness. "Mr. Ma." The person in charge of the R&D department spoke cautiously. "Why don't we still try it? Maybe it can really work." Xiaoma violently turned his head, his eyes shooting at him like knives. "Try? Do you know what kind of consequences our Goose Factory will face if this is discovered? The reputation will be swept away. How can we still mix in the gaming circle in the future?" "Mr. Ma," the head of the promotion department also hurriedly said, "But we've already invested so much now. If we don't launch it, all our previous efforts will be wasted." Little Ma frowned. This was a big gamble. If it succeeded, it might be able to recoup some of its losses. But if it failed, Goose Factory's reputation would be over. A few days later, a shocking news broke out in the gaming circle. Goose Factory, one of the largest game developers in Xia, was about to launch a completely self-developed online game. This news, it instantly made the entire gaming circle feel like an earthquake. Chapter 68. Love your small skill. How dare you show off? The gaming industry, whether it was bigwigs in the industry or ordinary game enthusiasts, all of them were discussing Goose Factory's upcoming new game. "Have you heard? Goose Factory has gotten a new game." In the pantry of a game company, several employees were gathered around. One of them, a young man wearing glasses, said excitedly, "That's not true. After Legend caught fire, Goose Factory didn't lose a lot of players. The losses were huge. The discerning eye knows. This is to charge that 8-year-old child Tanjai to go. He. Xiaoma that's known to be vindictive. Let's see how much of a storm this new game can create after it goes live." The netizens also exploded. "I've heard that Goose Factory is going to make a big move, and is going to launch a game that goes against Legend. Really? That would be a good show to watch. Legend is so hot right now. Can Goose Factory get back in the game? I think it's up in the air, but Goose Factory is rich and powerful, so maybe it can really crush Legend. Goose Factory's move this time is a bit expected. That Tanjai may be powerful, but Goose Factory isn't a vegetarian either. Yeah, it depends on Xiaoma how he'll maneuver this time. If it succeeds, Goose Factory might be able to regain market dominance, and if it fails, it'll be a joke." For a while, everyone was eagerly waiting for this new game from Goose Factory to go online. Goose Factory. All departments were busy in a tight schedule for the launch of this game, Legend. The head of the promotion department stood at the front and loudly reported to the crowd. "Everyone, this time, we've definitely put in a lot of effort to promote the Legend game. Utilizing Goose Factory's powerful instant messaging software platform, Almost every user receives several game pushes every day. Right now, the entire network has been dominated by our Legends advertisements. After hearing this, the crowd revealed expressions of amazement. This handiwork is too big. Yes, according to this publicity, it's hard not to be hot. At this time, the employee in charge of celebrity endorsement affairs stood up. We spent a lot of money and invited several popular stars to endorse the game. The appeal of these stars in the fan base is super strong. With them standing in, the game's popularity will definitely be able to rise to another level. Xiao Ma, who was sitting on the main seat, finally eased his face a bit and nodded slightly. Not bad, this time, everyone. Give me 12 points. We've spent so much money and gone through so much effort to make Legend a hit. Take the limelight off of Legends and squash it for me. At the same time, the computer screens of netizens were filled with advertisements for Legend. I'll go. There are too many advertisements for this Legend. Once I open the chat software and swipe a web page, it's all over the place. Wow. There are also endorsements from my favorite stars. A star-chasing girl said excitedly. It feels like this game seems quite interesting. I must go play it when the time comes. In an internet cafe, several young people who were surfing the internet were also discussing. Recently, there are advertisements for Legend everywhere. It looks pretty cool. I don't know how it's going to play. Who cares anyway? With a celebrity endorsement and such a big publicity campaign, it definitely won't be bad. We'll know when we try it online. Goose Factory's wave of publicity operations successfully attracted the attention of countless people. In the Jiali internet cafe, the roar of the machines and the shouts of the players were intertwined. But Tanjai was not, in the slightest, affected by this noisy environment. He sat on a chair in the corner of the internet cafe, his eyes focused on the computer screen. The message pushed by Penguin Software just popped up. Tanjai's gaze was instantly drawn over, seeing that overwhelming publicity about the Legend game. Tanjai was first slightly stunned, then the corners of his mouth slowly rose, revealing a smile full of mockery. That smile carried disdain. Sculpting small skills? How dare you show off? He snorted softly. As a traveler, Tanjai was more than familiar with Goose Factory's pissing match. He knew the ruse behind it all too well. It didn't take much thought to realize that Goose Factory must have cottaged his Legend game and was still grandly promoting it as a self-developed game. They are just trying to rely on the strong financial strength and powerful promotion means. They are trying to crush the Legend game. How many times had he seen this kind of drama in his previous life? Those giant companies, relying on the advantage of resources, copying the results of innovators, trying to use the power of capital. Monopolize the market. Tanjai's eyes gradually became sharp. An anger welled up inside, but it was more of a fighting spirit. He sat on a chair in the internet cafe, his eyes glued to the computer screen, the promotional message for the Legend game. The mocking smile on his face became more and more obvious, despite Goose Factory's onslaught. But in his heart, he did not have the slightest fear. Instead, he was still vaguely excited, because he had already long ago thought of a good strategy to deal with it. With this kind of plagiarized tactic, you also want to defeat me? It's simply a fool's errand. Tanjai secretly sneered in his heart. His brain raced. His eyes scanned around the internet cafe, observing every customer. He found that the existing games on the market were almost all designed around the preferences of male players. The attraction for female players was minimal. Most of those girls who came to the internet cafe to surf the net were just chatting and watching movies, and would rarely take the initiative to play games. If we can develop a game that even girls will love to play, the situation will definitely be very different. Tanjai's eyes suddenly lit up. This idea was like a ray of light. It instantly illuminated his thoughts. He knew deep down that the female player group had a huge market potential. Once tapped out, could definitely set off a storm in the gaming industry. Tanjai fell into deep thought. In his mind, the various games he had played in his previous life flashed continuously. After pondering for a moment, his eyes instantly became firm. The goal was firmly locked in place. He was going to take the game, just dance, and move it to this era. That's right. This is it. The music rhythm, dance elements, and social interaction features of Just Dance. Little Ma, you think you can win me by copying? This time, I'll let you taste what it's like to be overtaken. Tanjai's eyes glittered. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, outlining a smile of determination. In his mind, He had already begun to outline the scene of the firestorm that would follow the launch of Strictly Dance. This battle with Goose Factory. He couldn't wait for it to begin. Chapter 69. Legend. The game went online and was cursed. Finally, under the focus of countless eyes, Goose Factory's Legends game officially went live. The news of the game going live just spread out. Countless players couldn't wait to pour into the game interface. However, only less than an hour had passed. New posts were constantly refreshed, and the heat continued to soar. Players looked like they had found a vent, and they all started their trolling mode. Holy! Families who understand. I just entered Legend. Good lord. I thought I had traveled back to Legend. This skill, special effects, playing mechanism, and that monster, it's simply carved out of a mold. Goose Factory, this is too much. The player rhetorically published his post. It was also accompanied by several comparison screenshots. That's right. I've always trusted Goose Factory, thinking that the quality of their products must be guaranteed. But what happened? Isn't this treating us players like monkeys? I even dragged a few of my buddies to play with me, but now I've lost all my face. Whoops, I came to play because of my family's Edu's endorsement, and this is the result. Edu this time really let me too disappointed. I feel that I will never love again. I am directly speechless. This game I do not want to play for a second. Uninstall, uninstall. I don't believe in Goose Factory's bull anymore. At the same time, in an internet cafe, several young people were sitting around. Originally, their faces were still full of smiles, ready to do a big job in Legends. But after just playing for a short while, one of the young men slammed the table and cursed loudly. This is too pitiful. I've been playing for so long, and it feels like I'm playing Legend? Isn't this blatant plagiarism by Goose Factory? The boy next to him was also furious and red in the face. Yeah, I even took the time to specifically download it, and I ended up playing this? I might as well go back and play Legend. At least Legend is fun to play. No, I have to expose them online, so that other players don't fall for it again. The young man said, already opening the forums in preparation for posting. We can't let Goose Factory be so arrogant. We have to let everyone know what this game is like. A few people, you spoke and I spoke, getting angrier and angrier as they spoke. And in Goose Factory's official posting bar, there were even more curses. Goose Factory, is that all you guys have? Plagiarizing other people's games and still have the nerve to take them out and sell them for money? Can't you have some face? Still self-developed games? I think it's just a copycat garbage. A bad comment, constantly refreshing. The bar owner is too busy to delete the post. There were also players who directly left messages under Goose Factory's official microblog. Can you guys do games with some bottom line? Legend and Legend are so similar when we players are blind. I swear, even if there is no game to play in the future, I will never touch Legend. This message instantly gained thousands of likes, and everyone expressed their support below. With more and more curses, the reputation of the Legend game fell by the wayside. Players who were originally expecting it to be a huge hit were all scoffing at it at the moment. The game had just gone online and was caught in an unprecedented crisis of public opinion. Goose Factory. In the brightly lit conference room, looking at the internet, the curses that came from all over the sky. The executives were not too alarmed, but instead seemed to have prepared for it. Brother Ma sat in the main seat with a gloomy face. His eyes, however, were permeated with a fierce energy. He slammed the table and said loudly, "Humph. The reactions of these players are all within our expectations. But it doesn't matter, we still have a backhand." The head of the promotion department hurriedly stood up and said, "Mr. Ma is right. Although we are temporarily at a disadvantage in terms of public opinion, we have strong financial strength and can definitely turn the situation around." At this time, although Goose Factory didn't have the same strong financial strength as it did in the later stages, it also didn't have the omnipotent Nanshan Pizza Hut team. But on the subject of smashing money, it was definitely much stronger than Tanjai, this 8-year-old. That's right. Xiao Ma's eyes were firm as he hammered out, "Let's use our scattergun now. Send out the announcement we've prepared." Soon, an eye-catching announcement suddenly popped up on the official page of the Legend game. There was no need for a point card, no need to recharge to play. The intention was obvious. It was to rely on the free gimmick to completely pull the Legend game off the altar. For a time, the players who were originally still on the major forums, madly spitting on the game, were all attracted to this announcement. What? Legend is actually permanently free? Don't need point cards or recharge to play. A gamer stared at the screen with wide eyes in disbelief. Really? Another gamer, although still a bit hesitant, was also clearly moved. If it's true, then we can try again. After all, it doesn't cost any money. In the internet cafe, several young people who had just been cursing legends. At this moment, they also gathered around and discussed. You guys. This announcement saying it's permanently free seems quite sincere. A player scratched his head. Why don't we go in and play again? Fine, it doesn't cost anything anyway. Big deal. Let's play for a while and quit when we feel bad. In the gamer group, everyone was also enthusiastically discussing the announcement. I think Goose Factory's move is pretty ruthless. Playing for free might attract a large number of players back. Yeah, although plagiarism is annoying, the temptation to play for free is still pretty big. Goose Factory's move successfully made the players' attitudes have some transformation. Some different voices began to emerge from the originally one-sided curses. The legend is free to play. I've already switched over. The legend's little card fee. Playing for a long time is really a bit overwhelming. I am also, although I know that the Goose Factory this move is a bit unorthodox, but the temptation of free is really too big. Play first, if the back does not work, and then change back. At this time, it was only 1998. The point card cost of 50 cents per hour for the legendary game, although not high, is equally not low. Playing the game for a few hours a day, coupled with the internet fee, was not a small amount of expenditure. Goose Factory headquarters. Brother Xiaoma looked at the background data on the growing number of registrants for the legend game. A smug sneer appeared on his face. Humph, fighting with me. An 8-year-old brat is still too young. Little Ma said disdainfully, his eyes filled with arrogance. The head of the promotion department smiled fawningly from the side. Mr. Ma's move is really high. As soon as the free gimmick was put out, those players were like cats that smelled fishy odors. They all ran over. The legendary game's puny card charges. How can they compare to ours? A trace of calculating light flashed in Xiaoma's eyes. Now they all think that they've taken advantage of a big bargain. When they play to the back, they'll know that if they want to play cool, they'll have to obediently charge me money. By then, they have invested their time and energy. Even if they find out that it's a pit, they won't be able to leave easily. Chapter 70. Wang Xiaoya, you've come to a new mission. Jiali Internet Cafe. The pounding of the keyboard was mixed with the noisy talking of the players. But the corner where Tanjai was located seemed to be isolated from this lively scene. Tanjai sat on a chair, his eyes staring straight at the computer screen. On the screen, the promotional images of Legend constantly impacted his vision. It made his face look a little gloomy. At this moment, Tan Huigen gently pushed open the office door, his footsteps placed very lightly. As soon as he saw his son's taut face, he hurriedly took a few quick steps to Tanjai's side and asked with concern, Jai, what's wrong? Look at your face. It's like the bottom of a pot. Isn't it the Goose Factory thing that made you angry like this? There was a lot of noise in the internet cafe these days. Even if Tan Huigen didn't know much about games, he had heard it all. What's more, the Legends game, but his own son came up with a money-making thing. He couldn't help, but he also had to be attentive. Tanjai raised his head. He gritted his teeth and sighed heavily. Dad, Goose Factory is simply shameless this time. The legend they made plays exactly the same as our legend. It's just a change of skin. Upon hearing this, Tan Huigen's already thick eyebrows instantly stood straight up. What? They dare to do this? Is there still a king's law here? In broad daylight, how dare they rob us? He was so angry that he paced back and forth in place, muttering under his breath. We can't just let it go, we have to sue them. Let them know that we are not easy to bully. Tanjai smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly, reaching out and pulling Tan Huigen, signaling him to sit down first. Dad, it's not that simple. This legal environment is not favorable to us right now. The laws regarding intellectual property rights are not perfect at all. It's too difficult to find evidence that can bring them down, let alone win a case. His voice was filled with deep helplessness. And if you think about it, Goose Factory is such a big and wealthy company. A lawsuit is not a matter of overnight. We can't afford to spend with them. How much time and energy will it take to go back and forth? Are we still in business? Tanjai frowned. Goose Factory now, although it did not form, and later made the industry scared of the Nanshan Pizza Hut team. But in terms of financial strength, it was still too much stronger than this doll of his. If the lawsuit Win or not win, not to mention the time cost he cannot afford to drag. Even if, in the end, really won, legend of the heat is also long gone. By then the yellow flowers are cold. Tanhuigan heard Tanjai's words and was so angry that his face turned red and his mouth cursed. This is too bullying. Goose Factory doing this is simply playing a scoundrel. He crossed his arms and walked back and forth in the room several times. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Suddenly stopped and yelled, "Can we just stare and let them ride on our heads? And I can't swallow this breath." Tanjai stood up as he watched his father tremble with anger. He walked over to Tanhuigan and said softly, "Dad, don't worry. I know what's in my heart. We're not soft persimmons to be bullied." His eyes glittered and his tone was decisive. "It's true that it's annoying that Goose Factory copied our game, but we can't be impulsive. We won't be able to take advantage of a hard fight with them now. However, they definitely won't get their way all the time. Dad, just watch and see. I've already thought of a way. Let's let Goose Factory know that plagiarism doesn't end well." He was certain that Xiao Ma had spent so much effort to promote the legendary game. It definitely wouldn't be for a good cause. Moreover, with his understanding of Brother Pony, it was definitely to cheat Krypton. Wait until then. It was the time for the legendary game to turn over. Right now, what he had to do was to open up a new battlefield. Tanjai's voice was full of power and echoed in the room. It also calmed Tanhuigan's originally anxious mood a little. Tanjai walked over to the desk in large strides, turning the chair around with one hand. He reached out and grabbed the phone on the desk with one hand, his fingers darting over the buttons. The string of numbers that had long been familiar to him was quickly pressed by him. Da-da. The sound of the phone connecting was exceptionally clear in the quiet room. Soon, on the other side of the phone, came Wang Xiaoya's vibrant voice. "Hey Jiali, it's you. I was just thinking about you." Wang Xiaoya was very happy after receiving the call. Not only had she earned some money from Tanjai, but she had also used the computers at the Jiali internet cafe to learn code. She had benefited even more from Tanjai's teaching. Although she hadn't graduated yet, there were already a lot of big companies reaching out to her, and her monthly salary was very generous. All of this could not be done without Tanjai's credit. Tanjai's brows were still furrowed. He didn't have the heart to make small talk with her at all, and said in a serious tone, "Xiaoya, I'm looking for you for something urgent. Goose Factory's side has released Legend, and the situation is now unfavorable for us. I need you to do something for me, and this matter can be related to whether or not we can get back in the game." When Wang Xiaoya heard this, she immediately became nervous, but she still immediately said, "What is it?" "Jai, just say it. As long as I can do it, it's definitely no problem." Her tone was firm, full of trust in Tanjai. Tanjai gave a slight beat, then said, "I have a new task here for you. Develop a new game, and I'll pay you $1,000. $1,000? When Wang Xiaoya heard this figure, she directly screamed out in shock. Her eyes instantly widened. To her, this was equivalent to her living expenses for a semester. Before Wang Xiaoya could slow down, Tanjai continued, "The game's code and underlying logic? I'll provide it. You only need to be responsible for the specific execution. The difficulty isn't too great. How about it? Confident to finish it?" Wang Xiaoya was so excited that her voice trembled a little. She clenched her fists and said loudly, "Of course I have confidence. Jia, don't worry. I'll definitely do a good job. Even if there are difficulties, I will overcome them." "All right, then it's a deal," Tanjai said, with a hint of relief in his tone. "After school today, you come to Jiali Internet Cafe to find me. Let's talk in detail face to face." "All right, I'll go over right after school." Wang Xiaoya agreed without hesitation, her voice full of anticipation. After hanging up the phone, Wang Xiaoya was full of joy. She couldn't sit still in the classroom at all, her eyes looking at the clock on the wall from time to time. Hurry up and get out of school. Hurry up and get out of school. Finally, the school bell rang. Wang Xiaoya, like an arrow off the string, carried her school bag and ran all the way to the Jiali Internet Cafe. Once inside the Internet Cafe, Wang Xiaoya saw, at a glance, Tanjai, who had also just gotten out of school. Chapter 71. Power Dance, in the Making. Tanjai dragged Wang Xiaoya. Footsteps hurriedly rushed into the Internet Cafe room. Just as he stepped into the private room, he fiercely waved his hand and shouted with full aura, "Xiaoya! This time, it's a hard battle between life and death. You'll just work on the development in this private room. It's quiet here. No one wants to disturb you. Just focus on getting the job done." Wang Xiaoya looked at Tanjai's serious face, which seemed to be able to wring out water, and her heart was pounding, both excited and nervous. She hurriedly nodded vigorously, her voice rising a few points. "Jai, just put your heart at ease. If I can't do this well, I won't be called Wang Xiaoya." Tanjai pulled his chair over with a swish and sat down on his butt. He leaned forward and stared intently at Wang Xiaoya. The light in his eyes seemed as if it could set people on fire. "Xiaoya, listen up. This time, we're going to come up with a game that will amaze the world, called Power Dance. The purpose of this game's development, that's a world of difference from other games." Wang Xiaoya didn't dare to be distracted, her eyes staring at Tanjai without blinking. Her ears were almost perked up to the sky, afraid of missing a word. Tanjai paused, deliberately selling the story before loudly announcing, "This game is specially designed for female players." "Ah!" Wang Xiaoya's mouth opened wide, shock written all over her face. Female players are as rare as that rare animal. Everyone thinks that girls don't love playing games at all. The corners of Tanjai's mouth lifted, revealing a confident smile. "It's because there are so few that's our chance. If you look at those games on the market now, it's either you hacking and slashing, or all kinds of brain-burning and complicated strategies. Girls will get a headache just by looking at them. But if we can come up with a game that is as beautifully painted as a fantasy fairyland, and the gameplay is especially interesting and suitable for girls to play, what do you think will happen?" Wang Xiaoya froze in place, and various images began to continuously emerge in her mind like a movie. Her eyes grew brighter and brighter as she said excitedly, "Jia, do you mean that such a game will be especially popular with girls?" Tanjai nodded vigorously. "That's for sure. Think about it. A lot of girls watching boys play games so happily. Their hearts have been itching for a long time, but they just haven't stumbled upon a favorite game. As soon as our Strictly Dance goes online, it can definitely set off a superstorm in the group of female players and fire up the place." Wang Xiaoya was completely dumbfounded. She looked at Tanjai dumbfounded, with nothing but admiration in her eyes. "Jai, this idea of yours is too heaven-defying. I seriously doubt that what's in your head isn't the brain of an 8-year-old. How on earth did this brain of yours grow? And how did you manage to come up with such an awesome idea?" Tanjai laughed, stood up, and patted Wang Xiaoya's shoulder vigorously. "Don't get busy being surprised first. The most important thing now is to hurry up and make the game. Let's step up our efforts, work hard, and let those who underestimate us know that we are not to be messed with. Let's let them drop their jaws when the time comes." Without saying a word, Wang Xiaoya rolled up her sleeves and she slammed the table. "If I can't build the framework of this game today, I won't be called Wang." After saying that, she rushed towards the computer, sat down on her butt, and her fingers crackled on the keyboard as she tapped rapidly. Tanjai sat steadily beside her, staring at the screen, his mouth like a series of artillery. "Xiaoya, the logic of the code here can be careful. Don't get divergent splits. And this module, it has to be tightly connected to the interface over there. If something goes wrong, the whole framework will be messed up." While he was talking, he kept reaching out and gesturing. That serious and focused look, where was the shadow of an 8-year-old? Outside the private room, a few players were wandering by, when they suddenly heard this commotion coming from the private room. All of them froze at once. "Did I hear it right? How does this sound? Like the little boss, giving that college girl a lesson." A chubby player next to him also stared wide-eyed. "That's not true. This little boss is only 8 years old. What can he teach college students? Could it be that this little boss is really a hidden super genius? That's just too weird." A group of people stood there. You looked at me, I looked at you, shaking their heads straight with puzzled faces. Time just flew by minute by minute. Wang Xiaoya's entire body was almost attached to the screen, not even blinking her eyes. Dense beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, but she couldn't care less about wiping them off, and her mind was fully focused on the code on the screen. Finally, after a whole night of frantic fighting, Wang Xiaoya, who stood up from the chair, hands pounded fiercely, sore to the point of breaking the waist. The sense of accomplishment on her face was simply overflowing. She shouted at the top of her lungs, "Jia, come over here and look. The basic framework. I've almost built it. Good job, Xiaoya. I knew you could do it." Upon hearing this, Tanjai came over. His eyes quickly swept around the screen and nodded fiercely in satisfaction. This efficiency of yours, it's simply absolute. Next, it's time to design the character model and run the program. This is all hardcore. We still need to work harder. Tanjai was bracing himself, but in reality, he had been up all night. His eyes were bloodshot and as red as a rabbit's eyes. It was as if his entire body had been drained of its essence, emaciated to the point of exhaustion. Exhaustion, wave after wave, came to him. Tanjai couldn't help himself and let out a super large yawn that brought tears to his eyes. He raised his hand and rubbed his sore eyes vigorously, and with a strong tiredness in his voice, he said to Wang Xiaoya, "Xiaoya, go back and get some rest first. You haven't closed your eyes all night. You're exhausted, right? Don't break your body. The body is the capital of the revolution." He paused and sighed helplessly. "I also have to rush to school. If I don't go, our teacher's temper will eat me alive." Wang Xiaoya looked at Tanjai's tired appearance. Her heart was full of heartache, and she quickly nodded. "Okay, Jiali, you also pay attention to safety on the road. Don't be in a hurry. Find a chance to rest a bit at the school, but don't hold on to it." She clenched her fists and said firmly with her eyes, "When I get enough energy, I'll come back and continue working. This game, we can definitely do well." Tanjai heard this and slightly raised the corners of her mouth. "All right, I believe in you. I'll leave first then." Saying that, he picked up his school bag and walked in the direction of the school. Chapter 72 Goose Factory. Step by step, in a corner of the classroom, the sunlight warmly spread over the desktop. The little lowly, Lilei, was concentrating on following Teacher Wang's thoughts, her mouth whispering math formulas. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Tanjai's head beside her. He slumped directly onto the table, and within a moment, a slight snoring sound came out. "Tanjai!" Lilei's eyes rounded in surprise as she hurriedly reached out and patted Tanjai's shoulder with force. "Wake up! Class is in session." But Tanjai was dead asleep and didn't respond at all. On the podium, Teacher Wang was explaining a complicated math problem. His hand waving the chalk in the air in a torrent, inadvertently raised his eyes, just in time to see the huffing and puffing Tanjai. The smile instantly disappeared, and Mr. Wang was on fire in his heart. Tanjai was usually quite active in his studies. How did he become like this now? Sleeping in class. Is this complacency? Teacher Wang slapped the chalk heavily on the lecture table and took a few steps to the blackboard. Brush, brush, brush. Wrote down an even more difficult extension question, then aggressively walked down the podium to Tanjai's side. With a big hand, he slapped his shoulder hard and shouted, "Tanjai, stand up for me and answer the question." Tanjai was jolted by the slap. Dazedly, he raised his head, sleepy eyes full of confusion, and with an unsleeping dullness. He looked at the blackboard, densely packed with questions, froze for a second, and his eyes instantly focused, like a different person, only to see him quickly pick up the chalk, writing rapidly on the blackboard, solving the problem step by step. In the classroom, the students who were still whispering and waiting to see the joke. All of a sudden, they were all dumbfounded. This is too exaggerated. Just woke up from a nap and you're this fierce. I didn't even understand this question. He actually solved it so quickly. Who would believe it if not a genius? The classmates marveled. The classroom buzzed. Teacher Wang also stared wide-eyed, incredulity written all over his face. His voice unconsciously raised a few points. "Tanjai, how the hell did you do that?" "This question is an extra extension question," I added. "It's even more difficult than the one just now." Tanjai let out a big yawn and rubbed his sore eyes with his hands. He scratched his head in some embarrassment, his voice carrying a strong sense of sleepiness. "Teacher, I'm sorry. I was busy last night and stayed up too late. I'm just too sleepy. But this question, I've studied similar solutions before, so I was a bit inspired when I saw it." Teacher Wang looked Tanjai up and down, still with skepticism in his eyes. But looking at the perfect answer on the blackboard, he had no choice but to wave his hand helplessly. "All right, I'll let you off this time, but in the future, you're not allowed to sleep in class again. Sit down." Lilei's eyes flashed with adoration. She excitedly came over to Tanjai's side and whispered, "Tanjai, you're simply a super god. You'll have to teach me more in the future, so that I can become this powerful as well." Tanjai smiled and nodded. "No problem. I'll take care of it. If there's anything you don't know how to do, feel free to find me. After this fuss, the eyes of the students in the classroom were filled with admiration when they looked at Tanjai. After Tanjai sat back in his seat, he forced himself to endure the drowsiness and tried his best to listen to the lesson. But in his heart, he was still thinking about the game he developed with Wang Xiaoya, thinking about hurrying back from school and continuing to devote himself to game development. Finally, the school bell rang. Tanjai was instantly energized, picked up his school bag, and ran furiously towards Jiali Internet Cafe. Along the way, he kept flashing in his mind all kinds of game data and development ideas. His footsteps did not stop for a moment. Just rushed into the Jiali Internet Cafe, Tanjai on fire to open the computer, check the game data. When he saw the number of people online at the same time of the game legend has soared to 200,000, his face instantly became gloomy. Then he looked at the legend game. The market share was shrinking like it was on a slide. This caused a stabbing pain in Tanjai's heart. Within a month, to get the number of people online at the same time to more than 1 million and permanently free, Tanjai gritted his teeth and fiercely slapped the table. Goose Factory is pushing legend to its death. He looked at the news on the webpage and couldn't help but secretly sigh. It's still good to be rich. Having money allows you to promote like crazy, and you can still play this trick of fishing for big fish with a long line. He clenched his fists. If we want to turn the tide, we can only rely on power dance now. Right at this moment, a crisp shout came from the entrance of the internet cafe. Jiali, Jiali. Tanjai turned his head to look, and it turned out to be Wang Xiaoya running in out of breath. Xiaoya, you're finally here. Tanjai greeted her and smoothly took a bottle of soda from the ice chest and handed it to her. Quick! Let's go to the private room and get on with it. The two came to the private room. Tanjai closed the door with a bang and pulled Wang Xiaoya to sit in front of the computer. Xiaoya, the situation is urgent now. We must step up our efforts. Tanjai's eyes were firm, as if they were burning with a flame. Wang Xiaoya nodded her head vigorously, opened the soda and took a sharp gulp, wiped her mouth and said, Jiali, don't worry. I've long been ready. It's just a few more all-nighters. I can handle it. In the following days, Tanjai and Wang Xiaoya were like two tireless machines. During the day, Tanjai seized the time to catch up on sleep and recuperate. Once evening came, the two dove headfirst into game development. Xiaoya, the smoothness of this character's movements needs to be optimized a bit more. Otherwise, it will affect the player experience. Tanjai's eyes tightly stared at the screen and opened his mouth. All right, I'll change it right away. Wang Xiaoya's fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard. Her eyes didn't dare to blink more. The rhythm of the music here has to be adjusted as well, to fit in better with the dance movements. No problem. I'll take care of it. Wang Xiaoya didn't lift her head and responded with concentration. For several days in a row, they wasted their sleep and food in the private room. The faces of the two of them became more and more haggard, and their eyes were covered in blood. But they couldn't care less. Finally, the good news came. Wang Xiaoya jumped up excitedly and shouted, Jiali, look! The game environment for Power Dance. It's almost built. It's just waiting for the final test. Tanjai excitedly came over to the screen and scrutinized every detail, looking at the game that had already been developed. A satisfied smile finally appeared on his taut face, and he clenched his fists vigorously. Xiaoya, our efforts have not been in vain. Next, we're waiting for Power Dance, to amaze the audience and catch Goose Factory off guard. Chapter 73. That genius, another new game? Tanjai ran all the way. With a clang sound, he pushed open the door of the room where Tanhuigen was located, and rushed to Tanhuigen with all the wind and fire. Dad, you have to do me a big favor. Tanhuigen was sitting on a chair reading a newspaper, startled by this sudden movement. His hands shook and the newspaper almost fell to the floor. He raised his head and looked at his son's anxious appearance and asked, What's wrong, son? Tanjai took a deep breath and spoke extremely fast. Dad, Power Dance will be online soon. We have to rent another server. We can't delay for a second. You hurry. Call the server provider. The faster the better. Tanhuigen's heart tightened at his son's gesture. But looking at his son's eyes that were so serious that they couldn't be any more serious, how could he dare to hesitate, and immediately stood up. Okay, son. Don't worry. Dad will go and do it right now. Promise not to delay things. After saying that, he couldn't even bother to throw the newspaper. He took a few steps to the phone and quickly dialed. the server provider's number. Over here, Tanhuigan was busy contacting the server. Tanjai, on the other hand, did not stop for a moment, preparing for the next big thing. He picked up the phone and flipped through the contact information of the reporters he had worked with before, calling them one by one. "Hello, Reporter Zhang. This is Tanjai." Tanjai's voice was full of confidence. "You still remember me, right? The last time you gave me an exclusive interview, it was particularly good. And this time I have another news to release. I want to invite you to do a personal interview again." The phone calls went out one after another, not to Tanjai's surprise. Once the reporters heard that it was Tanjai, and that there was big news again about the release of a new game. One by one, they all came to be interested. It didn't take long. The entrance to the Jiali internet cafe was bustling with activity. A group of reporters carrying cameras and holding recorders and notebooks swarmed around. Tanjai stood in the middle of the internet cafe. Looking at the numerous cameras and reporters in front of him, he took a deep breath. He cleared his throat and said loudly, "Dear friends of the media, today, I'm going to make a heavy announcement here. To all of you." His voice was loud and clear, and it carried far in the hall of the internet cafe. As you all know, the games on the market nowadays are filled with images of fighting and killing, violence and gore. Because the audience of these games, most of them are not geared towards girls. Tanjai blinked and trailed off. For a girl to find a favorite game to play, it's harder than climbing up to heaven. This is also too unfair to female players. When the reporters heard this, their eyes widened and they exchanged surprised looks with each other. The eyes were full of incredulity. "So, I've decided to develop a game myself." Tanjai paused and suddenly raised his volume, saying word for word, "A game that is specifically geared towards female players." Boom! The scene instantly looked like it had exploded. Geez, he's only 8 years old, and he's actually come up with a new game? The previous legend, it was already impressive enough, and now this? What kind of monster is this kid? At this moment, a senior reporter squeezed his way to the front, holding a microphone and asked, "Kid Tanjai, you're only 8 years old. How did you come up with the idea of developing such a game?" The corners of Tanjai's mouth rose slightly, smiled, and said, "Because I saw a gap in this market, and I also wanted to do something practical for the majority of female players. I believe that once this game is online, it will definitely be warmly welcomed by everyone." At the same time, in the university girls' dormitory, several girls were gathered in front of the television, their eyes staring at the screen without blinking. Inside, the news of Tanjai was being broadcasted. "Wow, sisters, we've finally made it." A girl was so excited that she directly jumped up from her chair. "In the past, when I wanted to play a game, it was either hit and miss or complicated as hell. There was nothing suitable for us girls. Now there's one that's specifically designed for us. That's right. This Tanjai is too good. He's only 8 years old. How can he understand our girls' hearts so well? He's a genius. I'm a fan." Another girl held her face in her hands, her eyes full of little stars. "I can't help it anymore. As soon as the game is online, we must go to the internet cafe to experience it. Don't stop me. Go, go, go. Maybe by then, we'll even run into Tanjai at the internet cafe. That would be a big win." The girls spoke to each other, and the dormitory was filled with excitement. Soon, the news of Tanjai developing a women's exclusive game spread rapidly through the streets and alleys like it had wings. In the Jiali internet cafe, a group of girls, chattering, clustered at the front desk of the internet cafe. At the head was a girl with a high ponytail. She nervously tugged at the corner of her coat. Her fair face flushed red. Her eyes flashed with anticipation as she plucked up the courage to say to the internet cafe staff, "Hello, is Tanjai here? We've come all the way over here, so we especially want to meet him." The staff member had a professional smile on his face, but he helplessly shook his head and said, "Sorry, little girl. Tanjai recently, for the matter of the new game going online, he's been too busy to keep his feet on the ground, and he's not at the internet cafe at this moment." "Ah!" The girl's face instantly collapsed. Her originally bright eyes dimmed all of a sudden, full of loss. The few girls beside her also revealed expressions of disappointment. But the high ponytail girl was still not willing. She moved forward and eagerly asked, "Then when exactly will he come? Just give us the bottom line. We really can't wait to see him." The staff patiently explained, "I really can't say. His schedule is too full. How about this? You guys leave your contact information. When he arrives at the internet cafe, I will definitely notify you first. I will never break my promise. When the girls heard this, their eyes instantly lit up again, and smiles blossomed back on their faces. The high ponytailed girl said excitedly, "Yes, yes, yes. Thank you so much. You are so nice." With that, she hurriedly pulled out a pen and paper from her bag, and the other girls followed suit. They wrote down their phone numbers with one stroke, and when they finished, they carefully handed the note to the staff. And on the message board in front of the internet cafe, originally only a few words of the blank, at this moment has long been countless notes pasted all over, densely written all kinds of words. Tanjai, who was only 8 years old, was also treated as a confidant by many girls. Every day, many people came to Jiali Internet Cafe specifically, wanting to meet this legendary little genius. Chapter 74. Power Dance Group Goes Online, Female Gamers Boil. The days passed by like a flash. The final testing of Power Dance flew by in an organized manner. Tanjai stared intently at the computer screen, the data that kept jumping, all the indicators, all the way towards the direction of perfection. At this moment, he was full of joy. He really wanted to stand on the street and laugh to the sky, letting the whole world know about his complacency. However, recently, the entrance to the main store of Jiali Internet Cafe. However, it has become a horror zone that Tanjai avoids. Every morning, the sun hadn't completely flooded the streets. A group of young girls, they are all together to guard the door of the Internet Cafe. Their eyes were blazing, staring at the door of the Internet Cafe, as if they were waiting for some superstar to appear. On this day, Tanjai was humming a little song and had just turned the corner. From afar, he saw that group of familiar figures. His smile instantly froze on his face, and his scalp tingled. It's over. It's this group of crazy fans again. Sisters, look, that's Tanjai. A girl with thieving eyes shouted at the top of her voice. The voice was so shrill that it could break through the clouds. It's really him. Charge, sisters. The group of girls were instantly excited, screaming as they rushed madly in Tanjai's direction. That aura was as if they wanted to eat Tanjai, directly alive. Tanjai's face turned pale with fear. Without saying a word, he ran, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Help! Don't chase after me. I'm still a child." His short legs were flying fast, like a scared little rabbit. After a lot of effort, Tanjai finally managed to escape. Tanjai finally managed to get away from the group. He hid in a dimly lit corner, his hands propped up on his knees, panting heavily. The heart was thumping, as if it was about to burst through his chest. If he was 18, he would have welcomed these girls very much. But he was only 8. The feeling of sitting and watching the anglers, envying the fish in vain, he was fully experiencing it. He shook his head helplessly and sighed while gasping for air. There was no way around it. In order to smoothly enter the internet cafe to meet up with Wang Xiaoya and complete the crucial final test of the game, Tanjai could only choose to take the long way around and enter through the hidden back door of the internet cafe. He bent over like a thief, looking left and right, his eyes vigilantly observing the surroundings. After determining that there was no danger, he cautiously felt his way towards the back door. Every step he took, he was on edge, fearing that he would be discovered by those girls again. Phew! Finally almost there. Tanjai nervously wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and accelerated his steps, silently praying in his heart, "Don't make any more mistakes." Just as he walked to the back door, he bumped into the internet cafe staff who had come to work. The staff saw Tanjai's gray and wretched appearance. First, he was stunned. Then he couldn't help but puff a laugh out. "Yo, little boss, what's wrong with you? Why are you acting like you're being chased and coming in through the back door?" Tanjai blankly glanced at him in dismay and said listlessly, "It's not those crazy girls, blocking the doorway every day. I'm almost tossed to death by them. I've been running all this way. I feel like my little life is almost gone." The staff laughed so hard that tears came out of their eyes and said while laughing, "Who made you so hot right now? Those girls all treat you like a big brother, a friend of women, and want to hug and get close to you when they see you." Tanjai sighed helplessly and waved his hand. "There are so many troubles with being famous. No more talk. No more talk. I have to hurry to find Xiaoya. The game test can't be delayed any longer." After saying that, he hurriedly walked into the internet cafe and ran towards Wang Xiaoya's direction. In the private room of the internet cafe, the computer equipment was packed to the brim. The cold light of the screen reflected the faces of Tanjai and Wang Xiaoya. Tiredness was written all over their faces, yet they were permeated with uncontrollable excitement. The clock had silently crossed midnight, and the surroundings were so quiet that only the low humming sound from the computer's mainframe remained. Jiali. Wang Xiaoya suddenly raised her volume. We've finally finished. The gleam in her eyes was even more dazzling than the lights overhead. As soon as the words left her mouth, she could no longer suppress the joy in her heart, and with a jerk, she jumped into Tanjai's arms. Tanjai was knocked stiff by this sudden embrace. His eyes instantly widened, and even his ears became hot. After all, this was Wang Xiaoya's first time, hugging him so actively. That soft touch came from his face, causing his entire body to tense up. Xiaoya, you. Tanjai stammered. His tongue felt like it was tied in knots, not knowing how to speak at all. His hands also hung awkwardly in midair, not knowing where to put them. After a while, Wang Xiaoya looked like she had suddenly come back to her senses. Realizing this hug, it seemed a little too intimate. Her face reddened, and she hurriedly let go of Tanjai, her eyes dodging. Suddenly, as if she had summoned up a great deal of courage, Wang Xiaoya once again reached out and hugged Tanjai tightly. This time, she hugged extra hard and her tone was filled with gratitude. Jiali, I really thank you so much. If it wasn't for you leading me all the way and teaching me so many things, there's no way I could have accomplished such an awesome testing job. And through this, my skills have improved so much, thanks to you. Tanjai was a bit confused by Wang Xiaoya's series of actions. But listening to her sincere words, his heart warmed up. He gently patted Wang Xiaoya's back and said with a smile, Don't say that, Xiaoya. We work together. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to do this alone. This is all our joint effort. The two of them slowly separated, and Tanjai sat back in his chair, his eyes fixed on the eye-catching, test-passed words on the screen. After contemplating for a moment, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes and he said decisively, Xiaoya, I've decided. Set the online time of Strictly Dance for the weekend. Everyone is on vacation during the weekend. There's a lot of time. It will definitely attract more players to play this game. Wang Xiaoya's eyes instantly lit up and her hands kept clapping. When it goes live on the weekend, all those players will definitely flock to it. Our game will definitely be a huge hit. Soon after, the news of Real Dance going live on the weekend set off shockwaves in the player base. The female players, in particular, were simply excited to the extreme. Really? I've been waiting for the stars and the moon, and it's finally going to go live. I've been waiting for this game for so long that my hair is almost gray. That's true. I'm so curious. What's this totally girl-oriented game Tanjai was talking about? I want to go experience it on the weekend now. As soon as this news spread, it immediately caused the excitement of countless female players. They had been looking forward to this game for a long time and were very curious. Was it really as completely girl-oriented as Tanjai had said? Chapter 75 This game. It was simply too much fun. In the midst of the female players gazing in anticipation, time seemed to have deliberately slowed down, but in the end, it came to Saturday. The sky was not yet bright. Tanjai grunted and climbed up from his bed, and after a simple wash, he hurriedly ran towards the Jiali internet cafe. In his heart, he was so excited. After all, today was the big day of the official launch of Strictly Come Dancing. Success or failure was at stake. Tanjai ran all the way to Jiali internet cafe. Not yet to the door, far from seeing the internet cafe outside, surrounded by a group of people in a big way. He panicked, inexplicably accelerated his pace, thought something happened, and so close to see. Good guy, all young girls. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5. Many of them are accompanied by a group, chattering and discussing. Everyone's face is overflowing with excitement and smiles. I've heard that Strictly Dance can be fun. I must experience it today. Yeah. I've been waiting for a long time for today. Tanjai listened to their conversations, his heart bursting with joy. Looks like this period of promotion hasn't been wasted. The results are quite good. At this moment, a sharp-eyed girl spotted Tanjai. Her eyes lit up and she shouted, Look, isn't that Tanjai? It's the little genius who developed Power Dance. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding girls, their gazes were instantly drawn as if they were being attracted. Screaming, they surrounded towards Tanjai in unison, blocking him up. Wow, it's really you. Tanjai, you're amazing. You actually developed such a fun game. There were also a few bold ones that went straight for it, gently touching Tanjai's face for a set of cleansers. Tanjai was a bit overwhelmed by this sudden enthusiasm. His face turned red, wanting to hide but having no place to do so. Don't be like this, everyone, ah. Tanjai stammered with a red face. No, no, no. It's so hard to see you. We have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have been able to play such an anticipated game. A girl with a double ponytail said with a smile. Tanjai was surrounded in the center by a group of passionate girls, only feeling that there were hands reaching out in all directions. His ears were filled with chattering voices, and his head was about to explode. He dodged left and right, desperately dodging. With great difficulty, he was able to squeeze out from the crowd's encirclement in a sorry state. Tanjai jogged all the way to Tan Lunwen's side, propped his hands on his knees and said urgently, "Brother, quickly, hurry and open the door early. There are so many players outside, all waiting with bated breath. If we let them wait too long, something might go wrong." Tan Lunwen looked at Tanjai's grimy appearance. He couldn't help but giggle and laughed out, teasingly saying, "Yo, look at you. You're in such a hurry." Although the mouth said so, the hand action is not ambiguous. Quickly pulled out the key, opened the door of the internet cafe. He stood in the doorway, shouting at the top of his voice, "Ladies, don't squeeze, all in order, ha." The girls who still care about what order, excited to scream repeatedly, "A brain to the internet cafe." Tan Lunwen rushed to the front desk and picked up the megaphone. "Attention, all you pretty young ladies. Our internet cafe has prepared a superb recharge discount in order to celebrate the launch of Just Dance. Charge more and get more. It's absolutely cost-effective." The girls heard this, but instead of immediately paying out money to recharge, they gathered together and discussed in whispers. After a while, a sweet-looking girl stood out and said, "Don't be in a hurry to recharge first. Whether this game is good or not, we don't know yet. Let's experience it first." The other girls nodded in agreement. Tan Lunwen and Tanjai glanced at each other and instead smiled and nodded. Tanjai enthusiastically greeted the girls. "Everyone follow me this way. Turn on the machine first." They brought the girls to the computer and helped them turn on the machine. Tanjai stood next to them, patiently explaining, "Look, everyone. First click on this icon on the screen to register your character. The name can be whatever you want. Use your creativity and make it unique." The girls operated while throwing out all sorts of questions. Tanjai patiently answered them one by one. After registering, you also have to choose a favorite character image, and then you can enter the game. After registering her character, Tanjai walked over to the computer and placed her hands firmly on the keyboard. "Watch it all. The gameplay of this strictly dance. That's called cool. That's how the game should be played." The words just fell. His two small hands then, on the arrow keys, quickly danced. As he operated, the characters on the screen seemed to be injected with souls. Following the rhythm of the cheerful music, they danced to their heart's content. The movements were as smooth as flowing water, and the various light effects were so cool that people couldn't move their eyes. It was as if the character in the game was the incarnation of Tanjai, shining brightly on the stage. The girls were originally still exchanging words, but they instantly quieted down at this moment. Eyes staring unblinkingly at the screen, countless little stars instantly lit up in their eyes. It was filled with marvel. "Wow, this is too powerful. Tanjai, you're practically a game god. Oh my god. This game is too much fun to watch. I feel like I've fallen in love with it. I want to play it too. I want to play it too." A short-haired girl's face turned red with excitement, unable to hold back her inner excitement any longer. Tanjai smiled and got up to make way for the girl to take over the role. She followed Tanjai's example and her hands were all over the keyboard. But after all, it was her first time with this game. Her movements were clumsy. Either she pressed the wrong arrow keys and made the character make an inexplicable sharp turn, or she couldn't keep up with the rhythm of the music. When others started new dance moves, her character was still standing still, and the character on the screen was falling over like a drunk. All sorts of comical blunders came one after another. But instead of getting angry, the girls were amused by the scene. "Ha ha ha. Look at her character. It's like she's messing around with a rice paddy. Too funny. This is too comical." The short-haired girl herself laughed her ass off, and while laughing, she also said unconvincingly, "Don't laugh, guys. I'm sure I can learn it." Tanjai listened to this uproarious laughter. The big stone hanging in her heart finally fell to the ground. It seemed that this game was really to their liking. A girl wearing glasses raised her head and looked at Tanjai with a sincere tone. "Little boss, this game of yours, it's just too much fun." Chapter 76. Could it be that he really is a genius? Goose Factory Headquarters. Xiao Ma's face was gloomy. Bang! He suddenly slammed the table, a huge sound that exploded in the conference room. It shook the documents on the table and scattered them all over the place with a clatter. His voice carried an uncontrollable anger that stirred back and forth in the conference room. "All of you, tell me what is going on? With my carefully planned plan to imitate a legend, and then splashing money on promotion, I don't believe that I can't up an 8-year-old brat. But now what?" He clenched his teeth tightly, the muscles on his cheeks twitching slightly from the exertion. Veins also rippled on his forehead. At this moment, the marketing manager was like a frightened quail, his head lowered to the ground. In his heart, he kept secretly screaming. Today the scolding seems to be unable to escape. After a long time, he raised his head dolefully. Ma, General Manager, this matter is indeed too unexpected. That Tanjai brat, he's simply not following the norm. Our legends is greatly seizing the market of legends. He's acting as if nothing's wrong. Not a single counter move. Xiao Ma snorted coldly. A cold aura flashed in his eyes as he said viciously, "I think he's just holding back some bad moves." The marketing manager gulped and hesitated, but still continued stiffly, "Mr. Ma, there are worse. In the past few days, we got news. Tanjai has developed another new game." "What did you say?" Xiao Ma looked like he had heard something heavenly, directly standing up from his seat, unbelief written all over his face. Where did he get so much energy from an 8-year-old brat? The marketing manager shivered in fear, hastily raising his hand to wipe the cold sweat that kept popping up on his forehead as he explained in a very fast tone. "Mr. Ma, this game is specifically designed for girls. We want to understand. The painting style is exquisite, the character and scene design is simply stunning, and the operation is particularly simple. The player only needs to press the arrow keys and spacebar on the keyboard, and the character on the screen will be able to dance to the music. So many girls right now, they're obsessed with this game to no end." Brother Xiao Ma's brows were tightly furrowed together, his eyes revealing obvious anxiety. He paced back and forth in the conference room, muttering, "Girl-oriented? This kid really has some skills. Our legend, although it attracted many players by being free, it was also scolded for plagiarism. He's good. He's found another way to play differentiated competition." He suddenly stopped, stared at the marketing manager, and snapped, "This game, what the hell is the reaction to it now?" The marketing manager sighed helplessly, his face filled with bitterness. "Mr. Ma, according to our investigation, this game is literally on fire in the female gamer community, and the word of mouth has soared all the way up. A lot of internet cafes are overcrowded because of this game. Our market share, it's starting to take a serious hit again." Xiao Ma listened to the marketing manager's report, and his already gloomy face was instantly covered in dark clouds. His eyebrows tightly knitted together, as if he could pinch a fly to death. His eyes were full of skepticism, and he coldly grunted, "Is it really as mysterious as you make it out to be? A game geared towards girls. How big a wave can it turn?" Although his mouth said so, but in his heart he was vaguely uneasy. After all, the female player market was a piece of fat meat that he had been salivating over for a long time, dreaming of getting a piece of the pie. Fine beads of sweat appeared on the marketing manager's forehead. He nodded his head busily and said anxiously, "Mr. Ma, how dare I lie to you? You are not seeing the situation on the internet right now. The female players are discussing it with fervor, and the heat of this game hasn't come down. There are so many internet cafes because of this game. The female customers have all multiplied several times over." Brother Xiao Ma fell silent, his face getting uglier and uglier. His heart was in a fury. The female gamer market was like a blue ocean to him. But this blue ocean left him with no way to start. Over the years, he had smashed a large amount of real money, find a bunch of so-called professional team, researching day and night, pondering over and over again, but never found the key to open this market. Now, it was an 8-year-old brat who had gotten there first. How could he swallow this breath? This brat, he really has some skills. Brother Xiao Ma gritted his teeth in anger. "No, I absolutely cannot let him be so complacent. Even if Legend takes Legend's market and eats it up, so what? Now another Strictly Dance has popped up to mess things up. He turned his head fiercely and stared viciously at the head of the game development department, his eyes seeming to be able to spit out fire. In his tone, there was a command that could not be disobeyed. Limit yourselves to, immediately, making a similar game for me. Move swiftly. Don't dawdle. We can't let that Tanjai kid make a name for himself in this area. When the head of the game development department heard this, his face instantly revealed the color of a bitter melon. He helplessly let out a long sigh and said with a bitter face, Mr. Ma, you don't know. This matter really isn't something we're shirking. The surface of Power Dance looks simple, and the code is not complicated. But the inner doorway is deep. Take the music and the fit of the dance moves, the rhythm is grasped just right, and the players operate with a special feeling. And the feedback design of the player's operation, the player presses a key, the character's response is both timely and natural. If we can't understand these core designs, the game we make will definitely be unlike anything else, and we'll be even more humiliated. Xiao Ma's face turned green with anger when he heard this. With veins rippling on his forehead, he pointed at the nose of the head of the development department and roared loudly, I don't care what doorways or not. This is a death order. No matter what methods you use, you have to come up with a game as soon as possible that can go against Power Dance. If you can't do it, you'll all have to pack up and leave. You've been in this industry for 7 or 8 years, and you're telling me that you can't understand a game made by an 8-year-old? What's the use of me raising this group of you? The head of the development department was bitter in his heart. He helplessly lowered his head, not daring to talk back, and could only whisper, Mr. Ma, we'll definitely do our best, but this really isn't something that can be accomplished in a short period of time. You give us some more time. Little Ma was instantly shocked after hearing this. The strength of the person in charge, he is no longer clear if a time to prevaricate, it may be that the other party really has some strength. But being scolded by him, he still had this appearance of being unable to do anything. That would mean that the opponent was truly incapable of being defeated. Could it be that this Tanjai was really a genius? Chapter 77. Yang Xiaoyun. Fallen. Half a month passed like a white horse, in the blink of an eye. The fervor that Power Dance had created in Jiangxing had already surged to its peak. Unsurprisingly, it has become the choice of many girls in their spare time. Inside the Jiali internet cafe, the scene is simply lively to the extreme, crackling the sound of the keyboard, with a dense drumbeat, as if shocked people's eardrums are almost numb. At the same time, the girls' cheers of excitement to the point of breaking the sound, as well as the chagrined sighs due to their mistakes, also came in waves after waves. Wahahaha. Sisters, my streak of P counts this time has directly broken through the heavens. I'm practically the queen of Strictly Come Dancing. A girl with a high ponytail was on the verge of jumping out of her chair. Damn it. It's so hard to keep up with this crap rhythm. I screwed up again. The short-haired girl next to her was so angry that she slapped her keyboard hard. Pa! There was a crunching sound. The keyboard almost fell apart as she slapped it, her face full of resentment. Tanjai stuck his hands in his pockets and skipped around the internet cafe with a cozy face. His eyes swept over the scene that was so lively that it was about to get out of control, and he couldn't help but cast a little aspersion in his heart. Hey, in his previous life, he had always heard people say that internet cafe owners were afraid of power dance players. He was still half believing. Today, with his own eyes, good guy, it is really so. On this keyboard knocking hard, cannot cost well, are fast catching up with the demolition team to demolish the house. He helplessly skimmed his mouth. A bitter smile with flirtation appeared on his face. At this time, the network administrator ran over in a hurry, crying. His voice was with a sobbing tone. Boss Na, our keyboard loss speed is too horrible. It's only been a few days. We've replaced several batches of new keyboards. If it continues like this, we won't be able to carry the cost. Tanjai was full of unconcern, waved his hand and said with great pride, Don't worry about that keyboard money. Take a look at what this internet cafe is like now, because of Just Dance. The popularity is about to explode, and it's more than doubled. By the money earned back by this game, by keyboards that have to be pulled by the truck, can make this cost back in minutes and still 10 times, 100 times to earn. The network administrator heard, eyes instantly glaring round, a pat on the head, suddenly realized, hey, really? Now every day to our internet cafe, play Dance Dance Girls, a great number of. This business. The fire is fast no side. Xiao Yun, a female customer with a double ponytail, full of excitement, yelled at young Xiao Yun at the front desk. Just Dance is super fun. Come and try it out. You'll regret it if you don't play it. Her eyes were full of obsession with the game. Young Xiao Yun was originally at the front desk, fiddling with objects in boredom. Being provoked by this enthusiasm, she thought to herself, everyone is playing so vigorously. I'll go and experience it as well. There might really be a surprise. After a little hesitation, she got up and walked towards the idle computer next to the front desk. At first, Yang Xiaoyun's operation was raw and awkward. The character's movements on the screen looked very funny. But within a few games, she was captivated by the game. Wow! This game is too interesting. The operation and music are a perfect match. Yang Xiaoyun was so excited that her eyes were glowing, and she couldn't help but exclaim loudly, her voice standing out even in the noisy internet cafe. Playing this, Yang Xiaoyun completely fell into it, completely forgetting that she was a receptionist. Her eyes were glued to the screen, her fingers were tapping frantically on the keyboard, and her mouth was still chanting, hurry up, keep up with the rhythm. I want to get a super high score. Please help me renew the fee. Waiting for half a day. A male customer, standing at the front desk, frowned. But Yang Xiaoyun was playing high, oblivious to the customer's shouts. Yang Xiaoyun. Tanjai happened to pass by and saw this scene. He instantly frowned, helplessness and speechlessness written all over his face. His voice wasn't particularly loud, but in this noisy environment, it was still clearly transmitted into Yang Xiaoyun's ears. Yang Xiaoyun was violently startled and her entire body froze in place. She stood up in a panic, her eyes dodging as she stammered, Jiali. I just played for a little while, really, I didn't do it on purpose. Her voice carried an obvious heartiness. Tanjai sighed helplessly and smiled bitterly. A little while? The front desk is a mess. You have to be punished this time, deduct $50, grow a pair. There was reproach in his tone, but it was more of a helplessness. Yang Xiaoyun heard that money would be deducted. She looked at Tanjai pitifully and went forward to gently pull on Tanjai's coat corner with a fake crying voice. Jia, I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Just spare me this time. I definitely won't do it again in the future. This time I was really mesmerized by the game. Yang Xiaoyun's eyes were reddened, and her big watery eyes were filled with aggrieved tears. It was as if they were going to come out in the next second. At this moment, she was tightly tugging at the corner of Tanjai's coat, making people look at her with pity. Tanjai hadn't intended to really punish Yang Xiaoyun. He just wanted to teach her a lesson. Seeing Yang Xiaoyun in this state, his heart softened and he rolled his eyes helplessly. Deliberately raising his volume, he pretended to growl with a look of impatience. All right, don't be a crybaby. I'll spare you this time. If you dare to commit another offense, I'll really be impolite. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoyun's eyes, which were originally dull, instantly erupted with radiant light. The gloom on his face swept away. In its place, there was a smile as bright as the sun, and the pitiful look from earlier disappeared cleanly. But she was greedy and her eyes dripped. Like a cunning little fox, carefully came to Tanjai's front and said curtly, Jia, do you see that at night when the guests stay up all night, the internet cafe basically has nothing to do? I'll just play secretly for a little while. Okay? He said, also folded his hands and bowed to Tanjai. His eyes were full of anticipation. When Tanjai heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared wide-eyed and looked at Yang Xiaoyun incredulously. You're playing the game or playing Bewitched? Okay. Just the night guests overnight that will. You must not give me a whole what moth. Stop at the right time, understand? Yang Xiaoyun was so excited that she jumped up directly, cheering with her voice. Jiali, you are simply my savior, the best person in the world. I promise, absolutely no delay in work. Just play for a little while. After saying that, she also playfully poked her tongue out at Tanjai and made a face, then bounced and ran back to the front desk. From then on, almost every day, Yang Xiaoyun wore 2 large dark circles under her eyes. Like a new breed of panda. Chapter 78, Terrifying Money-Sucking Machine. In the game world of Just Dance, it was called a sea of people. It was so lively that it was about to burst the servers. The number of people online at the same time in the game doubled upwards. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed the 200,000 mark. Compared to Legends, which was so popular before, the game did not lose out in the slightest, and even had a hidden tendency to surpass it. My goodness! Why is this game so crowded? I feel like I'm being squeezed into a piece of paper in the game lobby. A player with the screen name, Mo Girl Loves to Dance. She maneuvered her character through the dense crowd, moving with difficulty while typing frantically in the chat channel. Between the lines, the words were filled with shock. I've played so many games, but I've never seen such a lively one. The Power Dancers is simply too awesome. That's right. Another player immediately followed with a message and sent several excited emoticons. However, I see that our initial character, although it has a good foundation, is a bit too plain. Mo Girl Loves to Dance sent another message, accompanied by an emoji of a grimace. It's just like going out without makeup. It's not eye-catching at all, and everyone's exactly the same. Right. I was just about to spit it out too. When it was too late, the two players, almost simultaneously, quickly clicked into the game mall. This time, they went in. The sight in front of them made them instantly widen their eyes. I drop a good boy. Where is this mall? Is clearly a fairy's magic closet. These fashions and props are too heavenly. I've never seen such a game mall. Is too exaggerated. Before saying that this game is designed for girls, I still do not believe. See here, I have to believe it. Who can top this? The two were so excited that their fingers were frantically clicking on the mouse to refresh, and their mouths kept chanting. On the screen, various styles of fashions dazzled the eyes. There were cute to the point of excitement tutus, cool street dance suits, and evening dresses that were too elegant to be true. It was simply breathtakingly beautiful. Which is a princess's closet. This is clearly a fairy's treasure trove. Mo Girl Loves to Dance frantically swiped the screen in the chat channel again. I want this pink lace dress, and that tiara with wings. It's practically customized for my character. A perfect match. I want it too. Another player followed suit and swiped the screen, filling it with her kinks and excitement. No. I want each one. How can I choose? I'm in a hurry. For a time, the entire game's chat channel was dominated by the girls' heated discussion of the mall items. Everyone was mesmerized by these exquisite fashions and props. There was only one strong thought in their minds. They had to dress up their game characters beautifully and become the most beautiful boy in Strictly Come Dancing, so that no one would want to compare to them. In the room at the backstage inside the internet cafe, Tanjai sat steadily in front of the computer, his eyes locked on the screen. The revenue and water flow data from the game mall of Just Dance was jumping wildly at a speed that was fast enough to make people's jaws drop in shock. The figures climbed as if they were about to break through the screen, causing one's heart, involuntarily, to contract violently. Rumble. There was a deafening roar. The webmaster slammed open the door, his face red as if he had just fished out of a steamer, pulling his voice. Boss, look at this mall income. It's unbelievable. The speed at which this number is rising. My eyes are almost blinded. I can't keep up with the rhythm of its jump. Tanjai was unhurried and slowly turned his head. He lifted his chin slightly, the corners of his mouth raised high. A smile so confident that it bordered on arrogance instantly blossomed uncontrollably on his face. He spoke gently. This little battle has scared you like this? What's all the fuss about? The costumes and props that I designed with my own hands, in this era, that's a unique and unrivaled existence. With these alone, can the game not be a hit? After all, Tanjai had been a person for 2 lifetimes and had an advanced grasp of fashion and trends. When designing the costumes and props for Just Dance, Tanjai took those trend-setting elements and concepts of the later generations at his fingertips. In his mind, it was as if there was an inexhaustible treasure trove of ideas. In this era, it was definitely a descending blow. The webmaster listened, scratching his head as he did so. In his voice, there was an obvious tremor full of incredulity. Boss, you're right, but the purchasing power of players, it's too outrageous. But then again, these costumes and props aren't cheap. One is worth several months of my salary. But the girls don't even blink an eye and bite their teeth to recharge and buy them. This spending power, it's also too terrifying. Tanjai nodded heavily, a look of emotion on his face. You're still young. There are many things you don't understand. For girls, beauty was their lifeblood. In order to make their game characters stunningly beautiful and stunning, this amount of money in their eyes is just like a sprinkle of water. After saying that, Tanjai returned his gaze back to the screen, looking at the income figures that were climbing madly, almost breaking through the sky. Even he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, staggering secretly in his heart. In later times, some people joked that a man's spending power is not as good as the family dog. Now it seems that what was said is really true. Girls, on this path of pursuing beauty, that spending power was simply unrivaled. The Legend game, when the number of people online at the same time reached around 200,000, the daily income barely stayed at around 100,000 yuan. This achievement in the gaming world at that time, although not bad but also just moderate. However, no one had expected it. When the number of people online at the same time of Just Dance also came to the 200,000 mark. Its one-day income directly soared to a horrifying $200,000. This figure, which was exactly twice that of Legend, was simply mind-boggling. Tanjai stared intently at the background data, his heart beating furiously. His eyes were filled with shock. This power dance, which was an ordinary game, was clearly a super terrifying money-sucking machine. The constant influx of funds simply couldn't be stopped. According to the current crazy rhythm, it will continue. It wouldn't take long for the daily revenue of Dance Dance to break through the sky and reach an unprecedented figure. Tanjai couldn't help but begin to think of a day in the future when he would have a huge fortune and stand at the top of the Summer Kingdom. Chapter 79. Little Loli, also playing Strictly Come Dancing? Tanjai was happily thinking about the future. At this moment, a light footstep came from the doorway. He subconsciously and casually raised his eyes to look, only to see a pair of mothers and daughters, who were walking towards him in a slim manner. The mother looked to be about 35 or 36 years old, and although age had left faint traces on her face, it did not in any way detract from her gracefulness. She had a graceful figure and elegant temperament. Every step she took carried the flavor of a mature woman. Then look at the little girl beside her, wearing a snow-white dress, the hem of the skirt gently swinging with the pace, like a small white flower in full bloom. Her hair was tied into two ponytails in a well-behaved manner, and when she bounced, the tips of her hair swayed along with her. White socks wrapped around the calves, which were snow-white and tender, like freshly shelled bamboo shoots. Tanjai stared at them. Yo-ho-ho! This little girl was his classmate, the little lowly Lilei. When Lilei saw Tanjai, her eyes instantly lit up like two stars, and her face turned red with excitement. While waving her little hands, she shouted at the top of her voice, "Tanjai! Tanjai!" Saying that, like a happy little rabbit, she jumped in front of Tanjai and handed over a $10 bill clutched in her hand, saying crisply, "Tanjai, I want to go on the internet for 2 hours." Tanjai took the money and asked suspiciously, "Lilei, why did you suddenly remember to go online?" Lilei beamed, pulling Tanjai's coat corner and shaking it vigorously, pouting. "I heard others say that Strictly Dance is so much fun. I just want to play it. Mom didn't agree to it at first. I rubbed her the wrong way for a long time before she was willing to bring me here." At this time, Lilei's mother also came over and smiled helplessly. "This child, I couldn't argue with her, so I brought her here to experience it." Tanjai smiled politely and said, "Auntie, welcome." Lilei's mother looked around the internet cafe, looking at the bustling scene inside, and asked curiously, "Young man, is this internet cafe owned by your family?" Tanjai straightened his back and said with a proud face, "Auntie, I own this internet cafe, and I developed Strictly Dance." "What?" Lilei's mother's eyes widened, her face full of incredulity as she looked Tanjai up and down. "This child of yours, he's too powerful. To open an internet cafe at such a young age, and to develop a game, what a hero. I see that in the future. Your future is unlimited." As soon as Lilei heard her mom say this, she immediately helped out loudly from the side. "Mom, you don't even know. Tanjai is in our class. That's a super powerful character. Everyone in our class knows that he's awesome." Tanjai was so flattered by Lilei that he scratched his head in embarrassment and hurriedly responded with a smile. "Auntie, you two can stop praising me. I'm getting embarrassed. It's really all just some small accomplishments, no big deal." Lilei's mother, however, had a serious face and said seriously, "You child, don't be modest. Nowadays, 9 out of 10 children only know how to play, and those who can be like you are simply rare. This is not a small achievement. You have a great future ahead of you." Saying that, she turned her head to look at Lilei. "Lilei, in the future, you have to learn more from Tanjai. don't just know how to play all day long. Hearing this, Li Lei hurriedly nodded her head obediently and responded crisply, I know, Mom. After saying that, she could no longer hold down the eagerness in her heart and pulled Tanjai's arm, shaking it vigorously and pouting. Tanjai, stop chatting and take me to play Strictly Come Dancing. I've long wanted to experience this super fun game. Tanjai looked at the $10 that Li Lei handed over. The corner of his mouth rose slightly as he reached out and gently pushed the money back. At the same time, he took out a bottle of soda from the nearby freezer and handed it over to Li Lei, saying with a smile, Li Lei, take this money, counting today's internet access as my treat for you, and take and drink this soda as well. Li Lei's eyes glared at once. Looking at the soda in Tanjai's hand, she was so excited that her two big eyes narrowed into a slit. With a bright smile on her little face, she happily clapped her hands and said, Wow, Tanjai, you're too good. With that, she took the soda, couldn't wait to unscrew the cap and took a big gulp. People were coming and going around, taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention. Li Lei quickly stood on her tiptoes and sneaked a kiss on Tanjai's face. Then, with a red face, she said in a small but firm voice, Tanjai, I want to marry someone like you when I grow up. Tanjai was a bit overwhelmed by this sudden kiss. Looking at Li Lei, who was not yet as tall as the counter, he secretly sighed. He thought helplessly in his heart, this little girl looks like a beauty indeed, and will definitely be a great beauty in the future. But she is only 8 years old, her mental age is too young. And he has been a man for 2 lifetimes, counting down to almost 40 years old. How can he have other thoughts about her? He was not interested in playing any lowly raising program, but he could only sigh with hope. Li Lei beautifully holding the soda, jumping and running towards the machine side. Not a moment, Li Lei opened the machine, but sitting on the chair in front of the computer. But at this time, looking at the screen on the colorful game interface, she was instantly confused. Small eyebrows tightly wrinkled together, 2 small hands on the keyboard and mouse, carefully gesticulating. A moment of poking here, a moment of clicking there. That kind of operation was so clumsy that one couldn't help but be amused. Tanjai saw this scene from afar. The corners of his mouth unconsciously rose upwards, and he was happy in his heart. This little girl, looking at it, is really a bit of a handful. Thinking so, he took a step and walked over. Li Lei. Tanjai walked over to Li Lei's side, looking at her anxious and clueless appearance. He couldn't help but speak. I see that you're not very good at playing Why don't I give you a demonstration? Li Lei was worried. When she heard Tanjai's words, her eyes instantly lit up. The whole person sat up straight in excitement, nodding desperately like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, Tanjai, you must teach me quickly. I so want to learn it quickly and then go play with others, he said, still looking blearily at Tanjai. Tanjai sat down on the chair and placed his hands on the keyboard, instantly getting into the swing of things. His fingers danced rapidly on the keyboard, as if he was playing a piano piece, with all sorts of complicated operations at his fingertips. The game character on the screen followed his maneuvers, making a series of dazzling, divine dance movements. With the cheerful music, it was simply handsome. Li Lei stared at the screen without blinking, deep envy written all over her face, unable to resist marveling, Wow, Tanjai, you're too good too. If only I could be as good as you. Chapter 80. Power Dancer reaches new heights. Goose Factory's eyes redden. In the blink of an eye, it had been a month since the launch of Power Dance. During this month, it swept through the gaming circle like a storm, especially in the female player group, setting off a wave of frenzy. It became their favorite. Every day when they opened the game's background, the data of the rising number of people online was amazing. At first, everyone had predicted its hotness, but no one expected that its growth momentum is so rapid, repeatedly breaking the record set before. Every time the data was refreshed, the jumping numbers seemed to proclaim the invincible charm of this game. The recharge amount, which was even higher, was constantly pouring in. Tanjai's mouth was grinning up to his ears during this time. Looking at the increasing amount of money in his account, his heart couldn't be happier. To know, before, in order to open an internet cafe and engage in game development, he had gone through a lot of trouble and was also burdened with debt. Now, with these revenues, not only did he pay off Boss Chen's computer payment in advance, there was actually a sizable balance in his account. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the internet cafe, Tanjai looked out at the bustling streets outside, his heart filled with emotion. thinking back to the hard work of starting a business, and then look at today's results. He deeply realized how important it is to find the right market positioning. It was not until he focused his attention on female players and developed Just Dance that he ushered in the spring of his career. He couldn't help but sigh. Only those who can harvest female players can control the world. Meanwhile, Deep City, Goose Factory. Brother Xiaoma was sitting on the main seat, with an aura around him that was so cold that it could freeze the air. His hands tightly clutched the market research report of Power Dance, and the veins on the back of his hands bulged out. His eyes were round, staring at the blinding data on the report. With every line he scanned, the gloom on his face became 1 point thicker. Suddenly, bang! There was a loud bang. Like an enraged lion, Xiaoma violently slammed the report onto the table. The entire person instantly exploded. What the hell is going on with this Strictly Come Dancing? He yelled frantically and furiously at the top of his voice, and his voice shook the eardrums of the crowd with a buzzing, raw pain. The development speed is ridiculously fast. Where's Legend, which we've invested so many resources and gone through so much effort to make? Compared to it, it's like a pool of stinking stagnant water, devoid of life. His chest rose and fell violently, his anger surging and overflowing. Everyone was like frosted eggplants, each with their heads lowered to the ground, not daring to meet Brother Xiaoma's fire-breathing gaze. The head of the game development department even felt as if he was sitting on a hot frying pan, like sitting on a needle. His heart thumped, and he secretly cried out in agony. He could clearly feel that Brother Ma's anger, which was like a substance, was surging madly towards him. Little Brother Ma gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth, asking word by word, "Can we borrow from Strict Dancer again and make a similar game out of it? Just like we did with Legends before?" In that tone, there was a command that could not be disobeyed. It seemed that if the head of the development department dared to say the word no, he would immediately be eaten alive. In the heart of the head of the development department, he was helpless. He knows that Brother Ma has been jealous, overwhelmed by the mind, but he does not dare to disobey. He could only harden his head and carefully open his mouth to say, "Mr. Ma, the production cost and difficulty of this game, Power Dance, is actually not that high." He just wanted to continue explaining down the line. Little Ma then frowned impatiently, his eyes glared, and he loudly interrupted. "Design? Costume props? How hard can that be? Don't give me excuses here." The head of the development department. His heart tightened and he almost shivered in fear as he hurriedly continued. "Mr. Ma, you really don't know. I've been studying it day and night for a long time, and the design of the costumes and props in it are simply too far ahead of the times." The person in charge brought this up, simply screaming in agony. Think about it, take those fashions for example, there are all kinds of styles. Each one of them, it's like they're specially tailored for female players, able to accurately poke at their preferences. I really can't understand even if I think about it. Behind Tanjai, what kind of mysterious master is there that can make such awesome designs? This is the key reason why Strict Dancer exploded. Looking at Xiaoma, who seemed to have taken his words in, the person in charge struck while the iron was hot. If we blindly borrow from it, the game we make will definitely be unorthodox, and at that time, the players' curses will definitely be all over the place. It's even more unfavorable for the company's situation. When Brother Xiaoma heard the words of the head of the development department, not only did he not temper his anger, but he became even more furious. His eyes widened, the muscles on his face twitching slightly due to his anger, and he roared, "Humph, it's just a design. I don't believe I can't handle it. I have the money. I have the money power. There's nothing in this world that money can't solve." In little Brother Ma's eyes, there was a flashing light of madness. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'll definitely be able to find the best designers and design costumes and props that are even higher quality and more appealing than Strictly Dance. At that time, let all those female players obediently run to our game." The words just fell. Little Ma suddenly turned around, pointed his finger straight at the head of the development department, and roared viciously, "Don't you dare emphasize difficulties with me here. Don't give me any more excuses. You just need to lead your team and build the game framework as fast as you can. Leave the rest of the designing to me. If you dare to drop the ball, I'll make you suffer." The head of the development department looked at Xiao Ma's maniacal appearance and was filled with worry. But how could he dare to disobey little brother Ma's orders? He could only helplessly lower his head and whisper, "Mr. Ma, I know. I will complete the game framework as soon as possible. Don't worry." After the head of the development department left the conference room, little Ma couldn't wait to pick up the phone. His eyes flashed with a ferocious light as he muttered nonstop, "Tanjai, just wait for me. This time I'll make sure you taste what happens when you go against me. I'm going to let you know who's the real boss in this gaming circle." After the call was dialed, little Ma said loudly into the microphone, "Listen up. Immediately contact the top design team in the industry for me. No matter how much money you spend, no matter what means you use, bring them here for me. I want to make a game that can completely stomp on Strictly Dance, and it has to be as fast as possible." Chapter 81 Design Team in place. Kneeling for golden tickets. Inside Deep City Airport, crowds of people were gathering, and waves of clamor followed each other. Right at this moment, a team with a powerful aura appeared at the entrance of the passageway. Their pace was neat and tidy. Everyone was dressed in stylish and sophisticated clothing, exuding a kind of elite temperament, and at a glance, they were by no means an ordinary team. This was the top design team in the industry that Brother Ma had spent a lot of money on. Brother Ma had already been at the exit of the airport, eagerly waiting for them, his eyes staring at the direction of the passageway, fearing that he would miss them. Once he saw the design team appear, his originally serious face was instantly filled with smiles, which were so exaggerated that they seemed to be grinning from ear to ear. He quickly rushed over, grabbed the hand of Chen, the head of the design team, and shook it with all his strength. His mouth also kept saying, "Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen. But I'm looking forward to you guys coming here. You've traveled a long way. It's really hard." With that enthusiastic look, people who didn't know better would think that they were long-lost brothers. Chen nodded slightly. The corners of his mouth rose, revealing a polite smile as he responded, "Mr. Ma is polite. It's an honor for our team to receive an invitation from Mr. Ma to work for you." Little Ma took Chen by the shoulders and led him towards the outside of the airport. Along the way, he kept shushing and greeting him with all sorts of polite words, bubbling out like a series of cannons. As we walked, we came to a quiet corner with few people. Xiao Ma's face changed at once. Just now the enthusiasm instantly disappeared without a trace, replaced by a face full of gravity and anxiety. He sighed heavily and said with a sad face, "Mr. Chen, this time I invited you guys here. It's really 100,000 times more urgent. I've got a big problem on my side. In the area of game design, we've run into a super strong opponent, beating us to a standstill." Chen Amin's originally relaxed expression was slightly stunned. Raising his eyebrows, a hint of disbelief flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he said with a hint of flirtation, "Yo, it's not often that you see an opponent that can give Mr. Ma such a headache. I'm curious, which game company is so powerful? Could it be a foreign giant?" Little Ma sighed again, the helplessness on his face becoming more and more obvious. "Mr. Chen, I'm afraid you won't believe it when I say it. This opponent, it's not some big company, but an 8-year-old kid. Just because he developed a game, the costumes and props in it were so beautifully designed that it mesmerized the players, especially the female players. They were almost snatched up by him. Our market share has dropped drastically. If this continues, we'll be in big trouble." "What?" Chen Amin's eyes instantly widened, incredulity written all over his face. "Mr. Ma, don't make fun of me. An 8-year-old child? How is this possible? Aren't 8-year-olds still playing with mud? How is it possible to make a game design that would give even General Manager Ma a headache?" Chen Amin couldn't help but burst out laughing as he spoke. Obviously, he felt that little brother Ma was joking with him. But when he saw that brother Xiao Ma had a serious face, he didn't look like he was joking. Chen Amin put away his smile and said confidently with a bit of disdain in his tone, "Mr. Ma, you also know the strength of our team. In the entire game design industry of Xia, it's a top-notch existence, and we haven't encountered any rivals in so many years. I really can't imagine that there will be someone more professional than us, who can design better costumes and props than us. This is simply heavenly." After saying that, his curiosity was completely piqued, and he approached little Ma eagerly asking, "Mr. Ma, quickly tell me, what is the origin behind this child? Could it be which game bigwig that's behind it?" Little Ma helplessly shook his head, a bitter smile on his face. "I've been looking into it as well, but I haven't been able to figure it out until now. I only know that behind this kid, odds are that there are high-profile people guiding him. Otherwise, with his ability as an 8-year-old, he definitely wouldn't be able to make such a powerful design. Once Qian heard this, he couldn't help but puffed. He laughed out loud. He laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. As he laughed, he waved his hand and said, "Mr. Ma, just put 100 hearts in your mouth. Dealing with this kind of small character. For our team, it's not a piece of cake. In less than a few days, I guarantee to design for you costumes and props that are 100 times better than the other party." The moment Xiao Ma heard this, a bright smile instantly bloomed on his face that was originally clouded with worry, and his eyes lit up. He excitedly held Qian Emin's hand and shook it vigorously. "Mr. Qian, I'm relieved with your words. You don't know, during this period of time, how upset I was by this. I was looking forward to you guys coming to save the day. Let's go. I must treat you all well today." Saying that, Brother Xiao Ma personally led Qian Emin and his team to the most luxurious hotel in Deep City. Once they entered the private room, the gilded decorations, the top-notch tableware, all showed off the luxury. After the crowd had taken their seats, Brother Xiao Ma raised his wine cup and said with a smile on his face, "Mr. Qian, and everyone else, I'm relying on you all this time. I'm looking forward to you all. Giving that opponent who doesn't know how high and mighty he is a hard lesson. Let them know that in this business, we are the boss." Qian Emin, full of pride, picked up his wine glass and drank it all in one go, then heavily placed the glass on the table and said loudly, "Mr. Ma, just put your heart in your stomach. Then the design. Our team is not afraid of anyone within Xia. This time, we will definitely make you satisfied." During the seat, everyone pushed and exchanged cups, and the atmosphere was warm. Xiao Ma kept on toasting the crowd and also urged Qian Emin from time to time. "Mr. Qian, this time you must take this matter to heart, and you must bring out your best skills." Qian Emin responded with a pat on the back every time. "Mr. Ma, you just watch." The guests and hosts enjoyed the meal. Everyone drank a lot of wine. Xiao Ma looked at Qian Emin, who was slightly drunk, and said with a smile, "Mr. Qian, everyone is tired today. Take a good rest first, and then come back to the company tomorrow to talk about this in detail." Qian Emin's eyes were hazy with drunkenness, but he still braced himself and hiccuped, Ma, you can rest assured. I will definitely get this done. Never drop the chain." Looking at Qian Emin's back as he staggered away, a smug smile appeared on Xiao Ma's face, secretly calculating in his heart, "Humph, Tanjai. This time I'll see how you can still jump around. With the help of such a powerful design team, I'll definitely be able to pull off a comeback. Let this little brat of yours be completely defeated." Chapter 82. Which genius handiwork is this? The next day, Tanjai walked into the school, and as soon as he entered the classroom, he felt a blazing gaze glued to him. Without guessing, he knew that it must be the little lowly Lilei. Lilei's eyes were shining brightly, looking at Tanjai as if there were countless little stars hidden in her eyes. Those eyes could almost be stretched. Like a joyful bunny, she bounced and ran to Tanjai's table, pulling out a large bag of snacks from her school bag and piling them in front of Tanjai. "Tanjai, look, I brought a lot of delicious food today, all of which you love to eat. Let's eat together." Tanjai looked at the mountain of snacks on the table and smiled helplessly. Just about to open her mouth, Lilei continued, "Tanjai, I still want to go to your internet cafe to play Just Dance? I had so much fun last time. When are you going to take me again?" Tanjai put away his smile and put on a serious face. "Lilei, you're an elementary school student now. You have to put your studies first. You can't think about playing games all day long. And playing games too much, it's not good for your eyes. When you wear glasses, you won't be pretty." Lilei heard, mouth a skimpy, muttered, "Oops, I know. You're just like my teacher and my parents, always talking about this." Saying that, she even made a face at Tanjai, that playful look making people laugh. Tanjai was amused by her look, but continued, "What I'm saying is for your own good. If you don't study hard, you'll have regrets in the future." Lilei spat out her tongue and nodded her head obediently. All right, I know. I'll listen carefully." After saying that, she returned to her seat with a bounce, sitting upright, her eyes firmly fixed on the blackboard, with a look of listening attentively. Tanjai looked at her back. Smiling, he shook his head and began to get ready for class as well. Goose Factory Headquarters. Qian led his team of designers, striding in with his head held high. The confidence and disdain hanging on his face was so close to being written on his head. "Mr. Ma!" Qian shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing in the empty office. "You've found the right person today. Once our team strikes, we'll make sure that your competitors know what it means to be professional. But before that, I have to see what level that so-called opponent is." As he spoke, he bristled with disdain, his eyes filled with contempt. Just something designed by an 8-year-old. How powerful can it be? Qian raised his volume as if declaring his truth to the world. "I don't believe he can make any big waves. Even if he really does have someone high up behind him, could he still be more powerful than us, the top team of designers in Xia?" Little Ma stood on the side. Although in his heart, he still had palpitations about Tanjai's design. After all, he had already suffered a loss before. But seeing Qian so convinced, that unconvincing energy was tickled again, and a glimmer of hope couldn't help but ignite in his eyes. He hurriedly rushed to his men and shouted, "Quickly, open the game mall of Power Dance and let Mr. Qian take a look." Soon, the page of the game mall slowly unfolded on the large screen. At first, Qian was still holding his arms, that contemptuous smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, ready to mock at any time. But when the page was completely presented, those different styles and beautifully designed costumes and props were reflected in his eyes one by one. His smile instantly froze, like a frozen image. His eyes grew wider and wider, the unique styling and the shining light effects, as if they could make one instantly become the center of attention on stage. The elegant style of the suit, wearing it, it was as if you could walk onto the runway of Paris Fashion Week. Each one of them looks like it came straight from the cover of a fashion magazine. Even in the light effects special effects, as well as posture-flexible game modeling character edition. It's even more stunning than the magazines. How is this possible? Qian voice involuntarily trembled, and that voice was filled with shock. Dense beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. Bean-sized beads of sweat slid down his forehead, flowed across his cheeks, and then continuously trickled down his neck, quickly soaking his expensive collar. He somewhat regretted the big words he had said earlier. The design level of these costumes and props, it was no less than them. What made him feel even more shocked was that the designs of these costumes and props were full of future elements, far beyond the aesthetic ability and level of this era. Qian, who was still high and mighty just now, seemed to have been drained of all his vitality at this moment, and his entire body seemed to have been struck by lightning, frozen on the spot. His eyes were full of unbelief, as if he was possessed, staring dead on at little brother Ma, his lips trembling slightly. "Mr. Ma, which genius handiwork is this? To my death, I can't believe that this would be something that a child could design." Saying that finger looked like it was out of control, poking hard at the screen. "Mr. Ma, take a good look." Qian's emotions grew more and more agitated, and his voice was tinged with a sobbing tone. "This grasp of fashion is simply precise to the extreme. Every design is at the top of the fashion wave, leading the future trend. There's also this understanding of trends that completely breaks the conventional mode of thinking and is full of bold and innovative elements. What's even better is the use of technology, taking a variety of complex techniques and blending them into a perfect blend." As he spoke, he shook his head, his face full of amazement. Even if those veterans who have been in this field for decades, or even a lifetime, exhaust all their experience and talent, they may not be able to achieve such an extreme awe. "Mr. Ma, tell me, how powerful of a person would this have to be to design it?" Little Ma looked at Qian. "Mr. Qian, are you sure you're not mistaken?" Qian swallowed hard. He nodded his head vigorously. His tone was incomparably certain, even with a hint of awe. "Mr. Ma, I've been in this business for so many years. What good things haven't I tasted? But seeing these designs today, I am truly convinced. If this is really designed by a child, then he is definitely a once-in-a-century genius. No, it's too conservative for me to say 100 years. This is a once-in-a-thousand years absolute genius. Mr. Ma, we've met a tough opponent this time." Little Ma stood on the side. As he listened to Qian's gushing exclamations, the shock in his heart was like a tsunami overturning. Originally, he only knew that Tanjai's design level was very high, but he couldn't have imagined it no matter what. Qian, who had always been so arrogant about his own design talent, would actually give such a high rating to Tanjai's design. The other party, was he really an 8-year-old child? Chapter 83 Lu Dance Troupe, Out of the Box. When Brother Xiaoma heard Qian's words, his face instantly became so gloomy that it could drip water. However, he also knew in his heart that this was not the time to get angry. He forced down his anger and said through clenched teeth, "Mr. Qian, I didn't invite you here to hear you say these demoralizing words. Money, it's not a problem at all. As long as you can make a better design than that brat, I definitely won't treat you poorly in terms of compensation. I'll only add more." Qian looked at Xiao Ma's angry look and was helpless in his heart, but still said stiffly, "Mr. Ma, don't be anxious. I will definitely do my best. It's just this design. It's really too hard to break through, but the team and I won't give up." From then on, Qian plunged headlong into his work with his design team. The office was brightly lit. They worked tirelessly, and their desks were filled with all kinds of design drafts and materials. Qian's eyes were bloodshot, staring at the computer screen. Tanjai's design of costumes and props model. His mouth kept chanting, "Where exactly is the difference? How in the world can we surpass it?" The team members were also tired, but did not dare to slack off. Every time they designed a version of the script, they immediately compared it with Tan's model. But after each comparison, everyone was filled with frustration, then silently deleted and started over. The details can't be compared at all. A designer rubbed his temples and said with a tired face, "Yes, the totality and creativity of this design of others is too perfect. We simply can't catch up." Another designer shook his head helplessly. In this way, it was repeated countless times. Qian and the team finally came to Xiao Ma's office helplessly. Qian lowered his head, not daring to look Xiao Ma in the eyes, and said in a low voice, "Mr. Ma, I'm really sorry. We tried our best. Tanjai's design is really impeccable. From the creativity to the details, it's hard to surpass." When Xiao Ma heard this, he immediately stormed out. He roared, "What do you mean by impeccable? What do you mean it's hard to surpass? I spent a lot of money to invite you here so that you can solve problems, not to listen to you say these useless words." Qian was bitter in his heart. He raised his head and looked at the angry Xiao Ma, saying helplessly, "Mr. Ma, we don't want this either. But this design is really too powerful. We're still working on it. You can give us some more time." But even if the design continued, Qian looked at those new drafts and couldn't get enough of them. On the other side, the game development team was busy as hell. After many consecutive days of fighting, the code was finally written. Immediately afterward, the intense testing work began without stopping. The team leader stood in front of the computer, looking at a line of code, scrolling on the screen. The heart is full of celebration. "This time we've learned smartly. We didn't copy that Tanjai kid's code. We relied on our own strength. You guys see, this efficiency is obviously much higher." The team members heard this and smiled with relief. Xiao Ma, on the other hand, was in the office, anxious like an ant on a hot pan. He just couldn't wait any longer and picked up the phone and dialed Qian's number. "Qian, how's the design coming along on your side? The game development side is almost done testing. It's just missing your design." Xiao Ma's voice was filled with anxiety and dissatisfaction. Qian sighed helplessly on the other end of the phone. He looked at the table, the pile of designs that had been changed and changed again, but were never satisfied. His heart couldn't be more depressed. "Mr. Ma, this design really isn't that easy. That Tanjai kid's design is too tricky. We've changed a lot of versions, but it's not ideal." "I don't care," Xiao Ma roared. "You hurry up and come up with something that works. Don't complain to me there. Time waits for no one. If we keep dragging this on, the market will be snatched up by others." Qian gritted his teeth, knowing that he couldn't delay any longer. He looked at a revised design in his hand, and although he still wasn't too satisfied, he could only hand it in. "Mr. Ma, all right, I'll send this version of the design over to you right away. You can take a look at it first." After hanging up the phone, Qian brought the design and grayed out to Little Ma's office. He apprehensively handed the design over and said, "Mr. Ma, this is the best version we've changed so far. Slightly modified on Tanjai's design. See if you can use it." Xiao Ma grabbed the design and quickly flipped through it. Looking at it, his face became increasingly ugly. "This is what you call the best version?" Qian lowered his head, not daring to speak, secretly grumbling in his heart. He knew in his heart that Xiao Ma's anger at this moment was completely justified. But in the face of Tanjai, that near-perfect design, his own team had indeed run out of ideas. Mr. Ma, I have done our best. Qianamin's voice carried a bit of helplessness. Xiao Ma glared angrily at Qianamin and was just about to continue his anger, but he suddenly paused. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Qianamin's team was already at the top level of the Summer Kingdom, and it was almost impossible to find a better one. That's just it. Xiao Ma helplessly waved his hand, his tone filled with disappointment. You guys go out first. Qianamin was like an amnesty and hurriedly took the design with him and left the office in a hurry. After Qianamin left, Xiao Ma sat on his chair with his butt, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He had to admit, a child as young as 8 years old was able to leave the top design team in Xia at their mercy. What was this if not a genius? This child is simply a monster. Little Ma muttered, No, I can't just let him go. If he can be used for me, then wouldn't I be able to walk sideways in the gaming world? Thinking of this, a flicker of thought flashed through Brother Pony's eyes. If I can dig Tanjai into our goose factory, even if the price is a bit higher, this is a gold mine with an unlimited amount of money. Goose Factory Technical Department. The members of the game development team were gathered in front of the server. One by one, their eyes were glued to the screen, their eyes filled with tension. Are they all ready? The team leader shouted. After all, this time's project was a huge pressure for them. Ready. With the head's order, upload. The code and the costumes designed by Qianamin's team, the props data, began to be transferred to the server at a rapid speed. Everyone held their breath and kept their eyes peeled, watching the progress bar move forward little by little. After a few rounds of tense testing, the originally tense atmosphere finally eased a bit. A technician jumped up excitedly and shouted, Boss, the game is running well. All the functions are normal, and there's no problem with the smoothness of the screen. Really? Awesome. The team leader waved his fists excitedly, his face overflowing with the joy of victory. Quickly, report to Mr. Ma immediately. Soon, the news reached Little Ma's office. Little Ma was frowning over the previous design problem, and when he heard the good news, his eyes instantly lit up. Good. That's great. Now that's more like it. He paced back and forth in his office, the excitement on his face growing stronger. Suddenly, he stopped and exclaimed, This game, I'm going to personally give it a name. Let's call it Lu Dance Troupe. The intent of this name was obvious. It was to stiffen up Tanjai's power dance. Immediately afterward, Xiao Ma dialed the head of the marketing department. Hey, listen up. In the game mall, set the price of all the clothing and props in our Lu Dance Troupe at about 80% off the price of Strictly Dance Troupe. Let's use the price war to drag that Tanjai kid down. This time, I must win. Chapter 84. Cursing, Goose Factory confused. Xiao Ma stood in Goose Factory's operation center, staring at the big screen, the backstage data of Lu Dance Troupe. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists, and the staff beside him did not dare to utter a single breath. An oppressive atmosphere filled the entire room. How could this happen? How could this happen? Xiao Ma gritted his teeth and roared, his voice echoing in the empty room, jarring one's eardrums. I've invested so many resources, such a top-notch team. How could this be the result? The head of the marketing department lowered his head and said with trepidation, Mr. Ma, the feedback from the players is that the gameplay of Lu Dance Troupe and Power Dance Troupe are too similar, but the design is far inferior, and the clothing and props look very cottage-like. Shut up. Xiao Ma violently turned his head and viciously glared at him. I spent so much money, and I get this kind of comment? What are you all doing? At this moment, the head of the technical department also stiffly stepped forward. Mr. Ma, we've done the best we can technically, but the players just don't buy it. And now the major forums are full of bad reviews of our game. Saying this, he handed over his laptop. Xiao Ma snatched the laptop and looked at the piercing comments on the screen, his face becoming more and more gloomy. Eastern style? Claptrap? What do these players know? He was so angry that he slammed the laptop hard on the ground, the screen instantly falling apart. Mr. Ma, what should we do now? The head of the marketing department asked cautiously. What can we do? Continue optimizing. Find out the problem for me and redesign it. Little Ma grimaced, his eyes like they were about to spit out fire. deadly staring at those standing in front of him, the head of the game development department, and Chen Imin's team. You guys better give me a reasonable explanation. Xiao Ma slammed the table. Why is it that after spending so much manpower and material resources to make Lu Dance Troupe, the players aren't buying it at all? Is this the result you guys gave me? Chen Imin's forehead was covered in beads of sweat as he shivered and spoke. Mr. Ma. Ma, we really tried our best. During this period of time, the team has been pouncing on the design day and night, but no matter how much it's changed, there's a considerable gap between the level of the design and that of strictly dance. The head of the game development department followed suit, his voice full of helplessness. Mr. Ma, there are also problems on my side. In terms of game operation, we have repeatedly debugged and optimized, but we still can't achieve the silky smooth feel of just dance. Players' feedback that playing our game feels laggy and the experience is extremely poor. Humph. One sentence of trying your best and you want to gloss over it? Xiao Ma snorted coldly, his eyes filled with anger and disappointment. Do you guys know what does this mean? It means that we, who have invested a lot of resources, have all gone down the drain. Not only did we not get our market share back, but we were also made a joke of. Chen Imin gritted his teeth and said stiffly, Mr. Ma, that Tanjai kid's design is too perverted. We're really at our wits' end. Even if we were given more time, it would be hard to make a better design than his. Yes, Mr. Ma. The head of the development department also had a bitter look on his face. We've tried all sorts of ways, but we just can't solve the problem of operational lag. It feels like we're being dead weighted down. Xiao Ma stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, his eyes filled with annoyance. In his hand, he was holding that copy of Lu Dance Troupe, the miserable operation report. What can we do about this? Xiao Ma violently turned around, slammed the report on the conference table, and roared at the crowd in the conference room. All of you give me a solution. The crowd looked at each other. No one dared to speak first. At this time, the marketing manager bravely said, Mr. Ma, right now the reputation of Lu Dance Troupe is too bad. Players are not buying it at all. I'm afraid that if it continues like this, I'm afraid. Of course I know. What else do you need to say? Ponyboy interrupted impatiently. Give up? How could I possibly give up? How much effort has been put into this game? Don't you guys have any idea in your hearts? But, Mr. Ma, if we don't give up and can't find a way to make a profit, our losses will grow. The financial director reminded in a small voice. Little Ma gritted his teeth, a hint of ruthlessness flashing through his eyes. Humph, since players don't come voluntarily, then I'll find a way to make them come. Promotion team. The head of the promotion team immediately stood up and nervously looked at Brother Ma. Mr. Ma, please instruct. Put out a message for me to go. As long as you play the Lu Dance Troupe game, you can receive cash. Set the amount high. First attract the players over. Brother Xiao Ma waved his hand. The head of the promotion team looked embarrassed. Mr. Ma, it's going to cost a lot of money, and even if we attract players, if the game itself is not a good experience, they'll still leave. Just do it if I tell you to. Where is that much nonsense? Money is not a problem. Get the popularity up first, and then slowly figure out how to optimize the game later. Little Ma yelled. Yes, Mr. Ma. We'll get right on it. The head of the promotion team didn't dare to say any more, and hurriedly nodded his head in response, turning around and hurriedly walking out of the conference room. But after this news was spread, the number of people online did not rise at all, and it was already lukewarm. Brother Xiao Ma sat in his office, staring at the computer screen, the background data of Lu Dance Troupe. Beside him stood the head of the promotion team with an apprehensive face. How is the data still like this? Brother Xiao Ma gritted his teeth and squeezed these words out from between his teeth. He glared angrily at the head of promotion in anger and raised his volume. Didn't I ask you guys to put out the message that you can receive cash for playing the game? The number of people online. Why is there still no rise whatsoever? The person in charge of the promotion team shivered and opened his mouth. Mr. Ma. Ma, we've followed your instructions. All kinds of channels are in place to publicize. But the players don't seem to be buying it at all. Not buying the account? What does this mean? They won't even play if they have money to take. Xiao Ma violently stood up and pushed his chair back. He took a few steps to the person in charge, his eyes looking like they were about to spit out fire. The person in charge hurriedly handed over a tablet, which was filled with players, leaving messages on the forums. Mr. Ma, look. This is online, the player's comments. Xiaoma snatched the tablet and quickly browsed through it, his face becoming more and more ugly, only to see similar comments all over the forum. Playing the game is for fun. Earning that small profit might as well go move bricks. This game still wants to rely on money to attract people? It's looking down on us players. Seeing these comments, Xiaoma was silent. He hadn't thought that his best trick, the money ability, had actually lost its effect. Chapter 85 Strange Operation Rolling Yourself? Just as brother Xiaoma was aching because of the failure of Lu dance troupe. At this time in the Jiali internet cafe, Tanjai was sitting at the front desk, leisurely looking at the operational data of Lu dance troupe, a satisfied smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Right at this moment, Wang Xiaoya breezed in with an excited blush on her face. Tanjai! Wang Xiaoya shouted, her voice dripping with uncontrollable excitement. I'll tell you something. I have a few classmates. They also want to follow me to learn programming. What do you think? When Tanjai heard this, his eyes lit up. He hurriedly stood up from his chair and said, Really? That's great. I was worried that you were too busy to do it alone. So this is not just right. Wang Xiaoya looked at Tanjai expectantly. Then are you willing to let them come? Of course I'm willing. I can't wait. Tanjai replied without hesitation. You're like a sleepy pillow. By the way, I'll pay them a salary. $1,000 a month. What do you think? Huh? There's still a salary. Wang Xiaoya opened her mouth wide in surprise. Wouldn't this be too much? Not much, not much. Tanjai waved his hand and said with an atmospheric face. It's a big favor for them to come and help. And as the team leader, your salary will be another $500 more per month. You bring them along well. In this era, a salary of $1,500. In a small place like Jiangchang, it could simply be said to be the ceiling. Wow, Tanjai! Wang Xiaoya's eyes were wide with surprise and excitement. Before Tanjai could react, she wrapped Tanjai into her arms, her hands constantly rubbing Tanjai's face as she chanted. You're also too much, love you. Tanjai's face was deformed by the rubbing, and it was hard to break free, looking helplessly at Wang Xiaoya. All right, hurry up and go bring the people. Got it. Wang Xiaoya playfully saluted, turned around and ran out like a gust of wind. Not long after, a burst of laughter came from the entrance of the internet cafe. Wang Xiaoya walked in with two girls, saying excitedly as she walked, This is it, Tanjai. This is the classmate I told you about. Wang Xiaoya walked over to Tanjai. She pointed to the girl beside her wearing a white sportswear with a ponytail. This is Zhou Yun. The programming is awesome. Zhou Yun smiled somewhat coyly, revealing two cute dimples, and extended her hand to Tanjai. Hello, Tanjai. Please take care of me in the future. Tanjai hastily shook her hand and responded with a smile. Hello. We'll be co-workers from now on. Work together. Wang Xiaoya pointed her finger to another girl wearing a pink dress and black stockings, dressed in a very mature manner, and said with a proud face. This is Zhao Lin. Her skills are superb too. Tanjai looked at it and nodded secretly in his heart. These two not only had outstanding temperament, they were also full of resourcefulness, and were very reliable at first glance. All right, I'll take you too. We'll do a good job here together in the future, Tanjai said with a smile on his face. When Zhou Yun and Zhao Lin heard this, they were first delighted, but then they suddenly reacted. The boss was actually really a child. The two looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. Oh my god. When Wang Xiaoya said that the boss was a child before, I was still half believing it, but I didn't expect it to actually be true. Zhou Yun's eyes widened in surprise. That's right, to be the boss at such a young age, and to be so powerful, it's too unbelievable. Zhao Lin also said, her eyes filled with curiosity. Before Tanjai could speak, Zhou Yun and Zhao Lin surrounded her at once. Zhou Yun reached out her hand and gently pinched Tanjai's face. You're too cute too. So capable at such a young age. Yeah, it feels like a little adult. Zhao Lin followed suit and reached out, rubbing Tanjai's hair. Tanjai was caught off guard by the two's sudden actions and struggled desperately. Hey, you guys, stop it. But his resistance was useless. The two girls simply couldn't stop. Wang Xiaoya watched from the sidelines. Not only did she not help, but instead, she laughed her ass off. Haha. Tanjai, just be obediently bullied. Tanjai simply wanted to cry. How could he not expect that he had just taken in 2 employees and suffered such treatment? You two let go, I'm the boss. Tanjai shouted with a helpless face, trying to get the two to stop. Only then did Zhou Yun and Zhao Lin tighten up a little. But they still couldn't help but laugh and say, "Fine, fine, we won't make a scene, boss." After saying that, the two looked at each other and smiled. Tanjai was simply defeated. In the news studio of the Jiangxing TV station, the host, Li Ming, was sitting in front of the stage, staring intently at the script in his hands, with a serious look and a hint of excitement. "Guide, are you sure you want to broadcast this news? If this news is untrue, our station will be in trouble." Li Ming frowned and asked the guide in the headset. "Broadcast." The guide's voice came from the headset, permeated with complete confidence. "The news is true. The informant said that it was revealed by someone close to Tanjai. This is big news. It'll definitely cause a stir." "Good, I know." Li Ming took a deep breath. He adjusted his state and turned to the camera with a professional smile. "Hello, viewers. Today, this station brings you a piece of explosive news. I believe that everyone is no stranger to the child genius, Tanjai, who developed Strictly Dance, which has taken the city by storm and is loved by players." Li Ming's speed of speech was moderate and his voice was infectious. "And now, according to reliable sources, Tanjai is going to make another big move this time. It's rumored that he's preparing a big production that surpasses his predecessor's work." Meanwhile, in the streets of Jiangxing, newspaper boys were waving the newspapers in their hands and shouting loudly, "Extra, extra. Child genius Tanjai is pushing another big production that's about to rock." Pedestrians stopped in their tracks and paid for the newspapers, wanting to find out what's going on. A few young people sat around, looking at the newspaper while discussing excitedly. "Wow! Tanjai is going to do something big again. Strictly Dance is already hot enough. This big production is not going to be heaven-defying," a young man said excitedly. "Yeah, I'm really curious what kind of game he'll make this time. I can't wait." Deep City, Goose Factory. Little Ma had just walked into his office when his secretary hurried over and handed over a newspaper, looking nervous. "Mr. Ma, look, Tanjai has made a new move." Xiao Ma's face sank as he took the newspaper and quickly skimmed through the content on it, half speechless. He felt that there was something he couldn't understand about Tanjai anymore. Legend and Power Dance were both very hot right now, so why was Tanjai about to develop a new game? Rolling his own? Chapter 86. Why does he have so many ideas? Jiali Internet Cafe. The lights were softly sprinkled on the 3 people. Wang Xiaoya stood in front of the whiteboard, the marker in her hand constantly writing and drawing on the whiteboard, her eyes focused. Zhou Yun and Zhao Lin sat on the chairs, their eyes fixed on the whiteboard. Their ears tried to catch every word Wang Xiaoya said. "Come on, let's look at this code. To realize this function, you don't really need to write it so complicated," Wang Xiaoya said while speaking. While circling the key code on the whiteboard, she explained in detail. "You guys see, with a few simple statements like this, the same effect can be achieved, and it will run even faster." Zhou Yun's eyes went straight as she listened, her mouth slightly open as she couldn't help but marvel. "Wow, Xiaoya, this is also too powerful for you. I didn't even think that it was possible to write code like this before." Zhao Lin also nodded in agreement, her eyes full of admiration. "Yeah, Xiaoya, I've always felt that I'm not bad at programming, but compared to you, it's nothing compared to you." Wang Xiaoya smiled and said with some embarrassment, "This is all taught to me by Tanjai. He's the one who's really good." "Tanjai?" Zhou Yun's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. "He really taught you all this?" "Yeah, although I used to know some programming knowledge, it was all sporadic. It was only after I followed Tanjai's studies that I really got into it," Wang Xiaoya said, her face overflowing with admiration for Tanjai. Zhao Lin was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. "Oh my god. I knew Tanjai was powerful before, but I didn't think he could actually teach you to be so awesome. He's only 8 years old. How on earth did he do it?" "I don't know anyway. Tanjai is just exceptionally awesome," Wang Xiaoya said with a proud look on her face. "The methods he teaches are simple and practical, and when you follow him, you can make progress very quickly." The two of them were still immersed in marveling at Tanjai, and were unable to come back to their senses for a long time. Zhou Yun's face was filled with shock, her voice unconsciously rising. "What are 8-year-olds doing? When we were this age, Weren't we still holding dolls and playing house? Zhao Lin shook her head with a bitter smile and picked up the conversation. Yeah, a normal 8-year-old child would be in 2nd grade at most. But what about Tanjai? He's already the owner of the largest chain of internet cafes in Jiangxing. And he's even made explosive games like Legend and Power Dance. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but stagger. The gap is too big. It feels like we don't live in the same world as him at all. Zhou Yun sighed. To this day, I can't believe that an 8-year-old can be so powerful. Zhao Lin patted Zhou Yun's shoulder and comforted. Don't be discouraged. Let's follow him now and learn well. We might be able to learn a lot of skills as well. That's what I said. But it still feels too unbelievable. Zhou Yun muttered. How on earth did he do it? Could there really be such a thing as a genius? Let's see, he's a genius, Zhao Lin said with certainty, her eyes glittering. And it's still that kind of absolute genius that's 1 in a million. Tanjai had just left with his front foot. Zhao Lin's back foot was like a spring had been installed, bouncing up from her seat in a flash and coming over to Wang Xiaoya's side. With a light shining in her eyes, she gently pulled the corner of Wang Xiaoya's coat. Her voice suppressed extremely low and filled with curiosity. Xiaoya, quickly tell me, what type of game is Tanjai going to produce this time? I'm a die-hard fan of Strictly Come Dancing. I'm so curious about Tanjai's next move. Wang Xiaoya pushed her glasses, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes behind the lenses, purposely pursing her lips, the corners of her mouth rising slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. He, you're really asking the right person. But this matter, it's a super big secret. If it gets out, then the consequences. As she said that, she looked around the room with a fervent vigilance. Her head turned around to make sure no one was eavesdropping. Zhao Lin was tickled to death by Wang Xiaoya's appearance, and was in a hurry. Both hands, tightly grasping Wang Xiaoya's arm, shook it vigorously and pouted. Xiaoya, just don't torture me. Tell me quickly. I swear to God. Promise not to say half a word to anyone. If I say it, I'll never be able to play Strictly Come Dancing again. Wang Xiaoya then nodded with satisfaction, cleared her throat, deliberately paused for a moment to bring the atmosphere to its fullest, then lowered her voice and said word by word. Listen carefully, this time, boss, to make a big production that can shake the entire gaming circle to the ground. Really? Zhao Lin's eyes were wide open, so excited that her voice instantly raised several degrees. She almost didn't control the volume and shouted out. Oh my God! Quickly, don't sell the game. What kind of game is it? Quickly say it. Wang Xiaoya mysteriously brought her head closer to Zhao Lin, and the two of them were close to sticking their heads together. Wang Xiaoya whispered, I also just know a rough idea. This game, is based on the ancient times of our summer country, those myths and legends as a blueprint. Inside the sex, occupations too many to count, or turn-based online game. Oh. Wow! Zhao Lin's eyes lighted up and her hands clenched together. Using ancient myths and legends as the background, and a bunch of sex and professions, this gameplay has to be rich into what kind of I'm so excited just thinking about it. Wang Xiaoya nodded her head vigorously, her face overflowing with excitement that she couldn't hide, her eyes full of anticipation. That's true. The boss is so dedicated to this game. He's been thinking about it and studying it every day. He also let slip that once this game is online, it will definitely leave Legendary and Just Dance far behind. What? Surpass both Legend and Just Dance? Zhao Lin was directly so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth and her jaw was about to drop to the ground. These two games, they're both on fire right now, and the new game can be even better? This is something I simply can't dare to imagine. It feels like a pie in the sky. I couldn't believe it at first either. But think about all the things Tanjai did before. Wang Xiaoya's eyes were firm, filled with trust in Tanjai. Before, he was able to create miracle after miracle, making the internet cafe business a success. And developing such a hot game, this time will definitely be no problem either. He can definitely do it. Hearing Wang Xiaoya's description, Zhou Yun and Zhao Lin were once again shocked. They couldn't figure out why Tanjai had so many ideas. An 8-year-old could be as knowledgeable about the ancient legends of Xia? It was too terrifying. Chapter 87. Fantasy Westward Journey. Early Introduction. School in the classroom. Tanjai was lying on his desk with full concentration, the pencil in his hand, writing and drawing on his workbook without stopping. In his mind, various images of his previous life, fantasy journey to the West, kept surfacing. He wanted to take the game's background and occupational settings and comb through them carefully, to fully prepare for the subsequent development of the game. Just at this moment, the classroom door was pushed open with a squeak. Little lowly Lilei popped in, her face flushed like a ripe apple. In Lilei's hand, she was holding a big, red apple tightly, and her mouth was chanting, "This is an apple from the queen. It looks so delicious. But if I get poisoned after eating it, I wonder if there's a handsome prince who's willing to come and save me?" Tanjai subconsciously raised her head when she heard the voice. Seeing Lilei in this state, he was instantly filled with doubt. He looked Lilei up and down and muttered in his heart, "What's wrong with this little girl? Why is she still cozying up to Snow White? She is Snow White, who is the prince? Couldn't be herself? Then the age difference between Snow White and the prince is a bit big." He ignored Lilei and turned a blind eye to the little Loli's grudging gaze. Jiali Internet Cafe, inside the private room. Zhou Yun bounced up from her seat at once, the excitement shining in her eyes. She raised her arms high, waved with all her strength, and shouted loudly at the top of her voice, "Sisters, we are so awesome, we really did it." This voice shouted so loudly that it broke the tone, causing people's ears to buzz. Zhao Lin and Wang Xiaoya were startled by Zhou Yun's sudden roar, but instantly reacted, and followed with excitement, jumping up from their seats. "Really? That's awesome." Wang Xiaoya was also so excited that her face turned red, and she mumbled, "Goodness, these days of suffering day and night were not in vain after all." Zhou Yun was so excited that she couldn't stop, then shouted, "After us, day and night, no black and white desperation." The game framework of Fantasy Westward Journey can be considered a great success. Saying that, she sat on her butt on the chair next to her. Although she was panting with exhaustion, the smile on her face was incomparably bright. "Yeah, I feel that during this period of time, I'm almost tired as a dead dog. Every day, it's just 2 or 3 hours of sleep, and my eyes are almost going blind," Zhao Lin said with a smile while rubbing her aching shoulders. "But now it seems that everything is worth it." Zhou Yun instantly jumped up from her chair again. "You all don't know how awesome this framework we built is. Those sects and professions inside, with the ancient myths of the Summer Kingdom as the background, it's exciting just to think about it. Those players will go crazy if they play it. Once the game is online, it will definitely be a hit all over the country. No, the whole world. That's right, but we can't take it lightly." Wang Xiaoya pushed her glasses, calmed down a little, and her expression became serious. "Next, there is the most crucial step, the final optimization of the game and testing. This is no joke, these jobs directly determine the quality of the game. Only the boss himself can do the best. Our level is still a big difference compared to the boss." "Huh? We still have to wait for the boss?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Lin frowned slightly, a trace of eagerness flashing through her eyes. "I can hardly wait. I want to see the full game now. Let's see, our heart and soul, what it really looks like in the end." Zhou Yun walked over and patted Zhao Lin's shoulder hard, saying confidently, "Don't be anxious. You still can't trust the boss's ability? The boss is so powerful, with him as the gatekeeper. This game will definitely go from a big fire to a super invincible fire. Let's just wait for it. Witness the birth of a miracle. And that's it." As soon as Tanjai returned to the internet cafe, he went straight to the private room where the game was being tested. His footsteps were hurried, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. "Boss, you're finally here." Zhou Yun was sharp-eyed and saw Tanjai in a flash, excitedly welcoming him. "Yes, boss. We can't wait to show you the results." Zhao Lin and Wang Xiaoya also gathered around. Nervousness and anticipation were written all over their faces. Tanjai didn't bother with pleasantries and directly sat down in front of the computer, his hands quickly tapping on the keyboard to start testing the game. His eyes were focused, not missing a single detail. As the game screen unfolded on the screen, Tanjai's eyes grew brighter and brighter. "Not bad, yeah." Tanjai turned his head to Wang Xiaoya, his eyes full of praise. You taught them really well. This game basically perfectly reproduced the fantasy westward journey of that year. The details were handled quite well." Wang Xiaoya smiled somewhat embarrassedly. "It's all because you taught them well, boss. I just took those methods you taught me and used them. I didn't expect the results to be so good. That's true, boss. Zhou Yun said excitedly from the side. Xiaoya is awesome, leading us to work day and night. So many complicated places. It's all because she came up with ways to solve them. If it wasn't for Xiaoya, we definitely wouldn't have done so well. Tanjai smiled and nodded. All of you guys deserve a lot of credit. Moreover, the efficiency of this combined effort of yours is too high. It's about a week earlier than I expected. Really? Zhou Yun jumped up in excitement. Does that mean our game can be released earlier? That's right. A glint flashed in Tanjai's eyes. This game, it can completely go online ahead of schedule, with the current level of completion and after some final fine-tuning. Could definitely take the game market by storm. Wow! Awesome! Zhao Lin screamed in excitement. I knew we could do it. When the game goes live, those players will definitely be mesmerized by our game. Haha, at that time, we'll just wait to count our money. Zhou Yun laughed out loud, her face filled with a sense of accomplishment. Tanjai couldn't help but smile too as she looked at their excitement. But don't relax, everyone, the next fine-tuning is also important. Let's work harder and make this game an impeccable hit. Good. The three of them responded in unison, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. After uploading the game to the server, Tanjai was prepared to repeat his old trick. That was to publicize himself through the media and incidentally promote his game. As long as his persona as an 8-year-old genius didn't collapse, then this trick could be used for many years. Not only did it work well, it also saved money. It was just right for a situation like his, where he had just started out and didn't have big funds. Chapter 88. How is he so strong? Jiali Internet Cafe. Zhangcheng major media reporters holding a camera, holding a microphone. Tanjai blocked it tightly. Tanjai stood in the center, his small body straight. On his face was the kind of smile that made him confident to the bone. It was as if being pointed at by so many cameras was a common occurrence. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, Tanjai shouted at the top of his voice. The voice was crisp and loud. It instantly drew everyone's attention. Over. I've called you all here today because I have a super heavy news to announce. He deliberately paused for a moment, whetting everyone's appetite. I, Tanjai, have developed a brand new game called Fantasy Westward Journey. Tanjai said loudly, his face beaming with pride. The moment these words left his mouth, the reporters exchanged words. Buzzing murmurs were endless, and on everyone's face, surprise was written all over. In Tanjai's eyes, there was a flash of excitement. Then he said loudly, I dare to pat myself on the back and guarantee that the playability and fun of this Fantasy Westward Journey is far too much stronger than the Legends and Strictly Come Dancing that I did before. What? It's even better than Legend and Just Dance? A young reporter directly stared wide-eyed, his face full of disbelief. The microphone was almost unsteady. Boss Tan, the way you say this, aren't you exaggerating? Legend and Power Dance. Those are games that have set the streets on fire. Can the new game really do that? A reporter frowned, his tone filled with skepticism. The corners of Tanjai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile, not taking everyone's skepticism seriously at all. Of course it's true. Legend and Power Dance are indeed very successful, but Fantasy Westward Journey is a work that I put more thought into. It uses our summer country, ancient mythology as its background, creating a super huge, super rich game world. There are so many sects and professions in it that you can't even count them. And the gameplay is so exciting that you've never seen it before. It's beyond your imagination. The reporters looked at me and I looked at you, although in their hearts they still didn't quite believe it. But Tanjai's firm tone and confident demeanor again made them unable to help themselves. Curious about this new game. Boss Tan, don't sell us short. Tell us in detail, how exactly does this game work? An acute reporter couldn't help but urge. Tanjai's eyes rolled, flashing a hint of cunning. The specific way to play? I can't say yet. I have to leave a bit of mystery for everyone. When the time comes, you guys will personally experience it, and you'll know if what I'm saying is true. I believe that Fantasy Westward Journey will definitely not let you all down, and will only bring you unexpected surprises. Goose Factory Headquarters. Little Ma sat at the head of the conference table. The person in charge of the game promotion department stood at the side, his head lowered, his voice trembling as he reported. Mr. Ma, this time, Tanjai has made a new move. He's developed a new game called Fantasy Westward Journey, which has recently gotten a lot of exposure in the media, and everyone is buzzing about it. On our side. Enough! Xiao Ma was so angry that he stood up, his eyes blazing with fire. Tanjai, what the hell does he want? Going ahead of us every time, developing games that are still so popular. The person in charge shivered in fear and hurriedly explained. Mr. Ma, this time, his means of publicity, it's the same old thing, just a media interview, but the effect is surprisingly good. We spent a lot of money to do publicity and promotion, but it's far better than him. It's so infuriating. Xiao Ma was so angry that he paced back and forth, his mouth constantly chanting. He doesn't have to do anything, and he can easily gain a lot of attention. We've dropped so much money, but we've gotten very little results. Those media, what's going on? Why are they just staring at him? Mr. Ma, why don't we increase our publicity? Find a few more traffic stars to endorse. The person in charge cautiously proposed. Little Ma glared at him fiercely. Increase the publicity? My money, did it come from the wind? I've invested so much before and it's all gone down the drain. If it continues like this, the company is going to be dragged down. The person in charge said worriedly. But Mr. Ma, if Tanjai's new game catches fire, the impact on our market share will definitely not be small. Little Ma gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. I just don't believe it. He, Tanjai, can always be so smooth. Isn't it just a new game? We have our own trump card too. Pay close attention to his movements for me, and see what's so great about his fantasy westward journey. Let's see what we can do. Xiao Ma's face was full of anger. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness as he stared viciously at the head of the promotion department, word by word. Listen up. That Tanjai kid's fantasy westward journey. Once it officially goes live, you must notify me first. Even if it's the middle of the night, you have to wake me up. The person in charge was so intimidated by Xiao Ma's aura that he nodded his head in a hurry. Mr. Ma, don't worry. I'll do as I'm told. As long as there is a movement in Fantasy Westward Journey, I will immediately report back to you. Little Ma clasped his hands on his chest and muttered non-stop. An 8-year-old brat, can he still turn over the sky? I let him take the limelight before. This time, I definitely won't let him have his way. I'd like to see if this time, he can still create a miracle like before. He stopped violently, a hint of gloom flashing in his eyes. If this game really is any threat, we'll find a way to suppress it. Absolutely not. Let him continue to be so arrogant. The person in charge's heart tightened, not daring to ask more questions. He could only respond. Yes, 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 you are wise, Mr. Ma. A few days later, the head of the promotion department, the phone in his office suddenly rang. He rushed over with an arrow step and picked up the phone. Not bothering to organize his clothes, he jogged all the way and rushed towards Brother Ma's office, not even bothering to knock on the door and rushed straight in. Mr. Ma, it's no good. Tanjai's Fantasy Westward Journey is officially online. The head of the promotion department, shivering, placed the laptop in front of Little Ma. On the screen, it was the game screen of Fantasy Westward Journey. Mr. Ma, look at. The person in charge's voice was trembling, carefully, observing Xiao Ma's face. Brother Ma frowned, his eyes staring straight at the screen. At first, he carried a few moments of disdain. But as the game screen switched, his eyes gradually changed. That beautiful character design, dazzling special effects, and that grand story background. Little Ma's face became increasingly ugly. Finally, he sighed heavily. He had always thought that he was just an unrivaled talent. But compared to Tanjai, not even close. He couldn't help but mutter darkly. This Tanjai fellow, how could he be so strong? Chapter 89. Fantasy Westward Journey goes online. Players go crazy. On the day that Fantasy Westward Journey went live, outside the Jiali internet cafe, the night color hadn't completely faded, and in the ink blue sky, the stars were twinkling. But the entrance to the internet cafe, has long been crowded. A long queue, which could not be seen to the end, snaked alongside the street. Brother, look at you, you're also here for Fantasy Westward Journey, right? When the player heard this, his eyes instantly lit up and he nodded vigorously, saying excitedly, that's not true. I'm a big fan of Tanjai. I've played his previous games legendary and just danced to perfection, and the gaming experience is simply amazing. I've been waiting for Fantasy Westward Journey for a long time. I can't miss it. Me too. Another player excitedly said, I've heard about the background of this game. It's so grand that it's beyond imagination, and there are so many ways to play that it's dazzling. There are several sects alone, and for each sect, there are unique skills and characteristics it's exciting to think about. Yeah, I feel like this game will definitely explode. If I don't go in early to experience it, I'm going to regret it to death. The player kept tiptoeing and looking while talking, itching to rush into the internet cafe immediately. Just when the two were talking fervently, there was a clatter. The roll-up door of the internet cafe slowly rose. In an instant, the crowd that had been quietly lining up instantly boiled up. The door is open. Charge. I don't know who shouted. The team of players, instantly buzzing, surged towards the inside of the internet cafe. Boss, hurry up and open a machine for me. I want to grab an ID. 1 second late and the good name is gone. A player anxiously waved the ID card in his hand and shouted, Hurry up. I've got it all figured out. My ID will surely amaze the audience. Another player yelled as he pushed his way forward. The internet cafe was instantly buzzing. Everyone, like mad, rushed towards the machines. In less than a minute, the seats in the internet cafe were snatched clean. As soon as everyone sat down, they quickly turned on their computers. Eyes firmly staring at the screen, fingers on the keyboard frantically struck. Time passed minute by minute. Every player was immersed in the tense atmosphere of grabbing IDs. Finally, the hand of the wall clock on the wall pointed to 9 o'clock in the morning. Wow, it's 9 o'clock. The first server of Fantasy Westward Journey is opening. Player shouted excitedly. In an instant, the air in the entire internet cafe seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the screen, fingers hanging above the mouse, just waiting the moment the server opened. Wow, it's finally opened. A player was so excited that he directly jumped up from his chair. That gesture was like winning the lottery. Quick, hurry up and register your ID. I can't wait. I'm going to kill it in the game. A player next to him was also so excited that his voice changed tone. His eyes were wide open, and his fingers were tapping frantically on the keyboard. He couldn't wait to knock a hole in the keyboard. However, while the ideal was plump, the reality was bone dry. As soon as the server was opened, a large number of players flooded in, and the network instantly became laggy. The loading bar on the screen was like a snail crawling. It didn't move a bit for half a day. Why is it so slow? My favorite ID, Invincible God of War. Don't let anyone steal it. The player was so anxious that he stomped his feet, and he kept refreshing the page with words in his mouth. Hurry up, hurry up. Don't be anxious. Wait a little longer. It must be because everyone is registering. The server is a bit busy. Every second was like an ordeal. Finally, after a while, a player suddenly jumped up from his seat, clenched his hands into fists, and shouted excitedly, I snatched it. The easy swordsman. Haha, it's so cool. This ID. It's sure to attract a big wave of girls in the game. His voice instantly attracted the eyes of the surrounding players. The players next to him who hadn't grabbed it looked envious. Their eyes filled with loss. Hey, you're lucky. My favorite name was snatched. Looks like I can only think of another one. How depressing. On the other hand, a player couldn't register at all because the page kept showing loading due to network problems. He was so angry that he slammed his mouse heavily on the table and sighed anxiously. This Thai network. The wait is killing me. If I can't get a good ID because of this broken network, I'll smash this computer. Throughout the entire internet cafe, sighs and cries were intertwined, one after another. Some players were complaining about the network, some were sharing their IDs with each other, and some were racking their brains for new IDs. It was as lively as a food market. Everyone was immersed in the tension and excitement of the opening of Fantasy Westward Journey. Watching all of this, Tanjai was secretly surprised in his heart. Thanks to the reputation that Legend and Power Dance had laid down before, it was now much less difficult to promote the game than before. Legend went from 0 to 100,000 in 1 month. Just Dance went from 0 to 100,000 in 15 days. Fantasy Westward Journey, for sure, is shorter than all of them. Players, with great difficulty, registered their IDs and couldn't wait to click into the game. In an instant, the picture that surfaced on the screen made them gasp in shock. I'll go. This picture quality is too absolute. Yeah, This character model, so fine that every strand of hair can be seen. There's also this color rendering. It's simply stunning. No worse than the special effects of those Hollywood blockbusters. A player next to him excitedly tapped the table. This game can be compared to those shoddy games on the market. Too much refinement, at first glance, is made with heart. As the game progressed, players found that the game incorporated a large number of summer myths and legends elements. Those familiar mythological characters have appeared. Wow, there's actually the Monkey King. There's also the Chang'e Fairy. This is too much of a surprise. I didn't expect to be able to see these mythological characters in the game. It's too interesting. Players explored the game and were again captivated by the detailed, but not redundant, division of occupations. This career setting is too awesome. Each profession has unique skills and playstyles, and they check and balance each other. It's too strategic. This maker is simply a genius. How could he come up with such a wonderful setting? Just as everyone was discussing enthusiastically, someone suddenly shouted, "Don't you guys know? The maker of this game is still Tanjai. It's the same child genius who made Legend and Strictly Come Dancing before." What? Really? The players were once again too shocked to speak. The internet cafe was instantly quiet, with only the sound of computer fans spinning. How could they not imagine? A child who hadn't even graduated from elementary school was not only the owner of the largest chain of internet cafes in Jiangcheng, but was even the founder of 3 explosive games. This was simply the genius of geniuses. Chapter 90. $1 million a day. Tanhuigan is numb. After the opening of Fantasy Westward Journey, Tanjai was still carrying his school bag as usual, walking toward school in a leisurely manner. Just stepped into the classroom. A sweet, greasy cry drilled into his ears. Tanjai! That voice, as if it carried a hook. It instantly took Tanjai's gaze and tore it over, only to see the little lowly Lilei, with 2 playful pigtails, like a joyful bunny, jumping and darting towards him. Her face was flushed from running, and her beautiful big eyes smiled into a curved crescent moon. The corners of her mouth rose, revealing 2 cute little dimples, as if hiding honey. Lilei whoosh scurried to Tanjai, so excited that her voice was a little shaky. "Tanjai, those game props you sent me, they're so pretty and cute. I love them so much." As she said that, she also stretched out her little hand and gestured in the air. A moment later, she gestured a long floating belt, and a moment later, she talked about the prop's glowing appearance. Her eyes also shone brightly. "Really?" Tanjai raised her eyebrows and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. Her heart felt like it had been gently scratched by a small brush, and it was beautiful. "Then, of course," Lilei nodded vigorously. "When I showed it off to my classmates, their eyes went straight with envy. One by one, they all surrounded me and kept asking questions. It was almost crazy." Lilei paused and suddenly sneakily approached Tanjai, covered her mouth with her hand, lowered her voice and said mysteriously, "They've all heard that you're especially powerful, and they all want to get to know you and make friends with you." Tanjai heard this. In his mind, it instantly surfaced. The image of a group of 7 or 8-year-olds, at most no more than 10-year-old Lolitas, gabbling around themselves. A tingle ran through his scalp. Cold sweat swished out. No, absolutely not. Once Tanjai heard Lilei's words, it was as if she had heard something terrible, her head shaking that fast. Lilei was stunned by Tanjai's exaggerated reaction. She cocked her head, her big watery eyes filled with doubts, her long eyelashes flickering like 2 small fans. "Why? They're all really friendly. Everyone especially admires you and wants to play with you." Tanjai opened her mouth and could only vaguely cope. "Anyway, it just won't work. Don't ask so many questions. Just stay out of it." Lilei looked at Tanjai, her mouth slightly pouting and her cheeks puffing out. "Fine." Although her heart was still filled with disbelief, she didn't ask any more questions. After saying that, Lilei made a face at Tanjai, turned around and ran away with a bounce. Behind her, 2 pigtails swayed merrily with her movements. In a short while, she disappeared from sight. Only Tanjai was left standing in the same place, breathing a long sigh of relief. In a flash, half a month passed. The heat of Fantasy Westward Journey not only hadn't decreased at all, but was on a straight upward trend. In a high-end esports club, inside the training room, several professional players were sitting around in front of the computer, paying close attention to the game data. "I'll go. You guys see that the daily online numbers of Fantasy Westward Journey are still climbing. It's already far more than any other game on the market, almost catching up with the total number of people in other games. A player, eyes wide open, face full of incredulity. Fingering the data on the screen, he said aloud, "Yeah, it's too exaggerated. This game is simply a dark horse, rushing across the entire game market, stirring up the sky and earth." Another player wearing a player chimed in, with a hint of marvel in his tone. "I see. This is the strength of Tanjai. Legend and Strictly Dance were hot enough before. I didn't expect Fantasy Westward Journey to be even more powerful." A player wearing an esports team uniform said with emotion. Meanwhile, on the game forums, netizens exploded. "Families. I just saw a set of data. Fantasy Westward Journey's online numbers are too terrifying." A netizen made a post. It instantly attracted the attention of countless people. "That's not true. I doubt that Tanjai is in possession of any traffic codes. How come the games he makes are all hotter than one another?" Someone below replied. "Do you guys think that it was Legend that brought down Legend? Definitely not. Was it Lu Dance Group that brought down Power Dance Group? Neither. The one that really screwed them over was the same Fantasy Westward Journey." Another netizen teased in the comment section. "Haha. That's right. This Fantasy Westward Journey, it's simply a descending blow." To agree. This one after another explosive game of his. How can other game companies live? At this time, there was no concept of inward scrolling. Otherwise, Tanjai would have definitely been labeled a role king by the netizens. The netizens had a word for you and a word for me. The discussion of Fantasy Westward Journey and Tanjai was at a high level of heat. The heat of Fantasy Westward Journey also continued to soar in this wave of discussion. In the gaming world, an unprecedented storm was set off. Inside the Jiali internet cafe, it was brightly lit, as if it was a city that never sleeps. In front of each computer sat players immersed in the world of Fantasy Westward Journey. The sound of keyboard tapping was intense, and the shouts of excitement rose and fell. Tanjai was sitting in front of the computer in the office of the internet cafe. His eyes were glued to the background data of the game that was constantly pulsating on the screen. The look of concentration. As the data changed, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose. Just then, the office door was gently pushed open. Tanhuigen walked in with a cat's back and a light hand. His gaze was, at once, attracted by the densely packed data on the screen. Curiosity instantly exploded. He came up behind Tanjai, his eyes staring straight at the screen, and couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "Jiali, look at this internet cafe. Everyone is playing Fantasy Westward Journey. I just wonder, how much money does this game have to make?" Tanjai didn't answer right away, but just stretched out his finger, tapping heavily the earnings data bar on the screen. Tanhuigen's gaze followed along. With just this glance, his eyes instantly widened and his mouth opened wide. The expression on his face was frozen in that instant. It was filled with shock. Daily collection? Breaking 1 million? Tanhuigen screamed at the top of his lungs as if he had been struck by an electric shock. "Jiali, are you? I'm blurry-eyed and seeing things wrong. This is astronomical. This was 98 years. $1 million, able to buy more than a building. But this just a game from Tanjai, a day's income?" Tanhuigen didn't dare to think about it. If it was a while longer, to what extent would Tanjai be rich? Chapter 91. Goose Factory, where to go from here? Tanjai looked at Tanhuigen with a serious face. "Dad, don't ride your 2.8 bar in the future. How tiring. Now that we're not short of money, I'll pay for you to buy a small car so you can enjoy it too." "What? Buy a small car?" Tanhuigen was sitting in his chair. When he heard this, he thought he heard wrong. "Jai, you're not kidding, right?" Tanjai smiled and nodded. "Of course I'm not joking. What's so hard about this? Wherever you want to go in the future, just drive the car and go. How convenient." Before Tanhuigen could get over his shock, Tanjai continued, "And Dad, the red Taschen you usually love to smoke, don't smoke it in the future. Directly replace it with Huazi, and I guarantee you'll have enough." "Huazi?" Tanhuigen couldn't sit still this time, directly jumping up from his chair, his face overflowing with an uncontrollable smile. His mouth was grinning so wide that it was almost reaching his ears. "Jiali, this is also too filial. I really raised a good son." Tanhuagin was so excited that his eyes became a little moist. With one hand, he pulled Tanjai over, holding it tightly in his arms. Deep City, Goose Factory. Xiao Ma was like a demon god, sitting at the head of the conference table. These days, Goose Factory has fired a lot of people, both explicitly and implicitly. All of them are trash who have touched Brother Xiao Ma's bad luck and were fired. As for why is waste, all of them know very well, but there is nothing they can do about it. They are now chatting privately with the secret language joints like fingers compared to a number 8. Lowered his voice, secretly said, "That kid Big Brother? He again engaged in big things? Ah yes, another new game. Super. Can you super it? Can't? Then you're getting close. Forget it. I'm not scolding you. I'm just saying that everyone here is a loser, and everyone has a future of being fired." The atmosphere in the company during this period of time made the executives who were still at the table not even dare to take a breath. They could only hang their heads low and avoid Ponyboy's gaze. "All of you, show me, we're in this state now." Brother Xiaoma suddenly slammed the table. "In order to grab some market share from that Tanjai kid, we've come up with Legend and Lu dance troupe before and after. How much manpower, material, and financial resources were invested? Don't you guys have any idea in your hearts? What's the result? Players didn't buy it at all. Those games, just like a stone sinking into the sea, not even a splash." Little Brother Ma became more and more angry. The marketing director was so frightened by this anger that he trembled and buried his head even lower. "Mr. Ma, Tanjai's game, it's really hard for our imitations to resist in front of others. Hard to counteract? Can you call this a reason?" Little Ma's eyes widened in anger and he roared loudly, "You guys are getting high salaries just to come and talk to me about this nonsense? Now it's good. He doesn't even give us a chance to catch our breath. The heat from Legend and Le Dance Troupe hasn't gone down yet, and he launched Fantasy Westward Journey. As soon as this game went online, it directly rampaged through the entire gaming circle, with no rivals at all. Brother Pony was so angry that he stood up. The crowd was so frightened by this thunderous anger of Brother Xiao Ma that they looked at each other. No one dared to squeak. At this time, the head of the technical department bravely spoke up in a small voice. "Mr. Ma, Fantasy Westward Journey is too unique. And with other people's technology and creativity, I still need you to say that." Little Ma impatiently interrupted him. "I'm not blind. Can't I see this?" He was now looking at Tanjai making a fortune. His heart was as hard as being roasted by fire. Little Ma didn't even dare to think about it. Tanjai relied on the fire of Fantasy Westward Journey, plus that awesome set of operational tactics. How much money must be earned? That was all money that should have belonged to him. Little Ma was so angry that he gritted his teeth. "Mr. Ma, then what should we do next?" One of the executives, against the pressure, opened his mouth and asked, with a hint of apprehension in his voice. Brother Ma pondered for a moment, and a hint of ruthlessness suddenly flashed in his eyes. He clenched his fists and said coldly, "Pay close attention to the developments of Fantasy Westward Journey. Give me every detail of it, and feel it out. Find a way to find out its weaknesses." After the meaningless meeting, Brother Xiaoma sat alone in his office, his brows furrowed and his eyes filled with anxiety. At this moment, there was only one question circling in his mind: how, exactly, to get a game no less than Fantasy Westward Journey. Let the company team develop it? He snorted coldly in his heart. The previous performance of these guys had already proved it. They simply didn't have the ability. Legend and Lu Dance Company were the best examples. After spending a lot of resources to imitate Tanjai's games, they ended up being a flop. They couldn't even copy the essence. They were simply a bunch of rice bowls. If he let Fantasy Westward Journey develop like this, Brother Ma would feel a pain just thinking about it. It was a huge piece of fat meat, a steady stream of profits, just slipping away from his eyes. How could he possibly give up? Moreover, he had a vague sense of foreboding in his heart. Tanjai was only 8 years old, and already had such amazing achievements. In time, he would surely become his greatest rival in the gaming industry. Absolutely cannot let this happen. Little Ma clenched his fists so tightly that his nails were embedded into his flesh. He could never stand by and watch Tanjai grow up and eat away his market share. Little by little, something had to be done. He must nip this potential threat in the bud before Tanjai's wings were full. But what exactly should be done? He scratched his hair in annoyance. his eyes revealing a hint of determination. Having made up his mind, Xiao Ma, with a black face, took big strides and barged into the office of the head of the game development department. With a bang, he closed the door. It shook the wall paintings. The head of the development department was startled by this sudden movement. He stood up in a panic and nervously looked at little Ma. "Mr. Ma, what are you doing?" Xiao Ma didn't even bother with pleasantries and asked bluntly, "I'm asking you, can you cottage a fantasy westward journey out?" In his eyes, there was a hint of eagerness. When the head of the development department heard this, his face instantly became unspeakable, and a fine sweat broke out on his forehead. He opened his mouth, wanting to speak. After hesitating for a moment, he still said stiffly, "Mr. Ma, this really can't be done. The structure of Fantasy Journey to the West is too complex, and the elements of Xia's mythology that are integrated within it, the first appearance of the gameplay, we simply can't copy it. Not to mention not being able to see the place, there are some fine designs we can't do. The previous Legends and Le Dance Troupe are examples. We didn't even copy the skin. This time, Fantasy Westward Journey will only be even more difficult." Xiao Ma gritted his teeth and secretly made up his mind. Chapter 92. Being worth over $100 million. In the blink of an eye, 2 months hurriedly passed. In this short period of more than 60 days, Fantasy Westward Journey continued to shine brightly. The fire situation has not been reduced at all. Since the opening of the service, the number of people online game is like an out-of-control rocket, all the way crazy soaring. Early in the morning every day, Fantasy Journey to the West server has been crowded. Players come in like a tidal wave. The number of people grew geometrically, as if there was no end in sight. The revenue figures were even more astonishing. The numbers in the background of the game jumped and climbed at a staggering speed. Every day, the constantly refreshing amount of revenue was creating new miracles. At first, when Tanjai saw the daily income exceed 1 million, he would still be so excited that his hands would tremble. But now, with the day by day, he has been numb. In his mind, if one day the background income did not reach the level of 1 million, but became a strange thing. And the fact is just as he expected. Fantasy Westward Journey's ability to absorb money was soaring all the way. For 2 months, the daily income continued to go up. At the final stage, it was like an erupting volcano, breaking the 3 million mark in one fell swoop. 3 million. What an amazing number. Almost equal to 500 ordinary workers' hard labor for a whole year's salary sum. And this is just one day's income of Fantasy Westward Journey. A sunny day. At the entrance of the neighborhood, Tanjai drilled out of his brand new car, holding a soft huazi in his hand. The smile on his face is almost grinning to his ears. At this time, the neighbor, Mr. Zhang, happened to pass by, saw Tanjai this style. He couldn't help but stare for a moment. "Yo, Huigan, this is a new gun." Mr. Zhang's face was surprised, and his eyes darted around the shiny car. Tanjai took a drag on his cigarette and said proudly, "Haha, Mr. Zhang, this is not good. I've got a lot of money to spend on the car, so I bought it for me." Mr. Zhang smacked his lips enviously. "Your family's art is really great. At a young age, you are so capable." "That's true." Tanjai's eyes narrowed into slits, his face full of pride. The Fantasy Westward Journey, developed by EAR, is now a hot mess, with countless people playing it every day, and money pouring into the house like running water. As he was talking, a few more neighbors gathered around. In the crowd, Brother Zhang was all smiles and was the first to speak. "Huigan na, your family's year. At such a young age, you've made a great career out of it. This is a skill that no ordinary person can have." Auntie Lu also followed. "That's right, my kid, who is the same age as Ear, is still playing games at home every day. He doesn't have this kind of success as Ear. Huijen, you really did a great job in your past life to have such a precious son." At this time, Uncle Li skimmed his mouth in the crowd. His heart was so sour that it bubbled up, muttering in a small voice, "Humph, the same as raising a child. Why others Tanjai is so heavenly, making money as if it were a game. This life of ours. Why is it so bad that we don't have a child who can earn money like this?" Auntie Wang stood by and couldn't help but sigh when she heard this. "Alas, yes. If my child was half as good as Ear, I would wake up laughing in my dreams." Tanjai's face smiled as he listened to the compliments of the crowd, his eyes narrowing into slits. He became more and more complacent. When he tilted his head, the gold chain around his neck shook people's eyes. Then he pulled out soft huazi from his pocket and then gave everyone cigarettes. Come on, taste it all, Tanhuigan shouted at the top of his voice. This cigarette was specially bought for me by Year. In the past, I didn't even dare to think of being able to smoke this good cigarette. Now, thanks to Year's blessing, we are living a good life. The crowd took the cigarettes and praised Tanjai for being filial. Tanhuigan responded with a smile while secretly enjoying the feeling of being envied. Back home, Tanjai was in front of the computer, checking the revenue statement of Fantasy Westward Journey. As soon as Tanhuigan entered, he couldn't wait to say, Year today in the neighborhood, everyone praised you, saying that you're capable and that you've brought your dad into the limelight. Tanjai smiled and raised his head. Dad, this is all trivial. By the way, I just looked at the data. Tanhuigan lifted his gaze from the television and looked at Tanjai suspiciously. Tanjai paused for a moment before saying, Dad, just because of this game, Fantasy Westward Journey, it's on fire. Our family's assets have already surpassed the $1 billion mark. What? Eh? When Tanhuigan heard this, the cigarette that was originally clipped between his fingers fell to the ground. Yet he was oblivious to it. The expression on his face, from puzzled, instantly turned into extreme shock. $100 million. Although all of Tanjai's previous achievements had already caused Tanhuigan to be shocked countless times. But this time, this astronomical figure, the shock was simply too great. He only felt a buzz in his head and went blank. After a while, only then did Tanhuigan slow down, but he remained frozen in place, the shock on his face gradually replaced by a silly smile. 100 million. We're making a fortune. Tanjai think he may be the summer country, the first batch of rich after 90. Of course, Tanjai was not idle these days. Dad, I have something big to tell you. When Tanhuigan heard his son say this, he quickly sat up straight, stubbed out his cigarette, and asked, What is it? I've spotted a few excellent locations, and I'm planning to, in one breath, open 10 internet cafes. Tanhuigan's eyes widened, somewhat surprised. 10? That's a lot of money. Can it be done? Don't worry, Dad. Tanjai was confident, patting his chest to ensure. Those places, high traffic, superb location, opening an internet cafe will definitely make a lot of money. I know it in my heart. And the rent I have paid, the decoration will start soon. Everything is in order. Tanhuigan looked at his son's firm eyes and nodded. Okay, as long as you think it's okay, Dad will support you. After a while, Tanjai was mysterious again, coming up to Tanhuigan. Dad, there's something even more important. I'm going to spend $30 million in your name to buy a piece of land. What? $30 million to buy a piece of land? Tanhuigan almost jumped up from his chair. Year, this is so much money. What if it goes down the drain? Tanjai smiled. Dad, listen to me. According to my judgment, in half a year, the place where that piece of land is located will be drawn as a development zone. At that time, the land price will instantly soar. Tanhuigan was dumbfounded by what he heard and asked half-heartedly, Are you sure? This is not a small amount. I'm sure. Tanjai said firmly, Dad, trust me. This is a perfect opportunity. We can't miss it. According to his memory, by the time half a year later, the place where that piece of land was located was drawn as a development zone, and the land price instantly soared several times. It reached a staggering price of $3.6 billion. In other words, this was a deal that only required a few months to multiply the assets several times. Chapter 93 My Journey is a sea of stars. Even though he was already worth hundreds of millions of dollars, Tanjai still went to school every day, honestly. This day, as usual, he was carrying his school bag and ready to go out. Just walked to the door, saw the car parked there, next to the two strangers standing. Tanjai was filled with confusion and turned his head to look at Tanhuigan, who was following behind him. Dad, what's going on here? Tanhuigan walked forward and cleared his throat with a solemn face. You're no ordinary person now. We're worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Dad is worried about your safety, specially hired a driver and bodyguard for you. In the future, they will be the ones to take you to and from school. Upon hearing this, Tanjai's eyes instantly widened and he quickly waved his hand. Dad, I'm just an elementary school student. The whole thing. I'll still just take the bus to school by myself. Tanhuigan frowned, disapproval in his tone. That won't do. You're so famous now, if something happens, Dad can't afford it. This driver and bodyguard you have to use. Tanjai still wanted to retort. But looking at Tanhuigen's firm eyes, he knew that it was useless to say anything else, and could only sigh helplessly. You said I'm a kid with a bodyguard by my side. How strange is this? Tanhuigen patted Tanjai's shoulder. Son, don't be stubborn. This is all for your own good. You'll understand when you grow up. Hurry up and get in the car. Don't delay school. Tanjai was full of reluctance as he walked towards the limousine. This is great. You can't even think about laying low. Early morning on the weekend, Tanjai pulled on Tanhuigen, quickly packed up, and the two of them went out together. Tanhuigen was sleepy and muttered, "What's the matter? You can't even let people sleep well on weekends. Didn't we already agree to go to the business registration office to register a technology company?" Tanjai pulled Tanhuigen and headed out. Only then did Tanhuigen come to his senses. Father and son went straight to the business registration office. In the business registration office, people came and went, and the noise was endless. Tanhuigen held his head high, striding to the counter for business, handing over the information. His face overflowing with uncontrollable pride, said to the staff, "Comrade, trouble you. I want to register a technology company." The staff member took the information, a professional smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, casually glanced at Tanjai standing by, and joked, "Little kid is so good, still accompanying his father on the weekend, coming to do such an important thing. He'll definitely grow up to be successful." Tanjai just opened his mouth before he could speak. Tanhuigen took the first step, scratching his head with some embarrassment and with 12 points of pride, and said in a fast-talking voice, "I won't hide it from you. The real big boss of this company is actually this precious son of my family." As he said this, he reached out and rubbed Tanjai's head vigorously. Rubbing Tanjai's hair, it was all messed up. "He's too young to register the company himself. That's why he used my name. Don't look at him as young, he's got a lot of skill." The staff member's originally careless hand was instantly fixed, and her movements came to a screeching halt. She jerked her head up, staring at Tanjai as if she had discovered a new continent, her voice unconsciously rising an octave. "You say, this kid? He wouldn't be, is that 8-year-old genius who developed Fantasy Westward Journey? On TV and in the newspaper often reported Tanjai." Her tone was filled with shock and a hint of disbelief. This voice instantly exploded in the noisy registration office. Those around them who were busy conducting business stopped their hands and turned over in unison. Eyes focused on Tanjai. Tanhuigen smiled so much that his eyes narrowed into slits as he nodded his head vigorously. His voice so loud that he wanted the entire registration office to hear it. "That's right. It's him. My son. Tanjai. That's the pride of our family." The staff froze in place. It was only after several seconds that she woke up as if from a dream, her voice breaking due to overexcitement. "Oh my God! Am I dreaming? Finally! I've met the real person. I saw you on TV before, but I didn't expect that I would be able to see you with my own eyes here today." Before she could finish her words, she shouted at her surrounding co-workers at the top of her lungs, as if she was crazy. "Come quickly. Do you guys know who's standing here? That's that super genius Tanjai, the developer of Fantasy Westward Journey." The originally busy office area was instantly disturbed by this shout. Everyone stopped what they were doing and their gazes swept towards Tanjai. A few young staff members, with the wind at their feet, trotted over. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Tanjai in a dense circle. "Wow, it's really you." A female staff member covered her mouth with both hands. "I'm not dreaming, am I?" In her eyes, there was a starry glow. "So cute. Quickly give me an autograph. I must frame it and hang it in my house. Can I take a picture with you? Please, please, please." Another staff member directly raised his cell phone in front of Tanjai, his face full of anticipation. Before Tanjai could react, these over-enthusiastic staff members had already begun to act. Surrounding Tanjai, they ravaged his cheeks. Tanjai only felt that there was a crowd around him. A group of passionate and fiery staff members surrounded him. He dodged left and right, full of helplessness. How could not imagine, just to do a business registration, will encounter such an exaggerated scene. At this time, the crowd squeezed over a young sweet staff. She managed to squeeze in front of Tanjai with bright eyes, full of curiosity, and asked, "You're so young, why do you want to register a company?" This isn't a small matter for many adults. Tanjai blinked and cleared his throat. In an instant, a milky voice, yet with a complete dominance, resounded in the noisy environment. My goal, that's a sea of stars. Only by registering the company can I take up the legal weapon to protect my rights in order to make my own business better and faster development. The moment these words came out, the entire registry was instantly quiet. Everyone's eyes were wide open. With an unbelievable face, they looked at Tanjai. These words, coming from the mouth of an 8-year-old child, it was simply too shocking. Even many adults might not be able to have such clear thoughts and domineering expressions. Is this really an 8-year-old child speaking out? A staff member stammered, shock written all over his face. It's awesome. Another staff member couldn't help but say, I've been living for decades, but I don't have this realization like him. A gasp erupted from the crowd. A prodigy. This is definitely a prodigy. Chapter 94. Family Roots Network Technology Co. With great difficulty, he squeezed out from the group of staff, who were so enthusiastic that they were almost frantic, from the encirclement. Tanjai was so tired that she was panting. The whole person was like drained of strength, paralyzed on the chair. I'm exhausted. If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have come. Tanhuagin couldn't help but smile as he looked at his son's exhausted appearance, and just wanted to comfort him with a few words. Suddenly he slapped his head, as if remembering something heavenly. Oops, bad. Year. We're just thinking about registering the company. We haven't thought of what to call it. What can we do? Upon hearing this, Tanjai also sat up straight, frowning and thinking. Tanhuagin's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, how about calling it Jai? Think about it. This company was established thanks to you. You've made so much money developing games to have this opportunity now. Calling it Family Arts, that's deserving. Hearing this, Tanjai waved his hand and said in a serious manner, Dad, this name won't do. We are a family of 3, me, you, and Mom, and this company is also our family's blood. I think, let's call it Family Roots. Taking a word from each of our 3 names, how meaningful. Tanhuagin froze. He didn't expect his son to say this. In an instant, a variety of emotions surged to his heart. Touched, relieved, proud. These emotions were intertwined together. It made his eyes a little moist. You child. Tanhuagin's voice was a little choked. He reached out his hand and touched Tanjai's head. Not only are you great at making money, this is also too thoughtful. Dad is so relieved. Having a son like you is a blessing for Dad. Tanjai smiled, 2 cute dimples appearing on his face. Dad, don't say that. We're a family. Of course we have to work together to make this company work. Calling Jiagan, no matter what difficulties we encounter in the future, our family can be like tree roots, firmly rooted and steady. Tanhuagin nodded vigorously and said excitedly, Good, let's call it Family Roots. Dad believes that our Jia Roots technology company will definitely be able to grow bigger and stronger in the future. After Tanjai said the meaning behind the company name, Jiagan, in the business registration office, there was first an instant silence, followed by an explosion. Geez, is this really something an 8-year-old could come up with? A male staff member's eyes widened, full of incredulity, and turned his head to look at the colleague next to him. When we were 8 years old, we were still playing in the mud, and people were already thinking of putting their families first and registering their companies to do great things. That's right. Tanhuagin's life is too good to have raised such a smart and filial son. Not only is he good at making money, he's also so family-oriented. At this time, a chubby staff member came over and said sourly, Humph. Look at other people's Tanjai, and then look at my family's boy. He's 8 years old, and he still has to count on his fingers when he does addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Compared to Tanjai, it's like a world of difference. That's true. Another staff member shook his head helplessly. My child, too, only knows how to play with toys every day. He doesn't have Tanjai's energy and brain. This Tanjai child will definitely be great in the future. Just based on his heart for his family and his planning, he's sure to accomplish a lot in the future. Alas, envy aside, we can only hope that our own children will have some success in the future. Someone sighed, with a hint of loss in his eyes. Don't just be envious, hurry up and register their company. an older staff member said with a smile. Everyone then snapped back to their senses and began to get busy. However, eyes still drifted towards Tanjai from time to time, and that gaze still carried marvel and envy. Comrade, just do what my son said. Tanhuigan pulled Tanjai over to the counter, patted Tanjai's shoulder, and said to the staff with a smile, the company name. Let's call it Family Roots Network Technology Limited. The staff hurriedly nodded their heads, and although they were still immersed in shock, they quickly entered their work state. Okay, but this little boss. The staff looked at Tanjai and smiled as they changed their words. Because you are still young, according to the regulations, the company's legal person can only be an adult. Upon hearing this, Tanhuigan waved his hand. This I know, just write my name. My name is Tanhuigan. However, Tanhuigan was also clear in his heart, this legal person of his was just a titular one. The one who was really at the helm had to be Tanjai. Walking out of the business registration office, Tanhuigan walked towards the brand new shiny car, full of complacency, pressed the key to unlock. Yeah, get in the car, Tanhuigan said while pulling open the driver's door. Today Dad will show you a good car skill. Tanjai sat in the passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt. The car slowly started and drove towards Jiali Internet Cafe's main store. Along the way, Tanhuigan hummed a little song, and from time to time, he also followed the rhythm and gently tapped the steering wheel. The mood is not to mention how good. Soon, they arrived at Jiali Internet Cafe General Store. Tanjai pushed open the door. The Internet Cafe is still lively. At a glance, Tanjai saw Lu Jiali, who was busy at the front desk, and he quickly walked over. Mom! Tanjai shouted, a hint of excitement in his voice. Lu Jiali raised her head, and when she saw Tanjai, a smile immediately appeared on her face. Year, why are you here? Aren't you going to school today? Mom, it's the weekend. Tanjai said with a smile, then came over to Lu Jiali's ear. Forget about this internet cafe for today. Come home early in the evening. I have something to discuss with you. You'll be surprised for sure. Lu Jiali looked at Tanjai, with a mysterious look on her face, and couldn't help but buffed a laugh. Reaching out, she gently tapped Tanjai's forehead and joked, Yo ho ho, my family's year. When did you learn to sell secrets to your mom? Her eyes narrowed into a slit with a smile, full of favor. Just based on your performance during this period of time, whatever you do, Mom will support you. Even if you say right now that you want to change the internet cafe into a playground, Mom won't hesitate. At this time, Tanhuigan walked over with big strides, a smug smile on his face. He took Lu Jiali's shoulders and said with a smile, Wife, you just put your heart in your stomach and wait peacefully for the night to open your eyes. This precious son of ours, is no ordinary person. This time, Year is going to do something big again, and it's definitely the kind that will make your jaw drop. Once Lu Jiali heard this, her curiosity was instantly hooked to the peak. Her eyes glanced back and forth between father and son, and she feigned anger as she snapped, You too. Can you stop being so secretive? Tanjai said in a serious manner. No, if I say it now, it won't be a surprise. Mom, you have to be patient. You'll know when the time comes. Lu Jiali was furious and amused, and once again nudged Tanjai's nose. There are so many ghost ideas. All right, waiting to hear you at night. Chapter 95, Being a Company. Be a company. That night, 7 o'clock. The Australian lobster was majestically lying in the ice plate. The king crab next to it was golden in color, and the French steak was bubbling with oil. The rich aroma straight to people's noses. Anyone who looks at it must salivate. These foods, anyone. These are all delicacies that ordinary people wouldn't even dare to think about during New Year's Eve. Tanjai sat at the dining table with a serious expression and cleared his throat. Dad, Mom, I called you all back today because I have a big announcement to make. I intend to, in the best office building in Jiangxing, buy an entire floor to use as our company's office space. Tanhuigan and Lu Jiali were about to move their chopsticks. Hearing this, their movements froze violently. The two subconsciously glanced at each other, the surprise in their eyes, undisguised. During this period of time, Tanjai had relied on the game and earned a lot of money, and the family's wealth was growing like a snowball. On weekdays, Lu Jiali never skimped on improving her son's meals, making all kinds of delicious food in all sorts of ways. But at the moment, in the face of this table full of food, they have no appetite at all. Lu Jiali stared at Tanjai with wide eyes in disbelief. Year, what did you say? Say it again. Buying a floor of an office building. My goodness. What a huge amount of money that must be. Tan Huigen also tightened his brows as he looked over at Tanjai with a worried face, his tone carrying a clear sense of anxiety. Year, it's true that we have money now, but this is not the way to spend it. This is not a small amount. Speaking here, Tan Huigen's voice unconsciously rose. Do you know how much this will cost? That's an astronomical amount. It can't be spent so easily. An office building in the best part of Jiangxing would cost about $5,000 per square meter. Even if we calculate a floor at 3,000 square meters, that's more than $15 million. As he spoke, his expression was filled with shock. Lu Jiali's eyes widened and she sucked in a breath of cool air. $15 million? This was almost equivalent to 2,500 workers, a year's salary. Tanjai looked at his parents and nodded heavily, his tone steady. This money is indeed not a small amount. But you guys think back carefully. A few months ago, how tight our days were, worrying over tens of thousands of dollars so much that we couldn't eat or sleep. But now, because of the game Fantasy Westward Journey, the good days that we didn't even dare to think about before, aren't they all in front of us now? Tan Huigen sighed helplessly. That's true, Ear. But once this money is spent, it can't be recovered. We can't just look at the present, we have to think about the future. In case the company's development encounters a bottleneck, and it doesn't go as smoothly as you imagined, then this $10 million won't be easy to make up for. Lu Jiali listened to Tan Huigen's words, and her heart was also in turmoil. Tanjai looked at his parents' worried faces. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he waved his hand in a dashing manner. What we're doing now is not a small business with a street stall, but a serious big company. The pattern has to be opened, and the vision has to be long-term. Think about it. If we don't even have a good office space, people will definitely mutter in their hearts when they pass by. The company can't even afford to rent a good place. It's designated as that kind of fraudulent purse company. If this gets out, how can we compete with other big companies? Besides, if our company wants to grow, we can't rely on just a few of us. We need to recruit more talented people. Why would those top technical experts and operational elites want to come to us? If we can't even provide a good office environment, they'll just take one look and leave. They won't even give us a chance. Tanjai gazed at his parents, trying to make them understand his thoughts. When Tan Huigen heard this, he still had some concerns. He reached out and scratched his head, with a very tangled expression on his face, and helplessly said, "The words are so, but this is $15 million. He didn't wait for Tan Huigen to finish his sentence. Tanjai's eyes suddenly lit up, interrupting him excitedly. Mom and Dad, Jiangxing's property prices. Right now they seem to be quite stable, but from my point of view, in the future, they will definitely soar. And it's not a small rise, it's a big rise." Tanjai's face was red with excitement, his hands clenched into fists. Now that we're spending $15 million to buy this office floor, it seems like we're spending a lot of money. But when the property prices rise in the future, it'll more than double 10 times. At that time, not only do we have a high-class office space, the office building itself can also become a large amount of our wealth. This is not spending money, it's clearly making money. Tan Huigen's eyes widened in disbelief. 10 times over? Year. You can't be kidding. This can be such a huge increase? Tanjai patted his chest and assured, "Dad, when have I ever lied to you guys? I'm completely sure about this. The real estate market looks calm right now. Let's lay out our plans in advance, and we'll be able to sit back and wait for appreciation in the future. At that time, not only will we have an office space, our assets will also increase in value significantly. This is a good thing that kills two birds with one stone." Lu Jiali looked at Tanjai's confident look, and the worry in her heart gradually diminished by a few points. "Year, have you really thought this through?" Tanjai nodded vigorously. "Mom, I've thought it through. This is a move we must make." After Tanjai's impassioned speech, Lu Jiali and Tan Huigen looked at each other. Although the two were still a little apprehensive in their hearts, during this period of time, Tanjai had created miracles one after another. They had long been deeply impressed by their son's abilities. Lu Jiali gritted her teeth and took the lead. "Year, Mom doesn't know any great principles, but Mom believes in you." Tan Huigen also nodded heavily and slapped his thighs. "Okay, son, Since you're so confident, Dad doesn't have any second thoughts. Just for your energy, let's do it. A bright smile appeared on Tanjai's face, and his eyes sparkled with light. Mom and Dad, with your support, I'm relieved. The three of them sat around the dining table and began to discuss, in detail, the specifics of purchasing an office building. Next weekend, we'll go to the bank to cash the check, and then go directly to buy the office building. At that time, let's decorate it properly. Let's give Home Roots Network Technology Company Limited a grand office space. Okay, I'll listen to you. Tanhuigan and Lu Jiali responded in unison. Tanjai secretly sneered in his heart. What's one floor? Sooner or later, one day, a building and a street will all be mine. Chapter 96. I'll buy a floor. Dad, wake up. It was still pitch black, and Tanjai was right in front of Tanhuigan's room, yelling at the top of his lungs. The sound was so loud it could have toppled the roof. Today was the day to go buy an office building. He was so excited that he tossed and turned in his bed for the whole night. Tanhuigan was also so excited last night that it was hard for him to fall asleep, but he was woken up by Tanjai's voice. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, his hair was messy like a chicken nest, and his mouth muttered, "Aya, son. Only what time is it, ah? And then let Dad sleep for a while." Sleepy me. No, absolutely not. Tanjai pushed open the door of the room with one hand. His hands tightly grasped Tanhuigan's arm and shook it vigorously. Dad, don't forget that we're going to buy an office building today. This is a big deal for our family. If we delay it, it'll be bad. Tanhuigan was still in a daze, but when he heard the words office building, he instantly sat up from the bed as if he had been hit by an electric shock. Right. Look at my memory. I almost forgot such an important matter. Tanhuigan thought that a few months ago, $50,000 was like an astronomical figure to himself, and he couldn't eat or sleep for the sake of that small amount of money. But now it was to talk about a business of more than $10 million. This huge gap let him feel like dreaming. Father and son acted quickly, washing up that fast. After simply eating a few bites of breakfast, Tanjai then pulled Tanhuigan and rushed towards the bank. Along the way, Tanjai was like a trumpet, talking nonstop. One moment describing that glass walls would be installed in the office building, and another moment saying that a rest area would be created for the employees. Tanhuigan nodded as he listened, a smile on his face. Watching his son so thoughtful, his heart is full of pride. Finally arrived at the bank, Tanhuigan nervous palms sweaty. He walked to the inquiry machine and entered the password. When he saw the account, the balance of $60 to $70 million, his eyes widened. Year, this? How can this be so much money? Tanjai looked at the screen, smiled calmly, and patted Tanhuigan's shoulder. Dad, this is all due to Fantasy Westward Journey. I told you we have the money to buy an office building. A floor of office buildings really isn't that expensive for us law. Tanhuigan took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. In the past, I didn't even dare to dream that our family could have this much money. After cashing the check, Tanjai dragged Tanhuigan straight to Triumph International, the best office building in Jiangxing. At this time is still 1998, the domestic business atmosphere has just emerged, many multinational corporations also just entered the market in Xia. Triumph International, that is the landmark building in Jiangxing inside the resident basically are those rich and powerful multinational companies. Only they are willing to pay the ridiculously high rent. Standing in the Triumph International downstairs, Tanhuigan looked up at the towering building, feeling like a small ant. The building's glass curtain wall reflected the sunlight, shaking his eyes a little, and he was scared in his heart. Year, this place looks so expensive. Do we really want to buy this place? I'm still a little unsure about spending this money. Tanjai's eyes were full of confidence. Dad, just put your heart in your stomach. The location here is great, surrounded by big companies, and the environment is top-notch. In the future, our company will be on par with these multinational companies. Relying on this location, our company can definitely make more money. After saying that, he took Tanhuigan's hand tightly. He walked into the office building with big strides. Triumph International Sales Office. A few salespeople standing listlessly, gossiping with their mouths. The price of this property is frighteningly high. Ordinary people take a look at the quotation, have to suck in a breath of cold air, so usually come to the consultation of very few people. The girls could only rely on idle chit-chat to kill the boredom. Most of this month has passed, and not a single business has been done. The performance is still short by a large margin. If it continues like this month's bonus will be gone again. What can we do? A tall and thin salesperson, frowning, full of sadness, complained. What can be done? The price of this house is ridiculously expensive. Who can afford to buy? Let's just wait for the northwest wind to drink. Maybe one day the boss is not happy. Directly open us all. Another salesperson helplessly shrugged his shoulders. The tone was full of self-loathing. Just as they were sighing, the door to the sales office was pushed open. Tanjai walked in front. Tanhuigan followed behind, and although he was still a little nervous in his heart, he unconsciously puffed out his chest when he saw his son's confident look. We're buying an office building. Tanjai's tender voice rang out in the sales office in a milky tone. After only a second, in the sales office, a burst of laughter erupted. Ha 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 ha. All of you listen. What nonsense is this child saying? The tall, thin salesperson, who was laughing so hard that he couldn't straighten his back, covered his stomach with one hand. Tears were almost coming out of his eyes from laughing. That's right. Does he know how outrageous the property prices here are? Another salesman followed suit, laughing his head off and kept saying, if we work hard for a year, our salary won't even be enough to buy a square meter here. Where's the kid from? Don't mess around here. An older salesperson in a black professional suit waved his hand as if to drive away. Don't waste our time here. We don't have the time to play house with you. Several other salespeople followed suit, their eyes filled with disdain. In their view, Tanjai was nothing more than a small child who didn't know the heights of heaven, and the Tanhuigan beside him wasn't much of a businessman either. For a child to say such things was purely to cause trouble. Tanjai listened to these words. His eyes remained calm and relaxed, not even frowning. In his eyes, these short-sighted people were simply not on the same level as himself. There was no need to get angry over their words. Just at this moment, a faint perfume odor drifted in. A tall-looking female saleswoman with a sweet face walked over. It instantly attracted Tanjai's gaze. Tanjai raised his head, and the moment he saw her, he couldn't help but secretly marvel in his heart. In his own 2 lives, he had seen quite a few beautiful women, but this woman's face value could definitely rank in the top 5. Tanjai's gaze landed on the name tag on her chest. The words Zhu Dan came into view. Zhu Dan gently squatted down, her movements elegant and gentle, leveling her eyes with Tanjai, a sweet smile on her face, her voice soft. Little friend, you just said you want to buy an office building, right? Which one do you want to buy? You can tell sister about it. Tanjai looked at Zhu Dan and spoke out of turn. I want to buy a floor. Chapter 97 Splash of Riches. At Tanjai's words, the other salespeople were first stunned. Then a burst of laughter erupted. Ha ha ha. This kid, his father doesn't care, letting him run his mouth here. Sales laughed her ass off. As she laughed, she pointed her finger at Tanjai, her eyes full of contempt. That's right. If there were foreign guests here at this moment, and they saw this scene, they'd treat our Triumph International as a laughingstock. Hurry up and take this child of yours away. Don't embarrass yourself here. In the past, when Tanhuigan heard these words, he would have turned red with shame and dragged Tanjai away as well, so as not to be laughed at. But now his back was straight, his heart full of disdain. Humph. You bunch of rat-eyed people. You have eyes but can't recognize MT Tai. The more Tanhuigan thought about it, the more angry he became, striding over to the table, his hand quickly reaching into his pocket. Clutching the large check tightly, his eyes burned with rage. Snap! He slapped the check hard on the table. With this sudden move, the original open laughter of the several salespeople came to an abrupt end. However, only a second passed. They came back to their senses, and their faces were once again piled with mocking smiles. Yo-ho, still coming on strong. This check is fake, right? It's made kinda like that. That's right. It's estimated that this little kid himself drew it blindly with a pen, and he really dares to show it off. Tanhuigan was so angry that he was trembling and his face turned red. He couldn't hold back any longer. Tanhuigan yelled at the top of his lungs, "Stop yakking here. Go check the authenticity of this check if you have the guts. With your attitude, if the check is real, you all have to get out of this sales office." At this moment, Zhu Dan, who had been gently squatting beside Tanjai, stood up. A hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes, but she still smiled politely at Tanhuigan, her voice soft. "Sir, don't be angry for now, calm down. I'll go check it out soon. After saying that, she slightly owed her body and trotted off to verify the authenticity of the check. Looking at Zhu Dan's departing back, the other salespeople laughed again. Zhu Dan, this silly girl, must have been fooled by this father and son. Running to check the check. Really stupid. This check, how do you look at it? It's not reliable. She really believed it. The remnants of those taunts were still echoing in the air. Right at this moment, a rush and messy footsteps, from far and near. The crowd turned their heads in unison to look, only to see Zhu Dan rushing all the way into the sales office at a trot. Her cheeks, which had turned scarlet due to the intense exercise, her chest rose and fell violently, panting heavily. In her eyes, however, there was a flash of uncontrollable excitement. Behind her, followed by a middle-aged man with a similarly excited look. Zhu Dan managed to slow down her breath and hurriedly pointed at the middle-aged man beside her, gasping for breath, and introduced, "This is our manager, Manager Wang." Manager Wang nodded slightly. The remaining few sales, seeing the manager personally appear, their hearts thumped. They who had just been arrogantly incomparable, mocking Tanjai's father and son. At this moment, the mockery on their faces instantly disappeared without a trace, unconsciously panicking. As soon as Manager Wang arrived at the scene, his attitude simply made a 180-degree turn, and his face was piled with smiles. He almost jogged to Tanhuigen's side, moving skillfully to pull out a cigarette from his cigarette box and hand it over with both hands. "This gentleman, I'm really sorry. It was all our fault just now for the poor hospitality. You must not take it personally." After saying that, he even bowed deeply. Then, he turned around and shouted to those employees beside him, who were still froze. "What are you still frozen for? Can't you see that your guest is here? Hurry up and pour tea for your guest. Be quick." Tanjai stood up unhurriedly. He waved his hand like a small adult, his tone too calm to be a child. "Manager Wang, I'm here today. I do truly want to buy the office space here. I also know, doing business, it's not easy for everyone." Speaking here, his eyes suddenly became sharp, coldly sweeping over those, mocking their salespeople, with undisguised dissatisfaction in his eyes. "But just now, as you can see, the attitude of these people under you is just too much. I came to buy something, not to be aggravated." Those salespeople whose eyes were swept by Tanjai's eyes lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Their faces were on fire, as if they had been viciously slapped a few times. Tanjai paused and continued, "So, for this single business, I will only accept Zhu Dan as my sales consultant. The others, just based on their performance just now, I can't trust them. If I let them be in charge again, I'll feel sick in my heart." Tanjai's voice was not loud, but it allowed everyone present to hear it clearly. The remaining few sales, once they heard Tanjai's words, felt like they were being bombarded by thunder. The female salesperson who had just laughed the loudest, the disdain on her face instantly disappeared without a trace. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. "What? He actually really wants to buy a floor? This? How is this possible?" Her voice was trembling. "It's over. It's over. This is a big order of $15 million. That chubby male salesman violently stretched out his hand and slapped his head hard, each stroke carrying endless remorse. "It's all my fault. My mouth is cheap. Why didn't I see that the other person was a big customer? We're still laughing at people here. Now it's good. We've offended the god of wealth to death. I really regret it." Another female salesperson's eyes reddened, her voice with a sobbing tone. "Such a big single. Originally the commission can get soft. There are all kinds of bonuses and benefits, now all gone." She was biting her lips tightly. Tears were swirling in her eyes and could come out at any time. They knew better than anyone else in their hearts. According to this exorbitant property price of Triumph International, if Tanjai's father and son really bought a floor of office space, the turnover would be at least $15 million or more. And just from the commission of this single, Zhu Dan could easily get about 50,000 yuan. This is not a small amount of money. It was equivalent to a year's salary for an ordinary person. 500,000 yuan, that's 50,000 yuan. A female saleswoman couldn't help but cry out in a low voice. "I usually work my ass off and only get a few $1,000s a month." What made them even more crazy was that this was not even counting the company's extra bonuses, as well as those various favorable treatments that could only be enjoyed if they facilitated a large order. They looked at Zhu Dan with their eyes open, and their hearts were not in the right place. It could be said that this single was enough for them to earn for several years. But they just like this, froze and let the opportunity slip away. Chapter 98. Are you really only 8 years old? Those sales stayed in place, full of remorse, self-blame. But the reality is so cruel. The wood has become a boat. Everything cannot be undone. At this time, the manager came over with a smile on his face. He respectfully made a gesture of invitation. His tone was enthusiastic. Mr. Tan, little Mr. Tan, quickly inside please. Let's go to the office and have a good chat. Don't stand here. Tanjai's father and son walked into the office under the manager's guidance. The office was staggeringly luxurious, with shiny leather sofas and exquisite tea sets on the high-grade coffee table. Manager into the office like a changed person, the enthusiasm, simply than the five-star hotel waiter is still exaggerated. He nimbly took out a box of huazi from his pocket, skillfully drew out 2, and with a smile on his face, first handed one to Tan Huigan. Mr. Tan, you smoke. Immediately after, he subconsciously handed the cigarette to Tanjai and just stretched it out before reacting. Smiling awkwardly, he hurriedly retracted his hand. Afterward, he rushed towards the coffee table like a gust of wind and began to make tea. The tea leaves looked like top-quality goods, and once the water was boiled, the aroma of tea instantly overflowed and filled the entire office. The smile on the manager's face grew brighter and brighter, and his mouth kept saying, "It's a great honor for us, Triumph International, that you two are here." Tanjai didn't shy away from the stage and sat down on the sofa with a big butt. He stared straight at the manager and said straight to the point, "Manager Wang, let's open the window and speak frankly. I won't beat around the bush with you. Your Triumph International's house, in Jiangqing, that is indeed one of the best. This I know in my heart." Tanjai paused, his eyes becoming sharper. "However, I'm going to buy a floor this time, and with such a large amount of money, I definitely have to consider every aspect clearly. Other things aside, on this price, you must give me concessions." The manager was originally immersed in the joy of facilitating a large order. Hearing this, the smile on his face instantly froze. His heart thumped, secretly screamed bitterly, "What? Still want to reduce the price? This is not a small amount." Originally, he thought that Tanjai was just a rich young master who followed his dad and came to join in the fun. However, he didn't expect that when this child opened his mouth. His words were so sharp that he caught people off guard. Completely not like a child. The manager's heart instantly became a bit curious, so he forced out a smile and said, "Mr. Xiao Tan, I knew that you have a unique vision, and surely you can see that there are quite a lot of doors in this house. Will you give me a detailed explanation, so I can follow and learn?" The corners of Tanjai's mouth rose slightly, and in that smile, there was a maturity that did not match his age. He stretched out his small hand, broke his fingers, and began to count his words as if they were his own. "Okay, since you said so, Manager Wang. Your Triumph International, with a steel mixed structure in terms of building quality, this is certainly no problem in terms of sturdiness. This point is commendable." When the manager heard this, he was just about to nod his head, when Tanjai's words suddenly turned. "But then, there are quite a few problems. Take the office rooms on both sides of this building. Because of the angle of sunrise, sunset, the lighting situation will be greatly reduced. It's fine during the day, but in the evening, when the sun is slightly off, the house becomes dim and lightless. Think about it. How inconvenient it is for the office. And the floor height of this house is obviously insufficient. People stay inside for a long time. It will feel particularly stuffy, seriously affecting work efficiency." Manager Wang, you said that regarding these issues, it's not too much for me to ask for price concessions, right? Tanjai finished, her eyes staring at the manager. The aura was full, simply not losing in the slightest to the shopping mall. Those who have been crawling and fighting for many years of old oil. Tanjai was on fire with a series of professional questions. Insufficient lighting, defective floor height, unreasonable public amortization. Every question hits the key point. The expression on the manager's face was a wonderful one. His eyes were glazed over, his eyes were full of doubt, and his heart was roaring madly. This is still a kid under 10 years old? What a lie! How come he's so proficient in architecture? Those specialized terms. He speaks even more smoothly than me. Those professional words that could only be heard from the mouths of construction experts and senior real estate consultants. Tanjai said them as if they were jingles, flowing like a stream, without any jams at all. It was as if this knowledge was innate to him. The manager only felt his scalp go numb. The cold sweat on his forehead swish came down, as if he had just washed his face. He shivered and reached for the tissue in his pocket, his hands shaking beyond recognition. It was not easy to pull out the paper towel, so he kept wiping his sweat, stuttering and asking, "Little Mr. Tan, you honestly tell Uncle. Are you really only 8 years old? Don't make fun of Uncle." The corners of Tanjai's mouth rose, and that look was cool to the core, nodding calmly, with a hint of flirtation in his tone. "Like a fake Manager Wong? It's written on my account book that I'm 8 years old. What? Do you think that you are wrong about what I said? If you think I'm wrong, you can refute it." This time, the manager was directly choked. He opened his mouth, like a fish lacking oxygen. Half a day froze and couldn't hold a word. Zhu Dan, who was standing at the side, was completely dumbfounded. The whole person, completely in a state of extreme shock. She never thought that she was just watching Tanjai's father and son being mocked by the crowd. Her heart was soft, and her kindness was actually exchanged for such a life-changing fortune. What made her jaw drop even more was, "Tanjai, this looks not as high as the desk kid, actually so fierce." The manager, who had always been shrewd, disliked him to the point of being speechless. The manager's heart was in torment at the moment, so tangled that his intestines were almost knotted. This is a 10 million level big single. If because of the price negotiation collapse the cooked duck flew, he must regret to hit the wall inevitably. But the problems pointed out by Tanjai were really there, and there was no way to lower the price. He frantically weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Finally, the manager gritted his teeth, crossed his heart, and slapped his thigh. "Okay, Mr. Xiao Tan, I'm kind of convinced. For your professionalism and vision, I'll give you a concession. 1-floor office, $13.5 million. What do you think of this price?" When Tanjai heard this, his eyes instantly lit up. In his heart, he was happy, but on the surface, he remained calm and collected, putting on a composed look. "Manager Wong, really quick, just for this sincerity of yours, I'll sign this order." Soon, the contract was signed. Tanjai picked up the pen and dashingly signed his name on the contract, signing his name. The brilliant beginning of Home Roots Network Technology Company Limited started from here. Chapter 99. Wang Xiaoya. Work number 001. After paying the full amount, Tanjai and Tanhuigan, father and son, couldn't help but feel a wave of relief. "Son, we really did it. We really took this floor of the office building." Tanhuigan smiled broadly. "Originally, I thought that I would have to bite the bullet and shell out $15 million, but now I've actually saved $1.5 million. This saved money is enough to buy another car." Saying this, he looked towards Tanjai with eyes full of pride. You're too good. If it wasn't for you, could we have negotiated this price today? You're only 8 years old. How do you know so much? I, an adult, haven't even heard of those specialized issues, yet you're telling it like it is." Tanjai raised her little face, her eyes curved in a smile. "Dad, it's nothing. What era is it now? It's the internet era. There's all kinds of information on the internet. As long as you look hard enough, you can dig up a lot of useful stuff. I just looked up a lot of information on the internet, so I know what the problems of this office building are, and that's why I have the courage to cut the price with the manager." Tanhuigan heard this, first slightly stunned, then a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Internet. That's the stuff on those computers in our internet cafe? It's actually this powerful?" In his impression, the internet was a tool for young people to play games and chat to relieve boredom. "I always thought that those computers could only play Fantasy Westward Journey and watch movies, but I didn't expect it to be this useful." Tanjai nodded his head vigorously, a serious look, living as a small adult. "Dad, the internet has a lot of uses. This is just the tip of the iceberg. You'll know in the future, through it, we can know what sells well in the market, what other companies are doing, and which industries have prospects for development. This information is very important to the future development of our company and can help us take a lot of detours." Tanhuigan nodded thoughtfully, his brows slightly furrowed, as if calculating something in his mind. After a while, he gripped Tanjai's hand tightly and said seriously, "Son, you're right. It seems like I really need to, learn this internet knowledge. You run in front of the big strides. Dad, I cannot drag the hind legs, but also have to help you. together with the company to manage it well. Hearing this, Tanjai reached out and patted Tanhuagen's shoulder, saying with a smile, "Dad, I'm so happy that you can think this way. In the future, we, father and son, will study together." As soon as Triumph International's office space arrived, Tanjai was as if he had been wound up. His whole body was full of high spirits, and he devoted himself to the subsequent preparatory work. He waved his hand, directly contacted the Jiangxing Industry, the Lao Decoration Company. It did not take long for the captain of the decoration company to arrive. Tanjai did not say anything, directly put the carefully drawn decoration drawings, handed over. The captain of the decoration company had just received the drawings, and after just a glance, his eyes instantly rolled round. His eyes were filled with shock, and his mouth kept muttering, "My God! This drawing is also too awesome. The design style is so original and unique. It's simply brilliant. Which industry masterpiece is this? I've been in the decoration business for so many years, but I've never seen such amazing drawings." Tanjai looked at the renovation captain, who was deeply shocked, and was more than pleased in his heart. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a touch of proud smile with childishness. "This is what I drew." "What?" The decoration captain was still immersed in the shock of the drawings. Hearing this, he thought he had hallucinated, and his entire body jumped straight up like a spring. "What did you say? Did you draw this drawing?" "Kid, don't make fun of uncle. How old are you? How old are you? Can you draw such a powerful drawing?" Tanjai straightened his little body and said seriously, "I'm 8 years old. It's true. This drawing is real. I drew it. What's wrong with it?" The decoration captain was full of incredulity, circling around Tanjai several times, looking up and down. 8 years old? You're telling me that an 8-year-old can draw such a drawing? I've been in this business for almost 20 years, and I've seen geniuses, but I've never seen one as genius as you. You're not teasing uncle, are you? But the drawings in his hand were clearly in front of him. Ironclad evidence. There was no way for him to disbelieve it. It was not easy to arrange the decoration properly. Tanjai didn't even take a breath and immediately dialed Wang Xiaoya's phone. "Sister Xiaoya, hurry up and come to Jiali Internet Cafe. I have something to find you here." When Wang Xiaoya heard this, she subconsciously assumed that it was still something related to the previous game. She had always been very strict. She hurriedly called up Zhao Lin and Zhou Yun and rushed towards Jiali Internet Cafe. Wang Xiaoya, Zhao Lin and Zhou Yun hurriedly rushed to Jiali Internet Cafe. As soon as they met, before they had time to catch their breath, they saw Tanjai standing in front of them with a serious face like a small adult. A serious face stood in front of them. Tanjai swept his gaze firmly at the three, and without any opening remarks, he directly said aloud, "Sister Xiaoya, Sister Zhao Lin, Sister Zhou Yun, let me tell you, I'm setting up a company now, and I'm preparing to do something big. I'm serious. The company is now recruiting people. Are you willing to come work for me, fight together with me, and create a big career?" Wang Xiaoya looked in front of her, this 8-year-old boy who was less than her own chest, but spoke with incomparable confidence. She couldn't help but mutter in her heart, "This little guy isn't kidding, right? To open a company and recruit people at the age of 8. This is also too beyond imagination." The eyes were filled with astonishment. However, just as she was about to open her mouth to ask, the past scenes of playing games with Tanjai flashed through her mind like a movie. Although Tanjai was young, but every time Tanjai came up with an idea, he was able to make the game more interesting. When faced with tricky technical problems, he could always come up with unexpected solutions. Thinking of this, the surprise in Wang Xiaoya's heart was instantly replaced by admiration. Seeing her eyes light up, she slammed her chest and said loudly, "Okay, Year, Sis trusts you. Just based on the skills you showed on the game before, Sis definitely believes that you can do something great. Just tell me what you want me to do in the future. Wherever you point, I will fight. Even if there's a mountain of daggers and a sea of fire in front of you, I'll never back down." Tanjai's eyes lit up immediately. "Great. Sister Xiaoya, you're the first employee of our company. It's very significant. From now on, your job number will be 001. So put your heart at ease. As long as the company grows, countless benefits will be waiting for you. We can definitely make a lot of money together in the future." Wang Xiaoya heard this and her eyes narrowed into 2 crescent moons with a smile. "Haha, good. Sis is waiting for that day." At that time, sis will have to follow you to eat and drink spicy food. At this moment, she couldn't imagine it at all. These promises made by Tanjai, in the near future, will be realized one by one in an incomparably shocking way.
第100章拆迁拆迁，一飞冲天，跪求金票。
Tanjai was sitting in the office of his new company, meditating on the future development plan. The small brows were tightly wrinkled together. At this time, Tan Huigen rushed into the office like a gust of wind, waving a document in his hand. His face reddened with excitement and his voice changed tone. Son, something big has happened. Tanjai was startled by this sudden shout. Lifting his head, he looked at Tan Huigen with a puzzled expression. Dad, what's wrong with you? It's all of a sudden. Tan Huigen took a few steps across to Tanjai and threw the document onto the table, saying excitedly, Look at this. The Jiangcheng municipal government has issued a document designating the area east of the city as a development zone. It also gives a lot of preferential policies, 3 years of tax exemption, rent reduction. This is simply pie in the sky. Tanjai's eyes instantly lit up, and he hurriedly picked up the document and carefully examined it. Looking at it, the corners of his mouth involuntarily rose. Wow, really? This is great. Tan Huigen kept pacing on the side. His hands kept gesticulating. Right now, enterprises from various countries are all flocking over there like crazy. Think about it. Our summer country is rich in resources, abundant in labor, and the cost of employment is still low. It's too attractive to those enterprises. Tanjai nodded. With so many enterprises moving in, the price of land will definitely have to go up. Dad, that piece of land we bought before, it's in the east of the city, right? Tan Huigen slapped his thigh and exclaimed, That's right. I've just asked around. The piece of land we bought for 30 million yuan has now been speculated to about 700 million yuan, and the price is still rising. Right now, in the east of the city, the land is being snatched up like crazy, and it's hard to find a piece of land. Tan Huigen looked at his son, his face full of pride. Son, you are truly a blessing to our family. If it wasn't for you insisting on buying that piece of land in the first place, how could we have stumbled upon such a good thing? At night, Tanjai just pushed open the door of his house, only to see Tan Huigen and Lu Jiali sitting on the living room sofa. The two men's faces were flushed red, and their eyes were glittering with excitement to the point of near frenzy. Tan Huigen caught a glimpse of Tanjai's figure. Instantly, like a spring, he catapulted up from the sofa, and with the wind at his feet, in 3 steps, he rushed to Tanjai. His hands firmly grabbed Tanjai's shoulders. That stance was as if he was afraid that Tanjai would run away. Son! Tan Huigen shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice carrying unstoppable excitement. You know what? That piece of land we bought is still going up. Tanjai only had a faint smile on his face as he gently nodded, his tone rippling. He also knew that Tan Huigen was after finishing with him at the company. Returning home again, he and Lu Jiali got together and brought up this matter, wanting to be happy as a family. Well, I know. Tan Huigen stared wide-eyed at Tanjai's reaction. For a moment, thought he had hallucinated. He was just about to get excited, when Tanjai's unperturbed appearance froze and blinded him. Tan Huigen looked at Tanjai, his face full of incredulity. You knew? That's your reaction. 700 million a whole 700 million. This is not a small amount of money. How can you be so calm? Lu Jiali also rushed over, looking at Tanjai with a puzzled face. Are you not getting it? That piece of land, it only cost $30 million in the beginning, and now it's been doubled many times over. This is a great thing. Why aren't you excited at all? Tanjai smiled helplessly and sat down on the sofa. After all, having been a man for 2 lifetimes, he knew these things very well. Even before buying that piece of land, he already knew. Tan Huigen scratched his head, with a few moments of embarrassment on his face, and said to Tanjai, Son, don't mind if you think Dad is nagging. To be honest, when you first said you wanted to buy that piece of land, in my heart, your mom and I, we didn't have a clue. He kept rubbing his hands together as he spoke. Think about it. That's tens of millions of dollars. Such a large sum of money smashed out. I was afraid that it would go down the drain and buy a worthless plot of land back. At that time, our family's hard work will all be gone. Lu Jiali listened from the sidelines, gently sighed, looking at Tanjai's eyes full of emotion. But we also know that the family's money, all of which you worked so hard to earn. And you're so insistent, we can't say anything. We can only pray silently in our hearts. Tan Huigan patted Tanjai's shoulder with a look of admiration. I really didn't expect it, son. At your young age, your vision is actually so poisonous. How long has it been? If it wasn't for you, how could our family have such a big surprise? Tanjai's family sat around the sofa, the atmosphere tense and excited. On the coffee table, the latest financial statement lay quietly, but the numbers on it constantly shocked their nerves. Tan Huigan's hands couldn't stop trembling slightly as he slowly picked up the statement. His eyes were wide open, staring at the series of numbers on the statement, his mouth mechanically chanting, "This is really our family's finances." His voice carried a thick tremor, full of disbelief. $30 million, ah. Just like that, it has doubled more than 20 times. In just less than a year, we actually have several $100 million. Tan Huigan raised his head violently and looked at Tanjai, the shock in his eyes seeming to overflow. Son, you did all of this. I didn't even dare to think before that our family could be this rich. Jiali also hurriedly came over. As soon as her eyes saw the numbers on the statement, she instantly covered her mouth. Goodness! In the past, $50,000 was a huge amount of money for us, and we had to save it for a long, long time. For that small amount of money, we saved and lived a tight life. But now, saying that, her eyes gradually moistened and her voice choked up. Jiali reached out and gently touched Tanjai's head, overwhelmed with emotion. Mom really can't believe that our family can have such a change today. If it wasn't for you, how could we live such a good life? This huge transformation left her a little overwhelmed for a moment. Tanjai looked at his parents' reaction. A smile appeared on his face and said, Mom and Dad, this is just the beginning. You guys see, the games we developed are also making money. Almost every day the income is 7 figures. Occasionally it can even reach 8 figures. Tan Huigan put down the statement and hugged Tanjai as he exclaimed, Son, you're too marvelous. You're our family's god of wealth. The rising water in the bank account gave them the feeling of a dream. Chapter 101. 8 years old and worth $1 billion. What a concept. Tanjai's family was sitting around, laughing and joking. Just then, ding dong ding dong. The doorbell rang sharply, a sound that seemed to carry an urgent urgency. Tan Huigan got up and went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, he was instantly startled by the array of people in front of him. Only to see a group of people poured in, the first few people carrying a camera, the lens pitch black, directly at him. Behind them, there were also people holding microphones like long guns and short cannons. Immediately after, a few people with notebooks also crowded in. The doorway was blocked. The reporter in the lead was all smiles, the smile so exaggerated that it was grinning up to his ears, enthusiastic. Mr. Tan, how are you? Congratulations. This investment was a huge success. It's simply a legend in Jiangchang. We're from the Jiangchang TV station. We've specially come to do an exclusive interview with you, so that all the people of the city can dip into your joy and learn from your success. Tan Huigan didn't have time to respond. A reporter next to him also hurriedly came over, his eyes glowing. Mr. Tan, we're from the newspaper. You've really made waves in Jiangcheng this time, and the streets are buzzing about you making a big profit from investing in land. We want to give you a full report. Take your success and share it with everyone. Only then did Tan Huigan react. His heart thumped, and he secretly grumbled. How could he not expect that just because this land had made money, he had actually recruited people from the TV station and the newspaper? He was instantly nervous. Bean-sized beads of sweat appeared on his forehead at once, dripping down his cheeks. Tan Huigan panicked and raised his hand, wiping desperately on his clothes. But his hands were full of sweat. The more he wiped, the wetter he got. How could he not wipe clean? His voice also involuntarily trembled, stammered, This is too sudden. I wasn't prepared at all. His eyes were full of helplessness as he looked around, not knowing how to react to this sudden bout. The reporters didn't care how embarrassed Tan Huigan was. Their movements were nimble. 3 or 2 times to the camera microphone are set up. Before Tan Huigan could catch his breath, a shiny microphone disliked him. Mr. Tan. The reporter's eyes glittered with excitement. Your investment in the land this time, that's truly a stroke of genius. Only invested a mere $30 million. The return is directly several $100 million. And looking at this trend, the follow-up must earn more. You hurry to speak with the audience, friends. How did you think? What do you think now? Quickly give everyone said. This reporter said, hoping that Tanhuigan can spit out some shocking words, so that the news burst into flames. Tanhuigan was scared by the microphone. The heart panicked. This is really not my grade. The real big contributor is my son, Tanjai, he said while waving his hand vigorously. I'm just hanging a name. What ideas are all his? I'm just running errands and doing things according to what he said. When the reporters heard this, they instantly stayed in place. Originally, each face was still brimming with enthusiastic smiles. This moment all froze. Instead, they were filled with shock. What did you say? This was all your son's idea? A reporter directly raised his voice. You can't be serious. How old is he? What can he do at 8 years old? Actually, he can decide on such a large investment? Tanhuigan didn't get angry, but instead nodded his head vigorously with a serious expression. I'm not joking with you. My son is indeed only 8 years old, but you guys can't underestimate him. He's capable of a lot. Saying this, Tanhuigan's face revealed a proud look. Before, he made a lot of money doing games. At that time, I was worried that he was just fooling around, but I didn't expect to really let him make a name for himself. This time, when he bought the land, it was also because he insisted on buying it. Tanhuigan sighed slightly and then said, I was in my heart straight drums. So much money smashed down. I'm afraid to hit the water. After the family's days can be how to live. But my son is a vision. He sees the right thing. That's right. I'll bite the bullet and listen to him. Reporters heard, have sucked in a breath of cold air, half speechless. In their hearts, they were all thinking frantically. What kind of heaven-defying existence is this 8-year-old child? Then can you tell us why you chose that piece of land in the first place? You know, that piece of land in the east of the city was too remote before. No one was willing to buy it at all. Everyone was not optimistic about it. Even the government felt that it was not good to sell that piece of land. Another reporter pursued, his eyes filled with curiosity. Tanhuigan scratched his head and said with a simple smile, I really don't know much about this. My son said to buy it, so I followed. Who would have thought that, in just a few months' time, that piece of land that no one wanted before is now speculated to around $1 billion. This rate of increase, even the government probably didn't expect it. We even dared not dream of it. The reporters were so excited that their eyes were glowing. They knew that this was definitely a big news that could stir the whole city. As if struck by lightning, a reporter's eyes glazed over, his voice instantly rising several decibels as he shouted at the top of his lungs, Wait, what are you saying? Tanjai is only 8 years old and already has $1 billion in assets? How is this possible? As he spoke, he looked around like a rattled drum, his eyes full of incredulity, as if looking for evidence that could disprove this fact. But the reporters around him, one by one, were also filled with shock. There was simply no way to give a negative answer. Another reporter directly widened his eyes and exclaimed, My goodness! Except for those rich second-generation people who were born with a golden spoon in their mouths. I've been in this business for so many years, but I've never heard of any 8-year-old child who can have so much money. Even if it's the richest man in the world today at Tanjai's age, he's just an ordinary elementary school student, carrying his backpack to school every day. That's right. Another reporter nodded vigorously, his face reddening with excitement. The world's richest man only rose to prominence at the age of 20, and only ascended to the position of the world's richest man at the age of 40. But what about Tanjai? He's only 8 years old and he's already so bullish. This is simply heaven-defying. For a while, the reporters exploded, and the scene was as lively as a food market. Think about it, what will become of Tanjai 10 years from now, 20 years from now? A reporter's eyes flashed with excitement. In my opinion, with his current rate of development, when he turns 10, his assets will definitely still be rubbing up. Maybe even more than $1 billion by then. If things continue like this, becoming the richest man in the Summer Kingdom won't be a piece of cake for him. Even looking at the world. Becoming the richest man in the world is not impossible. Chapter 102. Our goal to go out of the country. As soon as the news aired on the Jiangxing TV station and the newspaper, the name Tanjai was like a gust of wind that instantly swept through the entire city. The streets and alleys were all discussing this talented young man who, at only 8 years old, was sitting on a huge fortune. In school, students even treated Tanjai like a superhero. But Tanjai was as if nothing had happened. He still went to and from school on time every day, carrying a small school bag and walking slowly. He didn't get carried away just because he was suddenly popular. Lilei, the little loli, was different. Every day, she looked at Tanjai with little stars in her eyes. That look was like seeing her favorite super idol. When she was in class, her eyes didn't even look at the blackboard much anymore, and from time to time, she would sneak a glance at Tanjai next to her, muttering incessantly in her heart, "Is this still my mediocre desk mate? How come all of a sudden? It's become so dazzling. It feels like it's going to flash my eyes." As soon as class ended, Lilei followed Tanjai closely like a little tail. "Tanjai, Tanjai, did you have breakfast today? My mom made me a super delicious sandwich. I'll share half of it with you." Lilei was all smiles, her eyes curved like two crescent moons. She was holding a small lunchbox in her hand, looking at Tanjai with bated breath. Tanjai looked at Lilei and smiled helplessly. This little girl is also too childish, right? Every day she just knows about food. "No thanks, I've eaten." Tanjai politely refused. Lilei didn't give up that easily. With a twinkle in her eye, she thought of a new topic. "I yesterday watched a super nice cartoon. The main character in it is just as awesome as you." Lilei danced around excitedly. The corner of Tanjai's mouth twitched slightly, and he responded perfunctorily. In his heart, he was thinking, what's all this about? How could he have time to chat with her about this? Lilei, however, didn't notice Tanjai's perfunctory response at all, and was still rambling on about the plot of the cartoon, completely immersed in her own world. Tanjai could only listen silently from the side, nodding from time to time. Every day, she changed her ways, getting close to Tanjai, hoping to catch Tanjai's attention. But to Tanjai, Lilei was simply too young. It's impossible to communicate. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. As soon as he grabbed the phone, he just connected it, and on the other end of the line came the voice of the owner of the decoration company. "Mr. Tan, we've worked our asses off to complete the renovation of your office building, and now we're waiting for you to accept it. The effect, it will definitely brighten up your eyes." The corners of Tanjai's mouth rose slightly. "Okay, I know. If you guys do a good job this time, there will be big projects waiting for you in the future." Hanging up the phone, Tanjai immediately dialed Furniture City's number. "Hey, that large batch of office supplies I ordered earlier, are they done yet? You guys make sure to deliver it to the 17th floor of Triumph International today." His tone was decisive, completely unlike what an 8-year-old child could have. After arranging for the furniture, Tanjai contacted, again, a professional open house cleaning. "The 17th floor of Triumph International must be cleaned spotlessly for me today. Every corner is not to be spared. If you don't meet my requirements, you won't get a penny." When everything was arranged, only then did Tanjai dial Wang Xiaoya's phone. As soon as the phone was connected, he said bluntly, "Sister Xiaoya, Triumph International 17th floor, you go over there now. The company will be able to officially run soon. I have something important to say to you." Wang Xiaoya froze for a moment on the other end of the phone, and then said excitedly, "All right, ear, this is the departure. Ensure that there is no delay." Hanging up the phone, Wang Xiaoya's heart was so excited. Wang Xiaoya brought Zhao Lin and Zhou Yun to the 17th floor of Triumph International. Just stepping out of the elevator, the three of them froze, their faces full of unbelief. Wang Xiaoya opened her mouth, half a day unable to speak, after a while before stuttering to speak. This entire floor is all owned by one company." Her voice, due to shock, unconsciously drew up. Eyes scanned around in the spacious space, only to see the decoration style of this place. Extremely modern, metallic lines paired with soft lighting, fashionable and atmospheric. The floor was so bright that it could illuminate the silhouettes of people, luxurious marble floor tiles that were worth a lot of money at a glance. Zhao Lin and Zhou Yun also stayed in place, half a day unable to return to their senses. Zhao Lin muttered, "This is too much, right? How much did this cost?" Just as they were filled with doubt, Tanjai came out from inside with big strides. He reached out, pushed open the thick glass door, and with a smile on his face, waved at them. "Come on in." The three of them woke up as if from a dream and mechanically stepped into the company. Tanjai looked at their surprised expressions and smiled triumphantly, loudly announcing, "This is my company. You can all be the company's first employees." Wang Xiaoya came back to her senses and looked around, still in disbelief. "Year, is this really your company?" This decoration, this office environment, it's too luxurious. And these facilities, they simply have everything. I feel like I'm dreaming. Zhao Lin also nodded her head repeatedly, so excited that her voice trembled a little. Yeah. We really didn't think it would be like this before, you're too good. Originally, the environment at the internet cafe was not bad. Only, it was indeed a bit inappropriate. It wasn't quiet enough during the day when the internet cafe had customers. She originally thought that it was fine to have a simpler environment since Tanjai's company was just starting out. But she didn't expect it. Zhou Yun was even more excited and jumped up. Wow! Being able to work in such a nice place in the future, it's just great. Wang Xiaoya's eyes were still full of shock, and she muttered, although we're college students, which isn't bad to say the least, it's too hard to find a really good company. Those big companies, the threshold is ridiculously high. After 10 interviews, it would be a blessing if one of them looks at us. She shook her head slightly, with a bit of emotion on her face. Zhao Lin also chimed in. Yes, before I put in my resume to look for a job, I was either rejected or my salary was pitifully low, and the working environment was also ragged. How could I have thought that I could enter such a powerful company today? It feels like I'm dreaming. Pinching myself feels unreal. Saying that, she really reached out and pinched her arm, grimacing in pain, but her eyes were still full of surprise. At this time, Tanjai clasped her hands to her chest, her eyes firm. This is just the beginning. Don't think, you guys, that this is marvelous now. My goal is more than that. He raised his head slightly, a light shining in his eyes. This is just the beginning. My goal is to go out of the country and become bigger and stronger. Chapter 103 Provocation from the Storm Rain Company. On the news screen of the Jiangcheng TV station, the host looked serious and his voice was impassioned. Ladies and gentlemen, we now bring you a heavy news. The world-renowned game company, the Rainstorm Company, has officially entered the summer country. The screen turned. The person in charge of the Rainstorm Company stationed in Xia, James, appeared on the screen. He was tall and wore a straight suit. On his face, however, there was an air of arrogance that made people uncomfortable just by looking at him. James turned to the camera and said arrogantly in a broken Xia language, "You Xia people, you don't play any good games at all. Your taste in games is terrible. We, the Rainstorm Company, are here this time to save you, to let you know what a truly good game is." As soon as this news was aired, the entire gaming circle in Xia exploded. In a game studio, the young game producer was so angry that he slammed the mouse in his hand on the table. This foreigner is too arrogant. Why are you talking about us like that? The game we made is also great. His colleague Xiao Wang was also full of anger. That's right. We've worked so hard to make the game all these years. Why should we be so humiliated by him? On the internet forums, posts against James emerged like a tidal wave. James, get out of Xia. Xia's games are not to be underestimated. It's not his turn to point the finger. Titles like this could be seen everywhere. Netizens posted and roared, "James' words, they're too much. Xia's games have developed so well over the years. Where did he get the face to belittle us as soon as he came here?" Below this post, there were thousands of replies in just a few minutes, all vocalized against James. And in Tanjai's company, Wang Xiaoya was so angry that she stomped her feet. This James? He's also too bullying. Tanjai's eyes flinched as he said coldly, "He wants to step on us to establish his authority? It's not that easy. We must let him know that summer games is not something to be messed with." Rainstorm Corporation, Xia headquarters. James was sitting in his expensive boss chair with a large cigar in his mouth, leisurely exhaling smoke rings. He cast a sidelong glance at his assistant, who was standing next to him coyly, with a disdainful look on his face, and said carelessly, "You go. Immediately send a letter to all the game companies in the Summer Kingdom. Send a letter. Make it clear to them that the Storm Rain Company is here, and this will be our world from now on. Tell those little shrimps to be quiet and not to jump in front of me. Dare to stand in our way, the end will be tragic." Saying that, he pressed his cigar heavily in the ashtray, sparks splashing everywhere. When the assistant heard this, his face instantly piled up with a pleasing smile. His waist bent into a shrimp, nodding his head. "Boss, just rest assured. Those small companies, in front of our Rainstorm Company, they are nothing. Xiagua, there's nothing at all to take out a game company. Those few that often deal with us, what kind of behavior, you are also clear. The rest, All of them are some rabble, like grass gangs. Finished, he turned around and jogged to the side of the desk. Fingers on the keyboard quickly struck. A letter with a threatening meaning was edited out like a snowflake. Every time he completed a letter, the smug smile at the corner of his mouth became more and more intense. It was as if he had already seen those game companies, after receiving the letters, scared and terrified. On the weekend, the sunlight through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. It spilled into the spacious and bright office area of Home Root Network Technology Company. Tanjai walked into the company with his hands in his pockets, taking a brisk pace, intending to take advantage of the weekend to see the progress of the preparations for the new company. At this moment, the voice of the mailman came from the doorway. "Hello, is this Jiali Network Technology Company? There is mail for you." Tanjai walked forward and took the letter. When he saw on the envelope the eye-catching logo of the Storm Rain Company, his eyes instantly flinched. In his mind, he couldn't help but flash back to the scene of the previous life where the Storm Rain Company was calling the shots in the gaming circle. It was a gaming giant that was extremely influential all over the world. Countless players were crazy about its games. Tanjai stood at the front desk of the company, holding the letter with the logo of the Storm Rain Company tightly in his hand, and couldn't help but mutter in his mouth. "Storm Rain Company? This big-name company sent me a letter for no reason. What's the song? I had no prior interactions with them. It's hard not to." His eyes instantly sharpened, the color of vigilance overflowing his eyes. Would they want to make things happen in the Xia game market, stirring up the wind and clouds? He took a deep breath and calmed his mood before striding towards his office. Inside the office, Tanjai sat steadily in front of his desk, picking up a paper cutter and moving cleanly to slice open the envelope, preparing to see what the Stormwater Company in the end was up to. The moment he pulled out the letter paper, his gaze just touched the words above. The originally cold face was instantly ignited by anger. This Rainstorm Company, it's simply bullying people too much. What the hell? Tanjai slammed the table. Living a new life, the Storm Rain Company still had this arrogant demeanor. His eyes seemed like they were about to spew out fire as he stared at the letter, that line of words that were arrogant to the extreme. In his previous life, the Rainstorm Company, with its top-notch gaming technology and huge capital, was calling the shots in the global gaming market and was overbearing. In the gaming industry, they said one thing and did nothing. Small companies that were slightly disobedient would be suppressed by them with various means, and no one dared to easily mess with them. In this life, absolutely not. Tanjai gritted his teeth. The anger in his heart was as if a bucket of oil had been poured over it, blazing and growing more and more intense. I will absolutely not let them, again, do whatever they want on the land of Xia. Wanting to ride on our heads and act as an authority is simply a daydream, not even a door. As he was thinking, his afterglow caught a glimpse of the mailman who was about to leave. Tanjai shouted at the top of his voice, "Wait!" The mailman was unprepared. His footsteps stopped violently, and he turned his head with a puzzled face. Surprise was written all over his eyes. Tanjai, which have time to explain. A few arrow steps rushed to the printer, hands on the keyboard crazy knock, that speed as fast as a gust of wind. The text on the screen came out in a steady stream. In the blink of an eye, the printing paper swish spit out. Tanjai's quick eyes and hands, a pull down the paper, 3 or 2 stuffed into the envelope, and Windy ran to the mailman, the envelope, heavy hand over. The tone of voice was so strong that it could not be questioned. According to the address that was sent, help me send the return letter back. Chapter 104. No one dared to respond to the embarrassment. Just as Tanjai used his superb foreign language to respond to the provocations of the Storm Rain Company, the entire gaming circle exploded. This Storm Rain Company is too much. What does it take us for? The boss of a small game company was so furious that his face turned red and his hands kept waving the letter in his hands. But we're not even their opponent. Declaring war with them, isn't that looking for death? The employees next to them were also hanging their heads in shame, and someone muttered in a low voice, "We worked so hard to make the game, and we're just being stepped on by them. I'm really not happy about it." In a slightly larger game company, a few people in charge were sitting around with worried brows. The Storm Rain Company is technologically advanced, well-funded, and has so many explosive games. How are we going to fight them? The person in charge frowned, worried. "Yeah, they're coming in strong this time, just to give us a kick in the pants. If we act rashly, the company will be finished." Throughout the gaming circle, everyone was talking privately. Yet no company dared to come forward. Whoever goes to mess with Storm Rain Company is joking with their own future. We can only hold our breath and hope that they make a fuss for a while and leave. These voices echoed continuously in the gaming circle. Everyone was so intimidated by the Storm Rain Company's prestige and threats that they cowered in fear. Deep City, Penguin Corporation. Inside the headquarters building, Xiao Ma's eyes were dead set on his hands. The document about Storm Rain Company's provocation. All listen to me. Little brother Ma violently slammed the document heavily on the table. The Storm Rain Company is coming on strong this time. I don't care what they say or do. None of us should act rashly. The group of executives sitting around the conference table were all afraid to utter a single breath at this moment. With nervousness and uneasiness in their eyes, they nodded their heads in response. Mr. Ma, this Rainstorm Company is so arrogant, openly provoking the entire gaming circle of Xia. Are we just going to tolerate it? This spreads out. It's not good for our company's reputation. Brother Xiao Ma glared at him fiercely and interrupted. Reputation? Can reputation be taken as food? Do you know what kind of power is behind the Storm Rain Company? They have top-notch technology, strong capital, and hold a large number of explosive games in their hands. If we rashly confront them, we're just hitting a stone with an egg. The more Xiao Ma spoke, the more agitated he became, standing up and propping his hands on the table. What is our Penguin's advantage? Its operations, its traffic. It's not fighting them for game development. Going to mess with them now will only cost us all the family money we've accumulated over the years. As one of the largest game companies in Xia, Goose Factory's strength wasn't actually game development, but rather fetishism. Little Ma was certainly aware of this. Therefore, in the face of Tempest's provocation, he didn't have any intention of resisting at all. Another chubby executive hurriedly chimed in. Mr. Ma is right. We can't be impulsive now. Storm Company this time is obviously here to establish authority. Whoever crashes into it will have bad luck. Little Ma sat back in his chair, his eyes coldly scanning the crowd, his tone not to be questioned. From now on, order all the employees not to express any opinion on this matter, and also not to confront Storm Rain Company in the name of the company. Otherwise, they will all be fired. Do you all hear me? Understood. The crowd responded in unison, with a few moments of helplessness in their voices. But more than that, it was obedience to Xiao Ma's decision. Dismissed. Brother Xiao Ma waved his hand and closed his eyes tiredly. The executives got up and walked out of the office gingerly, afraid of saying one more word and offending Brother Xiao Ma. The office door slowly closed. Brother Xiao Ma sat there alone, a trace of complex emotions flashing through his eyes. There was scorn for Stormy Rain Company, and there was also thinking about the direction of his own company's development. Penguin Corporation chose to remain silent. In Penguin Company's pantry, several young employees got together, and the originally relaxed atmosphere was broken by an internal notice. Everyone's face turned not so good. It's so suffocating. A young employee wearing black framed glasses and a plaid shirt placed the coffee cup in his hand on the table with such force that the spilled coffee soiled his hand. He was oblivious to it, and his face was full of anger. Stormy Rain Company has bullied us, and Mr. Ma actually made us endure it. That's right. We are, at least, a big company in the gaming circle of Xia, but to be stepped on like this, not even daring to let out a fart, what kind of thing is this? Another employee followed and spat, stomping his feet in anger. Hey, what can we do? If we don't listen to Mr. Ma, we'll lose our jobs. For this job, I've worked my ass off in this big city. If I lose it, I really don't know where to find a job with such a good deal. The black-framed glasses man gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. But just swallow this breath. I'm really not willing. I was harboring a dream before I entered Penguin. The employee next to him patted his shoulder. Brother, I understand you. I also want to take a breath for our summer gaming circle. But the reality is too cruel. Look at this pantry and then think about those small companies that I interviewed before. The environment is poor, the wages are low, and there's a lot of overtime. If we leave Penguin, our quality of life will definitely go down the drain. The ponytailed female employee also nodded. Yes, my monthly rent and car loan all depend on this salary. If I lose my job because of impulse, next month we'll have to drink the northwest wind. At this time, a relatively stable-looking old employee walked over. Hearing their conversation, he frowned slightly. Young man, don't be so impulsive. If Mr. Ma did this, he must have his considerations. The company is so big, you can't just act on a whim. The black-framed glasses man gave him a dissatisfied look. Brother Wang, you've been working here for so many years. You must be used to peace and quiet. But we're different, we're still young, we don't want to just fester. The old employee, Brother Wang, smiled and didn't get angry. When I was young, I was just like you guys, full of enthusiasm. But after so many years in society, one would understand that sometimes, compromise is also a way to survive. The strength of the Storm Rain Company is there. It's really not a wise move for us to confront it now. The employee hummed. But this is too suffocating. Could it be that we just keep enduring it? Brother Wang patted his shoulder. Let's practice our skills first. When we have enough strength, then we can think about this. Right now, let's keep this job first. A few young employees were silent as they listened. Although they still held a breath in their hearts, they understood that Wang had a point. The same situation also happened in the offices of Net1, Shengda, and other gaming companies. A bunch of bigwigs held their tongues in the face of Storm Rain's provocation, and instead of planning to answer the battle and make a game to prove their strength, instead they chose to be shrunken turtles. Chapter 105. Storm Rain Company. Getting wilder and wilder. 3 days later. Summer TV. The scene of a talk show with high ratings had a warm yet eerie atmosphere. On the stage, James, the president of the summer region of the Rainstorm Company, sat on the guest seat with his legs crossed and his face full of arrogance. The host beside him was embarrassed, but had to maintain the flow of the program. James laughed out loud in his broken summer language and said, "Your summer games, they're just garbage. Look at those crude graphics, boring gameplay. They should all be thrown into the trash." The audience on stage instantly exploded. Someone shouted angrily, "You're talking nonsense. What gives you the right to disparage our game like that?" However, James continued to speak up as if he hadn't heard them. "And you gamers in Xia, truly the most pathetic group in the world." James had a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth. "They play these unimpressive games, and they don't even know what a truly good game looks like. And we, the Rainstorm Company, will soon be able to save you and bring your tastes in line with the world's best. Summer Kingdom gamers, you should be thanking me." When these words came out, the internet instantly set off a shockwave. Countless netizens, on the major social media platforms, angrily denounced James' arrogance. "This foreigner is too arrogant. Who does he think he is? Running to the Summer Kingdom to spread his wildness." In a group chat of game enthusiasts, everyone was also discussing intensely. "No, we can't just be humiliated by him. We have to find a way to refute him. Right? I don't believe that our Xia's games can't compare to theirs." The group of friends chimed in. Thus, everyone began to go online and organize the most recent popular games in Xia, wanting to ruthlessly refute James' point of view. "It's strictly dance developed by Tanjai. How fun is it? The music is dynamic and the gameplay is novel. How is it trash?" A netizen posted a wonderful gameplay video of Power Dance with text. "There's also Legend. Back then it was a fire in the streets and alleys. How many people were addicted to it? Can this be called garbage? Fantasy Westward Journey is also superb. The plot in it and the pet system are all exceptionally well designed." While the netizens fiercely refuted James, some of the more serious gamers decided to make an all-around comparison between the popular games of the Summer Country and the games of the Storm Rain Company. Soon after, a video titled "Summer Country's Game and Stormwater Company's Game Big Showdown." On the major platforms, it quickly spread. "Hello everyone. Today let's take a look at how big of a gap there is between our Summer Country's games and the Storm Rain Company's games." The video blogger opened with a serious face, and then skillfully operated his computer. He first opened Power Dance developed by Tanjai. Cheerful music and a colorful interface appeared, but the blogger quickly switched to Tempest, a popular music and dance game. "You guys, the scenes in Just Dance are relatively simple, and the character movements are relatively one-dimensional. Then look at other people's games from the Rainstorm Company. The scene details, the light and shadow effects, and the character movements are also more smooth and natural. The difference is clear at a glance." The blogger shook his head while saying helplessly. Then, he opened Legend and showed the battle screen in the game. Afterward, it switched to Stormlight, a large-scale role-playing game of the same type. Everyone is familiar with the plot of Legend, but compared to this game from the Stormwater Company, the depth and complexity of the plot is too much worse. Other people's plots are one ring after another, all kinds of hidden quests and ambushes. Playing it is like watching a wonderful Hollywood blockbuster. No blowing, no black, and the legend is slightly thin in comparison. Finally, the blogger opens up Fantasy Westward Journey and one of Stormlight's well-made turn-based game for comparison. In terms of picture workmanship, the picture quality of Fantasy Westward Journey is good though. But the modeling of this game from the Storm Rain Company is more refined, the layering of the scenes is stronger, and the skill effects are more gorgeous. Whether it's in a comprehensive manner, or whether it's taken out individually to compare a certain segment. The gap, it's really not a star. The video comment area instantly exploded. It's over. When compared like this, our summer game is indeed much worse. Although James is arrogant, what he said seems to be right. Our game, compared to other people's, it's really like a child's house pinch. I originally also think James is too arrogant. Now it seems that he really has arrogant capital. Summer game industry, it seems, there is still a long way to go. Are we just going to admit defeat? Someone asked unwillingly. At the moment, the gap is really here, so we can't admit it. But I believe that our Xia game can definitely develop. At this moment, the entire Xia game circle was shrouded in this frustration. People had to admit that in all aspects of game production, Xia games, compared to the games of the Storm Rain Company, were indeed at a clear disadvantage. Under the arrogant remarks of the Storm Rain Company, as well as the comparison of the games, the huge impact was brought about. Anger and unwillingness burned in the hearts of the netizens. Everyone desperately hoped that a game company would step forward and give Stormy Rain Company a little color. No, we mustn't just let it go. There must be a company to step forward and let that arrogant James know that our summer games are not easy to bully. This post instantly triggered the resonance of countless people, with comments coming in like a tidal wave. Right? We can't let them ride on our heads and on us like this. If any game company can come forward, I'll only play their family's games from now on. What about those bigwigs in the gaming circle? Usually they are all very honorable. Why are they all quiet now? Hurry up and come out and say something. Thus, a large number of radical netizens flocked to the forums. Frantically ate the bosses of various game companies and industry bigwigs. At Ma Penguin, as the giant of the game industry in Xia, are you just going to stand by and watch us being humiliated by Stormlight? Come up with some action. At Boss Ding, your company is also well known in the gaming circle. We're all waiting for you to lead the counterattack. Netizens stood guard in front of their phones and computers with anticipation. With their eyes glued to the screen, they hoped to see the response from those bigwigs. However, time passed minute by minute. What they waited for was endless silence. What's going on? Are all these bigwigs mute? Aren't they usually quite talkative? A netizen so angry that he directly cursed on the forum. Too disappointing. I thought they would have some backbone, but I didn't expect them to be a bunch of cowards. Is our summer gaming circle so finished? We don't even have the courage to stand up and fight back. The netizens' emotions, from the initial anticipation, gradually turned to anger, and then finally despair. The entire Xia gaming circle seemed to have fallen into a dead silence. Under the strong pressure of the Storm Rain Company, those game companies and bigwigs that had, at one time, had unlimited scenery. At this moment, they all chose to remain silent, allowing the netizens' appeals and anger to fester on the internet. But there was no response. Chapter 106. Someone answered. Is it him? The silence of the bigwigs was like a fuse, completely igniting the long pent-up anger of the netizens. On all the major social platforms and game forums, posts of denunciation flew like snowflakes. Every single one of them was filled with the anger and disappointment of netizens. These so-called gaming circle bigwigs are simply a bunch of softballs. Normally, when they were marketing all kinds of things in the country and cutting players' leaks, they were very powerful. And now, when Stormy Rain provoked them, each one of them didn't dare to squeak. Really make people feel sick. Netizens roared in a post on the forum. This post, in just a few minutes, had harvested thousands of likes and countless comments. Exactly. They'll just be in their own people's nest, and when faced with the truly strong, they're more well-behaved than kittens. What kind of skill is that? If they were born in the war era, they would definitely be the first ones to become traitors. Before, I still had fantasies about them, thinking that they would fight for the summer gaming circle, but now it seems that they are all selfish and self-interested guys, only knowing how to protect their own interests, not caring at all about the feelings of our players. On the forums, the topic of hashtag GameCircle Big Brother collective silence quickly hit the hot search. The heat remained high. Netizens continued to at those famous game company bosses and industry bigwigs under the topic, expressing their dissatisfaction vehemently. At a certain game company, haven't you always claimed that you want to create the top game in Xia? Now that the Storm Rain company is riding on our heads, where's your backbone? Where's your ambition? Don't play dead. Come out and say something. At Boss Chen, the games under your banner have earned players so much money. Now is the time for you to give back to everyone. Don't be a shrinking turtle. Hurry up and come out and do it with Stormy Rain Company. However, no matter how angry the netizens were, these gaming circle B igwigs still did not respond. It was as if they had collectively disappeared. Allowing the internet, the curses were all over the place. It seems that these people are truly hopeless. It's useless for us to scold them anymore. They don't care about our opinions. Yeah, I can kind of see through it. They're just a bunch of businessmen who only know how to make money. There's no spirit of fighting for Xia's game industry at all. As time passed, everyone began to feel that at this critical moment, there wouldn't be any more game companies or bigwigs stepping forward to go and challenge the powerful Storm Rain Company. After all, it just seemed like a thankless thing to do. What is all this? Our summer gaming circle, it's just over? Those bigwigs, none of them have any balls. That's right. I know what it means to fall off the wagon at critical moments. It's really desperate. In this, everyone on the summer game circle lost confidence in the time. Suddenly, a message in the network instantly detonated. I'm going. Have you guys heard about this? Tanjai wrote back to Storm Rain Company. That reply letter was written in a relieving manner. What? Tanjai? That prodigy who started a company at the age of 8? He really dares to go against Stormwater. That's right. I've just seen his reply letter. The wording, it's like a knife to the heart. And it severely suppressed the arrogance of Storm Rain. Quickly tell me, what exactly did he write? Countless netizens frantically chased after him below. Soon, the content of Tanjai's reply letter was exposed on all the major online platforms. James of the Storm Rain Company, you speak out of your mouth and wantonly disparage the games and players of Xia. It's simply ridiculous. You think that with your few games you can flaunt your power in Xia? The development potential of Xia's game industry is beyond your imagination. Legends, Power Dance, Fantasy Westward Journey. These games are loved by players. They represent our efforts and creativity. Your so-called advancement is only temporary. We'll soon catch up and surpass it. Don't dream of saving Xia's games here. There's no room for you to be wild on our land. The netizens saw these contents. They instantly boiled over. Wow, this is a real hero. Tanjai. So awesome. I underestimated him before. Yeah. Finally someone has come forward to give us a break. Tanjai, you're the hope of our gaming circle in Xia. What those bigwigs didn't dare to do, an 8-year-old kid did it. The network atmosphere that had originally fallen into the doldrums because of this reply letter from Tanjai, it instantly became feverish. One of Xia's most famous prodigies, the founder of games such as Legend, Power Dance, and Fantasy Westward Journey. Tanjai used a sharply worded, so to speak, slashing letter of reply to ruthlessly hit the arrogant Stormy Rain Company in the face. Exploded. Families, come look. Tanjai wrote back to Storm Rain Company, directly disliking James to the point of being speechless. A netizen frantically swiped the screen in the hot post section of the game forum and accompanied it with a screenshot of Tanjai's reply to the letter. The news, like a virus, spread rapidly. In just a few minutes, it attracted the attention of countless netizens. Almost everyone in the gaming circle who was paying attention to this event all saw the content of this letter on the same day, from various channels. That's so relieving. Some netizens, excitedly, copied and pasted the classic phrases from the reply letter in the comment section, followed by a series of exclamation marks. An 8-year-old child can write such a sharp letter? Did I read it right? This is simply subverting my cognition. Tanjai is really a god. Not to be convinced, really. When news about him was rumored before, I always felt that it was more hype than a real event. But this time, it's like I've seen a miracle of his real existence. The news spread rapidly on major social media platforms. Netizens have turned into sounding boards and told everyone around them about the news. Tanjai is so cool. To actually dare To go against the world's top storm company. Against the world. Yeah, I've also played the games he developed. I didn't expect him to be so awesome. I hope he can beat the Rainstorm Company to a pulp. And let that arrogant James know how powerful our summer country is. The enthusiasm of the netizens was completely ignited. Everyone pinned their hopes on Tanjai. Countless people left messages on the internet, cheering for Tanjai. Tanjai, you must cheer. Thwart Storm Rain Company ruthlessly. We're all behind you. Let Stormy Rain Company know that our summer games aren't easy to bully. Tanjai, I'm counting on you. Make sure you punch James in the face. They desperately hoped that Tanjai would be able to ruthlessly thwart Stormlight Company, slapping James in the face while maintaining the face of summer games. Chapter 107 Betting Agreement. In Shanghai, the summer headquarters of the Storm Rain Company, James leisurely exhaled smoke rings. Suddenly, the assistant hurriedly walked in and handed James a letter. Boss, this is a reply letter from Jagan Network Technology Company Limited, Tanjai. James carelessly took the letter and casually scanned it. But as he looked at it, his face instantly clouded over. The original relaxed expression was replaced by anger, and his cigar fell to the ground. This brat. Who does he think he is? James laughed in anger. I told the entire Xia gaming circle to obediently shut up, but he's good. He dares to choke me. Saying that, he exerted his hands and crumpled the letter into a ball, then viciously tore it into pieces and threw it all over the floor. James stood up violently. Arrange a press conference for me now. I'm going to let this ungrateful small company owner know what happens when you go against me, James. The assistant looked at the stormy James and secretly screamed in his heart. He knew James' temper too well. This man was vindictive, and his methods were extremely ruthless. This time, when Stormlight Company came to Xia, it was originally to establish its authority. Those big brothers in the gaming circle didn't dare to make a sound. Just this Tanjai, who didn't know how to die, replied to the letter. Boss, will this be too ostentatious? After all, it's just a small company. The assistant tried to persuade James to calm down. A small company? James stared wide-eyed, as if he had heard some big joke. If he dares to challenge me, I'm going to let him know what it means to regret. It doesn't matter if he's a big company or a small one. Don't even think about jumping in front of me. The assistant sighed helplessly. He knew that he couldn't persuade James, and could only respond, Boss, I'll go make arrangements. In his heart, he silently felt sorry for Tanjai. The banquet hall of the largest hotel in Shanghai. Various media reporters had set up their long guns early and surrounded the scene. Everyone was waiting for a storm to come. James, the president of Rainstorm Corporation's summer region, was about to respond to Tanjai's challenge here. Dressed in a straight suit, James stomped onto the stage. With arrogance in his eyes and a disdainful sneer hanging at the corner of his mouth, he stood still and, speaking fluently in a foreign language, said loudly, Ladies and gentlemen of the media, today, I stand here because of an interesting challenge. I'm very happy to see someone who dares to call my bluff. This is really interesting. He opened his arms and gesticulated exaggeratedly. All along, those so-called Xia game companies have been cowering in front of me like a mouse seeing a cat. But this Tanjai is different. He has the guts to write me back and go against me. James paused deliberately as he said this, a mocking look on his face. I want to thank him. He's the one who gave me the opportunity to show everyone the true strength of the Storm Rain Company. The reporters on the stage began to frantically take pictures, with flashbulbs going off and on. James scanned around the crowd on stage, the arrogance in his eyes growing even more. He thinks that he can challenge us by writing a letter? It's simply a daydream. We, the Rainstorm Company in the global game industry, that is the absolute hegemon. We have the best technology, the most talented game designers, and countless explosive games. As he said that, he slammed his palm hard and slapped it on the table. The microphone on the table shook with it. Those who oppose us, those who question us, will all pay the price. James clenched his fists. I'm going to let Tanjai, and let the entire Xia gaming circle know that not just anyone can offend the Storm Rain Company. There's only one way to die if you go against us. His voice echoed in the banquet hall, seemingly trying to silence all the opposing voices, all of them. The bright lights shook people's eyes raw, and the stage was densely packed with reporters from all major media. James stood tall on the stage, exuding a disgusting arrogance. He had his hands in his pockets, his eyes full of provocation, arrogantly scanning the crowd under the stage. Humph! James suddenly snorted coldly and said loudly at the top of his voice, "Since he's so bold as to challenge us, the Rainstorm Company, then we might as well play something more exciting." He deliberately dragged out his voice, his eyes flashing with a teasing light. Reveling in it, the crowd's expressions of astonishment were too much for him to keep their mouths shut. "Listen up." James approached the microphone, eyes leveled ahead, and gave a mocking laugh. "Within the next 3 months, we'll both develop a game each. At that time, let's compare them for real and see which game has a larger audience and better earnings." The reporters under the stage instantly exploded. No one had expected that James, this time, didn't just come up to fight a war of words. Rather, it was the two companies who wanted to really put down the cost and compete for strength. Come to a real-life business showdown? Oh my God, this is too crazy. Developing a game in 3 months and comparing earnings. This is no joke. Yes, this betting agreement is too harsh. If this is lost, the consequences are unimaginable. The reporters' flashlights kept flashing, recording this highly dramatic scene. James seemed satisfied with the crowd's reaction. "If we, the Storm Rain Company, lose, no problem." He tilted his head and roared, "We'll immediately withdraw from the Xia market and never set foot in it again." Confidence was written all over his face. It was as if what he mentioned was simply something that couldn't happen. Immediately afterward, his words changed. A hint of sinister intent was revealed in his eyes as he viciously looked at the camera and said, "But if Tanjai loses, he will never be able to engage in the game-related industry again." He stared provocatively at the camera. "How about it, Tanjai? Do you dare to accept this challenge?" The corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a mocking smile. In his heart, he thought that Tanjai, the one who didn't know how to answer the letter, would definitely be scared less. In his query, the official establishment of Tanjai's company was even just a short while ago. The date was brand new. Before that, it belonged to a small workshop, belonging to a company that had managed to make it through and establish itself. In his opinion, this was just having a little bit of small achievements, drifting. That's why he didn't know how to die to provoke him. As long as he dares to agree, I am always willing to sign this agreement. James clasped his hands on his chest and tilted his head. His chin was almost up in the air. His face was filled with an unbeatable look. If he doesn't dare, then obediently apologize publicly. I can forget about it and pretend that none of this has happened. Chapter 108. Tanjai's Choice. James's gunpowder-flavored press conference. Instantly in the entire gaming circle, it set off shockwaves, and the news spread around at an astonishing speed. In a certain gaming giant company, in the conference room, a group of gaming bigwigs were sitting around a long table. The atmosphere was so oppressive that people couldn't breathe. After hearing the news that James had proposed a betting agreement, one of the big-bellied bosses was first stunned. Then a thankful look appeared on his face as he let out a long breath. "It's good that we didn't act impulsively at that time and didn't go to be the one to stand out, or else now that we've been forced into this by James, the one who has to sign the pari-mutual agreement would be us." As he spoke, he used a handkerchief and wiped the cold sweat that emerged on his forehead. "Yeah, going against the Stormwater Company, that's just like hitting a stone with an egg. The capital and technology behind them we simply can't compare. If we really go against them, we might lose all our money in the blink of an eye. If we really go up against them, we'll probably lose all our money in the blink of an eye. By then, we'll lose our reputation, and it'll all be over. However, this Tanjai is really a newborn calf who isn't afraid of tigers. I just don't know how he's going to deal with James' move next." And in the online world, on the game forums, a post about Tanjai betting against the Rainstorm Company was topped to the front page in a short period of time. The floor within a floor kept stacking up. "Tanjai is also too stupid, he's completely alone in this." Netizens posted and spat. "He fought hard against that arrogant guy James in order to fight for our Xia game industry. But now look, James is getting more and more arrogant. In the entire gaming circle, there's actually no one who came out to help Tanjai speak. This is also too chilling." "That's true." Other netizens followed closely behind, their tones filled with anger. "These people in the summer gaming circle, they're all softballs. So many people just watched as Tanjai, a kid, went up against a giant like Stormlight. Nor do they know to join forces. I really don't know, what are they afraid of? The betting agreement James proposed was also too ruthless. Developing a game in 3 months and having to compete with Stormwater. It's almost an impossible task. Netizens analyzed rationally and sighed helplessly. Tanjai is in big trouble this time. Those gaming bigwigs are all cowering behind. They just know how to protect themselves. What a shame. If Tanjai loses, he won't be able to make games in the future. This is a huge loss for us players. The games he developed have brought us so much joy. I really don't want to see such an outcome. In a game, enthusiasts often go to the internet cafe. Several young people were sitting around, playing games while also discussing this matter. Tanjai is going to bet against the Storm Rain Company to develop a game in 3 months. Really? This is too risky. Storm Rain Company is a giant in the industry, although Tanjai is great. But this gap, it's too big. The player wearing a game-themed t-shirt exasperatedly slapped the table. Yeah, those gaming giants are also too disappointing. They all drop the ball at critical moments. Just Tanjai alone rushed ahead. If he loses, he'll never be able to play the games he developed again. His companion shook his head somewhat helplessly, but there was still a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Let's hope that Tanjai can create a miracle. Otherwise, our summer gaming circle this time will really be disgraced. At the same time, in some game companies, the employees were also talking in private. Our company, will we send reinforcements to help Tanjai? He's fighting against Stormwater alone? Impossible. A young game planner whispered, honestly, 3 months on the side of Storm Rain, surely resources will have to be mobilized as well. Things have gotten so big. The group is furious. He somewhat hesitantly lowered his voice. If the company will send foreign aid, I would kind of like to go. You're crazy. Our boss, he won't get involved in this mess. Going against the Rainstorm Company, maybe the company will have to get involved. The colleague next to him heard, and hurriedly pulled him. It's better to save yourself. Don't find trouble for yourself. The entire network, because of this matter, was in an uproar. Everyone was paying close attention to Tanjai's movements, curious what exactly would happen to him, breaking through in this seemingly hopeless contest. Tanjai's home. Nowadays, the Tan family's financial situation was very good. They had moved out of their old house and lived in a newly purchased villa. Tanhuigen also drove, before, a small car that he didn't even dare to think about. But now, Tanhuigen and Lu Jiali's faces. There is no smile, but a sad face. Tanhuigen kept rubbing his hands, his eyes full of anxiety. Jiali, this child. Why is he so impulsive? Our days now, they're hardly getting better. Yet he wants to mess with the Storm Rain Company. Isn't this pushing himself into the fire pit? They had also inquired recently. The Rainstorm Company was one of the few most recognized game companies in the world. The strength was very terrifying. Lu Jiali sighed softly, her eyes reddening. Jiali is only 8 years old. How can he fight against others? More importantly, the other party did not speak of martial virtues and came up and directly asked to sign a betting agreement. Tanhuigen gritted his teeth. No, hurry up and give in. Don't go against people anymore. This pari-mutual agreement absolutely cannot be signed. Son, don't be stupid. We can't afford to mess with the Rainstorm Company. So apologize to them and get it over with. Once the bet failed, Tanjai would no longer be able to engage in the game-related industry. The loss would be too great. Tanhuigen was so anxious that his voice changed tone. If you sign this betting agreement, you'll never be able to make games again if you lose. He paused, lowered his voice, and sighed. You still have a long road ahead of you. You can't ruin your future because of this momentary whim. Lu Jiali also hurriedly said from the side. Your father is right. Let's not get into this mess. Okay? Tanjai looked at his parents, the gaze full of worry. He pondered for a moment, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly, letting out a soft sneer. Dad, Mom, don't worry. Tanjai patted his parents' hands, his tone so composed that he didn't look like an 8-year-old. In his previous life, he hadn't come into contact with the Rainstorm Company, and he didn't know that this company was so overbearing. However, since the words had already been said, there was no reason to take them back. He didn't want to either go apologize to Zamus. Then there was only one way left to. Chapter 109. James came to Jiangcheng. On the highway leading from Shanghai to Jiangcheng, a limousine sped past. The interior of the car was luxuriously decorated, with leather seats and high-class stereo. Humph! Those big companies in Xia like What Goose Factory and Pig Farm, one by one they don't dare to squeak. James sat on the spacious back seat. His face was gloomy, angrily scanning out the window. His mouth kept muttering, his eyes full of disdain. How is it that such a small company that doesn't know what's good for them has popped up? Dare to go against me? James gritted his teeth in anger. The assistant sitting in the co-pilot's seat carefully turned back and compensated with a smile. Boss, maybe this small company is just newborn and doesn't understand the power of our stormwater company. Doesn't understand? James looked like he had heard a big joke, sneering, they are stupid. The entire summer gaming circle knows our reputation. Those big companies don't dare to mess with us easily, but they dare. I have to make an example of them, so that the entire Xia Kingdom knows what happens when you go against the Storm Rain Company. The assistant hesitated and whispered, Boss, but this small company is just too weak, just afraid that killing the chicken to make an example of the monkey won't be able to do much. What do you know? James glared fiercely at his assistant and roared, no matter how weak it is, as long as it dares to challenge me, it can't be spared. If we can't even handle such a small company, who will be afraid of our Stormlight Company in the future? If word gets out, how can we still gain a foothold in the global gaming circle? The assistant shrank his neck in fear, not daring to speak again. James leaned on the back of his chair. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he muttered to himself, Humph, this small company. I must let them know the price of challenging me. I will let them become the antithesis of the entire Xia gaming circle. Let's see in the future who else dares to go against me. Jiangcheng City Center. The black limousine slowly stopped. The car door opened, and James walked down with an arrogant face. He was wearing a pair of sunglasses, an expensive suit. His hair was combed meticulously, and he had a cigar in his mouth. Snort. This is the river city of Xia? James looked at the surrounding slightly outdated buildings and the bustling but plainly dressed crowd. The corner of his mouth hooked into a mocking sneer. Compared to Shanghai City, it's a world of difference. Not to mention, compared to the cities of our beautiful country. Yeah, boss. The assistant following beside him hurriedly said, the level of development here is far worse. Compared to our territory, it's not comparable at all. James took the cigar in his hand, flicked the ash disdainful. But it's good. First take that, dare to provoke my small company to start. In a place like this, to have a crushing victory can also give the entire summer gaming circle a wake-up call. The assistant said with some concern, Boss, although this small company is weak, but if we go to such great lengths, wouldn't it be a bit of a fuss? Making a big deal out of it? James' eyes flinched as he glared viciously at his assistant. What do you know? This is not simply dealing with a small company. This is to establish authority. I want the entire Summer Kingdom to know. Daring to mess with the Storm Rain Company, even if it's a small company in a small place like this, it will never have a good ending. After saying that, James threw his cigar onto the ground viciously, crushed it out with his foot, and walked forward with large strides. Humph. That small company that doesn't know how to die? I'll immediately let you all know the price of provoking me, James. James' eyes burned with a blazing rage. He turned his head violently, stared at his assistant, and roared, Quickly say it. Where the hell is that small company that doesn't know how to die and dares to call my bluff? I'm going to let them know right now what a stupid decision it was to mess with me. The assistant was shocked by James' look. He hurriedly lowered his head to rummage through the information. After a while, he hesitantly flipped over a map again for a long while before nodding his head in confirmation. No. Right, it's really this place. The assistant raised his hand and wiped a handful of sweat from his forehead, hurriedly stretching out his finger, pointing to the Triumph International not far away. Boss, just right in that building. The name is called Home Roots Network Technology Limited. James looked in the direction that his assistant pointed, and his face instantly surfaced, an extremely contemptuous cold smile. His shoulders slightly shrugged as if he had heard a heavenly joke. Just that. He hummed disdainfully, his tone filled with arrogance. Humph. What an insouciance. They think that, in that Thai building, they can escape my retaliation. Simply a fool's dream. He clenched his fists and said viciously, Tell everyone to get ready for me. Before long, I'm going to make this small company that dares to provoke me disappear completely and utterly from Jiangcheng. Not even a root left. James stood in front of the Triumph International building, looking at the not-so-tall building. The maniacal smile on his face grew more and more unrestrained. How dare a small company inside this little Thai building provoke me? When I completely crush them, the entire summer country will obediently fall at the feet of the Stormwater Company. At that time, our promotion in Xia will skyrocket. The assistant came forward with a fawning face and flattered, "Boss, your words are too domineering. This small company, not weighing their own weight, actually dares to go against our Stormwater Company. It's simply a life long hanged by the star of longevity." Saying that, glancing at James' face, he raised his volume. "Their little bit of so-called courage, in front of our powerful strength, it's just like a mole cricket, simply unbearable. Purely brainless to do such stupid things." James let out a satisfied humph, the breath coming out of his nose tinged with arrogance. He glanced disdainfully at his assistant, and with a wave of his hand, he twisted his head and walked towards the front door of Triumph International. His pace was tremendous, and his mouth kept muttering, "Today is the day this company dies." The assistant hurriedly jogged to follow him, and while running, he also rambled, "Boss, don't worry. This time, we can definitely beat the crap out of them. From now on, no one in the entire summer gaming circle will dare to resist anymore." James didn't have the heart to listen to his assistant's nonsense. He accelerated his steps, his eyes flashing with a ferocious, impatient light. In his mind, the image of Jiaru's company being ruined by him constantly surfaced, the employees crying out for their parents, the company's assets being auctioned off, and the signboard being smashed to smithereens. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, as if he had already tasted the flavor of victory in advance. Chapter 110. My opponent, a child? The assistant bowed and led the way like a follower. James followed behind with his hands in his pockets, strutting. Along the way, James was full of impatience and complained every now and then. "This Thai place, the floors are so high, and the elevator is so slow, it's really delaying my time." Finally, the elevator dinged and reached the 17th floor. The assistant carefully pointed to the floor and said with a smile, "Boss, this is it, Home Roots Network Technology Company." James stepped out of the elevator and looked up. The entire floor was the office area of Home Root Network. He was first slightly stunned. Then the corner of his mouth hooked up in a mocking sneer and said aloud, "Ooh, the entire floor?" James stood in the corridor of the 17th floor with his hands clasped over his chest, the sneer on his face intensifying. He turned his head to look at his assistant, his eyes full of arrogance. "Humph, this company here may still be able to fill up the facade, but compared to our Stormwater Company, it doesn't even count as a shrimp." The assistant's face was fawning. "Boss, you are so right. In the beautiful country, our Rainstorm Company is the headquarters of an entire game park. Take the Shanghai branch as an example, it directly rents an entire building for its office. That grandeur, who can compare?" James nodded in satisfaction, the contempt in his eyes growing even more. "What is our position in the global game industry? Don't they have any idea in their hearts? To actually dare to provoke me is simply a joke. In front of absolute strength, this point of their place. It's just a small workshop." James pushed open the door of Home Roots Network Technology Company. He stomped in, swept his eyes around, and yelled loudly in a foreign language, "Call your boss out to me." Wang Xiaoya frowned. In her heart she was disgusted by James' rudeness, but still in the spirit of politeness. She poked her head out from her workstation, hesitated for a moment, and responded in her not-so-fluent foreign language. "Hello? Our boss is away at school right now. If you're looking for him, just wait until he's out of school." After saying that, Wang Xiaoya stopped looking at James and turned her head to go about her business, directly leaving James hanging out to dry. James stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he heard. James stood in place and swept the company's office area, realizing that in the huge space, there were actually only 3 beautiful employees busy. The scene made him look like he had seen something ridiculous. A mocking sneer instantly piled up on his face. Just this? With just these few people, they dared to call out to the Storm Rain Company? It was simply ridiculous to the extreme. He laughed while shaking his head, his eyes filled with contempt. James paced back and forth in his office, checking his watch every now and then. Several hours had passed. His patience was worn out, and his anger was burning hotter and hotter in his heart. Where the hell did this brat die? Making me wait for so long. Just then, the office door was pushed open. Tanjai, who was carrying a duffel bag, walked in. Wang Xiaoya looked like she saw a savior and hurriedly ran over, pulling Tanjai's arm. Boss, you're finally back. There's been a foreigner waiting for you here since this afternoon. With a particularly arrogant attitude, Tanjai frowned slightly, a trace of displeasure flashing through his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Oh, got it. Tanjai had just stepped into the company door when he saw a foreigner in a suit. His mouth was still non-stop, cursing in a foreign language. This guy must have been sent by the Rainstorm Company. After putting his school bag away, Tanjai gently patted his body, the non-existent dust, and turned around calmly. He took big strides and walked towards James, with that calm and steady aura, where he looked like an 8-year-old child. Tanjai arrived in front of James. He didn't flinch, his eyes looking straight at James. Immediately after, he said in fluent and authentic foreign language, his voice clear and loud, I see that the person you've been messing around here for half a day looking for should be me. I am the owner of this company. Don't make a scene here anymore. If you have something to say, just say it quickly. Don't waste my time here. These words were loud and clear. The atmosphere was all instantly turned around by him. Originally, the imposing James, on the contrary, looked like a punk who had come to the door to cause trouble. James was full of anger, ready to continue his attack. When he heard Tanjai's words, he instantly froze on the spot. His entire person instantly froze on the spot. What did you say? James stuttered and spoke, his voice filled with disbelief. You said, you're the boss? With a little brat like you? As he spoke, he looked Tanjai up and down. There was first shock in his eyes, and then endless contempt welled up. Ha ha ha. This is simply the funniest joke I've heard. This year, as if he had suddenly reacted, James erupted into a piercing laughter. I thought that it was some kind of powerful character, but it's actually a brat who's not even 10 years old. Do you know what you're doing? You're afraid that you haven't even read many books. Do you know who I am and what I'm here for? I'm here to talk business. And you're afraid you only know $10 and how many ways to spend it. He laughed while pointing his finger at Tanjai. That look was arrogant to the extreme. Tanjai didn't say anything. Looking at James was like looking at a comedian. Pure clown. James' laughter came to an abrupt end. The muscles on his face became abstracted with anger as he stared viciously at Tanjai and roared, Are you kidding me? For a milquetoast brat like you to be the owner of a company? This is simply ridiculous. His voice echoed in the office, jarring one's ears. Do you know what the concept of the Rainstorm Company is? We call the shots in the global gaming industry, and when we stomp our feet, the entire industry has to shake 3 times. James growled while pointing at Tanjai. And you, a brat who hasn't even grown a beard, actually dares to call our bluff? The more he spoke, the angrier he became, and he violently turned around, roaring at Wang Xiaoya, who was at the side. Call out your company. The real person in charge to me. Don't fool me with this kid. Wang Xiaoya frowned and was about to open her mouth when Tanjai reached out to stop her. Tanjai took a step forward, looking at James with firm eyes, and said in a loud voice, I'm the owner of this company. You don't need to find anyone else. If there's anything, just come at me. James was so angry that he almost jumped up when he heard this. He stretched out his finger, almost poking Tanjai in the face, and roared, Don't you toast me. If you don't call out the person who can really make the decision today, your company won't have a good time. Chapter 111 Betting Agreement Success. Tanjai looked at James, that overbearing look, and was bored to death, directly rolling his eyes greatly. I say you people are finished. Arguing here, I'll tell you for the last time, you're looking for the person in charge of the company. I am. This Roots Network Technology Limited Company was founded by me, Tanjai. I can call the shots on everything big and small in the company. He slightly tilted his head, chin up, the corner of his mouth hooked into a teasing smile, deliberately dragging out his voice. But then, let's say it's ugly in advance. If you want to sign a betting agreement, that can be a bit troublesome. I'm still a child now, do you understand? Legally speaking, I don't have full civil capacity yet. This agreement has to be signed with my dad, Tanhuigan. James was still flailing a moment ago, but when he heard Tanjai's words, his entire body instantly froze, and he looked as if he had seen a ghost. He stood frozen in place, unable to return to his senses for half a day. It was as if something was choked in his throat for a while before he stammered out a few words. You little brat, not very old, actually know the law, and can speak such a fluent foreign language. As he spoke, he unconsciously shook his head, a face full of incredulity. James recalled just now, when he was communicating with Wang Xiaoya, the other party's laborious foreign language skills. Then he looked at the calm and eloquent Tanjai in front of him. Heart thumped, secretly thinking, this little kid, is there really something? Is he really the person in charge of this company? It can't be that I've lost my eyesight. For the first time, a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. Tanjai glanced at James, who was still in a daze, and turned his head to Wang Xiaoya. Sister Xiaoya, give my father a call, and tell him to hurry and come to the company, and say that there's something urgent. Wang Xiaoya hurriedly nodded her head, pulled out her cell phone, and hurriedly walked aside to make a call. Only then did Tanjai turn his gaze, again to James, with a confident smile on his face, and said in fluent foreign language, let's move on to talk about the betting agreement. You said that it's fine for each of you to develop a game within these 3 months, then audience and revenue. I think it's quite interesting. Saying that, he looked at James like a small adult, with his hands clasped over his chest and his head tilted. James looked at this methodical child in front of him, and listening to his well-organized words, the last trace of doubt in his heart disappeared. He had to admit that Tanjai was the real backbone of this company. After the shock, remorse welled up in his heart. He cursed in his heart he was too impulsive. James cursed in his heart. How could he not have thought that the other party was a child? This is great. This betting agreement is just a big pit. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, his face turning green and white. If he won, others would definitely say, Stormy Rain Company actually won against an 8-year-old child. What's the big deal? What kind of skill is that? This wouldn't do the company's reputation any good at all. Instead, it would make people think that they were bullying the small with the big. But if they lost, the consequences would be simply unimaginable. Even an 8-year-old can lose. Those glorious records of the Storm Rain Company, I'm afraid they weren't blown out of proportion, right? At that time, the company would have to be reduced to a laughingstock in the global gaming circle. Thinking about this, a layer of cold sweat broke out on James' forehead, and he began to fidget. James stood there, anxious like an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth. In his heart, he kept cursing. But right now, in the entire summer gaming circle, only Jagan Networks dared to answer the war. He simply had no other choice but to grit his teeth and hold on. At this moment, the door was pushed open with a bang. Tan Huigen hurried in. He looked at the face full of anger James, and then looked at the calm and self-confident son. His heart probably have a bottom. Tan Huigen walked forward, straightened his back, looked straight at James without fear, and said loudly, I am Tan Huigen, the father of Tanjai. I can put my words down here, although the company was founded by my son. He is the one who makes all the decisions, big and small, and he is the one in charge. If there's anything, you talk to my son directly. James originally, because of Tanjai's calmness, and held a bellyful of fire. At this moment, he was even more furious with veins popping up on his forehead. His eyebrows were tightly wrinkled together, as if twisted into a twist, and the sinister cruelty that flashed through his eyes almost turned into substance. In his heart, he kept calculating, this little brat is too tricky to get into oil and salt. Humph. Since this is the case, I'll just lay some more heavy stuff on them. Let's see how arrogant he can still be. Thinking that, James' face instantly piled up with a fake smile. But that smile was even worse than crying, and said to Tanjai with a leathery smile, Hey little old brother, since we're both so sincere, let's talk about this parley agreement. I think that those previous conditions have to be pondered over again. What do you think? Tanjai looked at James, that hypocritical face, and a wave of disgust ran through his heart. He raised an eyebrow, disdainfully skimming his mouth, his tone filled with impatience. Don't come with me on this. Say what you have to say painfully. Don't beat around the bush here. I don't have the time to play mind games with you. James was choked by Tanjai's blunt words, and the fake smile on his face almost couldn't hang on. He let out a cold snort, and the look on his face instantly became ferocious as he raised his volume, almost yelling, Fine, you're quick enough. Then I'll also be straightforward. If your Family Roots Network company loses this time, not only you, Tanjai, will suffer, but all the employees here will never want to step into the game industry again. How about it, little brat? Do you dare to agree? After saying that, he took a step forward and stared provocatively at Tanjai, his eyes flashing with a calculating light, like a vicious wolf waiting for its prey to take the bait. After throwing out that almost rogue condition, James looked at Tanjai with a smug expression, just waiting to see. This kid's face turn white with fear and obediently give in. But Tanjai just swept him a calm glance, the corners of his mouth rising slightly to reveal a disdainful smile. Just this condition? Tanjai snorted, his tone filled with contempt. You're too much of a despiser. Fine, I promise you. He clasped his hands to his chest, his eyes glittering with determination, that confident energy, as if the entire world was under his control. James froze for a moment, obviously not expecting Tanjai to promise so dryly, and couldn't help but be skeptical. Are you sure? Do you know what this means? Don't lose and then back out when the time comes. Tanjai took a step forward and raised his head, staring at James with a torch-like gaze. I'll keep my word, because he didn't think he would lose at all. Having plowed through the gaming industry for many years, he still had this confidence. Chapter 112. This time, let's do an even better one. The next day, the sky of Jiangcheng was exceptionally clear, but the atmosphere in front of Jugan Networks was tense, as if a storm was approaching. Reporters from all the major media in Jiangxing swarmed here. Long guns and short cannons are aimed at the company's door, flashlights flashing non-stop. They had all heard the explosive news that Tanjai was going to sign a betting agreement with James from Stormwater. This was big news in the gaming world. In the crowd, James wore a straight suit, his hair combed to a shiny finish, an arrogant sneer on his face as he strutted into the company. As he walked, he was still showing off to the reporters around him. Today, I'll let everyone see what happens when you go against the Storm Rain Company, a little brat from the summer country. That's just too young to dare challenge us. It's simply self-importance. Tanjai was not, in the slightest, intimidated by James' arrogance. Looking at James' smug look, Tanjai hummed disdainfully. When the agreement is signed, there will be a time for you to cry. Don't think that you, the Storm Rain Company, can remain arrogant. Under the gaze of the crowd, a betting agreement was placed on the table. James couldn't wait to grab the pen and signed his name with a dragon's flourish, then threw the pen away and looked provocatively at Tanjai. Kid, let's see how long you can keep your mouth shut. Tanjai unhurriedly took the pen and was about to sign, when Tanhuagan on the side hurriedly stopped him. You've thought this through, this signature. There's no turning back. Tanjai looked up at his father, his eyes full of confidence. Dad, don't worry. I know in my heart. I'm sure I can win. After saying that, he forcefully wrote his name on the agreement, writing it down. Because Tanjai was not old enough, Tanhuagan, as a proxy, also signed his name on the agreement. After signing, Tanhuagan patted Tanjai's shoulder. Son, no matter what the outcome is, Dad will support you. This news, instantly like it had wings, quickly spread throughout the entire city. It became the center of everyone's discussion. Everyone praised Tanjai's courage. Only 8 years old, and he's so courageous to go against the Storm Rain Company. This kid will definitely be great in the future. Yes, he's fighting for the sake of the reputation of our Xia's gaming community. So admirable. Tanjai faced the aggressive Rainstorm Company without the slightest bit of fear, plugging everything for the reputation of the Xia Kingdom's gaming community. This scene was deeply imprinted in the minds of every person in Xia. And in contrast, Goose Factory, Pig Factory, and other veteran game companies, the behavior of choosing to remain silent when provoked by the Storm Rain Company was somewhat irresponsible. The internet was full of curses, and netizens were spitting. Those big companies, usually with boundless scenery, but at critical moments, they are shrunken turtles, not as responsible as an 8-year-old child. That's right. Tanjai is the real hero. Those old companies, they should really reflect and reflect. After signing the agreement, Tanjai's footsteps were hurried, running straight towards the company, leaving the school's gate far behind. At this moment, the company had long been in chaos. Wang Xiaoya and the other 2 female employees were in a hurry. Worry was written all over their faces. It's over, what can we do? Wang Xiaoya was also frowning and kept pacing around the office, muttering under her breath. That's the Rainstorm Company. How can we win? Right at this moment, Tanjai pushed the door in. Wang Xiaoya looked like she saw a savior and rushed over at once, grabbing Tanjai's arm. Boss, you've finally come. This betting agreement is too scary. Can we do it? Tanjai gently patted Wang Xiaoya's hand, revealing a confident smile and a firm tone. What's the point of panicking? Since I dared to sign this agreement, I definitely have the certainty of winning. You guys don't need to be nervous. His voice was not loud, but it seemed to have a kind of magic power, making the originally panicked trio instantly quiet. Really? Really? Boss, why are you so confident? Wang Xiaoya asked half-heartedly, a hint of hope flickering in her eyes. Tanjai walked over to the office chair and sat down dashingly, legs folded and hands clasped in front of his chest. Of course it's true. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and there was a glint in his eyes. Have you guys forgotten those achievements I had before? I came prepared. Wang Xiaoya swallowed his saliva and asked cautiously, Boss, isn't it true that you've already thought about what kind of game you're going to make? That's why you're so confident. The other two female employees also hurriedly came over and looked blearily at Tanjai. The eyes were filled with anticipation. Tanjai nodded heavily as he slammed the table and said loudly, That's right. Since that guy James wants to compete, I'll play a big game with him. This time, not only do I want to win the parley, but I also want to take back the honor of Xia's game industry, ruthlessly. I want the whole world to know that our summer country's games are not something to be messed with. His voice was full of power, causing everyone's heartbeat to accelerate. Zhao Lin and Zhou Yun, whose hearts were still a little apprehensive, were instantly ignited by Tanjai's words. Zhao Lin's face turned red as she shouted, Boss, that's so right. Let's fight them. I've long been looking at that rainstorm company with disdain. This time, I have to let them know how powerful we are. Zhou Yun was also not willing to show weakness and nodded her head vigorously. Boss, wherever you point, we'll fight. Everything is at your disposal. We definitely won't drag our feet. Wang Xiaoya was equally fervent. She stepped forward and looked at Tanjai with firm eyes. Boss, we believe in you. No matter how many difficulties lie ahead, we'll follow you. And together we'll make this game, and make Stormy Rain Company lose its bottom. The three of them stood in a row, looking at Tanjai with a determined gaze. Tanjai looked at Wang Xiaoya and said, Sister Xiaoya, time is running out right now. You immediately use the fastest speed to recruit a group of top-notch programmers for me. The game we're going to make this time is not comparable to those before. The complexity has directly doubled several times. The demand for manpower is huge. It's a matter of our company's survival, and also the face of Xia's game industry. Definitely can't drop the ball. Wang Xiaoya was infected by Tanjai, this impassioned momentum, and her eyes were filled with determination. Boss, I'll take care of this. I'll mobilize all my connections and guarantee that in the shortest possible time, I'll recruit you the best programmers and form an unbeatable development team. Chapter 113. Recruitment thwarted. After Tanjai finished arranging the company's recruitment matters, he got into the car waiting at the side. The driver respectfully started the car and sped towards the school. Along the way, Tanjai's thoughts were still immersed in the betting plan with the Rainstorm Company. Soon, the car stopped steadily in front of the school. Tanjai pushed open the car door and walked down. Just after stepping into the campus, he was keenly aware that the gazes of the students around him were somewhat different. The originally noisy campus pathway, at the moment he appeared, it was as if the mute button had been pressed. The gazes of the students were focused on him. Those eyes were filled with awe. Wow, he's Tanjai. I heard that he's only 8 years old, and he dares to bet against the world's top gaming company. That's too powerful. Yeah, this kind of boldness, my parents may not even have it. He's practically my idol. Tanjai walked as if nothing had happened, but in his heart, he understood what everyone was talking about. At this moment, a small figure squeezed out from the crowd, and it was none other than the little lowly Lilei. She tilted her red face up, her eyes staring unblinkingly at Tanjai. It was as if those eyes were on the verge of drawing silk. Brother Jiali, are you really signing a betting agreement with the super-powerful Rainstorm Company? Lilei asked with a face full of envy. Her voice was sweet, with a hint of incredulity. Tanjai looked at Lilei's cute appearance and nodded with a smile. Signed. What? Did you hear about it too? Lilei nodded vigorously, clasping her hands together tightly, and said with a florid face, "Brother Jiali, you're too cool." What little girl didn't have a princess dream? She used to think that it would be great if she could meet a particularly powerful prince. Unexpectedly, it really let her meet one. "Brother Jiali, you are my Prince Charming. At your young age, you're so determined, courageous, and capable. Those adults can't even compare to you." Tanjai was praised by Li Lei and was a little embarrassed. Like a happy little bunny, Li Lei bounced back to her seat. Immediately afterward, she hurriedly rummaged through her small school bag. In a short while, a variety of small snacks was her brain on the table. Green and colorful packages, on the desk, piled up into a small mountain. "Brother Jiali, come quickly." Li Lei excitedly greeted Tanjai while waving at him. Tanjai slowly walked over, looking at those snow cakes and wafers on the table, thinking, "These are what children love to eat. How can I have the heart to eat them now?" But looking at Li Lei, that face full of expectation, really cannot bear to refuse. Tanjai smiled and said, in her tone, with a hint of reluctant surprise, "Wow, Li Lei, you brought a lot of snacks." Li Lei happily clapped her hands and said, "Brother Jiali, these are all my favorite foods. Feel free to eat whatever you like. Take whatever you like. Don't be polite," she said as she pushed the snacks towards Tanjai. Tanjai smiled helplessly, reached out and took a bag of snow cakes, saying, "Then I'm not polite. Thank you, Li Lei." "You're welcome, you're welcome. I'm so happy that Brother Jai can eat the snacks I brought." Li Lei's eyes smiled into a curved crescent moon. She stared at Tanjai without blinking, the adoration in her eyes almost overflowing. "Brother Jai, the way you eat snow cakes, they're all so handsome," Li Lei said with her hands resting on her chin with a florid face. Tanjai was so amused by her words that he almost choked, coughed twice, and said, "Li Lei, don't be so exaggerated." "It's not exaggerated. Brother Jai, if you bet against the Storm Rain Company, you'll definitely win. At that time, you'll be the big hero," Li Lei said excitedly, her little face red from excitement. Tanjai took a bite of the snow cake and looked at Li Lei's serious appearance. "Thank you for believing in me so much. I will definitely work hard." I knew it. Brother Jai is the best law. When you win, I'm going to give you an even bigger present." Li Lei swore with conviction. It was as if Tanjai had already won the betting agreement. The talent market was crowded, but in front of the recruitment booth of Jagan Technology Limited, it was cold and quiet. The three of them, Wang Xiaoya, blearily, stood in front of the rented position. Their eyes were fixed on the passing crowd, hoping that someone would come over to inquire about the recruitment information. "It's been almost a day. How come there's no one?" Wang Xiaoya stomped her feet in anxiety. "The boss gave me such an important task. If I can't finish it, what can I do?" In her voice, there was an obvious anxiety. Zhou Yun also frowned with a helpless expression. "Our recruitment conditions aren't that bad. The salary is also quite high. How come no one is interested?" As she spoke, she picked up the recruitment poster and looked at it again and again, as if she wanted to find out the problem from it. Zhao Lin, on the other hand, kept waving to the passers-by, shouting, "Come and take a look. Our company is recruiting programmers, and the pay is good." But those people just glanced at it hastily and left without looking back. Zhao Lin was so angry that she gritted her teeth. "These people, how can they be like this? They don't even take a look. Is it because our company is too small? When those big companies set up their stalls here, people are crowding their heads." Zhou Yun guessed with a hint of frustration in her tone. "Even if the fame is small, it's not so bad that not a single person would come." Wang Xiaoya was so anxious that tears were coming out of her eyes. "The boss is still counting on us to recruit top programmers and make a super awesome game to beat Stormy Rain Company. Now we can't even recruit anyone. How can we explain this?" At this time, a young man slowly walked over. Wang Xiaoya's eyes lit up and immediately greeted him with a smile on her face. "Hello. We are from Home Roots Technology Limited. We are recruiting programmers. Are you interested in learning more?" The young man glanced at the recruitment poster and skimmed his lips. "Home Root Network? Who doesn't know by now that you're betting against the Stormwater Company? If you lose, everyone will have to lose their jobs. So who dares to come?" After saying that, he turned around and left. Wang Xiaoya stood frozen in place. Her heart half cooled when she heard this answer. Zhou Yun and Zhao Lin also gathered around. Hearing the young man's words, all three were silent. The mood of the three of them, like this cold stall, also fell to the bottom. Zhou Yun was so anxious that she scratched her ears, and suddenly her eyes lit up and said aloud, "Why don't we go back to school and find a classmate to try? Tanjai is, for the sake of the honor of the game industry in Xia, betting against the Storm Rain Company. Our classmates can't just stand by and do nothing." Wang Xiaoya frowned, anxiously thinking, biting her lip and said, "Can this work?" But now there was really no other way to think of. If we don't fill up the people as soon as possible. Once the bet was lost, not only would Tanjai have to quit the gaming industry forever, they would also lose a good job, wouldn't they? Chapter 114. The reason behind it is saddening. Wang Xiaoya, the three of them, rushed into the counselor's office in a hurry. One by one, they were panting with an anxious look on their faces. Wang Xiaoya was the first to speak, her tone urgent. "Counselor, we have something urgent to find you. Tanjai, you know, right, he and James from the Stormwater Company signed a betting agreement. Now our company, we urgently need to recruit programmers. You have to help us." Zhou Yun and Zhao Lin were at the side, desperately nodding their heads, their eyes full of anticipation. The counselor frowned slightly, gesturing for them to sit down first, and slowly said, "I know about this. This child, Tanjai, does have courage, for the sake of our summer country's game industry, to go and bet against a large foreign company. I am quite supportive in my heart." When Wang Xiaoya heard that there was a chance, a delighted look immediately appeared on her face. "But you guys also know that the stakes of this parley agreement, right?" The girls were just about to open their mouths, but they were blocked by the counselor's next words. "On the losing side, all the people involved can no longer engage in the game industry. Most of the students in our majors want to, in the future, develop in the game field. The risk of this agreement is just too great. I can't let the students take this risk." Wang Xiaoya stood up anxiously and said, "Counselor, Tanjai is really sure of himself. He's made a lot of achievements before, so he'll definitely be fine this time as well. Moreover, this is a great opportunity for us to win honor for the gaming industry of Xia. If we can succeed, our school's reputation will also grow." "Yes, counselor. The treatment our company gives is also very good. If everyone comes to help, not only will they gain experience, but maybe they can even change the landscape of the gaming industry." The counselor shook his head helplessly and spoke at length. "I understand your feelings, but this concerns the students' future. Think about it. If the students lose their future jobs because of this, how can I explain to them?" Zhao Lin was so anxious that tears were welling up in her eyes. The counselor looked at their anxious appearance, and her heart was a bit unbearable, but still insisted on his idea. "I know you guys are anxious, but this is something that really needs to be considered carefully." Wang Xiaoya, the three of them, was like a drowning person who had grabbed the last straw to save his life. She clasped her hands together and kept bowing, her voice carrying a sobbing tone. "Counselor, you just help us. You just give the students a chance to decide for themselves. Okay?" Zhou Yun also kept saying nice things at the side. "Yes, counselor. Our students, they all have a sense of justice. Maybe everyone is willing to contribute for the sake of Xia's game industry. You just organize a meeting for everyone and let us talk about the situation. Even if only one person is willing to come, we still have hope." The counselor was so headache-ridden by the three people's persistence that she was very torn in her heart as she looked at their pitiful appearance. Put her in a difficult position left and right. "Don't be like this, guys. Calm down first. This matter, it's really not something I can decide easily." The counselor tried to persuade the three, but Wang Xiaoya's trio didn't listen at all, and continued to plead non-stop. After a stalemate for a while, the counselor finally sighed and said helplessly, "I really can't do anything about you guys. I promise you that I'll gather all the students together, hold a meeting, and let everyone choose for themselves. But let's say the ugly words up front. You guys can't blame me for what the final result will be." When Wang Xiaoya's trio heard this, their faces instantly blossomed into bright smiles. "Thank you, counselor. You are really wonderful. We knew that you would definitely help us." Zhou Yun and Zhao Lin were also at the side and kept saying words of thanks. The three of them were so happy that they were dancing around the academy auditorium. Almost the entire majors were gathered here. Many of them were still mingling, curious about the purpose of this meeting. Wang Xiaoya stood on the podium of the auditorium, looking at the dense crowd below the stage, and took a deep breath. Her hands gripped the microphone tightly, and her palms were covered in sweat. Classmates! Wang Xiaoya's voice, through the microphone, echoed in the auditorium, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The stage instantly quieted down. I've gathered everyone here today because there's a very important thing to tell you all. Everyone should have heard that our summer country's gaming industry has recently suffered a provocation. James from the Storm Rain Company ran to our Jiangxing city, wanting to suppress our game companies and trample on the dignity of our summer country's games. Wang Xiaoya became more and more agitated as she spoke. But Tanjai, a child of only 8 years old, for the honor of our Xia kingdom, resolutely took James' betting agreement. He's going to use his own strength to fight for the Xia kingdom's game industry. Wang Xiaoya clenched her fists, her emotions infecting everyone present. Under the stage, a slight commotion began to come from the stage. Right now, Tanjai and his company are facing great difficulties. They have to develop a game, within 3 months, that is strong enough to compete with the Storm Rain Company, which requires a large number of specialized talents. And we, as game majors, are standing at a critical point at this moment. Wang Xiaoya's eyes burned as she looked at the students on the stage. I stand here today, on behalf of Tanjai, and also on behalf of our entire company, to ask for a helping hand. Fight for the dignity of summer games. We have to let the world know that our summer country's game industry is not something to be bullied. Our summer country's game people have the courage and ability to fight against any powerful opponent. Wang Xiaoya finished speaking and bowed deeply to the stage. As Wang Xiaoya's words fell, the auditorium instantly quieted down, and only the afterimages of her voice still echoed in the air. Originally, she was full of expectations. But as time passed by, the entire auditorium was silent. There wasn't a single person that got up to make a statement. Only countless pairs of eyes, with hesitation and entanglement, looked towards her. Wang Xiaoya's face gradually became ugly as she tightly gripped the microphone. What? After all I've said, there isn't a single person who is willing to come forward. At this time, in the crowd, a boy stood up, with a trace of embarrassment on his face, but still said stiffly, "Don't be angry, we also know Tanjai is doing this for the good of the country, but the reality is in front of us. The side of the Storm Company promised, as long as we do not join the Family Root Network Company, will give us a to the Storm Company internship opportunity. And the pay is very generous. This is an opportunity that many people can only dream of." A girl next to us also followed and stood up. "Yes, and as long as we don't join, there's an additional subsidy. When you do the math, it's much more cost-effective than joining Home Roots. We're all ordinary students. We also have to think about our future. Although Tanjai is brave, he's just a kid after all. So what can he do if he's even more of a genius? How can he possibly fight against the Storm Rain Company? The chances of winning are too small. Might as well admit defeat before it's too late." Wang Xiaoya was simply going mad. Chapter 115. Tanjai speaks out. "We won't lose." Wang Xiaoya's trio was in the auditorium, grinding their lips and saying all the good and bad words. They were close to kneeling and kowtowing to their classmates. But still, no one was willing to come forward. Wang Xiaoya was so angry that she stomped her feet. Why? They are so spineless. Just being bought off by the Rainstorm Company, that little favor. Zhou Yun was also full of helplessness, sighed and said, "Forget it, Sister Xiaoya. If they're not willing, we can't force them." Zhao Lin, on the other hand, huffed and puffed. "Those people are too disappointing to me. If they know we've succeeded in the future, let's see if they regret it." The three of them were filled with resentment. Packing up their things, they returned to the Jagan Company in a grayish manner. As soon as they entered the company, they were like a frosted eggplant wilted, paralyzed in the chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. Heart don't mention how hard it is. Finally, it was time for school to end. Tanjai walked into the company as usual, carrying his school bag and humming a little song. But as soon as he entered, he sensed that something was wrong. Only to see Wang Xiaoya's three people, sitting there with their heads hanging down, each and every one of them listless. The previous day's vigor disappeared without a trace. Tanjai frowned, quickly walked over, put her school bag on the table and asked, "What's wrong with you guys?" One by one, "All of you look like you've lost your souls." Wang Xiaoya raised her head and looked at Tanjai, opening her mouth but not knowing what to say. In the end, it could only helplessly shake its head. Wang Xiaoya's eyes reddened, looking at Tanjai with a heart full of grievances. her voice tinged with a sobbing tone as she said, "Boss, this recruitment is simply too difficult. We went to school, looking for classmates to help. I thought that everyone will look at you for the sake of the summer game industry, lend a helping hand, but who would have thought?" She paused, angry straight clenched her teeth. "Stormy Rain Company. Too shameless. They actually privately to the students' commitment as long as not to join our company, will give the opportunity to go to their internships, as well as lucrative remuneration and additional subsidies. A lot of students were attracted by these temptations and were not willing to come to us at all." Zhou Yun also said at the side, "Yes, boss. As an industry giant, they actually use such underhanded tactics. It's really too much. What are we going to do this time?" Zhao Lin added with a face full of anger. "Those classmates even said that you're just a kid and can't win against Stormy Rain Company at all. Let's admit defeat before it's too late." As Tanjai listened to them, there wasn't the slightest bit of panic on his face. Instead, he smiled lightly and gently waved his hand. "It's fine. I've long anticipated this little tactic. I have my own measure." Wang Xiaoya's trio listened. They all thought that Tanjai was holding on for dear life, not wanting everyone to worry. Wang Xiaoya said heartily, "Boss, don't try to be brave. We all know that you're not feeling well in your heart. You're not to blame for this. It's the Rainstorm Company that's too sinister." Zhou Yun also hurriedly comforted, "Yes, boss. You have already worked very hard and bravely. Let's think of other ways we can definitely get through this." Zhao Lin nodded vigorously. "That's right. We're all with you." Tanjai's heart warmed as she looked at their worried faces, but she still said confidently, "I'm really not toughing it out. Tomorrow is the weekend. I'm going to get the media to interview me." The three of them heard this and all looked at Tanjai with puzzled faces. Wang Xiaoya couldn't help but ask, "Boss, looking for the media to interview you? What does this have to do with solving the recruitment problem?" Tanjai smiled mysteriously and said, "You guys just wait and see. After this interview, it won't be so hard for our company to recruit." Early morning the next day, at the entrance of Jiali Network Company, reporters from major media outlets in Jiangxing swarmed in. The lenses of the cameras were flashing, and the microphones were densely packed, handing them over to Tanjai. "Little friend Tanjai, may I ask why you agreed to Storm Rain Company's betting agreement? You know, they're a giant in the global gaming industry. This betting is extremely risky." Tanjai didn't panic and looked at the camera. "Why? Just because I'm from Xia and Storm Rain Company, relying on itself to be a giant in the industry, came to our Xia country to show off and try to suppress our game industry. I can't swallow this breath. Our summer country's games are by no means inferior to any country's." Tanjai's voice was crisp, yet full of power. The surrounding reporters, slightly stunned. Obviously, they didn't expect that this 8-year-old child would be able to say such impassioned words. Immediately afterward, a slight murmur rang out from the scene. "Well said. This child has too much backbone. Yes, I didn't expect that at such a young age he would actually have such a bearing." Before the crowd could slow down, Tanjai suddenly reached for a microphone and directly shouted at the camera, "I'm going to tell everyone, including James from the Storm Rain Company, and those who don't think highly of us. We absolutely will not lose." He gripped the microphone tightly. "You all think that I'm just an 8-year-old kid, but let me tell you, my experience far exceeds your imagination. I started off by opening an internet cafe at the very beginning, and worked my way up. By now, it has earned several $100 million in assets. The Rainstorm Company? In my eyes, it's nothing great. A mere Rainstorm Company can't intimidate me." Tanjai's tone was full of disdain as he paused and raised his volume, his eyes full of fervor. "Now, I am extending an invitation to all. As long as you are willing and join Jiali Networks now, then you are a patriarch of Jiali. Jiali's future is unlimited. When the company grows and develops, everyone will be able to get real benefits. Look at the 3 games I developed before. Which one of them isn't the best of the best now? These games, which were a huge success in the market, are loved by players." The surrounding reporters listened with fervor, and many of them nodded their heads. "Tanjai, are you really sure about this? This is not an easy task." Tanjai's gaze was like a torch as he looked straight into the camera and answered decisively, "Of course I'm sure. Tanjai, will do what I say. All I need is a group of like-minded partners to fight alongside me." As he spoke, he broke off his fingers to enumerate. You guys think that it's hard to make these games? For me, it's not hard at all to make another one like it. I have the strength and the confidence. It's not that easy for them to suppress us. Tanjai was confident. Our summer's game market must not be left to Pretty Country's company to dominate. Chapter 116. Finally, someone joins in. That night, the streets of Zhongqing. The interview with Tanjai was shown on every household's television. Tanjai's confident and eloquent manner was deeply imprinted in the eyes of every viewer. In a rented house, the young programmer is tiredly paralyzed on the sofa, boredly changing TV channels. Suddenly, Tanjai's figure appeared on the screen. He sat up straight all of a sudden, attracted by Tanjai's words, captivated. This kid, an 8-year-old kid who dares to bet against the Storm Rain Company. How much courage and ability does that take? A trace of admiration gradually surfaced in his eyes. Which of those games he had developed before were not explosive? Adults, if they were not even as good as a child, it would be too humiliating. Meanwhile, in a university dormitory, several students were sitting around a computer and hacking. In the TV next to the computer, Tanjai's voice came out. Tanjai? That name is a bit familiar. A boy, stopping the game operation in his hands, turned his head to look at the TV. It's that kid, the one who bet against the Rainstorm Company. Wow, he speaks with such passion. Another boy's eyes glowed. He said that if he joins the Jiali Network Company, he can become a patriarch, and he's also confident that he'll make another explosive game. What do you guys say? Should we go and give it a try? Let's go. We're about to graduate anyway, and we haven't found a suitable job yet. If we follow him, we might be able to make a big career out of it. Just like that, inspired by Tanjai's interview, many people began to be moved. Early the next morning, a long line formed in front of the office building where Jiali Networks was located. There were college students who had just graduated from school, as well as senior people who had been in the industry for many years. They brought their resumes and came in the direction of Jiali Networks. In the Jiali Network Company, it should have been a quiet and leisurely Sunday, but because of a recruitment, it became tense. Wang Xiaoya, Zhou Yun and Zhao Lin were sitting behind the long recruitment table. Their eyes were firmly fixed on the entrance of the company. They didn't even dare to take a breath. Wang Xiaoya kept rubbing her hands, her eyes full of anxiety, her mouth chanting. I don't know, yesterday's interview with the boss, did it have any effect? Will someone come or not? We are counting on this wave of recruitment this time. Although Zhou Yun was also nervous, she still forced herself to be calm and comforted Wang Xiaoya. Sister Xiaoya, don't worry too much. The boss is so powerful, what he says will definitely impress a lot of people. And our company has potential, so maybe people will come in a while. But her eyes, however, betrayed her. She kept looking towards the door, with the same apprehension inside. The three of them just sat in silence. In the office, it was so quiet that only the ticking of the wall clock could be heard. Just when Wang Xiaoya's trio was filled with anxiety and almost on the verge of despair, a rush of footsteps came from the distance, getting closer and closer. The gazes of the three instantly swiped in unison towards the company's front door, only to see the figure of a young man appearing at the door. Wang Xiaoya felt that her heart was about to jump out of her throat. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for coming to apply for the job. She spoke incoherently, her eyes impatiently scanning over the resume. Upon seeing the graduation institution on the resume, Wang Xiaoya's mouth opened wide, full of surprise that she couldn't hide at all. Heavens! Li Kuan, you are actually a senior student from Zhongcheng University. She almost shouted out, her voice filled with surprise. Zhongcheng University, but our city, the best university ah. While she was talking, she carefully looked at the resume several times, as if she was afraid that she had read it wrong. Zhou Yun and Zhao Lin also hurriedly gathered around. The two came together next to Wang Xiaoya, their eyes staring at the resume, showing the same look of surprise. Wow, it's really from Zhongcheng University. Still a computer science major. Too awesome. Li Kuan slightly raised his head. A complex look flashed in his eyes, looked at Wang Xiaoya and said, in fact, at first, I really didn't intend to come to you guys to apply for a job here. As you all know, the Storm Rain Company has been making small moves behind the scenes, giving us job seekers a lot of temptation, and a lot of people have been attracted to them. He sighed softly, and in his tone, there was a hint of helplessness. The friends around me also advised me not to take any chances, and to intern at Stormwater. The future is definitely bright. Wang Xiaoya's heart, all of a sudden, hung in the air. She stared nervously at Li Kuan, fearing that she would hear something, bad news. Then, Wang Xiaoya couldn't help but ask, with a hint of eagerness in her voice. How, then, did you change your mind again? Li Kuan's eyes glowed. Recalling the Tanjai interview screen, he paused, took a deep breath and said, because I saw the interview with Tanjai's boss. You guys really should have seen it, the way he looked on TV and the things he said. It simply makes too much sense. Li Kuan scratched his head. When he thought about it now, he still felt a surge of anger in his chest. Tanjai said that we should have backbone and fight for our country. At that time, I thought to myself, an 8-year-old child has this kind of awareness, and I'm a proper college student who studied a game development-related major. How can you be so cowardly, thinking only of coveting the immediate peace of mind, and bowing down to those foreign companies for the sake of a little profit? This is not just a job choice. This is a major matter concerning the future of Xia's game industry. If we back down now, in the future, Xia's game industry will only be suppressed by foreign companies forever. Our creativity, our talent, can only be buried. I don't want to see a situation like that. Li Kuan's eyes flashed with determination. It was as if he had made some sort of major determination. Therefore, I have decided to gamble my career. Together with Boss Tanjai, go crazy. Just as Li Kuan was passionately expressing his determination, the office door was pushed open with a creak. Tanjai walked in. Li Kuan, don't worry. Tanjai's voice was crisp. I will definitely not let you regret your decision today. He walked in front of Li Kuan, tilting his head. His eyes firmly looked straight into Li Kuan's eyes. Li Kuan lowered his head and looked in front of him, at this child who was only up to his waist. Tanjai's childish face was in stark contrast to his mature and confident words. This makes Li Kuan's heart muttered. Just such a small child? Can it really work? But strangely enough, when Tanjai spoke, that kind of aura, as if there was an invisible magic, let a person involuntarily want to believe him. Chapter 117 Confidence. Wang Xiaoya stared intently at her hands, Li Kuan's resume and certificate, checking every piece of information meticulously. Finally, Wang Xiaoya finished reading the last line, exhaled heavily, and nodded vigorously towards Tanjai. Her eyes were filled with surprise. Boss, no problem. His resume is super bright, his professional grades are top-notch, and he's got all sorts of relevant certificates. He's definitely the talent we need. The corner of Tanjai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile. He turned his head to look at Li Kuan. Li Kuan, it's not enough to just look at the resume in our line. The strength has to take the real thing to speak. Come on, you actually operate on the computer. Let me see your technical level. Li Kuan did not hesitate. Stride to the computer. Sit down steadily. He moved his fingers. Immediately afterward, his hands tapped rapidly on the keyboard. Lines of code quickly appeared on the screen, dazzling the eyes. Tanjai clasped his hands to his chest, his eyes firmly staring at the screen. As Li Kuan's code continued to grow, Tanjai secretly nodded his head, secretly marveling in his heart. Worthy of being a senior student of Zhangcheng University, the speed and technique of writing code in this era is definitely considered a first-class level. Ordinary people can't really compare to him. But Tanjai, after all, is in the game industry, crawling and fighting for many years of veterans. His eyes were extremely tricky. He squinted his eyes slightly, silently comparing them in his mind, and soon, he discovered Li Kuan's shortcomings. Compared to himself, he was still quite a bit short of the fire. However, there was such a foundation. Cultivate it properly, and it would definitely become a good hand in the future. Thinking of this, Tanjai gained a few more points of confidence in his future game development plans. All right. Li Kuan stopped the movements in his hands and let out a long sigh of relief. He turned his head to look at Tanjai with a hint of nervousness in his eyes. Boss Tan? How does it look to you? Tanjai stepped forward and swept the screen seemingly casually, his mouth glib. Li Kuan, this code of yours, the overall framework is built well and the logic is clear. But there are a few small places that can still be optimized. As he spoke, he reached out. Tanjai gently tapped a few lines of code on the screen. Look here, the conditional judgment of this loop can be streamlined some more. And here, the naming of variables, it's best to follow more standardized rules. This will not only improve the readability of the code, the running efficiency can also be improved a lot. Li Kuan couldn't help but mutter in his heart as he listened to Tanjai's words. He himself was a senior student of Jiangxing University, and he was one of the best at writing code in the school. How good could this kid be? What could he know? High-level technology. He nodded on the surface, but in his heart, he was somewhat unimpressed. He even turned his head slightly sideways and glanced around, thinking, was there anyone else who looked more reliable to come out and point him out? In the end, somewhat skeptical, he scratched his head. Okay, Boss Tan, I'll try it according to what you said. Li Kuan responded with his mouth, but in his heart, he did not hold much hope. He followed Tanjai's instructions and reluctantly modified the code. After changing it, half-heartedly he clicked the run button. Buzz! The program on the computer screen began to run at a rapid pace. Originally, the page that was still a bit slow to load, this time it popped up almost instantly. The running process was even more incomparably smooth. Some small lags and inexplicable bugs that would occasionally appear before. This time, none of them actually appeared. Li Kuan stared straight at the screen, and the program above was running rapidly and smoothly, as if it was a miracle. His lips trembled slightly, murmuring in a low voice, "How is this possible? I felt before that the code I wrote was already perfect, and I thought I was flawless." His voice was filled with confusion and disbelief, but now, with just a few simple adjustments, the effect is so radically different. However, the one who guided him was not some senior big shot, instead it was this not-so-big kid in front of him. Li Kuan violently turned his head and stared at Tanjai. For a moment, it was as if his throat was choked by something. Froze in the middle of the day and could not say a word. The office is terribly quiet, only the slight buzzing sound of the computer mainframe running. Every second that passed seemed to be aggravating the shock within Li Kuan's heart. Finally, he took a deep breath, his throat moved, and he stammered out, Tan boss, this hand of yours is simply divine. This technique, I'm convinced, completely convinced. In his gaze towards Tanjai, there was no longer the initial contempt, and in its place, it was deep conviction. He was still muttering before. How could an 8-year-old child develop so many games that exploded in popularity? He also dared to take on an industry giant like the Rainstorm Company. Now he realized that Tanjai's understanding and comprehension of the code was just like a hanged man. Tanjai, this level, simply not his level, can be compared to, completely is a downward strike. Before, he was still thinking of himself. Li Kuan lowered his head, his face reddening, itching to find a crack in the ground. For a moment, he was confident that Tanjai would be able to take down the Storm Rain Company and win back the dignity of the Summer Kingdom. Li Kuan was filled with shock, but immediately afterward, a trace of worry crept into his heart. He surreptitiously surveyed Tanjai and secretly pondered in his heart. Boss Tan's technology is simply heaven-defying. The top talents he's seen must be in the minority. Will this bit of skill of mine not even be worth mentioning in his eyes? Will he really be able to look up to me? Thinking of this, Li Kuan's heart instantly hung in the air, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Just when Li Kuan was in a state of apprehension, Tanjai clasped his hands on his chest, his gaze calmly looking at him as he spoke. Li Kuan, the treatment I'm offering you is a salary of $3,000 a month, plus 1,000th of the company's dry shares. Think about it. Tanjai's voice wasn't high, but it was permeated with unquestionable certainty. When Li Kuan heard these words, his eyes instantly rounded and the worry on his face was instantly replaced by surprise. What? Boss Tan? Li Kuan couldn't believe his ears. His voice changed tone due to his excitement. Of course it's true. Tanjai nodded slightly with a serious expression. You have the ability. I also need talents like you. Let's work together. Boss Tan, I promise. I promise 100 times. Li Kuan did not think twice. I'll do a good job. Li Kuan was trembling with excitement. He knew it in his heart. Although Jagan Network is facing challenges nowadays, but with Tanjai as the great god at the center of the network, it will be a great success. As long as you get through this period of time, in the future it will definitely be the skyrocketing. And as a patriarch himself, the future earnings are incalculable. The future earnings? Simply incalculable. Chapter 118, Is he really a genius? Li Kuan successfully joined the company. Within a few days, applicants came in one after another. Wang Xiaoya excitedly rushed into Tanjai's office, waving a stack of resumes in her hand and shouting, "Boss, there are many more applicants, and all of them have extraordinary strength. Many of them graduated from prestigious schools, and there are also those who have worked in large companies." Her eyes were shining brightly, her face overflowing with uncontrollable joy. Tanjai smiled as she took the resumes and quickly flipped through them, nodding her head uncontrollably. "Good. It seems that the attraction of our family roots network is getting bigger and bigger. This is all the result of everyone's efforts, especially you, Xiaoya. You've worked hard during this period of time." Zhou Yun also followed in and said with a smile, "That's not true. Now the people who come to apply for jobs every day are almost breaking the threshold. There are another dozen or so particularly outstanding ones today, and I've arranged interviews for them all." In the crowd's busyness, the size of the home route network rapidly expanded. Before long, the original slightly empty office was now packed to the rafters. More than 50 employees were busy, keyboard sounds, discussion sounds intertwined together, a scene of fervor. Tanjai stood in the center of the office, looking at this lively scene, and let out a long breath. The heavy stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. There was finally a decent team. To go up against a giant like the Rainstorm Company, relying on the few people like him and Wang Xiaoya was definitely not enough. Tanjai stood on the small, makeshift podium and scanned the 50 or so employees under the stage. In the office, it was so quiet that even a pin dropping on the ground could be heard, and everyone was looking at him with anticipation. In their eyes, there was both longing and a hint of nervousness. "Everyone," Tanjai's voice instantly broke the calm. "From now on, we are comrades in arms fighting side by side. In order to win this bet against the Stormwater Company, we have to act efficiently." As he spoke, he quickly walked down the podium. In his hand was a carefully prepared list. "I've based it on the different job requirements and everyone's respective specialties. Divided us into front-end, back-end, program, artwork, and other groups." After appointing the group leaders, Tanjai once again stepped onto the podium, his expression becoming extraordinarily serious. "What we're facing is an industry giant like the Stormwater Company. To defeat them, we must make an epoch-making product. This game has to break the mold and lead a new trend in the gaming industry. We have no way back. It's not only about the survival of the company, but also about the dignity of our game industry in Xia." Tanjai's eyes burned as he once again looked at the crowd below the stage. At this moment, everyone standing here will be the creator of this epoch-making game. When this game sweeps across the globe like a prairie fire, your names will be engraved in the glorious annals of the game industry, remembered by countless players. This is our opportunity, but also our mission. His words knocked on everyone's heart. Wang Xiaoya stood by the side, similarly infected by the atmosphere, her cheeks slightly flushed. She walked quickly to Tanjai's side, curiosity flickering in her eyes. "Boss, what kind of game are we going to make to achieve this kind of effect?" The surrounding colleagues, too, pricked up their ears, looking forward to Tanjai's answer. Tanjai tilted his head slightly, and a moment later, the corners of his mouth rose. "This game we're going to produce," he deliberately paused to whet everyone's appetite, then said word for word, "is called World of Warcraft." "World of Warcraft?" Wang Xiaoya's eyes widened, but were filled with doubt. "Boss, this is what kind of game?" This game, in Tanjai's previous life, was originally a game that was released a few years later by Tempest Rain, and could be considered the top big production in the history of gaming. However, in this era, this game was home-rooted in the network. Tanjai looked around at everyone's curious gazes. He cleared his throat. "Now, let me tell you all about the idea of this game." As Tanjai spoke, he picked up a marker and quickly sketched on the whiteboard. The worldview of World of Warcraft is incomparably grand, and in this world, there are two camps, the Alliance and the Horde, who are both fiercely antagonistic to each other and need to join hands at certain moments to fight against a common threat. Tanjai's speech was fast, but his thoughts were exceptionally clear. Every word was like a stone thrown into the surface of a lake, stirring up layers of waves in the hearts of the crowd. Take the Alliance, for example. It contains races such as humans, dwarves, and dark elves. Each race has a unique appearance, culture, and history. Tanjai explained as he drew, on the whiteboard, a general image of each race. And the Horde has a unique charm with its composition of races, such as orcs, minotaurs, and trolls. Orcs revere strength and glory. Their warriors are brave and fierce. Minotaurs are kind and tough, loyal guardians of the earth. And trolls possess mysterious voodoo magic. Tanjai's description became more and more detailed. The crowd was so mesmerized that they didn't dare to blink their eyes more than once. In terms of professions, there are various professions such as warrior, mage, priest healing teammate, and thief, hunter, and paladin. Each profession has its unique positioning and skill system. Tanjai said as he used different colored pens to mark the characteristics of each profession. As for the main plot, from the ancient war to the mysterious revival of the ancient god, players will experience countless adventures in this world. Tanjai rattled on. The conference room was awfully quiet. Everyone was immersed in the world Tanjai had depicted. After a long time, the head of the front-end group was the first to break the silence as he swallowed, his voice carrying a hint of trembling. Boss Tan, this is really what you came up with. Such a grand worldview, such a complex setup of camps, professions, and races, and this fascinating main plot. Tanjai, he's only 8 years old. Even an adult would have a hard time imagining such a huge structure. Boss Tan, this is unbelievable. I feel like I'm listening to an epic fantasy masterpiece. But you are telling us that this is to be made into a game? The eyes of the crowd were filled with amazement and curiosity towards Tanjai. The more people knew about Tanjai, the more they knew how terrifying he was. Young, knows business, programming god, understands game planning. The hearts were all secretly pondering. Couldn't be that Tanjai was really a once-in-a-millennium absolute genius? Chapter 119. Beginning of action. In the office, the crowd sat around Tanjai, listening to him talk about the concept of the new game. Everyone who was originally still exchanging words was quiet at this moment. Only Tanjai's voice echoed in the room. The programmer couldn't help but mutter in a small voice. Is this really what an 8-year-old could come up with? When I was in school, I was 8 years old, and I was still playing with mud. He actually can come up with such a complicated game setting. That's right. Next to the artworker also whispered, most of our domestic 8-year-old children are still worrying about memorizing multiplication facts, but he is doing well. He has started to plan the game empire. The marketing department's eyes widened with incredulity. Do you guys still remember? He's opened dozens of internet cafes before and developed several explosive games. This ability, I can't even compare to it after working for so many years. Yes, but even if he had achievements before, this time against the Storm Rain Company, everyone thinks that he is bound to lose Storm Rain Company, but the global game industry giant. Jagan Network is nothing compared to others. Just then, Tanjai spoke to the excitement and raised his volume. What we're going to do, this World of Warcraft. Not only should it be innovative in terms of gameplay, but also in terms of plot and worldview, giving players an unprecedented experience. His eyes glittered. That confident energy made everyone present unconsciously attracted. Chan, the front-end team leader, took a deep breath, his voice trembling a little. Boss Tan, this conception of yours is too shocking. But you're only 8 years old. Such a grand worldview. So many complicated settings. How did you come up with it? Tanjai smiled faintly. Age has never been a reason to limit my progress. So what if it's the Rainstorm Company? Since I dare to take the betting agreement, I have full certainty. When the crowd heard this, they all began to mutter in their hearts. Everyone knew that this bet was extremely risky. However, looking at Tanjai's determined look and listening to his amazing game concept, an idea gradually emerged in their hearts. The back-end groups was the first to break the silence and said loudly, Boss Tan, after hearing you say this, I suddenly feel that we may not necessarily lose. With your brain, you might really be able to make a game that can beat Storm Rain Company. That's right. I also think it's possible. Before, I was worried that following Boss Tan was a risk. Now that I've heard about the game settings, I think that it's a perfect opportunity. Yes, let's join together and put up a fight. Maybe we can really create a miracle and make the Xia game industry shine in the world. The crowd responded one after another. Originally, the somewhat dull office was instantly filled with blood and fighting spirit. Tanjai looked at the demoralized crowd and nodded with satisfaction. Good. With these words from everyone, I'm even more confident. Let's work together and let Storm Rain Company Know that the gamers of the Summer Kingdom are not to be messed with. Tanjai drew a circle heavily on the whiteboard. Inside was written the 4 big words, World of Warcraft. He swept a circle, the people present, and said loudly, "For this game, I've already made it clear. Now, let's start doing it immediately. Time is running out. This is the key to the success or failure of the bet between us and the Rainstorm Company." The front-end team leader immediately stood up. "Boss Tan, just give the order." We, the front-end group, promised to complete the task. Tanjai nodded slightly and looked towards the back-end group. On the back-end side, data processing and server stability are crucial. Does everyone have confidence? The back-end group slapped their chests, their voices booming. "Boss Tan, don't worry. Our group, all of us are technical backbones. We definitely won't drop the ball." The group members of the program group also stood up excitedly. "Boss Tan, our program group can't wait. Leave the system to us." Tanjai smiled and said, "Good. Everyone show your energy." With that, Tanjai began to quickly assign tasks. "Brother Lee, you lead the front-end group and build the game interface framework first. The back-end group synchronize and build the database to reserve space for data expansion. The program group follow the gameplay settings I gave and develop the basic function modules first." The crowd responded and immediately took action. Lee was busy in front of the computer and couldn't help but exclaim to the colleague next to him, "This management style of Boss Tan, it's awesome. The division of labor is clear and the pace is tight. In the past in other companies, it wasn't this efficient." The colleague nodded like garlic. "Yes, and his technical thinking, really ahead of the curve, so many I've never heard of. You can learn a lot by following him." Sister Zhang's side was also discussing with her group members. "Did you guys find out that Boss Tan's organization of work not only takes into account our professional skills, but also the degree of tacit understanding between us? When we dock with the front-end and program team, the communication is especially smooth." The group members agreed. "That's right. It feels like we, like old partners who have worked together for a long time, are working hard for a goal. This feeling is fantastic." Tanjai paced back and forth in his office. Stopping every now and then, he looked at everyone's work progress and gave guidance. Wang Xiaoya, Zhou Yun, and Zhao Lin, a few people, were playing a very important role. On the one hand, informing the new employees of Tanjai's conception, on the other hand, leading the new employees, starting to design the game scenes, writing code, and so on. Yun took a stack of design drawings and distributed them to everyone while saying, "This is the design of the game races and camp settings." Zhao Lin, on the other hand, was in front of the computer next to her, her fingers quickly tapping on the keyboard, showing some basic code frameworks. From a code writing perspective, we have to follow the gameplay and system planned by the boss to ensure that every function works perfectly. Driven by the trio, the new employees were all pumping their fists and fighting spirit. Everyone quickly returned to their respective workstations and began to work feverishly. Some scrutinized the design drawings, conceptualizing the details of the game scenes, while some fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard. Lines of code quickly appeared on the screen. The entire company quickly got on track and began the development of World of Warcraft. Looking at the crowd who were working hard, Tanjai nodded in satisfaction. Heavy Rain was one of the best game companies in this world, and the best whetstone for Jaga Network. Although at the beginning, bumping into such a strong opponent was a bit cruel. But Tanjai was clear that as long as they won against Storm Rain Company, then in the game industry it would be considered a hit. Chapter 120. Inquire for me kneeling for golden tickets. Shanghai, the headquarters of the Storm Rain Company. James was sitting in the boss chair with a cigar in his mouth. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows took in the bustle of Shanghai City. At this moment, the assistant walked in with a cat's back, cautiously, with a pleasing smile piled on his face and his voice suppressed to an extremely low level. "Mr. James, there's a new movement over at Home Root Network." James slightly raised his eyelids, his eyes full of disdain, and asked carelessly, "Oh, what can they be up to? It's hard not to really turn a trick." The assistant hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully said, "They seem to be recruiting at full strength. It looks like they are preparing to develop a game to deal with the betting with us." Upon hearing this, James let out a puff sound and almost sprayed red wine out of his mouth, followed by a burst of unbridled snickers. "With them? Ha 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 ha, an 8-year-old kid, what kind of waves can he turn up? He thinks that by opening a few broken internet cafes and pounding out a few small games that no one plays, Just to be able to arm wrestle with our rainstorm company? It's simply whimsical, a fool's dream. James' laughter, echoing in the empty office, was full of mockery. The assistant hurriedly compensated with a smile. Yes, you are so right. Looking at the global gaming industry, our Storm Rain company, that's a well-deserved giant, stomping your feet, the entire industry has to shake 3 times. Family Roots Network? It's not worth mentioning at all. In front of us, they don't even have the qualifications to be a stepping stone. The arrogance in James' eyes grew stronger. He placed his red wine glass heavily on the table with a bang crunch and said, I've already put the word out in Jiangcheng. Those who are making a living in the gaming industry, if they still dare to be uneducated and join the Family Roots Network, they won't want to mix in this business in the future. I'll see them. Who dares to disobey my orders? The assistant nodded his head busily. Your move is too brilliant. In this way, Jia Roots Network can't recruit any decent talents. Without talents, how can they fight with us? We're sure to win this bet. However, James looked at the overly flamboyant smile on his assistant's face. He suddenly froze, his brows slightly furrowed. The corners of James' mouth, still maintaining an upward curve, tightened with a frown. A sudden, imperceptible flash of deep thought flashed in his eyes. James surged to his feet, bracing his hands on his desk, muttering under his breath. Something's not right. This brat Tanjai, those moves before always made my heart fuzzy. How is it that he's so bold, daring to go against our Storm Rain company? His voice unconsciously raised with a hint of suspicion. Seeing this, the assistant hurriedly took a few steps forward. His face piled with a pleasing smile, his tone fawning. Mr. James, you must have been overworked and overthinking about the company these past few days. That Tanjai is just a little kid. How much of a storm can he create? James glared fiercely at his assistant. His eyes filled with annoyance. What do you know? He had been in the mall, crawling around for so many years, and it wasn't all about brainless confidence. This intuition was never wrong. That kid, definitely not simple. The assistant shivered in fear and hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to look directly into James' eyes, but still hardened his heart. Our company, Storm Rain, has a research and development team that are all the top elites in the industry. Just pulling out one person at random can take those people from Jaga Network and turn them into dregs in seconds. How can Tanjai be an opponent? James shook his head slightly, mumbling. That's what I said. But this uneasy feeling in my heart is getting stronger and stronger. An 8-year-old brat, where did he get the guts to bet against us? This matter is definitely not that simple. Suddenly, James stared at his assistant with shadowy eyes. You give me a good analysis what's going on here? The assistant was frightened by James's eyes and spoke with trepidation. If there really is some conspiracy here, in my opinion, this Tanjai might, perhaps, be some game company in Xia, launched to be cannon fodder? After all, he was Storm's assistant. He changed his mind and rethought this matter. But in an instant, he came back to his senses and articulated clearly, think about it. We are so intimidating in the gaming circle of Xiagua. Everyone else doesn't dare to say anything, but he's the one who jumped out. Someone behind him is backing him up and giving him advice. James slammed the table fiercely. I suspect so too. Those Xiagua companies must have felt that they didn't dare to step forward. So they found this brat, Tanjai, to be the scapegoat. The assistant returned to his senses, frowning as he analyzed. If someone is really behind this, their calculations are really smart. If we win, our company, Storm Rain, will have to withdraw from the Xia market in disgrace, losing face. If we lose, the big deal is to let Tanjai don't do the game business in the future. They have nothing to lose. Damn! James suddenly slammed his fist on the table. Why was I so careless? He turned violently to his assistant, who was standing to the side, silenced. I was so out of my mind, just so easily, signed the betting agreement with that brat. Didn't even check properly. Behind him, is there any conspiracy? The assistant lowered his head, not daring to utter a single breath, and whispered, Mr. James, don't be too angry. It's not too late to remedy the situation. James' eyes widened angrily. It's not too late? Now the betting agreement has been signed. If I'm really counted by those summer people, how can I still stand in the company? After saying that, he scratched his hair in annoyance. After a while, James gradually calmed down. took a deep breath and said to his assistant, "Check it out for me right away. Thoroughly investigate the family root network and whether there are any bigwigs from the gaming circle behind them, and their current operation." Although the assistant was muttering in his heart, he didn't dare to show half of it. He was busy nodding his head. "Mr. James, your concern is too reasonable. Don't worry, I will definitely find out." James' brows twisted into twists, impatiently waving his hand. "Cut the crap and hurry up. If you can't find out anything useful, you don't want your bonus this month." James snorted coldly, leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes and waved his hand, signaling him to hurry up and get lost. Assistant turned around and ran all the way out of the office. Also did not forget to look back to make sure that James did not get angry again, which dared to speed up the pace to perform the task. The heart kept calculating from where to start the investigation. Secretly screamed bitterly, but did not dare to have the slightest slack. That afternoon, a luxury sedan slowly drove out from the headquarters of the Rainstorm Company. It drove towards the direction of Jiangqing. Chapter 121 Overtime. The next day. The day just dawned. The sedan that the assistant was traveling in stopped downstairs at Triumph International. The assistant stepped out of the car and looked up towards the upper floors. He had barely closed his eyes last night in order to gather intelligence. At this moment, however, he was instantly startled out of sleep by the sight in front of him. The assistant looked up. The 17th floor, where the family root network was located, was brilliantly lit and looked particularly eye-catching against the gray sky. "It's only 6 in the morning." The assistant's eyes widened as he looked at his watch incredulously, an inexplicable uneasiness welling up in his heart. He couldn't care less about his fatigue and walked into the building with hurried footsteps. The elevator door opened with a ding, and the assistant walked quickly towards home root networks. Before entering the door, a burst of intensive keyboard pounding came out. Push open the door. The scene in front of him left him completely frozen. The office was brightly lit. Every workstation was busy. Some were gathered together in a heated discussion, drawings and documents scattered all over the place. Everyone was like a wind-up machine tirelessly running. "How is this possible?" the assistant muttered, his eyes on the verge of falling out. He remembered James' suspicions. At the moment, he felt that James's worries might not be empty. He stood in the doorway, momentarily at a loss for words. The assistant stood in front of home root networks and looked at the busy crowd inside. He gritted his teeth and mumbled, "It's only been a few days. How is it possible to recruit so many people? There's definitely something fishy going on." The more the assistant thought about it, the angrier he became. Daring to go against our stormwater company, simply looking for death. At this time, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was James calling. The assistant hurriedly picked up the phone. His tone was tinged with anger and anxiety. "Mr. James, the home root network is full of people, all working feverishly. It's only been a few days. Where did they get so many people? For sure, there are other game companies backing them up." On the other end of the phone, James' voice was low. "I knew that this matter is not that simple. Investigate for me by all means. Make sure to find evidence." The assistant nodded his head in a hurry. "Yes, don't worry. I will dig up the ground and find the evidence. I'd like to see who's behind this, backing them up." Inside the Jia Root Network Company, Wang Xiaoya sat in front of her workstation, her entire body exhausted, like a leaf that had been drained of moisture. She stretched her back fiercely. Click! A few times, a series of crunching sounds came from her spine, but that didn't ease her body's exhaustion. The cup of coffee on the table had long since lost its heat. Wang Xiaoya frowned and picked it up, pouring a mouthful of it, the bitter flavor spreading in her mouth. Yet she was oblivious to it. Looking at the screen, the lines of code that couldn't run, Wang Xiaoya's eyes were full of helplessness. "It's been a day and a night. How come it doesn't work?" She scratched her hair in annoyance, and her originally neat ponytail became disorganized. Zhou Yun next to her noticed Wang Xiaoya's state and came over to whisper, "Sister Xiaoya, why don't you rest for a while? It's not a solution to keep staring. Maybe if you relax your brain a bit, the ideas will come." Wang Xiaoya glared fiercely at the screen and said in a bad mood, "Rest? How can there be time to rest now? If we can't manage these few lines of code, the progress behind us will be delayed. We're betting against the Stormwater Company, but we don't have a few days left. Can I rest?" Zhou Yun sighed helplessly and followed suit. This code doesn't look complicated. Why can't it run? Wang Xiaoya bit her lip, her eyes staring at the screen without blinking. I've tried everything I can think of, but I just can't find out what the problem is. I don't believe it. I can still be stumped by these few lines of code. Wang Xiaoya stared at the screen. Those few lines of code that seemed to be deliberately making things difficult for her heart burning with anxiety. These few lines of code were like a few key screws if they were not handled well. The entire subsequent operation of the game would have to fall off the chain. This crap code. What the hell is going on? Wang Xiaoya was so angry that she slammed the table. The surrounding co-workers, attracted by this sudden commotion, cast concerned gazes. But soon, they buried their heads again to busy themselves. We all know in our hearts that everyone is scrambling for time and can't afford to be delayed. Just then, the door of the company was pushed open. Tanjai, who was carrying a backpack, walked in. With regards to the betting agreement with the Rainstorm Company, Tanjai naturally valued it. Therefore, every morning before he went to school, he would come to the company in a hurry to check on the progress, and after school, he would even be the first to arrive here. Sister Xiaoya, what's wrong? Tanjai walked over to Wang Xiaoya's side, put down his school bag, and looked up at the screen. Wang Xiaoya sighed bitterly and pointed at the screen. Boss, these lines of code. I've been tossing them around for a long time, and it just won't run. I'm dying of anxiety. There was a hint of despair in her voice. Her eyes were also slightly red from the long hours of exertion. Tanjai moved closer to the screen and squinted slightly, quickly scanning over the contents of the screen. Sister Xiaoya, don't worry. It can be solved simple. Wang Xiaoya looked at him in surprise, half convinced. Boss, you can't be kidding. I've been messing with it for so long, but I don't have a clue. How can it be simple? Tanjai didn't explain, reaching for the mouse and quickly operating it. While operating, he also mouthed the words. Look, Sister Xiaoya. There's a little problem with the variable settings here. Change this value and adjust the parameters of this function. Wang Xiaoya looked at Tanjai with a face full of suspicion and muttered in her heart. Boss, you're saying this, it's too light. But the dead horse was a living horse. She still decided to try what Tanjai said. Wang Xiaoya took a deep breath and followed Tanjai's instructions. When the last step was completed, she nervously closed her eyes, not daring to look at the screen for fear of still failing. Sister Xiaoya, open your eyes, Tanjai urged from the side. Wang Xiaoya gritted her teeth and slowly opened her eyes, only to see that the program on the screen actually did start running normally. Those error reporting prompts that had previously made her anxious disappeared without a trace. In its place was the screen of the program running smoothly. It worked. It really worked. Wang Xiaoya screamed in excitement, her voice echoing throughout the office. She picked up Tanjai and jumped in place, her mouth constantly shouting, Boss, you're my savior. You're so awesome too. Tanjai was hugged so hard that his feet left the ground, but he had to still pretend to be calm. Sister Xiaoya. Calm down. Wang Xiaoya didn't care, holding Tanjai, he was ravaged. Chapter 122, The First Results. Boss, you are simply a god. This code thing can finally be solved. I've been tortured crazy. Wang Xiaoya's voice was filled with the joy of having survived a robbery. Tanjai struggled in her arms, muttering in dissatisfaction. Sister Xiaoya, quickly put me down. I'm about to be shaken by you. But his protests were completely drowned out by Wang Xiaoya's cheers. This clamor, clear as day, reached the ears of the assistant who was hiding outside the door and eavesdropping. The assistant originally had a few moments of disdain and pressed his ear to the door, wanting to hear if there was any news that could capture the handle of the Jiali network. How is this possible? The assistant's eyes widened. An 8-year-old child can actually solve technical problems? Previously, he had always felt that Tanjai was nothing more than a company mascot. But now, things didn't seem that simple. If Tanjai really has this ability, then Stormy Rain Company has really kicked the bucket this time. The more the assistant thought about it, the more scared he became. He cautiously looked around to make sure no one had noticed him, and then catapulted himself. Hurriedly left. Time passed and a month passed. Geez, I feel like I'm almost living in the company, the programmer said while rubbing his sleepy eyes and yawning. But it wasn't. There was a marching bed placed right beside him, and when he was tired, he would just lie down and squint for a while. Wang Xiaoya walked by the side and patted Xiao Li's shoulder, encouraging, Everyone, hold on a little longer. We don't have long left to bet against the Storm Rain Company. If we work one more point now, we'll have one more chance of winning by then. At this time, Zhou Yun hurriedly came holding a pile of documents and said with a smile, although it's a bit tiring, the treatment given by the boss is too considerate. 3 times the salary, not to mention snacks and drinks at random. 3 meals a day. There are also nearby well-known restaurants specializing in supplying. I feel like I've gained several pounds. The crowd couldn't help but laugh out loud when they heard this. Yeah, the boss is treating us so well, we need to work harder, the artisan said as he stuffed a cookie into his mouth. As they were talking, Tanjai walked into the company with a small school bag on his back. As soon as he came in, he exclaimed, "Good work, everyone. I've come to check on our progress." Wang Xiaoya greeted him. "Boss, everyone is working their asses off. Look at this. Many people have moved to the company just so they can squeeze out more time to work." Tanjai looked at one of the marching beds placed in the office, his heart filled with emotion. After a pause, Tanjai raised his volume again. "Everyone continue to work hard during this time. Rest when you need to. Don't wear out your body. Eat and drink well. Only then will you have the energy to work." The crowd heard this and responded with smiles. "Brothers, the boss is so kind, we can't be ambiguous. Step up and make this game the best it can be." The colleagues next to him responded. "That's right. Where can we find such a good boss? For the sake of the boss, we have to put up a fight too. Definitely live up to the boss's expectations." Throughout the office, although tired, everyone's morale was exceptionally high. Tanjai's generosity made the employees feel like they had met their soulmate. Worked harder. Everyone was going all out for the same goal to defeat Stormwater. Under this wave of desperation, soon the main framework of the game was built, and the critical moment of the first test finally came. Inside the testing room, the crowd was gathered in front of the computers, their eyes glued to the screen, not daring to utter a single breath. Tanjai stood in the middle of the crowd, his eyes brimming with anticipation. As the testers clicked the start button, the game screen slowly loaded. When the fantastical opening animation appeared, everyone couldn't help but let out a gasp. "Wow! This picture is also too shocking." The programmers also nodded their heads, their faces brimming with pride, although it was currently only a half-finished product. But everyone could foresee its infinite potential in the future. Wang Xiaoya excitedly grabbed Tanjai's arm and shouted, "Our game is too awesome. Once it's online, it'll definitely set the entire internet on fire." The corners of Tanjai's mouth rose. "That's for sure. The worldview of this game is too grand, and the gameplay is novel. Players will definitely love it." "That's right. And these characterizations, too creative." The crowd spoke in unison, praising the game, their eyes filled with visions of the future. At this moment, everyone was convinced that this World of Warcraft, which had gathered countless of their efforts, would definitely create a shockwave in the gaming world. Defeating the Rainstorm Company was no longer just a, unattainable dream. One could only say that Tanjai's conception was just too awesome. The testers operated in the game in various ways, carrying out all-round testing, but no matter how they tried, they couldn't find a single flaw. The game ran smoothly, various skill effects, gorgeous but not lagging, and the plot missions were even more fascinating. The boss is too good. If I hadn't followed the boss to make this game, I wouldn't have believed that such an awesome work could be made. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. The gazes of the crowd were directed towards Tanjai. The admiration in their eyes burned hotter and hotter. Yeah, the boss is only 8 years old. To actually have this kind of ability, this is simply a genius among geniuses. I was skeptical of the boss before. Now that I think about it, it's so wrong. Follow the boss. You'll definitely be able to create more miracles in the future. Programmer Xiao Li walked over to Tanjai's side with a face of admiration. "Boss Tan, I'm now completely convinced. Your understanding and control of the game, I can't even catch up. From now on, wherever you point, I'll fight." Tanjai waved his hand with a smile, and although his face was still childish, his tone was very composed. "Everyone, don't praise me. This is the result of our team's joint efforts. Next, we have to continue to work hard and polish the game to perfection." The crowd chanted in unison, "Good! Listen to the boss." Tanjai was also very satisfied with the performance of his employees. The main framework of World of Warcraft has been built, Now it's just a matter of final polishing and perfection. His voice, like a war drum, beat everyone's heart. Wang Xiaoya was so excited that her face turned red. She stood up violently and waved her arms. Boss, I knew it. We can definitely do it. Everyone has been exhausted during this period of time, but seeing the results now, it's all worth it. Tanjai smiled and nodded, then said, according to my estimation, in another month, World of Warcraft will be officially online. His words just left his mouth. A cheer instantly erupted in the conference room. 1 month. Great. It's finally almost over. At that time, we'll definitely be able to let the Rainstorm Company know how powerful we are. By that time, it wasn't just the betting agreement with James. More importantly, this game would explode all over the internet. Chapter 123 Rainstorm Company. Panic. Shanghai City, the headquarters of the Rainstorm Company. James was sitting in the office room, his face a bit gloomy. He had just received a report from his assistant. Mr. James, I've checked it out clearly. The assistant looked at James' face, weighing his words. Those employees of Dragon Network are all locally recruited by Tanjai from Zhongqing. There are no outsiders involved at all. Moreover, I've been staring for a whole month, and I froze and didn't find any traces of interaction between Dragon Network and other game companies. James' eyebrows twisted into a dead knot. Gritting his teeth, he asked, so what are they busy with every day? Couldn't really be working on a game that could threaten us, could they? The assistant gulped, his voice carrying a hint of trembling. Mr. James, the most disturbing thing is this. This month, those employees of Home Roots Network are simply like possessed, living in deep seclusion, working overtime every day at the company, with the lights on. I inquired sideways, the game they developed this time, it seems like it's quite good. James was a bit flustered after hearing this. How is this possible? How is this possible? James' lips trembled slightly as he muttered. The muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably, and he couldn't help but recall all sorts of things from this past month. In his eyes, the Family Root Network was nothing more than an insignificant ant. A small company founded by an 8-year-old brat. What kind of waves could it create? According to his original plan, as a giant in the global gaming industry, Stormy Rain Company was even more dominant in Xia. He could just pull out some manpower and develop a game. He could easily crush Zhao Root's network and win the betting agreement. In his opinion, it was as simple as an adult bullying a child. Why was I so careless? James was filled with remorse and his eyes were filled with panic. Mr. James, what's wrong with you? The secretary heard the commotion and hurriedly walked into the office. Seeing James in this disoriented state, he couldn't help but be startled. A month, a whole month. I actually let them develop and didn't take them seriously. At this moment, where was his usual authority? James raised his head, his eyes covered in blood. It's over. It might really be over this time. James' voice trembled. Those employees of Dragon Network, they were all recruited locally by Tanjai from Zhongqing, and there is no collusion with other game companies. But they've been working overtime every day for the past month, and it's rumored that the game they've developed is quite good. The secretary's eyes widened, an incredulous look on her face. How is this possible? What's the use of talking about this now? James roared. If we lose this bet, our Storm Rain Company will have to get out of the Xia market. James was incomparably clear about the Xia market and what it meant to the Storm Rain Company. At the moment, the rapid development of the summer economy, a huge population base, but also contains endless consumption potential. Here is the global game industry in the eyes of a piece of the most fat cake who want a bite on a bite. And Stormy Rain Company, naturally, is also determined to win. How could I be so confused? James was madly blaming himself in his heart. How, at first, I easily signed a betting agreement with that brat, and naively thought that I could easily win. Now it's good. If you really lose the summer market. Thinking of this, James shuddered. Mr. James, you shouldn't be too anxious. The secretary gathered courage and advised in a small voice. James turned his head violently and stared viciously at the secretary. Ways? What other way can there be? Do you know what it means to lose the Xia market? His voice became hoarse due to his agitation. I am the Storm Rain Company, the biggest sinner. Cold sweat, running down James' forehead, continued to flow down. How could I be so stupid? James suddenly stopped, holding his head with both hands, letting out a pained roar. I actually underestimated that Tanjai, underestimated the Jiajian network, and even more so, underestimated the Xiagua people. What the hell was I thinking? The secretary stood at the side, not daring to utter a single breath. Watching James lose his temper like this, his heart was filled with fear. Mr. James, you? The secretary tried to comfort, but was interrupted by James. Shut up, James roared. Look at the situation we are in now. We are going to bet against each other in 2 months. But what are we going to compare? A flicker of panic flashed in his eyes. We won't even be able to make it in time to redevelop a new game. If by then, we can't even come up with a game to compete with, Storm Rain Company will become the laughingstock of the entire gaming world. James sat paralyzed in his chair, his hands hanging helplessly. I absolutely cannot lose. Absolutely not. In his heart, James hissed madly. Every word, it was like it was squeezed out from between his teeth. In his mind, Tanjai's appearance constantly surfaced. There was also a scene of coming and going with the other party. He felt like a clown. No matter if Tanjai was truly capable or if it was behind him, there was someone operating. But the betting agreement was real. If he lost, he would have to bear a huge price for it. This price is he cannot afford. All of this made him feel incomparably angry. What makes that brat Tanjai and his Jagan network a threat to me, to the Stormwater Corporation? James stopped in his tracks and slammed his fist heavily against the wall. His hand was shaken to the point of raw pain. But at this moment, this pain could not alleviate the rage within him at all. Suddenly, James seemed to think of something. He quickly turned to his assistant who was standing at the side and said in an almost growling voice, "You, listen to me right now. Do whatever it takes. Think of every way you can, even if it means stealing or robbing. You must all get me the information on the game that Home Root Network is developing." James approached his assistant step by step. "If you can't do it, you'll just have to wait and see what happens to us." The assistant was almost paralyzed with fear by James' words. He knew very well what James meant in his words, so he became more and more flustered. His face also became very ugly. The assistant's legs went limp, and his voice trembled as he said, "Mr. James, I'm afraid this isn't too easy. Over at the Family Roots Network, it's definitely heavily guarded." James pushed the assistant away with one hand. The assistant stumbled a few steps before barely standing still. "I don't care," James roared. "I just want results. I'll give you 3 days. At all costs, you must get information on the Home Root Network, the game being developed." Chapter 124. After receiving James' order, the assistant immediately started working. He set his eyes on one of the programmers of Home Root Network, Mahjong. "Humph. This is simply God helping me." The assistant was secretly pleased in his heart. Difficult family conditions, college tuition relies on student loans, and living expenses have to be earned through hard work and thrift. Parents are still sick, in desperate need of large sums of money for treatment. The corners of his mouth rose, outlining an unsympathetic arc. Such a person, as long as you give enough money, not afraid that he will not be obedient. Mahjong joining the Jiaroot network was purely a gamble, betting that the Jiaroot network would be able to win the bet, that way he would have the money to cure his parents. Such a person was clearly a good choice. Jiangxing Grand Hotel is Jiangxing, the most luxurious hotel. The private rooms inside the hotel were decorated in a golden splendor. However, Mahjong, who was sitting inside the private room, could not feel the pleasure brought by this luxury in the slightest. On the contrary, it was like sitting on pins and needles. Mahjong anxiously sat on the soft sofa, his eyes full of uneasiness, staring closely at the assistant sitting opposite him. His heartbeat was like a drum, and a question kept circling in his mind. What does this man want? You. What exactly do you want when you look for me? Mahjong finally summoned up the courage, his voice trembling slightly. He originally received an urgent call from his parents who were seriously ill and anxiously took leave from the company to come out. But who would have thought that just stepping out of the company's door, he was taken to the car by this strange man without any explanation and pulled straight to the private room of this Jiangcheng Grand Hotel. The assistant crossed his legs, unhurriedly picked up the wine cup on the table, and gently sipped a mouthful of red wine. That deliberate delaying gesture made Mahjong more and more uneasy. Don't be in a hurry. Take a sip of wine first and relax. The assistant finally opened his mouth. His voice was low, while carrying a bit of oppression. Ma Zhuang, however, shook his head violently as if he had been scalded. No, no need. I just want to know, why did you bring me here? His eyes revealed anxiety, and his hands clenched into fists. But he didn't dare to do anything rash. When he came in, he saw at the door, there were 6 or 7 black-clothed sunglasses, like bodyguards or fighters. All of them are this man in front of him brought together. They act like this, like a kidnapping. However, this is something that Ma Zhuang did not dare to say directly. The assistant saw the situation, unhurriedly put down the wine glass, pulled out a photo from his pocket, snap, sound, threw on the table. In the photo, Ma Zhuang's parents are lying on the hospital bed, face emaciated. You! How did you get this photo? What happened to my parents? Ma Zhuang's eyes reddened. He reached out, about to grab the photo. The assistant, however, was quick on her feet and pressed down on the photo. Want to know about your parents? It's simple, as long as you do what I say, money is not a problem, and your parents' illness can be cured. Ma Zhuang's hand stopped in mid-air. He froze. The assistant looked at Ma Zhuang's eyes that were filled with doubt, and his heart secretly rejoiced. He leaned forward slightly, a false smile on his face, and said in a highly compelling tone, Ma Zhuang, let's open the window of heaven and speak the truth. As for me, I can give you a large sum of money, enough to cure your parents' illness, and also make your family's life, from now on, free of food and clothing. Ma Zhuang's head snapped up, but soon, caution took over again. He stared at the assistant tightly. His voice was astringent. You? What gives you the right to give me so much money? There is no free lunch in the world. What exactly do you want me to do? The corners of the assistant's mouth rose, revealing a smile of determination. He pulled out a check from his pocket and waved it in front of Ma Zhuang. The series of zeros on the check made Ma Zhuang's eyes instantly widen. As long as you tell me the situation of the home root network, the game being developed, in detail. This money, it's yours. The assistant's voice was not loud, but it was like a thunderbolt that exploded in Ma Zhuang's ears. Ma Zhuang Miso stood up from his seat. He stared angrily at the assistant, his originally tense face now reddened, veins rippling on his forehead. What do you take me, Ma Zhuang, for? Ma Zhuang roared. I am poor, but I am poor with a backbone. Although Boss Chen was young, he cared for him, and his co-workers were all very nice to work with, and we all worked together night and day for the game World of Warcraft. Their hard work, their dedication. Ma Zhuang's voice trembled slightly, and his eyes were a little red. I worked my ass off for this game. That was our heart and soul, our dream. Now you actually let me do it for money. Do you think I can do such a thing? Ma Zhuang abruptly got up. He clenched his hands into fists and glared viciously at his assistant. The assistant was startled by Ma Zhuang, this sudden anger, and his body involuntarily shrunk back. But soon, he resumed that arrogant demeanor, sneering, Backbone? Can backbone be food? Can it cure your parents' illness? Don't be silly, in this real world, money is the most important thing. If you don't promise me today, you will definitely regret it later. The corner of the assistant's mouth hooked up with a touch of mockery. Slowly, from behind him, he carried out a black leather bag and unhurriedly unzipped it. With a clatter, he dumped a bundle of brand new red banknotes onto the table. The thick stacks of bills instantly piled up into a small mountain. With this money, your parents' illness can be cured immediately. Think about it. Your parents have worked hard for you all your life. The assistant used his fingers, casually fiddling with the bills. Now they're lying in a hospital bed, tormented by their illness. You're shouting about your backbone, your dreams? Don't you think you presume to be a son of man? Or even deluded as a human being? The assistant's voice cross-examined in Ma Zhuang's ear. Ma Zhuang's eyes widened all of a sudden. His hands subconsciously clenched and unclenched, and a fierce struggle began within him. His parents' illness had always been the biggest pain in his heart. In order to cure his parents, he ran around and tried to raise money, but it was always a drop in the bucket. Now, this large sum of money was right in front of him. It seemed that as long as he reached out, he could solve all the difficulties. What the assistant said seemed like a reason. But, reason, that's not how it was said. No, I can't. Ma Zhuang's voice became hoarse, and he kept admonishing himself in his heart that he couldn't do this kind of thing. But that pile of banknotes, let his eyes cannot move away. This was not only a huge amount of money, but lives. Seeing this, the assistant was secretly happy in his heart, knowing that Ma Zhuang had begun to waver. The corners of his mouth rose, and once again, from his purse, he pulled out several large stacks of banknotes and forcefully threw them on the table. The banknotes scattered and spread over half of the desktop. This isn't enough, but I can also buy a house in Jiangxing, never having to struggle for a living again, never having to look at other people's faces again. During Ma Zhuang's hesitation, the assistant kept flinging out banknotes. Have you ever considered what kind of car you're going to buy? Finally, Ma Zhuang's psychological defense collapsed. Chapter 125 James' shock. Under the assistant's near-crazy monetary attack, Ma Zhuang finally couldn't hold back. He agreed to the conditions put forth by the assistant. Taking the information of World of Warcraft, he brainlessly told him everything. The assistant stood there, as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt, dumbfounded. He stared at Ma Zhuang with a deadpan stare, as if he couldn't believe everything he had just heard. You said, that Tanjai, at only 8 years old, has such deep attainments in games. The assistant felt that his worldview was completely turned upside down at this moment. From Ma Zhuang's mouth, the Tanjai that he had heard was completely beyond his imagination. Ma Zhuang nodded heavily. That's right, even though Boss Chen is young, his understanding of games, his ideas on game design, all of us professional programmers are ashamed of ourselves. Many of the ideas and thoughts he has come up with are things we wouldn't even dare to think about. The assistant's throat, as if choked by something, was unable to speak for half a day. His heart turned over. How is this possible? The assistant muttered, the expression on his face changing. He had been in the gaming industry for many years and knew how much effort and experience was required in order to be in the gaming field and have deep attainments. But Tanjai, at just 8 years old, had done all of this. This was simply heavenly. It's not an exaggeration to say that Boss Tan's attainments in gaming far surpasses the Summer Kingdom and all the current gaming companies. Ma Zhuang continued, even, compared to your Storm Rain company, it's not far behind. Even exceeded somewhat. Cold sweat flowed down the assistant's neck, continuously. The assistant's legs were slightly soft, and his heart was in his chest, beating frantically. His mind was filled with the shocking news he had just learned, from Ma Zhuang's mouth. Thank goodness, this time, Mr. James didn't make another mistake and didn't treat the Family Roots Network as an unworthy minor character. The assistant shouted frantically in his heart. The knots in his throat rolled violently, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva with great difficulty. The dry feeling that went all the way down his throat. It made him feel more and more panicked. He understood the stakes all too well. If James was still as snooty and uncaring as before, disdaining the Home Roots Network, when the betting agreement's deadline arrives in 3 months, Stormy Rain Company will surely usher in an unprecedented fiasco. The game being developed by Zhao Roots Network is simply a heavy bomb. Once detonated, the Rainstorm Company, not to mention Grey, exit the summer market. That absolutely will be nailed to death. The game industry's pillar of shame at the top, become the global counterparts after dinner joke. Be ridiculed for a decade or 8 years is not too much. And he, in this storm, is definitely the first to bear the brunt. At that time, not to mention work, I'm afraid in this business, cannot stand. No, we have to hurry up and tell this news to Mr. James. The assistant braced himself, not allowing himself to show excessive panic. He turned his head to look at Ma Zhuang, who was still on the side, fuming. The assistant frowned impatiently and waved his hand. All right, you go ahead and get lost. Don't stand around here. That voice made Ma Zhuang's body shudder, as if waking up from a dream. Ma Zhuang subconsciously clutched the money in his arms and hurriedly glanced at his assistant. Then he turned around and ran out of the private room with staggering steps. Ma Zhuang's figure had just disappeared in the doorway. The assistant then couldn't wait to pull out his cell phone. His fingers were trembling from nervousness, and he almost pressed the wrong number several times. Mr. James, I hope you have a way to deal with all of this. The assistant prayed silently in his heart. Finally, the phone dialed. He took a deep breath and prepared to deliver this news that was enough to change the entire battle situation. Word by word, he delivered it to James. Shanghai City, the headquarters of the Rainstorm Corporation. James was sitting in his boss chair, listening to his assistant's call, and couldn't help but be deeply shocked. Mr. James, 1,000 times over. The game being developed by Home Root Network is simply an epoch-making masterpiece. The assistant's voice, slightly distorted due to excitement, it far exceeds the standard of all the games in Xia. Even if it's compared to the previous hits released by our Storm Rain company, it's no less impressive. It's even better. The blood color on James' face instantly faded. What you said is true, he muttered, his voice filled with disbelief. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall Jagan Network's tiny office, as well as Tanjai's childish face. A deep sense of frustration arose. Mr. James, I inquired about this from the programmer of Home Root Network. From there. Absolutely reliable, the assistant said with conviction on the other end of the phone. James' body trembled slightly. His fingers, subconsciously, exerted force on the desk, trying to use it to calm his inner panic. If that's the case, trying to win this game. Even if we, right now, pour out the manpower and material resources of the entire Storm Rain company to develop a new game, I'm afraid it will be difficult to do so. James' voice was tinged with panic. What made James even more desperate was that the company he was in was only a branch of the Storm Rain company. How easy was it to mobilize the resources of the head office? Layers of approvals, long processes, waiting for all the formalities to be completed. The deadline for the betting agreement had long passed. On the other end of the phone, the assistant inquired cautiously, and a hint of uneasiness permeated his voice. Mr. James, you see now, what should we do? James took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Stabilize, we must stabilize. After thinking for a moment, he said into the phone, listen, make sure you maintain this mahjong line. This mahjong is vital to us. In the future, maybe it can come in handy. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in James' eyes. But the assistant hesitated. Mahjong, he seems not too willing to cooperate with us. Find a way. No matter what means you use, get him for me. James roared, his voice filled with anger. At this moment, he could no longer care about what means, whether it was honorable or not. He only thought that he couldn't lose to Home Root Network like this, and couldn't let Stormy Rain Company in the Xia market fall head over heels. If the money is not enough, then add more coercion, you watch. James was distraught. Calm down. I have to calm down. He took several deep breaths, trying to suppress his inner turmoil. Can't lose, absolutely can't lose. James yelled into the phone receiver. Listen, firmly maintain this line of mahjong for me. This mahjong is vital to us. We might be able to do something with him in the future. Chapter 126 Rainstorm Company, Plagiarizing 2? On the other end of the phone, the assistant's voice carried a bit of hesitation. But mahjong, he seems not too willing to cooperate with us. I told him a lot, and even took out a generous reward, but he's still unmoved. The assistant's voice was full of helplessness. Rubbish. Can't even handle this. James was furious. Think of a way. No matter what means you use, coerce and entice. Even if you have to tie him over for me. Make him obey. James' eyes were red. What business ethics, what being honorable were all thrown to the winds by him. He only knew that he couldn't lose to that 8-year-old Tanjai. Can't let Stormy Rain Company in the summer market fall to pieces. James hung up the phone. The anger in his heart leapt to his head at once, and the veins at his temples jutted out. He violently stood up. At this moment, he could no longer sit down. He had to go and take a look at the game that his employees had developed. He didn't believe that this group of elites under him made something. Would be no better than that 8-year-old. James' mood was so bad that he walked out of the office with a gloomy face. As soon as he stepped into the office area, his gaze swept over every employee who was busy. All stop. James suddenly let out a roar. The entire office area instantly quieted down. Everyone, stunned by this roar, came to a screeching halt in their movements. Not knowing what had happened, James was furious, striding over to a computer, his eyes glued to the game screen on the screen. After just one look, his face, in an instant, turned darker than the bottom of a pot. This is what you guys made? James growled. Look at the picture. It's blurry like it's separated by a layer of fog. Is this for players to see? And this operation, laggy as hell, are you guys planning to make players play once and uninstall? Huh. Do you have any intention at all? The more he spoke, the more angry he became, his emotions completely out of control, his fingers poking the screen with force. Then, he turned his gaze to the game's background introduction. After just a hurried scan, he couldn't help but sneer. This story background, It's simply at the level of an elementary school student, uninspired and boring. I see that you guys aren't developing a game, but rather playing house, right? Do you guys know what we are facing now? You guys are still wasting your time here. Making this crap. James felt that his lungs were about to explode with anger. The games developed by these employees, no matter if it was the graphics, operation, playability, and story background, almost everything was thrown off by the games developed by Family Root Network by 8 Blocks. This time, if they used such a game to compete, they would definitely lose. Let's look at the playability, just a few simple missions. Do you guys realize that the games developed by Home Root Network are way better than us in every aspect? James growled, the veins on his neck bulging. Yours, it's a piece of. The employees lowered their heads, not daring to utter a single breath. Mr. James, we're working on it too. It's just that time is too tight. An employee bravely whispered. Time is tight. James' eyes widened angrily. Isn't time tight for Home Root's network? Might as well abstain before it's too late. People are an 8-year-old, what about you guys? A bunch of adults. Getting paid well by a company to make this kind of crap? James' eyes, from his initial fury, became a little hollow. He dropped into the chair next to him, his hands resting feebly on the armrests, trying to search in his mind for those once successful game cases, trying to find inspiration from them. But every time there was just a little thought, it would be interrupted by the Home Root Network, that near-perfect world of Warcraft conception. Suddenly, it was as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, and a hint of gloom flashed in his eyes. Right, why didn't I think of that? The corners of James's mouth slowly rose, outlining an impish smile. Since I can't make a game that surpasses World of Warcraft, then I'll plagiarize their idea. This thought, once it took root in his mind, spread rapidly. Home Root's network, it's just a small company. So what if they have good ideas? In front of absolute strength, everything is futile. James' eyes were filled with greed and arrogance. I have the abundant financial resources of Stormwater, the best technical team, and a strong operational capability. As long as I get their idea, I'll be able to make this game become our Storm Rain company, another smash hit. James almost ran all the way back to the office. Sitting his butt into the boss chair, he couldn't wait to grab the phone and dial his assistant's number. Finally, on the other side of the phone, came the coy voice of the assistant. Mr. James, what are your orders? Listen. James gritted his teeth and said word by word, as soon as possible, from Mahjong. Ask me about the World of Warcraft game. More details. But Mahjong, he's not very cooperative before. The assistant tried to explain, his voice carrying an obvious difficulty. Cut the crap, James roared, directly interrupting the assistant's words. I don't want to listen to you saying these useless excuses. Don't think I'm joking with you. The assistant was on the other end of the phone, trembling with fear, and hurriedly said, Yes, I will do my best. Not try your best, you must. James growled, after inquiring about the details. Immediately send it to the Shanghai headquarters in the form of an email. The assistant sniffed and was a bit shocked. Mr. James, the words came out of his mouth, and then he swallowed back hard. How could he not expect that the Stormy Rain Company, which had always stood tall and overturned the clouds in the gaming world, was now going to embark on the path of plagiarism? Now even want to embark on the road of plagiarism. The target was still a small, unknown company. How is this possible? We are the Storm Rain Company. The assistant shouted frantically in his heart. He remembered the pride and glory of the company on weekdays. Those top-notch technical talents, strong financial strength, and the status of calling the shots in the global game market. All of this made Stormlight Company the absolute hegemon in the industry. But now, James had actually given such an order. To go and copy Home Root Network's World of Warcraft? The assistant's brows tightened. During this period of time, the investigation of Home Root Network forced him to admit. World of Warcraft was nearly flawless in all dimensions, from the game graphics to the gameplay design, from the plot structure to the worldview setting. With the current progress of the Stormwater Company and the level of game development, it was almost impossible to make a work that surpassed it in a short period of time. It looked like plagiarism was the only way to go. Chapter 127. This employee. Something's not right. Sighing, the assistant made a call to Mahjong and hung up without waiting for an answer. This was what he had agreed with Mahjong. Humph, what a surprise. I'm actually reduced to the point where I have to deal with such a minor character. The assistant muttered in his heart while throwing his cell phone onto the sofa aside. His eyes were filled with disdain, but he had to admit it. Right now, mahjong was vital to him. If it wasn't for that guy James, who gave a death order, I wouldn't bother to bull with this poor programmer. This call was a signal that he and mahjong had agreed upon. As long as he shook his cell phone, mahjong would find the right time to call back. The reason why the assistant did this was also because he was afraid of arousing the suspicion of the rest of the home root network. After all, right now, all over the home roots network, the precautions against leaks must be very strict. Hopefully, this kid will be good and obedient and won't make any mess for me, the assistant thought as he stood up, walked to the nearby wine cabinet, and took out a bottle of expensive red wine, poured himself a full glass, quietly waiting for mahjong to reply. Jia Root Network Company, inside the office area. Mahjong was concentrating fully, staring at the computer screen, his fingers tapping rapidly on the keyboard. Suddenly, the cell phone in his pants pocket vibrated without warning. The slight vibration was like a thunderclap. Mahjong's body stiffened violently. His fingers also stopped on the keyboard, and his heart began to beat wildly without control. In his eyes, a hint of panic flashed, and he vigilantly swept around quickly, only to see that his colleagues were busy with their own business. No one noticed the difference on his side, and only then did he breathe a little sigh of relief, but the tension in his heart did not diminish in the slightest. He slowly put his hand into the pocket of his pants, moving carefully, afraid of making a little noise. When he took out his cell phone and saw that familiar caller number, his face instantly turned white, a chill, from the soles of his feet straight up to his head. It's him. Mahjong's lips trembled slightly, his voice filled with fear. His hands began to tremble slightly uncontrollably. What is he doing calling at this time? In Mahjong's mind, he flashed through various scenes of contact with his assistant, thinking of those piles of banknotes, as well as his own initial, shaken under the temptation of money. He was filled with remorse. How did I get carried away? But if you do not agree with him, what about my parents' illness? Those money really can save the parents' life, Mahjong clutched the cell phone, inner heaven and earth. How did I get to this point? Mahjong kept regretting in his heart, but he looked at the bank account, the extra number that had come in because of the money given by his assistant. He knew again that there was no turning back for himself. If you take someone's money, you have to do something, otherwise mom and dad's life-saving money will be gone. Mahjong gritted his teeth, helplessness written all over his face. He raised his head, eyes dodging, and looked around at his busy co-workers. He took a deep breath, forced himself to be calm, and stood up. My stomach is a little upset. I'm going to the bathroom. His voice was a little dry, with a hint of unnaturalness. Luckily, his co-workers were too preoccupied and no one paid too much attention to him. Mahjong tiptoed out of the office area. When he passed by the pantry, he saw Wang Xiaoya with a few colleagues discussing the details of the game. That serious look made Mahjong's footsteps pause for a moment, and the guilt in his heart grew a few more points. Finally, Mahjong found a corner that he thought was secluded. This place at the corner of the stairwell. Few people usually came over. He leaned his back against the wall, and after confirming once again that there was no one around, he slowly pulled out his cell phone. The moment the phone dialed, Mahjong's heart violently tightened and his breathing became rapid. Hello! On the other end of the phone, the assistant's voice was icy cold. Mahjong, listen carefully. Just those intelligence can't be enough. You have to get me the source code of World of Warcraft as soon as possible. And some important data from the game, we need it urgently. When Mahjong heard this, his eyes widened. This? Mahjong's voice was full of resistance. The source code and important data all have strict confidentiality measures. I simply can't get them. And if this is discovered, I'm finished. The assistant snorted coldly. Finished? Don't forget. If you can't do it, your parents are really finished. His tone was full of threats. You took my money. You have to do the job. It's too late to tell me that you can't do it now. Mahjong's forehead was covered with beads of sweat. As soon as he thought of his parents still lying on the hospital bed, waiting for this money to save their lives, his heart hurt so much that he couldn't breathe. It's really hard for me to do it. Mahjong's voice was tinged with tears. He kept praying in his heart that the assistant would spare him. But he also knew that it was simply impossible. Don't bull me. The assistant's voice grew more and more ferocious. If you dare to play any tricks, I have ways to make you regret it. You should be clear. There is no way back. I'll try. Ma Zhuang gritted his teeth and said these words with difficulty. Tanjai carried his school bag and came to the company after school as usual. Just as he walked into the corridor, he saw a figure, sneaking around the corner of the stairs. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Ma Zhuang. What is Ma Zhuang doing? Tanjai muttered darkly, his eyes glued to Ma Zhuang's every move. He only saw that Ma Zhuang had his back turned to him, and was still vigilantly looking from side to side from time to time. That look was as suspicious as it could be. A bad premonition welled up in Tanjai's heart. He clearly remembers. Ma Zhuang's family conditions are extremely poor. Parents are seriously ill. Life is overstretched. Usually, even a good meal cannot afford to eat. It is simply impossible to afford such a rare object as a cell phone. But now, Ma Zhuang's hand is holding a cell phone, and from his demeanor and action, it was clearly unseen. This sneaky look. Tanjai was shocked in his heart. He had seen too many people who would do anything for profit. Those commercial spies who would do anything to steal company secrets. At this moment, Ma Zhuang's behavior forced Tanjai to think in this direction. On the surface, Tanjai acted as if nothing had happened. Slowly, he walked towards Ma Zhuang's direction, only to see that Ma Zhuang's originally taut body, the moment he saw him, instantly became even more rigid, and that hand holding the cell phone also unconsciously hid behind him. This reaction, too abnormal. Tanjai snorted coldly in his heart. But his footsteps didn't pause in the slightest. When he walked until he was still a few steps away from Ma Zhuang, Tanjai deliberately raised his voice and greeted him. Yo, brother Ma Zhuang. Over here. Ma Zhuang pressed the hang-up button in a panic, squeezing a smile out of his face as he stammered. Boss Tan, you're off school. Tanjai narrowed his eyes slightly. Seeing that you are so anxious, there is nothing big at home, right? No. No big deal. Just a little situation on my parents' side. I'll deal with it and go back to the office. Ma Zhuang avoided Tanjai's gaze. He hurriedly nodded to Tanjai, then lowered his head and walked towards the office area with hurried footsteps. Looking at Ma Zhuang's departing back, Tanjai muttered darkly under his breath. This employee, not quite right. Chapter 128. Plotting the plot. Ma Zhuang was almost jogging all the way back to the office. His heart was beating as if it was going to break through his chest, and each beat was accompanied by a strong wave of fear. He felt his legs go weak. It was with great difficulty that he walked to his workstation, sat down on his butt, and his entire body slumped in the chair as if his soul had been drained away. It's over. How did Boss Tan suddenly appear just now? Did he hear the conversation between me and my assistant? If he heard it, I'll be dead. Ma Zhuang chanted frantically in his heart. His hands kept trembling, and he couldn't concentrate on his work at all. All over his mind, there were images of Tanjai when he appeared. Like a scared bird, his eyes quickly swept over each of his co-workers. With his hand, Ma Zhuang wiped a cold sweat from his forehead. The sweat soaked his palms, making him feel a cold chill. I hope Boss Tan really didn't hear anything. As long as I can get through this, when I get the money to cure my mom and dad, I'll never do this kind of thing again. Ma Zhuang prayed silently in his heart. He took a deep breath and tried to make his hands stop shaking, then turned on his computer and tried to continue working. But his eyes, however, could not focus on the screen, and his thoughts were like a wild horse that had gotten out of control and could not be pulled back. The assistant's promise just now kept echoing in his ears. As long as you get the code for World of Warcraft, I'll give you $500,000. $500,000. In his heart, Ma Zhuang repeatedly recited this figure. This was the year 98. $500,000, it was simply an astronomical amount. With $500,000, not only could his parents be cured, can also buy a big house, live a happy life. This temptation cannot be said to be not big. With this amount of money, Ma Zhuang bit his lips tightly, remembering the cold stares he suffered when he borrowed money from all over the place in order to cure his parents. There was a stabbing pain in his heart. He sat at his workstation, but in his mind he was in a mess. Assistant promised that $500,000 huge temptation hanging in front of the eyes, and the kindness of the company's people pricked his conscience. Alas, everyone is so good to me. How can I do such a thing? Ma Zhuang sat alone at his workstation. The voices of his surrounding co-workers discussing their work were all blurred in his ears at the moment. His gaze fell sluggishly on the computer screen. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall Wang Xiaoya's enthusiastic smiling face. He remembered that once, Wang Xiaoya was holding a box of exquisite snacks in her hand as usual, shoving the snacks into his hands. Ma Zhuang, see that you've lost weight again recently. Eat more, don't work too hard. The body is the most important thing. When Wang Xiaoya spoke, her tone was full of sincere concern. There were also Zhou Yun and Zhao Lin, and every time the project got busy, everyone was often too busy to sleep or eat. Ma Zhuang was even more unable to take care of his meals. But Zhou Yun and Zhao Lin would always be careful to find this. They would always bring an extra meal and quietly put it on his workstation. One time, he was busy until very late in the evening before he realized that the meal, which was still steaming hot, had a sticky note left next to it. Brother Ma, remember to eat. Don't starve. These few simple words touched him. But now, these gestures that had once warmed him were now weighing heavily on his heart. How could I betray them? In his heart, Ma Zhuang painfully blamed himself. They treated me, but I wanted to betray everyone for money. Am I still a human being? Ma Zhuang's lips trembled slightly, and his eyes gradually reddened. And Tanjai, the boss who was only 8 years old, was even more grateful to him. Boss Tan treats me. There are really no words. The salary is given higher than any other company. And he also sympathizes with my family's situation. Every time I want to go home to take care of my parents, he never said anything. Ma Zhuang recalled that Tanjai would encourage him every time he arranged a job. Brother Ma Zhuang, I believe in your ability. I'm relieved to leave this task to you. If I really hand over the code. Ma Zhuang held his head in pain. But Mom and Dad are still in the hospital, waiting for this money to save their lives. The internal struggle so that he is about to collapse. If I don't do it, what will they do? $500,000, I just need to get this $500,000. Tanjai took a brisk step. There was a smile on his face, pure and harmless. He was casually carrying his school bag in his hand, his mouth humming a little song he had made up. From the outside, he was an even more ordinary 8-year-old. From the outside, he looked like an ordinary 8-year-old. His heart filled with nothing but the relaxation of the after-school day. Into the company, Tanjai in the middle of colleagues, shuttle up. His voice was crisp and loud, full of the vigor unique to this age. Little Boss Tan. The programmer responded with a smile. Without the slightest notice there was anything unusual about Tanjai. With that, Tanjai exchanged warm pleasantries with his co-workers, a smile always hanging on his face. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Tanjai didn't linger much. He patted his bag and said, I'm going to the office to do my homework, so let's work hard. After saying that, he quickly walked towards the boss's office like a gust of wind. Snap! Tanjai closed the office door. He instantly put away the smile on his face and his expression became serious. Ma Zhuang's sneaky appearance, his panicked expression when he saw himself, and the cell phone that shouldn't be in his hand, all of this made Tanjai 100% certain. There was something wrong with Ma Zhuang. Could it be that he's been bribed? Tanjai's eyes narrowed slightly as he began to sort out the current situation. The company was in a critical period, betting against the Stormwater Company. The appearance of a mole at this time was definitely not a trivial matter. If Ma Zhuang really betrayed the company, then he most likely has already leaked the game's information out. Tanjai sat in front of his desk, his eyes revealing a hint of celebration. Fortunately, I was prepared. From the moment he decided to develop World of Warcraft, Tanjai knew that this bet with Stormwater would not be that simple. He knew that the mall was like a battlefield, and the hearts of people were even more complicated and unpredictable. The company's employees are all newly recruited. It is difficult to completely trust. So he set traps in many key codes. As long as someone tries to apply these codes, it will trigger the organ, generating a special virus that instantly destroys other codes related to it. Let the stealer steal the chicken and lose the rice. Thinking of the Storm Rain Company, those unorthodox practices, the anger in his heart rubbed upwards. Dare to count him. Then he couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. When he thought of the fact that the Rainstorm Company had spent a large sum of money to buy back a large pile of unusable and even harmful code, the curve of Tanjai's mouth was harder to suppress than even AK. Don't you like to play dirty? Then I'll play nice with you guys. Chapter 129. Ma Zhuang gets it. After making up his mind, Tanjai did not make a sound. Just silently, once again made adjustments to the code to ensure that he could fulfill his purpose. In the days that followed, Tanjai was like his usual self, going back and forth between the company, school, and home as usual, busy as a gyroscope. The betting agreement with the Rainstorm Company, at this point in time in his mind, has been nothing. As long as the Rainstorm Company dares to use the code written by him, then this bet he is sure to win. Jiali Networks. Ma Zhuang was caught in the middle of a war between heaven and man. On the one hand, he very much needed the $500,000 to improve his family's living conditions. On the other hand, he also felt very sorry for these co-workers who treated him like a family member. Dad, Mom, my son is sorry for you, not being able to let you live a good life. But this time, my son will definitely not let you down again. Ma Zhuang muttered in his heart. His voice trembled with endless sadness, thinking of his parents, lying on the sick bed, thinking of them for their own sake, hard work for a lifetime, but now suffering from illness. Ma Zhuang's eyes instantly turned red. Tears swirled in his eyes, almost coming out of his eyes. Colleagues of the company, I know I'm sorry for doing this to you, but I can't just watch my parents go to their deaths. I have no other choice. Ma Zhuang's lips trembled slightly as he murmured in a low voice. Every word was like it was squeezed out from the deepest part of his heart. In the end, in the crossfire between affection and morality, the string in Ma Zhuang's heart completely broke. Mom and Dad, my son can only choose you. Ma Zhuang raised his head violently, his eyes revealing a hint of determination. It was a desperate attempt after being driven to the brink by pain. At this moment, it was as if he had aged 10 years, and his eyes were filled with exhaustion. After making up his mind, Ma Zhuang forced himself to endure the pain inside and began to act. With his skillful operation, he quickly utilized his position to open the folder that housed the core code of World of Warcraft and important setting sets. Looking at the screen, those densely packed codes, Ma Zhuang's heart had mixed feelings. These cohesive, all the company's hard work of the results. Now it was to be betrayed by his own hands. I'm sorry, Boss Chen. I'm sorry, everyone. In his heart, Ma Zhuang said these words over and over again, and tears finally came out of his eyes. With trembling hands, he took this information and copied it to a floppy disk. The progress bar that was jumping rapidly every second was like a century long. His forehead was covered with beads of sweat, sliding down his cheeks and soaking his collar. Every tiny movement could make his heart jump. Faster, faster, Ma Zhuang urged frantically in his heart, his eyes glancing around every now and then. In the office, the figures of his colleagues became blurred in his eyes. It was as if the only thing left in his world was this computer in front of him, and the copying task in progress. Just then, Wang Xiaoya held a stack of documents and passed by Ma Zhuang's workstation. She inadvertently glanced at Ma Zhuang and instantly stopped in her tracks, only to see that Ma Zhuang's forehead was covered in sweat, and his entire body looked weak. Wang Xiaoya was startled in her heart and hurriedly walked forward. Ma Zhuang, what's wrong with you? Your face looks so bad. Are you sick? Why don't I send you to the doctor? When Ma Zhuang heard Wang Xiaoya's voice, his body stiffened violently and his heart almost jumped out of his throat. He raised his head in a panic and stammered, No, nothing, Xiaoya, maybe. It might be a bit of heat stroke. Just rest for a while. As he said this, he used his hand and panically wiped the sweat from his face. Wang Xiaoya frowned, her eyes full of worry. Heat stroke is not a small matter. Don't hold on. I think you'd better go to the hospital. The body is most important. Wang Xiaoya's words gently brushed Ma Zhuang's heart. But at this moment, this care, but like a knife, straight into the depths of his heart. Ma Zhuang lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Wang Xiaoya's concerned gaze. He only felt his face rolling. How could I do such a thing? Everyone treats me as a friend. In his heart, Ma Zhuang fiercely condemned himself. Wang Xiaoya's concern, like a mirror, clearly reflected his ugliness. It made him want to find a crack in the ground to drill into. In his mind, countless thoughts flashed instantly. The idea of terminating this plan was like a prairie fire, spreading rapidly in his heart. No, it can't go any further wrong. I have to confess to Boss Chen and apologize to everyone. Ma Zhuang gritted his teeth. But at that moment, the cold hospital bed, the sound of his parents' words, hit him hard in his heart. Mom and Dad are still waiting for this money to save their lives, ah. In Ma Zhuang's eyes, a hint of despair flashed. Xiaoya. Thank you. I'm really fine. Just rest for a while. Ma Zhuang raised his head, his voice dry. He avoided Wang Xiaoya's gaze. Wang Xiaoya's brows were tightly locked. The worry in her eyes did not decrease by half. Brother Ma, if you're not feeling well, you must go see a doctor. Never tough it out, oh. Her tone was concerned, which made it even harder for Ma Zhuang. I know. Ma Zhuang squeezed out a smile once again. Xiaoya, go get busy, don't worry about me. Trying to convince Wang Xiaoya that he was really fine. Wang Xiaoya looked at him a few more times, but could only turn around helplessly and continue to be busy. Looking at Wang Xiaoya's departing back. Ma Zhuang's tears could no longer be held back and came out of his eyes. He lowered his head and covered his face with his hands. The moment he picked up the floppy disk, Ma Zhuang only felt his fingers trembling. He was full of remorse, but there was no turning back. His parents were like a death charm, making him have to be ruthless. Ma Zhuang gritted his teeth, almost biting his lips to make them bleed. Finally, he tremblingly picked up his cell phone and dialed his assistant's number. The moment the phone dialed, Ma Zhuang's heartbeat steeply accelerated. The assistant's cold and eager voice came from the other end of the phone. Did the stuff arrive? Well, I got it. Ma Zhuang spit out a few words with difficulty. He felt that his soul was being withdrawn little by little, leaving only a walking corpse. Very good. The assistant's tone carried a hint of smugness. You're a smart person. The movements shouldn't have been noticed, right? If traces are left behind, you should be clear about the consequences. I know. Ma Zhuang painfully closed his eyes and heard his own voice answering the other party. Don't worry. I did it cleanly. Come to the usual place to make the deal right away. No tricks. I know. Ma Zhuang hung up the phone and threw it helplessly on the table. He stood up and took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Then he put the floppy disk carefully into his bag and step by step walked towards the door. Chapter 130. James' anger. In the private room, the assistant waited for Ma Zhuang to come. A password box was placed beside him. Inside, filled to the brim, were stacks and stacks of cash, emitting the aroma of ink. From time to time, the assistant gently stroked the combination box with his hand, his eyes glittering with greed, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rising. Humph! This time we've really made a fortune, he muttered in his heart. Once this is over, James will definitely have to look at me in a different light, and a promotion and a pay raise, that's not a matter of a handful. The assistant thought while joyfully picking up the coffee in front of him and taking a sip. What made him even more ecstatic was, this time James gave a full $1 million for the public relations funding. Originally, he was worried that he would have to spend a large amount of money in order to put Ma Zhuang in his place. But he didn't expect that a mere $500,000 would be enough to take down this guy who was in desperate need of money. The rest of this $500,000 can be all mine. When he thought of this, his mood was extraordinarily good. The door of the private room was gently pushed open, and a cold wind poured in. Ma Zhuang was wearing a hoodie. The brim was pressed extremely low by him, almost covering most of his face, only revealing a pair of uneasy eyes. The assistant originally was leaning comfortably on the sofa. The moment he glanced at Ma Zhuang, he immediately sat up straight. With his head lowered, Ma Zhuang walked to the table with a weak step. His hand fumbled in his bag for a while, and in the end, he gritted his teeth and handed over the floppy disk. The hand was stretched in mid-air, trembling slightly. Here you go. Ma Zhuang's voice was weak. He didn't dare to look up into the assistant's eyes. The assistant couldn't wait to reach out and take the floppy disk. Not bad. Being sensible will do you good. The assistant snorted coldly, his tone full of disdain. He then pushed the password box beside him, forcefully, in front of Ma Zhuang. Splat! With a sound, the box collided with the desktop, frightening Ma Zhuang's body. The money is all here, count it. The assistant stood up and looked condescendingly at Ma Zhuang. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Ma Zhuang looked at the password box in front of him. His hand slowly reached over, and the moment he touched the box, he only felt a chill that spread throughout his body from his fingertips. The assistant was carrying the inner pocket containing the floppy disk, as if he was carrying a mountain of gold. He didn't even care to stay longer, and just as soon as he left, he rushed to his car. The car door slammed shut, and with a kick of the gas, he sped towards Shanghai. After a few hours of driving, finally, the car steadily stopped in front of the building where James' company was located. The assistant took a deep breath and organized his attire. With his head held high, he walked into the building in large strides. The moment he saw James, the assistant's face was full of smiles, and his hands respectfully handed the floppy disk up. "I've done what you explained. This is the core code of World of Warcraft and the important setting set." James received the floppy disk. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and a rare smile appeared on his face. "Nicely done. Your performance this time is simply impeccable." As he spoke, he patted his assistant's shoulder, causing his entire body to flutter. "I knew you could do it. From the very beginning, I had high hopes for you. This time, it's enough to prove that my vision was right." James' voice was filled with appreciation. "Don't worry, the company won't treat you poorly. Next, I will arrange more important positions for you, so that you can fully utilize your talents. Your future, it's bright." The assistant's eyes reddened with excitement as he listened to James' praise. He nodded his head in a hurry. "Thank you, Mr. James. Thank you for your trust. I will definitely not let you down. I will work harder in the future, for the company, to create more value." The Storm Company, headquarters. James was full of complacency, handing the floppy disk he got from his assistant to the head of the RD department. "Immediately follow the contents of this diskette and start developing the game. Move fast, don't let me down." The head of the RD department was a senior technical expert. His name was Steve. Steve inserted the floppy disk into the computer's optical drive. With the buzzing reading sound of the optical drive, he stared at the screen, and suddenly, the cursor on the screen flashed wildly. Then, a line of garbled code appeared. What's going on here?" Steve's eyes widened in horror. Those codes, alive and well, began to frantically attack the computer. The program, which was originally running in an orderly manner, was messed up, and the files were tampered with and deleted indiscriminately. The computer let out a shrill alarm. Steve frantically pounded on the keyboard, trying to end the disaster. But it was all in vain. "No! No!" Steve's voice was filled with devastation. He stood up violently and looked at the ever-flickering, eerie screen. And what alarmed him even more was, he suddenly realized that the entire computer network of Stormwater was connected through a single network cable. This meant that these crazy codes would, at the speed of light, spread through the company's network. Like a deadly virus. In an instant, it would paralyze the entire company's computers into paralysis. "Mr. James, big deal," Steve hissed. He stumbled and ran towards James' office. Along the way, his co-workers cast astonished gazes. But at the moment, he had no time to care. Steve ran all the way wildly. Before he ran to James' office, the entire research and development department has become a pot of porridge. Colleagues exclaimed and cursed one after another. "My God, this code is all messed up. The computer is dead. It can't move at all. What the hell is going on here?" Steve rushed into James' office. He was breathing heavily and his voice carried unprecedented panic. "Mr. James, it's over. It's all over. Those codes, just like a virus, are frantically attacking the company's computers. The entire network is going to be paralyzed." James originally was sitting leisurely in his office, with a cup of steaming coffee in his hand. Hearing Steve's words, his smile instantly froze on his face. "What did you say? Say it again." James stood up violently, his eyes staring at Steve with a deadpan look, as if he wanted to eat him alive. He couldn't believe his ears. The winning formula that had just arrived. How did it turn into, in the blink of an eye, a time bomb to destroy the company? "That file you brought over, those codes that ran out of the floppy disk, are frantically attacking our system." Steve once again shouted hoarsely. "Now the entire company's computers are affected. It's going to be completely paralyzed soon." "Damn it!" James roared, utterly furious. "How is this possible? $1 million bought back a virus?" Chapter 131. Stormlight Company, completely frantic. James heard Steve's report. The muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably. "Quickly, immediately have everyone power down their computers." Steve didn't dare to have the slightest delay and immediately rushed out, conveying James' order. For a time, the entire research and development department was in chaos. Employees were scrambling around, unplugging their computers, and in the office, all sorts of shouts and curses echoed. In the end, what's going on? The design I just made, I haven't saved it yet. It's over. It's over. It's really all over this time. Looking at the employee's panicked appearance, the anger in James' heart burned once again. It's all because of that punk Mahjong. Originally thought that cutting off the power supply would stop this disaster. But when the technicians started to carry out antivirus, a new nightmare had just begun. With a face full of gravity, the technical director walked into James' office, his voice trembling. Mr. James, this virus is too stubborn. We've used all the antivirus software, but we can't completely remove it. What? James' eyes widened in disbelief. What are you all doing? A bunch of rice buckets. Can't even handle a virus. He slammed the table. David lowered his head, beads of sweat on his forehead. Mr. James, this virus, it's like it was specifically designed for our system. It's hidden deep and has a strong ability to replicate itself. As soon as it's turned on, it grows like a weed, constantly tampering with the original code. James' face became extremely ugly as he stood up, cursing under his breath. This damn virus. Even worse. With further examination, they discovered that some of the previous game's codes, too, had been tampered with to the point of being a mess. All of these, the company had spent a lot of manpower, material resources, and time to develop. Now it was ruined. My game. Those are our heart and soul. James painfully covered his face. He regretted that he had underestimated Tanjai. Regretting that he had done whatever he could to win had led to today's situation. Mr. James, what now? David asked cautiously. He knew that James, at this moment, was on the verge of collapse. But again, he had to seek instructions. James stood in the center of the chaotic office area. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the paralyzed computers, cursing under his breath. Damn you, Tanjai! You little bastard! How dare you count on me? Looking in front of him at this scene that was like the scene of a disaster, James, even if he was slow, at this moment he also completely understood. He had been ruthlessly set up by Tanjai. How could I be so stupid? I actually underestimated this 8-year-old kid. Originally, he had thought that the bet was a sure win. But because of his own greed and gullibility, it turned into a nightmare. Only 8 years old. How can he be so vicious? James really couldn't accept it. An 8-year-old child had such a heart and means. Those codes that had been damaged beyond recognition by the virus seemed to be mercilessly mocking his stupidity. What kind of opponent have I not seen before? But I actually fell into the hands of a little kid. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. But there was nothing he could do. Looking around, he looked at the computers that were no longer functioning properly. James felt a wave of despair. These computers were ruined. How much would it cost to repurchase the computers? This is not to mention before everyone's hard work, all for nothing. Thinking about the company for this reason invested a lot of human resources and financial resources, and now they were all wasted. James's heart, as if by a heavy hammer, hit hard. This loss, the company simply can't afford it. Inside the Stormwater Company, there was a dead silence. At this time, there were only 2 months left before the betting agreement came into effect. This made James completely panic. What the hell is all this? James roared angrily while frantically searching for his cell phone. Finally, he dialed his assistant's number. As soon as the call was connected, he loudly questioned into the microphone. What the hell is it that you brought back? Ah, look at what the company has become now. The assistant at this time was immersed in a beautiful dream. He was gorgeous, sitting in the back seat of the limousine, his mind filled with images of himself, about to be on the level. He thought about James' compliments to himself, and the high-paying position that was about to come his way, and a smug smile spread across his face. What made him even more excited was the $500,000 in public relations fees. It was enough for him to buy a nice house in Shanghai City and completely change his life. When I buy a house, I must bring my parents over to enjoy the happiness. The assistant was calculating in his heart. The corners of his mouth unconsciously rose. Suddenly, the ringing of the cell phone broke his fantasy. Seeing James' incoming call, the assistant confidently picked up the phone, thinking it must be James, who wanted to further commend himself. But James, that angry questioning voice, came over. The assistant's entire body was confused. The smile on his face instantly disappeared without a trace. Mr. James, what is wrong with you? The assistant asked carefully. The voice was full of doubts. What's wrong with me? And you have the nerve to ask. The floppy disk you brought back is full of viruses, and the entire company's computers are paralyzed. Do you have any idea what that means? James' roar shook the assistant's ears. What? This? How is this possible? The assistant's eyes widened in disbelief. His mind went blank, and his original beautiful fantasy was instantly shattered. I clearly got, from Mahjong, the code of World of Warcraft and the setting set The assistant stuttered and explained. The voice was getting smaller and smaller. You still dare to sophistry? Now that the betting agreement is about to come into effect, what are we going to compare with Home Root Network? The company is going to lose because of, well, your blunder this time. James' tone grew more and more vicious. Do you know how serious the consequences are? How can this? I have clearly arranged it all. The assistant's face instantly became as white as paper. He could not believe it. How could he not have imagined that what he originally thought was a perfect plan had turned into a nightmare at this moment? Mahjong, you asshole. You dare to trick me. The assistant was furious and stormy. After screwing things up this time, his own position in the company was in jeopardy. Perhaps he would also face severe punishment. At this time, Mahjong was still at his workstation, thinking about the things to follow. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. Seeing the incoming call from his assistant, Mahjong hesitated for a moment, but still picked up the phone. Chapter 132, Killing but also executing the heart. Mahjong just opened his mouth. What in the world did you give me? The assistant's voice that was so angry to the point of almost maniacal came over. Those codes, they're all viruses. Paralyzed the company's computers. Now, I can't even protect myself. You say, what the hell are you resting on? The more the assistant spoke, the more agitated he became. Anger, fear, and despair intertwined. Mahjong's mind went blank. For a while, he was speechless. I. Mahjong opened his mouth, but realized that he was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to answer. He truly did not expect that things would turn out like this. Originally, he thought that if he handed over the information and got the money to cure his parents, everything would be over. But now it seems, things were far, far from what he had imagined, so simple. All of this did not escape Tanjai's eyes. With his hands in his pockets, Tanjai walked towards Mahjong in a seemingly relaxed and casual manner. But hidden underneath that seemingly harmless smile was the sharpness of knowing everything. His eyes locked onto Mahjong, step by step, not slow. Every step was like stepping on the tip of Mahjong's heart. The surrounding co-workers were still busy, oblivious to what was happening. Tanjai, just like this, walked straight to Mahjong's workstation, his voice not loud. Mahjong, come with me to the office. Mahjong originally had a ghost in his heart because, well, he had a ghost in his heart, and was fidgeting. When he heard Tanjai's words, his heart pounded so hard that it almost popped out of his throat. His eyes were flustered, darting between the screen and Tanjai, not daring to look directly into Tanjai's eyes at all. Boss Tan. Mahjong's voice trembled with obvious weakness. He tried, squeezing out a smile. Mahjong had to stand up, his feet floating vainly, and follow behind Tanjai. His mind raced, thinking, did Tanjai find out something? But then he had a lucky break, hoping that everything was just an illusion on his part. As soon as he entered the office, Tanjai snapped the door shut. Tanjai walked to his desk and turned to sit down. His eyes were sharp as he stared at Mahjong and pointed to the chair across from him. Sit. Mahjong mechanically walked to the chair and slowly sat down. His hands were clasped tightly together, and he kept his head down, avoiding Tanjai's gaze. Tanjai leaned back slightly and stared at Mahjong for a while before slowly speaking. Mahjong, I know everything. Mahjong's body shook violently, his eyes wide, the fear in his heart instantly reaching its peak. Boss Tan, he stammered, unable to speak complete words at all. What you stole is nothing more than a virus. Tanjai's voice was not loud, and it boomed in Mahjong's ears. Mahjong sniffed and was instantly shocked. He hadn't thought that nothing had escaped Tanjai's eyes could even be said. All of this was arranged by Tanjai, an 8-year-old child. The mind was actually so deep that even he, an adult, was ashamed of himself. Ma Zhuang knew that he could no longer hide it. So he simply broke the pot and said to Tanjai through clenched teeth, "Boss Tan, I admit that it was me who was obsessed and betrayed everyone for the sake of money. If you want to punish me, kill me or kill me, I'll admit it." After saying that, he lowered his head and waited for Tanjai's sentencing. Tanjai looked at Ma Zhuang. He didn't immediately lash out, but frowned slightly. In his eyes, there was a flash of doubt and concern. "Ma Zhuang, I don't believe that you would do something like this, for no reason. Tell me honestly, have you encountered any difficulties?" Ma Zhuang raised his head and looked at Tanjai, his lips twitching a few times. Finally, he couldn't help but let out a loud cry. "Boss Tan, I'm really desperate," he choked and said with difficulty. "My mom and dad are both seriously ill, lying in the hospital, needing large medical bills every day. I borrowed money from everywhere, all the places I could borrow, but it still wasn't enough. Those debt collection calls one after another. I really do not know what to do," said here. Ma Zhuang's voice has become hoarse. He used his hand, wiped a handful of tears on his face, and then said, "James' assistant found me. He said that he would give me $500,000 as long as I gave him the company's game information to him. Boss Tan, did you know? $500,000. With this amount of money, my parents' illnesses will be saved, and our family will be able to get out of the current predicament." I just agreed to him. Tanjai didn't respond immediately after hearing Ma Zhuang's cries. After a moment, he waved his hand. "Ma Zhuang, you're confused. You thought that $500,000 was a lifesaver, but you didn't realize that as long as we and the Storm Rain Company's betting agreement wins, everyone in the company gets more than that." Ma Zhuang heard this. The originally lowered head snapped up. In Tanjai's eyes, with a hint of regret, his tone was calm. "Now, since you've betrayed the company, there's no chance of getting it." Ma Zhuang sniffed and was deeply chagrined. He was too eager. Tanjai's gaze, fixed on Ma Zhuang, turned his words. "But things haven't reached the point of being completely irreparable. Ma Zhuang, I can give you another chance. It's up to you whether or not you're willing to grab it." Ma Zhuang heard Tanjai's words. He jerked his head up. "Boss Tan, are you telling the truth? I still have a chance." Tanjai nodded slightly. "That's right. I can give you a chance to wear your sins." That was why he didn't make what Ma Zhuang did public. Ma Zhuang was, after all, a graduate of a prestigious university. With a high IQ, he instantly understood the deeper meaning in Tanjai's words. This was the only chance to redeem himself. "Boss Tan." Ma Zhuang raised his head, his eyes fixed on Tanjai. "I understand what you mean. I really know it was wrong. It was me who made such an unforgivable mistake. But you can rest assured that I will, definitely, seize this opportunity to redeem myself for my sins." At this moment, Ma Zhuang's mind was reeling with thoughts. He thought that, for the sake of that $500,000, he almost personally destroyed the fruits of everyone's joint efforts. Heart then a stabbing pain. When he thought of Tanjai's tolerance, he felt even more ashamed. "Boss Tan, feel free to command. No matter what I'm asked to do, I have no complaints. Everything is at your disposal." Ma Zhuang straightened his back, his tone filled with earnestness. Standing in front of the media, long guns and short cannons, Ma Zhuang took a deep breath. There was determination in his eyes. He knew that every word he said today would set off an uproar. But this was the first step to atone for his sins. It was also the key for Homeroot Network to fight back against Storm Rain Company. Chapter 133, Rainstorm Company, is it really so underhanded? Ladies and gentlemen of the media, today I stand here to reveal a truth to you all. With a slightly trembling voice, Ma Zhuang began to narrate. "I'm an employee of the Homeroot Network, Ma Zhuang. Not long ago, I made an unforgivable mistake and was bribed by the Rainstorm Company, James' assistant, attempting to steal the company's code for World of Warcraft, which was being developed." The words came out. The media at the scene was in an uproar. Ma Zhuang paused and continued. "It was at the time of my greatest despair. My parents were seriously ill and in dire need of a large amount of medical expenses. I went around raising money to no avail. Just then, James' assistant found me." Ma Zhuang clenched his fists. I lost myself in front of the great temptation. I thought that was my only way out. I agreed to his request. Ma Zhuang took a deep breath and continued. I followed his request and copied the company's code. But I didn't realize that Boss Chen had been on the defensive for a long time. A virus was set up in those codes, and Stormy Rain Company stole the chicken. Their computer system was attacked by the virus and paralyzed. Speaking of this, on Ma Zhuang's face, a trace of guilt flashed. Later, Boss Chen discovered my betrayal. However, he didn't immediately bring me to justice, but gave me a chance to take the blame for my crimes. His forgiveness made me completely wake up to the fact that I couldn't afford to be wrong anymore. Ma Zhuang raised his head. That's why today, I'm standing here to tell you all this, as it is. I want to apologize to Boss Chen and to every single colleague of the Jiali network. I'm going to, even more so, expose the Storm Rain Company for this unfair competition tactic. Listening to Ma Zhuang's narration, the reporters were also shocked. They couldn't imagine that the world's top game company, Storm Rain Company, would actually be so underhanded. Not only was it aggressive, forcing Tanjai, a child, to sign a betting agreement. What was even more outrageous was that it actually sent spies to steal Jiali's code. This kind of behavior simply refreshed everyone's three views. We must bring this matter to the public. Jiali network can't be bullied like this, and Tanjai can't be aggrieved for nothing. That's right. We have to let everyone know the ugly face of the Storm Rain Company. Give the Jiali network a statement. As soon as the interview ended, the reporters quickly returned to their respective posts and began to write press releases and edit the interview video. They scrambled for time, wanting to be the first to deliver this shocking news, delivered to the public. Soon, the reporters sent the interview to the TV, the internet, and the newspapers. For a time, the entire network was hotly debated. On the major internet forums, posts that lambasted the Storm Rain Company were endless. Stormy Rain Company, simply too shameless. As an industry giant, actually even the basic business ethics are not, but also engage in commercial espionage that really give the game industry shame. This is not bullying. Boss Chen of Home Roots Network is only 8 years old. How could they do that? Haha, that's all Stormy Rain is capable of. Isn't it? If you can't afford to lose, don't sign the betting agreement. If you can't afford to lose, then don't sign the betting agreement. But if you do sign it and use such despicable tactics, it's really beneath you. Although Boss Chen is young, he has backbone and strength. But Stormy Rain is only a scoundrel. There were even more radical netizens who directly shouted through the air. Stormy Rain Company, stop struggling. Hurry up and give up your rights. Don't embarrass yourselves here. What you have done has brought shame to the entire industry. The Rainstorm Company became the target of verbal attacks across the entire internet. It had completely become a street rat. Shanghai, the headquarters of the Stormwater Company. James was sitting in his office, fretting. In the company, the virus has not been solved. Still have to try to come up with ways to save the company's reputation and deal with the betting agreement. At that moment, the phone on his desk suddenly rang. He frowned irritably and picked up the phone. Before he had time to speak, on the other side of the phone, there was a burst of splitting curses. James, what the hell are you up to? Do you know what you've done? What has Stormlight become? The moment James heard this voice, his face instantly turned white. This was a call from the top brass at Pretty Country's headquarters, and the other party was obviously already infuriated. You listened to my explanation. James tried to open his mouth to defend himself, with a hint of panic in his voice. But before he could finish, he was ruthlessly interrupted by the other party. Explain? What else do you have to explain? The face of the Stormlight Company has been disgraced by you. The media around the world are reporting that our company is using unfair means to compete. Do you know how much this has affected the company's reputation? This is all you're doing. The other party's voice got louder and louder, and James had to hold the phone away from him for a moment, his face bursting into flames, as if he had been slapped a few times in public. I really didn't expect that things would turn out like this. James' voice became powerless. He was full of remorse at the moment, yet he didn't know how to salvage the situation. Now is not the time for you to regret. The other party roared. I'll give you two choices. Either you come up with a solution as soon as possible, win this bet, and salvage the company's reputation. Either you hurry up and pack up your things and get back to pretty country. After saying that, the other party snapped, hanging up the phone. Only James was left, holding the receiver, his eyes empty. James' veins rippled at his temples, his eyes were red, and he stared at his assistant with a deadly glare. You stupid bastard, look at what you've done. Now the company is in a mess because of you, and I'm about to be killed by you. Hurry up, think of a solution for me, or we both have to get out. The assistant lowered his head. His mouth kept saying, I'm sorry, but his heart was in a mess, completely at a loss as to what to do. Mr. James, I didn't expect that things would turn out like this either. I really did my best. The assistant himself felt that these words paled in comparison. He racked his brain, trying to find a way to save the situation. But his brain went blank, unable to think of anything. Can't think of anything? Are you that useless? Taking a high salary from the company, and when it matters, you can't do anything. James' scolding voice echoed in the office. It made the assistant feel incomparable pressure and fear. Time passed by minute by minute. The assistant was so anxious that his forehead was covered with beads of sweat, and he kept blaming himself in his heart. Why was he so impulsive at first, gullibly trusting Mahjong, which led to this situation now? But grumbling was grumbling, the problem still had to be solved. Just when the assistant was in despair. A few moments later, James stood up with a smug smile on his face. There's a way. Chapter 134. Scapegoat. The assistant was immersed in despair, filled with images of the world collapsing. Suddenly hearing James' sentence, there is a way, it was like a drowning person seeing a life-saving straw. Instantly his eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. How could he not have imagined, usually only in front of the crowd, bragging and pretending to be a bully, good and happy James, this time actually can really rely on a time. So quickly, thought of a way to deal with the present, this mess. Assistant could not hold down the excitement in his heart, boldly, cautiously asked, what do you think of the way? Quickly tell me, but I'm in a hurry. In his voice, there was a hint of eagerness, as well as infinite anticipation for the solution that James was about to say. James slowly sat back in his chair, reached out and picked up the cigar on the table, lit it and took a deep breath, spitting out a smoke ring. In his eyes, there was an inscrutable look. After a long while, he opened his mouth unhurriedly. There is only one way to preserve the reputation of the Storm Rain Company and eliminate the effects of this incident. Speaking here, he deliberately paused for a moment, his eyes fixed on his assistant. It was as if he was observing the reaction of his prey. The assistant was filled with doubt, leaning forward, blearily, waiting for James to continue. The corners of James' mouth rose slightly, revealing a wry smile, and he said coldly, that is, you alone will carry all the guilt. As long as you admit that this is your personal behavior behind the company's back and has nothing to do with the company, then the Stormwater Company will be saved. When the assistant heard this, his entire body instantly froze. The smile on his face instantly disappeared without a trace and was replaced by a face full of panic and incredulity. Mr. James, what do you mean by this? How can this be my fault alone? I also followed your orders to do The assistant's voice carried a sobbing tone. He never thought that James would actually come up with such a solution, putting all the blame on him alone. Humph. You still dare to argue? James slammed the table, stood up, and pointed at his assistant's nose to scold. If it wasn't for your incompetence and gullibility in trusting that bastard Mahjong, could you have caused such a big mess? Now that the company is facing such a big crisis, you have to take the responsibility. James' eyes were filled with ferocity. I. The assistant opened his mouth, but did not know how to retort. In his heart, he knew clearly that James was shaking off the pot, but he didn't dare to openly disobey James' orders. After all, his own rice bowl was still pinched in James' hands. If he didn't agree, I'm afraid that he would be unable to gain a foothold in the company, or even in the industry as a whole. But if you agree, you will become a scapegoat. The future days will not be good. The assistant was caught in a dilemma. He was so anxious that tears were rolling in his eyes, but he didn't dare to fall. The assistant's eyes were round, staring at James with a deadly stare, his chest rising and falling violently, feeling that he had, before, really overestimated James' intelligence, but greatly underestimated his level of shamelessness. James, you've gone too far. The assistant was so angry that his voice changed tone. Do you think, in this situation now, who would believe that this is just a small assistant of mine, doing this without authorization? This is clearly, you instructed me to do it. The assistant's hands clenched into fists. James, however, had a cold face, without the slightest bit of guilt in his eyes. He impatiently interrupted the assistant. You cut the crap here. The matter, which has come to this point, you have to solve it for me, James said while taking 2 steps forward. Condescendingly, he looked at the assistant. The assistant wanted to continue arguing with reason, but James didn't give him a chance at all. James said coldly, you only have 2 choices, either resign now and take all the blame, and I can still consider leaving you a way out. Either that, or I'll get the police right now and properly investigate the matter of you taking kickbacks. That $500,000 in kickbacks is enough to put you behind bars. James' voice was not loud. Yet, it was like a sharp knife that pierced the assistant's heart. The assistant's face instantly turned as white as paper when she heard this. His legs went soft and he almost collapsed to the ground. He knew that there was no way back for him. James was determined to make him the scapegoat. His lips trembled, wanting to say something but feeling that everything had been in vain. Good. Good you, James. The assistant gritted his teeth and squeezed these words out from between his teeth. I admit it. The assistant was filled with humiliation and unwillingness, but he had to bow to reality. He knew that under James' threat, he had no room for resistance at all. At this moment, he only felt incomparably stupid. In the beginning, why did he listen to James' words and end up in this situation today? Within a short period of time, the media circle in Xia, the editors of the major newspapers, were busy. The guide of the news channel, constantly switching screens, all in order to rush to release a compelling news. Emergency insertion. Emergency plug. The TV anchor had a serious face and an urgent tone. Previously, there has been a new development in the highly publicized incident of the Rainstorm Company plagiarizing the creativity of the Home Root Network. According to the official statement of the Rainstorm Company, this plagiarism is purely the work of the company's assistant. It has nothing to do with the Rainstorm Company. At the same time, the front-page headlines of all the major newspapers were replaced with similar content. And at the headquarters of the Storm Rain Company, James was sitting in his luxurious office, watching the news reports on the TV, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smug smile. He picked up the phone and called the head of the PR department. The PR did well this time. Continue to keep an eye on the direction of public opinion. Don't let those negative voices bubble up again. James' tone was arrogant, as if he had everything under control. Yes, Mr. James. Don't worry. We've arranged everything. The head of the PR department responded carefully on the other end of the phone. James stood in front of the makeshift speaking platform. The expression on his face looked pained, as if he had suffered a great deal of grievances. With slightly trembling lips, he said sorrowfully, Friends of the media, this time I stand here with an incredibly heavy heart. What the company's assistant did is simply heartless, seriously destroying the good image that our Storm Rain Company has been painstakingly managing. We Storm Company has been upholding the principle of fair competition, is committed to the global players, to create the best quality game experience. But this assistant, for his own self-interest, did this disgraceful thing. I am truly distressed. James' eyes were red and his voice was slightly choked, and those who didn't know really thought that he was deeply victimized. Chapter 135. The netizens' anger. Too shameless. Reporters started asking questions one after another, and the scene was noisy. Mr. James, may I ask how much of an impact do you think the assistant's actions have had on the reputation of the Storm Rain Company? A reporter asked loudly. James frowned and sighed heavily. The impact? It's devastating. Our company, the reputation that we have accumulated globally, was almost destroyed because of him alone. During this period of time, the company's stock price plummeted. Partners, too, have expressed their concerns, and the pressure we're under is unimaginable. Another reporter pressed, Then how do you plan to seek justice for the company? James' eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness, gritting his teeth. We will never let him go. Although he has already been fired, it's far from enough. We will go through legal channels to make him pay the price he deserves for his behavior. After saying that, James bowed slightly to the camera. Afterward, surrounded by bodyguards, he hurriedly left. The news of Stormy Rain Company's won, dumping all the pots on the assistants, just came out. Instantly, 1,000 waves were stirred up in the majority of netizens. Various network platforms were instantly brushed with related topics. The netizens spoke one word to another, discussing intensely. This is too obvious. Little cutie. It's all obvious. This is Stormy Rain Company shedding their car and letting that assistant take the blame. That's right. What kind of heavenly reason could a little assistant like him have to put his own career on the line just for Storm Rain Company to win the betting agreement? This doesn't make sense at all. Another netizen raised the key suspicion, instantly triggering more people to resonate. And you guys think about it, where did he get the huge sum of $1 million to bribe Ma Zhuang? There's definitely a big problem behind this, and the Stormwater Company definitely can't be blamed for it. The netizens' anger grew hotter and hotter. One after another, they pointed their spearheads at James. All kinds of bitter curses abounded. James is also too shameless, daring to do but not daring to admit. This kind of person is still the head of a company. It's simply a disgrace. If you don't have the ability, surrender before it's too late. Don't disgust people here. Originally, I thought that the Rainstorm Company was quite powerful, but I didn't expect it to be this kind of irresponsible and irresponsible goods. I definitely won't play their games again. In the face of this overwhelming network opinion, instead of reflecting on it, James chose to play hardball. He sat in his luxurious office, furious and stormy, and while sweeping the documents on his desk to the ground, he roared, "What do these people know? How dare they talk about me like that? Let's see if I don't clean them up." He then immediately contacted the best team of lawyers in Shanghai. With a wave of his hand, he said viciously, "Send me a letter of lawyers one by one. Tell those people who talk nonsense to shut their mouths. If they dare to continue talking nonsense, I'll let them eat their words." Soon, a lawyer's letter flew to various platforms and netizens who had made excessive remarks. However, this move not only failed to suppress public opinion. Instead, it made the netizens even angrier. Who are you scaring by sending a lawyer's letter? If you have the ability, don't do those unseemly things. That's all the Stormy Rain Company has. It only bullies us little people. There were more and more curses on the internet, and the fire of public opinion got fiercer and fiercer. James' approach was like pouring a ladle of oil on a blazing fire. Not only did it not extinguish the fire, but it made the fire burn more vigorously. Looking at the network, the negative comments that kept popping up, James was so angry that his face turned blue, but there was nothing he could do. Inside the Home Root Network Company, the afterglow of the setting sun spilled onto the street. Tanjai hummed a small song and walked at a brisk pace, followed by Tanhuigan, who was pushing a cart. On the cart, there were all kinds of fruits, drinks, and popsicles. Under the sunlight, it exuded a tantalizing luster. As soon as Tanjai walked into the company, he was like a shining star, instantly attracting everyone's attention. He stood in the center of the office area and clapped his small hands with a forceful clap, the crisp sound echoing throughout the space. "Everyone stop what you're doing for a moment. I've brought some goodies for everyone, fruits, drinks, and popsicles. The day is so hot. Everyone eat some to cool down, and then continue working." This voice shouted out. The effect was immediate. The employees who were originally busy, as if they had heard the rallying cry, put down their hands and surged towards Tanjai from all corners. Everyone's face was full of surprised smiles. While grabbing snacks from the trolley with 7 hands and 8 feet, they enthusiastically nagged Tanjai. "Boss Tan, you've finally come. What's been happening lately is so exciting. Do you know about the Stormwater Company? They've really made a big joke," a young employee said impatiently with glowing eyes. Yes, Boss Tan. Stormy Rain Company wanted to plagiarize our code and ended up having their computers paralyzed by a virus, and now they want to dump the whole pot on an assistant. Simply shameless," another employee added with righteous indignation. Everyone spoke in a chorus of words, recounting the news that had happened recently, and their words were filled with disdain and ridicule for Storm Rain Company. Tanjai listened quietly, the corners of his mouth gradually rising. Humph, they thought that they could muddle through with such simplicity? It's too naive to think that. Tanjai gently shook his head, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain. "Let's go by the book and do our own thing. Let them know that playing these little tricks is useless." Although Tanjai's voice was childish, it was full of seriousness and confidence, the aura and momentum emanating from a tiny child. Yet it made the employees present, all of them, energized. because they all knew that this little boss of theirs, Tanjai, had one thing to say: never talk empty words, never draw big cakes. From his tone of voice, the employees vaguely tasted. Tanjai is really running to defeat the Storm Company to go. And what Stormy Rain had done during this period of time also let them see. This time the advantage is on our side. All right, Boss Tan, with your words, we'll work even harder. That's right. We'll definitely work hard and show Stormy Rain that our Family Roots network isn't one to be messed with. The employees responded one after another, taking snacks and returning to their respective workstations with full fighting spirit on their faces. Tanjai looked at everyone's backs, his heart filled with relief. He had to admit that he had still overestimated Stormwater. If that was the case, this bet, his certainty of winning, was a lot greater again. Chapter 136. Tanjai let slip that the bet would continue. In the office, the bustling scene gradually dissipated as the employees returned to their workstations. Only a busy working atmosphere remained. The employees who had finished their snacks were energized. At this time, Wang Xiaoya walked into Tanjai's office. She was now the backbone of Jiagan's network program department and stood out among a group of famous school graduates with her outstanding ability, hidden momentum towards the position of general manager. Tanjai also has a lot of trust in her. Many of the company's affairs are assuredly handed over to her to deal with. Wang Xiaoya walked to Tanjai's desk, slightly bent down, with sincerity in her eyes. Boss Tan, that matter of the Storm Rain Company, it's making a lot of noise, and now public opinion is very favorable to us. You see, what should we do next? Wang Xiaoya knew in her heart that although she had outstanding abilities in program technology, but in terms of strategic vision, she still had to ask Tanjai for more advice. Tanjai raised his head and looked at Wang Xiaoya with an appreciative smile on his face. He stood up, walked over to the window, looked at the busy streets outside, and said after a moment of contemplation, "Sister Xiaoya, right now, Stormy Rain Company is in a state of anxiety. We can't let go of this opportunity. But we can't be too hasty, we have to work steadily." Tanjai looked at Wang Xiaoya with a gleam in his eyes and asked seriously, "Sister Xiaoya, for the current Storm Rain Company this mess, what do you think we should do?" Wang Xiaoya's eyes lit up, and without thinking, she said, "Boss Tan, as I see it, right now, Stormy Rain Company is being tossed around by that virus, and it can't take care of itself. Let's just take this opportunity to force them to admit defeat. Doing so will minimize the risk, and we'll be able to take this bet steadily. How good is that?" Tanjai shook his head gently after hearing this. "Sister Xiaoya, this won't do. If we want to win, we have to win beautifully and make the other party lose convincingly." He frowned slightly, his expression serious. "If we just let the Storm Rain Company admit defeat, they will definitely feel that they lost to these accidents outside the game, and they will definitely be unconvinced in their hearts." Wang Xiaoya was slightly stunned, and after carefully pondering over Tanjai's words, she felt that it did make sense. Before she could say anything, Tanjai continued, "Why don't we take advantage of the present and continue this betting in a big way? Rely on our strength to speak, use our products, and completely defeat them. Only in this way can we make them completely break those thoughts that they shouldn't have." Although Tanjai's voice was childish, it was very serious. Wang Xiaoya nodded, her eyes fixed on Tanjai. "Boss Tan, you are right. It's just that I'm a bit unsure. What exactly should I start with?" Tanjai turned around and walked back to his desk, picking up a pen and tapping it lightly on the paper. "First of all, we have to continue to perfect World of Warcraft and make it the ultimate. This is our core competitiveness. As long as the game is of high quality, we are not afraid of not attracting players." As Tanjai spoke, he wrote down the words "optimize the game" on a piece of paper. Then, while public opinion is hot right now, increase publicity. Find some famous game anchors to try out our game, and through their influence, let more people learn about our Jiagan network and World of Warcraft. Tanjai wrote down publicity and promotion again. Wang Xiaoya's eyes lit up and her heart was enlightened. "Boss Tan, your idea is fantastic. Why didn't I think of it?" Tanjai smiled, then said, "Also, pay close attention to the movements of the Rainstorm Company. They definitely won't stop, and maybe they'll even make some kind of a mess. Let's prepare in advance and see what happens." Wang Xiaoya heard these words, and a wave of admiration surged in her heart. She stood up with a bright smile on her face, walked over to Tanjai's side, gently rubbed her face against Tanjai's, and said with a smile, "Boss Tan, you're amazing. Hearing you say it like that, I instantly understand. All right, Let's do as you say. After saying that, she ran away with a smile like a child who had gotten a new toy, ready to go and implement Tanjai's decision. That announcement from the stormwater company that tried to shake off the blame had sent ripples through the internet. Netizens were talking about the matter, and the heat continued to soar. Right at this moment, the Family Roots network came on like a whirlwind. Without warning, the screens of major online platforms and television media were occupied by Tanjai's figure. The Tanjai in the picture was dressed in an exquisitely tailored small suit, sitting upright in front of the table. Although his face still had a childish look on it, his eyes were like the brightest stars in the night sky, revealing a steadiness beyond his years. Hello everyone, I'm Tanjai from Jagan Network. Tanjai's slightly childish voice came out from the microphone, but for some reason, it carried a composure that people couldn't ignore. With all these things that have happened recently, the internet is abuzz, and I, for one, don't want to say much about it. I've always felt that justice is hidden in everyone's heart. Saying that, he slightly raised his chin, clear eyes, examining the camera one by one. It was as if he wanted to look through the screen and lock eyes with every single person watching the video. In everyone's heart, surely they are all pondering, Stormy Rain Company. In the end, have they copied our Family Root Network's ideas? I think, no need for me to say more. Everyone's heart is as clear as a mirror. Tanjai said here, his tone steeply aggravated. His originally serious little face was even more taut at the moment. They actually want to put this all on an assistant, you guys. Isn't this too comical? Everyone is judgmental. Who's good and who's bad? There's a scale in their hearts. As he spoke, he gently shook his head, his face full of disdain. After a short pause, Tanjai suddenly straightened his back. But then, if the Rainstorm Company feels aggrieved, feels that they still have two brushes, and is not convinced, we are not afraid at all. This bet, let's continue. As he spoke, his eyes were ablaze with fighting spirit, as if a flame that would never go out. 3 months is not long to say the least, not short to say the least, and it will soon pass. At that time, let's say nothing and take the product out for a walk. Let everyone see which company, in the end, is truly powerful. Tanjai's voice was clear and loud. Every word was like a heavy bomb that exploded in the hearts of the audience. Once this video was released, it instantly triggered a tsunami of buzz on the internet. The netizens were like a powder keg that had been ignited, and they all left messages in the comment section. Wow, Boss Chen is too awesome. This aura, this confidence, I'm a fan. Chapter 137, World of Warcraft, Development Success. That response from Tanjai. It had just been exposed online, instantly setting off an overwhelming wave of shock. That's right, Stormy Rain Company still wants to play mind games. This time, it's been disliked by Boss Chen, so he's speechless. Support Family Roots Network, support Boss Chen. Sit back and wait to see Stormy Rain Company punch its face in 3 months. In an instant, the entire online world, as if injected with a crazy dose of stimulants, completely boiled up. Microblogs, forums, major social media platforms, and video sites, without exception, were all wildly swiped by Tanjai's related topics. These topics, wave after wave, the heat soared wildly all the way. Moreover, the heat was continuing to climb, without the slightest intention of stopping at all. Family members. I just swiped Tanjai's response, and my entire body is numb. Can you guys imagine? A little kid who's only 8 years old actually has such an amazing pattern. I've lived for so many years. I'm ashamed of myself. At the end of the post, he also purposely added 5 or 6 exclamation points as a way to express his inner shock. Not long after this post was sent out, it attracted countless replies from netizens. I have the same feelings as you. If you were an ordinary person, when you encountered this kind of plagiarism matter from Storm Rain Company, you would definitely take advantage of the fact that they are now in a state of anxiety and directly force them to admit defeat and tell them to get out of the SIA market. How simple and direct this is. Not only can we get rid of a strong competitor, but we don't have to take any risks. Cutie wouldn't do that. But this Tanjai kid doesn't. He actually chose to continue betting against Storm Rain and to use the product to speak. How magnanimous and confident does he have to be? I've seen what it means to be a true teenage hero. Below his comment, he was quickly followed by a long list of likes and replies expressing approval. However, there were also quite a few netizens who raised concerns. You guys, the Rainstorm Company, after all, is a leading company within the gaming industry and is famous all over the world. They must be hiding quite a few powerful undercards. The risk of Tanjai continuing to gamble is just too great. Isn't he afraid of losing it all? The moment this comment came out, it instantly sparked even more discussion. The number of floors kept stacking upwards. I think that Tanjai definitely has his own plans. Don't look at this kid as young. But along the way, the ability and wisdom he's shown is far beyond his peers. Maybe he already had full certainty before he dared to do this. Regardless of the final result, this wave of Tanjai's maneuver is really too much of a fan. Then look at that James, before he was playing tricks to steal the code again, and now he wants to dump the pot all on his assistant when things go wrong. Compared to Tanjai, it's simply a difference between clouds and mud, one heaven and one earth. That's right. James should really learn from Tanjai what in the end is the real pattern, what is called broad-mindedness. The netizens were in a frenzy of discussion. The voices in favor of Tanjai were unstoppable, wave after wave. This Tanjai is too interesting. I'd like to see, after 3 months, can he really take Storm Rain Company and beat it to death? Support Boss Tan. Regardless of the outcome, just based on this pattern of yours, I'll be a loyal fan of your family's roots network from now on. If anyone dares to speak ill of you, I'll be the first to say no. Just as the netizens were talking, the family root network. Early Sunday morning, the sunlight fluttered through the light clouds and fell on every corner of the city. Before the sun had fully risen, Tanjai was early, arriving at Jagan Networks. He was in a hurry along the way. His mind was filled with the development progress of World of Warcraft. The thought that this game, which was the result of countless efforts, would soon be completed. His heart was pounding. He couldn't calm down. He had just stepped into the front door of the company. Without even taking a breath, Tanjai ran towards the office area without stopping. Just when Tanjai was fully concentrated, checking the work situation, a burst of footsteps like rain suddenly rang out, instantly breaking the original tranquility of the office area. The crowd looked sideways, only to see Wang Xiaoya like a whirlwind. Towards Tanjai's side, she ran wildly. Boss Tan! Boss Tan! Before she could even get close, Wang Xiaoya ripped out her voice and shouted loudly. With a fierce push, she pushed open the office door and rushed to Tanjai. Due to running too fast, her legs went weak and she could only brace her hands on her knees with death. Wang Xiaoya struggled, adjusting her disordered breathing. Her mouth was panting heavily. Her breasts were heaving together, and she couldn't say a complete sentence in half a day. Tanjai was startled by Wang Xiaoya's anxious appearance. He thought something was wrong. However, he was not in a hurry. Tanjai helplessly unscrewed a bottle of water. He handed it over to Wang Xiaoya, who could not catch her breath. Sister Xiaoya, you're so windy, what's wrong? Drink a mouthful of water. The sky is not collapsing. You do not rush. What is the situation? Slowly say. Wang Xiaoya took the water that was handed over, poured a small half-mouthful, choked and coughed. Only after a long time did she straighten up, took a deep breath and said loudly, Boss Tan, good news! The development of World of Warcraft has all been completed. Now all that's left is the final testing work. As she spoke, a bright smile spread across her face. Really? Tanjai's eyes widened. His eyes filled with surprise. Hearing this news, he felt his heartbeat, all of it, speed up instantly. A rush of hot blood surged to his heart. Wonderful! Sister Xiaoya, you're fantastic! Tanjai was so excited that he jumped straight down from his boss chair. Yes, Boss Tan. If there's nothing wrong with the testing process, in a few more days, we'll be able to conduct online testing. Wang Xiaoya said excitedly. The eyes were filled with anticipation. A smug smile appeared on Tanjai's face. In his heart, he secretly thought, this game that will, in the future, almost explode across the globe, from now on, surname Tan, belongs to me, Tanjai. Thinking about it, he couldn't wait, wanting to go and see the results of the game. Let's go, Sister Xiaoya. Let's go take a look, Tanjai said, walking quickly towards the office area. Wang Xiaoya followed closely behind him, the two of them, full of vigor and confidence. The entire company seemed to be infected by their joy. An air of excitement filled the air. Zhou Yun, Zhao Lin, and the others were looking at the screen with excited faces. Tanjai sat in front of the computer. With a calm expression, he maneuvered the mouse and entered the game page. Chapter 138. Boss, did we really do this? Tanjai's eyes were firmly fixed on the screen. With World of Warcraft, the familiar picture unfolded in front of his eyes. The memories of the past instantly flooded him. The scene of once playing this game in an internet cafe all night long was like a movie. In his mind, it was constantly playing. At that time, he was sitting on a slightly shabby internet cafe card seat, his eyes staring at the computer screen, completely immersed in the world built by the game. Surrounding him was a noisy environment, with some people shouting out game commands and others slapping the table in chagrin due to failure. But he was not affected in the least, devoting himself to every mission of the game, every battle. Those moments of fighting side by side with his teammates, those moments of harvesting surprises in the virtual world, all became his life indelible marks. This game, for countless players, is an indispensable part of youth. It accompanied a generation of people spent countless after school, after work leisure time, carrying their laughter and tears, dreams and passion. This is not just a game. It is clearly the trust of everyone's youth. At this moment, Tanjai's heart, in addition to emotion, was more excited and ambitious. This game, the horrible money-sucking ability that it contains, he is more than clear. In his previous life, Stormlight Company with this game earned a lot of money. According to incomplete statistics, it had brought tens of billions of dollars in revenue for the Rainstorm Company. It was still calculated in terms of the Joker Kingdom currency. This was a staggering figure. It was simply an inexhaustible treasure of wealth. Tanjai's heart began to beat frantically. He felt that his blood was boiling. In his mind, a bold idea gradually took shape. By relying on this game alone, I'll be able to take a place on the Summer Kingdom serving or not serving rankings. Tanjai stood in front of his computer. Closely clustered behind him were dozens of Jagan Network's employees. At this moment, the entire room was so quiet that even a pin falling on the ground could be heard. Everyone was holding their breath. Without blinking, they stared at the game interface in front of them. Suddenly, the warrior character in the game moved. His hands gripped the cold and shiny two-handed sword, and with a loud shout, he slashed violently towards the monster. At this instant, many of the employees present stared wide-eyed. Their mouths were wide open, simply unable to believe what they were seeing. My God, this picture quality is too realistic. A young programmer couldn't help but marvel out, his eyes flashing with excitement. The hairs on this monster's body are all rooted and distinct, just like the real thing. Yeah, and this sense of striking. The art designer next to him also said excitedly, every sword slash down feels, literally, like it's slashing down on the monster. It's so sensational. Not only that, this sound effect is simply outstanding. The sound of the sword blade, cutting through the air, and the screams of the monster when it is injured, it fits too perfectly. Everyone had a word for each other. They expressed, one after another, the shock in their hearts. And when they saw the smooth and natural lag-free movements of the warrior, everyone was completely convinced. This smoothness, those games on the market, can't be compared at all. The main program shook its head with a face of admiration. Don't forget, you guys, this is a game that Boss Chen came up with and designed himself. Someone said loudly, in a tone that was filled with admiration for Tanjai. That's right, Boss Chen is only 8 years old. To actually have such talent and ability, it's awesome. Following Boss Chen, I believe that our Family Roots network will definitely be able to create miracles. The employees' eyes shone with adoration, their admiration for Tanjai reaching its peak. It was as if they had already seen it. Jagan Network, in the gaming world, a future of great splendor. Wang Xiaoya stood in the crowd, so excited. Her hands trembled slightly. She subconsciously pushed her glasses, trying to calm herself down a bit. But that reddened little face still betrayed her mood at this moment. As the number 001 employee of Home Root Network, she had witnessed the company every step along the way. Every game launched by Home Roots Network had her sweat. Every line of code, every design element, all hide her heart and soul. Previously, once Fantasy Westward Journey was launched, it was a huge success, and in the gaming market it set off a frenzy. Wang Xiaoya had thought that it was the pinnacle of the game. Participating himself, creating such a work, already proud enough. But when World of Warcraft was shown in front of her eyes, she realized she had underestimated Tanjai's creativity, also underestimated the potential of the team. Boss Tan, this is too stunning. Wang Xiaoya's voice was trembling a little, her eyes full of shock. Fantasy westward journey can't even see the taillights of World of Warcraft nah. Wang Xiaoya said as she spoke, hating to pour out all the marvel in her heart. The surrounding co-workers nodded their heads, deeply convinced. Yes, Sister Xiaoya is so right. This game, if it goes online, will definitely be able to create a super storm in the gaming world. Boss Chen, in the end, how did you come up with so many brilliant ideas? This game is simply unrivaled. Some people couldn't help but cast glances at Tanjai. A smile spread across Tanjai's face. Everyone deserves credit. This is the result of our team's joint efforts. Next, let's work harder and do the final testing, so that this game, in its most perfect form, is presented in front of the players. Wang Xiaoya stood there, her eyes staring straight at the beautiful game images on the screen. The entire person, completely immersed in shock. Her brain was running wild, but she still didn't dare to imagine that such a game, in her opinion, was almost perfect. Once it was released to the market, what kind of repercussions would be stirred up in the gaming world? That scene. Just thinking about it would make one's blood boil and heart beat faster. Wang Xiaoya was so nervous that her throat was dry. She shivered and swallowed, slowly turning her head to look at Tanjai. Wang Xiaoya's eyes were filled with incredulity. Subconsciously, she pinched her arm. It seemed that she was still wondering if she was dreaming. Tanjai looked at Wang Xiaoya's look, her eyes full of confidence and pride. Boss, I really can't believe it. Wang Xiaoya's voice was a little choked. She tightly held Tanjai's hand. At this time, she was so excited that her voice changed tone, stuttering and asking, "Old boss, this really is the game we made." Chapter 139 Rainstorm Company. Completely crazy kneeling for golden votes. Shanghai City, the headquarters of the Rainstorm Company. James was in his office, pacing non-stop, a little hexed. This time, his betting agreement with Tanjai was nothing short of a nightmare. At one time, from the bottom of his heart, he looked down on Tanjai and that tiny Jagan network company. In his eyes, Tanjai was nothing more than a bratty kid. What can he do to stir up the wind and waves? But the reality gave him a slap in the face. Zhao Network had actually made World of Warcraft such an amazing work. The game's picture quality, sense of combat, sound effects, none of them do not let people jaw-dropping. Even far exceeded the expectations of their Stormy Rain company. What made James even more furious was that the spy he had sent to steal the code was actually discovered by Tanjai. This not only made all the previous plans go down the drain, but also made the reputation of the Storm Rain company fall to its lowest point. Today, the company's reputation was poor to the extreme. The players' abuse, the partners' skepticism, pressure came up all of a sudden. Far away from the pretty countryside, the share price of Stormy Rain Company was like a kite with broken strings, all the way down wildly, the company's internal chaos into a pot of porridge. Employees were on edge, and work efficiency dropped dramatically. James hadn't been scolded much during this time. Reprimands from the company's top management were endless. Even some executives directly put words, if this betting agreement lost, let him take the blame and resign. How could James accept such an outcome? He had struggled for so many years in the Stormwater Company. It was not easy to get the favorable treatment and high position that he had today. How could he give up so easily? No, he had to do something. So James hard across a large part of their own property out through a variety of secret channels to buy through a very influential in the company's senior. He begged the senior in a low voice to help maneuver. He promised countless benefits. It is estimated that there will be news in the next few days. Suddenly, ringing. The phone rang without warning. In this silent space, it seemed particularly shrill. James' body jolted. It was as if he was struck by an electric current, instantly bouncing up from his spot, unable to think at all. Instinctively, he rushed towards the phone. As soon as he grabbed the phone, the expression on James' face instantly switched. The original anxiety and irritation instantly disappeared, and in its place, a fawning smile piled on top of it. He pressed the phone tightly to his ear and said in an incomparably respectful, almost ingratiating tone, "Hello, my God. You finally came to the phone. This heart of mine, since yesterday has been hanging, has been waiting for your news." On the other side of the phone, a low voice came from the other side of the phone, directly penetrating through the earpiece, making James unable to help but shiver. Without guessing, he knew. This was precisely the one, the senior who had received a large amount of benefits from him. James, you still know to wait for my call. Look for yourself. Because of your incompetence, what the hell has Stormwater now been tossed into? The stock price has plummeted. The reputation is in shambles. Players are boycotting us, and our partners are shaking. The tone of the executives was icy cold. Every word was like a sharp blade. It ruthlessly stabbed James in the heart. James' body trembled slightly, and the hand holding the phone began to turn white. He was busy saying, I know. It's all because of my incompetence. I deserve to die for my sins, and I've brought such a big trouble to the company. I'm really remorseful to the core. In his voice, there was an obvious trembling and trepidation. However, before James could finish his words, he was unceremoniously interrupted by the executives. Now is not the time for you to blame yourself here. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. For the sake of the reputation and future of the Storm Rain Company, this time, the bet with that Tanjai, we must win. This isn't an ordinary bet. It's about the company's position in the global gaming industry. If we lose, how will we be able to stand in the industry? Absolutely cannot lose. Do you hear me? The voices of the executives became more and more stern. Every word was filled with a commanding tone. James' eyes snapped to life. It was as if he saw a ray of light in the darkness, and he busily nodded his head, while his mouth kept talking. Yes, you are right. Your words are so right. I will definitely do my best and go through fire and water. But there was an urgency in his tone. What do you think we should do now specifically? You quickly show me a clear path. On the other end of the line, there was a cold grunt. Disdain for James' stupid question. I've already discussed this with the other executives already. We'll use all our connections and concentrate the world, the top experts in the game industry. No matter what the cost, even if it's a smash and grab, we will make a game that surpasses World of Warcraft. The voice of the senior management was decisive. It was permeated with a determination to break through. Even if this game made out of no money, even if it will lose blood and money, Stormwater's brand, it absolutely cannot fall. This is our bottom line, and our only way out. When James heard these words, a wave of uncontrollable excitement welled up in his heart. He felt as if he had hope again. Excellent, James exclaimed. This decision of yours is too wise. The worst thing he had done was to have the head office, the same way he had abandoned his assistant, making him the backstabber for a series of things. Of course, with all the hard work he had done for the company over the years, it was just a nominal backstabbing. But after that, he definitely couldn't remain in this position. It was estimated that after returning to the country, it was an all-round dismissal. As far as he was concerned, it was all doom and gloom. However, now it seemed that the company hadn't given up on him. James excitedly raised his tone. With you taking the lead, plus those top experts, we can definitely succeed. I will, right now, go and arrange for the follow-up. I promise. I'll give it my all and cooperate fully. His voice was filled with passion. It was as if he had already seen the light of victory. Humph, you'd better give me 12%. This time, only success is allowed, no failure. If anything goes wrong again, you'll be ready to roll up and get out. And I'll make you pay for those unseemly things of yours. The senior finished. Splat. With a sound, he hung up the phone without mercy. James held the already hung-up phone and didn't put it down for a long time. He realized that because of his own rashness. Right now, the entire Rainstorm Corporation had gone completely crazy. Chapter 140. Starcraft. Early on. Shanghai, the airport. James, with a serious face, stood in the most conspicuous position. In his hand, he was holding a sign with the word, "Welcome," written on it. Behind him, standing neatly, were all the executives of the Rainstorm Corporation, the headquarters in Shanghai. Their expressions were equally grave, and in their eyes, they revealed a hint of tension and anticipation. Today, for the Storm Rain Company, was a crucial day. The headquarters of the pretty country the experts sent to help to develop the game were about to arrive. This was the day they turned the tide. The last hope to win the bet with Tanjai. Everyone is betting on these experts. James' usual arrogant and cocky energy had long disappeared without a trace. The current him was filled with apprehension. He kept chanting in his heart, "It must succeed. This time, don't screw up again." If he failed again this time, His position in the Rainstorm Corporation would be in jeopardy. He might even lose his reputation. Finally, a group of figures appeared in the distance. Dozens of European and American people wearing various types of clothing walked towards this side. Their pace was fast, and there was a professional arrogance in their eyes. James' eyes lit up and he immediately greeted them. His face piled with a pleasing smile as he greeted them enthusiastically. All of you have traveled a long way. It's really hard work. Welcome, welcome. The European or American in the lead was tall, wearing a black suit with sharp eyes. As he looked at James, a trace of contempt flashed through his eyes without any concealment. In his heart, he secretly cursed. If it wasn't for this dumbass, how would the industry giant, Stormy Rain Company, have ended up in this situation today? It's really not enough to make things happen, but more than enough to make things happen. He snorted coldly and mocked nonchalantly. James, look at you now, what a disappointment. Stormwater Corporation used to be. Not like this. It's all you, who made the company a mess. James' face instantly turned red. He smiled awkwardly and said, yes, it's me who didn't do a good job. In the future, I have to rely on all of you to help out more, and let's save the company together. Although he was angry in his heart, at this moment, he could only hold his tongue. After all, he needed these people to help him get through this. That European and American disdainfully glanced at him, did not speak again, led a group of people straight to James, prepared in advance limousine. James hurriedly led the way in front, carefully opened the car door, and respectfully said, everyone please get in the car. Let's go back to the company. Everything has been arranged. Waiting for everyone to get into the car, the sedan slowly started. It drove towards the Storm Rain Company, the headquarters in Shanghai. Heavy Rain Company, Shanghai headquarters. In the conference room, everyone's eyes were focused on John in front of the conference table. All focused on John, who was in front of the conference table. John cleared his throat and swept his gaze around the employees present, then spoke, everyone, I've gathered everyone here today. It is to give you all a speech. The game we've come to Xia this time, the game we're going to develop Starcraft. Hearing the 4 words, Starcraft, the employees at the bottom couldn't help but whisper. James sat in the corner with his brows furrowed. A trace of uneasiness flashed in his eyes. He knew in his heart that the situation this time was all caused by himself. If it wasn't for those failed decisions, the company wouldn't have been pushed to this point. Bringing out this originally planned to be launched 2 years later game scenario in advance. Originally, according to the company's planning, Starcraft was to be officially market-oriented only after 2 years. John continued with a hint of helplessness in his tone. But the current situation, everyone can see. Because of certain people's rashness, plus the huge pressure brought by World of Warcraft, the company headquarters had to make this decision. Taking this program out in advance, and using it to deal with this tricky difficulty, saying that his gaze, intentionally or unintentionally, towards James' direction, glanced. James' face instantly turned red. He clenched his teeth tightly, his hands unconsciously clenched his fists, and his heart was filled with remorse. If I had, at first, been a little more cautious, I wouldn't have let the company fall into such a big crisis. He kept blaming himself in his heart. At this time, one of the employees opened his mouth and asked, Mr. John, then this Starcraft, what's so special about it? Can it really help us beat World of Warcraft? John lifted his chin slightly, a hint of confidence flashing in his eyes. Starcraft is a project that the company has been carefully preparing for many years. It incorporates the most advanced game engine and unique gameplay. Our goal is to create an unprecedented sci-fi strategy game to immerse the player in the interstellar world. As he spoke, he used a slideshow and began to demonstrate the planning, trying to let everyone more intuitively feel the charm of this game. As for whether it can beat World of Warcraft, I can unequivocally tell everyone that we have full certainty. John's voice raised a few points, full of fighting spirit. Although launching early, we will face many difficulties, but we are Stormwater, a giant in the game industry. As long as everyone works together, there will be nothing that we can't do. John stood in front, passionately explaining Starcraft. Along with his description, the employees of Shanghai originally still had a few skeptical eyes, were gradually replaced by a fervent glow. Their bodies leaned forward, their gazes locked onto John, gradually indulging in it, unable to extricate themselves. Everyone think about it, in the world of Starcraft, the human race, the insect race, the god race, John said as he spoke. While on the whiteboard, he drew the symbols of the three races. Using different colored pens, he outlined their characteristics. The young programmer trembled slightly in his seat with excitement. This setting. I've never been involved in such a creative game project. If I can make this game, it will definitely be able to cause a stir in the gaming world. He couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, Mr. John, then how is the specific tactical balance of these three races achieved when playing against each other? The corner of John's mouth rose slightly. This is the subtlety of Starcraft. That sounds super fun. What about in terms of micro-manipulation? Are there any special designs? In his mind, he had already begun to imagine those cool game graphics and the delicate operating feel. A trace of approval flashed in John's eyes as he replied, Of course, in Starcraft, players can precisely control the actions of each unit. These micro-manipulation details allow players to fully display their gaming skills. It also makes every sparring match full of variables. With John's explanation, they vaguely had a feeling that if this game was successfully developed, it would definitely be able to compete with Home Root Network's World of Warcraft. Chapter 141, The Period of March, came in the blink of an eye. Rainstorm Company, Shanghai headquarters. The lights were on day and night. John was like a tireless machine, leading the crowd and devoting himself to the development of Starcraft. The entire company was enveloped in a frantic working atmosphere. Every employee was like a clockwork alarm clock. It was running non-stop from one moment to the next. All cheer up. John stood in the center of the office area and yelled, This time, we can only succeed, not fail. Under his command, the employees hardly slept at all. In order to catch up with the progress, they even divided everyone into 3 groups, practicing 24-hour shifts. The pounding of keyboards echoed throughout the office area. James wasn't idle either. He traveled between the various groups, constantly supervising everyone. At the same time, in his heart, he was also silently praying that it would work this time. If it doesn't work this time, I'm really finished. His eyes were filled with anxiety, and the wrinkles on his forehead became more and more obvious. This crazy move of the Storm Rain Company soon attracted the attention of the people of the neighboring Xia countries. A young office worker, while passing by the Storm Rain Company building, seeing the bright lights inside and the employees in a hurry, he couldn't help but mutter, What is this Storm Rain Company up to? Why is it so desperate? After returning home, the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Then he posted his findings online. Families passed by Stormy Rain Company today. Found out that their company looks like it's working on some big project. Everyone is working overtime and the lights are on. This is so counterintuitive. Once this post was sent out, it quickly attracted the attention of netizens. It can't be targeting Home Root Network's World of Warcraft, right? A netizen commented with the post, Stormy Rain Company won't let up so easily. Yes, although Tanjai had let Stormy Rain suffer a lot of losses before, but Stormy Rain, after all, is an industry giant. The strength is there. Now they're so desperate again. Jagan Network? Can they carry it? I think Jaroot's network is hanging by a thread. With such a large-scale investment, Stormy Rain must have come prepared. Words can't be said that way. Tanjai is not an ordinary person. World of Warcraft has done so well. Maybe he still has some backstops. Another person retorted. But in his tone, there was also a hint of uncertainty. On the internet, the discussion about Stormlight Company and Home Root Network, this battle was getting more and more intense. Everyone was paying attention, this war without smoke. And time, just like this, passed day by day. Rainstorm Corporation, Shanghai headquarters. John was holding a cup of coffee in his hand, and the rich coffee aroma filled the air. However, it could not dispel the tiredness on his face in the slightest. He took a big gulp of coffee, and the hot liquid flowed down his throat, stimulating him to frown slightly. But he was as if, through this, he gained strength. Eyes instantly lit up. Nearly 2 months had passed for John and the entire development team. It was like a long and grueling battle. They had fought day and night, putting almost all of their energy into the development of Starcraft. At this moment, looking at the game in front of him, which had already taken initial shape, John's heart was mixed. It's finally almost over. John muttered, his eyes filled with emotion. Thinking back to these days, countless times of brainstorming, repeatedly revising the code, and carefully polishing the screen, every part of the process was poured into everyone's heart and soul. From a vague concept to this near-perfect work now, we really did it. He secretly marveled in his heart at the power of the team. At the same time, he was also proud of his decision-making. At this time, a programmer ran over with a face full of excitement, holding a document in his hand, and said excitedly, "Mr. John, look, after these few days of optimization, the details of the game screen are much more realistic, and the light and shadow effects are top-notch." John took the document and looked at it carefully, a satisfied smile on his face. "Good job. This is the level that our stormwater company should have." Now it seems that no matter if it's the game graphics, the storyline, or the game operation, it's already very perfect. As he spoke, in his heart, he silently evaluated every aspect of the game. The more he thought about it, the more confident he felt. "Yes, Mr. John. In these 2 months, everyone has worked their asses off in the hope of making a game that surpasses World of Warcraft." The programmer's eyes shone with anticipation. "Do you think we can win this time?" John patted the programmer's shoulder and said firmly, "Of course we can win. We've invested so much effort and gathered the world's top experts. This game is our trump card. All that's left is to do the final tests and then prepare to put it on the market, so that everyone can see that the Storm Rain Company is the dominant player in the game industry." Just at this moment, James walked over. His face carried a hint of nervousness. "John, is the game really okay? This time is too important for us. If—" John interrupted and said confidently, "Don't worry, James. I'm completely sure about this game. Next, as long as the testing goes well, we'll be able to give Tanjai and Jiali Network a hard knockback." John sat in front of the cluttered desk, surrounded by piles of papers and empty coffee cups. His eyes were bloodshot, his eyes were tired, and the coffee cup in his hand was already at the bottom. "This game," John said in his heart, "compared to World of Warcraft, people are online games, players can socialize in it, continuously active. The channels to make money are too numerous to count. But Starcraft to go the way of single-player games. Mainly, just rely on that poor game sales profit." Thinking of this, he pounded the table hard. How easy is it to turn the tide against the wind? John took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. But there's no other way to do it now. One has to make the game more perfect and appealing in order to have a chance of survival. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. But what about time? There simply wasn't enough time. Every second that passed was one step closer to the deadline for the bet with Tanjai. There wasn't much time left to perfect the game. The pressure was making him almost breathless. John grabbed his coffee cup as soon as he could and drank the little coffee left inside. He sat back in his chair, took a deep breath, and buried his head in his hands as he continued to work. He wanted to create one in this limited time. A miracle that was enough to rival World of Warcraft. In the midst of everyone's anticipation, the March date that James and Tanjai had agreed upon had arrived. Chapter 142. Let the market speak. The journalists of the major media outlets in the Summer Kingdom were not idle either. In the media's offices, the editors-in-chief were constantly urging the reporters. "Quickly, give me more effort to report on this betting agreement. This is big news. Make sure everyone knows about it." As a result, all the major newspapers, news websites, used huge pages to introduce the causes and consequences of this bet. From the plagiarism fiasco of Stormy Rain, to Tanjai's tough response, to the current preparations of both sides, everything was presented to the public in great detail. This bet is of extraordinary significance. If Jiali Network wins, it'll be the pride of our summer country, the game industry. A senior reporter was filled with excitement as he wrote his report. At the same time, there were also some reporters who couldn't sit still. They packed up their equipment and headed straight to Jiali Network, wanting to interview Tanjai and get first-hand news. If I can dig up Tanjai's exclusive remarks, then this news of mine will explode. Yeah, I'd like to see, how powerful is this 8-year-old little boss? And what kind of backbone does he have in the face of Stormy Rain Company, such a powerful opponent? And on the internet, related topics, the heat continued to soar. Family Roots Network must win. Stormy Rain Company is too arrogant. This time we must let them know that we, Xiagua, are not easy to bully. That's right. What Jiaru's network represents is the face of our Xia country, and it absolutely cannot afford to lose. Netizens desperately hoped that Jiaru's network would be able to thwart Storm Rain and make this arrogant foreign gaming giant lower its head. Go home Roots Network. Boss Tan charge. If Jiaru's network wins, I'll play all of their games, all of them. Zhongcheng City Television Station, News Section. The host, Lin Shan, dressed in a navy blue sheath dress with exquisite makeup, was standing in front of the broadcasting platform, solemnly broadcasting a highly anticipated news story. Good day, everyone. Today we bring you a special report. Recently, within the gaming industry, a fierce battle of betting against each other has sparked widespread attention. The two parties in the sparring match are Tanjai of the Jagan Network and James of the Rainstorm Company. This bet not only concerns the fate of the two companies, but also on the internet, it has set off a frenzy of heated discussions. With Lin Shan's words, the screen quickly switched. Tanjai's tiny figure appeared on the screen. At this moment, he was wearing a neat little suit, permeated with a composure that did not match his age. In front of the camera, the reporter handed the microphone to Tanjai. The expression was slightly excited. Boss Tan, everyone is very concerned about the betting agreement between you and James. How do you feel about it, this bet? After all, Stormy Rain Company is an industry giant, while your Jagan Network is still relatively an upstart company. At that time, when you decided to participate in the bet, didn't you have the slightest concern in your heart? Tanjai raised his head slightly, his clear gaze looking towards the camera, and said in a firm tone, "Competition by nature is the main theme of the market, and this is something I know very well. In a level playing field, everyone promotes each other and makes progress together. This is something I am very happy to see. However, like the Storm Rain Company, relying on its own dominant position in the industry, tipping over its peers by any means necessary, this kind of behavior I really can't agree with." Speaking here, in Tanjai's eyes, a trace of anger flashed. He paused, took a deep breath, and continued. When I saw this kind of unfairness happening, I was thinking, I can't just sit back and do nothing. Even if everyone doesn't look favorably on it, even if the Family Root Network, in front of the Storm Rain Company, is like a tiny ant, I still decided to come forward, using this seemingly meager power of mine to fight against it. I believe that justice may be late, but it will never be absent. Tanjai's voice, though tender, is full of power. The reporter then followed up with, "So now, as the time stipulated in the betting agreement is getting closer and closer, do you have any expectations for the next showdown?" The corners of Tanjai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. "Now that the appointed time is approaching, I hope that James will be able to come up with their finished game as soon as possible. The market is the best judge, so let the market judge Jagan Network's World of Warcraft and the new game from the Stormwater Company fairly. I believe that works with true strength and sincerity will definitely be recognized by the players." At this time, in front of the television, the netizens watching the news were boiling over. Boss Tan is too awesome. The way he said this, it's too imposing. Everyone stayed in front of the TV, staring at the screen of their cell phones, watching the clip of Tanjai's interview over and over again. The shock in their hearts tumbled over and over. Families, I just watched Tanjai's interview, and my entire being is stunned. An 8-year-old child with such strong thinking skills, speaking without being condescending, who would have thought of this? This post instantly attracted the attention of countless people. The follow-up posts flew like snowflakes. I thought at first that Tanjai was just a hairy kid, following adults blindly. Now it seems that I was the one who underestimated him. His understanding of market competition, his criticism of the Storm Rain Company, and his attitude towards this bet are all too mature. It's not at all like an 8-year-old could have the idea. Netizens excitedly commented, "Yeah, I feel like Tanjai is like a young adult." His words made my blood boil. The Storm Company was so arrogant before. This time, Tanjai can definitely show them some color. In an internet cafe, a few young men were playing games while discussing Tanjai's interview. One of the young men said, "This Tanjai, he's so awesome. I thought he'd be too nervous to speak in front of a reporter, but it turns out that he's talking his head off. This new brain, it just spins faster than us." The boy next to him pushed his glasses. "I think he's definitely not ordinary. Making World of Warcraft before was already amazing, and now he's being interviewed and is so stunning. Jagan Network, Maybe it can really create a miracle and beat Stormwater. Everyone marveled at Tanjai's performance. Those who were originally skeptical about this bet. At this moment, because of Tanjai's words, they were also filled with anticipation for Jaga Network. They were all looking forward to seeing Tanjai shine in this bet. A hard slap in the face of Stormy Rain Company. However, they were still happy that they were able to stand on Tanjai's side. It was also considered a contribution to the country. Chapter 143. Experience it. As the various television stations scrambled to broadcast the news that the bet was about to be established. And at this time, inside the headquarters of the Storm Rain Company in Shanghai. Success! We did it! A loud shout broke the dullness in the office, followed by a burst of earth-shattering applause. Everyone cheered excitedly. The fatigue and stress of the past few months dissipated at this moment. After countless days and nights of hard work, their labor of love Starcraft finally passed the test successfully and could officially go online. John's face was red with excitement as he grabbed James by the shoulders and said loudly, "James, our efforts have not been in vain. Starcraft is finally able to meet with players." James could not hide his excitement either, but soon, his eyes became deep again, starting to think the next step in the plan. John noticed James change and asked suspiciously, "James, what are you thinking about? Shouldn't we now be preparing for the publicity campaign for the game's launch?" "John, the timing of this launch is very crucial." James pondered for a moment and said slowly, "World of Warcraft on Tanjai's side, although it's also being prepared in earnest, there's no definite news about the launch yet. I think that we should take advantage of this time gap and hurry to get Starcraft online. This way, it will allow players to familiarize themselves with our game first. By the time Tanjai's game goes online, we've already seized the upper hand." John's eyes lit up. He nodded vigorously. "While right now, everyone is focusing on this bet, we suddenly launch Starcraft, it will definitely attract the attention of a large number of players. By the time Tanjai reacts, our game will have already penetrated the hearts of the people." The corners of James' mouth rose slightly, revealing a smug smile. "That's right. Starcraft is our secret weapon. It will give us a solid victory in this bet." However, on top of the excitement, James' heart was still vaguely worried. He knew deep down that Tanjai was not a simple opponent. The strength of World of Warcraft could not be underestimated either. But at this moment he had no way back. He could only throw his weight around, pinning all his hopes on Starcraft. "No matter what, this battle we must win." Jiali Network Company. Wang Xiaoya's footsteps were hurried, full of the good news she was about to bring. She couldn't wait and walked into Tanjai's office. At this moment, Tanjai was staring at the computer screen, studying the market data. Seeing Wang Xiaoya come in, he raised his head, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. "Boss Tan." Wang Xiaoya couldn't hide her excitement. The testing of World of Warcraft has all been completed, and it's now completely ready to go online. Upon hearing this, Tanjai's originally calm face instantly blossomed into a surprised smile. "Sister Xiaoya, you really brought a superb surprise." He was silently calculating in his heart. This time-honored game, once it went online, the profits that would be brought about would be simply incalculable. Thinking of this, Tanjai's heartbeat involuntarily accelerated. "Sister Xiaoya, we have to act quickly." Tanjai quickly calmed down, regaining his usual decisiveness and competence. "Immediately, contact the technology department and ask them to rent a few high-performance spaces. Upload the game code as soon as possible." Wang Xiaoya nodded her head vigorously. "I'll go make arrangements." After saying that, she turned around and prepared to leave the office. Wang Xiaoya had just led the order and was ready to go arrange matters related to World of Warcraft going online. The door of the office was suddenly knocked sharply. "Boss Tan, something big has happened." An employee rushed in hot and bothered, his face full of anxiety. "Over there at Stormwater, they've already put their game, Starcraft, on the shelves." Tanjai was slightly stunned when he heard this news. This Stormwater company, their actions were quite fast, and they actually wanted to play the time difference. Thinking of this, he immediately calmed down and said methodically, "Don't be in a hurry. Go buy a copy of their game and come back. Let's study it." When the employee heard this, a reluctant look appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but mutter, "Boss Tan, isn't this helping Stormlight Company brush up their grades? They even copied us before. I really really don't want to give them money. His heart was filled with resistance, feeling that this matter was suffocating. His own company was bullied by the other party, and now he had to go and help the other party boost their sales. Tanjai saw the employee's thoughts, and his expression turned serious. I understand your thoughts, but this is currently the best way to understand the opponent. If you know your enemy and know yourself, you will not be in danger in 100 battles. Only by knowing the strengths and weaknesses of their game can we better adjust the strategy of World of Warcraft. Only then can we win in this bet. The employees listened to Tanjai's words. Although there was still some unhappiness in their hearts, they knew Boss Chen definitely had his reasons for his decision. Helplessly, he could only nod his head. All right, Boss Chen, I'll listen to you. After saying that, he turned around and went out to purchase the game. It wasn't long before the employee hurried back. Boss Chen, the game is downloaded. Tanjai immediately walked to the computer. Preparing to experience this, Stormlight companies highly hoped for Starcraft. In the office, everyone gathered around Tanjai, staring at the computer screen. Who did not expect Tanjai actually really to personally experience the Starcraft that had just hit the shelves of the Stormwater Company. Tanjai sat in front of the computer, his small hands skillfully operating the mouse and keyboard, in the game interface lightly traveling through. Watching Tanjai's skillful operation, the employees couldn't help but exchange words. This operation of Boss Chen, it's too powerful. It feels like it's better than even I can play. Yeah, I really didn't expect that the boss is so skillful at playing games at such a young age. In fact, Tanjai was incredibly familiar with Starcraft. In his previous life, this game too was one of his favorites, so it was still easy to play. Every operation was delicate and precise. As the game progressed, Tanjai's expression, however, gradually became flat, and in his heart he secretly evaluated. The graphics and sound effects were quite good, and the gameplay was also somewhat innovative. Boss Chen, how is this game? Wang Xiaoya couldn't help but ask. The others, too, had, in succession, cast inquiring gazes. After experiencing the game, Tanjai shook his head slightly, a trace of disbelief flowing from his eyes. A game from more than 10 years ago. It really doesn't work. Maybe in this era it was considered good. But compared to some big productions, Chapter 144 Tanjai, pressing on? On the big screen, the shocking special effects and game battle scenes of Starcraft. It made the employees in the entire conference room, all of them look grave. Stormy Rain Company has made a preemptive strike this time. We've been preparing for so long. I'm afraid it's going to be yellow. An employee cried out, his voice carrying a sobbing tone. Yeah, their production team. That's all top of the industry, how can we compare? Just when the crowd was sighing and full of despair. Mr. Tan, an employee weakly shouted, his voice full of helplessness. Everyone's eyes, in unison, focused on Tanjai. Tanjai's fingers were on the keyboard, and after casually tapping, he skillfully opened the game interface. What is Mr. Tan up to? It's all on fire and you're still playing. A young employee muttered in a low voice, his voice filled with doubt. Maybe Mr. Tan has some brilliant tricks. Let's watch first. Although the old employee also had no idea in his heart. But still, they forced themselves to be calm. The game began. Tanjai's hands were nimble. His eyes were glued to the screen, so focused that it was as if the entire world was only left with this game. This operation is also too slippery. Simply divine. I've never seen such an awesome operation. The Starcraft released by Stormlight Company was claimed to be a game with extremely difficult operations, but under Tanjai's hands, those complex operations were as natural as breathing. His troops roamed across the stars, and the enemy's defenses were easily torn apart by him. As the last wave of deadly attacks fell, the word victory popped up on the screen. Wang Xiaoya bit her lips tightly and opened her mouth several times to speak. Taking advantage of the crowd to quiet down a little, she took a deep breath. Mr. Tan, what should we do? Tanjai turned around. He calmly looked at Wang Xiaoya and slightly raised his eyebrows, signaling her to continue. Wang Xiaoya fixed her mind and spoke quickly. Mr. Tan, I think that the World of Warcraft we developed isn't inferior to Stormlight Starcraft at all. From the playability to the game scenes, and that subtle conception, none of it loses to them. The more she spoke, the more excited she became. Now at this juncture, we can't wait any longer. We must hurry up and release World of Warcraft. If we delay it any longer and let Stormlight become a dominant player, the consequences will be unimaginable. When Wang Xiaoya said this, she paused. The look on her face became grave, and her voice lowered. Mr. Tan, think about that betting agreement. Once we lose, those of us, we won't want to touch the game industry again in the future. Moreover, this is also a loss of face for our Xia country. We can't let foreigners look down on us. The gazes of the crowd also focused on Tanjai in unison. The atmosphere instantly froze. Tanjai looked calm, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. He gently waved his hand, his movements soothing. As if all at once, he pressed the hearts of the crowd, which were hanging in the air, downward. Don't be anxious, Xiaoya. Tanjai's voice was calm and steady, transmitting an undercurrent of being in control of the whole situation. Wang Xiaoya was slightly stunned. The eagerness in her eyes did not completely dissipate, and biting her lips tightly, she couldn't help but pursue the question. Mr. Tan, but right now the Rainstorm Company has made a preemptive strike. Is it really too late for us to drag on? Tanjai gently leaned towards the back of his chair, his gaze firmly scanning the crowd as he slowly said, "Let's calm down first. Look at this betting agreement. In the agreement, there's no stipulation as to when the game will be released. Although this move by the Storm Rain Company is a bit unorthodox, it's true that they didn't violate the rules." In the conference room, there was a murmur of chatter. Someone muttered in a low voice, "But the advantage of releasing it first is too great." Tanjai seemed to have anticipated that the crowd would have this reaction. With sharp eyes, he raised his volume and said, "Everyone, don't just focus on the release time. What is the betting agreement compared to? It's the game's global performance. So what if it's released first? What's the harm in releasing it later?" Tanjai's words. The originally restless atmosphere in the conference room gradually calmed down. The gazes of the crowd were locked onto him. It was full of expectation and trust. Wang Xiaoya's slightly furrowed brows had already stretched quite a bit, but there was still a trace of worry lingering in her eyes. She bit her lip and spoke again. "That being said, right now Starcraft has just been released, and that heat is simply going to turn the entire gaming circle upside down. Don't we really need to strike as soon as possible to capture the market?" The corners of Tanjai's mouth rose, revealing a smattering of chesty micro. He casually stuck his hands in his pants pockets and looked down at the bustling city through the glass. "Xiaoya, the more times like this, the more calm we have to be." Tanjai slowly turned around, his voice steady and certain. "Right now, the heat is all on Starcraft. If we rush up at this moment, we'll consume our strength for nothing." The crowd listened and nodded their heads. They began to seriously ponder the deep meaning in Tanjai's words. "We might as well avoid the front line for now." Tanjai stretched out a finger and pointed it in the air. "Storm Rain Company is now pushing Starcraft to the tip of the storm, attracting the attention of all the players. But this also means that they have exposed themselves completely. As for us," Tanjai paused, revealing a hint of dominance in his tone, "while they're making a big deal out of it, let's quietly polish World of Warcraft. Take every detail and make it extreme." Tanjai made some strategic deployments about avoiding the front line for the time being and launching in the backstage. Most of the employees, in their eyes, flickered with approval. But Wang Xiaoya heart or some muttering. She secretly thought in her heart, although Mr. Tan's past record is brilliant, but this time the situation does not feel the same. The Storm Company is raging. Can we really wait for the best time to endure this? But looking at Tanjai, that certain look, and then think he has led everyone, creating one miracle after another. Those to the mouth of the retort words, and hard swallowed back. She secretly sighed in the bottom of her heart, barely squeezing out a smile. "Mr. Tan, I believe you, just do as you say." In the last hours, the other employees in the company, some were nervously perfecting the details of World of Warcraft. Some were analyzing the market dynamics. All of them were convinced of Tanjai's decision. Time passed day by day, and on the side of Stormwater, the publicity about Starcraft was overwhelming. Various media reports and player discussions filled the entire gaming circle. But Home Roots Network, like a silent fortress, did not respond in any way. Underneath the clamor of the Rainstorm Corporation, Jagan Network silence stood out. Chapter 145. Smug James. Shanghai City, the headquarters of the Rainstorm Company. James was, at this time, somewhat smug. "Haha. Look at this hotness of our Starcraft. James laughed out loud. The assistant beside him hurriedly said, "Yes, President." Once this game was released, game enthusiasts all over the world went crazy. All the major game forums are full of praises. James narrowed his eyes slightly. That's for sure. The background of our company, Stormwater, is resounding, and the reputation we've accumulated over the years is priceless. Just this Starcraft. That production is perfect. It's no wonder it's not hot. The assistant nodded repeatedly, a fawning smile piling up on his face. President-wise, this game can definitely dominate the global game market. James waved his hand, the smugness on his face adding a few more points. However, the sales on the Xia side are indeed a bit dismal. It's all because of that damn betting agreement mess. Speaking here, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. But those Summerlanders, it was just a moment of hardness. He stood up and walked over to the huge floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the bustling city. His tone filled with arrogance. When they get tired of playing those petty games of their own, they will still not be obedient and throw themselves into the arms of Starcraft. At that time, the entire Xia market will still be ours to harvest. James turned around, a greedy light flashing in his eyes. At that time, not only will we be able to ruthlessly hit the face of those summer companies, this huge amount of money will also flow into our pockets. Just as James was getting carried away, fantasizing about harvesting the summer market, the assistant whispered, "President, several TV stations and newspapers in Shanghai are rushing to interview you, wanting to talk about Starcraft." James' eyes instantly lit up, and the smile at the corner of his mouth became even more open. He violently put out his cigar, pressing it into the crystal ashtray, stood up, and straightened his customized high-class suit. "It's not expected. Get them ready. I'm going to the interview. To let the whole world know how great Battlestar Galactica is." The interview scene. The lights were focused on James. He sat on the sofa with his head held high, his legs folded and his hands resting casually on the armrest. The camera lens is focused on him. The host smiled and started asking questions. "Mr. James, Starcraft caused a global sensation upon its release. Can you share with us what it was like to create this game?" James immediately straightened his back. With a smug look on his face, he said in a confident tone, "After so many years in the game industry, I have seen countless so-called masterpieces. But Starcraft is definitely the greatest work of all time. From the design of the gameplay to the construction of the scene, every detail is meticulously sculpted, and its playability is simply so high that it is beyond imagination. I dare say that this is a game that deserves to be experienced by everyone all over the world." The host nodded slightly and then asked, "Previously, there were rumors that Tempest Rain had copied Homeroot Network's World of Warcraft. What do you think about that?" James' face instantly grimaced, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. The corner of his mouth hooked into a mocking smile. "Humph, what plagiarism? That's nothing but a falsehood. It's clearly that guy Tanjai who knows that he can't win against us, Storm Rain Company. That's why he resorted to this kind of underhanded out-of-the-box tactic, in a vain attempt to smear our reputation." He slammed the armrest of the sofa and raised his volume. "Our Storm Rain Company. What is our position in the gaming world? We have our own R&D team, top-notch technology and creativity. How could we possibly go and copy someone else? This is completely a sign of Tanjai's jealousy and incompetence," James said, leaning his body forward, his eyes revealing a ferocity. "I would advise Tanjai to go back to improving his strength and stop engaging in these boring little maneuvers. The success of Starcraft is the best comeback to them ever. And their World of Warcraft, in front of us, is nothing but a pile of trash." After saying that, he leaned back on the sofa and clasped his hands to his chest. His face was full of provocation. James' belittling of Jaga Network and Tanjai in the interview was not yet over. He leaned his body forward, his eyes full of provocation, and an open sneer hanging at the corner of his mouth. Turning to the camera, he said word for word, "Tanjai, if you really think you have the strength and confidence to win against our Stormy Rain Company, then stop being a shrinking turtle. Take out your developed, what's her name, World of Warcraft and release it publicly. Let all the players around the world come and see it." He fiercely stood up, his entire person exuding an unrivaled aura, his voice echoing in the interview scene. "I'd like to see what your so-called World of Warcraft can be capable of. And if it's really as powerful as you bragged? Or is it simply a golden jade outside, but not good enough to hold? The reporters on the scene were all stunned by James' fiery words. James scanned the scene. Seeing that everyone was listening to him intently, he became even more smug and continued to roar loudly. If you, Tanjai, don't have the guts, don't have the confidence, then that's also simple. Admit defeat directly. Be a good boy and admit that your family root network is not at all a match for our Storm Rain company. So save yourself the trouble of dying there and wasting everyone's time. As he spoke, he stood up. Don't think that hiding in the shadows and making some small moves will change anything. In front of absolute strength, all plots and tricks are unbearable. Our Stormlight company Starcraft has conquered countless players around the world. If your family root network is sensible, you should recognize reality earlier. After saying that, James sat his butt back on the sofa. Tilting his head, he let out a burst of arrogant laughter. In his opinion, Tanjai simply didn't have the guts to respond to his challenge head-on. It could only tremble under his arrogance. James' arrogant to the extreme words echoed in the interview scene. The hearts of the reporters present were on fire. Several young reporters, their fists were unconsciously clenched, their eyes full of indignation. This James, he's also too unself-conscious, degrading the family roots network to be worthless. It's simply too deceitful. However, the reporter's anger was quickly replaced by a hint of helplessness. So far, on Tanjai's side, there was no movement at all. Jia Root Network, facing Stormy Rain Company's step-by-step pressing, and James' crazy provocation, was like a silent lamb, showing no signs of fighting back. This made the reporter's heart lose its bottom. The editor-in-chief side rubbed his temples and said with a tired face, "There's nothing else we can do right now. There's no movement from Tanjai's side, and we can't make things up. Let's first put James' interview and release it, and see what the reaction is from Jagan Network side, before we say anything." Chapter 146. The people of Xia, somewhat panicked. In the blink of an eye, James, that is full of arrogant and provocative interview content, like a gale, swept through the entire media circle of Xia. Various television stations have opened a special section, primetime, rolling broadcast, James in the interview of the crazy remarks. On the screen, James' commanding demeanor, overbearing tone. Over and over again, stinging the audience's eyes. Newspapers were even more relentless, using large pages to analyze the ins and outs of the incident in detail. On the front page, the bolded and blacked-out headline, Stormy Company James raved about provocations. What will happen to Family Roots Network's Tanjai? Like a fire, it instantly ignited the rage in the hearts of the people. This foreigner is also too bullying. Really think that no one in our summer country can rule him? Looking forward to Tanjai. Hurry up and step in. To teach this guy who doesn't know the sky and the earth a good lesson. On the internet, the netizens' anger erupted. A comment filled with agitation scrolled rapidly. "Mr. Tan, don't hold back any longer. It's time to release World of Warcraft. Let that James see how powerful we are. Boycott Starcraft. We can't let this arrogant James get his way. We have to support Tanjai to the end." Even some celebrities and famous bloggers also spoke out. A game anchor with millions of fans angrily tapped the table during the live broadcast. "James is too crazy. Let's unite as Xia players and support Jagan Network. Wait for World of Warcraft to amaze the world." The pop-ups rolled wildly in the live broadcast room. It was all vocal denunciations of James and anticipation for Tanjai. Day after day, in the blink of an eye, half a month had already passed. The day agreed upon in the betting agreement was looming. During this half a month, the Rainstorm Company, like a crazy money printing machine, was not idle for a moment. In the company's headquarters, the executives are surrounded by a huge electronic screen every day. Above the real-time jumping Starcraft, sales data around the world, every number that climbed made their eyes light up with excitement. "Look at this data. TSK, TSK, TSK. Our Starcraft is awesome." A blonde executive clasped his hands on his chest, the corners of his mouth rising, his face full of smugness. Another manager with a slightly chubby figure also followed. "Yes, although that market in Xia almost nothing came in, but the sales of other countries has been rushing upwards. This every day, millions of beautiful national currency into the account, simply refreshing." James was smiling from ear to ear. He forcefully slapped the table and said loudly, "The Xia people are just tough talkers, but in a short time, They still have to obediently come and buy our game. Now that the global sales are soaring, it's doomed. This bet is a sure win for us. The publicity department of the Stormwater Company didn't stop either. Every day, like a group of hyperactive parrots, they were on all major media platforms, trumpeting the brilliant results of Starcraft. Those eye-catching sales figures were like their capital to show off, constantly hitting people's eyeballs. Starcraft is a global smash hit. Millions of pretty country dollars per day. Tempest Rain Company has created another miracle, Starcraft, leading the global gaming craze. Such publicity was overwhelming, sweeping through the entire game industry. And in Xia, although the people were still angry at James' arrogant behavior, but looking at Stormy Rain Company, the rising sales, the heart cannot help but flood a trace of worry. The momentum of this Rainstorm Company is too fierce. Tanjai sighed. In the end, how prepared is it? A gamer left a message on the forum. Anxiety was revealed between the lines. I hope Mr. Tan will hurry up and make a move. If it continues like this, the bet will be up in the air. As the Rainstorm Company continued to show off Starcraft, the daily sales of millions of beautiful national currency. Summer netizens originally firmly support Tanjai's heart. A burst of panic began to rise. In the major game forums and social networking platforms, the original impassioned remarks denouncing James were gradually replaced by worries and questions. The title of a popular post was like a thorn that pierced into the heart of every follower. Tanjai, can you really win this bet? Storm Company has too much momentum. It's over, what's the point of us not buying Starcraft? People in other countries don't care about that. This sales are rubbing up. It's scary to watch. Beside his avatar, red message alerts constantly flashed. That was the countless netizens who were just as worried as he was, resonating. Mr. Tan's previous games were indeed awesome, but this Starcraft has just been released with these results. It will only be more exaggerated in the future. Before, Mr. Tan's games didn't have such a crazy start. His words were filled with helplessness. It was as if he had already seen the end of the failed bet. The background and publicity of the Storm Rain Company is so powerful that players from all over the globe have been attracted to it. What does Tanjai take to compare with others? For a while, questioning voices rose and fell on the internet. Everyone knew in their hearts that the key to the bet was the worldwide game results. They could boycott Starcraft with a passion. But there was no way to sway other countries, the players' choices. Do we really have to stand by and watch Tanjai lose? No, I still believe that Mr. Tan must have a backhand. But this faint voice was soon covered by more worries. I hope Tanjai won't let us down. This bet is related to the face of our summer country. The gaming world, we can't lose. In the popular section of the game forums, in the past, it was full of posts praising Tanjai. Nowadays, it had been shrouded by a gray anxiety. Tanjai this time, I'm afraid he's really going to fall. Can it be that he's really going to quit the game industry? I've always believed in Mr. Tan, but this Stormwater is too ruthless, and the sales of Starcraft have been skyrocketing. What can Tanjai do to compete with others? If he really, because he lost the bet, quit the game industry, then how much would our summer gaming industry lose? No, I can't accept Tanjai leaving the game industry. He's brought us so many wonderful games. He's the pride of our summer gaming industry. How can this bet be so cruel? Is there really no chance of a turnaround? I still remember Tanjai's first game, when it was released, that amazing feeling, as if it was yesterday. He's so talented. He can't just be defeated by the Storm Rain Company. Yes, he's given us a lot of credit for the game in Xia, but if he quits because of this bet, those foreigners will have to quit. Those foreigners will laugh us to death. Chapter 147. Backstabbing. And right in the middle of this, almost suffocatingly long wait, the Family Roots Network finally spread a rumor of movement. Tanjai took the initiative to invite several television stations in Jiangxing for an interview. This brief sentence, it instantly woke up the netizens who were immersed in panic. Mr. Tan is finally going to make a move. My God. I've waited so long that my hair has turned gray. Quickly let me see Tanjai's big move. The netizens' messages scrolled frantically. Everyone was like they were in the darkness and saw the dawn, their excitement overflowing. And in the real world, the TV stations and newspapers in Jiangxing also exploded. Those media people who had been waiting for the news for a long time were instantly exuberant. Quickly, hurry up and pack up your equipment. Tanjai being interviewed. This is huge news. The TV station's news editor-in-chief roared at the reporter on the other end of the phone. The voice was full of impatience. The newspaper's senior reporter, too, was in his office packing up while agitated. Be quick. Whoever grabs a good spot first. The front page headline will go to whoever gets it this time. For a while, a vehicle loaded with media equipment ran furiously in the direction of Home Root's network. When these media outlets swarmed to the front of Home Root Network's building, the scene was already surrounded. Media reporters from all walks of life squeezed their heads and finally set up their equipment at the interview site of Home Root's network. When the camera was pointed at Tanjai, he looked calm and relaxed. He looked calm, as if the outside world's clamor had nothing to do with him. With a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, he opened his mouth unhurriedly. I've kept everyone waiting. Tanjai's voice was calm and steady. It instantly made the agitated scene quiet. During this past period of time, all up and down the Home Root network have been going all out to conduct the final testing and optimization of World of Warcraft on World of Warcraft. Our goal is only one, and that is to give every player to bring an unprecedented, ultimate gaming experience. Tanjai paused slightly. Now, the opportunity has arrived. His tone carried a hint of unquestionable dominance. Regarding the betting agreement with the Storm Rain Company, I've always believed that the players' eyes are sharp, and they will give the most fair evaluation. Whether it's first or second, what is ultimately spelled out is still the quality of the game. The reporters on the scene listened with rapt attention, and in many of their eyes, there was a glint of excitement. They knew that heavy news was coming. Jagan Network has decided that at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, World of Warcraft will officially hit the shelves. Tanjai's voice was like a heavy hammer. As soon as the words fell, the scene instantly erupted into a burst of exclamations. The reporter could no longer hold back his inner excitement and hurriedly picked up his cell phone. At the first time this shocking news was released. Shocking news! Tanjai announces that World of Warcraft will officially hit the shelves tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Jagan Network strikes back. Betting on the war game. A newsflash spread rapidly across the major media platforms. Mr. Tan is mighty. Finally waiting for this day. World of Warcraft charge. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock on the dot, we must witness this peak showdown. The next day, early morning, before dawn broke, a long, winding line had formed in front of the internet cafe. Some of the people in the line were wrapped in thick cotton coats, eyes glowing, excitedly discussing World of Warcraft with the people beside them, discussing World of Warcraft. Bro, you didn't sleep last night, did you? A young man patted his companion in front of him, who also had a tired face. That's true. When I think about today, I can play World of Warcraft for the first time. How can I sleep? The companion grinned, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. Yeah, we're waiting for Tanjai's game to give us a fighting chance. Give that James a good smack in the face. In the internet cafe, it was already packed. Many people had taken up a good position a day in advance, and then simply stayed here all night. A young man, grasping the front desk of the internet cafe, anxiously asked, "Boss, there are still empty seats? I've been waiting for 2 hours." The internet cafe owner shook his head helplessly. "There's really no room. Why don't you wait here first? Maybe someone will leave later." The sportswear lad stomped his feet, muttering, "This is too hot. If I had known, I would have come early to take up a seat." Time passed by minute by minute. Finally, the needle pointed to 8 o'clock sharp. World of Warcraft is open, whoever in the crowd shouted. Instantly, the entire internet cafe boiled up. Players' fingers flew like flies, frantically clicking the mouse, impatiently logging into the game. On the computer screen, the imposing opening animation of World of Warcraft slowly unfolded, and the stirring music was like a war drum, beating in everyone's heart. There are too many people. The server is going to blow up. Don't worry. It must be too many people logging in at this moment. Wait again." When the players went through some anxious waiting, the moment they stepped into the World of Warcraft, they were all stunned. My goodness, this is too exquisite. A young player stared at the computer screen with his mouth wide open. His hands stopped on the keyboard, forgetting to operate. Completely immersed in front of him, the beautiful game screen. The sunlight poured down through the gaps in the leaves, and between the interplay of light and shadow, the distant majestic mountains rose and fell, and the snow on top of the mountains shone with a holy light under the sunlight. Every texture was clearly visible. It was as if the real world was unfolding right before his eyes. This picture quality, this scene, I've never seen a game with such heart. He slowly moved the mouse, carefully observing every single setting of the game interface. The menu layout was concise and clear, various function buttons were within reach, and every icon was carefully designed to blend perfectly with the style of the entire game. Just this interface, it looks like a lot of effort has been put into it. Tanjai is like pulling his heart out to make a game. As the players followed the game's guidelines, they began to play. They were even more amazed by Tanjai's endless whimsical ideas. This mission plot is also too wonderful. It feels like I'm watching a super blockbuster. The sense of immersion is super strong. The quests in the game were no longer simple monsters and upgrades, but had a tumultuous plot, as if each character had its own soul. Players in the process of completing the task. It was as if they were in a magnificent epic world. This game, even if there was no betting with Stormwater, this file. That's also the pinnacle of gaming history. A middle-aged player was overwhelmed with emotion. His words were echoed by the surrounding players in droves. Everyone spoke and praised World of Warcraft. In the midst of all this praise, the players pulled out their cell phones and charged the game without hesitation. Charge. Must recharge. Chapter 148 World of Warcraft. Opening the door. We have to enjoy this top-notch gaming experience. And we also have to use our power to help Tanjai win this bet. A hot-blooded youth shouted. That's right. We can't let that James guy get carried away. Let's unite as Xia players. Support Tanjai. The recharge numbers on the screen constantly jumped. It was as if everyone had reached a tacit understanding, and they also hoped to use their own power. Help Tanjai win this bet. Jiali Network Company. Tanjai, Wang Xiaoya, and a group of other core members sat around in front of the display. Their eyes were bloodshot, but everyone's spirit was exhilarated to the extreme. Look at the number of people online. It's still high. It's exceeded 1 million people. The technical supervisor next to him couldn't help but shout loudly, his eyes flashing with fervor. Every time this number jumped, it was like proclaiming the powerful charm of World of Warcraft, making everyone present's heart surge. Wang Xiaoya covered her mouth with both hands and tried to suppress her inner excitement, but her eyes were still glistening with tears. Mr. Tan, we've succeeded. The players are too enthusiastic. Her words were filled with pride and honor. The gazes of the crowd, again, focused in unison on the column of the recharge amount. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the anticipated number to appear. When they saw that $10 million was displayed on the top, the entire room instantly erupted in a burst of joy. The entire room instantly erupted in cheers. Some people were so excited that they jumped up from their chairs, waved their arms and embraced their companions tightly. Tears came out of their eyes. There were also people who kept applauding, their palms red from clapping. It's only the first day. This achievement is simply heaven-defying. In the days to come, our World of Warcraft will be even hotter. Wang Xiaoya stood by the side, tears of excitement welling up in her eyes. She hastily raised her hand and wiped the corners of her eyes, her voice carrying a hint of choking. Mr. Tan, thanks to you leading everyone and optimizing the game night and day, we've been able to achieve such results today. At this moment, her heart was filled with admiration for Tanjai. In these days, everyone had followed Tanjai and fought day and night. Now seeing such brilliant achievements, all the hard work had been turned into this sense of accomplishment. The enthusiasm of the players is the greatest recognition. For us, Wang Xiaoya took a deep breath and added loudly, our World of Warcraft, this open door, it's simply brilliant. Wang Xiaoya waved her arms, her voice excited, her eyes bright and glittering with joy. This online first day's results, directly to our morale, pull full. Yes, who would have thought that the players would be so enthusiastic? The number of people online and the amount of recharge, it's simply explosive. The crowd gathered around Tanjai like stars surrounding the moon, and everyone's face was filled with excitement that couldn't be hidden. Wang Xiaoya stood closest to Tanjai, and she took several deep breaths in an attempt to calm her heart, which was beating wildly. After a long time of slowing down, she tilted her head and looked at Tanjai with firm eyes. Mr. Tan, although we started a bit later than Storm Rain Company, but judging from the momentum right now, we're not afraid of them at all. The surrounding employees nodded their heads vigorously. That's right. The charm of World of Warcraft has been completely unleashed, and the players have expressed their affirmation of us with real money. Stormwater's Starcraft, although the early stage rushed fiercely, but we have enough strength afterward. In his calm voice, he was full of confidence. It was as if he had already seen the future of World of Warcraft all the way to the top. Suddenly, someone in the crowd took the lead and shouted, "We're sure to win! We're going to win!" In an instant, all the employees responded in unison. The cheers and applause were intertwined, like they were going to break through the ceiling of this floor. However, Tanjai was as if he was not involved, his expression surprisingly calm. His gaze fell on the office wall on the huge game poster. In the midst of the hustle and bustle, Tanjai's thoughts drifted back to his previous life. At that time, the scenes of World of Warcraft bursting into flames were continuously projected in his mind. On all the major gaming platforms, there were as many raids, story posts about World of Warcraft as there were stars. In front of the game servers, they were overcrowded every day. Players waiting in line to enter the game can be lined up for several miles, and then look at the present moment. Tanjai sighed silently in his heart. On the first day of service, millions of people were online, and tens of millions of dollars in recharge amounts. In the eyes of an onlooker, it was already an extremely amazing achievement. But in his opinion, these numbers were not worth mentioning at all. Compared to his previous life, the scene that was so hot to the extreme, it was nothing. He frowned slightly, and in his mind, he continuously analyzed the reason for this. Suddenly, it was like he had captured the key clue. Right now, it was 1998, and home computers were far from being popularized. For most people, the only place to access the internet was an internet cafe. The moment this thought appeared, Tanjai's thoughts instantly clear. The number of internet cafes is limited. Many internet cafes in the machine is old, the screen flickers, the host buzzing. Running a slightly larger game, it lagged terribly. Moreover, the service attitude of those internet cafes is really not to be praised. The staff is indifferent. The environment is noisy and dirty. If you are a gamer, I would also avoid such internet cafes. Think about it. Tanjai heart already has a number. After recognizing the key role of hardware enhancement in bringing back the glory of the game in the previous life, Tanjai's brain began to run fast, thinking of feasible ways. In the current situation, home computers have not yet been popularized. Internet cafes are the main place for players to get in touch with the game. But the hardware of internet cafes is outdated, and the price is high. The two major problems that limit the promotion of the game. Tanjai recited silently in his heart. He is clear that only players can experience the game in a smooth, high-quality environment. The charm of the game could be truly released. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed in his mind. With the current situation, the best way is to knock down the prices of the internet cafes. This thought, which crossed his mind like lightning, revitalized his entire being. Although doing so might, in the short term, reduce profits, but he was convinced that it was worth it. Tanjai closed his eyes and carefully calculated in his mind. He thought of the game, the massive profits it might bring in the future, which would be an unimaginable number, compared to the huge potential of the game. In the short term, the profit lost by the internet cafe by lowering the price was simply a drop in the bucket. Chapter 149. Tanjai's shocking decision. After making up his mind, Tanjai didn't stay long. He walked out of the Jagan network, sat inside his car, and without the slightest hesitation, drove straight home. Tanjai picked up the phone and directly dialed his father, Tanhuigan. "Dad, you and Mom put down the work you're doing right now and come home immediately. I have something to discuss with you." Tanjai's tone was calm. On the other end of the phone, Tanhuigan was immersed in the excitement of his own internet cafe being crowded and making money every day. Suddenly received his son this pass without end. The tone of the solemn phone, heart violently thump a moment. "Home art? What happened?" The company side. Tanhuigan's voice through the tension. Next to Lu Jiali also came over, face full of worry. The son is now doing business is too big. A little wind and grass. All let their hearts jump. "It's not convenient to say on the phone. You guys come back as soon as possible." Tanjai didn't explain much and directly hung up the phone. "What's wrong? What did Jai say?" Lu Jiali asked eagerly. "Let's go back immediately," saying there's something important. Tanhuigan didn't dare to slack off. Nowadays his son's words were holy orders. He hurriedly explained a few words to the internet cafe manager, Even his jacket could not be put on, grabbed the car keys and rushed outside. Lu Jiali also rushed to follow. Her heart was in a state of confusion. What do you think will be the matter? SNT the World of Warcraft just online and on fire? Isn't there a change on the betting side? Don't guess blindly. Tanhuagan was also drumming in his heart, but he trusted his son's ability more. He slammed his foot on the gas, fiery, and sped in the direction of home. The traffic on the way seems to be half a beat slower. Tanhuagan hated the car, can insert wings. 10 minutes later, the car steadily stopped in front of the villa. Tanhuagan and Lu Jiali almost jogged into the house. In the living room, Tanjai was sitting quietly at the table with a cup of tea in front of him. Seeing his son in this calm manner, Tanhuagan and Lu Jiali looked at each other, the tension in their hearts slightly relieved, but that heavy sense of the unknown still pressed on their hearts. They quickly walked over and sat down opposite Tanjai. Both pairs of eyes were locked onto their son with palpable anxiety. Tanjai raised his eyes to look at his dusty, slightly panting parents, first signaling them to be at ease before clearing his throat and breaking the silence. Dad, Mom, I've made you all anxious. His voice was smooth. Calling you all back is not a bad thing, quite the contrary, it's about the future of our Tan family. He paused, looking at the slightly relaxed, but still questioning look in his parents' eyes, and continued, First of all, these past few months, it's been hard on you all. Whether it's the game or the operation of the Family Roots Network, our family has achieved unprecedented success, and the amount of money earned far exceeds what we could have imagined in the past. He didn't directly name specific figures, but just this opening affirmation had already caused Tanhuagan and Lu Jiali to slightly relax their nerves. Once again, they tensed up with a mixture of pride and anticipation. They knew that what their son was going to say next was the real focus. Tanjai's gentle voice, echoing in the spacious living room, soothed his parents' previously tense nerves. But the words that followed, however, drew their thoughts again to a deeper level. We did indeed make a good start. Tanjai tapped his fingers on the desktop, his gaze deep. The response to World of Warcraft has proven its quality. It also proves how huge the demand for high-quality games is from the players of Xia is. He turned his words around, and his tone became serious. But, Dad, Mom, we can't just see the immediate future. For the Family Roots Network, for the Tan family to truly be invincible, and even go farther, there is a huge obstacle that lies before us. It must be resolved. Tanhuagan and Lu Jiali's hearts, again, lifted, looking intently at their son. That is, Tanjai said in a single word, the number of personal computers owned in Xia is simply too low. He paused for a moment to let his parents digest this information. Think about it, as fun as World of Warcraft is, if the majority of people don't even have the equipment to play it, then our user growth will soon hit the ceiling. Subsequently, when we develop more and more exciting games, we will also be limited by this basic condition. It's like wanting to build a highway, but the roadbed is not well built, and you can't run many cars. Tanhuagan frowned. He opened an internet cafe and had a deep understanding of this. The young people who came to the internet cafe every day were endless. It just showed how many people who didn't have computers at home, or whose computers were underpowered. He nodded. Jiali is right, this is indeed a big problem. The fact that the business of internet cafes is good, in turn, shows that not many people have computers at home. Lu Jiali followed suit and became worried. Yeah, a better computer costs big thousands. Now everyone, although the hand is a little more generous, but not everyone is willing to, all of a sudden, take out so much money, buy a big toy. This retention want to raise up too difficult. Looking at the sadness that surfaced on her parents' faces, Tanjai smiled instead. It's hard, so let's think differently. He leaned his body forward slightly, a glint in his eyes. Since in the short term, it's not realistic to make every household affordable and willing to buy a high-performance computer. Then let's take the net and cast it wider. Let those who want to play be able to do so more conveniently and more cheaply. Tanhuagan and Lu Jiali looked at each other with some confusion. Tanjai revealed the answer. Let's increase our investment and massively expand our internet cafes. Not only do we need to open more, but we also need to open a chain of internet cafes with the best environment, the newest machines, and the most affordable prices. Since individuals can't afford them, we, then, provide the best public gaming platforms. He looked at his father and said with a hint of a flirtatious tone, Dad, Our family started off with internet cafes. It's called not forgetting our beginnings. Besides, he spread his hands half-jokingly. In case I lose that betting agreement with Stormy Rain. Big deal, I'll quit game development. Come back and focus on you and Mom. Make the internet cafe the #1 in the country. It's not bad to be an internet cafe tycoon. As soon as these words came out, Tanjai and Jiali were first stunned. Then they both couldn't help but laugh. The tense atmosphere suddenly relaxed a lot. Tanjai waved his big hand and said with a full undercurrent, "What are you talking about? How could my son lose? But this idea of yours, Dad supports it. Opening an internet cafe, we are old and familiar with it." Jiali also nodded her head repeatedly, her eyes full of trust. "Jai, whatever you want to do, just let it go. The family's money was all earned by you in the first place. Don't have any pressure, your father and I can't help with anything else. Supporting you is still not a problem. We'll open as many internet cafes as you want." Chapter 150. Within a year, lay out 1,000 internet cafes? Having received his parents' resolute support, the last bit of concern in Tanjai's heart also dissipated. It was true that the Tan family's wealth today, brick by brick, was almost all constructed by him out of thin air. But Tanjai and Jiali, after all, are the parents who gave birth to him and raised him, are the closest people to him in this world. Respecting their opinions and seeking their support is both a human son's duty and an emotional need. As he expected, his parents not only did not have the slightest doubt about him, but were full of unconditional trust and pride. This kind of support from the closest relatives, unadulterated, any utilitarian color, than to earn more money, can make him feel more at ease. The big thing has been finalized, days of tense nerves, finally able to relax. He returned to his room, and on a rare occasion before midnight, he fell into a deep sleep. The sleep, extraordinarily peaceful. The next day, school. Tanjai had now, completely, become the school's red man. Wherever she went, she could feel the gazes cast in all directions. There was amazement, curiosity, and even a bit of fervor. The teacher's attitude also changed subtly. In the past, perhaps, just appreciate his intelligence. But now there is an additional layer of solemnity. Look at the pillars of the country. Passing by the office, the class teacher, who usually takes good care of him, specially called him to stop. He patted him on the shoulder, with a solemn look on his face. "Jaya, do a good job. It's not just our school now, a lot of people in the country are looking at you. This is not only a matter of your company's reputation, it's also about our Xia's face in high tech, in the game industry. Don't let those foreigners underestimate you." Tanjai nodded his head seriously and responded, but his heart was unperturbed. Li Lei, the little lowly at the same table, looked at Tanjai's eyes, and they were almost stretched. 8 years old, starting a business from nothing, billionaire. Do you understand? The gold content of these words, Even though she was only 8 years old, she knew. People like Tanjai were rare in Jiangxing, no, in Xiagua. Class time. She secretly pulled Tanjai's hand and asked Tanjai if he would be willing to wait for her to grow up and marry her. Tanjai was a bit speechless. He liked big sisters, doesn't like lowly raising. The tranquility of the classroom did not last long. Just after the bell rang, several figures appeared at the door of the classroom in a hurry. The press cards hanging on their chests were a bit eye-catching in the sunlight. They were rushing towards Tanjai. The fire of World of Warcraft, and that shocking bet, had long made Tanjai's name spread all over the streets and alleys. His status as an 8-year-old billionaire had added a great deal of color to the legend. Now, the man at the center of the storm is teaching in an elementary school classroom. This in itself is a very newsworthy picture. The school, for its part, obviously got advanced communication. Teachers quickly maintained order and arranged the interview location next to a vacant office. Faced with the sudden appearance of long guns, short cannons, and flashbulbs, Tanjai did not have the slightest bit of anxiety of his peers. He calmly followed his teacher to the office, with a calmness on his face that did not match his age. Most of the reporters' questions centered on World of Warcraft and their confidence in the betting agreement. Tanjai's answers were watertight, showing enough confidence without being overly ostentatious. The calmness and sophistication made the reporters, who were used to seeing big scenes, secretly feel shocked. Finally, a reporter brought the topic to the future. "Mr. Tan, Family Roots Network, has achieved such a brilliant opening. May I ask you about the future? What are your plans? What do you plan to do next?" This question obviously touched on a deeper level the strategic layout. In the office, it was instantly quiet. All the lenses and recorders were aimed at Tanjai, expecting, from this teenager's mouth, to hear a stone-cold answer. Tanjai didn't answer immediately. He slightly lowered his eyes, as if he was organizing his thoughts. His fingers unconsciously tapped on the desktop, gently tapping twice. A few seconds of silence, but it allowed the sense of anticipation to build up to its peak. When he raised his eyes again, his gaze was calm and deep. To talk about future planning, we must, first, face up to a reality. He spoke slowly, his voice clear and calm, carrying an insight beyond his age. The success of World of Warcraft proves that our content is over the top. However, in order for the home root network, and even the entire game industry of Xia, to truly take off, we still face one huge fundamental constraint. He paused, looked at the reporter who asked the question and said word for word, "That is, at present Xiagua, the private computer ownership rate is really too low. This number is far too low to support a truly large, healthy gaming market." His tone was flat, not complaining, not exaggerating the difficulties, just stating an objective fact. But the weight of this fact made the journalists present their hearts sink. They were all members of the media, and naturally had some understanding of the economic development of the country. Tanjai continued, and in his voice, there was a hint of imperceptible sharpness. At this current stage of development, wanting to drastically increase the popularity of personal computers in a short period of time, so that every household has a computer that can smoothly run large-scale games. This is almost as difficult as climbing up to heaven. The words, "as difficult as climbing to heaven," came out so calmly from the mouth of an 8-year-old child. Not only did it not seem arrogant, but instead, it revealed a profound knowledge and a helpless sense of reality. Reporters looked at each other. They realized that the depth of thinking of this teenager in front of them had long surpassed that of a simple game developer. Instead, he stood at a higher industrial and even social level. So, since he saw this difficult predicament, and how will he break the situation? Everyone's curiosity was instantly raised to new heights. Sure enough, just as the reporters were holding their breath, waiting for the following, Tanjai's words changed. Of course. The corner of his mouth rose slightly. The road is made by people. Since the road of directly boosting private computer ownership won't work in the short term, we can change our mindset and save the country from the curve. Curve save the country? Curiosity flashed in the reporter's eyes. Tanjai's voice was clear. That's right. Since private cars, for the time being, are not enough, then we will vigorously develop public transportation. The simplest, most direct way is to massively build high-quality internet cafes. Use high-quality, convenient, affordable public computers. To make up for the lack of private computers, open more internet cafes. This answer wasn't shocking. After all, the Tan family was founded on internet cafes. But coming from Tanjai's mouth, combined with the grandiose background he had laid out before, these 4 simple words seems to have taken on an extraordinary strategic significance. Immediately, a reporter grasped the key and asked, "Mr. Tan, what scale do you mean by this large scale?" Only to see Tanjai slowly stretching out a finger. The movement was not big, but it carried an air of looking out of the corner of the world. Tanjai looked at the camera. His voice wasn't high, but it was loud and clear, clearly reaching everyone's ears, as if it was directly hitting their hearts. 1 year. He paused, his finger did not drop, and then in an almost haughty tone, he gave that number, which was enough to make the entire industry shake. "Within a year, we will lay out, nationwide at least, 1,000 internet cafes." Chapter 151. Is the step too big? Tanjai's sentence had just fallen. The entire office fell into a kind of eerie dead silence. The reporters present, one by one, all froze in place. They stared in disbelief as they stared at the astonishing 8-year-old in front of them. The brain even briefly went down. 1,000 internet cafes? What kind of concept was this? After a few seconds of stagnation, the brains of these media, who had been dealing with numbers for years, began to instinctively race, trying to quantify behind this number the horrific meaning it represents. A computer, a better one nowadays, without 7 or 8,000, can't come down, right? A reporter did the math in his mind. A decent internet cafe, at least 100 machines to support the scene. 100 units. That's $700,000 or $800,000 in hardware costs for just one store? 1,000 times 1,000. When that final figure took shape in their minds, almost everyone sucked in a breath of cool air, feeling their scalps tingle. 800 million. A full $800 million just for, well, buying computer hardware. This was 1998. It wasn't 20 years later, the era when capital was flying around. In 1998, the average monthly salary of urban workers across the country will only break through the $500 mark. What's the concept of $800 million? It means need to come up with the equivalent of 1,600,000 people a whole year's total salary. And this is still far not all. The reporters' hearts began to beat faster uncontrollably, and more questions surged to their minds. This doesn't even count the rent, does it? 1,000 stores, even if they are big or small, the rent adds up to an astronomical figure. What about the utilities? With 1,000 internet cafes operating at the same time, the monthly electricity bill can scare people to death. There's also employee wages, management costs, decoration costs, all kinds of licenses. If you add all these miscellaneous costs, all of them, I'm afraid that the total investment required will reach an even more breathtaking figure. Even dare not to imagine the horror of the number. Money. Where did Tanjai get so much money? Even if World of Warcraft got off to a hot start, it would be impossible to accumulate such a huge cash flow in such a short period of time. Accumulate such a huge cash flow, right? Taking a step back, even if he really had this money or had the ability to finance this money. Within a year, the layout of 1,000 internet cafes? Is that realistic? Site selection, decoration, recruitment, training, equipment procurement, installation and commissioning. This series of complex and tedious process to be completed in just 365 days. 1,000 times across the country? How large a management team does this require? How efficient execution? What horrible resource deployment ability? Can the follow-up services keep up? Can the cash flow support such rapid expansion? Will it be because the spread is too big and too fast, leading to management chaos, service quality decline? In the end, but smashed, hard to rely on World of Warcraft and the existing internet cafes down the gold standard? Countless questions pressed on every reporter's mind. They looked at Tanjai, that still calm and confident face, their eyes filled with complex emotions. Shock, incomprehension, and even a hint of absurdity. Mr. Tan, a reporter who reacted extremely quickly, immediately grabbed his voice and said, "We all recognize the strength of Jagan Network and the hotness of World of Warcraft. However, you are now in the midst of that priceless betting agreement with the Storm Rain Company. Logically speaking, shouldn't the immediate priority right now be to focus all of your resources and energies to ensure that you win the victory of this bet?" The reporter's words immediately drew the concurrence of others. Yes, Mr. Tan, this bet is not only about a huge amount of money, but also about the reputation of the Home Roots Network and even the game industry in Xia. At this juncture, you're distracted to engage in such a large-scale, high-investment cyber cafe expansion program. Will this? Another reporter worded it cautiously, but the meaning was obvious. Isn't it a little bit of the cart before the horse? The step is too big. Sharp questions that pointed to the core risks of the plan and the irrationality of the timing. Everyone wanted to see, how would this teenage genius respond to this almost difficult questioning? However, Tanjai's face was still the same, ancient and calm. He didn't even furrow his brows, as if these risks that were fatal in the eyes of the onlookers were not worth mentioning in his eyes at all. He opened his mouth faintly, his voice clearly traveling through the office. "I understand everyone's feelings. However, there is a saying that says, sharpening the sword is not a good idea." He swept a circle of reporters with varying expressions, with a look in his eyes that carried a kind of wise beyond his years and absolute confidence. Laying a good foundation is the only way to build a 10,000-foot-high building. The laying of the Internet Cafe network is not only for the convenience of the players, but also for the future of the Home Root network. As for the betting, the corner of his mouth hooked up a meaningful arc. "Don't worry, winning is a certainty. It's not a conflict with me expanding my Internet Cafe business." Gently yet domineering. He didn't explain the details too much, nor did he try with complex business logic to convince anyone. He just used the simplest and most direct attitude to show that he was determined and had absolute certainty. As for whether the step is big or not, Tanjai added at the end, his gaze once again turned to the camera, as if declaring to all those who were paying attention to this matter. Time will prove everything. We just need to see the final result. The interview ended, but the conversation, the ripples it set off, had only just begun. That night, the clip of Tanjai's interview appeared in Jiangxing, on the evening news of all the major TV stations. The next day, almost all mainstream newspapers, science and technology or economic sections, all of them reported the interview with eye-catching headlines. Especially the declaration of 1 year, 1,000 internet cafes was placed in the most prominent position. The news spread rapidly. In the entire country of Xia, it triggered a violent shock and extensive discussion. For a time, the streets and alleys, everywhere, there was talk about Tanjai's wild words. Countless young people who had been troubled by the high computer prices and the scarcity of internet access points for a long time, especially gamers, instantly boiled. 1,000 a year. Mr. Tan is mighty and domineering. Great. It'll be much more convenient to play World of Warcraft from now on. No more need to run all the way to those expensive and shabby little internet cafes. Support Mr. Tan. Hurry up and open an internet cafe here. There are many people who have long heard or personally experienced Jiali internet cafe quality service and high configuration, full of expectations. I have long heard that the homely internet cafe environment is good, the machine is new, the service attitude is good. Then the market, those pandemonium of the black internet cafes, too much stronger. Chapter 152, we want to loan $800 million. That's right, if we could really open 1,000 of them, it would definitely benefit the people. However, many so-called industry insiders and economic experts in the media openly expressed their concerns, thinking that Tanjai's move was too adventurous. Young people are still too impulsive. $800 million of investment said to do it? Market research done? Where's the risk assessment? Just as the people were talking, the center of the storm of public opinion, Tanjai has quietly withdrawn. The day after the interview appeared in the newspaper, he went straight to the school and took a day off. For this popular student, who is now more famous than the principal, the teachers are naturally not allowed. Inside the villa garage, Tan Huigen himself drove his son toward Jiangxing, the largest state-owned bank headquarters, to drive. Tanjai has never been a dreamer. In his dictionary, planning is the same as action. Since the strategy of 1,000 stores a year has been finalized, then the startup capital is the first piece of hard bone that must be gnawed. Inside the car, Tan Huigen's mood, some complex. He both for his son's ambition, feel proud, but also for that astronomical input, feel a hint of hidden worry. He calculated, Jai, before with my name to buy that piece of land, I found someone to estimate, now it's worth at least 800 million. This rise too scary. How about we sell it? Plus, the game company this time earned, I see used to open the internet cafe should be almost enough. Tan Huigen's idea was very simple and sound. Fall into the bag, use the existing visible assets to start a new project. However, Tanjai sniffed and just shook his head slightly. Dad, that piece of land, selling it now, it's too much of a loss. Tan Huigen froze. Loss? It's worth $800 million and it's still a loss. Tanjai had his own ditch in his heart. In his mind, he clearly imprinted, in the next 10 years or so, Jiangxing, and even the entire summer country, the trajectory of the real estate frenzy. That piece of land worth $800 million today is just the tip of the iceberg of its future, horrible value. Waiting for a few more years, doubling a few times or even a dozen times was not a dream. Dad, that's not an ordinary piece of land. That's our family's future. The old hen that can continuously lay golden eggs. Killing it now to take the eggs is the most foolish thing to do. Tanjai spoke in a calm tone. Tan Huigen was stunned by his son's analogy. Although he didn't quite understand why, he instinctively chose to believe his son. Tanjai continued, for the money, there's no need to sell the land. We can use it, and our hands, other quality assets, to talk to the bank. What we have to do is to borrow chickens to lay eggs. Tan Huigen seemed to understand, nodded. Although the term borrowing chickens to lay eggs sounded new, the core meaning he understood. Mortgage. Only with 800 million worth of land to mortgage this handwriting, he still feel a little tight heart. Soon, the sedan smoothly parked in front of the bank gate. Tan Huigen straightened his collar, took the lead to get off. Tanjai followed behind him. The lobby manager of the bank obviously knew Tan Huigen. the local newcomer who had recently risen to fame, or at least recognized this expensive car. He greeted him with a smile on his face and a very polite attitude. "Hello, come over today. Is there any business that needs to be handled?" Tanjai was just about to open his mouth when Tanjai, who was next to him, spoke first. He tilted his little face up, looking at the bank manager who was taller than him, and in a calm tone that was extremely inconsistent with his age, he spat out 3 words in a milky voice. "To loan." Bank lobby manager heard the word loan, eyes instantly bright. The smile on his face also became a few points more sincere. In this era, the people's thinking has not been completely liberalized. The hands of a little money are accustomed to deposit the bank, feel that only down to earth. As for the loan, that is the money owed is a burden is able not to touch, do not touch things. This leads to the bank's loan targets, perennial like a mountain, pressed on the head. Failure to complete is the norm. Now there are actually people take the initiative to the door to loan. This is simply sleepy meets pillow, pie in the sky good thing. The manager's eyes quickly swept over Tanjai and Tanjai behind him. The focus fell on the doorway, the brand new limousine. Then look at Tanjai, held between his fingers, if hidden, showing a corner of the Huazi cigarette case. TSK. This is definitely a big customer. A big business. He immediately took out 12 points of enthusiasm. His body leaned forward slightly, and his tone became more and more respectful. "So it's a loan business. No problem, no problem. May I ask, Mr. Tan, roughly, how much amount do you need? We will definitely try our best to fulfill your needs." He was calculating in his heart. Looking at this pie, a loan of hundreds of thousands, or even millions was possible. Now the pie has landed. Just as Tanjai was about to open his mouth, Tanjai, who had been standing quietly next to him, suddenly stepped forward, tilted his little head, and said clearly in that soft childish voice, "We want to lend." He stretched out his little hand and made an effort to gesture the word 8, then added 800 million. The air, as if in this instant, froze. The smile on the lobby manager's face froze, and the corner of his mouth even twitched slightly. He stared blankly in front of him, this little dot that wasn't even as high as the counter. For a moment, his brain was somewhat unable to turn a corner. 800 million? This child, what nonsense is he saying? An unspeakable, irritated emotion instantly surged into the manager's heart. He strongly suppressed the fire, the heart straight to mutter. Whose family's bare child is this? Too unintelligent. Adults are talking about business, a little kid ran out to stir up what? Still 800 million. Does he know how much money 800 million is? Does he know the weight of those 3 words? How much is the annual GDP of Jiangxing? This kid is talking about $800 million. If it is not to look at the value of the car and Tanjai a calm demeanor, he almost will be on the spot seizure. This disruptive little guy, please out. The lobby manager took a deep breath and tried to squeeze out a forced smile. Directly ignoring Tanjai, he turned his gaze towards Tanjai, and in his tone, there was a hint of imperceptible helplessness. Cough. "Mr. Tan, you see, the child is still young and may not quite understand. On your side, the actual capital that needs to be turned over, roughly how much is it?" He felt that it must be that the child misheard or blindly said a number. Tanjai is a straight nature. Pressure did not appreciate lobby manager that complex subtle emotional changes. He just felt that his son had already made his needs very clear, and he confirmed it once again. So he nodded his head very seriously, looked at the manager, and spoke decisively in a tone of voice that was taken for granted. "My son is right. We, that is, want to lend $800 million. Chapter 153. Having eyes and not recognizing MT. This time, the lobby manager, he was truly enraged. He felt that this father and son were simply making fun of him, using the bank as a playground. It's okay for a kid to talk nonsense, but you, as a father, you're also talking nonsense in a serious manner? $800 million? Do you know how much $800 million stacks up? If you sold your car and pawned your clothes, it wouldn't even be enough to make up the difference. Bank employees in this era, far from the latter days. The customer is God's service consciousness, the bones still with a few iron rice bowl arrogance. Being so playful, the manager's face, completely unable to hang, his face green, almost gritting his teeth, pointing in the direction of the door. To the security guard not far away, angrily shouted, "Security guard, Where is the security guard? Blast this pair. The father and son who don't know the heights of heaven and are causing trouble here. Out of here. The voice was so loud that it resounded throughout the bank lobby. It attracted a lot of customers who were doing business to look sideways. 2 uniformed security guards heard the sound and immediately rushed over with quick steps, their eyes staring at Tanjai and Tanjai in an unfavorable manner. Tanjai was completely baffled. He looked at the furious manager and then looked at the aggressive security guards rushing over. His brain was a bit confused. What's going on? It's just a loan. Why is it like breaking the law? Isn't it just that the amount is a little bit bigger? As for directly kicking people out, we are serious. We really want to lend $800 million. With collateral. Just as Tanjai was at a loss for words, subconsciously wanting to explain, but not knowing where to start. Tanjai, who had been silent, moved. At the moment the security guard was about to approach. His small silhouette fiercely scampered forward a step. A hand from Tanjai's hands snatched that thick craft paper file bag. Then, in everyone's stunned gaze, he raised his arm, and with all his strength, he threw the file bag towards the lobby manager. The action was crisp and clear. Look at this. The crisp child's voice, at this moment, carried an icy cold penetrating power. It overpowered the noise of the lobby. The document bag slammed into the manager, on the counter in front of him, and a few sheets of paper slipped out of the bag. The lobby manager was at the peak of his rage, and subconsciously, he wanted to sweep the paper bag away. However, Tanjai's calm, yet extremely oppressive eyes, as well as those decisive words, it made him move with a slight lurch. In a fit of rage, that bank manager, almost with a sense of contempt and impatience, casually grabbing the document bag that was thrown on the counter by Tanjai. He wanted to see what kind of stuff this father and son, who didn't know the heights of heaven, could come up with. However, when his gaze swept over the first page of paper pulled out of the document bag, the anger on his face instantly froze. What met his eyes was a land sale contract. What's more important was the location of the land plot marked on the contract. Zhongchang is currently the hottest, land prices day by day, the core of the development zone. As a bank employee who deals with money and assets every day, he almost instinctively the value of this piece of land. There is a judgment. Do not even need, carefully look at the area and specific terms, just this location, this timing. $800 million? I am afraid that it is only less. His heart jumped violently, and his breathing became somewhat rapid. Fingers with a trace imperceptible trembling, he quickly flipped through the other things in the document bag. A sheet of real estate certificates, a few hot business, the name in Jiangsheng, has been a little famous, internet cafes assets proof documents, and even some. He could not read too well, but obviously the value of the equity proof. Lin sums up, the total value of these assets has long been stable, exceeded the 800 million mark. Cold sweat, like broken beads, instantly seeped out from the manager's forehead, temples, and slid down his cheeks. He was in big trouble. In his mind, only this one thought remained, like an alarm bell ringing madly. He suddenly remembered something. Surname Tan. Jiangsheng recently, that was held up by the media, rumored to be divine. 8-year-old genius child. Is not surname Tan? It's over. It's all over. The god of wealth, Dezhu, is the living god of fortune door. I actually have eyes without pearls, to the god of wealth, to the outside bombing. When I think of myself just now, that look of bossy, clamoring for the security guards to do something ugly. He hated to find a crack in the ground on the spot. If this spreads out, not to mention this job can't be kept. He is afraid that, in the financial circle of Jiangsheng, he can't get along. Stop! Stop it! He almost hissed. His voice changed tone, and he couldn't care less about his image, waving his hand frantically at the 2 security guards who were about to rush in front of Tanjai. Quickly stop! No one is allowed to touch Mr. Tan. At the same time, his body violently scrambled out from behind the counter. Not caring if he would bump into someone, he recklessly rushed towards between Tanjai and the security guard, trying to use his own body to separate the 2 sides. The security guard who rushed at the front had a few points of ruthlessness in his eyes. In his opinion, this pair of father and son were just pricks who had come to the bank to cause trouble. Since the manager had given the word to blast the people, then he had to show them some color. With a single arrow step, he approached Tanjai, his large hand grabbing at Tanhuigen's shoulder like lightning. With this grab, he used his full strength and had a clear goal. Not a simple control, but to follow the trend of force directly to this seemingly honest middle-aged man, to a crisp over-the-shoulder fall. First, let him fall solidly to the ground. Taste a little bit of pain. See if he still dares to act recklessly here. Tanjai had never seen such a battle. Seeing that the big hand was about to grab him, his whole body froze and his mind went blank. However, just in the nick of time, a figure, with an almost self-destructive, determined stance, violently plunged in. It was the lobby manager who had just stormed out. He used his body to block between the security guard and Tanjai. His only thought was to stop this disaster, to stop the security guard from touching this, who he had just realized was the god of fortune, Mr. Tan. The security guard's movements were too fast. The power had already been sent out, and there was no time to retract it. All of his attention was focused on capturing Tanjai, and he completely did not expect that his top boss would suddenly appear in this manner. As a result, the big hand that was originally going to grab Tanjai's shoulder and perform an over-the-shoulder drop knotted up and grabbed onto the lobby manager's body. The security guard subconsciously lashed out at his waist and twisted his body. Boom! There was a dull and loud sound. The huge impact caused his entire body to curl up, letting out a muffled grunt of pain. His face instantly turned pale, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. It was obvious that the fall was not light. For a moment, he couldn't even speak. Chapter 154. Too late to repent. By his own security guards, a solid over-the-shoulder throw on the ground. The lobby manager only felt that his internal organs were all misplaced, and his eyes went dark for a while. However, the severe pain coming from his body was far less than the horror in his heart. He almost rolled and crawled, struggling up from the ground with his hands and feet, completely unable to care about checking where he was injured or the shocked gazes of the people around him. There was only one thought in his mind right now: it was over. It had to be remedied. I'm sorry, Mr. Tan. Little Mr. Tan. He squeezed out a smile worse than tears on his face. His waist bent almost to 90 degrees, and apologized repeatedly, his voice carrying a tremor. It's me who has eyes and doesn't recognize empty Tan. It's my dog's eyes that look down on others. You're a generous man. Don't be so mean to me. At this moment, where did he still have half of his arrogance and anger just now? Looking at Tanjai's hand, the documents scattered out of the file bag, that piece of valuable land deed, that pile of real estate certificates and company assets documents. In his heart, he knew better than anyone else. This pair of father and son in front of him definitely have the strength and qualification to loan away 800 million from their bank. 800 million, ah! According to the internal unwritten rules of the bank, such a large amount of loans, if he can be done in his hands, he personally can get the commission, at least must have more than 2 million. The first thing I want to do is to get a good deal of money from the government. This number, like an electric current, hit him. How much does his salary and bonus add up to in a month of hard work? He couldn't even touch for digits. More than $2 million, how many lifetimes would he have to save up without eating or drinking? Just because of his own just now, that little bit of ridiculous arrogance and stupid judgment. This sky-high wealth is going to pass him by. Maybe even because of offending the real god of wealth. Even now this job cannot keep. He couldn't wait to smack himself a few times on the spot. However, in the face of this bank manager who was arrogant and respectful, almost kneeling up, Tanjai didn't even raise his eyes. He still had that calm and indifferent look, without any unnecessary expression on his small face, as if all the chaos and dramatic scenes that had just happened had nothing to do with him. The composure that surpassed his age pressed down on that manager, leaving him breathless. Tanjai merely swept him a faint glance. His voice was not loud, but carried an unquestionable weight. Go. Call out the person you have here who can make decisions. That lobby manager, who had been thrown to the ground, rolled and ran to make a call. Not long after, accompanied by a rush of footsteps, a figure appeared in the crowd's line of sight. The person who came was about 40 to 50 years old, wearing a straight dark gray suit. His tie was meticulously tied. His hair was neatly combed, and his face was covered with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Once he appeared, the atmosphere of the entire bank lobby seemed to be as solemn. The lobby manager, who had been panicked just now, saw the visitor, as if he had found his backbone. But he was even more terrified and uneasy. His head lowered and he didn't dare to breathe. The middle-aged man's eyes sharply swept a glance, the ground in a state of disarray subordinates, and also looked at the side of the security guard's face white. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Tanjai and the bewildered Tanhugen. He did not rush to ask questions. Instead, he quickly stepped forward with just the right amount of apology on his face. "Hello, I am the bank's president, Suyu." He took the initiative to extend his hand, first facing Tanhugen, then turning to Tanjai, his stance put on an even keel. "The matter just now, it was my lax management that made the two of you suffer. On behalf of the bank, I would like to express my sincerest apologies to the two of you." His voice was gentle, yet carried a sense of unquestionable authority. In a few simple words, he both identified himself and took the initiative to assume responsibility, instantly bringing the previous chaotic scene under control. Tanjai didn't reach out, just looked at him calmly without speaking. Tanhugen, on the other hand, nodded his head somewhat hastily. Suyu withdrew his hand and did not care about Tanjai's coldness. Instead, he looked at Tanjai with a few more points of deep meaning and appreciation in his eyes. Obviously, on his way here, someone had already used the fastest speed to report to him about what happened and the shock in that document bag. He turned his words around and his tone became more sincere. "Mr. Tan's grandiose ambitions. Mr. Su has already heard about them. Frankly speaking, what you are going to do, laying out 1,000 internet cafes and promoting the popularization of the internet in our summer country, it is not just as simple as a business." Suyu's gaze swept across the lobby. His voice was not high, but it was enough to be heard clearly by all the people around who had pricked up their ears. "This is adding bricks and mortar to the construction of informationization in our summer country. A great thing that truly benefits the country and the people. Even this is also related to our Xia country in the field of high technology, in the image and face with the international competition." When these words came out, not only did Tanhugen's blood boil as he listened. Even the side, some of the customers who were watching, all revealed a look of approval. Suyu looked at Tanjai. For such a visionary and responsible entrepreneur, and a project that benefits the country and the people, our bank deserves and must fully support it. Please rest assured, Mr. Tan, this 800 million yuan loan, we will definitely approve it with the fastest speed, and guarantee that we will give you the lowest interest rate we can within our bank. Tanjai quietly listened to Suyu's words, which were dripping with water and had a grand pattern. A trace of imperceptible approval finally appeared on that face that had been calm and wave-free. He gently nodded his head. In his heart, he said, "Finally, there is a person who understands." This when the governor, the perspective and pattern of looking at the problem. Surely not those below only see the immediate interests of the small staff can be compared. Suyu's statement was sincere and to the point. Tanjai's tense aura also eased a few points. However, he did not forget about the unpleasantness just now. His gaze calmly skimmed over that lobby manager who stood aside, stiffening up, before turning to Suyu. "Governor Su, I'm not too satisfied with the attitude of that staff member just now. For the next business, I do not wish to be handled by him." A simple sentence, no accusation, no complaint, but like an invisible heavy hammer, ruthlessly smashed on that lobby manager's heart. What kind of person is Suyu? The ability to read words and colors had already been perfected. He immediately understood Tanjai's meaning, and without the slightest hesitation, he nodded his head decisively and replied, "Don't worry, Mr. Tan. It's my fault for employing someone. I'll immediately arrange for the most senior and strongest account manager in our bank to be specifically responsible for docking all of your needs, guaranteeing to provide the most efficient, high-quality service." These words were not only a promise to Tanjai, but also equivalent to publicly pronouncing the lobby manager's death sentence. At the very least, he was completely out of the game when it came to this heavenly amount of business. Hearing this, the lobby manager who had just fantasized that $2 million in commission would fall from the sky. He only felt that his eyes went black. His legs went limp and he almost collapsed on the ground again. His face turned red. His eyes instantly reddened, and he forced himself to hold back before letting his tears fall on the spot. But that expression was 100 times worse than crying. Regret, endless remorse, spreading wildly in his internal organs. Why was he so stupid? $2 million. That's $2 million in commission. Enough for him to buy a few big houses in Jiangxing. Enough for him to live the rest of his life without worrying about food and clothing. Enough for him to completely change his destiny. Astronomical figures. How much do you earn in a month? Compared to this $2 million, it's just mud on the ground. Chapter 155. The loan arrived. The god of wealth had clearly knocked on the door, and not only did he not welcome him in, but he almost kicked him out. Now this heavenly wealth, just so openly, from their own fingers slipped away. He couldn't even touch the edge. It was as if he could hear the sound of his heart breaking. His intestines are repenting, wishing to turn back time, back to a few minutes ago, kneeling on the ground to this little ancestor to lick his shoes clean. However, there were no ifs. He could only watch Suyu politely invite Tanjai and Tanhuigan towards the VIP room. Looking at the line, the legendary gold medal manager who specializes in serving top customers. Jogging all the way to welcome them. His face was piled with the brightest smile. As for himself, he stood in place, bearing the surrounding if anything, with gazes of mockery and pity. Suyu thundered, immediately dialed an internal phone and briefly explained a few sentences. Not long after, a clear sound of high heels, from far and near, a beautiful figure appeared at the entrance of the VIP room. The visitor was a woman of about 25 or 26 years of age, wearing a well-tailored dark blue professional dress, which outlined her tall and delicate figure to the fullest. Her height of 1.7 meters or so made her stand out in the crowd, with a slender waist and long legs. The most striking thing was the fitted suit jacket, which also seemed to have trouble completely binding her amazing curves, creating an extremely eye-catching silhouette. When it was really a bright headlight, it brought its own focus. Suyu had a professional smile on his face and took the initiative to introduce, Mr. Tan, this is our line, the top credit manager, Tan Xiaolin. Xiaolin, this is the founder of Jiali Network, Tanjai Mr. Tan. Next to him is his father, Mr. Tanhuigan. Tanjai raised his eyes and his gaze lingered on this woman named Tan Xiaolin for a moment. In his heart, he couldn't help but think, I don't know about the business level for now, but this looks and figure are definitely the top of the top. Bright eyes and white teeth, her temperament is competent yet charming. Especially that exaggerated curve, it was simply the masterpiece of the creator. Tan Xiaolin wore a professionally affable smile on her face, and when her gaze landed on Tanjai, a hint of undetectable surprise flashed through, but it was quickly covered up by her professionalism. She gracefully bent down slightly, her line of sight flush with Tanjai, her voice gentle and melodious. Hello, Mr. Tan. I've heard a lot about you. You are truly the pride of our Xia country. To have such achievements at such a young age, what a marvelous little genius. That close visual impact, as well as the warm and soft voice. It made even Tanjai, whose mind was as mature as a demon's, not be able to help but be in a trance for a moment. He had been a man for 2 lifetimes, and had seen as many beautiful women as there were rivers of carp, from pure schoolgirls to flirtatious royals, from top stars to worldly celebrities. The list was endless. But this Tan Xiaolin in front of him, on the basis of the comprehensive rating of looks and figure alone, in his huge memory bank, could definitely securely enter the top 3. This woman is a special thing. After a brief moment of disorientation, Tanjai quickly collected his mind. His face still had that calm and indifferent look. Just a slight nod was given as a response. After the simple pleasantries, Tan Xiaolin quickly entered the work state. From the briefcase she was carrying, she took out the documents and calculator. She began to clearly explain the process, interest rate details, and various precautions for large mortgages. Her voice was professional and pleasant, and her explanation was meticulous. Obviously, her business ability was as outstanding as her appearance. However, the main target of her explanation was actually Tanhuigan, who was sitting next to her. After all, even though Tanjai was the decision-maker and soul of it all, but in the legal sense, he was still a minor, and did not have the qualifications to independently apply for such a huge loan. All the legal documents, ultimately, needed to be signed by his father, Tanhuigan. Finally, she put away the thick stack of documents that Tanhuigan had brought with him. Each one of them represented a staggering value. With a professional smile on her face, she said to Tanhuigan, Mr. Tan, we've received all the materials. Please return first. We'll expedite the review process, and if it goes well, it's estimated that it won't take more than a few days for the payment to be in place, and I'll be the first to notify you at that time. Her efficiency and professionalism put Tanhuigan at ease. A few days passed by quietly, and in the blink of an eye it was a weekend. Jiali Network Company. Tanjai was alone, sitting in the wide boss chair, his fingertips tapping unconsciously on the smooth mahogany desktop. The sunlight outside the window was just right. But his mind at the moment was all on the huge loan that was about to be in place. In his mind, that huge idea of 1,000 internet cafes all over the country had already taken shape. Just waiting for the horn to blow. He needs this money, needs it to pry a bigger future. Just then, the phone on his desk suddenly rang. Tanjai's eyes moved slightly as he reached out and picked up the receiver. Hello. Hello, Mr. Tan. This is Tan Xiaolin. On the other end of the phone, a warm and pleasant female voice with a hint of undetectable sweetness came through. Just the voice alone was enough to make the heart and mind slightly swirl. Tanjai's heart stirred, knowing that the main event had come. Sure enough, Tan Xiaolin's next words were like heavenly music. Mr. Tan, good news. That 800 million yuan loan you applied for, after our bank's expedited approval, it has been passed in full, and this morning the disbursement was just completed. It has already been credited to the account designated by your father, Mr. Tan Huigan. The speed was faster than expected. Tanjai's hand holding the earpiece tightened slightly, an indescribable sense of control instantly surging through his entire body. And Tan Xiaolin's next words were the icing on the cake. In addition, her voice was tinged with laughter. Governor Su made a point of explaining that, considering that you are, at the moment, betting against stormy rain, it's not only a business practice, but to some extent, it's also fighting for the country's glory. Therefore, our bank for this loan applied for a special policy on top of the original minimum interest rate and gave a certain degree of favorable reductions. The specific interest rate breakdown, I will fax it to you later. Even the interest rate was given a favorable reduction. The corners of Tanjai's mouth, finally, could not suppress a slight upward movement. The favorable gesture from the bank, Su Yu's shrewdness, were all within his expectations. Yet they still made one's mood soothing. $800 million were injected into his soon-to-be-launched huge plan. I see, many thanks. Tanjai's voice remained calm, but deep within his eyes, a sharp light flashed by. Hanging up the phone, he slowly stood up and walked over to the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the river city of traffic downstairs. Everything was ready. The east wind had arrived. Chapter 156. Tanjai's whimsical thoughts. The funds were in place, however, when Tanjai calmed down and began to deduce, in his mind, the specific execution plan. An even more severe, even more intractable problem, like ice water, doused his heart, just risen a trace of relaxation. 1 year, 1,000 internet cafes. This number, in front of the reporter, set out, how heroic, how spirited. But at this moment, when it is transformed into specific implementation indicators, 365 days a year to open 1,000 stores. Simply calculated, on average every day, there will be close to 3 new internet cafes, at the same time open to welcome customers. But this is just the most idealized. What about the actual operation? How long does it take to find the right space that fits the cafe's niche? Does it take time to negotiate and sign contracts with all kinds of landlords? According to the different stores, the design of a unified style decoration. Does it take time? Large-scale recruitment of qualified store managers, network administrators, and unified training. Does it take time? Tens of thousands of computers and supporting tables and chairs, network equipment procurement, installation, commissioning. Which one does not need time? These preliminary preparations will inevitably consume a lot of time. This means it is impossible to start from the first day to maintain open 3 stores a day speed. The first stage is bound to be preparation-oriented. The real peak opening period would be extremely compressed in the later months. Tanjai was simulating rapidly in his head. It was possible that in the later stages, 5, 7, or even 10 internet cafes would need to open at the same time every day in order to barely catch up. That he personally promised the 1-year period. Rao Tanjai, who possessed a mind far beyond normal and the experience of 2 lifetimes. After clearly realizing the horrible workload and the difficulty of execution, he also felt an unprecedented pressure. A family? Even if his parents, his trusted Wang Xiaoya, and other core backbones were all counted, divided into 10 or 8 teams, traveling day and night and running through their legs, they would not be able to in such a short period of time. It's impossible to complete a nationwide campaign in such a short period of time. Completed throughout the country. 1,000 stores landing work. This is not a question of money. This is time and the limit of the executive challenge. He even had a moment, flashed a faint trace of remorse. At first in the spotlight is not the atmosphere baked, some on the head. This goal of 1,000 stores a year is not set too high. Steps is not really too big, but this idea, just as soon as the head, was ruthlessly extinguished by him. Retreat? What does retreating now mean? It meant that he, Tanjai, had gone back on his word in front of all the people of Xia. The family roots network, which had just been established, the glorious image of being true to his word and strong, would be ruined. All of his previous lofty words will be reduced to a laughing stock. Not to mention the rainstorm company across the ocean. There are those in the country waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Waiting to catch his pigtails competitors. I'm afraid that he is holding a magnifying glass, waiting for him to step too big, pull to the egg of the day it. No way. Absolutely not. He Tanjai can't afford to lose face. Jia Roots Network can't afford such a blow to its credibility. The words have already been said. Like the water that has been thrown out, there is no reason to take it back. The internet cafe must be opened. The goal of 1,000 must also be reached. Snap! Tanjai suddenly slammed his head. The movement was abrupt, but carried a kind of enlightened excitement, right? How could he have forgotten that in his hands? He had the biggest trump card. He lacked the manpower to run around the country looking for venues. But he didn't lack eyes and ears all over the country. A brilliant solution instantly in his mind, clear molding. He immediately grabbed the phone on his desk and directly dialed Wang Xiaoya. Sister Xiaoya, come here. I have something important to arrange. A few minutes later, Wang Xiaoya pushed the door in and saw the strange luster in Tanjai's eyes. Knowing that this little boss must have had another amazing idea. Mr. Tan, you're looking for me? Tanjai didn't beat around the bush, directly cutting to the chase. Sister Xiaoya, before, we were worried about the lack of manpower. Unable to quickly find enough suitable venues to open an internet cafe, right? Wang Xiaoya nodded. This was indeed the biggest problem facing the team at the moment. The corner of Tanjai's mouth hooked into a smile. Now, I have a solution. A way that will allow us to wage a people's war. He looked at Wang Xiaoya. You immediately go and make arrangements on our World of Warcraft's official website, as well as the official websites of several of our other games that are in operation. Release a top-ranked, eye-catching announcement notice at the same time. The content of the notice is, for all players in the country, solicit information on suitable sites for opening internet cafes. Wang Xiaoya's eyes lit up, instantly understanding Tanjai's thinking. Tanjai continued, tell all players that as long as they can provide true and effective, idle or to be rented venue information suitable for opening a large or medium-sized internet cafe. For example, the location should be good, the area should be enough, etc. Once we adopt it and finally sign the contract. He paused and increased his tone. We will offer a generous reward based on the value of the venue information. It could be in World of Warcraft, top-of-the-line rare equipment, the latest model of computer, or even an actual cash reward. Have them send detailed information about the venue, contact information, by email or letter to our specially set up mailbox and address. However, he turned his words around and emphasized, it must be clearly stated in the announcement that all information provided must be guaranteed to be true and reliable. We will send out specialized personnel and conduct on-site verification. Once false information is found, not only will there be no reward, it will even affect the player's game account reputation. This plan was nothing short of divine, utilizing millions of gamers all over the country, letting them take the initiative to discover potential resources around them. This not only greatly solves the problem of information collection, but also saves a huge amount of labor costs and time costs. It was also an excellent marketing and player interaction activity. When Tanjai presented his earth-shattering universal address search program, when Tanjai told him about it, Wang Xiaoya, who was standing opposite him, her jaw was about to drop to the ground. Her brain was a bit confused. Finding a site is not all by yourself or entrusting a professional agent. Hard work to run through the legs and wear out the mouth to talk about it. This requires professional vision, inspection, and repeated negotiations. But Mr. Tan, what is this? In the game official website to send a notice, let the south and north of the sky have never met the gamers to help find $1 million worth about the company's major strategic layout, the internet cafe store, and also with game equipment and cash as a reward? This is simply whimsical. It's a fantasy. Chapter 157 thousands of stores a year. Do players know what it means to choose a business location? Is the information they provide reliable? Will they receive a bunch of messy, worthless junk information? instead wasting verified human and material resources. A series of questions brushed frantically through her mind. She looked at Tanjai, that still childish, but always inscrutable face. Her heart was filled with skepticism. This method, could it really work? Would it be too childish? How perceptive was Tanjai? Almost the instant Wang Xiaoya's expression changed. He had gained insight into her heart, all her doubts. He didn't explain too much, but only smiled faintly. In that smile, there was a certainty that you don't understand, but I do. In a calm tone, he said to Wang Xiaoya, "Sister Xiaoya, I know, this may sound a little unusual." There was a pause. His eyes swept over Wang Xiaoya's face, which had the word unreliable written all over it. Tanjai continued, "But you only need to remember one thing, just execute. Don't worry and do it boldly. The subsequent effects will prove everything." Wang Xiaoya listened to his bashful tone, as if he could control everything. The suspicion in her heart did not immediately disappear. This plan, in her opinion, was still filled with too much uncertainty. The risks were far greater than the opportunities. But she remembered, again, everything that had happened in this past time. From the emergence of internet cafes to the meteoric rise of Jaga Network to World of Warcraft, every decision made by Tanjai might have seemed a bit shocking or even unthinkable at the time. But the final result proved, time and time again, his foresight and correctness. This time, perhaps there will be no exception. Wang Xiaoya was extremely efficient. In just half a day, a subversive announcement, instantly detonated under Home Root Network, on the official websites of major games, and on the forums. Heavyweight, Jiali Internet Cafe. The national expansion plan is launched. Goal: 1 year, 1,000 stores. Player benefits: provide effective venue information, win top game equipment, the latest model of Dragon computer and cash prizes. Participation: mail, letter delivery, details at. These few lines of simple text, with the amazing speed unique to the internet, rapidly ignited the entire Xia players, the enthusiasm of the group. Really? Home Root's network is going to make a big move. 1,000 a year? Mr. Tan is going against the odds. Jiali Internet Cafe is going to open all over the country? That's great. I've had enough of our crappy internet cafes for a long time. For a time, all the major gaming forums, chat rooms, and even some colleges and universities, the discussion about this announcement instantly swept the screen. The heat directly overshadowed World of Warcraft new copy strategy and equipment drops. Excitement. Unspeakable excitement. You have to know it's now 1998. Personal computers are still a luxury, internet access points extremely limited. For the vast majority of young people, internet cafes are their only option. However, this era of internet cafes, what is it like? Many places that simply cannot be called an internet cafe. At best, it is a computer room. Dim room, 3 or 5 configuration backward, slow as a snail's computer crowded together. Paired with squeaky old desks and chairs. The environment is appalling, but the charges are often ridiculously high. Players have been complaining about this for a long time, but there's nothing they can do about it. Who let there be so few options? It's nice to have a place to surf the web, but the emergence of Jiali Internet Cafe has broken this situation. Those who have been there know that it is a completely different experience. Bright and clean environment, unified high configuration computers, smooth network speed, considerate service, relatively reasonable price. Simply a breath of fresh air in the internet cafe world. Only this kind of internet cafe, too few, limited to Jiangsheng and so on a few cities. And now, the announcement clearly said that Dragon Internet Cafe is going to expand nationwide. 1,000 of them will be opened in a year. This was such exciting news. What made them even more excited was that they, themselves, actually had the opportunity to participate in this program. By providing information about the venues, they would be able to obtain the coveted gaming equipment, and even computers and cash. Brothers, here's your chance to get rich. The video hall next to my neighborhood that went out of business has a pretty big place. I'll go check it out. There's an empty storefront on the back street of our school. It definitely fits the bill. I'm going to take pictures and write an email. For Mr. Tan. For the sake of our doorstep, we can have an internet cafe. Charge. Countless players began to search every possible corner in the city they lived in. It wasn't just for the tantalizing rewards. It was more for the sake of being able to enjoy a high-quality internet experience at their own doorstep as soon as possible. to enjoy a high-quality internet experience. As it turns out, Tanjai's seemingly wild ideas have hit the nail on the head. Tanjai's seemingly wild idea had accurately hit the needs of the times and the pain points of the players. After the announcement, the effect was immediate. Even beyond Tanjai's boldest expectations, it was as if overnight, the email address that had been specifically set up to receive information about the venue. It was completely flooded, and over at the post office, the postman responsible for delivering letters to the Home Routes network was even more miserable. The letters sent to the Jaga network every day were no longer a few scattered ones, but were counted in sacks. Thick craft paper envelopes piled up like mountains. They were stuffed with information about the venues that the players had collected in various ways. Wang Xiaoya and her temporarily formed venue information processing team were completely plunged into the ocean of information. Every day, what they faced was no longer a cold computer screen or boring reports, but from all over the country, countless players' enthusiastic letters and emails. Opening letters until their hands were soft, organizing emails, organizing them until their eyes were blurry. Many players were extremely attentive. They not only described in detail the location of the venue, the area, the surrounding environment, and the approximate rent. They even attached their own carefully taken photos to show the venue and its internal structure from different angles. In some of the letters, between the lines, there was a kind of eagerness to choose me. They were afraid that they would be missed. In less than half a month, thousands of letters were received on paper alone. Each one represents a potential site for an internet cafe. And in the electronic mailbox, the number of valid emails lying around was several times that number. It reached a staggering magnitude, tens of thousands of locations throughout the country, in large and medium-sized cities, carefully selected by local players, theoretically, suitable for the opening of internet cafes. It was so easy to gather them into the Jiali network. Tanjai looked at the horrifying numbers that were initially tallied in front of him. He immediately instructed Wang Xiaoya's team, categorize and file all the information, according to city, and establish a database. Prioritize screening those targets with complete information, clear photos, and seemingly high potential. Wang Xiaoya commanded the team while classifying and organizing, while looking at the mountains of letters and the constantly refreshing mailing list. The heart had long set off waves of shock. Chapter 158, Boss Chen's Splash of Riches. At this moment, the way she looked at Tanjai was no longer simple admiration, but almost worship. It was a five-body admiration. The previous skepticism, unreliable, long ago by the eyes, this ironclad fact, the impact of the smoke dissipated. How much did they spend? Almost nothing. Only paid for some virtual game equipment, and in the future, the promise of physical rewards that may be honored. What did they get? Tens of thousands of accurate information on potential commercial real estate, covering the whole country, and by the most knowledgeable local players. They've been actively screened and filtered. After categorizing by city, the efficiency of the subsequent fieldwork will increase geometrically. Originally, like a headless fly, sending a person to run his legs for a month may not be able to find a few suitable points in an unfamiliar city. How about now? Take this, the treasure map provided by the local players. A scouting commissioner within a week will be able to run a key city's potential sites 7 or 8. Efficiency. That's real efficiency. It was a terrifying efficiency that was enough to support the grand goal of 1,000 stores a year. A huge surprise hit Wang Xiaoya's heart. She could no longer hold back the surging in her heart, and looked at the small figure that was in command, as if everything was under control. She violently rushed over. Before Tanjai could react, Wang Xiaoya, with one hand, wrapped him tightly in his arms, knotted him up, and gave him a face wash. "Boss!" Wang Xiaoya's voice was excited, and her cheeks were flushed with excitement. "This brain of yours, how on earth did it grow? It's simply too good. Even this solution can make you think of it." Wang Xiaoya led the team, running with amazing efficiency. Within a few days, the seemingly disorganized, tens of thousands of venue information from all over the world. It was organized according to cities, regions, and even streets. Initially formed a huge, covering the country, the main cities of the potential internet cafe site selection database. Looking at the database, the densely packed light points, Tanjai knew that the stage of talking on paper was over. The real fieldwork and on-the-ground implementation had begun. He did not have the slightest hesitation. immediately summoning his most trusted core backbone. Sister Xiaoya, Zhou Zhaolin, Tanjai swept over in front of him, these several capable cadres. They were all along the way, followed him to fight over ability and loyalty, no doubt. And Mom, he looked to Lu Jiali, who was at the side. The first batch of fieldwork tasks, over to you. He pointed at the map, centered on Jiangcheng, radiating out several important surrounding cities. Each of you will lead your teams and immediately set off to these cities. Your task is to further screen the information on these high-potential venues from the ones we have screened out. And initially, contact the landlords. Wang Xiaoya and the others, their spirits lifted. The preliminary success of the universal site search. It had already made them confident in this seemingly crazy plan. Tanjai raised his finger, emphasizing the core requirements of the expedition in a concise tone. The requirements are just 3 points that must be kept in mind. 1. By all means, we must meet in person the homeowner who can make the call. What we want is direct communication, avoiding intermediate links to pull the rug out and waste time. 2. Use your eyes to judge. There, in the end, is not suitable to open high-end internet cafe prime location. 3. Is also the most critical point, the price. Figure out the average market price of similar locations as a benchmark to negotiate. Our principle is that the price must be reasonable. Never accept any inflated offer. It's better if we can negotiate lower. We don't want to be the wrongdoer. His tone was decisive. Every instruction was clear and explicit, straight to the core. Wang Xiaoya, Zhou Yun, and Lu Jiali nodded in unison. They knew that this was related to the 1-year 1,000 store plan, cost control, and landing quality. There must not be the slightest sloppiness. After assigning their tasks, Tanjai's gaze turned to her father, who had been silent, but with equally sharp eyes. As for Dad, the corner of Tanjai's mouth hooked up with a hint of meaning. You have a more important task. Jiangcheng Electronic City. Boss Chen's store. The location was not bad, but at this moment it looked a little cold. He was holding an alabaster teacup, boredly sipping a mouthful of the tea, which had already gotten a little cold. But from time to time, his eyes flicked to the store door, the bustling flow of people. Alas, the days are not good. The business of the store can only be described as very general. This computer thing, after all, is still a precious object. Ordinary people, a year's salary may be barely enough to buy a mainstream configuration of the machine. Who will be fine, often come to change the computer. A month can sell out a few units, all depends on luck. Chen boss incomparably nostalgic a while ago, that period of glory days. It was all thanks to that amazing father and son. Tanjai and Tan Huigan. That kid, not very old, was shrewd as an old fox. Every time he comes, he cuts the price so much that it hurts him. But every time he's able to hit his psychological bottom line. Leave him enough profit margin. And that kid's demand, big scary, every time is dozens of units, hundreds of units to take goods. Let him that time earned a pot full of money. The flow of water in the store, rubbing up. Unfortunately, since the last big order, Tan family art father and son, as if disappeared, a long time not come to patronize. Boss Chen was so anxious, he even thought of taking the initiative to contact them, but he couldn't pull that face. Just when Mr. Chen was staring at the empty store door, he was eager to see what was going on. 2 familiar figures appeared in front of his store. The teacup in Boss Chen's hand was almost unsteady. He blinked his eyes vigorously. For a moment, he thought that he was hallucinating because he was thinking too much. Blurred eyes? Boss Chen, long time no see. This voice. That's right. It was Tanjai. Boss Chen was instantly sure that he wasn't dreaming. Oops. Mr. Tan, little brother Jiali. The smile on Boss Chen's face was wide as he practically jogged to greet him. What a rare guest. Rare guest. Come in quickly. With his hands in a frenzy, he guided the father and son to the store, and then rummaged through the cupboards with nimble movements. You two wait a moment. I have some good tea here. He took out his own long jing, which he had treasured for a long time and usually couldn't afford to drink. And from under the counter, he touched out an unopened hard china. Respectfully, he handed it to Tan Huigan. Mr. Tan, smoke? After some attentive hospitality. Only then did Boss Chen rub his hands together and sit across from him with a smile on his face. Mr. Tan, little brother Jiali, today you came over. What good thing is it to take care of old brother me? He had already begun to calculate in his heart. This time, this father and son, Are they opening a new internet cafe again? Tanjai picked up his teacup and took a sip calmly. Without beating around the bush, he spoke directly. Boss Chen, we're here this time to talk to you about a business deal. He paused and spat out 3 words. Buy computers. Buy computers. Tanjai personally came to his door and said he wanted to buy a computer. Could this still be a small business? Boss Chen's palms, excited, began to sweat. He recalled Tanjai's past grand gestures. Every time he made a move, it was hundreds of units to start with. This time, after such a long time, the appetite must be even bigger. He forced down his inner ecstasy and tentatively asked, Little brother Jiali, how many units are probably needed this time? Tanjai didn't say anything, just slowly stretched out a finger. Boss Chen's heart thumped wildly. He almost blurted out, 100 units? This number was already enough to make him excited for several days. However, Tanjai gently shook his head. He looked at Boss Chen, the corners of his mouth curving into a smile. No. Yes, 100,000 units. Boss Chen felt his brain, as if it had been hit hard by a heavy hammer, instantly going blank. His ears buzzed. In front of his eyes even, there was some blackness. 100,000. Did he hear it wrong? This kid just said, 100,000? Not 100, not 1,000, is the whole 100,000 computers? He almost did not turn his back on the spot. The richness of the sky. The first time I saw him, I was so happy to see that he was able to get the money. Just so. Fall into their own head? Chapter 159 Thin Profit, also good. Taking away less. Boss Chen subconsciously asked a rhetorical question. His voice all changed tone because of the extreme shock, and even brought a hint of broken voice. He thought, in the electronic city crawling and fighting for so many years, is also considered to have seen some wind and waves, practiced a few points Taishan collapsed in front of, but the color unchanged stillness. But Tanjai just said that number is too earth-shattering, too unbelievable. That was no longer an ordinary business order. That was simply a number that was enough to change a person's fate. Just at the moment he asked the rhetorical question out of his mouth. He just happened to pick up his teacup to suppress his shock. But as a result, the mouthful of piping hot Longjing tea in his mouth simply failed to be swallowed under the tremendous emotional impact. A mouthful of tea, unbiased, solidly sprayed out. The target was pointed directly at Tanhuigan, who was sitting opposite him. Tanhuigan, who was caught off guard, was baptized by this sudden baptism of tea, sprayed a face full of flowers, tea froth hanging on his eyebrows, and his entire person froze for a moment. Boss Chen was also momentarily confused, and then realized that he had seriously lost his temper. Oops, Mr. Tan. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. He jumped up in a panic, and with his hands in a frenzy, he pulled a paper towel from the side and tried to wipe it on Tanhuigan's face. Tanhuigan, on the contrary, didn't care much. He waved his hand, signaling that there was no need, and pulled out a handkerchief himself, slowly and methodically wiping the tea off his face, his eyes calm. It seemed that he was used to the figure of 100,000 units just now, as well as Boss Chen's loss of composure. Boss Chen looked at Tanhuigan's calm demeanor, and then looked at the side, still calm-faced Tanjai, and his heart turned even more upside down. He took several deep breaths, trying to calm his heartbeat. Looking at Tanjai again, he carefully confirmed. Jia, little brother. You just said 100,000 units? I didn't hear you wrong, right? Tanjai nodded. Boss Chen, you heard correctly. We do, indeed, need to purchase 100,000 computers. He explained a little. The internet cafes under our Family Roots network plan to complete the layout of about 1,000 stores within a year, centering on Jiangxing and radiating to several key cities around. According to each store, a standard configuration of 100 computers. 100,000 units is a more secure number. 1,000 internet cafes. 100,000 computers. These two numbers combined together, ruthlessly smashed into Boss Chen's heart. He had also seen Tanjai's bravado of 1,000 stores a year from the newspaper news before. At that time also think this kid is not a little bragging overblown. Now it seems that people are playing really and the first step is directly smashed. This can be called horrible computer purchase orders. Boss Chen's brain began to run fast, this time no longer shocked, but by the huge, unimaginable profits expected to be completely ignited. 100,000 computers. Even if one's conscience is violated, and each unit only earns a minimum of $200 in hard labor, that's still a million, 10 million, 10 million, million, $20 million. A whole $20 million of pure profit. Boss Chen felt that his breathing was about to stop. $20 million. In this era of per capita monthly wages only $500, this is simply a sum of money, enough to let him step into the sky, directly realize the financial freedom of astronomical figures. Not to mention, one time purchasing 100,000 units of such a horrible quantity, the upstream manufacturers and channels will certainly give a huge internal discount. The profit he can actually earn will only be more than $20 million. He Chen someone bitterly in the electronic city, guarded for so many years, dreaming of making a fortune. Unexpectedly, today just in this small store, by an 8-year-old child, lightly, smashed to him a chance to become a multi-millionaire. In the future, when he went out, he would also be a big shot worth tens of millions of dollars. A great sense of happiness hit Boss Chen, making him almost unsteady on his feet. Venus rose before his eyes. In a trance, his thoughts couldn't help but drift back to a few months ago. He clearly remembered. At that time, Tanjai was still a just knee-high little beanstalker. Timidly, he followed behind Tanhuigan. With a milky voice, he said he wanted to buy 5 computers. At that time, although he also felt that the child was a little precocious. But how could he have thought that in just a few months? This little kid would grow up to be the man of the hour who could easily stir up the entire business community of Zhongqing. At that time, Tanjai, and now this calm and relaxed, laughing and throwing out 100,000 units of the order of the teenager compared to, simply, incomparable, huge contrast. Let the Chen boss in front of him, this teenager's awe, instantly pulled up to the top. He snapped back to his senses, realizing that he couldn't just be giggling. Such a heavenly business, such an honorable guest. One must show the highest level of courtesy. Buddy, buddy, Boss Chen shouted at the top of his lungs towards the outside of the store, his voice slightly toned from excitement. Hurry up, go to the Zhongqing Grand Hotel. Book a table for the most expensive banquet. Just say that I, Chen, am entertaining the most important VIP. He felt that this was the only way to express 1/10,000th of his excitement at this moment. Only then could it be worthy of this business that was enough to change his fate. However, he had just finished yelling on his side. Before the fellow could react, Tanjai gently waved his hand. Boss Chen, no need to bother. Tanjai's tone was flat, as if that upcoming $10 million profit was not worth mentioning in his eyes. There's no need for dinner, we're short on time as well. His words changed, his gaze landing on Boss Chen's face with a hint of the businessman's characteristic shrewdness. We're old friends. Be real. As long as Boss Chen can give us some more concessions in terms of price, it's better than anything. When Boss Chen heard this, his heart was even happier. Look at this pattern of others. They don't want fame, they just want benefits. Doing business with such a quick-witted person is a pain in the ass. Besides, what's a little profit? It's nothing compared to the $20 million. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Boss Chen patted his chest and promised, don't worry, little brother Jiali. Based on our friendship, based on your volume, we'll definitely give you the best price. You said, what configuration do you want? What price do you want? Tanjai is also not polite, reported a set of sharp, the current market performance mainstream, cost-effective list of computer configurations. This set of configuration, Chen boss heart clear. The cost is about 6,008 to 6,009 between fluctuating, the market retail price, generally in 7,005 or more. Then, Tanjai gave his price. $7,050. He looked at Boss Chen, his tone calm and waveless. 1 unit. Buzz. Boss Chen's legs, which had just fluttered a bit due to his ecstasy, instantly heard this figure. It was so soft that he almost didn't stand still. A buttocks sat down on the sofa. Chapter 160. This kid, too shrewd kneeling for golden tickets. 7,050? He did a quick mental calculation of the cost price of this set of configurations. Even if he used all his connections to get the lowest channel price, I'm afraid it would be close to $7,000. 7,050 to sell a computer he worked hard before and after, bearing a huge financial risk. The final profit is only $50? $50? He did not know. He really did not know. This is only 8-year-old teenager, in the end how to accurately calculate this almost stick to his cost bottom line, leaving him with a paltry $50 profit? This is a ING demon, isn't it? What a ING demon, right? Boss Chen felt his heart dripping blood. The originally expected huge profit of $20 million had instantly shrunk to $5 million, although $5 million was still an astronomical amount. But this psychological gap, it was just too great. He opened his mouth, just wanted to habitually return the price, even if each unit, and then strive for a 10-20 good ah. Unexpectedly, Tanjai simply did not give him a chance to open his mouth. The teenager has already stood up from the sofa. His eyes calmly looked at him, but his tone was domineering. A volume of 100,000 units, a thin profit, is also good. He paused, turned around and made a gesture to leave, leaving behind a meaningful back and an unfinished sentence. If Boss Chen is unwilling, Tanjai's sentence, if Boss Chen is unwilling, was like a punctuation mark carrying an apt sense of oppression. In an instant, it crushed the last bit of bargaining in Boss Chen's mind. I don't want to? What a joke. Chen boss is a little cute. What? The fat meat in his mouth, even if it's not as fat as he thought, it's still meat. And it's the kind that can last a lifetime. What's more, his mind was spinning fast. Immediately realized that this business would bring more than just monetary benefits. 100,000 computers. What kind of concept is this? This is enough to allow him to directly connect with the headquarters of major computer brands. Relying on this earth-shattering order to take a few mainstream brands in the entire Jiangnan region of the general agent is simply the nail in the coffin. Once it becomes the general agent, what does that mean? Means that in the future, in Jiangcheng and even the entire Jiangnan area, all selling computer counterparts have to look at his Chen's face. He will control the channel, control the price, to become the real talker in this business. At that time, his Chen's position cannot be now this guarding a small store small boss can be compared. That is the true meaning of the industry big brother. Saying one is not two. Thinking of this layer, Chen boss heart that point because the profit shrinkage and produce the stifling instantly dissipated. Replaced by a more long-term, more ambitious excitement. Less profit was less profit. Compared to the future status of the industry, this was nothing. Sell more with less. This is a successful businessman's necessary awareness, but also his Chen boss has been hanging on the side of the mouth of the motto. Besides, even if each unit only earns 100,000 units down, that is also a real 5 million pure profit. 5 million. What does it mean in this day and age? Enough for him to buy a whole street of stores in the busiest part of Jiangxing. It just so happens that he has long disliked the current store is too small, the pattern is too poor, has always wanted to change a large, grandiose, just suffering from a lack of funds. Now, Chen boss cannot help but start to think about it. He is sitting on a street of gold stores, open front, grandiose extraordinary. All want to eat in the electronic city of peers, have to respectfully come to him here to get goods. Look up to his nostrils. That day, TSK. Simply not too beautiful. Just when Boss Chen was immersed in the infinite visions of the future, he couldn't help but have a silly smile on his face. Tanjai's voice suddenly rang out, pulling him back to reality. Boss Chen. Tanjai looked at him with a harmless smile on his face. You here can deliver for free, right? I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional. When Tanjai said, free shipping, these 4 words, the speed of speech was slightly slowed down, and the bite was extraordinarily clear. Boss Chen was giddy with joy. Where would he notice this small detail? With a wave of his hand, he agreed without even thinking. No problem. Of course. Free delivery. It has to be free. Don't worry, little brother Jiali. As long as you give me your address, I'll be responsible for arranging for you to deliver as many goods as you want. Tanjai nodded in satisfaction. At the side, Tan Huigan duly, from his briefcase, took out a long-prepared check and a thick purchase contract. Boss Chen took the check, only scanning the number 3 at the top and the long series of dizzying 0 at the back. $300 million in advance. His heart was beating furiously again. He picked up the contract and roughly flipped through it, confirming that the quantity and unit price were correct. Picked up the pen, boldly in the position of Party B, signed his big name, and heavily pressed the bright red handprint. The deal was reached. The Tan family father and son didn't stay too long, collected the contract and got up to say goodbye. Boss Chen sent them all the way to the entrance of the store. his face piled with flattery, until the limousine disappeared around the corner. Only then did the smile on his face slowly converge, replaced by a sense of relief and unbelievable ecstasy. He took the heavy contract and the check. Felt like his life had been completely different. However, just as he turned around and prepared to go back to the store to properly digest this splash of riches, a question that he had ignored for a long time, like a bolt from the blue, violently exploded in his mind. Wait, Tanjai just said that his internet cafes are going to spread around Jiangxing, radiating several cities? Free delivery to those cities? 100,000 computers, in batches, delivered to thousands of different locations. Many of them are still out of town. How much would this transportation cost? How big a fleet of cars would have to be organized? How much manpower and material resources would this consume? The smile on Boss Chen's face instantly froze, and cold sweat broke out once again. He suddenly recalled Tanjai's phrase, free delivery, which was deliberately emphasized. There was also that seemingly random, but actually precise and incomparable, 7,050 offer. I've been tricked. I've got myself trapped. This kid has long put the transportation cost, all calculated in. That cut off the profit. I am afraid that a large part is used to fill this pit. Chen Boss looked at the direction of the Tan family. Father and son left, face complex expression, finally turned into a helpless, and with a few points of awe of the bitter smile and sigh. This kid is too refined. Chapter 161. Burning brightly. Having just finalized 100,000 computers, this piece of hardcore. Tanjai didn't even have time to catch his breath before new good news came one after another, delivered directly to his desk. Wang Xiaoya, as well as Lu Jiali and others, led the first batch, the field inspection team. Their actions in the surrounding several key cities. The smoothness was simply a bit unexpected, and could be described as a breakthrough. This is all thanks to Tanjai's seemingly whimsical but actually precise universal site search strategy. He allowed Wang Xiaoya and the girls to prioritize the venues that had been recommended the most by players before they set off, instead of bumping around like headless flies. This simple ordering, however, contained a big data-like wisdom. The reasoning is simple. What places do people most want to have a high-end internet cafe in front of their homes? Naturally, it is those places where the demand for internet access is the strongest, but the existing conditions are the worst. These places are often concentrated around schools and near busy commercial streets. These are precisely the prime locations for the opening of internet cafes. The players in those places have long been unable to tolerate those shabby and expensive little black houses in the neighborhood, with a worrisome environment. Naturally, they recommended the most suitable and urgently needed locations for liberation. Been repeatedly mentioned the number of times the top recommended places. Almost 100% are huge flow of people, unlimited potential treasure. As a result, Wang Xiaoya's inspection work became exceptionally efficient. Holding the precise maps that were crowdfunded by countless players, they followed the maps and went straight to their targets. With little effort, they weeded out the obviously unreliable information and easily locked down dozens of excellent venues that seemed suitable for opening an internet cafe. The actual situation of each potential venue was photographed and filed, and key information such as the surrounding environment, traffic conditions, and estimated foot traffic was recorded in detail. Then the first time via email, the return is sent to Tanjai, who is sitting in the center of Jiangxing. Tanjai sat in the center, receiving a steady stream of information from various cities. He reviews the information at an astonishingly fast pace, combining it with the local rental market data that he has already grasped through various channels to make quick comparisons and evaluations. Once confirmed, a site conditions meet the requirements, and the potential landlord's initial offer within a reasonable range. Almost as soon as he saw the email, he directly made a decision. This one, take it. That one, negotiate the price 5 points lower, if not alternative. This one is in an excellent location. Immediately authorize the transfer of the deposit. The first time, sign the lease contract. Make sure to hold the venue firmly in your hands. The instructions were given quickly through the phone and the internet, and the funds were quickly put in place. The entire process was highly efficient, and began to launch a swift charge toward the goal of 1,000 stores a year. Efficiency. This was the amazing efficiency under the Tan family art system, with the support of the universal site search strategy, along with the efficient execution of the core team. as well as Tanjai's decisive and precise decision-making. The expansion plan of the internet cafe was like hitting the fast-forward button. In less than half a month, a goal that many chain brands would need to spend months or even a year to reach was easily broken through. More than 30 internet cafe venues with favorable geographical locations and great potential had already been settled. Lease contracts in black and white were neatly filed away. This was just the beginning. Tanjai sat at the Jiangxing headquarters, commanding remotely through the phone and the internet Wang Xiaoya and the others who were running around in various cities. After the contract is signed, immediately contact the local decoration company with the best reputation. Tanjai's instructions were concise and clear. The design drawings are uniformly provided by our headquarters, and there is only one requirement. Under the premise of guaranteeing quality, complete the renovation with the fastest speed. Compress the construction period by 1 day if you can. Time is money, especially in this, the battle of racing against one's own bravado. At the same time, he didn't let the inspection team stop. According to the steady stream of player recommendation information that was pouring in, he quickly screened out a new batch of high-potential targets, planned the optimal route, and arranged for Wang Xiaoya and the others to run to the next city without stopping. The numbers in the bank account clattering outward. Venue rent, decoration advance, design fees, every single one of them is not a small expense. Any ordinary person, looking at such a huge outflow of funds, I'm afraid that it would have long been so heartbroken that it would not be able to sleep at night. However, Tanjai is unusually calm. One could even say that he was happy. At the corner of his mouth, there was always a faint smile. He leaned back in his wide boss chair, his eyes cast to the bustling cityscape outside the window. The heart surged with an unspeakable feeling of grandeur and a sense of accomplishment. Being reborn in a new life was like yesterday. He clearly remembers a few months ago, he was still the one who put in his pockets, cobbled together $50,000, carefully walked into the electronic city, bought the first 5 computers of the teenager. At that time, in addition to the memory of the leading era in his head, almost nothing. Starting with nothing was nothing more than that. And now, in just a few short months, he has jumped from an obscure elementary school student to a nationally recognized entrepreneurial star, the media's hot child genius. What's more, he's no longer just a paper entrepreneur. The business map he created with his own hands is expanding wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before long, he would become the actual controller of a chain of thousands of internet cafes throughout the country. He could even imagine the future scenario. Perhaps in the near future, in the vast land of Xia, from the prosperous coastal cities to the remote inland small towns, countless young people. No matter where they are, they have never met each other. But all at the same time, sitting in the internet cafe with clean windows and advanced machines. Logging into the same game account in the same virtual world, side by side, or simply enjoy the convenience of high-speed network. The ubiquity of this kind of situation all over the country. Time flies, 2 months slipped by. Jiangxing is located in the south, but also ushered in a cold and wet winter. The cold wind rolled in the rain, shrouding this rapidly developing city in a haze. Tanjai was wrapped in a popular bosseting-down jacket with the zipper pulled to the highest, burying his chin in it. His white face, somewhat reddened by the cold wind, walked into the classroom unhurriedly. Almost at the instant he stepped into the classroom, a bright and crystallized gaze stuck up. His classmate Li Lei had been sitting upright in her seat for a long time, and when she saw Tanjai come in, her eyes immediately curved into a crescent moon. Chapter 162. 2 months. 100 internet cafes opened. Li Lei, like a small squirrel offering treasure, quickly from their own, that stuffed bulging desk, pulled out a small bag of beautifully packaged imported snacks. Like a treasure, she pushed it in front of Tanjai. In her heart, Tanjai was simply the existence of a heavenly god. Compared to those male students in the class who were still playing marbles, chasing and playing after class, and even occasionally had a runny nose, Tanjai was completely a creature of another dimension. Smart, powerful, and so good-looking. Just perfect. Tanjai had long gotten used to this. He took off his down jacket, revealing the fitted wool sweater inside, moving calmly. Casually picking up a piece of chocolate chip cookie that looked good, he put it in his mouth. Li Lei rested her cheeks and looked at Tanjai's side face, feeling that she couldn't get enough of it. She hesitated for a moment, and finally summoned up the courage to come closer to her small head, lowering her voice to ask, "Brother Jiali." Tanjai turned his head and raised his eyebrows, signaling her to continue. Li Lei's big eyes flickered with curiosity. What kind of girl will you like when you grow up? Tanjai's movements as he chewed on a cookie gave a slight lurch. He seemed to be really serious, thinking about this question for a moment, and a trace of a complex look, which was extremely inconsistent with his age and carried a slight hint of nostalgia, flashed in his gaze. But it quickly regained its calmness. Then, he spat out 7 words clearly in an extremely flat and uninteresting tone. Elegant and intellectual big waves. The air seemed to freeze for 0.5 seconds. Li Lei? The end of the year is approaching. In the air, the mania of resignation and welcoming the new year already filled the air. And inside Home Roots Network, it was an even hotter and busier scene. Wang Xiaoya and the pioneering team led by her had been working almost continuously for the past 2 months. Their footprints had set foot in every key town around Jiangqing. The results were outstanding. Suitable venues had been locked in large quantities, and most of the renovation works had entered the final stage. In fact, the number of brand new internet cafes that could meet the opening standards had accumulated to about 100. Hardware in place, freshly decorated, and with a smooth network, they were ready to open their doors at any time. But they were all quietly waiting for a unified command. Behind this was an even bolder, one could even say crazy decision by Tanjai. 100 stores opening together. Instead of opening one by one in a piecemeal fashion, it was going to be before the year. At one time, 100 stores at the same time to the market. This is an unprecedented feat in the summer country at that time. The concept of chain internet cafe has just emerged, can have 7 or 8 stores already considered the industry leader, is a symbol of strength. And Tanjai, the first time out, is 100. And they opened on the same day. When this news, through the television and newspapers, spread throughout the streets, the entire population of Xia, especially the young crowd, was completely ignited. Surprise, shock, followed by an uncontrollable anticipation. Opening 100 at once? What kind of vigor is this? What a display of strength. They couldn't wait to witness this grand event that was destined to be recorded in the commercial history of Xia. Finally, the time came to February 1st, 1999, the footsteps of the Lunar New Year. The footsteps of the Lunar New Year. Only the last week remained. This day was the auspicious day of the zodiac that Tanjai had long ago chosen. In several cities around Jiangqing, the atmosphere was as warm as an early New Year's Eve. Countless young faces, with excitement and a pilgrimage-like look, gathered early in front of the newly decorated stores with the signboard of Jiali Internet Cafe, eagerly waiting for the event. They discussed with each other and guessed the configuration inside. It was 8:18 a.m., an auspicious moment. Distributed in different cities, the entire 100 Jiali internet cafes, as if receiving the same silent command. Movements were neatly synchronized. The tightly closed roll-up door was violently pulled open, emitting a clattering sound. A new, bright, technologically advanced space was revealed. Immediately after, the firecrackers that have long been prepared were lit at the same time, the crackling sound of explosions one after another, resonating through the sky, deafening. Proclaimed, belongs to the Homely Network Bar, the dawn of a new era. Countless local media reporters, carrying long guns and short cannons, have long occupied a favorable position. The camera faithfully recorded this shocking scene. The shutter clicked non-stop. They knew that they were witnessing an unprecedented commercial miracle. The opening of 100 stores was like a boulder thrown into the surface of a calm lake, and the ripples spread rapidly across the country. Just a few hours later, the prime time of the evening news on all the major TV stations and the front pages of the newspapers were almost all occupied by the same name and the same piece of news. Talented teenager Tanjai has set off another ripple. 100 Jiali internet cafes opened on the same day. Business miracle. Jiagan Network spent nearly $100 million to create the nation's largest chain of internet cafes. Timely rain. Jiali Internet Cafe alleviates the difficulty of accessing the internet in many places, and the public praises it. For a while, Tanjai Jiali Internet Cafe and the opening of 100 stores at the same time became the hottest keywords. Countless people guarded in front of the TV or flipping through the newspaper. They were deeply shocked by the news, which was full of impact. Genius boy Tanjai. This name had been loud enough in the past few months, but this time what he had done, the magnitude of its scale, and the amazingness of its handiwork. Once again, it refreshed the upper limit of people's perception of him. One time, opening 100 internet cafes. What does it mean behind this? The media keenly captured the key investment. Just this initial 100 stores, hardware, decoration, rent, and other inputs add up, is already a close to 100 million yuan level of horror figures. In this era of 10,000 yuan households, are still worth being proud of. An 8-year-old boy, but can mobilize such a huge amount of money, such a large-scale commercial layout. This is nothing short of a myth. More importantly, this was not just a commercial masterstroke. For those ordinary people who had long endured the difficulty of accessing the internet, the expensive internet access, and the poor internet environment. Especially for young people, the emergence of Jiali Internet Cafe is of great significance. News Screen, the reporter randomly interviewed those first time, the influx of young people into the newly opened internet cafes. On their faces, they were overflowing with uncontrollable excitement and fulfillment. It's so cool. This environment, this machine, this is called an internet cafe. In the past, when I wanted to play World of Warcraft, I either had to run a long way or endure lag, but now there's such a good place right at my doorstep. Thank you, Mr. Tan. Thank you, Home Roots Network. This really sends us timely rain. Simple words, but they spoke the hearts of countless people. The emergence of Jiali Internet Cafe does not only provide a place to surf the internet. It is a great relief for many cities, especially the second and third-tier cities. In their spare time, people's growing demand for internet access. Chapter 163, World of Warcraft, Day to Day. At the same time, Tanjai's home. The atmosphere was equally warm, and could even be said to be somewhat boiling. Tan Huigan and Lu Jiali were side by side, sitting in front of that top-configured Jiali computer, their eyes staring at the screen without blinking. Displayed on the screen is just online, covering all 100 newly opened stores, Jiali Internet Cafe, Unified Management System background, and the most conspicuous position of the background that represents today's total recharge amount of figures, is in a kind of heart-stopping speed, crazy upward soaring. It's like sitting on a rocket. 10, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, the frequency of the numbers jumping, so fast that it dazzles the eyes. Almost every few seconds, it was about to go upwards, jumping up by a large margin. Up again. It's gone up again. Old Tan, look! Lu Jiali was excited, grabbing her husband's arm, her voice carrying a hint of trembling. Tan Huigan was also watching with rapt attention, the knots in his throat rolling up and down, nervous and excited. How could he not have imagined this internet cafe business actually can be hot to this extent? Behind this is the result of multiple factors superimposed. First of all, Jiali Internet Cafe in Jiangcheng and other places accumulated a good reputation, has long been through the players between the word of mouth, radiation to the neighboring cities. Everyone knows. This is a conscientious internet cafe with a good environment, great machines, and excellent service. Secondly, Jagan Network itself, especially the huge success of World of Warcraft, had already made the brand carry its own aura. The name of Tanjai was even more like a golden signboard. It represented quality and strength. Plus, the year before this particular time of year, students are on vacation, factories are closed, young people have a lot of free time. The long-suppressed demand for internet access and games concentrated outburst. Various factors converged together. The opening of Jiali Internet Cafe was like dry wood meeting a blazing fire. Instantly ignited all the young people's enthusiasm for consumption. They not only flocked to the internet cafe experience, but also in the first time, they did not hesitate to choose to recharge. Do membership card. Enjoy more favorable prices and more priority treatment. Time passes by the minute, the numbers on the screen, still tirelessly, climbing upwards. When the night falls, the hustle and bustle of the first day of business gradually subsided. That finalized the number. Let Tan Huigan and Lu Jiali couple, completely stunned. 1,000. $1,230,000. Only the first day of opening. These 100 new internet cafes, total recharge amount, surpassed the 10 million mark. $10 million. What does this mean? It means that they have invested nearly $100 million in costs. In just one day, they've recovered more than 1/10 of it. Tan Huigan and Lu Jiali looked at each other, and both saw incredible joy in each other's eyes. They were simply overjoyed, and the wrinkles on their faces turned into a flower. How could they have never imagined? Son, that's seemingly adventurous, even some crazy 100 stores with opening plan. surprisingly will achieve such immediate results, so shocking effect. According to this momentum, where still need to worry about losing money. I'm afraid it won't take long, maybe just a few months or even a few weeks. They will be able to recover all the investment and start to make a crazy profit. The speed of this money, simply faster than a money printing machine. At this moment, they no longer have the slightest doubt about their son's ability. All that was left was an unmatched pride. The atmosphere in the study reached its peak because of the constantly jumping numbers. Both Tanjai and Lu Jiali's faces were flushed with excitement, and their eyes were amazingly bright. It was as if they were 10 years younger. They looked at the number that finally settled at over $10 million. Excitedly, they patted each other's arms. Just then, the door of the study was gently pushed open. Tanjai's tiny figure walked in. As he looked at his parents, that almost hand-waving look, his eyebrows slightly raised, and he casually asked, "Dad, Mom, what's so happy?" When Lu Jiali saw her son, the smile on her face was even more like fireworks. She pulled Tanjai with her hand, her voice all plucked up an octave due to her excitement. "Son, look quickly. Our 100 internet cafes. The first day of operation. Just one day, the recharge has exceeded $10 million. $10 million. She felt that this was nothing short of a miracle in business history. Another glorious milestone for the Tan family. She couldn't wait, wanting to share this great joy with her son. However, in the face of his mother, this was enough news to make any normal person ecstatic. Tanjai only gave a nonchalant "oh," and even unnoticeably skimmed the corners of his mouth. That expression seemed to say, "That's it." He walked to the computer and casually clicked on another background management interface. It belonged to World of Warcraft. Tanjai curiously peeked over to see what his son was looking at. With just a glance, his entire person instantly froze there. On the screen, the same recharge data, but the number on there. He vigorously rubbed his eyes, thinking that he was looking blurry from days of exertion. That's right, clear as day, plain as day, 52 million. Not 5.5 million, but the whole 52 million. This figure, as if possessing some kind of magic power, instantly drained the air in the study, also drained the couple, their faces just now, still overflowing with ecstasy. Just now also let their heart surging, excited 10 million internet cafe recharge amount. In front of this string of more horrible, more huge numbers, instantly pale in color. It appeared so pale and powerless and even somewhat insignificant. They remembered, over the past few months, the days of continuous rotation. Looking for venues to run broken legs with the decoration team worn out mouth, in order to recruit training worry. In order to the smooth progress of the opening of 100 stores together. Almost did not sleep a peaceful sleep. All of this hard work and dedication, in exchange for the first day of 10 million revenue, which should be, is enough to make them proud of pride, and can even be included in the history of the development of the Tan family's brilliant achievements. But now, as a result, these hundreds, cohesion of the whole family's efforts, physical stores, a whole day hard-earned money. Surprisingly, it is not even compared to the virtual game world. A day of natural water flow of zero, this strong, almost absurd contrast, fiercely smashed in Tanjai and Lu Jiali's heart. The great sense of accomplishment they had just built up was smashed to smithereens. Tanjai felt his throat, like it was blocked by something, so dry that it hurt. He looked at the screen, the string of cold, yet burning numbers. His brain even appeared a brief blank. The original business cognition at this moment was subjected to an unprecedented violent impact. His lips opened and closed a few times, and finally, that sentence of emotion, as if dreaming with difficulty, from his throat, squeezed out. "This is the real? Day in and day out ah." Chapter 164 Rainstorm Company. Completely panicked, just as Tanjai's family was surprised and excited by the explosion of World of Warcraft. Shanghai, the headquarters of the Rainstorm Company. James' face was gloomy. His blue eyes, which usually always carried a sense of control and self-confidence, at this moment, burned with an uncontrollable rage. The expensive customized cigar was pinched and deformed between his fingers. Wastes. All of them are wastes. His low growl echoed in the spacious office with a hint of suppressed hideousness. "Someone please tell me, what the hell is going on here? Why?" He punched hard and slammed his fist on the valuable mahogany desk. It made a dull, loud sound. Spread out on the desktop was a copy of the latest Xia market report, as well as a few photos collected from various sources showing the interior scenes of the internet cafe. The data on the report, each and every one of them, was gnawing at his nerves. Those photos were like a silent mockery. It tore his proud business strategy to shreds. He really couldn't understand. Unacceptable. That damn World of Warcraft. That game, which was created by a hairless Xia kid. Even, the game had swept through the internet cafes of the entire country of Xia, according to the information that came back from the eyes they planted and the channels they worked with. The situation is simply terrible. In large and small cities in Xia, almost every internet cafe. As far as the eye can see, at least 7 or 8 out of 10 computers are running that damn game. Starcraft? The one they were promoting with all their might, the one they had high hopes for, Starcraft. Surprisingly, it was squeezed into a corner, where no one asked for it. Admittedly, they had utilized the powerful global channels and influence of the Storm Rain Company to suppress public opinion and blockade the channels of World of Warcraft in all aspects of the market outside of Xia. Make this game, in the international sales and the volume of sound, all seem a bit dismal. But this, simply not enough. What made him the most alarmed and angry was the comparison of the revenue figures on the report, relying only on Xia, this one huge to perverted market. That damned World of Warcraft revenue capacity surprisingly can, and they invested a huge amount of resources, publicity, and development of Starcraft, the competition. Even in some data, there are already hidden signs of surpassing. This is simply a great shame. James felt a wave of vertigo and a chill ran up his spine. He knew very well what this meant. Currently just relying on the local market of Xia, the other party already had such a horrible ability to absorb money. Once that cunning kid found a breakthrough, let World of Warcraft in the international market, tore a crack, open the situation, then waiting for him, James, waiting for the Storm Company, will be what? It will be an irreparable fiasco, is a complete failure. It is the complete failure of the betting agreement, is the biggest, most humiliating stain in his career. The shadow of defeat was weighing heavily on James' mind. He could almost imagine what was waiting for him once the news of the failed bet reached the U.S. headquarters. The anger of the board of directors, the mockery of his peers, and the verbal abuse of the media. As well as his hard work for many years' career, it is likely that this draw a shameful end. The thought of these terrible consequences. James felt his breathing have become difficult. Forehead seeped out a fine cold sweat. The whole person is not good. Just at this moment. Ding bell. On the desk, the internal private line phone rang abruptly. James was trembling. He looked at the constantly flashing red light phone. His eyes actually showed a trace of trepidation. He knew that this point in time, this number called what it meant. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and pressed the answer button. Almost the instant the receiver came close to his ear, a furious roar mixed with a thick accent hit his eardrums hard across the distant ocean. James, you stupid bastard. What the hell are you up to? Look what you've done. The familiar sound of bitter curses pierced into James' heart without mercy. Over this period of time, as the heat of World of Warcraft in the Summer Kingdom continued to soar, such transatlantic greetings had become a common occurrence. Moreover, it was more intense and harder to hear one time than another. He could even imagine that, on the other end of the phone, that normally high and mighty board member was spitting and grimacing at the moment. James gripped the receiver tightly, veins rippling on his forehead, but could only bear it humbly, not even daring to say a word in defense. The Rainstorm Corporation executives on the other end of the phone seemed to be tired of cursing and took a few ragged breaths. Then, in a tone that was cold to the core, he threw James an even worse news that was enough to completely knock him into the abyss. James, let me give you an update. According to the data we've just summarized. The voice on the other end of the phone paused, as if deliberately aggravating this despair. As of yesterday, the global total sales of that damn World of Warcraft has officially surpassed Starcraft. Overtook, despite being suppressed to death by them in the international market, just by virtue of the terrifying explosive power of a single market in Xia, the total revenue of World of Warcraft is still accomplished, this seemingly impossible overtaking. James felt his heart almost stop beating. The voice on the other end of the phone continued, like a final judgment. James, I don't care what method you use. Do whatever it takes. This situation must be turned around immediately. If you can't come up with an effective countermeasure, It's only a matter of time before you're completely thrown off. At that time, you yourself know the consequences. The phone was hung up harshly, and the busy signal was like a death knell, echoing in James' ears. He put down the receiver in a state of disorientation, his body weakly paralyzed on the wide boss chair. His eyes were hollow and his face was ashen. Beyond, if something wasn't done in a hurry, being completely thrown off. Consequences. One cold word after another, circling frantically in his mind, swallowing his last little bit of fluke and hope completely. What made James feel a chill down his spine even more than sales surpassing was the chasm between the two profit models. Battlestar Galactica was a one-shot deal. Players buy the game proper and subsequent profit growth is extremely limited. It relies on constant pulling in new players and sales of source material. But what about that damn World of Warcraft? James was almost certain that it was definitely more than just, well, selling copies. Point card charges? Monthly card charges? There might even be a more insidious, more consistent means of sucking money out of the game. This model means a steady stream of cash flow, means that players sticky bring long-term, stable high returns. Its ability to sustain blood production from the root crushed Starcraft. This is a more fatal problem, especially in the market of Xia. James is not a fool. He knows very well that the summer country is in a period of crazy economic takeoff. This is a population of more than 1 billion people. Purchasing power is at an alarming rate, awakening of the huge market. The potential here is simply unlimited. What does it mean to lose such a market to the Rainstorm Company? It's not just a simple matter of making less money. That means losing the future. In the competitive pattern of the global game market, being competitors ruthlessly left behind a position. It meant that the future growth engine of the Rainstorm Company had been extinguished. Such a loss is something that Stormy Rain can never afford. Is enough to shake the foundation of the company. A huge blow. Chapter 165 Discount? The more you discount, the faster you die. The reprimanding phone call from the headquarters. Will James' heart, the last trace of fluke completely shattered. His mood instantly sunk to the bottom, a cold. A sense of frustration that made him almost gasp for air. He recalled a few months ago when that betting agreement had just been signed, how spirited he was, how complacent he was. In his eyes, that Xia kid named Tanjai was nothing more than a lucky kid with a little bit of smarts. Crush him? Wasn't that as simple as crushing an ant? The powerful strength and resources of the Storm Rain Company were enough to crush any opponent who dared to challenge it into pieces. But reality, however, gave him a slap that was so loud that it was almost humiliating. He even went so far as to tear his face, using a means almost outside the dish, regardless of all the early release of Starcraft, just to seize the first opportunity, to gain that little, seemingly insignificant time advantage. He thought that, with the golden brand of Stormy Rain and the early layout, it was enough to strangle that unfledged opponent in the cradle. However, what happened? That kid, that teenager that he once regarded as an ant, even hardened against all the pressure, and used an out-of-the-blue World of Warcraft. He later rose to the top, accomplishing this incredible reversal and surpassing. Just thinking about this, James felt his cheeks burning hot. He clenched his teeth, and the veins on the backs of his hands rippled. His eyes swept over the electronic calendar on the corner of the table, the bright red numbers on it, as piercing as a death wish. There was only one last month left before the final deadline of the betting agreement. Time was running out. He had no way back. He couldn't afford the consequences of failure, and Stormwater couldn't afford it anymore. He must do something. He had to come up with a solution. At all costs, he had to boost the sales of Starcraft as much as possible in this last month. Even if it was just to save a bit of face, even if it was just to make the final figures not lose so badly. Time was running out and the pressure was like a mountain. James' brain was running at high speed, frantically searching for everything. Any means that could possibly salvage the tide. Conventional marketing strategies, increase advertising, organize offline activities. In front of the terrifying dominance of World of Warcraft, all of these were just a drop in the bucket with little effect. He needs a strong medicine that can instantly and forcibly stimulate sales. In the end, after repeatedly weighing the pros and cons, and even can be said to be forced, a thought with humiliation and unwillingness surfaced in his mind. Reduce the price. Sell Starcraft at a discount. This was an option that he had never considered or even scoffed at before. The products produced by Heavy Rain had always been known for their high quality and high pricing. Such tactics as discount sales, in his opinion, were detrimental to the brand's image. But now he couldn't care less. Image, in the face of a possible crushing defeat, and the end of his career, none of these seemed to matter anymore. The original selling price of Starcraft in Xia was $128. This price, for the average monthly salary at that time, only about $500 for ordinary workers, equivalent to their hard work more than a week's income. It was definitely considered to be a considerable expense. In James' eyes, there was a flash of determination. He made a decision that shook the entire market. James directly picked up the internal phone and gave orders. Immediately notify all channels. Starting tomorrow, the selling price of StarCraft Summer Region directly cut down, 50% off, $64. This order not only caused an uproar within the Stormlight Company, but even more so, the moment the news was spread, it triggered the entire player community in Xia. What situation? The first reaction of all the players who heard this news was disbelief. StarCraft? The StarCraft that was produced by the Rainstorm Company, which was hailed as a masterpiece and priced at a high level. How long has it been on sale? Less than half a year, right? Surprisingly started discounting it, and it's straight up 50% off right off the bat? Half price? This is unheard of. Unheard of. When did the Rainstorm Company become so pro-people? Did the sun come out of the west? Countless players who were originally hesitant because of the price and were waiting to see what would happen were instantly stunned by this sudden surprise. $64, although it is not small. But compared to the original $128, the attraction is simply a world of difference. Jiali Networks. Tanjai had just returned from school and still had a bit of student air on him. But when he stepped into this business empire, the calm aura that did not match his age had quietly spread out. He just sat down in his own office seat. Before he had time to drink a cup of water, the internal phone on the table rang sharply. It was Wang Xiaoya. Mr. Tan. As soon as the phone was connected, Wang Xiaoya's slightly anxious voice came over with a hint of disbelief. Just got confirmed news. The storm side. They're crazy. Tanjai raised his eyebrows slightly, signaling her to continue. Wang Xiaoya took a deep breath and spoke extremely fast. StarCraft. That game of theirs that was benchmarked against ours suddenly announced a 50% discount. The price was directly slashed. From 128, it's cut to 64. She paused, her tone carrying obvious concern. Mr. Tan, this price cut is too big. It will definitely impact our sales. Should we also think of some ways to deal with it? On the other end of the phone, Tanjai listened, and his face didn't have any Wang Xiaoya's expected gravity or surprise. Instead, the corners of his mouth hooked up into a cold, with a few mocking arcs. Cold smile. James. This is true, being pushed to the dogs, completely fainted. Respond? Need to cope? Tanjai leaned on the back of the chair, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the desktop, countless thoughts instantly flashing through his mind, but all pointing to the same conclusion. This was digging his own grave. He didn't even bother to analyze the short-term sales boost that this wave of price cuts might bring. Because, in his opinion, James's move, this move was stupid to the extreme. It was simply drinking hemlock to quench his thirst. Discount at this time? Or a waist cut, this kind of suicidal discount? Did James ever think about this? Those first-time players who had spent real money, a full $128 in the past few months supporting StarCraft. How would they feel now? Would they feel that they were like a little sweetie who had their leaks cut? Would they feel that what they had gotten in exchange for their trust and support for the Stormy Rain brand was a backstabbing? This group of the most loyal, most valuable core users, their anger and disappointment, will be the Rainstorm brand reputation. A huge wound that is difficult to heal. And what about those potential players who were still hesitant and ready to save up to buy StarCraft? They saw that this game, which had only been on sale for a short while and was called a masterpiece, was so eagerly discounted by 50%. What will they think? Did it mean that the game wasn't selling at all? Did it mean that Stormy Rain itself had no confidence in the product? When Stormy Rain releases a new game in the future, will they still be the first to buy it at the original price? Or will they choose to wait for the backstabbing discount that may come at any time? Tanjai could almost foresee this step of James' seemingly ferocious price reduction strategy. What kind of disastrous chain reaction would be triggered? Mr. Tan. On the other end of the phone, Wang Xiaoya didn't wait for instructions for a long time and couldn't help but ask again, her tone tinged with a few moments of uncertainty. Only then did Tanjai retrieve his thoughts and spoke into the microphone, his tone calm but with a kind of decisive certainty. Sister Xiaoya, there's no need to do anything. What? Wang Xiaoya thought she heard wrong. We don't take any measures? Allow them to lower their prices like this to grab the market. Tanjai let out a light laugh. That laughter was filled with contempt for his opponents and absolute control over the situation. No need, he said slowly. His voice was not loud, but it carried a power that pierced through the essence. Let the bullets fly a little longer. He paused, and in a tone that was almost a pronouncement, he summarized, the more he discounts it, it will only die faster. Chapter 166. A sudden change in circumstances. On the other end of the phone, Wang Xiaoya's hand holding the receiver tightened slightly. Her brain was a bit down. What did Mr. Tan just say? Not taking any measures? Allowing Starcraft to be dumped like crazy with a waist-deep price? And also said that the more it was discounted, the faster it died? This completely subverted her simple business cognition. In her opinion, price cuts and promotions, thin profits, isn't this the most common, most effective means of seizing the market? If things are cheaper, more people will naturally buy them and sales won't go up. How come in Mr. Tan's mouth, it has become a way of self-destruction? Almost instinctively, she wanted to retort, wanted to persuade the boss a little more, reminding him of the short-term impact this could bring and the last-minute risks of the betting agreement. But, Mr. Tan, she just started. Sister Xiaoya. Tanjai's voice came calmly, directly interrupting her unspoken words. What is our main task, right now, is clear to you. Wang Xiaoya froze. Tanjai's voice continued to ring out, clear and firm. Within a year, complete the national layout of 1,000 internet cafes. This goal is our top priority at this stage. The faster it is accomplished, the more solid our future foundation will be, and the more obvious our advantage will be. This is our true moat. He paused, his tone carrying a hint of hammering. As for the small moves on the side of Storm Rain, it's nothing more than a dying struggle at the end of a strong crossbow. It's not worth our distraction. Keeping an eye on our own tempo, laying down this big net of internet cafes is more important than anything else. Listening to Tanjai, the calm analysis that surpassed his age, and the grand layout. Wang Xiaoya swallowed back the words that were on her lips. Although Tanjai was only an 8-year-old child, his strategic vision, his precise grasp of the market, and his deep insight into human nature. He had long since surpassed the so-called adults like them by far. The past countless times correct, as the strongest cornerstone, supporting her at this moment, even if the heart has doubts, but also ultimately choose unconditional trust. Perhaps she really only saw the small profits in front of her. And Mr. Tan had long been playing a bigger game of chess. I understand, Mr. Tan. Wang Xiaoya took a deep breath, completely suppressing the doubts in her heart, her tone becoming competent again. I will put all my energy into the internet cafes, expansion work. Hanging up the phone, Wang Xiaoya did not dwell on Starcraft price reduction storm, but immediately turned around, put himself back into the work. Facts proved that Ginger was still old. No, it was demonic hot. Tanjai's seemingly perverse judgment, like a precise prophecy, was quickly confirmed in the following days. The news of Stormy Company's Starcraft 50% discount promotion, after initially triggering a small wave of buying fervor. It soon stirred up a very different, more turbulent wave of negativity among the player base. Just as Tanjai had expected, those core players who had spent $128, real money, in the early days of the game's release had supported Starcraft. Completely blew up. The internet, major game forums, and even some just emerging personal homepages. Instantly filled with, on the Rainstorm Company, this wave of backstabbing operation, angry denunciation. I just bought the disc 2 months ago. 102 bought. Now, directly 64? Stormwater? Are you treating me like a NG monkey? Disgusting. It's disgusting. Whoever buys Stormy Rain's debut in the future is a dog. What's the difference between this and robbing money? I've been bragging that Rainstorm is the conscience of the industry. Yuck. For the sake of winning the betting agreement, it doesn't even care about its face. Pink to black. In the future, I'll wait for a discount before considering any of Stormy Rain's games. No. I'll even think about giving it away for free. Angry posts sprang up like rain, vehemently worded and filled with grievances. This group of players, who were originally the most loyal, had, at this moment, become the most active and powerful voice denouncing Stormy Rain. Their anger was highly contagious and quickly affected a wider group of players. There were also some players who hadn't purchased the game in the first place, but had been paying attention to Starcraft, and at this moment, they also came forward to express their dissatisfaction. Luckily, I didn't buy it at first. Had I known that Heavy Rain was this demeanor, beating me to death would have been impossible to support it at the original price. What an eye-opener. A world-class big company. Can it eat so ugly? Compare it to other people's family root networks. From the release of World of Warcraft to now, the price is as stable as an old dog. A point card is a point card, the price is clearly marked, and it's all fair and square. That's what I call a pattern. That's right. Look at Mr. Tan. He may be young, but he's a good businessman. A company as big as Stormwater doesn't even have this kind of temperament. Shame on you. The winds of public opinion turned sharply downward at a speed that James had never expected. The original move of trying to stimulate sales by lowering the price instead drew fire and pushed Stormy Rain onto the judgmental stage of being unscrupulous, backstabbing players, and having no pattern. The verbal attacks on the internet were just the beginning. Soon, the players' anger spread from the virtual world to reality. Some of the more agitated players even organized themselves and directly killed to the headquarters of the Rainstorm Company, which was located in the city of Shanghai. They pulled banners, shouting slogans, demanding that Stormy Rain give a statement, demanding a refund of the price difference. Rainstorm unscrupulous. Return my hard-earned money. Deceiving consumers. Rainstorm shameless. At the entrance of the headquarters, a lot of people gathered for a time, attracting the attention of the media and passers-by onlookers. The scene was once very chaotic.